I have two bodies, yet different fates, separated by two worlds. In one body, I have been blind for a full 20 years, living a life of extreme hardship, reduced to a beggar on the streets. In the other body, I am invincible in the world, becoming the most powerful sword immortal that draws attention. Yet I have long lost my beloved family and friends, until one day, the threads of fate brought my two bodies together in a dream. I slowly opened my eyes, and a familiar figure appeared before me, looking exactly like me, but exuding an unparalleled aura, contrasting sharply with my tattered self. The man looked at me, smiled lightly, and said, "Aren't you surprised to see yourself?" I restrained my expression and cautiously asked, "Who are you? Where is this place?" The man smiled again and explained, "I am you, from another world. I know you are filled with doubts right now, so let me explain slowly. In my world, although I am invincible, I am surrounded by no one. I have lived enough now, and I just hope that this cultivation can be passed on to someone." Upon hearing this, I understood his intention, but I have grown accustomed to a simple life, so I shook my head and said, "I have gotten used to this simple life now, so I'm sorry." Little did I know that the other me in another world remained unmoved after hearing this, as if everything was within his expectations. Calmly, he said, "I know you don't believe me now, but in the days to come, you will understand the truth. In this world of the survival of the fittest, the so-called ordinary life you speak of is actually built upon the rules set by others. In the days ahead, you will regret the decision you made today." As soon as he finished speaking, everything around gradually faded away, and I woke up from the dream. After getting up, I took my wooden cane and walked towards the small town, just like always, arriving at Li Yuanjing's steamed bun shop. I shouted, "Brother Li," the usual. Hearing my voice, Li Yuanjing, who was selling buns, quickly got up, handed me 2 buns with a simple smile, and said, "Brother Xingyu, why are you later than usual today?" I felt a bit helpless. I couldn't say that I overslept because I had a strange dream, so I replied, "Alright, I won't disturb Brother Li's business. I'm off to earn today's money." The streets in the early morning were bustling, but today the topic of discussion among the people was different from usual. Someone said, "Have you heard? A town was apparently robbed yesterday, and the robbers were cultivators with a strong killing intent. Half of the people in that town died. There's nothing we can do, this is how the world is. They are cultivators, and we are just ordinary people." Hearing the whispers around me, I just chuckled, not believing these rumors at all. Without thinking too much about it, I slowly made my way to my usual begging spot, calling out as usual, and the morning passed by just like that. I came to a noodle shop with the money I begged for. The shop owner's wife warmly greeted me and even pulled me to a seat, asking, "The usual?" I smiled and nodded. Then, I heard the busy voices of the owner and his wife, although they looked very tired. Laughter and joy occasionally came from them. The owner served me the noodles and said, "Here are your noodles." I picked up my chopsticks and smiled slightly, praising, "You and your wife are really loving." "Ha!" Before the owner could respond, the wife quickly waved her hand and said, "What can I do? We liked each other when I was 16, and it's been like this ever since. Today is actually our 20th wedding anniversary." I quietly listened to the love revealed in their words and sincerely sent them my blessings. The noodle shop owner was very happy to hear this and laughed, saying, "Ha ha, you really know how to talk. I won't charge you for today." Time quickly passed to the evening, and it started to rain outside, accompanied by gusts of wind. I returned to my shabby house earlier than usual, but in the latter half of the night, it wasn't just the weather that changed. "Who are you? Why do you want to kill us? Help! Everyone, run!" At that moment, my mind was filled with scenes of the residents of Liushi town being slaughtered by bandits. "No, no, don't die." A loud thunderclap woke me from my dream. I was filled with confusion, wondering what was going on. How could I have such a dream? I lowered my head to recall the scenes from the dream, thinking, "It's just a dream. Don't think too much about it. Let's go have breakfast first." After muttering this, I picked up my wooden staff and left the small room. The further I walked towards the small town, the more I felt something was off. It was already daytime, yet it was eerily silent around me. With not a single person in sight, this was too abnormal. Doubts kept surfacing in my mind. Just then, I caught a whiff of a pungent smell of blood. For some reason, I suddenly recalled the scene from my dream last night, and my steps unconsciously quickened. Who would have thought that the next moment, I would suddenly trip over something on the ground, my hands covered in liquid. I was startled and realized that what I had tripped over was most likely a human corpse. I followed the direction of Li Yuanjing's steamed bun shop from my memory. Not long after, I heard a familiar voice, "Run." I recognized it was Li Yuanjing's voice and hurriedly ran towards the source of the sound. I saw Li Yuanjing, covered in blood, shouting at me with his last breath, "The bandits are here. They've killed everyone in the town." Before he could finish his words, his heart completely stopped beating. "Brotherly," I kept calling out. At that moment, a heavy rain began to pour. How is there still a blind man? Didn't everyone in the town die? A sudden voice rang out amidst the rain. Sorry, boss, I might have overlooked it. I'll be quicker next time. But this town is really poor, though the women inside are quite appealing. Hearing their conversation, I angrily shouted, you bunch of evil people. Oh, this blind man dares to shout. A bandit slowly walked towards me and then kicked out. Can the attacks of cultivators be endured by ordinary people? With just one kick, I spat out blood and my consciousness began to blur. The bandit said fiercely, this is the price of speaking recklessly. Do you understand? Blind man, in this world, having power means you can do whatever you want. What can a blind man like you do? Listening to their taunts, Mo Qingyu lay on the ground with a pained face. His fists clenched, but he could do nothing. Yeah, that's the way the world works. Strength is king. At this moment, inside Mo Qingyu's mind, he recalled Li Yuanzhang and the respective well-wishers who had helped him. He smelled the scent of blood in the air, felt his breathing gradually begin to fade, and his consciousness gradually became hazy. He knew that he was going to die. Before the final realization has dissipated, he suddenly thought of the passages again, and when that piece is broken, it takes strength to preserve the good old days. The only way to go about living the life you want is to break the rules and allow yourself to not be bound by anyone's rules. You'll be sorry. At this moment, he finally realized that his other self would say he would regret it, and it does seem to be true now. He regretted it. Ha, 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 ha. Mo Qingyu used all her strength and let out a loud laugh in this raging storm. He was laughing at his own naivety, his own cowardice, his own timidity. Mo Qingyu, Mo Qingyu, you are a loser. Just because of your timidity and cowardice, you are now watching yourself being bullied by others unable to do anything about it. You watched your benefactor who took such good care of you die and there was nothing you could do about it. You're just a blind man who can't do anything right, both as a child and now. Mo Qingyu's heart was laughing at itself. He wondered if he had accepted that power in the first place. Would all things be different now? Li Yuanzhang won't die, and Willow Creek won't be massacred. Everything will be different than it is now. Unfortunately, there are no ifs in the world. After an unknown amount of time, the consciousness in Mo Qingyu's mind was about to dissipate. At the same time, Mo Qingyu's consciousness was suddenly pulled inside a space. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at the blank scene around him, his mind filled with doubts. Am I not dead? Wait, I can see again. At that moment, a voice very similar to his rang out. Yes, it's true you're dying, but do you want to live again? Mo Qingyu heard a familiar voice and turned her head to look at the person behind her. This person was naturally the Mo Qingyu of the other world. The Mo Qingyu of the other world smiled slightly. He asked to the somewhat wretched man in front of him, how's that for regret? Mo Qingyu sat wolfishly, pursed her lips slightly, her head gradually lowered, and did not speak. After a while, it was only then that Mo Qingyu opened her mouth to reply. Well, I'm going to regret this. Inside his thin voice, there was pain and resignation. I finally realized that in this world, strength is always king, and only with strength will others not bully you. When you're weak, your enemies won't have mercy on you. They'll only bully you more recklessly. If you want to guard what is yours, then you need strength. The Mo Qingyu in the other world heard his words and let out a loud laugh. Ha ha ha, yes, you'll figure it out. I knew it. Since you now understand these truths, it is time for this power to be passed on to you. Hearing this, it was as if Mo Qingyu knew something inside her head. He asked his otherworldly self, what you just meant by that is that you knew when we first met that I would reject your power and that there would be a massacre in Willow Creek, right? The Mo Qingyu of the other world clasped her hands on her elbows, the corners of her mouth lifting up as she replied in reply. Everyone needs to have their grind, and you're no exception. Strong power also requires a strong heart to be strong. Mo Qingyu lowered her head and didn't know what she was thinking. After a while, he asked, and what if I had accepted then? Would you still give me your cultivation? The Mo Qingyu of the other world replied without the slightest hesitation. Of course I will, because sooner or later you'll come to these realizations. And, didn't I say that it's because you're me from another world that I'm going to give you the cultivation? Hearing this, Mo Qingyu slowly raised his head to stand up. He looked to his other self, his eyes firm. Come on. The Mo Qingyu of the other world smiled as he said, you'll see how powerful I am later. You'll find you can do a lot of things that other people can't. So now go and give back 100 times over to those who hurt you. Go show the world what it means to be a sword immortal. Go do what you love to do, and experience the joys of being strong. Go and let the whole world be in awe of you. Subsequently, the entire space began to emit a golden glow. This dazzling light covered the duo completely. No one knows what's really going on in there. Only Mo Qingyu knew. He was no longer the old Mo Qingyu. Chapter 4, The End and the Beginning. Big brother, everything of value above the town is here. The bandit's leader looked at the pocket inside his little brother's hand. He opened it and looked at it for a few moments before giving a slight nod. Well, good. Plus the other town we ransacked the other day adds up to enough to keep us going for a while. Put the loot away and divide it when we return inside the fortress. After saying that bandit Grand Master stomped onto the back of his horse, yelling at the minions behind him, "Brothers, return to the fort." The group of bandits laughed and reveled, their laughter seeming to speak of their joy at this sacking. Just as the bandit lord was just about to ride off, thunderclouds began to gradually gather in the sky. Rumble! A loud clap of thunder rang out. A figure reared up in the rainy night. Kill someone and try to run away? Hearing the familiar voice, the bandit lord looked to his left incredulously. At this moment, Mo Qingyu actually re-stood up. "You!" That bandit leader pointed at Mo Qingyu incredulously, and when some of his juniors saw Mo Qingyu, they directly taunted Mo Qingyu. "Yo, the blind man is still alive. I didn't expect to be so tenacious." That's just it. Other than these juniors without cultivation, the rest who were cultivators had shock and doubt inside their eyes. And those few ordinary people without cultivation were ready to raise their swords and go forward to finish off Mo Qingyu. He didn't take 2 steps before he was stopped by the bandit leader. "Boss, how do you?" "Don't talk," the bandit leader growled. His eyes narrowed slightly as he carefully looked at Mo Qingyu, who was not far away. It seemed to want to see through him. His little brother was unseen, not a cultivator, and didn't understand. But he could understand too well that the person in front of him had all the injuries on his body healed and his whole aura had changed. There was only one possibility for this situation. The other party was also a cultivator, but strangely enough, he couldn't see through Mo Qingyu's cultivation. Or rather, he couldn't see a bit of spiritual energy in Mo Qingyu. Just as he was puzzled, Mo Qingyu began to move. He looked to the straight wooden staff in his hand and gave it a gentle pull. Inside was actually a sword, and it was at this moment when he drew his sword. Berserk white breath flowed around them. The white breath of the sky covered the entire town of Willow Creek. The sword pressure released by Mo Qingyu directly pressed all of the bandits to the ground in death. Puff! Everyone's legs were on their knees above the earth and their heads were crushed to the ground, unable to be lifted. That bandit boss now realized that he had messed with the wrong person. He tried to open his mouth to beg for mercy, but realized he couldn't actually speak. Not just him, but others as well. "I'm sorry, but I'm a man who likes to be quiet, so you all die quietly too." Mo Qingyu spoke these words very plainly. Subsequently, on top of the street where only the sound of rain remained, the group of bandits heard the sound of their heartbeats beating frantically. Their hearts were screaming at them for help, and fear filled their minds. Tears kept flowing down most people's faces. Mo Qingyu didn't care so much. Swoosh! The sword inside the wooden staff was completely pulled out. He took his sword and took a step towards the bandits. At this moment, the bandit Grand Master's heart was full of fear and regret. Mo Qingyu arrived in front of the bandit master. Stab after stab went into his body. The bandit leader, who was in pain, cried out madly, but there was only a fearful wail of grief, for he could say nothing. The rest of the crowd was pale and their bodies were constantly trembling after seeing their boss's miserable state. They understood that the person in front of them had the strength to kill them instantly, but he preferred not to. He would torture them to death, one by one, in front of everyone. The devil. This guy is the devil. Under this rainy night, all sorts of agonizing cries of grief came from Willow Creek. After killing everyone, Mo Qingyu's body was splattered with blood everywhere. In particular, the blood on top of the black cloth and white sword was extremely conspicuous. But with a single thought, Mo Qingyu turned his body clean again. He delicately sensed the changes inside his body. What had been a thin body was becoming strong, and inside his body was a power that did not belong to this world. But there is only one place in the body that has not changed in any way. That would be his eyes, which still had that black cloth over them. Yes, he's still blind. It was his own idea. After all, the current him could rely on his divine sense or perception ability to know what things around him look like. It can even perceive many things that the eye cannot see. Take, for example, the human heart. Combining all the reasons above, Mo Qingyu was planning to just be a fake blind man. He was used to not using his eyes anyway. Mo Qingyu shook her head without continuing to think about this. Turning his head, he looked toward the bloodstained town of Willow Creek. It was only now that he was able to truly see the misery of the people of Willow Creek town. Also saw the bodies of old Lee and his family. Ha! Phew! Mo Qingyu let out a deep breath as he looked at the sword in his hand. It's remodeling itself. The wooden staff had been with him for many years. He couldn't afford to throw it away. I'll call you Clear Jade Sword from now on. And the sword in his hand seemed to be able to hear what Mo Qingyu said, emitting a faint glow. Mo Qingyu also smiled slightly when she saw the glow. Afterwards, Mo Qingyu looked at the green jade sword in his hand as he lifted it up and pointed it at the corpses of the people of Willow Stream Town. Then, 2 rays of light began to emanate around the sword, one black and one white. These 2 rays of light constantly swirled around the sword. With a swoosh, The two rays of light merged into one, rushing towards the interior of Willow Creek Town before spreading out. The whole town was covered in these rays. Other than Mo Qingyu, no one knew what was going on inside. After the light disappeared, Mo Qingyu returned inside her home. He closed the door behind him and returned to the top of his worn stone bed, tucking in for a nap. He hadn't slept well last night and he wanted to catch up on his sleep now. This sleep Mo Qingyu slept for a long time, and by the time he got up, it was already the next morning. Been asleep that long? Mo Qingyu chanted in a small voice. Regardless of that, it's only right to go eat first. Man is iron and food is steel, and a meal is not enough to make you hungry. He grunted as he walked. What? You're saying he's invincible so he doesn't have to eat? Come on. It just means he's not starving, but it doesn't mean he doesn't like food. Ask how many people in the world can resist the temptation of food, especially if it's a good gourmet meal that's made. It's not going to be able to top that. When he re-arrived at the entrance of Willow Creek Town, it was very different from yesterday at this moment. The town of Willow Creek is now bursting with life, and the streets are crowded with people above. Very different from the bloody scenes of yesterday's massacre. Mo Qingyu had revived the people of Willow Stream Town, which was a way of repaying the favor they had done to him. Just as he wanted to go buy a few steamed buns, a voice suddenly came. Lad, where are you going? Do you need any help? The one who spoke was an older woman. Mo Qingyu recognized her, but she didn't recognize him. Mo Qingyu smiled at the corner of her mouth. Thank you for your kind words, but no need. After saying that, Mo Qingyu left. The older woman looked at Mo Qingyu's figure somewhat strangely. How come I haven't seen it before? And Mo Qingyu didn't look like she was blind at all with her unimpeded appearance along the way. But the older woman didn't care so much. Selling steamed buns, delicious and fragrant steamed buns. Don't miss it if you walk by. Hearing the familiar yelling, Mo Qingyu's mouth smiled lightly. He arrived in front of Li Yuanjing's steamed bun store. Boss, 2 steamed buns. Li Yuanjing froze for a second after seeing that Mo Qingyu was blind. He then loaded Mo Qingyu's steamed buns and gave them to him. Here, your buns. It turned out that after Li Yuanjing saw Mo Qingyu's appearance, he always felt a sense of familiarity within him. But again, it was kind of hard to tell, and he didn't know why he felt that way. After Mo Qingyu received the steamed buns, he threw a money bag in his hand to Li Yuanjing. No need to look. Li Yuanjing opened the inside of the bag and found that there were actually 10 taels of silver inside. He looked at the money bag in his hand in shock. You know that 1 tael of silver is equal to 1,000 pennies, and it only costs 10 cents to buy a steamed bun. He raised his head to look for Mo Qingyu, but in the few seconds he froze. Mo Qingyu disappeared into the crowd. What Li Yuanjing didn't notice was that the aura on top of the money bag directly entered inside their family's body. At this moment, Mo Qingyu, who had disappeared into the crowd, was heading towards the entrance of Willow Stream Town. Along the way, he also heard the voices of the stall owner and the owner's wife snickering earlier. Mo Qingyu's mouth smiled happily. Then, in the midst of the crowd, he walked silently to the entrance of the town. He turned his head to look at Li Yuanjing in the sea of people. Goodbye, brother Li. He spoke in a thin voice. He's leaving Willow Creek. He wanted to get out and see the outside, to try the food out there, to travel the world, wanted to see a different world, experience a different life, to realize what he didn't understand. This was not only what he once thought as a child, but also what Li Yuanjing once thought. Let's go, Willow Creek. With that, he took one step at a time and left Willow Creek, which had been with him for 20 years. This goodbye may be with forever. To this point, Mo Qingyu embarked on a journey to travel the world. Chapter 5, The Inn Fiasco. After leaving Willow Stream Town, Mo Qingyu traveled to Smoky Rain City, one of the 5 major cities in the Divine Continent. Before heading to Smoky Rain City, Mo Qingyu first changed into a neat white outfit. Then it began to slowly make its way to Smoky City. On the way to Smoky Rain City, it had been uneventful, until he came to an inn. This inn is different from others. Most of the other people's inns were opened inside the city, but this inn was opened on top of a small hill. This inn was also a stopping point for traveling to or leaving Smoky Rain City. Allows for a good night's rest and a good meal. Mo Qingyu came to the entrance of this inn and looked at the name of the inn. Red Feather Inn. Once inside, the shopkeeper knew there was business when he saw someone enter. Going forward, he warmly greeted Mo Qingyu. Guest, come sit over here. He greeted Mo Qingyu and went to sit on top of a seat. Without waiting for him to bring Mo Qingyu over, Mo Qingyu's own walked to the top of the location that the shopkeeper had said. This location is more to the right inside the corner, but you can see the view out of the window. That store assistant knew that the person in front of him was definitely not as simple as an ordinary blind man when he saw Mo Qingyu's behavior. He hurriedly and enthusiastically walked next to Mo Qingyu and asked him, "May I ask if the guest is housing, or eating dishes?" Mo Qingyu replied, "Eat? What noodles do you recommend here?" The store assistant replied heatedly, "There are many noodles on my side. Yangchun noodles, scallion noodles. Before the shopkeeper could continue, Mo Qingyu interrupted him. Just give me a bowl of scallion noodles. Mo Qingyu was also observing the inn as she waited for her meal. There weren't many people at this inn, just the owner, the shopkeeper, and the back kitchen. It adds up to a total of 3. But Mo Qingyu noticed the difference in the innkeeper. Although the owner was an older man, his body was full of aura inside. First level of the profound realm? That's right. After all, if you dare to open an inn on top of a mountain, how would you dare to do so without some strength or backstage? After leaving Willow Stream Town, Mo Qingyu knew to the cultivation system of this world. They were the Forging Body Realm, the Opening Yuan Realm, the Hidden Yuan Realm, the Abstruse Realm, the Yao Guang Realm, the Yu Hong Realm, the Tian Quan Realm, the Tian Gui Realm, the Tian Xian Realm, and the Tian Shu Realm. Each realm is divided into 1 to 9 levels. And just as Mo Qingyu waited for the face, another man and a woman had arrived at the inn. The male was dressed in blue, while the female was pink and white, and the duo had a golden claw carved into the top of their clothes. These two were wearing very similar matching outfits and looked like they were from a certain power. Senior Lu, how much longer do you think it will take to reach Smoky Rain City? Don't worry, you'll be there soon after this inn. The pair is named Lu Gung and Xinjing. When that boss saw Lu Gung and Xinjing, he suddenly got up to greet them with a smile on his face. What would you two like to order? The man in blue said. Just the signature dish. Boss, okay. Mo Qingyu silently listened to them from the sidelines. He then said that the words on the sign above the door looked familiar. There were 4 clans in the Divine Continent. One of them was named the Red Feather Sect. As for the pair, there was no need to say much. They were naturally from the Red Feather Sect, and Lu Gung also noticed Mo Qingyu. After all, they were the only 2 groups inside the store. But he didn't care too much. After all, who was fine with caring about a blind man? Here, guessed your noodles. Mo Qingyu nodded slightly. Thank you. After saying that, he picked up the chopsticks on the side and started to eat the noodles. Just when he hadn't been eating for long, another group of people came outside the inn. Only this one looked a little different. Their faces were very grim. The 4 men outside the door kicked the door of the inn open. This action caught the attention of Lu Gung and Xinjing. The innkeeper also frowned slightly. He knew that someone had come to screw things up. After those 4 people entered the door, they put their attention on the duo of Lu Gung. Jia. The Red Feather Sex people were finally stumbled upon by me. Ha ha, brother Shen. Don't kill that female first in a while. Let the brothers enjoy it first. When Lu Gung and Xinjing heard this, their faces began to become heavy, because the people in front of him seemed to have a grudge against the Red Feather Sect as well, and the one leading the way had a higher realm than him. It even towered over everyone else in the room. No wonder the other party dared to come to the provocation openly. The head of the opposite side was at the 5th level of the Profound Realm, while he was at the 3rd level of the Profound Realm. I don't know. Your Excellency is prejudiced against our Red Feather Sect, Lu Gung replied with a feigned calmness. At this moment, the innkeeper was silently hiding under the counter. Just kidding. The opposite side is the person who came to kill the Red Feather Sect. If he is also involved in it, then he shall not turn into crumbs. As for calling someone, don't even think about it. He just gave a little protection money to the Red Feather Sect and then used to use his name. Other bigots won't come to his aid for that. Hearing Lu Gung's inquiry, those 4 people didn't answer at all. Humph, who cares who you are? Since you people from the Red Feather Sect are robbing our home base, what else is there to say? Take your life. The 4 instantly took out their knives and rushed forward. Killing a dependable one like this is all about being quick, lest it be time to beat up the little ones and then come the old ones. And Lu Gung and Xinjing also hurriedly took out the weapons given to them to deal with it. Hissy. Just as the 2 were about to exchange blows, a sound interrupted them. It turned out that the sound was the sound of Mo Qingyu shivering. Seeing that there was still a blind man here, the leader surnamed Shin swung a knife towards Mo Qingyu without saying a word. However, the sword chi that was swung out slowly disappeared as it approached Mo Qingyu. Before a few people could think anything, Mo Qingyu slowly spoke. Hasn't anyone ever told you to be quiet when others are eating? After saying that, Mo Qingyu unhurriedly picked up one of the chopsticks in her hand. Turning around, he flicked a wave in the direction of the 4. A sword chi that spanned the sky burst out. The 4 of them still didn't know what was happening, and they didn't even see the sword chi. Their own heads were on the ground. Most importantly, this white sword chi didn't stop after killing the 4 people. Instead, they rushed out of the inn and headed straight for the clouds. It began to span the entire Divine Continent, and finally the entire Divine Continent was covered before slowly dissipating away. At this moment, above the skies of the entire Divine Continent, cultivators felt a white sword chi so powerful that it could not be resisted flying by. This sword chi made the 3 major forces stationed in Divine Prefecture and the 4 major sects in Divine Prefecture and so on. The faces of the top combatants from all the forces became incomparably heavy because of this sword chi. Even the only heavenly pivot realm and the divine continent headquarters had come out of seclusion. A sword chi that even the heavenly pivot realm can't resist. I didn't think that this world would change drastically after I've only been in seclusion for a few years. At this moment, on Mo Qingyu's side, after he killed the four, he continued to sit over there and eat noodles quietly. It was as if nothing that had just happened had anything to do with him. The rest of the people inside the inn were too scared to speak, especially Lu Geng and Xinjing. That sword just now was of a caliber only found in the heavenly pivot realm. Marred. This deep forest actually managed to encounter the heavenly pivot realm. Lu Geng thought internally. He was fortunate enough to have seen that heavenly pivot realm from the divine continent strike once. That was why he was able to determine that Mo Qingyu was in the heavenly pivot realm. One must know that before this, the heavenly pivot realm only had one in the entire divine continent. According to his master's father, there were no more than 6 heavenly pivot realms in the present-day Tianyuan continent. As a result, one suddenly appeared in front of him now. And you say he was harmed or not? What Lu Geng didn't know was that the heavenly pivot realm needed all its strength to swing this sword, and Mo Qingyu just waved it with one chopstick. After Mo Qingyu finished the noodles, she looked at Lu Geng and Xinjing beside her. The entire duo began to tremble when they were given such a look by Mo Qingyu, fearing that Mo Qingyu would be unhappy and kill them. Why? You too? Mo Qingyu asked Lu Geng and the two of them. Chapter 6, The City of Smoke and Rain. After the two of them, Lu Geng and Xinjing, exchanged glances. They slightly lowered their bodies and walked next to Mo Qingyu. It's fine, we're here to thank Senior Sword Immortal for saving us. Lu Geng carefully answered Mo Qingyu's question. Mo Qingyu looked at Lu Geng, who was about 10 years older than herself. He always felt that it was a bit strange for someone older than him to call himself a senior. He didn't stop it though. After all, he'd probably be doing this a lot in the future, so it was good to get used to it now. I only killed them because they messed with me. I had no intention of saving you guys, so no need to thank me. Lu Geng lowered his head to Mo Qingyu. Be that as it may, Senior did save us in an invisible way, and we are grateful. Mo Qingyu waved her hand and looked at the somewhat pale faces of the two. Since you're all fine now, why do you look so pale? Lu Geng, Xinjing, would you like to guess why we look bad? But the duo didn't dare to say more. The more you say at this point, the more likely you are to offend. Well, I still have to go to Smoky City. Let's go. The two were relieved to hear that Mo Qingyu was leaving. Standing with people at the world ceiling level is so damn stressful to be around. But Mo Qingyu, who had just taken a few steps, suddenly turned back to look at Lu Geng and the two of them. I don't seem to know where the road to Smoky City is. Can you guys take me with you? I just heard that you guys are also going to Smoke and Rain City. So bring me along, so that I, a blind man, can take care of myself. Lu Geng and Xinjing, do you want to hear what you are saying? Can we not know if you are truly blind or not? Mo Qingyu didn't care about this, only to see a friendly smile on the corner of his mouth after he finished. He must know where Smoky City is, except that it's too boring to be alone. Simply, he set off with the duo and had someone to talk with on the way. Don't worry, I'm not that big of a fighter. You guys don't have to be so nervous, Mo Qingyu said to the duo with his hands spread out. The two had no choice but to agree to Mo Qingyu's request. After all, theirs had to go to Smoky City as well. Definitely not from the heart. That's fine, let's go. Mo Qingyu's mouth smiled happily. Afterwards, the three of them left the Red Feather Inn. Together, they traveled to Smoke and Rain City. Originally, Mo Qingyu's plan was to go in a carriage, but Lu Geng and Xinjing said that they had to rush to Smoky Rain City because someone was meeting them there. There was nothing else to do, so Mo Qingyu had no choice but to follow the two of them as they flew along in the sky above. On the road, Lu Geng and Xinjing were flying with their swords, but their flying speed was not fast. Mo Qingyu, on the other hand, was flying through the air. A few people chatted on the way. By the way, I don't know what your names are yet. Mo Qingyu asked the duo for their names. Late Lu Geng, late generation Xinjing. Mo Qingyu nodded. Mo Qingyu. Inside the next few moments, Mo Qingyu was chatting with the duo. This made Lu Geng and Xinjing start to begin to have a change of heart towards Mo Qingyu. Mo Qingyu was indeed as he had just said in his mouth, without the stance of a big shot. Instead, it's like an ordinary civilian. If it wasn't for that sword, the Lu Geng duo might have really thought that Mo Qingyu was an ordinary person. Although Mo Qingyu didn't have any big frame, the duo still treated Mo Qingyu with great respect. After all, there should be less respect. It didn't take long for the three of them to arrive at the entrance of Smoky Rain City. After the three of them landed, Lu Geng and Xinjing could enter directly. Mo Qingyu, on the other hand, paid the guards at the city gates 1 or 2 silver and registered her personal information before she entered the city without any problems. Entering inside Smoke and Rain City, Mo Qingyu saw the most intuitive difference between Smoke and Rain City and Willow Stream Town. Most of the people here are scantily clad. The streets are surrounded by a variety of stores and inns. This was Mo Qingyu's first time entering the city. He looked around at everything that was so prosperous and glorious, very different from the poor economy of Willow Creek. Lu Gung and Xinjing looked at their eldest senior brother who was not far away. The two of them said to Mo Qingyu, "Senior, the two of us will leave first." "Right, we'll leave Senior alone. The person who will receive us is nearby." Mo Qingyu didn't say anything after hearing this, but nodded. Good. Then Mo Qingyu left on his own. He wanted to try the food inside the Smoky Rain City and wanted to see something that was not available in Willow Stream Town. At this time, Lu Gung and Xinjing came next to their big brother. That senior brother asked Lu Gung, "Hey, senior brother Lu Gung, who was that blind man just now, and how come you guys came together?" Hearing his own senior brother shouting blind, Lu Gung was quick to cover his own senior brother's mouth, eyes looking at Xinjing next to him, winking frantically in a gesture. After Xinjing understood Lu Gung's meaning, she came to the side of her eldest senior brother and said to him, "He's the one who swung that sword chi in the morning." That senior brother stared at the duo of Xinjing and Lu Gung with wide eyes. Incredulously, Lu Gung also put his hand down. "So, I was just calling someone from the heavenly pivot realm blind?" The thought of it made him stand up a little. It began to slowly fall backwards. Lu Gung and Xinjing instantly lifted up their own eldest senior brother. Xinjing hurriedly asked, "Are you alright, eldest senior brother?" That senior brother, at the moment, his back was covered in cold sweat and his face was a little pale. "If you hadn't stopped me just now, something would have really happened to me." He shuddered. "By the way, how did you guys meet?" Hearing eldest brother's inquiry, Lu Gung and Xinjing recounted what happened in the early morning. "It's good that you guys are fine. This group of people is really wanton. Isn't it just robbing their home base? And I didn't kill them. As far as that's concerned, Lu Gung and Xinjing, did you rob someone else's family? Alright, let's find a place to settle down in Smoke and Rain City first. I've poked around and found out that there's a secret realm in Wuji City." Okay. And at this moment, Mo Qingyu walked above the street little by little, sensing the conversation of Lu Gung's several people. He smiled. It didn't matter if other people knew or didn't know about his strength, said or didn't say. After all, no one in the world could influence him. Those who affect him can be directly cut down with a single sword. "Go see what's good or fun," Mo Qingyu muttered at the corner of her mouth. On top of the street, there were always strange eyes looking towards Mo Qingyu. They saw that Mo Qingyu was dressed in ordinary clothes and was blind. That's why some of the people here will look at him with a different eye. This different look is not pity, but superiority. Mo Qingyu didn't care so much. As long as he didn't provoke him, then everything was fine. If you mess with him, then I'm sorry. You'll just have to send them to their deaths. After all, he wasn't responsible for forgiveness, only for sending them to heaven or hell. Just as he was wandering above the street in boredom, a strong scent wafted in and drew him in. It turned out to be the aroma coming from a restaurant not far away. "It smells so good. Let's go to this one." After deciding, Mo Qingyu quickly arrived at the entrance of this restaurant. At the moment, the inside of the restaurant was filled with people. When they saw Mo Qingyu standing in the doorway, they didn't say anything and just looked twice. Afterward, the junior inside the store saw Mo Qingyu standing at the door and pulled him into a seat. Mo Qingyu waved his hand and found himself a seat. It was this move that drew the attention of a few people. The store assistant was also a bit surprised, but didn't care so much. Everyone is a guest. This is the rule of their hotel. What would you like to order? "Sir," Mo Qingyu spoke, "all the signature dishes come with one serving." "Okay, there is something else?" the store assistant asked. Mo Qingyu shook her head. The shopkeeper then handed the menu in his hand to the man in the back kitchen. Mo Qingyu, on the other hand, was sitting quietly by herself, waiting for the food to be served. Chapter 7, Renting a Room. Just as Mo Qingyu was quietly waiting, something discussed at the next table caught Mo Qingyu's attention. "Hey, have you guys heard about it? Recently the Red Feather sect seems to be opening an excursion. That the whole day can go on an excursion. The key is still free. I heard about it. How they're all of a sudden getting into this. Stupid. Don't you understand this? When others see what the Red Feather sect looks like when it's powerful, it will attract more people to the Red Feather sect. But aren't they afraid of being sneaked up on by someone else if they're doing this? You should know that the Red Feather sect has already formed quite a few feuds with the Thousand Shadows societies. Yeah, that's why I now suspect that the most important purpose of this excursion will be to attract the Thousand Shadows society to come and then defeat them in front of everyone. It protects the general population and allows them to feel safe in the Red Feather sect, but also allows people to feel the power of the Red Feather sect. In that case, fame and strength go straight to the double. It's just that the Thousand Shadows Society might also be aware of the Red Feather sect's purpose, so it's up to the forces on both sides to see how they'll fight when the time comes. As Mo Qingyu listened to their conversation, he remembered that the Lu Gung duo from before were from the Red Feather sect. Since there are excursions and sightseeing opportunities, it's natural to check them out. As for the Thousand Shadows Society, Mo Qingyu had heard others say that it was one of the 3 major underground forces stationed in the Divine Continent. There were strongholds all over the Tianyuan continent, and no one knew where the headquarters were. It's mainly responsible for assassinations of all kinds, as long as enough benefits are paid. Thousand Shadows Society? It's a bit interesting, not belonging to any party and forming its own faction, specializes in assassinations, and only takes assassination orders. Mo Qingyu muttered silently. The conflict between the Thousand Shadows Society and the Red Feather Sect had nothing to do with him. If he really fought with the Red Feather Sect, then his first choice would be to eat melon. Wouldn't it be nice to be a quiet passerby and watch them fight? One is the Thousand Shadows Society, one of the 3 major underground powers. One was the Red Feather Sect, one of the 4 great sects of the Divine Continent. If it comes down to it, the fights on both sides are absolutely amazing. That's why quiet melon eating is the best. Of course, if any side is unfortunate enough to piss him off, then he'll exterminate that side. Come, guest, our restaurant's recruitment dish is here. Just as Mo Qingyu was out of his mind thinking about this, the store assistant brought his meal up. Looking at the table full of food, Mo Qingyu picked up her chopsticks and enjoyed herself. And when the innkeeper came out from behind the counter, he also saw Mo Qingyu. He looked at Mo Qingyu's table of signature dishes and didn't say anything. You know that if you eat bully food in Smoky City, you don't even need him to say anything. The government side will naturally step in. So he wasn't worried that Mo Qingyu would eat the bully's dinner. Mo Qingyu didn't care what this boss thought. He only had one purpose now. That's eat. Just do it and be done with it. After framing a meal, Mo Qingyu contentedly touched his stomach. It's so comforting. It's not bad for a signature dish. It just smells good. After enjoying herself, Mo Qingyu got up and headed towards the counter. Boss, how much? Mo Qingyu asked. The owner of the restaurant flashed a professional smile. Guest, a total of 20 taels of silver. Mo Qingyu directly took 2 spirit stones out from inside her pocket. That innkeeper's entire body was shocked when he saw the spirit stones. Spirit stones are not useful for ordinary people who can't refine them, but for practitioners that's a different story. That's why spirit stones are the most valuable in a city with a large number of cultivators. There's no need to look for it, Mo Qingyu said flatly. Then the restaurant owner's entire expression changed when he heard it. It went from a professional smile to a genuine one. Hey, welcome, sir, come again next time you come we give you a 50% discount The restaurant owner spoke loudly behind Mo Qingyu. The technique of changing spirit stones was something he had learned without a teacher. Just like what Mo Qingyu had said in the other world, he is now able to do things that no one else can do. Mo Qingyu, after leaving the restaurant, started looking for a place to stay. Either that or go rent a house and stay there. It's decided. Mo Qingyu thought silently inwardly. After deciding, Mo Qingyu arrived at a courtyard house. This quadrangle was not too big or too small, and it was perfect for him to live in. At the door of this courtyard, Mo Qingyu knocked on the door. With a creak, the door to the quadrangle of rooms opened. The person who greeted him was a middle-aged man who first looked Mo Qingyu up and down. In a flat voice, he asked, "Something wrong?" Mo Qingyu nodded. "Rent." Afterwards, 2 spirit stones came out in the air. That middle-aged man saw Mo Qingyu's means, and the shining spirit stones in his hand. A smile filled his face. Senior inside please. Come. Just now much offense. The corner of Mo Qingyu's mouth also twitched slightly as she looked at the speed of this divine face change. After Mo Qingyu entered, he looked at this middle-aged man beside him who had the word happy written all over his face. I still like it when you're untamed and you recover. When the middle-aged man heard this, his face changed back to a very casual look. Everyone in this town is really a master of disguise. Mo Qingyu's inside spat. Of course, he knew exactly why the change of face was happening, but it was time to spit a couple of words. After entering the bedroom, that middle-aged man's face was very casual and plain. However, his body was very honest in inviting Mo Qingyu to take a seat. After sitting down, he got up to pour Mo Qingyu a cup of tea. How long do you want to stay? Mo Qingyu picked up the cup of tea and raised his head to drink it in one go. Not long, 10 days and half a month in this part of Smoky City and then I'll leave. The lease isn't necessary either. That middle-aged man also nodded happily after hearing that. He then added to Mo Qingyu, then for these next few days do you want little to find someone to cook for you, or perhaps do something else? Mo Qingyu replied with a clear and cold mouth. No, don't bother me for a few days while I'm housing. I don't like interruptions. Fine. Put a million hearts. I definitely won't come to disturb your rest. Guest. Mo Qingyu waved his hand, signaling for the middle-aged man to step back. If you need me, I'm at your disposal. Mo Qingyu shook her head helplessly. These days it really is true that money makes the devil work. After the middle-aged man left, Yu looked inside the courtyard. The entire quadrangle was wrapped in a slight opening of divine sense. Then, a white flash bloomed inside the quadrangle. When the white light disappeared, the entire quadrangle became spotless. Now that you've cleaned up, go take a nap in peace next. Yu came inside the bedroom house and refreshed the quilt, lying comfortably in bed, enjoying this quiet and peaceful nap time. Chapter 8, The Moonlight Mansion. Aha, that was a nice nap, Yu said with a yawn. After rubbing his eyes, he got up and put his clothes back on, getting ready to go out and see what's out there. The Red Feather Sex Tour wouldn't start until a few days later. Until then he was going to go somewhere else and see what was interesting. After taking the wooden staff next to the bed, he went to the door and pushed it open to the street above. On top of the street, some of the people saw Yu dressed in ordinary clothes with a piece of black fabric above her eyes. There was a slight surprise in their looks. After all, a blind man could actually afford to live in a four-roomed house. It also sidesteps the fact that this blind man is definitely not ordinary. This part of the world thought inwardly. Yu ignored it and silently wandered above the streets. Hey, brother, don't get in the way. An urgent voice came from behind Yu. Before Yu could say anything, the person behind him rammed straight into Yu's side. Yu smiled at the corner of her mouth before she was knocked to the ground. Before that officer could turn around to look at Yu, he said with some dissatisfaction, "No, don't you look at the road. Stand in the middle of the road stall." Just as he turned back, the words cut off. The reason was that he saw that Yu was a blind man. He looked around at the eyes of the people around him and coughed slightly. He carefully came to Yu's side and helped her up. Before he could say anything, Yu said to him with a grateful smile, "I'm sorry for being in your way, but thank you for helping me up." That man's entire face changed when he heard that. Mud, what did he just do? He's damned if he's going to run over a blind man and then cuss him out. Instead of being angry, others thanked him. Ooh, he's so damned. Yu, on the other hand, had a sneaky smile at the corner of her mouth where this man didn't see it. After Yu patted the ash off her body, she asked the man, "Dude, what are you running so fast for? What's the emergency?" The man answered Yu, "It's not that big of a deal. It's mainly because the flower leader of the Moongreen Mansion will be performing soon." Speaking of which, that man was also panicked and ready to run towards the Moongreen Mansion. "So what, bro? I'll go first. Moon Greenhouse is still waiting for me, and I won't be able to get in when it gets crowded later." After saying that, the man ran away in a huff. Yu silently listened to what he said as he rubbed his chin. "Moon Greenhouse? I haven't been to such a place yet, and I don't know how the music inside is." "Go and listen to it? Then go and listen," Yu said as she asked herself. Clattering sound. The sound of a wooden staff clicking on the ground was resounding. It wasn't long before Yu arrived at the entrance of Moongreen Mansion. At this moment, the people of the Moongreen Mansion had slowly begun to multiply. Looks like a lot of people came for that flower girl, Yu thought inwardly. Yu first lined up at the door for a while, and when it was his turn, the woman at the door was clearly a bit confused. She hadn't expected any blind people to actually come here, but who cares who he is, as long as the money is fine. Anyway, come here is not to want to do that. 5 taels of silver to get in, the woman said in a casual tone. Yu took out 5 taels of silver from inside the pocket of his clothes. After that woman received it, Yu also officially entered inside the Moongreen Mansion. After he opened his divine sense and swept around the people of Moongreen Mansion, a smile quietly appeared at the corner of his mouth. A trap to attract people over? After saying that, Yu looked back at a few sharp-eyed youths at the door. They don't have the eyes of the common folk. Yu knew that they were officials, because when the divine sense swept over them, it was discovered that they had official tokens on them. It's just that they're hiding it. Interesting, now we can watch a good show. Yu smiled. What's not to like when you have melons to eat and drama to watch? Upon entering, he was greeted by a woman in her mid-40s. She watched Yu come in and then asked without moving as she sized up Yu. "Sir, would you like to eat first, or housing first?" Yu looked up at the tables above the second floor. He replied with a flat expression. "I just want to listen to the music in peace, so just sit on top of the dining room table on the second floor." That middle-aged woman changed her flat expression when she saw Yu's behavior. She smiled at Yu. "Alright guests, second floor please. You too, show the guests to their seats." She greeted the two women and led Yu to the second floor to be seated. Just kidding, she's not stupid. Yu didn't appear to have any spiritual power, yet she was able to perceive things around her. Of course, in her eyes Yu couldn't stop their plans. Yu, who came to the second floor, asked the two women next to her for some tea and snacks. The two of them were then told to leave without being accompanied. He doesn't like interruptions. After about half an hour or so, the Moongreen building was also filled with people. The table next to Mo Qingyu also had a very familiar person sitting at it, and this person was the one who knocked down Mo Qingyu. What a coincidence. Mo Qingyu greeted this passerby. Yeah, ha ha ha. 10,000 straw horses flew by inside that man. Martyr, what luck he has, to meet this blind man again. It's really unlucky. He did not want to meet Mo Qingyu at all, because every time he saw Mo Qingyu, he felt guilty inside. Cam, quiet please. With a loud voice, the crowd of Moon Green Mansion looked toward the center of the first floor. Only the woman in the center of the first floor said, "Welcome everyone, welcome to our Moon Green Mansion. Our main event today is the performance of flower leader Wei Miaoying. She's going to give a wonderful song and dance performance." Speaking of which, the entire crowd of Moon Green Mansion went wild. Mo Qingyu even heard some extremely perverted sounds. Aha, Myrtle, I'm going to be your dog. Want to lick Myrtle's feet? Holy, bro, do you have such heavy tastes? And what if the myriad flower girl licks you? Pack licked ya. Ha 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 ha. Mo Qingyu. City people play with flowers. After a few minutes, Wei Miaoying also came out from inside the room directly opposite the door on the second floor. As soon as it came out, it drew overwhelming cheers. Only what people didn't see was the greed in Wei Miaoying's eyes. What a bunch of stupid humans. I hope I'll still be this happy when I suck up all your essence blood later. Listening to Wei Miaoying's heartfelt words, Mo Qingyu polished the ceramic cup in his hand with his hand. He looked over to the official side of the room. As expected, when the four people on the government side saw Wei Miaoying, their entire being started to become murderous. It was only well concealed, but it couldn't be hidden from Mo Qingyu. Well, let my slave properly dedicate a song to all of you officials today. Incidentally, the person with the highest reward gets to own the slave for a night. Wei Miaoying lifted her own clothes and said with a seductive voice. Hearing this, those losers from the Moon Green Mansion shouted the word reward frantically as if they didn't want money. But the only people who knew were Mo Qingyu, the officials and the women of Moon Greenhouse. The fun is just beginning. Chapter 9, A Battle Between Two Sides. The protagonist eats melon. After saying her opening remarks, Wei Miaoying began to pull her clothes down. Gradually her majestic peaks were revealed. This caused the crowd at the Moon Green Mansion to begin to gradually go crazy. The corners of Wei Miaoying's mouth hooked up as she slowly danced. Her dance moves were extremely seductive, coupled with her already beautiful features. This caused the crowd to start rewarding like crazy. It was to be able to have a spring night with Wei Miaoying, and without realizing it, the crowd was gradually getting a little less clear-headed. Mo Qingyu, on the other hand, sniffed the air with her nose. It then dawned on them that they had put a mind-altering seductive incense in the air. This spice is extremely seductive, and when inhaled, it can start to create confusion in the mind. If too much of it is ingested, it can simply cause a person to lose the ability to think for themselves and be left to their own devices. The only way to avoid it was to be a Jade Balance Realm and Jade Balance Realm or above cultivator, or to take the antidote in advance. And the only cultivator of the Jade Balance Realm was now the Lord of Smoky Rain City. After the officials noticed the presence of the charming incense, straight to war. Bongs bang. The four men from the government brought up their knives and swords to slash at Wei Miaoying. Wei Miaoying smiled seductively at the corner of her mouth, revealing her fox tail and ears. It was easy to dodge the attacks of the four. The four's attack involved the Moon Green building, but the floor remained intact. When the people of Moon Green Mansion saw the fight occurring, they all began to ask in disbelief one after another. What's going on? What's the fight coming? I don't know. All of a sudden someone just hacked away at the myriad flower girl. What? Before the people from the Moon Green Mansion could say anything, the four people from the government stood in front of Wei Miaoying. The official uniformed leader's voice was loud and clear as he explained to the crowd at Moon Greenhouse. Everyone go. We're from the government. Wei Miaoying isn't some flower girl. She's a fox demon. The air is also filled with poisonous charm incense. Hurry up and leave. When the crowd heard this and sniffed with their noses, they instantly turned white and started to get scared inside. Come on. My Miaoying is actually a fox demon. But that's okay. I don't mind. No, bro you. The head of the government looked at Wei Miaoying in front of him with a disdainful mocking expression. After investigating you guys for so long, you've finally shown your true colors. A bunch of dead foxes. It turns out that just half a month ago, there was something strange about the Moon Green building when it was first built, because from that time onwards, people would always go missing in Smoky City for no apparent reason. And the missing people all have one thing in common, they've been to Moon Greenhouse. Just as the two sides were confronting each other, the people of the Moon Green Mansion began to be in chaos as they realized that they couldn't get out of the entrance of the Moon Green Mansion at all. The Moon Green Mansion was set up with a boundary. The officials' brow furrowed in darkness. It was no wonder that when their attacks rippled through the Moon Green Mansion, the surrounding walls did not suffer the slightest damage. It turns out that the boundary was set up in advance. The most crucial thing was that they couldn't contact the people outside anymore. It seemed that the opposite side knew that the city lord was not in the city. trying to catch them all in one fell swoop here. TCH, it's true that foxes are really cunning, the official leader thought inwardly, looking around at the mess. Now that's a tough one. The four of them had originally thought that the mastermind of the Moongreen Mansion was at most in the profound Ming realm, but they hadn't expected that it was actually in the second level of the Yaoguan realm. Luckily the head of the official government was also in the Yaoguang realm, only that he had just stepped into the first level not long ago. Most of the people in the Moongreen Mansion screamed in fear after realizing that they might die. I want to go home. Let me out. I want to go home. Mom and Dad. I was wrong. I'll never come to play in a place like this again. Woo woo woo. Help. Help. Listening to the desperate voices of the people around her, the smile on Wei Miaoyin's face gradually let loose. Sisters, together, let's suck the essence blood out of everyone. When the women of the Moongreen Mansion heard Wei Miaoyin's order, all of them turned into vixens, started sucking the essence blood of these people little by little. The official's face became very ugly when he saw it. It was because some of those present were the sons of the dignitaries of Smoky Rain City. It would be bad if they died. As for ordinary people, if they die, they die. No big deal. The world is so realistic. You think the government is there to protect you. In fact, the officials are trying to maintain order in the Smoky City. You guys go protect all the males. I'll hold this fox demon. The leader of the officialdom transmitted his voice to a few people around him. The remaining three nodded and all spread out. Just leave the official head of the government there. Humph. It's either you or me today. The head of the government angrily rebuked Wei Miaoyin. Wei Miaoyin didn't care about his words as her hands began to gather spiritual energy. In just a blink of an eye, she was behind the official leader. A punch to his back. The official leader also reacted instantly, stomping forward and swinging his left leg behind him instantly. In the first exchange, both of them knocked each other back, but Wei Miaoyin only slightly retreated. Instead, he stepped back more than 10 meters. The difference in their strength can be seen in this sparring session. The head of the government gave his great sword out from his waist. Eyes narrowed slightly. The sound of a sword being drawn stood out at the moment. Swoosh! The Big Dipper was swinging out. Looking at the oncoming sword dangles, Wei Miaoyin unhurriedly changed into her own weapon. It was a golden lance. She easily avoided the sword astral that the official leader released. Taking advantage of the gap on his attack, the tip of his foot slightly pointed to the ground, and the lance whistled out. The sound of the wind whistling past kept blowing in the ears of the official uniformed leader. Under Wei Miaoyin's continuous attacks, he could only flee in a sorry state. It couldn't be helped. He didn't dare to use his full strength or he would hurt those people by mistake. The fight between the two grew faster and faster, as Wei Miaoyin threw her golden lance in the direction of the official leader. She, too, disappeared from the sight of the official chief. Looking at the lance about to strike, the official leader knew that there was no way out. He could only use his full strength to resist now, or he'll die here too. If he dies, then everyone will die here too, and the fox demon will run away. He roared, his breath instantly exploding. He used out his strongest sword technique, Swimming Dragon Chop. His entire person transformed into a ball of chimera and disappeared, swinging his blade at the oncoming lance at various angles. The last time he appeared was in the air, his body slightly lowered as he looked at the dazzling golden lance. He swung a blade with his full strength, and that's what he did in a breath, along with the overbearing to the extreme blade aura and the lance that pierced through the clouds and broke the sun. The two touched together, sending out a violent aftershock. Most of the people in the Moongreen Mansion were crushed alive into a puddle of blood by the pressure brought about by this aftermath. The three people who were traveling with the official leader also used their protective spells and did their best to fend off the aftershocks. The fox demons, on the other hand, were unharmed, and a golden aura emanated from them. All the aftershocks of the battle were blocked by the aperture. As for Mo Qingyu, at this moment, Mo Qingyu leisurely crossed her legs and watched both of them in a firefight. In the process, he doesn't forget to take snacks and tea to go with it. Very cozy, Mo Qingyu muttered in a slurred voice as she ate a pastry inside her mouth. Yeah, cut her, stab him. Watching the two of them fight, Mo Qingyu smiled happily. It was wonderful. Sure enough, watching someone else fight is different, because he fights just second to the sky and the air, so it's still nice to see others like this, with back and forth battles. Chapter 10, Lord of the City of Smoke and Rain. Just when Mo Qingyu was feeling wonderful, the official leader slowly fell into the wind, with one of Wei Miaoyin's phantoms having fooled him. The lance plunged straight up against the official leader's shoulder. The official leader ate the lance and forced himself to back away from the pain. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The blood above the official leader's shoulder was trickling down. He was still breathing heavily from his mouth. The corners of Mo Qingyu's mouth pouted as he rested his chin on one hand. I haven't seen enough yet, but it's about to end. Humph. The official leader snorted coldly with a pale face. All three of you protect the males of each family for me. The three who were traveling with him had also suffered many injuries, but now they could only fight with their backs to the wall. He grunted loudly as the official leader barked orders to the three men traveling with him. Using all his strength, he flew towards Wei Miaoyin's side. You didn't wait for Wei Miaoyin to say anything. The head of the government smiled viciously and spoke in a low tone. Die together. The entirety of the official leader radiated light. With a bong sound, he and Wei Miaoyin disappeared in the midst of the smoke and fire of his self-explosion. And Mo Qingyu had long since left the Moon Green Mansion, because he knew the fight was over. There was no point in continuing to watch. He'd said he'd come to see the play, and since the play was over, it was only natural that he should leave. He's not going to help anyone or save anyone. It's not like these people have anything to do with him, so why should he save them? Perhaps knowing the cruelty of the world, Mo Qingyu was now turning a blind eye to all but those he thought were worth saving. It was on Mo Qingyu's way to find the noodle shop. Above Smoke and Rain City, a powerful aura suddenly attacked. The 7th level of the Jade Balance Realm? The Lord of Smoky Rain City? Mo Qingyu glanced at the old man in the sky. The old man was none other than the city lord of Smoke and Rain City, Gong Xinghai. Because of that white sword chi thing in the sky earlier, Gong Xinghai was summoned to a meeting at the Divine Continent headquarters. On his way to a meeting, he was suddenly contacted by his men. Said their man came into Moon Greenhouse and never came out, and they couldn't get in, so they suspected something was wrong. That's why he's rushing back now. Mo Qingyu yawned before continuing her search for the noodle shop. For dinner tonight he wanted noodles. Soon, Mo Qingyu arrived at a small noodle shop. He walked in on his wooden staff and looked around at the noodle shop with no one around. He called out, "Anyone?" The noodle shop owner's wife heard someone and came down from the 2nd floor. Mo Qingyu had already arrived on top of the dining table by now, and he listened to the footsteps gradually approaching him. He spoke, "Got any Yangchun noodles?" The boss's wife nodded. "Yes there is." Mo Qingyu, "Then give me a bowl." Then he pulled out a silver tael from inside his pocket. "It's face money." The boss's wife took it and said with a smile on her face, "Okay, your Yangchun noodles will come in a moment." With that, he headed to yell out to the owner of the back kitchen, "Old man, a bowl of Yangchun noodles." A voice came from the back kitchen. "Good." After ordering the noodles, Mo Qingyu's divine sense swept over Yu Qinglu, running away. It turned out that the city lord had directly broken the boundary after traveling to the Moon Green Mansion. Wei Miaoyin, who was injured by the official leader's self-detonation, knew that she did not have the ability to fight against Gong Xinghai, so she directly used the 1,000-mile talisman to escape. The fox demons that were slow to run were killed by the city lord, leaving a few for questioning. At this moment, Smoke and Rain City Lord, Gong Xinghai, was very angry, because this group of demonic beasts ran and sneaked up on him while he was having a major meeting. It also killed the children of some of his city's dignitaries, which would likely put his position as city lord at risk. You say he is angry or not, the position of the city lord is gone, and the benefits are missing by an unknown amount, and to make amends for the group of people with backgrounds behind them. After taking care of the Moon Greenhouse, Gong Xinghai returned inside the city lord's mansion and furiously asked his men to investigate. "Check. Investigate the trail of that dead fox demon for me. Any suspicious traces, report to me immediately." Gong Xinghai shouted angrily. His right-hand man is dead and he has to deal with a bunch of. Originally, that sword chi from Mo Qingyu had already caused his brain to hurt. As a result, so many things are popping up now. There was no telling how the Divine Continent headquarters would punish him when they found out in a few days. As the lord of a city, he had actually let a Yaoguan realm demonic beast sneak into the city so easily. Not only did he manage to sneak in, but he also killed so many people. If this is questioned, I'm afraid that his position as the city's lord will have to be replaced. After all, he's got several nemesis watching him, and who knows if they'll use this incident to get him to step aside. "Boss, this noodle is not bad." Mo Qingyu praised the Yangchun noodles in her hand. The owner smiled. "That's a must. We're an old favorite here." Mo Qingyu looked around at the empty seats. "Since it's old, then why am I the only one? It shouldn't be." Hearing Mo Qingyu's inquiry, the boss was puzzled for 2 moments as he frowned and looked into Mo Qingyu's eyes. After staring at it for a while they shook their heads and didn't continue to think about it. He then sighed and answered Mo Qingyu's inquiry. "Hey, customer, I don't think you're local to Smoky Rain City." Mo Qingyu nodded. The boss sat on top of the stool and talked to Mo Qingyu in detail. "Until half a month ago, my place was still hot, but after Yu Qinglu came, it changed. I inquired that the Moon Green Mansion stuff is abnormal after eating it and wants people to go back for more, which is not now. I have no guests here. The ones that still have customers are usually the bigger restaurants and inns now. A small store like mine, very few people come here. Does it get more addictive the more you eat it? Guess it's got something added to it." Mo Qingyu mumbled inwardly. "Don't worry boss, your business will be hot again starting tomorrow." Mo Qingyu said to the boss with a smile. The boss thought that Mo Qingyu was comforting him and couldn't help but smile as well. Ha ha, then I'll borrow the guest's advice. Mo Qingyu also smiled slightly as he didn't continue to say anything. We'll know everything tomorrow. But he had other things to do tomorrow. That would be the Red Feather Sect excursion, which takes place tomorrow. When the time comes, go have some fun. After finishing the noodles, Mo Qingyu got up and left. Let's go, boss. The boss smiled and replied, okay, guest will come back when he has time. Mo Qingyu nodded and then left the noodle shop. After leaving the noodle shop, Mo Qingyu walked above the street. Just after arriving at the top of the street, there were people mouthing off about the Moon Green Mansion. Hey, I heard that something seems to have happened to Moon Greenhouse. What is it? My friend told me that the Moon Greenhouse seems to have blown up. Bombed? Then won't we have no place to go from now on? Going? My ass. I also heard that a bunch of people died there. If we had gone too, we'd probably be corpses by now. Hiss, so scary. Mo Qingyu, on the other hand, walked straight in the direction of her home. Right now he has one purpose. That's going home and lying on top of a big soft bed. It is important to realize that sleep is one of the top priorities in life. What's the other big thing in life? Well, why ask? It's dinner. Of course. Chapter 11, A Visit to the Red Feather Sect. Aha! Another beautiful day. Mo Qingyu got up and stretched, muttering to himself to the wooden staff beside his bed. Let's go, old man. He picked up his wooden staff and took one step outside, coming to the top of the street. Unsurprisingly, right now, most of the people above the street were talking about the Moon Green Mansion. How did the heavenly Moon Greenhouse know? So my favorite Xiaomei is actually a fox demon. I used to tell you not to go to places like that, and look at you, not listening. Ha ha, it's also fortunate that you stopped me yesterday and didn't let me pass, or else I'd already be a corpse. Yes, who could have thought that the usually gentle and charming flower leader of the Moon Green Mansion was actually a fox demon? Even if it was a demon, it ended up wanting to suck the essence blood of people, messing up the entire Smoky Rain City. It's safe to say that most people think that way these days, but they wouldn't feel bad about it. No one is going to pity someone who wants their life, with the exception of a very few Madonna. After Mo Qingyu bought a few buns, she left Smoky Rain City. He still had to visit the Red Feather Sect today. Arriving at the main entrance of Smoke and Rain City, Mo Qingyu slowly stepped out and then disappeared into the crowd. In the process, no one around noticed him. After Mo Qingyu came to the sky, he thought carefully. This was the second time he had flown above the sky, and you can't say it was a bad feeling, especially with the constant spinning flight through the air. After playing in the air for a while, Mo Qingyu swooshed and flew straight in the direction of the Red Feather Sect. On the way to the Red Feather Sect, there were quite a few cultivators on the ground, as well as in the sky. It seems that they are all going to the Red Feather Sect, Mo Qingyu thought inwardly. It didn't take long to arrive at the entrance of the Red Feather Sect. One could only say that Red Feather was worthy of being one of the 4 great sects of the Divine Continent, even though it was said to be the weakest one. But the size of the clan is not something the city can cloak either. The size of the Red Feather Sect topped several Smoky Rain cities. Coming to the entrance of the Red Feather Sect, all the cultivators in the sky slowly descended. When he landed, he saw the towering sect gate, and there were 2 extremely grand stone statues around the entrance. 3 large, golden-colored letters were carved above the high mountain on the left. Red Feather Sect. Mo Qingyu muttered in a thin voice. Not long after Mo Qingyu stood at the door, people came from the Red Feather Sect's mountain, only to see that the visitor was dressed in a long white and blue coat. His looks were very handsome, and he had a few people standing behind him, who looked to be his followers. Hello everyone, I am a disciple of the Red Feather Sect, Lu Geng, and I am here to welcome you all. Seeing that the person who came was Lu Geng, the people around Mo Qingyu all revealed shocked expressions. Holy, I didn't expect that it would actually be Duke Lu Geng coming to greet him. That's right, we were actually able to have the Red Feather sect leader's second disciple come to greet us. Mr. Lu is handsome and strong, and he's also the second disciple of the Red Feather sect's patriarch, so I really want to marry him. Mr. Lu is mine. What are you? Lu Geng caused a lot of commotion just by showing up. Even some of the female cultivators were fighting over who would be Lu Geng's future Dao couple. Lu Geng also just smiled flatly. After all, this time it was to lure the Thousand Shadows Society into the game, so the master had directly arranged for him and his sister to take turns to receive them. The row naturally had to be full, and by the way, it also let the people who came to visit know the sincerity of the Red Feather Sect. This would also attract some talented people into the Red Feather Sect. What? You're saying that the attitude after entering the clan doesn't match the attitude before? I'm sorry. All interpretations belong to the Red Feather Sect. Alright everyone, now let's head straight to the first place of the clan square. Many of the casual cultivators and the priory crowd at the entrance replied loudly. Good, with pleasure. Lu Geng waved his hand to open the teleportation portal. directly bringing everyone inside the sect. After entering the interior of the sect, all of them were looking at the surrounding scenery and the crowd. Wow! Is this the Red Feather sect? The sect is so luxurious. The key is that there are so many hidden Yuan realms. The man who spoke was an ordinary casual cultivator who had spent more than 60 years to cultivate into the hidden Yuan realm. To know that he was already considered a very good person. How many people were unable to cultivate in their entire lives? Even if he cultivated, he could only stay at the forging realm. And now the hidden Yuan realm was like cabbage for no money in the Red Feather sect. Sure enough, the world is never short of geniuses. Lu Geng instructed the crowd with a calm demeanor. Everyone can watch the sect disciples cultivate here, but also, please just wait and see. Don't talk and don't touch. The crowd also nodded obediently. After all, those here were ordinary people or perhaps casual cultivators with low cultivation levels. The only exception was Mo Qingyu. Alright then, you can all visit on your own. You can go wherever you want. The clan has already arranged a special path for you to visit. Mo Qingyu planned to first look at the Red Feather Sect's plaza to see how they cultivated. Check out their fight by the way. Just as Mo Qingyu was watching with great interest, a faint sword light suddenly struck near Mo Qingyu. After Lu Geng sensed it, he was just about to prepare to dodge over and wave it away. As a result, Mo Qingyu was one step ahead of him and blocked the sword chi in front of him. Lu Geng looked angrily at the two disciples who were practicing against each other not far away. It turned out to be that these two disciples had accidentally released their sword chi in the direction of the crowd when they were sparring. You guys get over here and apologize. Lu Geng angrily rebuked those two disciples. He also turned around and prepared to apologize, only to turn around and see Mo Qingyu. When Mo Qingyu saw Lu Geng's eyes on him, he raised his head slightly and smiled gently at the corner of his mouth, to respond to him, but Lu Geng's heart felt differently, and alarm bells went off inside him. A cold sweat kept breaking out on his forehead, and sweat dampened his back. He gulped and slowly walked to Mo Qingyu, wanting to apologize to him. As a result, for some reason, while walking, a weak leg directly gave Mo Qingyu a knee. The crowd in the square had big question marks all over their heads when they saw this scene. It's logical to apologize to a blind man and just say a few words. Do you need to kneel? Not really, especially the visitors who were traveling with Mo Qingyu. They poked at Mo Qingyu and Lu Geng with strange eyes. Mo Qingyu ignored these looks and opened her mouth to greet Lu Geng. Hello again, why are you giving me such a big salute this time? Just as Lu Geng wanted to open his mouth, a grim voice interrupted him. Lu kid, what's going on? Lu Geng turned his head to look at the source of the voice. It was Elder Su, who was in charge of managing the square, who had come over. Lu Geng frantically signaled with his eyes for him to stay away. As a result, Elder Su thought that Mo Qingyu was bullying Lu Geng and became angry. He asked Lu Geng about it as he walked. Lu Geng, is this blind man bullying you? Lu Geng shook his head and tried to speak, only to find out how I can't open my mouth. He turned his head to look at Mo Qingyu in horror. Mo Qingyu used a cold smile to look back at him. Lu Geng, it's over. The Red Feather sect is finished today. Chapter 12, Attack of the Thousand Shadows. Lu Geng thought that if his mouth could not open his mouth, he sent a voice to Elder Su at the speed of fire. Elder Su, stay back. Elder Su froze for a moment when he heard it, and Lu Geng knew that it was still possible to transmit sound. Inside, I was thrilled to have found a life-saving pill. He's the senior I was talking about before. When Elder Su, who was running here at a fiery pace, heard these words, he slid next to Mo Qingyu with a sliding shovel. Skillfully, he took out his own handkerchief from inside his pocket, on top of Mo Qingyu's shoes, rubbing it little by little. The final wipe is clean and shiny. Only then did Elder Su raise his head as he explained to Mo Qingyu with a friendly smile. That, senior's shoes are dirty. This must not give you a rub. Ah ha 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 ha. Lu Geng, could your acting be any worse? Elder Su, if you hadn't said that earlier, you probably wouldn't have seen me anymore. It turned out that right after Lu Geng returned to the sect he told his master teacher about what happened on the way. This matter was also basically known to the senior elders of the Red Feather sect. That sword chi across the divine continent was swung by Mo Qingyu. Mo Qingyu rested the wooden staff on her own shoulders and smiled. Alright, not to tease you guys. Get up. Upon hearing this, the duo dared to get up as well. By the way, something just happened here, Elder Su asked. Mo Qingyu told everything one by one. Elder Su's heart was beating faster the more he listened. One must know that this was the heavenly pivot realm, and might even have surpassed the heavenly pivot realm. If they really messed with each other, it was estimated that the 4 great sects of the divine continent would become 3 great sects. Elder Su called that disciple over to apologize, and after that disciple bowed and apologized, Mo Qingyu also waved her hand. It wasn't like anyone else was doing it on purpose, and he didn't have much to say about it. When Elder Su saw that Mo Qingyu was not angry, the stone in his heart was completely put down. If he really messed with the other party, he wouldn't even know how to die when the time came. After finishing this matter, Mo Qingyu wanted to go somewhere else to look around. Wait, senior, we can just show you around in person. Mo Qingyu shook her head. I want to visit alone. Elder Su ended up directly kneeling down and pleading with him not to be alone. Lu Gong also stepped aside and begged him not to be alone. It couldn't be helped. They were really afraid that someone with no brains would offend this sword immortal. Mo Qingyu saw that everyone else had knelt down and felt that it didn't matter. It's all a visit anyway, and there's less to do with someone leading it. So I finally agreed. After seeing Mo Qingyu agree, Elder Su and Lu Gong were in tears. Afterward, Mo Qingyu left the clan square under a crowd of envious gazes. On the way, Lu Gong asked Mo Qingyu, where does senior want to visit? Elder Su also chimed in. Yes, wherever senior wants to go. You can just say so, and we can take you forward at any time. Anywhere? The two nodded frantically. Joking aside, if he said no, hell if he'd put his wooden staff above their necks, and then ask you, yes or no, where is the best view in your area? Elder Su hurriedly replied, it's the sect hall. Then let's go to the clan hall, Mo Qingyu said. After saying that, the three of them headed to the sect hall together. After arriving at the sect's main hall, all of the Red Feather sect's elders and patriarchs were standing neatly together. We welcomed the arrival of senior. The three elders and the patriarch bowed and arched their hands as they said in the sect's main hall. Afterwards, the patriarch stepped forward and arched his hand. Senior, I am Red Feather sect patriarch Lai Chengtian, and I'm here to thank you for the matter of saving my second disciple. Mo Qingyu waved her hand. It's just a casual thing, there's no need to thank you, and you don't have to make such a big deal out of it. I'm not used to that. Lu Gong looked at Mo Qingyu, the corners of his mouth that were wildly rising to the sky. Lu Gong. The crowd was also speechless, but no one dared to say anything. Seniors say what is what. This point of reason do not understand that still out of the mix. Mo Qingyu took one step at a time and walked to the side of the clan's main hall, where a glance could take a look at the entire Red Feather sect. What a great view from here. He turned back to the four people around him. Don't worry, I won't do anything, just let me see the scenery in peace for a while alone. Several people also left the sect hall after hearing this. He went to the clan office and told all the clan members not to offend Mo Qingyu. Mo Qingyu, on the other hand, was sitting on the floor of the sect hall. He looked up to the clouds in the sky, and he suddenly remembered what he had told his parents to say to him before. In the past, his smelly old dad always said that the scenery outside the town was very beautiful, and that he was able to see many things that could not be seen in Willow Creek Town. Back then, he thought that one day, he would go out and see it, but because of the eye problem, he gave up the idea later. Father, Mother, I've seen the world outside. It's a pity that you can't see it, that you can't see your son invincible in the world, that you can't see your son revered by the powerful. He had no way to bring his parents back to life. There are two kinds of people that Mo Qingyu cannot resurrect. One is a soul that has dissipated. The second is reincarnated. The vast majority of people are of the first type. Dead is dead. There is no such thing as reincarnation. Only a very small number of people get the chance to reincarnate. His parents, on the other hand, fall into the first category. He could also imagine if his parents were still around, probably would be proud to say that his son is number one in the world, not a blind man who will be bullied anymore. It's just a shame that in this world, there aren't that many ifs. Thinking about these things, Mo Qingyu's mood couldn't help but be a little low. He was no longer clear on what his parents looked like. Maybe in a few years he'll be completely over it. Just as he was quietly watching the scenery remembering his family, there was an agitation in the Red Feather Sex Hall of Feats. A loud sound echoed through the Red Feather Sex Mountains. What's the situation? Mo Qingyu frowned. He instantly left the sect hall and arrived near the Hall of Merits. Jia. A bunch of old undead. Didn't expect it. A man in a black nightshirt said. Not only him, the three men traveling with him all revealed grim smiles. Red Feather Sect Patriarch Lai Chengtian came before these four people. With a heavy face, he looked at the four of them. Thousand Shadows Society. You guys really dared to come. Good thing too. I'll let you die without a burial place today. Speaking of this, the four elders of the Red Feather Sect directly made their move without any nonsense. The four elders were all at the first or second level of the Heavenly Power Mirror, only to see the Thousand Shadow Society's leading boss directly punch the four men back. Seventh level of the Heavenly Power Realm. After the four elders were repulsed, they began to feel unsettled inside. Lai Chengtian was also a bit unsettled. As far as he knew, there were only two people above the Heavenly Power Realm in the Thousand Shadows Society. One is vice president and one is president. The president is a woman. So the person in front of you is naturally. I didn't expect that the Thousand Shadows Society would actually let the vice president come. Lai Chengtian's eyes were slightly glazed over as his aura began to gradually rise. The people from the Thousand Shadows Society didn't hide it when they saw this. The man said, "Humph, today I'm going to make your Red Feather Sect a mess. Without any nonsense. the two of them directly and instantly came into the air and directly began to fight. Chapter 13. After Lai Chengtian fought with the vice president of the Thousand Shadows Society, the few people at the bottom weren't idle either, as the 4 elders from the Red Feather sect and the 3 from the Thousand Shadows Society began a chaotic battle. After the chaotic battle started, all the people from the Red Feather sect also gathered. One of them, Elder Su, was secretly announcing to everyone in the Red Feather sect with a voice transmission. All the disciples of the Red Feather sect, now that the Thousand Shadows Society is in the Hall of Merit, all of you cast a spell together to open the formation. When all the disciples of the Red Feather sect heard this, they began to gather their own auras. The unrelated people, the visitors, were teleported back outside the Red Feather sect. It turned out that Lai Chengtian knew that the other party was coming and had set up the entire Red Feather sect in a formation. It's to prevent the enemy from escaping, setting up formations that directly allow them to have no return. Lai Chengtian looked at the auras that were beginning to gather around him as he looked towards the vice president of the Thousand Shadows Society who was fighting against him. Let's see where you go today. The vice president of the Thousand Shadows Society. On the other hand, Jia laughed. Do you really think I would dare to break in without some means? The people of the Thousand Shadows Society were not stupid, and naturally knew that the other party was deliberately setting a trap. They also didn't intend to fight the Red Feather sect to the death here. It wouldn't be worth it. They're mostly there to with their minds. They were also able to bring heavenly treasures with them that would allow them to retreat in one piece. Levels of magic treasures, and techniques, mortal, metaphysical, earthly, heavenly, and imperial. Lai Chengtian snorted coldly. He knew it wasn't that simple. The other party was at least one of the 3 major forces in the Divine Continent. Naturally, they weren't stupid. Unless it was their Thousand Shadows Society's president himself, then they probably wouldn't be able to beat them. Much ado about nothing. Carry on. The sound of swooshing constantly resounded in the air as various air-breaking sounds struck the sky of the Red Feather sect. Both of them were at the 7th level of the Heavenly Power Realm, and they fought evenly, hard to separate. Looking at Lai Chengtian, who was fighting more and more fiercely, the vice president of the Thousand Shadows Society began to experience ripples within his heart. It looks like it's not going to work without getting real. Afterwards, an extremely sharp sword chi slashed towards Li Chengtian, a middle-grade heavenly rank weapon. Weapon levels, yellow, Xian, earth, heaven, and emperor, also categorized into upper, middle and lower classes. Lai Chengtian looked at the vice president of the Thousand Shadows Society with a serious expression. His own weapon was a lower grade of the heavenly rank. Don't underestimate the difference between the pints. Oftentimes, the difference between this one product is able to determine life and death. Ha ha ha. After a wild laugh, the vice president of the Thousand Shadows Society began to continuously swing his sword in attack. Each of their martial arts techniques were used towards Lai Chengtian. Lai Chengtian also responded without panic. Just as the two of them were fighting in a shocking manner, Mo Qingyu had already arrived underneath them. Looking at the duo above the sky, Mo Qingyu couldn't help but shake her head. TSK, it's worthy of being someone from the Heavenly Power Realm fighting. It's not at all the same as the petty fight I watched last time. Mo Qingyu didn't choose to help either, still watching the show as usual. But Lai Chengtian above the sky noticed him, and there was a hint of surprise within his eyes. This detail was instantly captured by the vice president of the Thousand Shadows Society. That's the way it is in a master's duel. A small loophole can be exploited by someone else. Just like the current vice president of the Thousand Shadows Society, he turned around in a direct manner to come behind Mo Qingyu. He put the sword in his hand on top of Mo Qingyu's neck. Lai Chengtian looked at the vice president of the Thousand Shadows Society in horror. Good man, there was a chance you could have run. It's now a matter of trying to be either dead or dying. And the vice president of the Thousand Shadows Society thought that Mo Qingyu was someone important to Lai Chengtian. Turning to Lai Chengtian in the sky, he threatened, "If you dare to take another step forward, I will directly kill him." After speaking, he muttered in Mo Qingyu's ear, "Blindy, you'd better cooperate obediently, or else I'll kill a waste like you as easy as killing a chicken." Mo Qingyu's eyes glanced downwards, and the corner of his mouth smiled where the vice president of the Thousand Shadows Society could not see it. This was the first time he had been held at the neck with a knife since he gained his invincible power. How can I put it? Maybe because he knows that the people behind him can't kill themselves, so he doesn't feel anything in his heart right now. Snap! The sound of breaking rang out. The vice president of the Thousand Shadows Society looked at the crushed longsword in his hand with a bewildered expression. His heavenly rank middle-grade weapon was actually crushed with his bare hands? Mo Qingyu turned around and smiled at him. The vice president of the Thousand Shadows Society was inwardly terrified to the extreme at the moment, and he stood still, but his brain was clearly screaming frantically for him to run. His back was sweating. In today's parlance, sweated out old man. The vice president of the Thousand Shadows Society, all he knew was that he wanted to run, but he couldn't. His body didn't listen to him and he could only stand obediently. Unable to even invoke half of his spiritual energy, he looked at Mo Qingyu in front of him in horror, wanted to ask him who he was, but couldn't speak, could only stare. You say you kill me like a chicken. Then I think, me too, he. After Mo Qingyu revealed a stream of clear smile, he directly sent him flying above the sky with an abdominal hook. He flew towards the back and didn't stop until he hit the top of the red feather sex formation, then it slowly fell in the air, and as it fell, Mo Qingyu reached out and pulled. His entire body was pulled back in front of Mo Qingyu again. President, she avenged me. After saying those words, the vice president of the Thousand Shadows Society died completely. The corners of Mo Qingyu's mouth pursed into a straight line. TSK, 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 you still don't forget to threaten even after you're dead. Lai Chengtian was not far away sweating as he watched Mo Qingyu's operation. Taking out the Heavenly Power Realm with a single punch is worthy of the Heavenly Pivot Realm. That's right, except for that Heavenly Pivot Realm and the Divine Continent headquarters. The people from the various forces thought that Mo Qingyu was in the Heavenly Pivot Realm. Because they themselves were not in the Heavenly Pivot Realm and had only seen the Heavenly Pivot Realm strike, they naturally felt that Mo Qingyu was in the Heavenly Pivot Realm. Lai Chengtian slowly descended from the air, arching his hand and saying, "Thank you, Senior, for saving me." Mo Qingyu turned to leave. Just by the way, no need to be polite. After this place was over, Lai Chengtian traveled to other places to kill the remaining 3 people of the Thousand Shadows Society. Afterwards, their victory was announced above the clan square. Gentlemen, today, the vice president of the Thousand Shadows Society broke into our Red Feather sect, and I had thought that we would be made a mess. However, now that the vice president of the Thousand Shadows Society has been killed by Senior, so in this battle, we are considered victorious. Most of the disciples in the square were asking each other with a confused look on their faces. Seniors? Which senior? I don't know. Could it be the blind man? No way. And Lu Gong and the others naturally knew who this senior was. A great admiration for Mo Qingyu stirred within him. He swore that he would achieve the same power as Elder Mo in the future. Lai Chengtian looked at the crowd of people discussing at the bottom and he roared. Silence. After the crowd quieted down, he spoke. This battle was won because of our seniors, but I hope you will all step up your efforts and strive to make yourselves stronger. Only when you are strong is you truly strong. That's why I'm setting up the heavenly ladder ranking here. And in the future, anyone who succeeds in making it to the ranking will be able to obtain spirit stones, martial skills, and techniques. The higher you rank, the more you get. Upon hearing this, the crowd cheered and their fighting spirit was ignited. Chapter 14, Overthrowing the Thousand Shadows. After the plaza's declaration of victory ended, Lai Chengtian returned here to the Hall of Feats. At this moment, Mo Qingyu was lying in mid-air, looking at the blue sky and white clouds in the sky. Senior, we can send you all kinds of treasures or whatever else you want from our side. Lai Chengtian came near Mo Qingyu and said respectfully, no need. Then, he thought of something and asked Lai Chengtian, by the way, how did you guys get into trouble with the Thousand Shadows Society? So much so that even the vice president came in person. Hearing this, Lai Chengtian's eyes were also filled with killing intent. Then Senior will listen to me in detail. The conflict between them actually started with one incident. That is, in the secret realm, the Thousand Shadows Society's personnel killed the Red Feather sex people by killing them for their treasures. It was normal to kill people for treasure in this world, but what was bad was that the people of the Thousand Shadows Society didn't just kill him, it also killed the man's family. A move that made some of the man's friends extremely angry when they learned about it. Going on a hunt for the Thousand Shadows. The Thousand Shadows Society's personnel also failed in their assassination due to their hunting, and they even spread all kinds of rumors by them. As things evolved more and more dramatically, the latter even developed into a struggle between two forces. It ended up being what it is today. Mo Qingyu just sighed after hearing this. It seems that the people of the Thousand Shadows Society are very careful. It couldn't be helped then. He had killed the vice president. The opposite side would surely find a way to trouble him. He had no choice but to go ahead and destroy the Thousand Shadows. Who let them offend me? For this reason Mo Qingyu had also created a special set of things called the extinction formula. The formula for extermination, you have a grudge against me equals you want to harm me equals you want to kill me equals I can fight back equals I will exterminate you first. Mo Qingyu herself felt that this theory was simply perfect. Well, I have things to do, so I'll leave you to it. Something to do? Ri Chengtian gulped. No way. Then I won't see Elder off. Lai Chengtian said to Mo Qingyu with a big smile. Mo Qingyu nodded, and then disappeared into thin air. After Mo Qingyu left, Lu Gong came to Lai Chengtian's side. Senior, has Senior already left? Aha. Then did you pull in the seniors? Hearing this, Lai Chengtian said seriously to Lu Gong. Remember, you must not say such things again in the future. I see that Senior he doesn't like to join any forces, so just don't say such things again. don't counterproductively offend senior. You must remember that when you meet someone who is stronger than you must understand to be careful with your words. Lu Gung nodded his head with a serious expression. Apprentice understands. Actually, Lu Gung said this because spending time with Mo Qingyu made him feel that Mo Qingyu was different from others. Many people in the world who have top strength are very proud of themselves, even viewed others as ants to be killed if they wanted to. In a world where strength reigns supreme, being powerful can be just that. Alright, let's go and take stock of the destroyed feats now. Yes, master. Clattering sound. After Mo Qingyu left the Red Feather sect, she went to a place. This place is the headquarters of the Thousand Shadows Society. The Thousand Shadows Society was in the middle of an internal meeting at the moment. President, the Vice President is dead. Xin Yi, the President of the Thousand Shadows Society, was lying loose on top of her seat. Hearing the reported information, she carried endless killing intent inside her eyes. Xin Yi's delicate vermilion lips spoke. Dead? I've given him a heaven-ranked magic treasure, and the Red Feather Sect Master is at the same realm as him, so how could I possibly kill him? Could it be that there are still some old ancestors of the Red Feather Sect that haven't died? It shouldn't be. Xin Yi mumbled in disbelief at the corner of his mouth. The disciple who reported the news also answered with a sweaty expression. According to the news that came back from the Vice President before he died, the one who killed him was not the Red Feather sect leader. According to him, the man was blind, dressed in a long white coat with a band of black cloth over his eyes. That disciple's heart was full of apprehension and uneasiness after reporting. He was afraid that Xin Yi would think that he was lying to her. After all, a blind man had killed the Vice President of the Thousand Shadows Society. Who would believe it? Xin Yi's brow furrowed when she heard this, and her fingers kept nodding on top of the chair. A blind man was actually able to kill someone from the heavenly power realm. Do you think that sounds like the truth? But based on the Vice President's character, it wasn't like he would tell a lie. After all, the people were gone now. Whoever it is, since he's blind, check him out and let me know his whereabouts when you find him. I'll kill the blind man myself. Since he was able to kill someone from the heavenly power realm, then this person was definitely not simple. So Xin Yi decided to kill this person himself. She was at the 9th level of the Tiangui realm. She didn't believe that blind man could still second her. Just as Xin Yi had finished his announcement, another disciple from outside barged in a panic. Report! Someone outside is attacking, saying that he wants to destroy the entire Thousand Shadows Society, and that he killed the Vice President. So let the President come out. Xin Yi's demeanor was beginning to unravel, because the other party was actually able to find the headquarters of the Thousand Shadows Society. It was important to realize that the location where their Thousand Shadows Society headquarters was located was extremely hidden. They, the Thousand Shadows Society, have strongholds on 4 continents, and their headquarters change from time to time. But the other side came to the door shortly after killing the Vice President. It's not easy to be on the other side. Xin Yi changed her just now diffident attitude and her expression became serious. Notify everyone to proceed to the entrance of the Thousand Shadows and tell them of a major enemy attack. Afterward, Xin Yi disappeared into thin air and arrived at the entrance of the Thousand Shadows Society's main camp. At this moment, Mo Qingyu leisurely sat on top of the stool. He yawned and asked the group of men dead ahead of him, "Is your boss coming or not? I don't think I'm too scared to come." The Thousand Shadows Society's crowd looked at Mo Qingyu with a scowl on their faces, wanting to open their mouths to retort, but looking at the corpses of the crowd around them, no one dared to speak, because they had just had someone merely open their mouths and say a few words, and instantly their heads were on the ground. It was clear when I heard that the other party was here to find the president, that the other party was here to pick a fight. I didn't expect it. You actually even know the location of the Thousand Shadows Society's headquarters. Xin Yi slowly fell from the sky. President! The crowd behind Xin Yi shouted to him. Xin Yi raised her hand to signal the crowd behind her to be quiet. Looking at Mo Qingyu, she actually couldn't see through his cultivation. To put it more aptly, she felt that Mo Qingyu did not have any spiritual energy in her body. But what's the use of thinking about this now? The other party has already killed the door. Xin Yi, her sexy red lips opened her mouth. Daring to come alone? I don't know whether to call you prepared or brave. Do you really think I, Thousand Shadows, am a vegetarian? Mo Qingyu froze for 2 seconds, as if she was really inquiring, is it hard to believe that you guys like meat? Xin Yi, is this man not very good in the head? Alright, I'll cut the crap. You Thousand Shadows Society people will disappear from today. Xin Yi looked as if he was listening to some joke, and then began to slowly float in the air. Mo Qingyu didn't talk nonsense as he slowly picked up a straight wooden stick from his side. These people were not qualified to make him draw his sword. Xin Yi saw Mo Qingyu pick up a wooden stick and his expression began to turn grim. Is he looking down on her? It seems that the other party is not taking her seriously at all. Ha. Xin Yi was on fire, directly exerting the 9th level of the Tiangui realm's pressure. Chapter 15, Leaving the City of Smoke and Rain. facing the pressure released by Qin Yi. Mo Qingyu's face was as calm as water. He slowly raised the wooden stick in his hand and pointed it at the crowd in front of him. A light scratch. Qin Yi didn't know what had happened. She only knew that she had slashed a sword chi from Mo Qingyu. The pressure of the sword chi made her unable to generate the slightest movement of resistance within her. Wherever the sword chi went, there was not an inch of grass. Everything around them, plants and trees, were swept to pieces. All the hills in a 10-mile radius were even leveled. Everyone in the Thousand Shadows Society, except for Qin Yi, went up in smoke. It was as if they had never existed in the world at all. Puff. Qin Yi dropped to both knees in a sorry state. At this moment, she was a complete contrast to the flirtatious and demonic her from before. She couldn't control the constant flow of tears down her face. Qin Yi, she didn't understand that there were people in this world who were actually powerful to such an extent. Just by relying on a wooden stick alone, one could casually unleash a majestic and extreme sword chi. It could even bypass her and just kill everyone behind her. She shuddered and looked up at the teenager who took a step toward him. Da, 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 da. The sound of the teenager's walk carried across the open hills, and with every step the teenager took, the fear within Qin Yi grew stronger and stronger. It's taken her I don't know how long to get to where she is today. She had blood on her hands along the way and had seen countless gruesome scenes. Many times she had almost died. It was only logical that she, who had already looked down on life and death, would not have any emotions. But today she was instinctively afraid of Mo Qingyu. Her insides were telling her over and over that the person in front of her could be a presence that could not be resisted. Who the hell are you? Qin Yiqian lowered his head and forced the fear in his heart to ask Mo Qingyu. Mo Qingyu walked in front of her and put the wooden stick in his hand on top of his shoulder. Am I someone? Me? I'm just a blind man who likes to travel the world. Qin Yi slowly raised his head to meet Mo Qingyu's eyes. Somehow she only had to look at the black cloth in front of him. The coldness in the heart will just keep increasing and the beating of the heart will keep speeding up. If you want to kill, hurry up and do it. Qin Yi knew that she couldn't run away, so she just dropped her hands naturally and gave up resisting. The corner of Mo Qingyu's mouth smiled evilly as he crouched down slightly. The voice spoke softly. You know, I can still bring people back to life. Oh, when the time comes, I'll kill you, resurrect then kill again, and keep making you feel the pain of death in different ways. Qin Yi looked up incredulously, her hands trembling non-stop. What Mo Qingyu said next was even more direct, causing her emotions to completely collapse. When the time comes, I'll read your memories and find the people who are important to you in your life, and then, in front of your face, bring him back to life and kill him with constant torment. Do you think so would be fun? Looking at Mo Qingyu's smile, Qin Yi's mouth chanted in fear. Demon, demon, you demon, ha 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 ha. Qin Yi laughed wildly for a while before passing out. Mo Qingyu spread his hands out. In fact, he had just scared her. He couldn't be worse than what he just said. Who made her so gutless? But it was good that he didn't have to do it himself. Let's go. Go back to Smoky City and pack up. Where would be a good place to go next? Wunderkind City? Yes, Mo Qingyu said to himself. After returning to Smoky Rain City, Mo Qingyu stepped inside her own courtyard and packed up all her things. Then he headed for the city gates. In the process, there are some people Thousand Shadows will be overthrown. Hey, is it true or not that you guys are saying that the Thousand Shadows Society has been wiped out? I don't know. I feel it's unlikely, knowing that the headquarters of the Thousand Shadows Society can't even be found over at the Divine Continent headquarters. How could a blind man possibly find it? That's just what I heard. Don't you remember a violent aura emanating from the sky in the morning? Yeah, it gave me a shock at the time. I heard it was this scent that wiped out the Thousand Shadows Society. And do you know who the big guy is who gives off that vibe? I don't know. Just word that he was a blind man with a band of black cloth over his eyes and a wooden staff in his hand. That's all. The location of the Thousand Shadows Society's headquarters seems to have been blown out as well. I just don't know if it's true or not, so it might take a few days to find out. Suddenly, the two looked at Mo Qingyu who was passing by and spoke quietly together. Could this be the guy? I don't know. After all, a lot of blind people dress like that. Who cares if he is? Just don't mess with it anyway, in case you win the lottery. Mo Qingyu quietly listened to their conversation from the front, and the corner of his mouth ticked. Looks like the information he put out there worked after all. That's right, he was the one who put out the news that the Thousand Shadows Society had been exterminated. He just wanted it to be known that a blind man had destroyed the Thousand Shadows. He is the one who wants the world to fear him, the unknown blind man. Of course, the news passed out by Mo Qingyu only had his appearance, not his name. So when people see him in the future, it's up to him to decide whether he's an ordinary blind man or the one who destroyed the Thousand Shadows. This both ate up his powerful reputation, and in the days to come others would have to speculate about his strength as a blind man. Either way, you'll be able to feel the difference. Hey, just play. After arriving at the city gates, Mo Qingyu carried her modest luggage and walked out. there were quite a few people who came to help throughout the process, and it was important to realize that these things were a treat that he didn't even get when he came into town. Could Mo Qingyu not know what these people were thinking? It was nothing more than a gamble on whether he was the blind man who had destroyed the Thousand Shadows Society. It wouldn't matter if the bet was wrong, but in case it was right, he would be able to make a good impression on him then. Mo Qingyu refused everyone's help, then slowly walked forward. In a flash, another 3 days had passed. At this time, Mo Qingyu was still on her way to Wuji City. There are 5 cities in the Divine Continent. In fact, he hadn't even finished wandering around Smoky City, only that he wanted to go elsewhere. So it's on to the next city, Wuji City. At this moment, he was sitting inside the carriage. The commentators would have been a little surprised to see this scene, for there was no one on top of the horse. The horse was outside on its own, very consciously galloping towards Wuji City, growling, listening to her stomach rumble. Mo Qingyu's mouth barred a few times. I'm hungry, and I don't know if there's an inn around here to stop for lunch. He rose and slowly opened the curtains beside him. He looked at the deep forests around him. I don't know how much longer it will take to reach Wuji City. In fact, Mo Qingyu preferred to travel the world in the way she was now. If one traveled directly by instantaneous transfer, then with less of this process, Mo Qingyu thought that it would be extremely uninteresting. The beauty of traveling the world lies in walking a little bit, having the patience to travel to the next goal, and in the process getting to see the landscape of the world. There are also all sorts of different things that can happen, and that all makes traveling more fun. That's what makes traveling fun. Just as Mo Qingyu was planning to take something out of her backpack to eat, a voice blocked his progress. Chapter 16, Getting to Know Jiang Xingyuan. The carriage in front. Stop it. A loud voice rang out in front of Mo Qingyu. Mo Qingyu picked up the wooden staff beside her, opened the door, and looked out. It was 6 or 7 tall men, dressed in animal skins, each carrying a machete in his hand. The scars on their foreheads seemed to reveal their ferocity. To top it all off, everyone had a circle of cloth around their faces as if they didn't want anyone to see them. After seeing that Mo Qingyu was blind in the past few days, there was some disappointment. It was because they saw that Mo Qingyu's carriage was a little more luxurious compared to ordinary carriages. Just assumed that the people inside are some kind of rich people thinking of stopping and robbing. Turns out whoever thought it was a blind man inside. The crowd looked at Mo Qingyu wearing ordinary clothes and being blind. Everyone sighed in frustration. TCH, what bad luck. I thought I could rob some rich guy. Mo Qingyu asked as if she didn't know what was happening. Guys, can I help you? The crowd waved their hands, and the one leading the group said to Mo Qingyu, it's okay, you can go now. Mo Qingyu nodded slightly. Okay. After returning inside the carriage, the corner of Mo Qingyu's mouth smiled. Interesting, robbing here but only the rich and sparing the ordinary people. It seems like there will always be people in this world who are forced to do things they don't want to do. On the surface, they appear to be bad to the bone robbers who turn out to have principles of their own. They know what happens when they do something like that. After all, if they met a high-level cultivator, then they could only wait for death, because they are just ordinary-level cultivators. Most people were at the forging realm, and a few were at the opening realm. Mo Qingyu sat inside the carriage and opened the window next to her, turning her head slightly to look at them behind her. There are some people who appear to be evil, but in reality they carry their unique goodness within them. And there are some people who, on the surface, look kind, but are sinister on the inside, stabbing others in the back like crazy. Mo Qingyu understood very well that you couldn't look at people in this world and decide based on their looks. It's important to know how to read a person's heart and their personal habits. A person's behavior can be disguised, but his personal habits and heart cannot. Some habits come out subconsciously and naturally, something you can't even notice. Just as Mo Qingyu was out of his mind thinking about this, someone else interrupted his thoughts. Kid, don't run. An urgent voice rang out in front of Mo Qingyu. Mo Qingyu opened the door and went out to take a look. Turns out someone was chasing a man. The man was scantily clad and had a very proper and handsome appearance. Boy, let you know the price of being a hero. A golden light began to shine on the man who spoke. Kong Xingyuan looked back in shock. 5th level of the Profound Realm? Holy, this time it's a bit tricky. I'm only in the 3rd level of the Profound Brightness Realm. Just as the two of them were chasing, Mo Qingyu's carriage happened to pass near the two of them. Jiang Xingyuan looked at Mo Qingyu who was watching from above the window. The voice that was just about to call for help was swallowed back by him. After seeing that he was a blind man, Jiang Xingyuan gave up on asking for help as he thought that the other party was definitely not strong, and that cry for help would also alert the people behind him who were chasing him. He didn't really like dragging people down. Mo Qingyu looked at the fleeing Jiang Xingyuan. Didn't you call for help after you saw I was blind? I didn't expect to be able to meet so many people who don't conform to common sense today. Mo Qingyu knew very well that the man in front of him could have run over to him for help and attracted the attention of so man behind him. That would give him more of a chance to escape, whether he fought or not. Consider me doing a bit of charity today. After all, I killed a lot of people just a few days ago. Mo Qingyu smiled. Perhaps he felt that this person would be as different from all those he had met before. What happened afterward did prove him right. Jiang Xingyuan released various attack talismans to the back as he fled. The people chasing him from behind were dumbfounded. All of Jiang Xingyuan's throws were Earth-grade talisman paper. Damn it, this guy's background is definitely not simple. The Earth-grade talisman paper looks like it's being thrown around for no money. No, we can't let him go, or there will be a lot of trouble later. The man who was chasing Jiang Xingyuan thought. The duo chased after it and came to the edge of a cliff. Jiang Xingyuan gulped. It won't be so unlucky. He looked back at the man coming after him, trying to convince the other. Brother, there's no need to be so ruthless. You've almost chased me for more than 10 miles in order to chase me. Aren't you tired? That man didn't care about Jiang Xingyuan's words as he snorted coldly. Humph. Boy, there's a price to pay for being a hero and helping people. Die, knowing that there was no way out. Jiang Xingyuan could only raise his breath to the highest level and put his hand behind his back to quietly take out the 1,000 miles talisman. He thought about it, and if he didn't put up a fight later, he'd just slip away. Can't beat me and I can't run. Just as the two were preparing for a firefight, Mo Qingyu suddenly appeared. He kicked the man straight up. The aura on his body instantly turned into the 7th level of the profound brightness realm. Being a hero does come with a price, but it can't be done without someone doing it, and since someone chose to do it, it makes sense. Mo Qingyu said as she recited the words. The man was spitting blood from the corner of his mouth with a fearful face. Mo Qingyu, 7th level of the profound realm. Martyr, run. The man didn't hesitate and directly disappeared into thin air. Seeing this, Jiang Xingyuan anxiously said to Mo Qingyu, Brother, are you still not going after him to kill him? What if he finds someone to take revenge on you later? Mo Qingyu glanced in the direction he had fled. He can't run away. Afterwards, Mo Qingyu threw the wooden staff in her hand directly. Just in a breath, the wooden staff instantly stabbed through the man's body. The man then fell straight to the ground, his breath completely gone. Mo Qingyu looked at Jiang Xingyuan after summoning back the wooden staff in his hand. Jiang Xingyuan looked at Mo Qingyu with a face of disbelief. He hadn't thought that the other party was actually so strong. He had thought that the other party was just an ordinary blind man. Jiang Xingyuan kept a little distance from Mo Qingyu, arching his hand gratefully. Thank you for the ride, brother. I am here to thank you. Mo Qingyu gave a shallow smile. It's fine, you're quite an interesting person, so I wanted to save you. Jiang Xingyuan's gratitude towards Mo Qingyu was genuine, but so was his vigilance. This is a world where you can't guarantee that anyone other than yourself and the loved ones you can trust will betray. The word trust is often the easiest to collapse in a world where profit and power are paramount, so staying vigilant is responsible for your life. After all, it's inevitable that a stranger who saves you for some shallow reason and is still stronger than you will be a bit wary. Although he couldn't have died without Mo Qingyu's help, the other party did help him, so Jiang Xingyuan was grateful for that as well. Mo Qingyu took in Jiang Xingyuan's every move. Maybe saving him was not a good choice. This was Mo Qingyu's inner thoughts. Chapter 17, Conversation. So where is your excellency going next? Jiang Xingyuan asked. Mo Qingyu responded indifferently. Going to Wuji City. Want to come along? Jiang Xingyuan laughed out loud. I also happen to be planning to return to Wuji City, so let's travel together for the rest of the way. Mo Qingyu nodded flatly. Good. It's just as well I'm bored alone. Now I have someone to talk to. Jiang Xingyuan and Mo Qingyu left the place, and Mo Qingyu invited Jiang Xingyuan to go inside his carriage. Just as he reached the carriage, Jiang Xingyuan then saw clearly that there was actually no one on top of the horse. Are you alone in the carriage? Mo Qingyu nodded. Yeah, what's the problem? Does that horse know to go that way? Jiang Xingyuan threw out the question in his heart. Mo Qingyu smiled. This horse is no ordinary horse. It knows where the road to Wuji City is. In fact, this was an ordinary horse, only that Mo Qingyu was controlling the horse's traveling route. Upon entering the carriage, the two sat down facing each other. Jiang Xingyuan thought of something and asked archly, By the way, I haven't asked your honor's name yet. Jiang Xingyuan asked Mo Qingyu. Mo Qingyu, what about you? My name is Jiang Xingyuan. Much obliged. After giving their names out to each other, the two began to chat freely as well. Speaking of which, brother Mo, what's going on with your eyes? Mo Qingyu leaned back and replied, I had problems with my eyes as a child, but my family was poor and couldn't afford medical treatment. At the back of the room, you start to slowly lose sight of it. Jiang Xingyuan looked at Mo Qingyu with some regret. Mo Qingyu's age was only in his early 20s, yet he had reached the 7th level of the profound brightness realm. This was definitely a genius youth. Unfortunately for him, his eyes are the problem. As the saying goes, as you gain things, you also lose things. That's a shame. Mo Qingyu's mind thought about the scene of Willow Stream Town's bloodshed. He asked himself, pity? No pity, because some things are better unseen. Mo Qingyu turned her head to Jiang Xingyuan, who was sitting across from her. Perhaps he and Jiang Xingyuan would be involved in a lot of connections down the road, but this instead made him more interested. After all, it would be too boring to just travel the world in a normal way. By the way, do you know of any restaurants around here? I'm starving. Mo Qingyu touched her hungry stomach. Kang Xianjian thought for a moment and replied after pondering for a while. Well, there doesn't seem to be any, because robbers might pop up from time to time in these deep woods. That's why no one wants to set up store here. And those who are powerful don't bother to open an inn or restaurant inside such deep mountains. Mo Qingyu's mouth was pouting, unhappiness written on her face. Jiang Xingyuan suddenly felt that the person in front of him was somewhat different from what he thought. There was no bit of the rack and arrogance of a genius. Instead, he was like a child who hadn't grown up yet, and his expression was written on his face when he was upset. Hearing Jiang Xingyuan's laughter, Mo Qingyu spoke in dissatisfaction. Still laughing. It's funny to see me hungry, isn't it? Jiang Xingyuan put his smile back down and coughed twice. How about this then? When we arrive at Wuji City, I'll treat Brother Mo to dinner as a way of repaying him for his help. Mo Qingyu hemmed and hawed. Good. Then let's book the place to eat first after we enter the city. Kang Sunyun, no problem. The two chatted a little bit on top of the carriage, which gave them a clearer understanding of each other. It's not clear if the inside is the same as the outside, but the two talk a lot. So both of them are hoping inside that the other is not into sneaking around stabbing people. Soon, it was evening. Mo Qingyu and Jiang Xingyuan found a place to rest. The duo took a bit of wood over from around the area, piled it on top of each other, and set it on fire. A small fire was made, giving off a small glow in the middle of this dark night. By the way, he roasted a wild boar from the open realm that he had hunted from the mountains. Brother Mo, do you know that there is a secret realm near Wuji City? Kang Sunyun opened the conversation. Mo Qingyu froze for a moment. Secret realm? I haven't been there yet. Jiang Xingyuan spoke vaguely as he ate pork inside his mouth. Inside this secret realm, I've inquired about an inheritance left behind by a great power in the Tianqian realm, so when the time comes, I'm going to check it out. What do you think, Brother Mo? Want to join me? Jiang Xingyuan wanted to invite Mo Qingyu to go to the secret realm with him. It's better to have someone strong with you. Although he couldn't trust Mo Qingyu 100%, after a short period of time together, it made him feel that Mo Qingyu didn't have any thoughts at all about the word benefit, so by inviting Mo Qingyu, he felt it was better than going to those who were just there for the benefit. After all, the probability of being stabbed is less. Mo Qingyu placed her hand on top of her chin, pondering whether or not to. Well, no problem. I've never been to see what the secret world looks like anyway, so I'll check it out then. Jiang Xingyuan nodded at once and smiled at the corner of his mouth. Listen. Other people go to the secret realm just for the treasures. And why would Mo Qingyu go to the secret realm? Because he hadn't been there and wanted to see what it looked like. Sure enough, inviting Mo Qingyu was a good choice. Jiang Xingyuan inwardly praised himself. Mo Qingyu listened to Jiang Xingyuan's ever-changing inner thoughts. He felt the same way about Jiang Xingyuan as an interesting person. Perhaps there were some other traits in Jiang Xingyuan that he hadn't seen. All of this will only be known in the days to come when we spend time together. I'm going to sleep first. Mo Qingyu yawned. Jiang Xingyuan looked at Mo Qingyu with some surprise. Do you still retain the habit of sleeping, Brother Mo? It turns out that those who have reached this realm of the profound realm can do without sleep. At the Yaoguang realm, one could not eat or drink, and directly absorb the aura of heaven and earth to act on oneself. Mo Qingyu's steps slowed down, getting used to it. When he was finished, he looked for a wide tree. Leaning back against it, he slowly closed his eyes. Is it trust in me, or confidence in my own strength? Jiang Xingyuan looked at Mo Qingyu's slowly falling asleep appearance. Not continuing to think about this, he shook his head. He himself found a place to meditate not far from the fire. By the time it got to midnight, he started trying to go back to sleep too. He hadn't slept since he entered the profound brightness realm. With a little bit of sunlight appearing, the dark night had passed. Early morning sunshine and a gentle breeze blew in. Mo Qingyu got up and stretched, making a grunting sound as she did so. Jiang Xingyuan woke up instantly with his eyes open after sensing Mo Qingyu getting up. Aha! Mo Qingyu yawned as he looked at Jiang Xingyuan, who had just woken up. Awake? Jiang Xingyuan nodded, then waved his hand, dispersing the fire. Let's go. We'll be at Wuji City soon, Jiang Xingyuan said. Mo Qingyu nodded, and the two of them boarded the carriage together and continued to Wuji City. Chapter 18, News of the Secret World. At noon, Jiang Xingyuan and Mo Qingyu arrived at the gates of Wuji City in a carriage. Mo Qingyu was going to pay the fee for entering the city, but the two soldiers standing at the entrance saw Jiang Xingyuan. Respectfully, he invited the two of them to enter the city. I didn't realize that you actually have so much authority here, actually making others respectfully invite you in, Mo Qingyu said faintly. Jiang Xingyuan scratched his head and smiled. explaining to Mo Qingyu, "Hey, it's all just people giving face. It's not as impressive as you make it out to be." Although Kang Sungyun said so, the smile at the corner of his mouth kept drifting upwards. After entering Wuji City, Jiang Xingyuan first asked Mo Qingyu to find a place to hitch up the carriage. Mo Qingyu nodded and found a stable nearby, then paid to have it managed. After taking care of the carriage, Mo Qingyu and Jiang Xingyuan found a restaurant together. On the way, Jiang Xingyuan chattered endlessly about Wuji City to Mo Qingyu. It seemed like he knew a lot more about Wuji City than anyone else. "You seem to know Wuji City very well." Mo Qingyu looked towards the chattering Jiang Xingyuan. Jiang Xingyuan put his hand on top of Mo Qingyu's shoulder. "I was born in Wuji City as a child, so I naturally know this place very well. Come on, that restaurant I recommended is just up ahead." Mo Qingyu nodded. The two of them walked towards the restaurant without panic. On the road, there were many people who would greet Jiang Xingyuan when they saw him. "Good noon, young Master Jiang." Kang Sungyun would also respond to each of them with a smile on his face. Mo Qingyu looked at these people of the road. The people would also occasionally look over towards Mo Qingyu. After all, he followed Jiang Xingyuan's side. "I thought you simply had authority, but I didn't realize you were so popular with the crowd." Mo Qingyu couldn't help but praise it. Jiang Xingyuan laughed. "It's all just the neighbors giving face." The corner of Mo Qingyu's mouth smiled darkly. Was it really like this? He silently glanced at Jiang Xingyuan. He had just learned something on his way into town. That was the city lord of Wuji City, also surnamed Jiang. Jiang Xingyuan felt a little chilled by the stares as he turned his head to look at Mo Qingyu. For some reason, every time he locked eyes with Mo Qingyu, his non-existent eyes, he always felt a sense of oppression, a feeling that made him want to leap a little for those who like to fight, but he was really afraid to try and pass away, so it's better to hold back. "Brother Mo, stop staring at me. I feel like you're staring at me coolly," Jiang Xingyuan said with dissatisfaction. Mo Qingyu waved her hand and smiled. "Okay, we'd better hurry up and go eat. I'm starving." Hearing Mo Qingyu say that she was hungry, Jiang Xingyuan couldn't help the saliva inside his mouth from swirling around. "Fair enough, I'm hungry too." The duo walked for about another 5 minutes or so before they came to a restaurant. The name of the restaurant is called the Divine Wonder Restaurant. How strange the name of this restaurant. Mo Qingyu didn't hold back her spitting. Kang Sungyun spread his hands as well. "Right, I also felt strange when I came here to eat when I was a kid, but someone else probably had his reasons for naming it that way. Come on, let's go inside first." Once inside, the restaurant was very crowded. Jiang Xingyuan greeted Xiao'er in a very self-conscious manner. "Boss Jiang, you're here for dinner again." Jiang Xingyuan nodded. "Come over to eat with fellow Taoists." Afterward, he led Mo Qingyu towards the second floor. Upon arriving at a room on the second floor, the duo opened the door and entered. The scene inside is completely different from the one on the first floor. Not only are there nice floral accents, but even the tables for eating are fancier than those on the first floor. The second floor here is reserved for distinguished guests, and I have a place here, so we'll eat here. After the two were seated, the store assistant opened the door with a menu. Jiang Xingyuan naturally gave the menu to Mo Qingyu. "Here, you order first." Mo Qingyu smiled a little at the corner of her mouth and took the menu. He then ordered a few dishes before handing them to Jiang Xingyuan. Jiang Xingyuan also ordered 2 or 3 dishes on top of the menu that he usually liked to eat. Subsequently, when Junior left, the two also began to talk business. "Brother Jiang, that said, can you tell me more about that secret realm?" Jiang Xingyuan was directly energized upon hearing this. Someone willing to listen to his explanation. This was something that made one's mood pleasant. After Jiang Xingyuan poured a cup of tea, he began to speak in detail to Mo Qingyu about the situation of the secret realm. That secret realm was there before. It's just that there were restrictions on getting in at the time. But lately that secret restriction is about to be broken through. I've inquired that just tomorrow, all the forces of the divine continent will have people going forward. For example, the more mysterious 3 major forces of the Tian Yuan continent, and the 4 major sects of the divine state, and so on and so forth. When he heard the 3 major powers, Mo Qingyu froze for a moment as he suddenly remembered. People didn't pay much attention to him when he was on the road. It seemed that the news of the Thousand Shadows Society's destruction hadn't reached also Wuji City yet, but news should be flying all over the Smoky City side. Mo Qingyu felt that it wouldn't be long before this news would spread throughout Wuji City. Nowadays, it was estimated that only certain big families in Wuji City, or the city lord's side, should know about it. Jiang Xingyuan didn't notice Mo Qingyu's expression and continued talking about the secret realm. "That secret realm, I heard someone say before that it was left behind by a great power in the Tianqian realm. There's a good chance there's his legacy there." Speaking of this, the excitement on Jiang Xingyuan's face became more and more obvious. After all, this was a Tianqian realm powerhouse, and as far as he knew, there were no more than 3 Tianqian realms in the entire divine continent right now. That's why it attracts the forces forward. Mo Qingyu, on the other hand, still maintained a flat expression. Jiang Xingyuan looked at Mo Qingyu's expression and he asked Mo Qingyu with great interest. That said, there's one thing I really want to know. Mo Qingyu put down the teacup in her hand. What is it? That is, what exactly could attract Brother Mo's attention? In his opinion, Mo Qingyu was the most special among the people he had met. He is not greedy for money and sex, nor for all kinds of things that enhance his strength, nor for benefits. This caused a curious desire to rise within him towards Mo Qingyu. Mo Qingyu, on the other hand, ran her hand over the ceramic teacup in her hand. Can you get my attention? Perhaps the point of his journey was to look for something that would catch his attention. Mo Qingyu answered Jiang Xingyuan ambiguously. There are so many things that appeal to me, and yet so few. It can be a person or anything, but the important thing is that I'm interested. Jiang Xingyuan, on the other hand, smiled helplessly. To be honest, he was becoming more and more unable to understand Mo Qingyu as a person. So when do we leave tomorrow and where do we meet? Mo Qingyu asked. I'll meet you at the city gates at noon tomorrow. Mo Qingyu, okay. Chapter 19, Traveling to the Secret World. After eating, Jiang Xingyuan was ready to leave. Mo Qingyu didn't say anything either. Then I'll see you in the morning. Jiang Xingyuan, good. After Jiang Xingyuan left, Mo Qingyu wanted to find an inn to sleep at. He'd missed the soft bed a little the last few days of rushing. After Mo Qingyu left the restaurant, she went to the top of the street. Mo Qingyu used his wooden staff to continuously point on the ground. He looked for a yelling passerby to ask what inns in Wuji City were more recommended. That passerby also recommended the inexpensive inns in Wuji City with decent accommodations to Mo Qingyu. Then he spoke the exact route to Mo Qingyu. Mo Qingyu left after saying thank you to this passerby. Before long, he came to a slightly out-of-the-way inn. The name of the inn was called the Breeze Inn. After Mo Qingyu stepped in, the owner of the inn's entrance noticed Mo Qingyu. The boss stopped the account in his hand. After he saw that Mo Qingyu was blind, smiling lightly, is this guest staying or eating? Mo Qingyu asked again after he said flatly about staying at the hotel. How much for one night? The innkeeper replied. 3 taels of silver. Mo Qingyu took out a money bag out from inside his clothes. Take out 3 taels of silver and give it to the boss. Okay, guest, your room is on the 2nd floor. 3rd room. Here are your keys. The boss handed the key to Mo Qingyu. Mo Qingyu walked a little bit towards the 2nd floor. The boss looked into Mo Qingyu's eyes, a little worried that he might have gone to the wrong room. Never mind, he'd better go and do a favor. The innkeeper came to Mo Qingyu's side. Guest, come let me take you to your room. Mo Qingyu smiled and said, thank you. The boss brought Mo Qingyu to the door of his room, marking it in the process. He knew it was her room just by touching it, so he wouldn't be mistaken. After entering the room, Mo Qingyu took out 1 or 2 silver pieces. Here, consider it a tip for helping me out. The innkeeper smiled and didn't collect. If the guest feels that our inn is okay to stay at, just come more often in the future. A tip is not necessary. Mo Qingyu took back the 1 or 2 silver pieces in her hand. I'll go down first, then. After saying that, the innkeeper left Mo Qingyu's room. Mo Qingyu came to the side of the bed and gave the wooden staff in her hand to the side of the bed. First he went to wash himself and change his clothes. After washing her body, Mo Qingyu cast a spell to remove the moisture from her body. At the moment his eyes were not covered with black cloth. Lying on the soft bed, Mo Qingyu couldn't help but lament. It's true that the bed is still comfortable. Although I'm used to sleeping outside, it's still no match for the bed. Mo Qingyu slowly relaxed her body, settled down to sleep. Aha! Mo Qingyu got up yawning and opened the window, feeling the sun above the sky. It's almost noon. I didn't realize I'd slept so long. Mo Qingyu muttered silently to herself. Getting up, he rubbed his hair and began to gather his clothes. He changed his clothes from a long white coat to a long black one. The black cloth bands over his eyes with his long black coat made him look like an assassin traveling in a dark night. Cool. Mo Qingyu herself savored her clothing with relish. After getting dressed, he went downstairs and out the door, heading to the gates of Wuji City. By this time, Jiang Xingyuan should already be waiting for him at the city gates. Mo Qingyu arrived at the city gates unhurriedly. Brother Jiang. Mo Qingyu looked at Jiang Xingyuan in front of him to greet him. Jiang Xingyuan nodded his head and said to Mo Qingyu, let's go. There are probably quite a few people over at the secret realm now. Soon the limitations of the secret realm will be breached. Mo Qingyu, good. Afterwards, Mo Qing stepped into the air and Jiang Xingyuan flew with his sword. The two began to travel to the secret realm. On the way, Mo Qingyu realized that someone was following them. No, to be precise, he was following Jiang Xingyuan, but without any malicious intent. 5th level of the Jade Balance realm, presumably sent by this kid's family to protect him. Mo Qingyu inwardly speculated. As for the old man who followed behind Jiang Xingyuan, he always felt a cold chill on his back. Could it be that there are other experts nearby? That old man couldn't help but think. Forget about not sensing this. The important thing now is to protect the young master. When they were still a mile away from the secret realm, Jiang Xingyuan and Mo Qingyu stopped. Brother Mo, let's stay here and not go forward. Jiang Xingyuan looked at the entrance to the secret realm not far away, which at this moment was surrounded by people from various forces. Mo Qingyu also nodded. He understood Jiang Xingyuan's scruples. By the way, is this secret realm accessible to everyone? Mo Qingyu asked. Jiang Xingyuan shook his head. This secret realm can only be entered by those below the Jade Balance realm, and those in the Jade Balance realm and those above the Jade Balance realm will be ostracized when they approach the secret realm. Mo Qingyu was a little confused again. So what if he forced his way in? As if Jiang Xingyuan could see Mo Qingyu's doubts, he explained. If one tries to force their way in, the secret realm will directly collapse. There was a Jade Balance realm that tried to do this before, and as a result, the secret realm instantly began to collapse just as they exerted their power. This secret realm will automatically detect your true realm, so even if you lower your cultivation, it's useless. So that's how it is. Mo Qingyu nodded in confirmation. When the time comes, we won't rush into it just yet. Jiang Xingyuan looked at the several powers around him. Mo Qingyu hemmed and hawed. I understand this. Let's wait for the big powers to go in first, then we'll go in. Although we might not be able to snatch the inheritance, we'll be able to find other good things. And by the way, we'll be able to avoid feuding with the various forces of the divine continent. Jiang Xingyuan smiled at the corner of his mouth with an appreciative meaning on his face. Brother Mo is a roundworm inside my stomach. So understanding. Mo Qingyu happily gave a thumbs up. At this moment, the ones who were cracking the entrance to the secret realm were the people from the four great sects, the Vermilion sect and the Red Feather sect. Mo Qingyu looked at Lu Geng at the entrance of the secret realm. Oh, Lu Geng from the Red Feather sect is also there. Jiang Xingyuan looked at Mo Qingyu beside him with some surprise. Brother Mo, you know Mr. Lu? Mo Qingyu pinned the wooden staff in his hand to his waist. Can't say I'm very familiar. Had a few encounters. Jiang Xingyuan looked at Lu Geng at the entrance of the secret realm and Zhang Feng, the eldest disciple of the Vermilion sect's patriarch. Although the two were only in their 20s, their strength was not to be underestimated. Jiang Xingyuan shook his head slightly. There are truly many talented people in Jiangshan. Waiting for a few years and then it's the day of the Divine Continent's four great clans competition. I don't know if this time it's the Red Feather sect that can beat the Fu Demon sect. Mo Qingyu curiously asked Jiang Xingyuan, they still have this thing about clan competitions? Jiang Xingyuan nodded. Yes, this will indirectly determine their resource allocation, as the person who comes first represents the clan's people with more potential, more natural resources. Mo Qingyu silently memorized this match, and when he had time he would go to the Red Feather sect to ask when it would start. You ask him what he's going for. Go for the whole job. Of course. Just as Mo Qingyu and Jiang Xingyuan were chatting, a sound came from the entrance of the secret realm. The secret world is open. I don't know who said something. The various forces directly sent their respective disciples forward. The first to enter were the people from the Vermilion sect and the Red Feather sect, followed by several other major forces. Only after all the big powers had finished entering did other casual cultivators dare to go in. Let's go, Brother Mo. Mo Qingyu nodded. The two of them rushed towards the entrance of the secret realm together. Chapter 20, A Journey to the Secret World. After entering the secret realm, Mo Qingyu first felt the changes in the surrounding space. This change was only in an instant, and it had to be said that it made Mo Qingyu somewhat curious about how the secret realm was formed as well. So the secret realm is similar to the outside. Mo Qingyu looked at the surrounding scenery. The inside of the secret world was similar to the deep forest outside. The difference is that the flowers are more colorful and the trees are taller. The crystal clear river was flowing and the fish in it were swimming with their tails wagging. Brother Mo, I'm here. Just as Mo Qingyu was enjoying the scenery, Jiang Xingyuan called out to him from nearby. Mo Qingyu stepped into the air and arrived in front of Jiang Xingyuan. That said, you came here to find the inheritance, so do you know exactly where it is? Hearing Mo Qingyu's inquiry, Jiang Xingyuan spread his hands indifferently. It doesn't matter if I can't get the inheritance. After all, I don't ask for much, just be able to find some treasures. Mo Qingyu nodded. Then Kong Sunyan added helplessly. Even if we find the location, so what? It's still one thing if we can get it. What's more, it's still the core personnel of several major powers that are inside the secret realm. I've inquired that there are more than 30 people above the 5th level of the Profound Brightness realm alone. Among them, including you, Brother Mo, there are 7 or 8 at the 7th level or above of the Profound Brightness realm. And the Yao Guang realm, as far as I've been poking around, there shouldn't be any. Mo Qingyu also sort of understood what Jiang Xingyuan meant. No matter what, we'll be lucky if we find it anyway, and we'll consider it a trip to travel if we don't, Mo Qingyu said. Jiang Xingyuan thought the same thing. Come on then, let's look around. Only you need to be careful here too. After all, there's always something strange and weird inside the secret realm. Jiang Xingyuan reminded Mo Qingyu. After Mo Qingyu answered well, the two of them walked together towards the east. Just after the duo had walked for a short while, a few dark shadows followed them. The corner of Mo Qingyu's mouth suddenly smiled after she noticed the dark shadow behind her. Jiang Xingyuan looked at Mo Qingyu, who suddenly smiled. What's wrong, brother Mo? Mo Qingyu stopped walking, with a tail. Hearing this, the originally cheeky Jiang Xingyuan suddenly turned cold. Eyes narrowed slightly. So what should we do about the tail back there? Mo Qingyu continued to walk forward in disbelief. Just go. They're no threat to us. Hearing Mo Qingyu say this, Jiang Xingyuan also continued to regain his previous cheerful expression, and the four black shadows that followed. Looking at Mo Qingyu and Jiang Xingyuan's backs, Jia. Jiang Xingyuan, today is the day you die. Chief, the third and fourth have gone ahead of them to set the trap. Good job. Mo Qingyu, who had ignored their conversation, was searching for a change in her surroundings. Brother Jiang. Well, that's weird. The two watched as their surroundings changed. Behind them is the landscape of birds and flowers. It turned out that a mile ahead was desert in the middle of nowhere. That's a big span. Mo Qingyu spat. Want to go inside the desert? Mo Qingyu inquired to Jiang Xingyuan. Jiang Xingyuan frowned, realizing that amongst the secret realms, deserts were far more dangerous than mountains and forests. Still shaking his head after a moment's thought. Forget it, I don't want to risk it. After saying that, Jiang Xingyuan turned his head and walked back. Mo Qingyu, on the other hand, looked towards the desert with its harsh environment. The divine sense swept through. Mo Qingyu smiled happily. This secret realm master is also really detrimental, actually locating the inheritance site inside the desert. Without much thought, Mo Qingyu also turned around and went back inside the mountain. Only just in Jiang Xingyuan hadn't taken 2 steps they were surrounded by 4 silhouettes. 3 of the 4 were at the 3rd level of the profound brightness realm, and 1 was at the 5th level of the profound brightness realm. Is something the matter, Your Excellency? Mo Qingyu said knowingly. The 4 didn't answer him and went straight for it. The 2 of them, Jiang Xingyuan and Mo Qingyu, looked at each other. After a scuffle, the 4 men lay dying on top of the grass. Jiang Xingyuan walked up to a few people, and he smiled somewhat grimly at the corner of his mouth. Chenanji sent you guys, right? The leading one of the 4 inwardly cursed Chenanji. He said that there is only the 3rd level of the profound brightness realm, but it turns out that there is a 7th level of the profound brightness realm beside him. Jiang Xingyuan then proceeded to make an inquiry. All 4 kept their mouths shut. Mo Qingyu walked up. Alright, they won't say anything, just kill them directly. Jiang Xingyuan nodded and sent the dying 4 away with a single punch. Looks like it's your enemies coming to kill you. Hearing Mo Qingyu's words, Jiang Xingyuan then explained. I fought with Chen Anji, the son of the Shadow Moon City Lord, over treasures in one place before, but that kid didn't me over. That kid has always looked at me with jealousy, so he's probably the one who sent them this time. Mo Qingyu also understood that the other party was the son of the Shadow Moon City Lord, one of the 5 major cities in the Divine Continent. The other side is backstage and can't just be killed. Otherwise, Jiang Xingyuan would have killed it a long time ago, and keeping it would be a curse for him. Without further ado, I've just thanked Brother Mo. Jiang Xingyuan thanked Mo Qingyu once more. Although he had just been able to escape, he would definitely be injured. As a result, Mo Qingyu just didn't have any nonsense and beat the 4 to the brink of death in an instant. Mo Qingyu, on the other hand, replied flatly, it's fine, just a small favor, let's go somewhere else. Then, Jiang Xingyuan felt that perhaps this trip to the secret realm might cause the relationship between him and Mo Qingyu to change. They're just a partnership now, but the future is hard to say. After finishing the matter, the duo wandered around all the way. The journey was uneventful, with the occasional encounter or two, but there was no conflict initiated. It all went its own way. As time passes slowly, the two found a safe place to rest. I didn't think the day would go by so fast, Jiang Xingyuan said with emotion. However, we're still quite lucky that we didn't meet demonic beasts or the traps of the various secret realms. With their strength, if they met a Yaoguang realm demonic beast, they would have mailed it. Just as Jiang Xingyuan was secretly feeling lucky. Roar! The sound of an angry roar near Jiang Xingyuan and Mo Qingyu came towards the duo. Jiang Xingyuan, Mo Qingyu, brother Jiang, I have to say that your mouth is really smart. Run! Jiang Xingyuan didn't hesitate and pulled Mo Qingyu just to run elsewhere. Just after running not 2 steps, a 10-meter-tall demonic beast suddenly appeared in front of the duo. Cam, Yaoguang Realm's 7th level tiger demon. Jiang Xingyuan spat out in horror. Mo Qingyu was calm, because he felt that this tiger demon might be a turning point in his relationship with Jiang Xingyuan. Chapter 21, Heart-to-Heart Talks. Jiang Xingyuan looked at the tiger demon in front of him, whose body was up to 10 meters tall, and secretly felt bad. It looks like we've trespassed on its territory, Mo Qingyu said flatly. Jiang Xingyuan transmitted his voice to Mo Qingyu. Brother Mo, in a moment the two of us will launch an attack together with all our strength, and then take advantage of that gap to escape. Mo Qingyu nodded. Inside his mind, he was thinking about how it would be better to collect his strength in a while. He didn't want to decimate the secret realm. Now is the time. Jiang Xingyuan shouted. Mo Qingyu gently released his spiritual energy while Jiang Xingyuan exploded his breath and used his strongest move. Explosive Fist. An oversized red fist in the air swung towards the tiger demon. The combined power of the two inflicted weak damage on the tiger demon. The tiger demon was also furious because of this. These bugs trespassed into his territory and actually dared to attack him. It had only intended to repel them, but they were too licentious. The tiger demon directly raised its breath to the highest level. The aura of the Yaoguang realm was released crazily in the surroundings. With a roar, he directly sent Jiang Xingyuan flying. Jiang Xingyuan took this opportunity to pull Mo Qingyuan bolt. What a bad day. Kang Sungyun spat as he ran. You don't forget to spit even when you're running. You're really something. Mo Qingyu teased Jiang Xingyuan from the side. The duo hadn't run for more than a few seconds when a dark shadow in the sky covered them. Mo Qingyu looked up at the dark shadow in the sky and thought of something, pushing Jiang Xingyuan beside him out of the way. He, on the other hand, was slapped by the tiger demon's claw and flew very far. When Jiang Xingyuan saw Mo Qingyu being slapped away, he didn't hesitate in the slightest and directly took out his instantaneous talisman paper. The tiger demon didn't give Jiang Xingyuan a chance to catch his breath either. The spit in his mouth was instantaneous. Jiang Xingyuan also activated the instantaneous transmission talisman at this moment, but he was still somewhat implicated by the pressure of the spit. He instantly moved next to Mo Qingyu. At this time, Jiang Xingyuan's clothes were in tatters. Blood was still spitting from his mouth. The right hand was as black as if it had been roasted. Realized that he was only involved a little bit by the pressure of the spit, but it was that little bit that almost killed him. Cam, next time don't come to this secret place. Almost lost it. Jiang Xingyuan took out 2 pills from inside the storage ring on his hand. He ate one for himself and recovered a little from his injuries. He then looked towards Mo Qingyu, who was slapped inside the stone wall. Sellers pulled him out and asked Mo Qingyu with a worried face. Old Mo, are you okay? When Mo Qingyu heard the change in address, he turned his head to look at Jiang Xingyuan and smiled inexplicably at the corner of his mouth. Jiang Xingyuan saw Mo Qingyu smiling with a fine face. He was also confused. No, man, that's the spit of a demonic beast at the 7th level of the Yaoguang realm. He almost mailed it, and you ended up smiling like nobody's business. What's the joke? I'm not actually in the fuchsia realm, Mo Qingyu confessed. Jiang Xingyuan sat on the ground with his butt, leaning on top of the stone wall behind him, and locked eyes with Mo Qingyu. He made a harumphing noise. This laughter is happy and glad. Jiang Xingyuan also understood the purpose of Mo Qingyu doing that just now. Mo Qingyu came to sit beside him, then changed into a pill and handed it to Jiang Xingyuan. Jiang Xingyuan took it and swallowed it without the slightest hesitation. After swallowing it, Jiang Xingyuan's body instantly returned to its original state. If it weren't for the clothes on his back, he'd look as if he hadn't been hurt. Both leaned quietly against the top of the stone wall, looking up at the moon in the sky. Neither of them spoke, but heartily and thoroughly regarded each other as friends. You know, Ginger, when I helped you the first time, it was because I saw that you were different from the people I'd also met. That's why I chose to go and help you. In hindsight, I didn't make the wrong choice. Kang Xingyuan gave a loud laugh after hearing this. Me too. At first I saw you as young and strong despite your blindness, yet without the pride of a genius, with a quirky personality and likes different things than most people, which made me start to take an interest in you. And you have a different view of the world than most people, so I guess that's why I care so much about you. Mo Qingyu pursed her lips and turned her head to look at Jiang Xingyuan, sounding musical. Heh. Looks like we're in good company. Instead of speaking, Jiang Xingyuan raised his right hand. Mo Qingyu understood what he meant and stretched out his own right hand before holding Jiang Xingyuan's hand. I want to know how strong you really are. Jiang Xingyuan looked towards Mo Qingyu next to him. At this moment, he unexpectedly couldn't feel the aura within Mo Qingyu's body at all. It's like an ordinary person who hasn't practiced. Mo Qingyu didn't answer directly. You will know later. Listening to Mo Qingyu playing riddles, Jiang Xingyuan also shook his head and smiled. If the other didn't want to say, then he wouldn't ask. He'd know later anyway. Kang Xingyuan looked at the dark forest around him. So what do we do now? Mo Qingyu stretched out the index finger of her left hand, the tip of which condensed flames. Ignite at the wood in front of the two of them. Why don't you sit here for a while I get the ingredients? Jiang Xingyuan's expression was a bit confused when he heard these words. He didn't wait for him to think carefully. Mo Qingyu disappeared into thin air. Not a moment later, a hiss came from above the camp where the pair had been resting earlier. Jiang Xingyuan swallowed his saliva and smiled somewhat incredulously at the corners of his mouth. Hey, Hey, no way. After that hiss, there was no sound. Mo Qingyu pulled the tiger demon's tail and dragged it towards Jiang Xingyuan's side. Tonight we'll eat tiger demon meat. I haven't eaten tiger demon meat yet, and I don't know how good it is. Mo Qingyu dragged the tiger demon in his hand to Jiang Xingyuan and put it down in front of him. Jiang Xingyuan already didn't know what kind of expression to show on his face for good. There was no way he was too surprised by Mo Qingyu to be surprised now. It's the first time I've eaten a tiger demon from the Yaoguang realm. Jiang Xingyuan let out a bitter laugh. It seems that Brother Mo's realm should be the Yaoguang realm, but how many levels is unknown. But it won't be less than 8 weight is all, because the 7th weight of demonic beasts was not the same as the 7th weight of humans. The demonic beasts themselves had to be physically stronger than humans. The 7th weight would be equivalent to the 8th weight of a human. Don't look at just one weight. It's not easy to cultivate. Each weight is a difficult hurdle. Don't look. Eat meat. Mo Qingyu casually swung out a few sword blades to cut him at the waist. Then start cutting off the fatty meat little by little, and the entrails are just thrown away. I measure. Sword intent. Jiang Xingyuan's entire body had gone numb. 20-year-old youth. Yaoguang realm. He also comprehended the sword intent. It was important to realize that the path of sword cultivation was not useful by relying on the realm. It was more about enlightenment. Speaking human means you have to be gifted to do it. My goodness. Brother Mo. You really aren't human. Mo Qingyu. Why do I get the feeling you're cursing me? Mo Qingyu said breathlessly. Chapter 22, A Journey Here. Jiang Xingyuan shook his head helplessly and smiled. It can't be helped. Now I've met what it means to be a genius. Jiang Xingyuan used to think that he was considered a particularly strong existence of genius. He was now in the 3rd level of the profound brightness realm at the age of 25. As a result, he had met this monster, Mo Qingyu. In reality, Jiang Xingyuan was indeed one of the geniuses of the divine continent. It's just that Mo Qingyu is straight up open. Mo Qingyu, on the other hand, cheerfully poked fun at Jiang Xingyuan. It's fine. You don't need to feel inferior. After all, you're not bad at all. Hearing those words, Jiang Xingyuan wanted to spit out blood. It was only now that he realized that Mo Qingyu was actually a little bit dark. Oh brother Mo, you really know how to comfort people. Jiang Xingyuan laughed bitterly twice. Mo Qingyu hemmed and hawed. Mo Qingyu himself surely knew what he meant by that. Jiang Xingyuan smelled Mo Qingyu roasting the tiger demon meat. Nose sniffing. So fragrant. Mo Qingyu, on the other hand, picked up a large piece of roasted meat in her hand with a proud face. Other than that, I'm still good at grilling. Here, taste it. Mo Qingyu handed the roasted meat in her hand to Jiang Xingyuan. Jiang Xingyuan took it and directly took a big bite. At this time he had no appearance at all of a flat-time cockney. It can't be helped. It smells good. Kang Sung Yun couldn't help but praise it inwardly. Mo Qingyu sat on the side and asked Jiang Xingyuan, I know where the legacy is. Do you need me to take you there? Jiang Xingyuan shook his head without hesitation. I don't want to mess with that crappy legacy anymore. I just want to find some treasures inside the secret realm now. Jiang Xingyuan was now indifferent to the secret realm inheritance, because he almost mailed it inside the secret world. When do you plan to leave the secret realm? Mo Qingyu asked. Jiang Xingyuan thought for a moment. I'm not sure for now. Let's take a look at the secret realm first and go out when the time comes. Mo Qingyu didn't think there was any problem. Okay, I'm all for it. Then I'll go to bed first. Mo Qingyu yawned. Jiang Xingyuan also smiled helplessly, and wondered how Mo Qingyu managed to be so relaxed inside a dangerous secret realm. Of course he didn't know that Mo Qingyu was confident in her own strength. Jiang Xingyuan felt the warmth from the fire in front of him. He slowly began to meditate. He wasn't used to sleeping inside the secret realm, so he simply sat and meditated. The whole night passed so peacefully. Old Mo is up. Jiang Xingyuan shook Missouri Qingyu's body. Mo Qingyu got up from the grass in a daze. It's morning? Mo Qingyu stood up and stretched. You kid is sleeping really well. Jiang Xingyuan couldn't help but spit out. Mo Qingyu picked up the wooden staff and answered as he walked. Sleep is one of the great things in life. It must smell good. The duo began to organize the traces around them a bit. Destroy the body of the tiger demon. Come on, let's go somewhere else. Mo Qingyu's footsteps that had just taken no more than 2 steps suddenly stopped. Wait. Jiang Xingyuan looked back at Mo Qingyu. Mo Qingyu came to the top of the stone wall they were leaning against last night. A wooden staff was used to carve a few large letters on top of the stone pond. Well now, off you go, Mo Qingyu said with a happy face. After the duo had left the area, after an hour, 2 more people came to their place. The 2 were none other than Lu Gong and Xinjing. Senior brother, there are traces of a fight here. Xinjing ran her hand over the crumbling marks on top of the stone wall. Lu Gong also looked at the traces on top of the stone pond, then turned his head to look at his surroundings. After a few steps, he noticed the burnt to a charcoal wooden push around him. Looks like someone was resting here last night. Just as Xinjing was observing the stone pond, a very piercing name shocked Xinjing. She backed away in a hurry, her feet a little unsteady. Senior, come over here. Hearing Xinjing's anxious tone, Lu Geng hurriedly returned to Xinjing. What's wrong, senior sister? Xinjing's right hand trembled as she pointed to a line of text. Lu Geng looked suspiciously in the direction Xinjing was pointing. His pupils instantly widened, and he swallowed the saliva inside his mouth. Mo Qingyu came here. The two of them, Xinjing and Lu Geng, glanced at each other. Elder brother, if I remember correctly. Lu Geng nodded slowly and spoke with an odd expression on his face. This is the name of Sword Immortal Senior, and it looks like the mark was just carved not long ago. Xinjing asked Lu Geng with an unbelievable face. Isn't the secret realm only accessible below the Jade Balance realm? Wouldn't the secret realm collapse if you tried to force your way in? Lu Geng, you ask me who I ask. Alas, seniors are always capable of making unexpected moves, Lu Geng said with a distressed look on his face. Xinjing asked Lu Geng again. Do you think we should go up and say hello if we meet a senior? Lu Geng shook his head without hesitation. We've only met with senior a few times at most. Let's not bother too much with strong people we don't know well. Xinjing nodded in understanding. Come on, let's go around somewhere else. Lu Geng looked back at the writing above the stone wall for a few moments before leaving. Achoo, it can't be someone talking about me behind my back. Mo Qingyu rubbed his nose with his index finger, just as Mo Qingyu was talking to herself. In front, Jiang Xingyuan's eyes glowed as if he had seen something. Old Mo, come on. Mo Qingyu walked up, and the duo's current location was near the top of a mountain. After Mo Qingyu came to Jiang Xingyuan's side, he looked down to the bottom and saw a huge lake. That's not the point. The point is that there's a sparkling flower in the center of the lake. The flowers are white-silver in color all over. At the bottom is a lotus leaf. What the hell is this? Mo Qingyu spoke with a puzzled expression. Jiang Xingyuan leaned back slightly, looking at Mo Qingyu with a slightly shocked expression. Brother Mo, don't you know what this is? Mo Qingyu's head turned slightly. He sighed. You don't know. I spend a lot of time inside the mountains, so there are a lot of things I don't know. Jiang Xingyuan nodded as he looked at the silver flower to explain to Mo Qingyu. The name of this flower is called the mercury flower. It's very valuable. It's a heavenly grade medicinal herb. The specific function is to be used to refine pills, but what pills to refine I don't know. Don't look at the fact that Jiang Xingyuan was the son of the Wuji city lord. He had come into contact with very few alchemists. Most of them are still condescending as hell and always think they're a bully. The point is that other people are really that awesome, and you can't refute it, so you say it's infuriating. If you want to take that flower, we'll have to take out the auger at the bottom of the lake first. 2. Mo Qingyu's eyes penetrated through the surface of the lake and perceived the 20-meter-long auger dragon underneath. Hearing Mo Qingyu say this, Jiang Xingyuan swept underground towards the lake with his divine sense. Holy, that long? And the auger seems to be sleeping. Mo Qingyu, on the other hand, looked at the rocks near her feet. To Jiang Xingyuan, he said, don't worry, he's not as strong as me. After saying that, he bent down and picked up a stone before throwing it directly under the bottom of the lake. The auger woke up instantly. Coming onto the surface of the lake, the murderous aura on the Jiaolong's face was exposed, and his eyes looked at Mo Qingyu and the two of them angrily. Trespasser, die! Hearing Jiaolong open his mouth to speak, Mo Qingyu also smiled slightly. The meaning of this smile was not understood by Jiaolong, but Jiang Xingyuan instantly understood at first glance. He then began to laugh slowly as well. GGG, old Mo. Mo Qingyu hemmed and hawed. Old Jiang, let's have auger dragon meat for lunch today. I agree. The dragon instantly became furious upon hearing this, and without continuing to speak, it directly launched an attack at the duo. Chapter 23, Return to Wuji City. Old Mo, how do you feel about this auger meat? Mo Qingyu commented after swallowing the auger meat inside her mouth. The meat was okay, but not exactly tender. It felt a bit old. I guess it was quite old. Jiang Xingyuan also agreed with Mo Qingyu. Indeed, it feels inferior to the previous tiger demon. But what the heck? We're kind of the ones who've tasted auger meat anyway. Mo Qingyu agreed. There was a snap and the two high-fived each other. And that mercury flower was naturally collected in Jiang Xingyuan's hand. At first, Jiang Xingyuan was planning to give it to Mo Qingyu, because he didn't put in much effort in drying the auger. It was all Mo Qingyu fighting, but Mo Qingyu didn't want it, and the reason was simple. This is an ugly-looking flower. Flowers need to be bright to look good. This silver is ugly-looking. Jiang Xingyuan, sure enough. Your point of view is just rare. Old Mo. Jiang Xingyuan also planned to give Mo Qingyu an item when he went out, but what was it he didn't say, causing Mo Qingyu to itch inside. You say read minds, but now that Kong Sun Yun is a friend in his eyes, it feels like this isn't necessary. You say you won't read it, and here's this kid playing riddles again, and I don't know who I learned it from. Kang Sun-yoon, do you believe me when I say I learned it from you? Emo Ching-yu, I believe it. However, Emo Ching-yu didn't always care about this. After all, he felt that Jiang Xingyuan would probably take some treasures to him, and for the next 2 whole months, the two of them, Jiang Xingyuan and Emo Ching-yu, stayed inside the secret realm in search of treasures, but all to no avail. In the back, Emo Ching-yu also felt that the secret realm was just like that and planned to go out. Jiang Xingyuan also felt that it was okay. The duo then searched for the secret exit. After a day found the secret exit. There was more than one exit inside the secret realm, but there was only one entrance outside. After the duo came out, half of the major powers had already disappeared. It also seems to be all for naught. Jiang Xingyuan murmured silently, "Old M.O. Let's go back to Wuji City first." M.O. Qingyu, good. The duo was just about to prepare to return to Wuji City when a sharp gaze looked over. Jiang Xingyuan was instantly a bit alarmed. What a strong aura. Could it be the heavenly power realm? Jiang Xingyuan's heart kept speculating about the opponent's strength. The one who was looking at Jiang Xingyuan was no other than the Red Feather sect leader, Lai Chengtian. In fact, Lai Chengtian looked a little familiar after seeing Jiang Xingyuan, and only with hindsight did he realize that it was the son of Jiang Zhou, the lord of Wuji City. Lai Chengtian came to Jiang Xingyuan's side. "No need to be nervous, I'm Lai Chengtian." Jiang Xingyuan let out a sigh of relief when he looked up and saw that it was Ri Chengtian. "Uncle Lai, you're scaring me to death." It turned out that the two of them, Lai Chengtian and Jiang Zhou, had been brothers for many years. That said, "Do you your mother know you're here in the secret world?" Hearing this, Jiang Xingyuan smiled somewhat awkwardly. Ri Chengtian covered his face helplessly. "Jiang Xingyuan, this kid is good at everything, just likes to take risks. Is he unaware of the fact that geniuses tend to die young? Don't your parents know you're here in the secret world?" Mo Qingyu inquired from behind Jiang Xingyuan. Jiang Xingyuan coughed and responded to Mo Qingyu with a harmless smile. He was trying to hide the embarrassment on his face. "Don't worry, Uncle Lai. You'll help me hide it, right?" Jiang Xingyuan looked at Lai Chengtian with a smile on his face. At this time, Ri Chengtian did not answer Jiang Xingyuan's question. He looked at Mo Qingyu behind Jiang Xingyuan with a panicked expression. Uncle Lai." Jiang Xingyuan looked at Lai Chengtian, who had incredulity written all over his face. Mo Qingyu opened her mouth to greet Li Chengtian. "Yo, what a coincidence." Lai Chengtian smiled curtly. Yes, what a coincidence. Meeting here." Before he could finish, Mo Qingyu sealed Lai Chengtian's mouth shut with a single look, signaling him not to reveal his identity. Lai Chengtian quickly understood what Mo Qingyu meant. Jiang Xingyuan looked at Mo Qingyu with a questioning face. He put his hand on Mo Qingyu's shoulder. "Old Mo, do you know Uncle Lai too?" Mo Qingyu, there have been a few encounters. Ri Chengtian almost didn't give a knee as he watched Jiang Xingyuan's movements. "Ouch, my ancestor. Oh, do you know who is next to you?" Jiang Xingyuan frowned at Lai Chengtian, who was standing a little unsteadily. "Uncle Lai, you're so strange today." Lai Chengtian adjusted his stance with fire and forced an explanation. "I'm getting older. It's normal. Alright, you guys hurry back. Don't stay here at the entrance of the secret realm for a long time." Lai Chengtian urged the duo to leave. Jiang Xingyuan also didn't continue to think about Lai Chengtian's eccentricities. "Go back to Wuji City with Mo Qingyu." On the way back, Jiang Xingyuan asked Mo Qingyu, "Old Mo, what are your plans for returning to Wuji City?" After Mo Qingyu pondered for a few seconds, he silently spoke. "I'm going to continue playing in Wuji City for a while. The majority of this time has been spent inside the secret realm. What fun places are there in Wuji City that I haven't been to yet?" Jiang Xingyuan was energized upon hearing this. Hey, then Old Mo, when the time comes, I'll take you around the entire Wuji City. Aside from my parents, I am the one who is most familiar with Wuji City." Mo Qingyu smiled flatly. "That's true. Who made you the son of the city lord?" Jiang Xingyuan also smiled helplessly when he heard this. "Sure enough, you know, after all." Mo Qingyu came to Jiang Xingyuan's side. "Regarding what your brat did in Wuji City, I could tell at a glance that your brat was different. There are no big families in Wuji City that have the surname Jiang within them and address you as boss or young master. The city lord's surname is also Jiang, so there is only one possibility that you are the city lord's son." Jiang Xingyuan nodded in acknowledgement as well. "That's right, that's why I'm so afraid of my mother knowing I'm sneaking into the secret world. By the way, I'll ask Uncle Qin to come over so you can get acquainted." This one named Qin Bo was naturally Jiang Xingyuan's protector. His shooing voice appeared behind the duo. "Uncle Qin, this is Mo Qingyu, a good friend of mine." Mo Qingyu greeted Uncle Qin. "Hello, I'm Mo Qingyu." Uncle Qin froze for a second after seeing Mo Qingyu's appearance, flashing a friendly smile. "Hello, I'm the young master's protector. The young master sent a message to me, thanking you for saving the young master inside the secret realm." The corners of Mo Qingyu's mouth rose in a slight smile as she looked towards this old man. He felt that this old man was suspicious of his identity. After all, there was a subtle change in the expression on his face. And it is true. Black blindfold. A blind man with a wooden staff in his hand. Before the news was confirmed, he thought it was a rumor. But then someone found the headquarters of the Thousand Shadows Society. And all the people there were dead. The body of Qin Yi, the president of the Thousand Shadows Society, was also there. So after the news that Mo Qingyu had exterminated the Thousand Shadows Society was indeed true, it began to be spread wildly. And he was only briefly skeptical because the secret realm did not allow the entry of the Jade Balance realm. In his eyes, the condition that Mo Qingyu had entered the secret realm was not valid, so it shouldn't be him. Chapter 24, Lord of Wuji City. Not long after, Mo Qingyu and Jiang Xingyuan returned to Wuji City. After entering the city, Jiang Xingyuan said to Mo Qingyu, "Old Mo, I'm going to go home first now. What about you?" Mo Qingyu replied flatly, "If I do, I'll just find a place to stay first, then continue with my daily life and stroll around Wuji City." When Jiang Xingyuan heard this, he clapped his hands together. "Since you're free and don't have a place to stay, just come to my house directly." Anyway, Mo Qingyu already knew that he was the city lord's son. Afterward, Jiang Xingyuan asked Uncle Qin, who was beside him, "Uncle Qin, do you think so?" Uncle Qin looked at Jiang Xingyuan with a smiling face. "Then of course there's no problem. Since it's a friend of the young master, I believe the young master's parents should be very happy as well." Uncle Qin could sense that Mo Qingyu was very strong, and he couldn't even detect his realm. But then again, it's definitely not an ordinary person, so there's only one possibility. He has treasures that hide his realm. Jiang Xingyuan stood in front of Mo Qingyu and jumped around. "Come on, old Mo, don't be polite to me." Mo Qingyu's mouth pretended to be unconcerned as she waved her hand. "I'm not going to be polite with a big family like you. Let's go then. My parents should be waiting for me inside the city." After saying that, Jiang Xingyuan brought Mo Qingyu along to the city lord's mansion. I have to say, the city lord's mansion is different, not only luxurious, and it's very tightly packed around, with soldiers everywhere. Jiang Xingyuan brought Mo Qingyu to the third floor of the city lord's mansion. That is, the place where guests usually meet. Just as he went upstairs, Jiang Xingyuan saw his mother, Xianlin Yun. Xianlin Yun was constantly walking back and forth with a worried look on his face. Jiang Xingyuan didn't see his mother's look. Instead, she came forward happily. "Mother, I'm home." Hearing Jiang Xingyuan's voice, the look on Xianlin Yun's face was no longer worried. She trotted over to Kong Sungyun. Kong Sungyun thought his mother was going to give him a big hug. He held out his own arms, ready for a motherly hug. "You brat, how dare you hide from us to enter the secret realm? Come over here for me." Xianlin Yun twisted Jiang Xingyuan's ear and angrily pulled him towards the hall. Kong Sungyun, why isn't this drawing style quite like what I thought it would be? Ouch, 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 ouch. Mother, you're softer. Jiang Xingyuan cooperated and followed Xianlin Yun. Coming to the top of the hall seat, Xianlin Yun tugged on Jiang Xingyuan's ear in a not-so-gentle manner. You, what can I say about you?" Uncle Qin stepped forward and crouched down at this time. "My subordinate apologizes for not being able to stop young master." Xianlin Yun knew that Qin Bo was forcibly dragged there by Jiang Xingyuan. "There's nothing you can do about it." At this moment, Jiang Zhou, the Wuji city lord, also came to the hall. He pulled Kong Sun Yun to him as soon as he saw him. Block Xianlin Yun with his own body. "You say you do not go to the secret realm. The result is also secretly go. If something happens, what to do? That's no ordinary secret realm. That's a secret realm left behind by the Tianqian realm." Jiang Zhou said this on the surface, but his eyelids were blinking frantically. "How's it going? Did you harvest anything good?" "Yes, I'm looking for a honeysuckle plant." Ha. "Not bad for my son." Xianlin Yun took a look at the father and son and saw that something was not right. "What are you two doing behind my back? You're not saying anything else on the sly, are you?" Jiang Zhou turned around with a serious face. "How can that be? Am I not teaching this brat a lesson?" Jiang Xingyuan also cooperated and said, Right. Father has already scolded me just now. Don't worry, there's absolutely no next time." "Xianlin Yun, there will be a next time?" Jiang Xingyuan shook his head in a fiery manner. He then motioned for Mo Qingyu at the stairs to come over. "Old Mo, come here. Father and mother, let me introduce you to Mo Qingyu, my recognized friend." When Jiang Zhou and Xianlin Yun saw Mo Qingyu, their first reaction was his eyes. "His eyes are..." Jiang Xingyuan responded, blind because of something. Mo Qingyu greeted Jiang Zhou and Xianlin Yun. "Hello guys, I'm Mo Qingyu." Kong Zhou and Xianlin Yun also responded in a friendly manner. Only after Jiang Zhou saw Mo Qingyu was the more he looked at it, the more he felt that something was wrong. He thought long and hard about what was wrong. Suddenly, he remembered that news from earlier. A blind man had exterminated the entire power of the Thousand Shadows Society. He looked at Mo Qingyu and muttered at the corner of his mouth, "It can't be." At this time, Uncle Qin transmitted his voice to Jiang Zhou, "City Lord, it shouldn't be. He just came out from inside the secret realm with the young master." According to the young master, inside the secret realm the two of them have shared life and death, so they are now very good friends. The only thing that puzzles me more is this teenager's realm, which I can't see through. Jiang Zhou's eyes carried a thoughtful meaning within them. He glanced at Mo Qingyu, and he realized that he couldn't see through Mo Qingyu either. Now that's interesting. In the end, Jiang Zhou still thought that Mo Qingyu was not the blind man who had exterminated the Thousand Shadows Society through this point in the secret realm. "Right, old Mo. Let me take you to pick a room," Jiang Xingyuan said with an indifferent face. Mo Qingyu followed suit with a smile. Xian Linyan said happily, "This kid grew up with such a personality." Jiang Zhou also joked helplessly, "I don't know who I learned it from." Mo Qingyu did find it quite amusing, "But I still thank you both for teaching a good child out. I think he's a man worth making friends with." When the two heard Mo Qingyu say this, they also snickered at the corners of each other's mouths. Afterwards, Jiang Xingyuan took Mo Qingyu and left the place. Before leaving, Jiang Zhou sent a voice message to Jiang Xingyuan, "The friend you made this time should be very strong. I can't see through his cultivation." Jiang Xingyuan responded, "Yes, it's very strong, more genius than I've ever seen." Jiang Zhou was also thinking about it when he heard it. Could make his son say that. It seemed that Mo Qingyu was truly not simple. Kang Zhou told Xin Lin Yun about this matter. Both were relieved that Kong Sun Yun had made a friend who had a lot of potential and was still nice to people. Jiang Xingyuan brought Mo Qingyu to the backyard of the city lord's mansion. This is the place they use exclusively for greeting guests. There are many rooms inside. After Jiang Xingyuan picked a guest room for Mo Qingyu, the two of them then went out to do the whole job above the street. "Come on, today I'll show you what Wuji City has to offer." Mo Qingyu raised her eyebrows. "Good." Jiang Xingyuan first brought Mo Qingyu to an inn. This inn is very special. To say what's special about it, that is, the first floor of this inn is where the storytelling takes place. There is no place to eat. The second floor, on the other hand, is a place to enjoy various treasures. There are all kinds of treasures inside for you to enjoy. The duo had just walked in when they heard the storyteller chanting, "Hey, you guys are unaware that the divine continent are going to change. Recently, a godly man wiped out an entire force of the Thousand Shadows Society." "Yes?" Bottom asked. The storyteller, too, spoke with a look of excitement. "Don't you believe it? Now that the news has been confirmed. The key thing is that the one who exterminated the Thousand Shadows Society was a man. The man is still blind." Jiang Xingyuan and Mo Qingyu naturally heard it as well. Mo Qingyu said as if in a joking tone, "Hear that? I'm the one who destroyed the Thousand Shadows Society. Isn't that awesome?" Jiang Xingyuan looked at Mo Qingyu's godly expression and smiled. "Yes, yes, yes." Chapter 25, Traveling Together? Obviously, Jiang Xingyuan didn't believe it. After all, Mo Qingyu and he had both entered the secret realm. How could it be the blind man who exterminated the Thousand Shadows Society? Mo Qingyu, on the other hand, snickered. The future Jiang Xingyuan would believe it. After arriving at the second floor, Jiang Xingyuan casually pointed at the many treasures placed there. "Old Mo, go ahead, pick what you see, brother will pay for it." Mo Qingyu, on the other hand, looked at Jiang Xingyuan with a puzzled expression. "Doesn't it say on the door that everything inside is not for sale?" Jiang Xingyuan grinned. "Indeed, it's not for sale, but that's limited to others. I'm the son of a city lord, plus the reputation was already good. There's nothing wrong with picking one from the boss." Mo Qingyu, the point is because you are the son of the city lord, right? Kong Sung Yun, look beyond the obvious. Mo Qingyu didn't follow this kid politely either. Picking through some of the decorations here, weapons were no longer useful to Mo Qingyu. He had the clear jade sword, so a decoration to hang on his body or on top of his money bag was still fine. After Mo Qingyu stated his claim, Jiang Xingyuan then led him to the ornaments area. There are all kinds of jade pendants, lucky bags, etc. and such. Mo Qingyu picked a jade pendant in the shape of a tiger archer's thumb ring. His entire body was a white-silver color. Mo Qingyu hung it on his waist. "How about it? Doesn't it go well together?" Mo Qingyu asked Jiang Xingyuan happily. Kong Sung Yu nodded. "It does match. TSK, I didn't expect such a good jade pendant to be found for you." Jiang Xingyuan looked at the jade pendant with a slightly envious look. "Okay, I'll go look at something else then." Mo Qingyu nodded. Inside the time that the two of them took over, Jiang Xingyuan brought Mo Qingyu to look through a whole floor of treasures. This also made Mo Qingyu feel that there were as many interesting treasures in this world as possible, like the one he's holding now, a yellow rune. Jiang Xingyuan told him that this one was an invisibility talisman, which could make him invisible for a short period of time, and all sorts of weird and wonderful things. After strolling around, the two of them, Jiang Xingyuan and Mo Qingyu, headed to the entertainment venues of Wuji City. You can listen to hookah tunes here. The difference between this place and Smoky City was that selling bodies was not allowed here, only selling art. And in the case of Smoky City, you can play whatever you want as long as you have money or power. This was why Jiang Xingyuan was able to enter and exit this place. Jiang Xingyuan told him that if he went in and out of places like the Wat 8 Moon Greenhouse, his parents can't afford to cut his legs off if they find out. Mo Qingyu, on the other hand, spoke indifferently. I can see that although your parents are a bit strict with you, they just don't want you to fall. They don't want you to become a loser. Jiang Xingyuan touched his nose. Indeed, his parents didn't force him to cultivate even after they realized his talent was great. Instead, he was allowed to find his own way of practicing. Don't get caught up in the world. Jump out of it. Mo Qingyu did think that Jiang Xingyuan's parents should be a very responsible parent, also a very responsible town manager. This can be seen in Kong Sung-yoon. Mo Qingyu felt that this point was very rare and valuable. Don't talk about me, old Mo. Do you have any plans for the future? Jiang Xingyuan was lying on the boat. At the moment the duo was sitting on top of the branch of a boat touring Flower Street. Mo Qingyu looked at the birds flying through the sky. It's the same old thing, to travel and visit all parts of the world. When Jiang Xingyuan heard this, he also laughed out loud. Then you don't mind one more? Mo Qingyu's mouth smiled. I can't wait. Jiang Xingyuan sat up. Alright, then let's find a time to leave together. Mo Qingyu looked at Jiang Xingyuan with a puzzled look. Kang Sungyun, what? Mo Qingyu said with her head held high. Have you forgotten about your parents? Do you think your parents would agree to let you take this risk? Jiang Xingyuan's eyes dilated and he patted his head. Yeah, Mom and Dad definitely won't let me follow you. Jiang Xingyuan pondered for a while before waving his hand. However, I do think that they will agree this time. Mo Qingyu, oh, why is that? Jiang Xingyuan thought about how he hadn't traveled much to distant places since he was a child until now. Because I can't live under their wings for the rest of my life. They understand that too. Or else I didn't get scolded this time when I entered the secret realm, but just said a few words about me. And there's Uncle Qin following me. He'll protect us in a pinch. This was the cost of Jiang Xingyuan daring to go out and take risks. Mo Qingyu looked at Jiang Xingyuan and had to say that Jiang Xingyuan as a person was indeed a rare and valuable talent. There was no arrogant pluck because his parents were city lords. Never felt that just because you were a genius you should trample ordinary people underfoot. But it's not like you're going to just go out of your way to save someone or step up and put yourself in danger. Knowing how to weigh the pros and cons of something and not acting mindlessly. I believe that in the future, you will definitely be one of the strongest in this world. Mo Qingyu spoke expectantly to Jiang Xingyuan. Jiang Xingyuan grinned. Then I'll thank old Mo for the compliment. Say, how do you usually cultivate? Mo Qingyu inquired to him. Cultivation methods? Jiang Xingyuan responded indifferently. I practice in a very casual way, and I don't think about practicing all the time inside my head. Instead, you go and play when you want to go and practice when you feel it's time to practice. It seemed to him that with so many interesting things in this world, cultivation was again the opposite of going against the grain, and was extremely uninteresting. But just like that, his realm still came to the profound brightness realm. This was why Jiang Xingyuan thought of himself as a genius. Of course, now that he had met Mo Qingyu, he completely understood one thing, that is, there was no shortage of geniuses in this world, and his talent was just the threshold to enter the world of geniuses. Enough about me, let's discuss the time of departure, said Jiang Xingyuan expectantly. Mo Qingyu nodded instead and negotiated with him about the departure time. And for the next 2 months, Jiang Xingyuan was all but taking Mo Qingyu around Wuji City. It made him realize that there was a lot more to Wuji City that he didn't know, and for the past 2 months, the duo has had a lot of fun. How about it? Isn't Wuji City fun? Jiang Xingyuan sat on top of the city wall and said to Mo Qingyu beside him. Mo Qingyu looked at the bright moon under the sky and he smiled. It was really fun, and it was the first time I got to see a lot of things I've never seen before. It showed me the breadth of the world, and there are still a lot of things I haven't seen in the Tianyuan continent. That's why I'm going to travel the world. Jiang Xingyuan handed Mo Qingyu the bottle of drink in his hand. Then when do we leave? Jiang Xingyuan asked. The day after tomorrow. After saying that, Mo Qingyu finished her drink in one smooth gulp. Neither of the duo slept tonight. They sat on top of the walls and negotiated their future. Jiang Zhou quietly watched Jiang Xingyuan's every move from a distance. Ma'am, our son is going to get out of his own way. 2. Xian Linyun was at the side, nodding with some reluctance. What's wrong, ma'am? Kang Zhou looked at Xian Linyun's reluctant look. Xian Linyun leaned on top of Jiang Zhou's shoulder and said in a low tone, I really don't want him to step into the outside world, but again, this is indirectly harming him. Her feelings were torn and unsettled. Maybe that's what you have to go through to be a mom. Jiang Zhou quietly comforted Xian Linyun from the side. The night is very late. Above the sky on this cold night, the moon was shining brightly. Is this the Wuji city? Jia. Wait for 2 days to let you people from the divine continent experience despair. A black silhouette stood on top of a mountain very far away from Wuji city. He looked at the Wuji city in the distance and already had an idea in his mind. After a few seconds, the black figure disappeared above the hill. Chapter 26, The Tide of the Beast. For the next 2 days, both Jiang Xingyuan and Mo Qingyu were living an ordinary daily life inside Wuji city, until the day you're ready to leave. Early in the morning on the day of their departure, the duo first went for a quick bite to eat. Then Kong Sungyun went back inside his home to prepare to pack his bags. He had a storage ring in his hand, so he wasn't afraid of not being able to put it away even if he had a lot of stuff. After packing his bags, Jiang Xingyuan looked at Mo Qingyu behind him. Old Mo, why didn't you bring anything with you? I don't see your storage ring either. Mo Qingyu swallowed the sugar gourd inside her mouth and explained to Jiang Xingyuan, I don't need that. He himself could then open up a space out for his use at any time. Naturally, there was no need for a storage ring to be so troublesome. Well, this candy cane is overly sweet and has an average flavor, Mo Qingyu muttered to herself. Jiang Xingyuan didn't think much about it as he looked at Jiang Zhou and Xian Lin Yun in front of him. Mom and Dad, I'm ready to leave. Jiang Zhou stood to the side with a little bit of worry in his expression as he barked at Jiang Xingyuan. Brat, don't worry about playing this journey. You must remember to cultivate. Xian Lin Yun nodded worriedly as well. Remember to take care of yourself. Jiang Xingyuan nodded his head and comforted the two of them. Don't worry, old Mo and I mostly travel between several cities in the divine continent. Don't worry too much. Xian Lin Yun sighed, a smile on her face. Son, sometimes accidents can come so suddenly, so no matter what, you have to be careful out there, okay? Jiang Xingyuan also smiled and responded. I will. Mother, don't you know me? I'm not stupid. Xian Lin Yun, yes, my son is smart. After a few people finished saying their goodbyes, Mo Qingyu and Jiang Xingyuan prepared to depart. Let's go, Ginger, Mo Qingyu said. Jiang Xingyuan nodded. The duo hadn't even stepped out of the city lord's mansion yet. A bell rang inside Wuji city. Jiang Zhou frowned. The bell would only ring in times of distress. Don't you guys go out yet. I'm going to go to the top of the wall and see what's going on. Jiang Xingyuan looked at the suddenly serious Jiang Zhou and knew that something was wrong. Mo Qingyu, on the other hand, delicately opened her divine sense and swept all 10 kilometers around Wuji city. This is beast tide? Mo Qingyu muttered under her breath. Jiang Zhou came to the top of the city wall and watched the onslaught of various demonic beasts not far away. His face was unusually heavy. What's going on? Kang Zhou asked the person beside him. The soldier beside him hurriedly kneeled down on one knee. Back to city lord. For some reason, a very large number of demonic beasts suddenly appeared in front of Wuji city. And there are Jade Balance Realm existences among this group of demonic beasts, as many as 30 or so. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Zhou called for several soldiers. Now pass my order down. Have all the people of Wuji city leave through the back door. Yes. Jiang Zhou took out from inside his clothes the voice transmission microphone from the Divine Continent headquarters, but it didn't do anything, and Jiang Zhou's face sank. A careful look at the sky above. As expected, Wuji city had been set up with a boundary. He couldn't get through to the headquarters side. It seems that the other side has been planning this for a long time. Seeing the commotion outside, the two of them, Jiang Xingyuan and Mo Qingyu, also came to the city wall. Just as he came up, Jiang Xingyuan saw a vast wave of beasts coming towards Wuji city. This is, what the hell? As Jiang Xingyuan watched the onslaught of demonic beasts, his heart began to be gradually possessed by fear, and more than fear, powerlessness. It was the first time in his life that he had seen such a scene. It was also the first time he felt that he and his father were so small and vulnerable in this moment. Jiang Xingyuan swallowed his saliva. His hands were trembling slightly. His mind was blank, not knowing what to do now. Jiang Zhou, on the other hand, looked at the duo beside him. You guys hurry up and leave through the back door. When Jiang Xingyuan heard this, he spoke with an excited expression. Father, are you trying to block with your life? There are so many demonic beasts on the other side. Their realms are not low. How can you block them alone? Right. What about the HQ side? No contact? Jiang Zhou sighed helplessly as he looked towards the wave of beasts not far away. Wuji city has been set up with a boundary, and the headquarters side can't be contacted for the time being. I can't let the demonic beasts enter Wuji city and let them harm the people inside. Son, you should understand. Kang Xingyuan pursed his lips, slightly lowered his head, and clenched his hands into fists. I wonder what he's thinking at the moment. After half a second, Jiang Xingyuan's eyes were not blank, but firm. Then I'll stay here too. Jiang Zhou, you. Jiang Xingyuan smiled with some relief. Don't say it, Pops. The more power you have, the more responsibilities you need to fulfill. Since I am the son of the city lord, How can I run away in a time of danger? Jiang Xingyuan looked at the demonic beasts that immediately came to the city gates. He knew that this battle must die. Old Mo, just leave, but don't die here. Mo Qingyu looked at Jiang Xingyuan, who was ready to die in front of him. Before he could say anything, Jiang Zhou on the other side knew that he couldn't persuade Jiang Xingyuan, so while he wasn't looking, directly pointed Jiang Xingyuan's acupoint. Pops you. Jiang Xingyuan didn't finish his sentence before he lay helplessly on top of Mo Qingyu. Brother Mo, please. Xian Linyan also ran from inside the city lord's mansion to Jiang Zhou's side and tenderly held Jiang Zhou's palm. You can't leave me behind. I said it the day we were married. We live and we die. She spoke gently to Kong Zhou. Then, her breath instantly exploded. It came directly to the first level of the Jade Balance realm. At this moment, Xian Linyan was no longer a gentle mother, but the city lord's wife. Jiang Zhou took Xian Linyan's small hand and smiled with relief. Good, we'll live and die together. Mo Qingyu looked at this touching scene. He didn't know if he wanted to break well. Forget it. He made a point at Jiang Xingyuan's acupoint and woke him up, then give it a toss. He himself took a small jump and came to stand on top of the city wall. Come on, old ginger. You guys should wrap up your family touching scenes. I can't even watch it anymore. Don't worry about it. You're my first friend and I don't want you to die here. With that, he slowly pulled out the clear jade sword from the wooden staff at his waist. After Jiang Xingyuan awoke, he slowly raised his heavy head collar and looked at Mo Qingyu. Old Mou. Without waiting for Jiang Xingyuan to open his mouth and finish his sentence, Mo Qingyu's breath as she drew her sword directly deadened the demonic beasts 500 meters in front of her. Can't move halfway. Ginger, I told you, the Thousand Shadows Society. I'm the one who exterminated it. Just watch now. It's the second time in my life I've drawn my sword. Never blink. Mo Qingyu slowly pulled out the clear jade sword, and the moment she did, thunderclouds began to gather in the sky. The sword began to gradually emit a white aura, and the aura wrapped the entire Wuji city. The thousands of demonic beasts in front of them were held down dead by the sword pressure of the clear jade sword. Mo Qingyu did not kill these demonic beasts in the first place. Otherwise, how else could you pretend to be a bully in front of Jiang Xingyuan? And Jiang Zhou and Xian Linyan, who were beside Mo Qingyu, felt the pressure that Mo Qingyu brought with her. Although it wasn't directed at them, they were able to feel the power of this sword pressure. Jiang Zhou looked at Mo Qingyu with a shocked face, unable to believe that his son had actually made such a powerful friend. Jiang Xingyuan, how much do you look down on me? Pops. After pulling out the clear jade sword completely, Mo Qingyu gradually gathered heaven and earth spiritual chi in the body of the sword. Hula hula. Gale force winds are rising. Electricity flashed and thundered in the sky. Mo Qingyu raised the clear jade sword in her hand. Take a swing downward. Sword chi instantaneous. And the heavens and the earth trembled. All the demonic beasts were turned into ashes under the sword light. The sky was also split in two. Jiang Zhou stood behind him, his forehead sweating madly. His mouth was open and unable to merge, indicating how shocked he was at the moment. He just heard something. He just saw something. Thousands of demonic beasts went up in smoke in an instant, and his own son's friend was actually the one who was beyond the point where even the heavenly pivot realm couldn't stop him. At the same time, this person was the one who exterminated the Thousand Shadows Society. They should know that when he was called to the Divine Continent's headquarters for a meeting earlier, that heavenly pivot realm of the Divine Continent had explained it to them. Mo Qingyu's power was in existence beyond the common sense of this world. It is impossible to see with the power of this world. Jiang Zhou also understood why Mo Qingyu was able to enter the secret realm. His power is unstoppable by this world. What he hadn't expected most was that he was both the one who existed beyond common sense, the same person who exterminated the entire power of the Thousand Shadows Society. Chapter 27, A Sword to Chop the Heavenly Tao. Jiang Xingyuan's mouth could no longer close. Grip it. Old Mo, you're not kidding. Mo Qingyu glanced back at Jiang Xingyuan, her mouth smiling. When did I ever say it was fake? Jiang Xingyuan slowly stood up. The effects of the acupuncture points he had just been given by his old man hadn't completely dissipated yet. Cam, Pops, you actually sneak attacked. You old denizen not named Wonder. Gingerboat? Brat. What did you just say? When he said that, Jiang Zhou pulled the cuffs apart and swung his fists around ready to make Jiang Xingyuan feel his father's love. Jiang Xingyuan came to Mo Qingyu's side with a small jump. Hey, Pops, don't you dare hit me. Mo Qingyu, you kid, dogfighting learns so fast. Kang Sungyun proudly replied. It has to be. Wait, are you calling me a dog? Mo Qingyu turned her head and muttered in a small voice. Who just answered who is? Jiang Zhou also shook his head helplessly. This brat was something he couldn't clean up now. Xian Linyan watched their scuffle from the sidelines. Tears slowly flowed down from his eyes, and when Jiang Zhou saw it, he hurriedly asked, What's wrong, ma'am? Xian Linyan was in his arms and said after the robbery, I thought we were really going to die here. Jiang Zhou carefully comforted her. It's not alright, don't worry about it. Xianlin Yun walked out of Jiang Zhou's embrace and came in front of Mo Qingyu. Flutter. She dropped to both knees. Mother! Xianlin Yun shouted loudly. Shut up, this kneeling is what we owe our seniors. You kneel for me as well. Jiang Zhou also came next to Xianlin Yun and knelt down on both knees together. Thank you senior for saving me. It was important to realize that Mo Qingyu had saved not just them, but the thousands of people behind Wuji City. Jiang Zhou shouted to Kong Xingyuan who was standing. Hurry up. Jiang Xingyuan naturally knew all of this, only when he had just knelt down on both knees. It was held up in midair by Mo Qingyu. There's gold in a man's knees. Ginger. Kong Sungyun looked at the smiling man in front of him. He wanted a hug. He was a bit scruffy at the moment with tears in his eyes. Mo Qingyu dodged away in disgust. Seeing this, Jiang Xingyuan continued to come to the top of Mo Qingyu's thighs. Both hands hugged Mo Qingyu's thighs. Whoa whoa whoa. Old Mo. I thought I was going to die here. Mo Qingyu propped up her feet with a disgusted face and came in front of Mr. and Mrs. Jiang Zhou. Helped the duo to their feet. You have taught a good son who has saved Wuji City and you. Jiang Zhou and Xianlin Yun looked at each other. Understanding the meaning of Mo Qingyu's words just now, he would make a move all because of Jiang Xingyuan. Otherwise he would have simply ignored the death or life of Wuji City. The two of them, Jiang Zhou and Xianlin Yun, looked at Jiang Xingyuan who was on top of Mo Qingyu's feet. For some reason, the heart was feeling both relief and a little bit of dislike. Jiang Xingyuan smiled heartlessly when he heard Mo Qingyu say this. Isn't that right, Pops? See if your son I'm getting ahead. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Xingyuan said with a proud face. It was as if what had just happened hadn't affected him in any way. But in reality, something had changed inside Kong Sungyun's heart. It was just that he didn't want to show that emotion at a time like this when the family was together. Just as Jiang Xingyuan boasted to himself, the thunderclouds above the sky did not dissipate. Instead, it's getting more and more. A rumble drew the attention of the four up. This is the way of heaven? Jiang Zhou's pupils were shocked as he looked at the thunderclouds and purple lightning in the sky. Mo Qingyu looked up at the purple thunderclouds in the sky. Is it to wipe me out? The three of them all stared with wide eyes when they heard Mo Qingyu's words. Tendo himself came down to obliterate people. Old Mo. Tendo. Mo Qingyu, shoo. Mo Qingyu made a shushing gesture, and the three did not continue to speak. He pointed the still unsheathed clear jade sword in his hand at the thunderclouds above the sky. Since you think I'm an outsider, accept the power of an outsider. Mo Qingyu understood that the pressure he had just released was too powerful, and the heavenly Tao felt a great threat. His power was stronger than this world, so the heavenly Tao did not allow him to exist in this world, lest he affect the balance of the world. Humph, looks like you think I'm easy to bully. Mo Qingyu looked at the thunderclouds in the sky that were getting stronger and stronger. After a cold grunt, immediately afterward, the space laws were gathered on the surface of the sword. A knife was swung. The space in the sky was chopped up as much as it could be. All the thunderclouds disappeared into thin air. At present, the sky is so conspicuous by its broken fragments. Jiang Xingyuan trembled and pointed at the sky with his finger. He just saw something. Mo Qingyu actually directly secured Tendo? I've made a brother. A little too much bull, haven't I? Jiang Xingyuan gulped. The scene that just hit his brain. Jiang Zhou was also numb. The person in front of him actually gave even the heavenly Tao a second. It was simply impossible to look at Mo Qingyu with this world's perception. Mo Qingyu reclaimed the sword in her hand inside the wooden staff. He left to the wide-eyed looks of the crowd. Ginger, let's go. Don't stay here dry. Kong Xingyuan froze for a second. Oh, I'm coming. Jiang Xingyuan trotted over to Mo Qingyu's side, then began to chatter non-stop. How is Mo Qingyu so bullish? Is he open? Ma'am, it seems that our son has made the acquaintance of an extraordinary person. Jiang Zhou said with a palpitating heart. Someone who can't even with Tendo. Hell knows what he just went through. First he was ready to die. Then he was saved. It was also learned that the person who saved was the same sword immortal they had been talking about at the Divine Continent headquarters. During the meeting, that heavenly pivot realm lord had also instructed them. It showed that Mo Qingyu's was beyond this world. It is impossible to look at it with the common sense of the world. Now look, it's not just transcending the world. The other side has even edged down the heavenly Tao. This meant that he could wipe out the Tianyuan continent at any time. My goodness, life is so full of ups and downs. Jiang Zhou still had afterthoughts inside. Come on, Sagittarius, let's go back first. Xianlin Yun held Jiang Zhou's arm tightly with both hands. Her movements also indicated her hijacked look. Jiang Zhou nodded numbly. Good. After the two returned to the city hall, Jiang Zhou would reconnect with the headquarters. Halfway through the matter, the person who had contacted Jiang Zhou came directly towards Wuji City. It was there in just 10 seconds or so. Jiang Zhou contacted that person as a deacon from the Divine Continent headquarters. That is, the person above his position. The visitor looked at the tranquil Wuji City. City Lord Zheng, didn't you say there were demonic beasts? Also, what's the situation with the thunderclouds in the sky of Wuji City right now? Zhang Zhou, on the other hand, arched his hand and slowly explained to Gus. Deacon Gu, don't be in a hurry, listen to me in detail. Zhang Zhou gave all the process away, because it was approved by Mo Qingyu. Before he left, he said so. If anyone comes and asks, feel free to say that this time just feel free to give his name away. There's nothing wrong with making a big deal out of it. He was letting others know that he, Mo Qingyu, was an existence that no one in this world could afford to mess with. Gus was sweating outright in a cold sweat on his forehead the more he listened. Well, I'd like to ask where that senior person is? Zhang Xingyuan spread his hands and explained. He's somewhere else with my son. Gus wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said to Zhang Zhou, I'll bring the message back to headquarters when the time comes. By the way, that senior, do you know his last name? Zhang Xingyuan, senior's name is Mo Qingyu. Gus nodded his head thinking about what he should do next. Honestly, two things can be drawn from this talk. For one thing, the onslaught of the beasts was deliberate. Gus thought it would be the Regulus side, through the beast tide to bring about internal chaos in their divine continent. Secondly, they could see that Mo Qingyu's strength was no longer something they could relate to. His personality is still of the temperamental variety. Previously, they wanted to curry favor and pull some strings, then come together to deal with Regulus continent. But now it seemed that without special circumstances, Mo Chang wouldn't pay any attention to their continent versus continent struggle. Deacon Gu, I think it's good to just give the news to the people at the headquarters. It's not good to disturb senior too much. Elder, he doesn't like people bothering him over these things. Gus, well, that much I still know. Afterward, Gus was ready to get up and go back to the Divine Continent headquarters to bring the news he had gotten to the deacon at the headquarters. On his way out, Gus also instructed Jiang Zhou a million times. City Lord Zheng, I hope your son won't bring disaster to our Divine Continent. Understand? Jiang Zhou nodded. Don't worry, that kid has his measure. Chapter 28, Parting. At this moment, Zhang Xingyuan was arriving at the backyard of the city hall with Mo Qingyu. Zhang Xingyuan put his hand on top of Mo Qingyu's shoulder. Ha ha ha, old Mo, did you say earlier that you're so powerful? I won't be afraid of these when I go out. At that time, if someone wants to cut me, I'll say that my big brother is Mo Qingyu. Zhang Xingyuan was blowing smoke like crazy. Mo Qingyu smiled helplessly as he said, alright, we'll leave this afternoon. Speaking of this, Zhang Xingyuan stopped his advancing steps. The look is no longer playful. The lips of his mouth quivered slightly. Old Mo, I may not be able to join you in your travels for a while. Mo Qingyu turned her head to look at Zhang Xingyuan. At this moment, Zhang Xingyuan's fists were clenched tightly, and his expression carried a strong sense of unwillingness. The old me hadn't encountered anything like today's, and today I realized that I was so weak. I feel resentful that I can't do anything to help when I need my parents to save my own life. Zhang Xingyuan hammered his fist onto the top of the tree beside him. If Mo Qingyu hadn't been there today, he probably wouldn't have died. But his parents will definitely die in Wuji City. Powerlessness. Those three words flooded his mind at the moment. After Mo Qingyu glanced at Zhang Xingyuan, she threw a jade pendant in her hand to Zhang Xingyuan. This is a voice microphone, so you can page me if anything happens. Kang Sunyan's right hand held the microphone in a death grip. Tears rolled from inside his eyes. Kang Sunyan tried as much as possible to keep the tears from running down his face. At the moment, he was completely devoid of the joy he had felt at that moment on top of the walls. There's just a sense of powerlessness and a drive for him to move forward. Mo Qingyu smiled at the corner of her mouth and turned around to leave the city hall of Wuji City. Zhang Xingyuan looked at Mo Qingyu's back. Just his back alone made him feel that he was so powerful. Zhang Xingyuan shouted towards Mo Qingyu. His voice carried a firm tone within it. I'll go on a retreat, and then when I think I'm done practicing, I'll be there for you. Mo Qingyu stopped walking and didn't turn around, but answered Zhang Xingyuan with an affirmative tone. Ginger, I hope you'll be on your own the next time we meet. I'll be waiting for you as I travel the world. With Mo Qingyu's departure, the backyard of the city hall became cold. Without any nonsense, Zhang Xingyuan directly headed to the place their city lord's mansion was dedicated to cultivation, and after Mo Qingyu left the city lord's mansion, arrived in the middle of a deep mountain outside of classless city, there's one thing he hasn't taken care of yet, only to see Mo Qingyu casually grabbing at the air beside her. The space shattered directly, presenting a black hole inside, kind of like a wormhole. He reached inside the black hole and grabbed a man of little height and age. Hello there, Tian Dao of the Tian Yuan continent. Mo Qingyu looked at the small child in her hands with a smile on her face. Tendo looked at Mo Qingyu with fear on his face. I was wrong, Master, Grand Master, just consider me a fart and let it go. Okay. The Heavenly Dao continuously begged for mercy in Mo Qingyu's hands. Mo Qingyu did not answer the Heavenly Dao's question. Instead, he threw it to the ground in one hand. then placed his wooden staff on top of his shoulders. Tendo was now psychologized by Yu. Being messed up like this by Yu, he directly couldn't tense up and begged for forgiveness on his knees. Ooh, don't come over here, don't kill me. Yu crouched down and slapped him across the face. Be quiet, I don't like noise. After being slapped, Tendo's crying stopped. It started to turn into a cute expression, using this expression to beg for mercy from Yu. The main theme is 2 words. From the heart. Pop. Another slap. Tendo touched the right side of his face in aggravation. Master, why did you hit me again this time? Yu, I don't like people being cute in front of me, especially someone who wants to obliterate me. Hearing this, Tian Dao quickly kowtowed. Master, Grand Master, that's because I don't know Tai. Yu looked at the heavenly Dao with a harmless smile. Tendo looked up and wiped his nose. Master, pop. Another resounding slap in the face. Tian Dao looked at Yu with an aggrieved face. Master, what is it for this time? Yu set her wooden staff on top of Tendo's shoulders. I don't like the look of you. What? Not convinced? Tendo, marred. If he could do it all over again, he would never mess with this bogeyman in front of him. No, how could I not? What you say is what you say. Ah ha ha ha. Tendo rubbed those small hands together, the word submissive written all over his face. For some reason, Yu was looking at this face as the more he looked at it, the more he owed it. Pop, 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 pop. After a dozen or so rings, Yu looked at the red-faced Tendo in front of her, comforting on the inside. It's a great fight, Tendo? Okay, it's annoying to see you looking like a buster. Get lost, Yu said in a hurry. Tendo bowed a few times upon hearing this, then simply disappeared into thin air, slipping away. Yu stood up and had to say that it was really cool just now. He was probably the first one in the Tianyuan continent to madly whip the heavenly Dao with his big mouth. Without further ado, it's time to depart. After Yu recited a sentence, she started walking towards the east. There are quite a few towns in the east, and Daffodil City is also in that direction. 5 major cities in the Divine Continent: Smoke and Rain City, Wuji City, Qingxia City, Shadow Moon City, and Narcissus City. There's no telling what fun the ride will be. Yu hummed as she thought inwardly. At this time, the Divine Continent headquarters. What? You're saying that person is the one we discussed earlier, the one who exterminated the Thousand Shadows Society. And, this man also gave Tendo a second. Grip it. Old Ku, do you know if you know what you're talking about? Gus looked at the people walking around in front of him. It was the first time he'd ever seen the man in front of him, and he was flustered. And this person was naturally the sole ruler of the Divine Continent headquarters. Yi Chen. He was the highest authority in the Divine Continent, as well as a disciple of that heavenly pivot realm in the Divine Continent. He himself was at the 7th level of the Tianqian realm. Yi Chen kept walking back and forth in the hall, his mind constantly pondering what should happen next. By the way, you didn't offend that senior, did you? Gus waved his hand. Don't worry, it's not like I'm one of those arrogant pluckers. By the way, continent leader, Han Shuang, she seems to have left Buffy City. Yi Chen nodded when he heard that his daughter had left Water Fairy City. He knew that Gus was uneasy because the people on the Regulus continent side had already sneaked into the Divine Continent. Maybe they'll go after his daughter as a threat. Don't worry, old Lu's daughter is following her. They also have a life-preserving talisman I gave them, and I'll be the first to know if the talisman breaks. So don't worry about the 2 of them. Gus nodded at the sight. Well, you get everyone at headquarters and tell them to come to the hall for a meeting. The people from the Regulus continent have crossed the border. Even if they sneak into our Divine Continent, they're still causing a commotion. It's time for us to strike back and send someone to the Regulus continent secretly. Also, strengthen the border's defenses for me, and the formations as well. Gus looked serious and arched his back. Yes. Chapter 29. At this moment, Regulus continent's headquarters failed. At the bottom, the black-robed man who had released the beast tide in Wuji City was trembling. I'm sorry, my lord. It's because someone came out to block it. And the man was so powerful that he even split the sky. Even the heavenly Tao of the Tianyuan continent was dried up and shattered by him. Hearing this, the man on top of that throne looked at the people underneath with a serious expression. How much credibility do you think you have in what you're saying? That man in black felt the oppression of the person on top of the throne after he felt it. Cold sweat continuously broke out on his forehead again, and the fear within him was infinitely amplifying. Please, my lord, give me another chance, the man in black said with a trembling arch. The man on the throne gave the man in black a withering look. Coldly, he grunted. What's done is done. There is no next time. Understand? The man in black knocked his head on top of the floor. Yes. After saying that, the man in black hurriedly left the place. And the man on top of the throne, he looked at the Divine Continent in the distance. Aha! Yu hummed along the road. The current him had already left Wuji City for 2 days. At the moment, he was inside a mountain. TSK, how come there isn't a single demonic beast in this deep forest? Yu looked at the mountain forest surrounded by flowers and trees. Ever since she had eaten that tiger demon, Yu felt that the meat of demonic beasts was also very good. The flavor is delicious and the meat is tender, especially when grilled and eaten. They are crispy and juicy. Just as Yu was walking, a light shone towards him. Well, what the hell? Yu looked toward the light on the right. It turned out that the light was coming from inside a cave. Could it be? There's some kind of treasure inside this cave. What the hell? It wouldn't hurt to check it out, Yu thought, and in no time he arrived at the entrance of the cave. The cave was very large, although there was light inside, but when they got to the entrance of the cave, it was pitch black all around. The only bright light that flickered in and out. Yu slowly walked in with his wooden staff. Right after he walked in, a tiger demon appeared behind him. This tiger demon was not large in size, but the aura it emitted surpassed the one Yu had encountered in the secret realm before. Yu felt the aura emanating from behind him. It was known that the demonic beast was intentionally using the treasures inside, attracting people to come so that it's good to jar them. The demonic beasts of this world are all so cunning, but unfortunately, even more cunning can't be as cunning as a human's heart, Yu casually chanted. He ignored the tiger demon behind him and took a big step forward to the light. The light was coming from above a stone bed. Fixed my eyes on a white-blue grass. The aura emanating from above this grass was quite something. If someone below the Yaoguang realm touched it, they would even be directly turned into ashes. Just as Yu was seriously looking at the grass, the tiger demon in the back directly opened its bloody mouth to bite at Yu. Yu pressed the wooden staff in her hand against the tiger demon's jaw in this instant. The tiger demon's body was instantly unable to move. He slowly turned back to the tiger demon. At this moment, the inside of his eyes was no longer bland, but murderous intent. The tiger demon's tiger body began to tremble. It looked at Yu's eyes in fear, and it couldn't move its body, only to be slaughtered. Yu looked at the immobile tiger demon in front of him. He smiled at the corners of his mouth. The identity of hunter and prey should shift now. When he said that, sword chi instantly overflowed around him. That tiger demon was directly dumbfounded when he saw this scene. It knew it had kicked the top of a steel plate this time. It spoke in a rush, its voice tinged with panic and fear. Don't, my lord. It was a small mistake. Please don't kill me, my lord. I'll do anything, as long as your honor spares my life. Hearing what the tiger demon said, Yu put down her wooden staff. Then I'll see what you have to spare my life. That tiger demon began to shrink in size upon hearing that. Then he kept being cute around Yu. It kept circling around near Yu's feet, making a very whiny sound. Seeing this scene, Yu's a wonderful idea floated through his head. His mouth smiled wickedly at the corners. Hey kitten, I can spare you, but you have to promise me something. The tiger demon fell straight to the ground at the sound. Please, my lord. Yu sat on top of the stone bed and opened her mouth. How about you stay with me and be my mount from now on? Hearing this, the tiger demon burst into 2 tears. No other. Not only did he not die, but he was also able to follow a strong person like Yu. The pressure that Yu had just erupted was the strongest it had ever seen. So following Yu, it didn't feel disadvantaged at all. Okay, from now on, the little one will be your lord's mount. Thank you, my lord, for not killing me. Yu hadn't ridden a tiger yet, and he felt that he would ride a tiger while traveling for the rest of the journey. Well, very wonderful. By the way, what is this grass of yours? Yu asked the tiger demon beside him. Reporting back to master, this is Sumeru grass, a Xian grade treasure. The effects of this grass can be used to make a potion that allows one to instantly recover from all injuries in battle. The strongest thing is that using it to raise your cultivation won't have half the side effects, and the raising effect is very good. When Yu heard this, she asked suspiciously, then why don't you eat? The tiger demon shook his head and said, the Sumeru grass needs to be refined, and only an extremely strong Dan flame can refine it. If you take it directly, you won't be able to withstand it and die. Of course, that won't be a problem with the celestial power mirror. Yu nodded in understanding. He looked to the tiger demon who was about to speak. What's wrong, my lord? Do you place a slave ban on me? Yu hummed disdainfully. I don't need those things, and if you betray me, I'll be able to find you no matter where you hide. By the way, my name is Yu. The tiger demon bowed its head to Yu. Okay, master. Yu nodded, then pulled the grass right out. Pass the grass to the tiger demon. Eat it. The tiger demon looked at Yu with a shocked expression. Trust me, just eat it. The tiger demon knew he had no choice. Then he ate it in one bite. It began to gradually swell up inside. Yu placed her hand on the tiger demon's body. Its body refined the Sumeru grass in an instant. The realm also came to the 9th level of the Jade Balance realm. He was only at the 9th level of the Yaoguan realm before, and as a result, he was now directly elevated by a large realm. The tiger demon didn't say much, but put his head against the ground. I've spent half my life without you, master. The youngest is also here to ask his master to give him a name. Once a demonic beast lets a human take its name, discarding the name it once had in favor of a new name given by someone else, it means that it will be completely subservient to humans in the future. Mo Qingyu looked at the tiger demon in front of him as he pondered for a while. Snap! Mo Qingyu snapped her fingers. From now on you'll be called Tiger Sky. Chapter 30, The Temple. When Tiger Sky heard this, he growled to the outside of the cave. How about that? Do you like it? Mo Qingyu asked. Like it, as long as the master likes it. Afterwards, Tiger Sky was madly cute at Mo Qingyu's feet. It is said that they have an old saying among humans. It's called knowing what's going on. Now it somehow understood the meaning of the words as well. Alright, let's go. From now on you'll follow me as I travel the world. Being alone all the time with no one to talk to is getting a little boring. Mo Qingyu and Tiger Sky arrived outside the cave. Come on Tiger Sky, get bigger for me so I can get up there and sit down. The Tiger Heavenly General was of a size that became 3 meters tall. Mo Qingyu made a small jump to Tiger Sky's back. Depart. Advance to the east. After saying that, Mo Qingyu laid down on top of the tiger's back and rested. I have to say, it's really cozy and furry to lay on. Both soft and supple. Tiger Sky was also starting to slowly raise his feet a dozen centimeters off the ground, walking on foot to the east. After walking for a while, a woman suddenly appeared in front of Tiger Sky, blocking the path of the two of them. Master, there's a fox demon in front of us. It's blocking our way. Mo Qingyu sat up and came above Tiger Sky's head, looking down. Isn't that the fox demon? Mo Qingyu looked at Wei Miaoyin at the bottom. At the moment, she still had slight injuries on her body. She looked at the tiger in front of her with a pouty face, but upon seeing Mo Qingyu, both eyebrows frowned slightly. Originally, she wanted to use this tiger demon to harvest yin and replenish yang. As a result, it didn't occur to me that this tiger demon had already submitted to the human. However, the same goes for humans. Instead, humans are much easier to charm. She pulled the neckline of her dress down, revealing most of her spring. By the way, he skimmed the clothes near his legs, exposing her jade legs. Sir, could you give my slave a ride? Wei Miaoyin showed a pitiful expression. She understood very well that these humans were the easiest to fool. Unfortunately, she met the wrong person today. Mo Qingyu arrived in front of Wei Miaoyin with a slight jump. Wei Miaoyin moved her ferocious weapon and slightly bent down, leaking it to Mo Qingyu. But when Mo Qingyu got closer she realized that Mo Qingyu was blind. But to be able to take in demonic beasts whose breath was stronger than hers, that meant that there must be something superior about them. Duke, shut up, Tai Fox. Mo Qingyu disdainfully scolded Wei Miaoyin. Wei Miaoyin's eyes carried a hint of killing intent within them after hearing this. Alright, don't pretend that you were able to escape in Smoky Rain City, but in my hands, you can't run away. Wei Miaoyin instantly fled upon hearing that. Mo Qingyu extended his left hand and pulled back. Wei Miaoyin was instantly pulled back, her entire body unable to move. Wei Miaoyin knew that she couldn't run away this time, so she could only find a way to commit herself. She would kneel and kowtow to Mo Qingyu. As long as my lord spares me, my little girl will do anything. Mo Qingyu looked at the fox demon in front of her. Can anything really be done? Wei Miaoyin felt saved when she heard this. Of course, your honor can do whatever you want to me. Here's your share. Mo Qingyu threw the roasted meat in her hand into the sky. Tiger Sky directly opened his big mouth and swallowed it with one hand. Thank you master. Mo Qingyu looked at the several skewers of fox meat and inwardly couldn't help but wonder if the fox meat was good to eat. Tiger Sky, what do you think of this meat? Tiger Sky said to Mo Qingyu in a retrospective manner. Very tasty. This is the first time I've eaten the meat of a Yaoguang realm fox demon. Mo Qingyu nodded and picked up the grilled skewer of meat and tasted it. Well, it tastes okay, but not as good as the tiger meat I've had before. Mo Qingyu whispered. Tiger Sky began to sweat like crazy when he heard Mo Qingyu's words. Lord. Tiger Sky looked at Mo Qingyu with a scared face. Mo Qingyu waved her hand. Don't worry, I won't eat you, as long as you follow me well. When the tiger demon heard this, he quickly kowtowed. Thank you master. After some time, Mo Qingyu gave the remaining meat to Tiger Sky and then rode it to continue on the road. All this way, the duo were inside the mountains and forests, and neither of them encountered anything. Toward the end of the evening, the sky began to gradually rain. It's raining? Tiger Sky, find a place to get out of the rain. Tiger Sky nodded and opened his divine sense to sweep around. It then swept up to a dilapidated temple. Master, I found a temple where we can go to get out of the rain and sleep in the meantime. Mo Qingyu touched Tiger Sky's forehead. Well, that's good. Then we'll go there. Tiger Sky made a direct air flight and arrived in the temple sky in a flash. It shrinks in size to the form of a tiger cub. Emo Qingyu held it with one hand and slowly landed at the entrance of the temple. Then he pushed open the worn and battered wooden door and entered the inside of the temple. A part of the temple wall is already in a cracked condition. Tiger Sky, go outside and get some wood over here. Remember, not too big or too small. After Emo Qingyu put Tiger Sky down, Tiger Sky answered yes and went out to look for the wooden ones. Emo Qingyu looked at the worn-out stone statues inside the temple. This stone statue is a tall and imposing form. Emo Qingyu looked at it for a couple of moments before finding a place to sit down, leaning against the top of the wall behind him. He took out the quilts and sleeping pads inside his space and set them aside. This was followed by the wooden staff that hung at his waist, which he took out and set aside. At this time, Tiger Sky also returned with a few pieces of wood. He levitated the wood in the air and then landed in front of Emo Qingyu. Emo Qingyu blew into the pile of wood. The wood instantly erupted into a thick flame. The tiger demon's eyes also lit up when it saw it, and it felt more and more that following Emo Qingyu was the most correct choice in its life. It slowly came to Emo Qingyu's side and plopped down next to her. Emo Qingyu placed her hand on Tiger Sky's body and stroked its tiger head. One person and one demon just rested quietly inside the temple. It wasn't until an hour later that two silhouettes came from outside the temple. Crunch! The wooden door of the temple was pushed open, and Emo Qingyu looked up at the person who pushed it open. It's two women. Sister Han Shuang. A woman spoke up. Yi Hanswan looked at Emo Qingyu and Hu Tian, who did not have any aura on their bodies. She transmitted her voice to the person beside her. It's fine. He's immortal and has no cultivation on him. But her hand was still on top of the matching sword at her waist. Lu Xiaoran nodded. Equally vigilant. When you go out, you should not be less vigilant, especially in this kind of deep forest. The two came in and took a seat in the corner near the door. Got a small fire going in front of myself as well. Emo Qingyu didn't care that much. Continue to sit on top of your seat. Chapter 31, The Accident. Sister Han Shuang. How long do you think it will take for us to reach Pingqian town? Yi Hanswang thought for a moment. It's very soon, I guess. Just continue walking a few more miles to the east and you'll be there. That means we'll be there tomorrow? Lu Xiaoran said with a relieved look on his face. Yi Hanswang smiled slightly at the corner of her mouth. Well, let's see what's going on over there when the time comes. The two of them, she and Lu Xiaoran, had taken over the commission. The client said that from time to time bullies would come to collect protection money in Pingqian Township, so he hoped that they would take care of it. She was in the third level of the Profound Brightness realm, and Lu Xiaoran was in the second level of the Profound Brightness realm. Both of them had backgrounds and power, so they weren't afraid that their lives would be in any danger. As the saying goes, when you come out, you have to talk about power and background. Of course, Emo Qingyu He, the humanoid plugin, was excluded. In the midst of 100 boredom, Lu Xiaoran deliberately let his stomach rumble. She beamed. Why are you hungry at this time of year? Sister Han Shuang. I'm hungry. Yi Hanswang laughed helplessly. You ah, really when I don't know? It didn't take long just now to eat more than one thing. It's a good thing I brought a little burrito. After saying that, Yi Hanswang took out the burnt cake from inside his storage space. Here, 2 for each of us. Lu Xiaoran carefully received the baklava, then ate it in small bites. Yi Hanswang similarly took small bites. When Emo Qingyu in the other corner smelled the scent of burnt cookies, there was a bit of a food craving. The point was that he hadn't tasted a burrito yet. TSK, I really can't resist the temptation of food after all. Emo Qingyu inwardly laughed at herself. After thinking about it, he got up and slowly walked towards Yi Hanswang and their side. The two of them, Yi Hanswang and Lu Xiaoran, were instantly alert. They watched as Emo Qingyu walked near them without the slightest mistake. The two women looked at each other. This blind man is not simple. This was what the two women were thinking inside at the moment. Emo Qingyu did not move on. Instead, he asked the duo, do you guys have any more of the burritos? I'd love some. The two women froze for a moment, clearly not expecting Emo Qingyu to be asking this kind of question. Yi Hanswang was not polite. Take out the burner from inside the storage ring. Emo Qingyu nodded her head in thanks after reaching out to take it. Thank you. Then it was back to the top of his seat. Yi Hanswang looked at Emo Qingyu and somehow felt that his attire was a bit familiar. What her old man had told her earlier, she couldn't quite remember now. Never mind, whatever. Let's rest first. Yi Hanswang thought inwardly. Lu Xiaoran looked at Emo Qingyu and chanted from the corner of his mouth. What a strange person. Yi Hanswang tapped her forehead. Ouch. What's wrong, Hanswang-san? Yi Hanswang said in a thin voice. Never mind if people are strange. Just don't have any desire to harm us. Lu Xiaoran nodded. Well, I know. Inside the next hour, Emo Qingyu finished the burrito. A constant yawn escaped his lips. Well, looks like it's time for bed. Thinking of this, Emo Qingyu walked to the top of the cotton cushion next to her and covered the quilt. As for the pillows, I have to say, the tiger is real soft. Tiger Sky. Yi Hanswang and Lu Xiaoran saw Mo Qingyu sleeping so defenselessly. I don't know if he's just big-hearted or if he thinks they're not strong enough to hurt him. The two women did not continue to look at Mo Qingyu either. Xiuran, I'll take a break while you gatekeep for a while. Wake me up in the middle of the night and I'll keep a lookout then. Yi Han bidirectionally instructed Lu Xiaoran. Lu Xiaoran nodded. Good. Although the two of them were in the profound brightness realm, they hadn't rested all day today, and were now more or less tired. Lu Xiaoran was left sitting over there alone, quietly roasting the fire, enjoying the light and warmth the flames brought in the middle of the night. The weather outside was electric. The state presented by the few people inside the temple was diametrically opposed. The small fire brought a touch of warmth to a few people on this dark, rainy night. Lu Xiaoran was still thinking about returning inside the clan when he finished this commission. After all, his old man had told him that the situation in the Divine Continent had gotten a little rough lately. What exactly was it? Lu Xiaoran was also roughly clear. The situation between the Regulus Continent and the Divine Continent was starting to get hotter and hotter, and the cause of that, her old man told him, was because of a huge spiritual vein. If this spirit vein was obtained, then the entire continent's strength could receive a very large boost, and this spirit vein was in a very awkward location. Do you think it's a coincidence that this spirit vein is at the junction of both the Regulus Continent and the Divine Continent? Naturally, neither side refuses to hold back, and both consider it theirs, so the situation is becoming clearer. Now both sides want to maximize their gains with minimal losses, so it's time to start doing little things in secret. Rumble. A thunderous sound woke up Yi Han Shuang. She looked at Lu Xiaoran beside her. Xiaoran, go rest, I'll keep a lookout. Lu Xiaoran nodded and leaned against the top of the wall. She turned her head to look at Mo Qingyu covering the quilt and mattress. At this moment, she actually envied Mo Qingyu for being able to sleep comfortably, but it doesn't matter. Lu Xiaoran slowly closed his eyes. On Mo Qingyu's side, he let out a steady breath. It proved to be a very comfortable sleep for him at the moment. Suddenly, another person came in at the temple entrance. The people who came in were a monk and handsome-looking youth. After the duo came in, their eyes glanced at the duo of Yi Hanswang and Lu Xiaoran, two women and a blind man with no cultivation. The beginning of greed bubbled in their eyes. We'll have one of these two when the time comes. The youth transmitted his voice to the monk beside him. The monk smiled lewdly in a place where the two of them, Yi Hanswang, could not see. Okay, it's a deal. Jia jia jia. The youth revealed a smile that he thought was friendly and greeted the two Yi Hanswang women. Hello, two girls. Yi Hanswang's eyes were vigilant as he looked at the youth in front of him. She didn't reply, but elbowed Lu Xiaoran next to her. Xiaoran, wake up. Yi Hanswang transmitted his voice to Lu Xiaoran. When Lu Xiaoran woke up, he saw the two extra men that suddenly appeared in front of him. The mind was also on alert. She looked at the young man's demeanor and always felt that he had an unkind look inside his eyes. The young man had a wary look on his face when he saw that neither of the two women had replied. In his heart, he also thought evilly, humph, a bunch of s. When the time comes for me to hold you down, I'm going to savor you. That monk also went up to Yi Hanswang. Schizo, we mean no harm. Yi Hanswang snorted coldly and looked at the duo with a cold expression. Since there's no harm in it, I'll ask you to leave us alone. When that man heard this, his eyes narrowed slightly as he began to close the distance between him and the two Yi Hanswang women. Yi Hanswang directly drew his sword and pointed it at the youth. Get out! The youth grunted coldly, knowing that the other party was very wary, and simply stopped pretending straight away. Humph, I don't know how many innocent beauties like you I've ed. Today, you'll be good and let your brother try how you taste. The man began to let out a maniacal laugh, the lewdness and greed on his face no longer hidden. The monk beside him made the same jia 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 sound. Chapter 32, Beheading. Yi Hanswang and Lu Xiaoran looked at the duo with cold eyes. Humph! Yi Hanswang snorted coldly. She didn't say much and directly erupted the aura of the third level of the profound brightness realm. Lu Xiaoran similarly erupted with the aura of the first level of the profound brightness realm. The expression on the young man's face remained unchanged as he felt the aura pressing down on him. Instead, it's getting sicker and sleazier. TSK, 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 bandwagon chick. I like it. The youth stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. The monk beside him similarly scrutinized the two Yi Hanswang girls with greedy eyes. The young man made a direct move, releasing his aura in Mo Qingyu's direction, directly shattering the entire temple. As far as he was concerned, a mortal dead was dead. What was the big deal? In response, Mo Qingyu, who was sleeping quietly underneath the stone fragment, said, "I'll you up." Is it easy for him to sleep? Inexplicably involved. With a loud explosion, all four would come to the sky above. Yi Hanswang and Lu Xiaoran, who were fighting above the sky, sensed the other party's ninth level of the profound brightness realm. All of their attacks were blocked by the young man with a single finger. The youth looked at the two women with a playful face. What? This won't work. I haven't played enough yet. The monk smiled lewdly as well. The more you guys fight back, the more excited I get. When the time comes, I'll tie you up so I can love. Ha ha ha. Yi Hanswang knew that the other party was not going to let the two of them go. There's no way around it. It's time to declare yourself at this point. Oh, are you guys going to rape the daughter of the governor of the Divine Continent? Lu Xiaoran spoke in the same manner. Since you made a move against me, then you should be prepared to be made an enemy of the Qingyan sect. Sure enough, the young man and the monk heard the two of them announce themselves. The face was no longer put upon, but instead became heavy. He hadn't met the daughter of the continental governor, or only a very few people knew that Yi Hanshuang's true identity was that of the continental governor's daughter. Should I believe you when you say that you are the daughter of a continental governor? The youth spoke faintly. Yi Hanswang sneered. I, Yi Hanswang, would like to see if you can escape the bounty from the Divine Continent headquarters today. The man's eyes narrowed slightly at the sound. To be honest, he wasn't sure what the name of the Divine Continent chief's daughter was, but he didn't know if he wanted to bet that Yi Hanshuang wasn't. It would be fine if it wasn't, but if it was, then their Qingfeng pavilion would be in danger. Just as the two sides were at a standstill, a voice drew the four to it. Hey, 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 hey. In the middle of the night and still disturbing people's sleep even if it's not enough, but also inexplicably attack me? There is no quality. Mo Qingyu beamed and gave the young man a crackling output like an old master. The word disgruntled was written on his face. The young man looked at Mo Qingyu in confusion. This person was actually uninjured under his attack. Something's wrong. The youth looked toward the monk, who understood instantly. The monk had to gather mana with both hands. Ba, saying that a huge golden Buddha lotus landed in the sky. Mo Qingyu didn't say anything, but instead looked up at this golden Buddha lotus. Phew! Mo Qingyu blew gently at the Buddha lotus. The golden Buddha lotus instantly dissipated. If it wasn't for what he had just witnessed, all four were incredulous. I can't believe that a gentle breath dispersed someone's attack. The monk watched the Buddha lotus being blown away without any expression on his face, but his body was trembling madly. The monk looked down at Mo Qingyu's left hand passing through his heart. He didn't say anything before he was directly handily killed by Mo Qingyu. Mo Qingyu pulled her hand out and the monk slowly fell down in the air. The youth saw this scene and wanted to escape, but his body couldn't move right. He looked at Mo Qingyu who had appeared in front of him at an unknown time. Mo Qingyu rested his wooden staff on top of the youth's neck, greeted the youth with a friendly smile. Hello. 2 seconds passed by. Instantly, the youth instinctively felt the death scent afterward. Flustered, he introduced himself. You can't kill me. My father is clear. Without waiting for him to finish, Mo Qingyu was so annoyed that she simply sealed the youth's mouth shut. Mo Qingyu heard the word Qing and knew that the other party was from the Qingfeng Pavilion. Like the Thousand Shadows Society, it was one of the three major forces in the underground. It is mainly responsible for auctioning and collecting treasures mainly. Their forces are present on every continent. Then I'll introduce myself as well. My name is Mo Qingyu. I don't know if you recognize me. The young man heard Mo Qingyu's name. His pupils instantly dilated as he looked at the person in front of him in disbelief. Black blindfold. A blind man with a wooden staff. It's him. The person in front of him is the one who overthrew the Thousand Shadows Society. The young man knew he was going to die this time. If the other party was able to exterminate the Thousand Shadows Society, they would be able to exterminate their Clear Wind Pavilion. Please, don't kill me. Mo Qingyu looked at the young man begging for mercy in front of him. He replied with a smile. Well, without killing you, I'll send you to the Council of a Thousand Shadows. The young man didn't reply. He was regretting why he had to mess with Mo Qingyu. Don't kill me, please. I'll give you whatever you want. Money, beauty, power. Mo Qingyu pretended to be thinking. He then said with an eyebrow raised. Then, I want your life. Mo Qingyu spoke the words of death with a smile on her face. Without waiting for the young man to speak, he directly used his hand as a blade, crossed his head straight off. At this moment, Yi Hanswang and Lu Xiaoran, who were standing in the distance, looked at Mo Qingyu with pale faces. Yi Hanswang also finally understood why she had looked at that Mo Qingyu's clothing earlier with some familiarity. Her old man had only told her about Mo Qingyu earlier. Others only knew that Mo Qingyu had destroyed the Thousand Shadows Society. However, only a very small portion of the Divine Continent knew that Mo Qingyu was in existence beyond this world. Lu Xiaoran's forehead was also dripping with sweat, and he lowered his head, not daring to look toward Mo Qingyu. Mo Qingyu didn't think so much about it, because the two women didn't make a move against Mo Qingyu, so he didn't pay much attention to it. It's still the same thing. As long as you don't mess with him, everything's fine. If you mess with him, then the extermination formula is arranged on. After returning inside the temple was repaired by Mo Qingyu between her raised hands. He resumed his place on top of his mattress. Well, take a nap. Sister Han Shuang, why don't we leave? Don't stay here. I'm afraid. The expression on Lu Xiaoran's face was only the word fear. She didn't dare to go up and stay in one place with Mo Qingyu. Yi Hanshuang was also a bit scared as she comforted Lu Xiaoran. Don't worry, if Senior really wanted to do something to us, do you think we would still be able to stand here properly? And we can also take this opportunity to befriend Senior. We may only have this one chance to be able to befriend Senior. If we miss it, there may not be a next time. Lu Xiaoran also understood the pros and cons of the choice between when he heard it. Although Yi Hanshuang said so, she was also feeling the pressure. Growing up, a lot of people spoke very nicely to her, but the person in front of me is not like that. It was also the first time she felt the emotion of fear within her. The two women retraced their steps to the entrance of the temple. They opened the door and went to find that Mo Qingyu had already gone to bed. Han, aha! Lu Xiaojin had just opened his mouth when Yi Hanshuang covered it. Yi Hanshuang transmitted his voice to Lu Xiaoran. Don't disturb the senior's sleep. Lu Xiaoran shut up decisively and exchanged voice transmissions with Yi Hanshuang. Chapter 33, Void Shock. At this time, a certain stronghold of the Clear Wind Pavilion. Who killed my son? An old man from the Clear Wind Pavilion shouted angrily. However, without waiting for the old man to continue speaking, a line came before his eyes. I killed him. Is there a problem? Mo Qingyu. The old man looked at the line that suddenly appeared, along with a name whose reputation was all over the place. His entire aura instantly tightened, then stroked his beard with a blank look on his face. Do I have a son? I don't seem to have a son. Well, he didn't say he had a son. There was that before. Not right now. Anyway, this wave, is from the heart. Yi Hanshuang and Lu Xiaoran went back to where they were sitting before and sat down. It seems that Senior doesn't want to have much to do with us. Yi Hanshuang thought inwardly. She understood very well that it didn't really matter if someone as powerful as Mo Qingyu actually slept or not. Just didn't want to say too much to either of them. Mo Qingyu, I simply want to sleep. Lu Xiaoran was also of the same mind as Yi Hanshuang, but that's fine for her. Although they couldn't befriend each other, at least they didn't have to look or talk to Mo Qingyu. There was no way around it. The sense of oppression that Mo Qingyu brought was too damn strong, especially since her father told her that there were existences in this world that could up the heavenly Tao. And with this man right in front of him, you tell me she's tight. Shuran, get some sleep. I'll open the junction. Yi Hanshuang took out the boundary talisman her old man had given her. In fact, Yi Hanshuang is a very strong person. She's not like the others. Other people have the background and power behind them to play as much as they want. Rely on the background if you can. She does do the opposite and doesn't rely on her background when she can. Because his old man had told her from a young age that a strong background was only temporary. If you want the background to stay strong, then you have to become strong yourself. Some trials and tribulations can be solved by the background, but some trials and tribulations need to be gotten through on your own. So Yi Hanshuang was able to solve the problem by himself. If you can't, then you can rely on background peddling. Don't want to rest. Yi Hanshuang sighed with some heartburn. Subsequently, inside the following time, both women were resting quietly against the top of the wall. Mo Qingyu, on the other hand, was huffing and puffing. The second half of the night was uneventful. As the sky grew brighter, Yi Hanshuang and Lu Xiaoran instantly opened their eyes. Come in the morning, Han Shuang-san. Lu Xiaoran got up and looked out the window as the sunlight shone in. Yi Hanshuang also got up and gently opened the wooden door, pulling Lu Xiaoran outside. Get ready, we'll leave in a few minutes. Yi Hanshuang looked at the mountain road to the east. Lu Xiaoran nodded and turned back to prepare to pick up his own matching sword. As a result, he just turned around and saw that Mo Qingyu had already gotten up. The word fear was written all over her face. Senpai. Good morning, Senpai. Lu Xiaoran forced himself to overcome the fear in his heart and greeted Mo Qingyu. Mo Qingyu looked at Lu Xiaoran's expression and inwardly wondered. I don't seem to eat people either. This girl has such a face like I'm going to eat her. Mo Qingyu. Lu Xiaoran returned the call. Good morning. Yi Hanshuang also came in and said respectfully to Mo Qingyu. Thank you for Senior's help yesterday. The youngest daughter is here to thank. Mo Qingyu yawned. You're welcome. Just give me something if you're really thankful. Yi Hanshuang, Senior wants something, please speak. Mo Qingyu picked up the wooden staff and hung it on his waist, then walked over to Yi Hanshuang's body. To be honest, with every step Mo Qingyu took, Yi Hanshuang's heart became a little more afraid. Is there any more burrito left for what night? Yi Hanshuang froze for a moment, obviously not expecting Mo Qingyu's want to be this. There. After Yi Han double stuttered in reply, he took out 2 burritos out from inside his storage ring. Here, elder, this is the only burrito I have left. Mo Qingyu took it with a smile. Thank you. Yi Hanshuang looked at Mo Qingyu with a friendly face. To be honest, if she didn't know Mo Qingyu, she might have actually thought Mo Qingyu was still friendly at first. Mo Qingyu took the burnt cake and pushed open the wooden door of the temple. After coming to the door, he turned his head to look at Tiger Sky, who was still sleeping. Tiger Sky, get up. Tiger Sky woke up when he heard it and jogged all the way to Mo Qingyu's side. The two women had a bit of curiosity on their faces when they saw Tiger Sky. So cute. Lu Xiaoran looked at the budding Tiger Sky. Looking at Tiger Sky's budding appearance, she kind of couldn't help but want to buy up and Rua twice. But with Mo Qingyu here, she didn't quite dare. Yi Hanswang also kind of wanted to go up and Rua Arua. She moved her right hand around at a loss for words. That, senior, am I able to touch this tiger? Mo Qingyu didn't have any opinions. Do you have an opinion, Tiger Sky? After pondering for a moment, Tiger Sky spoke. There is no master. Yi Hanswang and Lu Xiaoran. The two women were instantly shocked when they heard Tiger Sky open his mouth. Only demonic beasts of the Yao Guang realm were able to speak. That is to say that this little tiger in front of them was even stronger than the two of them. Mo Qingyu looked at the two women who didn't dare to make a move. What's wrong? Aren't you going to touch it? Yi Hanswang revealed a respectful smile. Forget it, senior. That said, is this tiger demon the pet of senior? Mo Qingyu frowned slightly. A pet? Doesn't count. Not really a pet. More of a mount for me. Lu Xiaoran was shocked in his heart after hearing Mo Qingyu's explanation. Worthy of being a senior. He was able to take a demonic beast with such high self-esteem into his pocket. You have to know that many demonic beasts in the world would rather die than give in. That's why there are very few people who are able to imperil the beasts. Okay, Tiger Sky, get bigger. Mo Qingyu stroked Tiger Sky's tiger head. Tiger Sky sprouted a growl afterward. One foot stepped forward. In the eyes of the two women who were shocked, it instantly became larger, and its size directly reached 5 meters high. Yi Hanswang and Lu Xiaoran were instantly dumbfounded when they saw it. The Tiger Sky at this moment was completely different from just now. Not at all as cute as it just was. There was only ferocity, brutality unleashed all around. The face is no longer cute, but murderous. Lu Xiaoran looked at his hands with a pale face. She was so grateful at the moment. I'm glad I didn't pet this tiger. On the surface, it looks like a cute face above. Who knows, the real face is so fierce. Yi Hanswang could only say that Mo Qingyu's behavior so far was that of an old lady climbing the stairs. It's not a good idea to be unconvinced. Mo Qingyu made a small jump to Tiger Sky's head. Gesturing to Tiger Sky, he patted him on the head. Tiger Sky, continue on to the east. Tiger Sky, yes master. Afterwards, Tiger Sky continued to trot towards the east inside the mountain forest. The two girls, Yi Hanswang and Lu Xiaoran, watched Mo Qingyu's departure from the entrance of the temple. If only I could go with senpai, Yi Hanswang said with a sigh. From the way Mo Qingyu treated them, he didn't want to have anything to do with them. So Yi Hanswang didn't dare to open her mouth to ask. Lu Xiaoran did feel that there was too much pressure if he was with Mo Qingyu. It's still a little better to be with Yi Hanswang. Even if she was in danger, she still had the life-preserving treasure her old man had given her. Naturally, there was no need to worry about the other party being able to endanger her and Yi Hanswang's lives. Okay, let's go too. Yi Han doubled his feet off the ground and stepped on top of his own matching sword. Lu Xiaoran nodded. Subsequently, the two women also rode their swords and left the temple, heading to Pingqian Town. Chapter 34, Pingqian Township. A day had passed since Mo Qingyu left the temple. At this time, Mo Qingyu was eating roasted meat inside an unknown mountain. Tiger Sky said to Mo Qingyu from the side, Master, there seems to be a town not far away. Mo Qingyu swallowed the meat inside her mouth. The town? Come on, let's go check it out. Mo Qingyu waved her hand to extinguish the flames. Tiger Sky gave himself a smaller size so as not to be able to enter the inside of the town. After Mo Qingyu and Hu Tian walked forward for some time, they saw the not-so-small town. The two were at the entrance to the town, looking at the rocks above the road. Pinkerton? Mo Qingyu's mouth chanted. Isn't this where those two girls were coming from? Without much thought, Mo Qingyu led Tiger Sky into Pingqian Town. There are ropes on top of Tiger Sky to lasso it. As soon as it looked like Tiger Sky was an ordinary little tiger that was leading the way for Mo Qingyu, and he could easily look like a dog at his current size. Mo Qingyu felt the same way, and he even teased Tiger Sky like a dog. Tiger Sky, come on, woof a look. Tiger Sky, on the other hand, rolled his eyes now. Master, I'm a tiger, not a dog. Mo Qingyu beamed in bemusement. Fine, I'm not the only one who thinks so anyway. Hearing Mo Qingyu's muttering, Tiger Sky felt that others wouldn't be so stupid as to see it as a dog. After entering Pingqian Town, it was obvious that there were quite a few people around who were paying attention to Mo Qingyu. Obviously, it was caused by his eyes in Tiger Sky. Suddenly, one person stepped forward and asked Mo Qingyu, Ugh, man, where did you get that dog? I want one. When Mo Qingyu heard this, she looked at Tiger Sky with a bad smile on her face. Tiger Sky, I'm not a dog. I'm a tiger, hello. Are you all blind? Mo Qingyu cleared her throat. That this dog is something I picked up from inside the mountains. The passerby could only scratch his head and leave when he heard that. After leaving, Emochingyu said in a thin voice to Tiger Sky, "How was it?" I wasn't wrong. Tiger Sky was suffering in his heart at the moment. A dignified tiger of the Jade Balance realm ended up being called a dog by others outside. Do you think it's like that? Okay, let's go find a place to stay and hang out in this town for a few days. Emochingyu brought Tiger Sky to a larger inn in Pingqian town. Upon entering, he called the shopkeeper and explained his intentions, then found an ordinary room. After entering inside the room, Emochingyu lay comfortably on the bed. Only just as he lay down, there was a noise under the inn. "Boss, where's your protection money?" A fierce man looked at the innkeeper. The shopkeeper broke out in a cold sweat and explained to the man, "That, big brother, you know, my business is not good lately." The ferocious man snorted coldly, and his aura of the Kaiyan realm instantly erupted out. He then heaved a machete on top of the table. "I don't care if you do or don't. Anyway, if you can't pay the protection fee today, your inn won't be opened." The innkeeper took a look at this. It's what he does for a living. You just have to be kind. "I really don't have that much right now. Wait a few days, there must be. The shopkeeper was constantly begging the man in front of him. The man in front of me smiled wryly. "Since you don't have any money, use your lady to cover your debt. I like other people's madams best. They're charming and comfortable." Ha ha ha. The male-named man laughed maniacally. And at this moment Emochingyu was on the second floor. He was lying on the bed with a happy face. Emochingyu's daily routine was basically eating, sleeping, and playing. It feels somewhat similar to a pig, but it's still a little different. The difference was that Emochingyu could be eaten without having to be slaughtered like a pig. At this point, the bully intended to walk straight into the back of the inn. Some people had also gathered at the entrance of the inn. They all looked at the innkeeper with sympathy. TCH, the beasts. These people are pigs looking in the mirror. What do you mean? Inside and out. Indeed. This group of inhuman bullies only oppresses the good people, and when they encounter cultivators, they do so with their tails between their legs. The bully who was inside the inn heard this and greeted the few minions beside him. The boys took their machetes and headed for the door. The crowd at the doorway saw it and grayed out. "Today, if you don't hand it over, your hand will stay here." The man then held the hand of the shopkeeper down on top of the table. "Lift your own machete up." Just in the nick of time, his entire body was kicked out. The people who kicked were naturally Yi Hanshuang and Lu Xiaoran, who had rushed to the scene. Almost too late. Lu Xiaoran gasped for air. Just the day before yesterday, they left the temple and traveled at full speed to the town of Pingqian. By all rights, it should have been a quick trip to the town of Flatbush. As a result, they encountered a group of people assassinating them on the road. There was no need to think to know that those people must be from Regulus. Those men are here to take them both alive. It took a lot of effort for the girls to kill the group in the back, then rush to the town of Pingqian. The bully who was kicked at the moment had some blood flowing from the top of his head. He ran his hand over his forehead. Blood was pouring down. He didn't hesitate, abandoning his little brother to escape at the first opportunity. As for the others in the inn, they were instantly killed by a single sword chi from Yi Hanshuang. Yi Hanshuang looked at the direction the bully had fled. Shu ran. Lu Xiaoran nodded with a cold face and instantly chased out towards the bully's place. Yi Hanshuang calmly asked the innkeeper, "Where is your mayor? He commissioned to come here." When the shopkeeper heard this, he hurriedly took Yi Hanshuang to the inside of his home in the town. On the way, he kept thanking them both for saving his life. In no time at all, Yi Hanshuang was brought to the doorstep of the town mayor's house. Yi Han double knocked on the door. "Mayor, we were commissioned here by you." Inside the mayor's house, an old man over 100 years old slowly came over to open the door. After opening the door, the town mayor, Kong Yulong, bowed to Yi Han double and shouted, "The immortal." After bowing a little bit, he was helped up by Yi Hanshuang. "The mayor doesn't have to be like this. We came here to fulfill a commission. Now then, can the town tell me a little about the town?" Kong Yulong nodded and then let Yi Hanshuang come in. The invitation is to be on top of the stone seat inside the courtyard. At this moment, a breath rushed down from above the sky. The visitor was Lu Xiaoran. "How's it going, Shu Ran?" Lu Xiaoran shook his head with a somewhat grave expression. The other party has a heavenly quality escape magic treasure on his body, and in an instant the scent was gone, so I couldn't find anyone. Yi Hanshuang also knew that this time things were not expected to be simple when she heard this. A person in the Kaiyan realm, yet he possessed a heavenly magic treasure. "This one is?" Kong Yulong asked. Chapter 35, Su Shingjo. "She's a friend of mine. Her name is Lu Xiaoran, and she's come over to complete the commission with me." Yi Han double introduced Lu Xiaoran to Kong Yulong. Kong Yulong nodded in understanding, then began to tell the two about the situation above the town. "The thing is, 10 days ago, a group of people with human faces came to the town of Pingqian. They want to collect protection money without saying a word, but we don't need their protection. but they just go right ahead and kill people. The guys were shocked by the move, and then the guys just had to pay the protection money. For we learn later that there are still chiefs among them. That leader is a cultivator. The guys are ordinary people and there is nothing they can do, so they come to me for help, but I'm also only an enlightened realm, and I'm old enough to not be able to fight their gang of bandits. So I had to look toward sneaking up on someone and send a commission there in Daffodil City, and to be honest I didn't expect anyone to actually show up at first, because I didn't commission it for a lot of money. Pingxian Town was not included in the territory of the distant Suixian City in the Divine Continent, because no one here is rich, and there are few people who can practice. That was why those people dared to come and make trouble. If it was a town in a protected area, it was rare to see signs of random killings, and a town with a poor economy like Pingxian Town would be a pain in the ass if it was included in the territory and something went wrong. That was why the town mayor, Kong Yulong, had entrusted someone to release the commission inside the city. Then do they have any characteristics? Yi Han Shuang asked. Kong Yulong thought for a moment and replied, they have a tiger tattoo on them. Yi Han Shuang and Lu Xiaoran silently memorized this characteristic. Kong Yulong looked at the duo in front of him, sighed, and slowly got up. Flutter. Mayor. Kong Yulong did not get up. I hope that you two can help us through this difficult time. Successful or not, I'm here to thank the two for coming. Lu Xiaoran and Yi Hanshuang hurriedly helped the town up. Don't worry town, since we accepted the commission, naturally we are going to help you out. The town was moved to bow to Yi Hanshuang and Lu Xiaoran. Then I thank you both. The two of them, Yi Hanshuang and Lu Xiaoran, looked at each other and nodded. Then we'll go back and get ready. They should be here again tomorrow. We'll be staking out the town gates tomorrow. Mayor, you'll just do what you normally do tomorrow. Kong Yulong, okay, let me see you two off. Lu Xiaoran raised his hand to stop Kong Yulong. It's fine, Mayor. Afterwards, Yi Hanshuang and Lu Xiaoran left the place. They were going to look to get ready to find a place to stay. Prepare to stand guard. Since the other side has a leader and they killed these bullies today, that chieftain will surely make a comeback tomorrow. And in person. Boss, a bunch of candy canes. Mo Qingyu walked above the street and bought a candy cane from a woman's family. Okay. The woman handed the sugar gourd in her hand to Mo Qingyu. Mo Qingyu took it and opened the outer packaging of the sugar gourd. One bite and it's sweet. Tiger Sky howled a few times in a whisper. Mo Qingyu looked at Tiger Sky with a speechless face. No dude, you're a tiger and you want a candy cane? Tiger Sky tilted his head to look at Mo Qingyu as if to say, is something wrong? Mo Qingyu waved her hand. No, I'll just have one. With that, he pulled Tiger Sky to continue walking towards the front. Within a few steps, he was hit by a boy about 11 or 12 years old. The boy touched his forehead. He looked up at Mo Qingyu with a guilty apology on his face. I'm sorry. It didn't hurt you, did it, blind brother? Mo Qingyu patted his hard body and spoke cheerfully. It's okay, I'm physically strong. The boy saw Mo Qingyu being so optimistic and he smiled happily along with him. I'll go first then. My grandmother is still ahead. Mo Qingyu nodded and the boy ran past Mo Qingyu. Mo Qingyu looked back and realized that the boy had walked over to the old woman who had just macked the sugar gourd. Grandma! The boy called out good-naturedly. Xiaozhou, why are you coming back now? The old woman asked Su Shingjo. Su Shingjo hesitantly replied, that, I went to play with my little friend. The old woman looked at Su Shingjo and knew that he must have lied. She continued until she knew that Su Shingjo was trying to solve the family burden. Repeatedly, I've been secretly helping out at the blacksmith store. She also didn't want to dismantle Su Shingjo, because she knew that even if she did, she couldn't stop it. That's just the way he is. Well, why don't you go home? I've got candy canes to sell. Instead the boy shook his head. Grandma, I'll sell with you. The boy then yelled in his boyish voice. Mo Qingyu didn't say anything and turned her head to continue walking her way. This world is like that. If he hadn't gained cultivation, maybe he's just one of the corpses at Willow Creek now. It wouldn't be as dashing as it is now. Throwing the thoughts in his mind away, he pulled Tiger Sky to continue shopping in other stores. During this whole day, Mo Qingyu was almost considered to have strolled through half of the town. Bought a lot of specialty foods from here, like cinnamon cake. I have to say that this stuff is tops to eat. After returning to the inn, it was already late. Walking into the inn, the shopkeeper saw Mo Qingyu come in and greeted him. Guest, Mo Qingyu asked with a smile as she looked at him with a desire to speak. Why? What are you trying to say? The shopkeeper didn't realize that Mo Qingyu wasn't an ordinary blind man. He came to Mo Qingyu and said to her with an apologetic look, Guest, why don't you just go away and stop staying at my place? Mo Qingyu replied, Why? The shopkeeper sighed as he said, This morning, guest you don't know, the famous bully above our town came to collect my protection fee, but I really couldn't afford to pay. My fingers would have been cut off by morning, but then a fairy came to my aid. Mo Qingyu also understood what the innkeeper meant when she heard this. He asked rhetorically, Then why don't you get out of here? Control smiled helplessly and explained. Guessed you don't know. I have an old man and a young man. Now I only rely on this inn to sustain my life. If we leave Pinechen Town, we might starve to death before we even find a place to land. Emochingyu looked at the shopkeeper in front of him who only had sadness in his helplessness. So you're trying to get me out of here because you think they're going to make a comeback tomorrow and come after you at your inn. You don't want to drag me down, so you want me to leave, don't you? The shopkeeper did not expect that Emochingyu would say all his thoughts in one sentence. He nodded. Yes, guest. Emochingyu smiled. It's fine. They can't implicate me. Just don't worry. Thank you for your kind words. Emochingyu responded in control with a smile. Taking control and knowing that Emochingyu was not going to leave, he had no choice but to stop. Let's hope the two immortals can handle it tomorrow. After the innkeeper packed up all the inn's things, he returned inside the room on the first floor of the inn. Tonight's night, though, nothing happened, but it's just the calm before the storm. Chapter 36. On a new day, Emochingyu left the house before the sun had risen. What night he went to bed earlier, so he got up a little earlier. He had risen rather early, but when he came to the top of the street, there weren't a lot of people above the street. Everyone is busy getting ready for the day. Emochingyu found also a breakfast store that sold buns and bought a few buns from the owner. Eat as you go. He walked above the street with nothing to do, listening to the yelling that was picking up around him. Ornaments for sale. Come and see. Superb and wonderful ornaments. A young-looking man shouted. What jewelry you have here? Emochingyu asked as she stood in front of him. After the man saw that Emochingyu was blind, he smiled and introduced himself to Emochingyu. We have all kinds of jewelry here. Jade pendants, rings, necklaces. Though if it's you, the guest, I'm sure you'll look better than ever wearing what I have here. The man kept bragging about Emochingyu. Emochingyu glanced at the wooden staff at his waist. After pulling it out, he asked the jewelry seller, is there any jewelry that goes better with this wooden staff? The young man glanced at what was on top of the floor stand in front of him. Hey, there's the guest. I got this red rope and silver lotus bell that fits the bill. Not only does the color above look like a good match, but this red rope will also bring good luck to the guest. Emochingyu smiled. He knew that all these things were blown up by the shopkeepers themselves. Could he not understand if it would bring good luck or not? But he didn't break anyone else. He used to look at the samples of the ornaments, which he did think went quite well with his wooden staff. I'll take this one. Emochingyu took out 1 or 2 silver pieces from inside his pocket. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up when he saw it, and his trinket was only worth 10 cents. I can't find this money for you, customer, the man said with some difficulty. Emochingyu placed the silver in her hand on top of the man's stall. Don't look for it, just give me that cross. Emochingyu pointed to the cross that was a little bigger than her hand. He thought it would look good hanging above his neck. The black and white colors and the interlocking patterns on it are pretty. The man selling the jewelry looked at the cross and explained to Emochingyu. Guest, this cross is actually a pocket knife coming from inside and is unopened for play. Emochingyu insisted on this cross, and the stall owner didn't say anything. Afterwards, Emochingyu picked up the red rope bell and cross and left. On the way, Emochingyu hung the red rope on the end of the wooden staff held in her hand. After hanging it up, start tapping the wooden staff on top of the uneven ground. As the sun rose, the streets became more and more crowded. There were a few children playing together on the top of the street. Their laughter carried above the street. Emochingyu listened to their laughter and couldn't help but think that those children in Willow Stream Town also laughed like this. Thinking about this, Emochingyu passed by a blacksmith store. As he passed by, a small figure caught his attention. He looked inside the blacksmith store, where a young boy was hard at work. The boy was naturally Su Shingjo. At this point, he was grimy and working on some small job. It didn't take long for a tall man to appear inside the blacksmith store. That man was the owner of the blacksmith store. Ciao, you can rest for a while if you're tired. Su Shingjo smiled to the man beside him and said, it's fine. The man knew Su Shingjo's character, so he didn't say much, only to still say to him, I'm sorry I need your help this early in the morning. Su Shingjo didn't think it mattered. Anyway, it was just getting up earlier and earning more money, and he was already grateful that his boss had chosen to put him to work. By all accounts, at his current age, what could he be doing with heavy work? Just helping out with small tasks. Su Shingjo smiled without being discouraged, then took a small hammer and started blowing downwards. But the strange thing was that he didn't feel tired at all after his work now. Perhaps God saw pity in him, so that his body didn't have to be injured by the exertion. Su Shingjo thought somewhat naively. Emochingyu stood outside, watching Su Shingjo his every move. Possessing a top-notch kendo talent? Just now Emochingyu sensed some abnormalities within Su Shingjo's body. He realized that the more time Su Shingjo hammered, the stronger his physique became instead. After the divine sense had checked a bit, it was discovered that Su Shingjo he was born with a sword bone. If he was molded properly, he might be able to make a name for himself in the future. become the sword immortal of the divine continent. Unfortunately, his talent could only be buried in the poor place of Pingqian town. Yu walked inside the store. Su Shingjo realized that someone had come in. He stopped what he was doing and walked to the door. Just when he wanted to say hello, he realized that it was Yu. It's you. Yu nodded and found a small wooden stool to sit on. What? Not welcome? Yu asked with a snicker. Su Shingjo shook his head and waved his hands. No, I'll go call uncle over. Yu pulled Su Shingjo's back. No, I just came in to check. Yu greeted Su Shingjo and asked him to sit as well. Su Shingjo sat down obediently. He then looked at Yu's eyes with some doubt. That's not right. How did he just catch him in the first place? That, your eyes? Yu explained to Su Shingjo. Oh, my eyes. Well, you can understand me, I can't see. Yet I can see. It was obvious that Su Shingjo was dumbfounded by this sentence. He was still just a teenager. How could he understand what Yu meant? Yu didn't expect him to understand. He was just playing a riddle. Well, I'll leave you to your work, too. Yu got up and prepared to leave. Just as he had taken a step, Su Shingjo asked him, so you're a cultivator? Yu turned back to him. What do you mean by that? Su Shingjo looked at Yu with admiration inside his eyes. My father told me that the cultivators in this world are very powerful. Just like the immortals. They can do things that we ordinary people can't do. Su Shingjo looked at Yu's eyes that were covered with black cloth. So, are you too, big brother? Instead of answering directly, Yu asked rhetorically, does it matter if it is or isn't? Well, it's important. I wanted to change my life, but my parents told me that many immortals are bloodthirsty and murderous, so I was told to stay away from them if I met them. But big brother, you feel different to me. So if big brother is, I want to worship big brother. Su Shingjo spoke his request to Yu with a respectful face. Yu looked at Su Shingjo's eyes, and he smiled at the corner of his mouth. Su Shingjo expected Yu to reply back, I'm not taking on an apprentice. Hearing Yu's reply, Su Shingjo's face began to fade. He thought Yu meant to refuse. It's okay if the blind brother doesn't agree. I can understand that, Su Shingjo said with a forced smile. Su Shingjo looked at Yu, who turned his head and left, because if Yu agrees, this might be a life-changing turning point for him. But unfortunately Yu didn't agree. Chapter 37, The World Outside. Kid, follow me around. Although I won't take on an apprentice, I can tell you about the outside world. Well, want to hear it? If you make me feel better by being my audience, maybe I'll teach you a trick or two. Yu looked at the teenager behind him. Happiness was written all over the teenager's face when he heard it. Since you can't practice going out into the outside world, then it's nice to be able to understand. After all, he hadn't stepped out of Flat Move Town since he was born. Yeah. Yu looked at the cheering and jumping teenagers. The corners of her mouth slowly raised. Having someone to keep him company and listen to him also gives you respect and admiration. What's not to like? Then keep up with me. Yu turned her head toward the street. Seeing this, the teenager yelled out to the owner of the blacksmith store. Jussie, I'll go first. Afterwards, the teenager trotted close to Yu's pace. My name is Su Shingjo. What's your name? Blind brother? Yu did not directly answer this question. You only need to know that my surname is Mo. Su Shingjo's mouth smiled happily. Then I'll call you brother Mo from now on. Yu grunted and laughed a little when she heard it. Good. Su Shingjo was happy to hear this and bounced around near Yu. Oh, having a cultivator as his big brother. Su Shingjo couldn't be happier. Then brother Mo, where are we going now? Yu opened her mouth to answer Su Shingjo's question. Go back to the inn where I'm staying, and there I can speak to you about how the world is out there. Despite saying so, Su Shingjo's questions didn't stop along the way. Yu looked at this innocent child, and wondered what his heart would think if he told the cruelty outside in a moment. However, Yu did feel that it was good to let him understand the cruelty of the world earlier. In that case Su Shingjo might not be as cowardly and timid as he once was. After arriving at the inn, Yu and Su Shingjo came to a window seat and sat down. Boss, some tea. Yu shouted to the innkeeper. Brother Mo, how long have you been in Pingqian town? Su Shingjo propped his chin with both hands and looked at Yu with a pure face. It's only been 2 days. Then how long are you going to stay in Pingqian town? Brother Mo. Su Shingjo wanted Yu to stay longer. He liked Yu as his big brother. It seemed to him that Yu was very kind and not as sinister and cunning as his father had said. I don't know. I'll go when I feel like it, I guess. Yu never has a fixed time. When to go all depends on the mood. Okay, now to business. As soon as Su Shingjo heard Yu say that, he hurriedly sat his back straight. Su boy, the world out there is just as cruel as your father said. In the world out there, no one will pity you because you're pathetic. They'll instead think you're a bully because of it. there are only two words that are king in this world, and that is strength. Su Shingjo slightly lowered his head when he heard it. At the moment he felt that his old man hadn't lied to him and that the world outside was really evil. Of course, it's not all that vicious, there's a good side to it too. The world is not black and white, but carries diversity. So, now you understand why your father won't let you go out into the outside world. Yu poured a cup of tea and put it in front of Su Shingjo. Su Shingjo looked at himself reflected inside the tea. At this moment, his heart was like the water inside the teacup, rippling. I know my parents are afraid I won't be able to come back after I go out, but this is the only way to change us. If I had the chance, I think I would still choose the path of cultivation. Yu looked at the determined-eyed Su Shingjo and spoke. And I'm not discouraging you. It's up to you what path you take. The important thing is that you don't regret it. No regrets? A lot of times people always start regretting because they chose a different path, but there's no such thing as a regret pill. Having chosen this path, right or wrong, it's all time to go all the way to the end, and to stop halfway is to admit your inner coward. Say, isn't it a bit quiet today? Yu looked at the peaceful streets above the surrounding streets. When Su Shingjo heard this he looked at Yu in confusion. Brother Mo, is there a problem? Yu looked at the entrance of the town as he yawned and said, you don't know, there were bullies causing trouble here yesterday, and the innkeeper of this inn was going to be cut down, but then he was fought off. They were supposed to come to the door today, but now there's no sign at all that they're going to come, so don't you think it's odd? When Su Shingjo heard this, he immediately also remembered that when he passed by this neighborhood yesterday, there were a lot of people surrounding him at that time. Since he had to go to work at the time, he ignored it. Now that he heard Yu say this, it was indeed a bit strange, because according to the character of those bullies who would never let themselves suffer, they should be back again today. Forget it, what the hell, it's none of my business anyway, Yu said with a leisurely and comfortable face. Su Shingjo was a little worried about the inside of his house. Brother Mo, I'll come back to you tomorrow. I want to go home for a visit. Yu nodded. If you want to find me, just call me. Su Shingjo nodded with glowing eyes. I didn't realize that Brother Mo was so powerful. He knew when I called him from somewhere else. Su Shingjo glanced at Yu with respect on his face. Then he ran out of the inn and headed in the direction of his house. Yu, on the other hand, bossed some peanut rice, ready to take it to a talking book above the street to see. Sister Han Shuang, this is what's going on. Lu Xiaoran asked Yi Hanswang who was beside him. She and Yi Hanswang had already been around Pingqian town for half a day, nor did we see the group rejoin. Yi Hanswang also wore a strange expression. She always had a feeling that something was a little bit off, and this was a little bit off and she couldn't quite put her finger on it. Her instincts told her that the group was most likely plotting something. It's just a hunch, but it's not to be taken lightly. There are times when intuition is often very accurate. There's no rush. They should be plotting how to kill us both. Let's not take this lightly for a few days. I'll look around the entrance tomorrow. Xiao Ran, you continue to go around the town tomorrow and keep an eye out for more suspicious characters. Lu Xiaoran nodded. She knew that things were starting to get uncomplicated this time. Originally, I thought it would just be a matter of killing the group, but I didn't realize that the group was not simple. Let's hope things work out this time, Lu Xiaoran said with a sigh. She planned to return to the Green Cloud sect after she finished this commission. Go back to your seclusion to prepare for the tournament of the four great sects. Chapter 38, Sword Training. The next day, Yu woke up when the sun was about to tan her ass. He had just gone downstairs when he heard the kid Su Shingjo calling him. Yu came to Su Shingjo's side with an instantaneous movement. At this moment, Su Shingjo was in the neighborhood of a Baozi store. He turned his head to look. I thought I said I'd come when I called. Call me what? Yu coldly appeared behind Su Shingjo. Su Shingjo was startled by Yu's action. He jumped back violently and calmed down after seeing that it was Yu. You're really scary, Brother Mo. Yu walked over to Su Shingjo and lightly tapped his forehead. Cowards, that's intimidating. Su Shingjo hastily retorted to Yu. I'm not a coward. It was an instinctive reaction on my part. Yu didn't dwell on this as he asked Su Shingjo. So call me for what? Su Shingjo laughed. Isn't this why I accidentally said something? I saw the immortal and he's still my big brother. And mom and dad thought I was telling lies. So I wanted to take you to my house and confirm what I said. Yu didn't have any opinions. Su Shingjo saw this with a small jump and happily pulled Yu to head inside his home. Wait, Su Shingjo, what's wrong? Yu placed his hand on top of Su Shingjo's shoulder. Kid, I'm teaching you a truth now. Don't just take anyone inside your home, even if they are very close friends. You need to think twice. Su Shingjo looked at Yu. For Yu, are you the same? Yu nodded. I'm the same. Don't think too well of me. A lot of things are superficial. You have to understand that when you go to do something, the first thing you have to do is to think about the advantages and disadvantages that this thing brings to you. Su Shingjo nodded with seeming understanding. It's not terribly clear, but I know some of it. Su Shingjo then sent out another inquiry. Then Big Brother Mo, are you still going to my house? Mo Qingyu spoke. The choice is yours. Then it's better to go. I want Brother Mo to get to know my parents as well, so he can see that I'm not lying. Su Shingjo didn't hesitate and pulled Mo Qingyu away. Now he may not be very understanding of the pros and cons. He only understands that Mo Qingyu people are very good, not only to teach themselves to understand some of the truth, and told himself that the outside world is different from what he thought it was. On the road, the two of them arrived in front of Su Shingjo's house after walking for about a while. Su Shingjo's home is a somewhat dilapidated outhouse. As soon as he opened the door, Su Shingjo called out to his mother who was busy. Mom, I'm home. A middle-aged woman was currently cooking the noon meal inside the kitchen. Hey, why are you so early today? The middle-aged woman answered Su Shingjo without looking back. Su Shingjo came next to the middle-aged woman. Mother, I've brought back the immortal I told you about. The middle-aged woman looked back and Mo Qingyu was currently standing frozen in place. You kid, why do you just take people back to your own house? The middle-aged woman spoke to Su Shingjo with some anger. Su Shingjo hastily shrunk his neck and came behind Mo Qingyu. Mother, Brother Mo, is not a bad person. The middle-aged woman also came from the kitchen. After realizing that Mo Qingyu was blind, the look on his face suddenly became a little guilty. Mo Qingyu smiled in a friendly manner. Hello, I'm Mo Qingyu. The middle-aged woman responded with a friendly smile in return. I am Su Shingjo's mother, Ling Yuxin. I'm sorry, my boy has been a bit naughty. He hasn't upset you. The boy is really too, pulling you around even though he knows you have eye problems. Su Shingjo suddenly interjected and said, Mother, don't worry, Brother Mo is a cultivator. He doesn't need eyes to see. Ling Yuxian was just about to say Su Shingjo when she was interrupted by Mo Qingyu. It's okay, he's right. I'm not a normal person. Mo Qingyu was afraid that Ling Yuxian would not believe it. Performs a spacer to the items on top of the table. Ling Yuxian was also shocked after seeing Mo Qingyu's tactics. I didn't realize what her son said yesterday was true. She hurriedly greeted Mo Qingyu and sat down. Mo Qingyu waved her hand. It's fine, I just came over to take a look. After all, it's not easy to teach such good children. So I wanted to see what his parents were like. The corner of Su Shingjo's mouth snickered when he heard it. Ling Yuxian was also happy for Su Shingjo after hearing Mo Qingyu's praise. By the way, isn't Su Shingjo his father? Ling Yuxian kept her distance from Mo Qingyu. Oh, the child's father will be back later. Mo Qingyu nodded and looked at Su Shingjo next to his feet. Kid, I'll take you outside together for some sword practice. Come or not? Su Shingjo didn't answer first, but looked at his mother. Ling Yuxian nodded lovingly, then greeted him over. Su Shingjo walked over to Ling Yuxian, who took out a brocade pouch he had made himself and gave it to him. This is the peace talisman Mother got for you. From now on, you'll all be safe and sound. Su Shingjo received it and went up to hug Ling Yuxian's waist. Thank you, Mother. Ling Yuxian nodded and pinched Su Shingjo's little face. It's okay to play with swords, but be careful and be safe, okay? Su Shingjo, got it. Go on. Afterwards, Su Shingjo pulled Mo Qingyu to the back of his house. Behind Su Shingjo's home is an empty lot. There is a tall peach tree here. Su Shingjo loved this peach blossom tree when he was a child and often climbed to the top of the tree. And as a result, he was often nagged by Ling Yuxian. Mo big brother, words we even sword did not how to play Su Shingjo asked Mo Qingyu in puzzlement. Mo Qingyu stroked Su Shingjo's head and explained to him. Remember, a true sword cultivator can't be without a sword. But he can't just have a sword either. What most people think of as the way of the sword is nothing more than two kinds. Everything is the sword or the sword is everything. But there's actually another one. And that's the ability to switch between the two at any time, to go for the best balance of the two. Su Shingjo listened to Mo Qingyu's contradictory words and asked with some confusion. Then how should I choose also like you, Big Brother Mo? Instead of answering directly, Mo Qingyu told him, when you step into the cultivation path in the future, you will naturally know. As the words fell, two more wooden swords appeared in Mo Qingyu's hands, one long and one short. The current you is not fit to use a real sword. Wait until you step into the path of cultivation before you officially start using a sword. Mo Qingyu threw the short, wooden sword in his hand to Su Shingjo. The length of this wooden sword was perfect for the current Su Shingjo. Su Shingjo picked up the end of the wooden stick, and his expression gradually became agitated. Big Brother Mo, I've heard others say that the sword cultivator's journey is very much a test of talent. And that's not true. Mo Qingyu nodded and responded with a smile. It's true, many of them use swords for their weapons as well. But using a sword doesn't make him a sword cultivator. Only a few people in the world are able to take the path of sword cultivation. simply because sword cultivation has high requirements for talent. As for you, you don't have to worry about your talent. Su Shingjo, why? Because you carry a sword bone. You are a natural sword cultivator. When Su Shingjo heard Imochingyu say this, he couldn't hide the smile on his face. Oh yeah, I'm a natural swordsman. Su Shingjo happily raised his wooden sword and swung it about. Chapter 39, Undercurrents. Then how should we practice our swords? Brother Mo, shouldn't you teach me something first? Imochingyu didn't answer Su Shingjo's reply the first time. Instead, the corners of his mouth smiled. There is only one best way to practice sword fighting. Su Shingjo, what? With a swoosh, Imochingyu stabbed at the side of Su Shingjo's head with her wooden sword. Practical combat. Su Shingjo looked at the wooden sword next to his cheek. He had just seen nothing, and when he came back to his senses, Imochingyu's wooden sword was already on the left side of his head. Pick up your sword, boy. Upon hearing this, Su Shingjo gripped his hands above the hilt of his sword and swung anxiously at Imochingyu. Imochingyu stood in place, motionless as she blocked Su Shingjo's attack. Be aware of the changes. After saying that, Imochingyu made a horizontal chop that turned into a downward slash in a flash, then gently nudged some of Su Shingjo's head. Ouch! Su Shingjo stepped back and rubbed his head. Again! Su Shingjo's battle intent surged as he chopped towards Imochingyu. As the two fought more and more, Imochingyu looked at Su Shingjo, who was getting more and more fierce as the battle went on. From the beginning where he didn't even know how to swing a sword, he was now able to master the basic stabbing, cleaving, and slashing. The whole thing wasn't even half a day. Is this the natural sword bone? What a pervert! Imochingyu muttered silently. Su Shingjo looked at the attacks that were constantly being blocked, and he shouted to Imochingyu unwillingly. Again! Imochingyu, come! The two had been attacking and defending each other back and forth. Su Shingjo didn't know what he was in for. This time it was like he had an inexhaustible supply of strength. He and Imochingyu had practiced until the evening and still had strength. Hoo. Su Shingjo leaned on top of the peach blossom tree. The sweat on his body soaked through his clothes. Sweat was dripping from the top of her hair. Su Shingjo looked at Imochingyu standing in front of him with a leisurely and relaxed face. Inside is the feeling that Imochingyu is really just one word. Strong. One day, I'll be as strong as Big Brother Mo. Su Shingjo swore secretly. Kid, I'm going back first. Imochingyu stood in place, looking at the setting sun in the sky. Su Shingjo got up. I'll see you off, Brother Mo. Just as the duo hadn't been gone for long, they encountered Su Shingjo's father. Dad. Su Mingzhi glanced at Imochingyu and looked at his son. He heard his own wife say it when he came back, and he didn't think it was actually true. Although his own wife said that the Imochingyu people were different from those outside, but Su Mingzhi remained vigilant. Whether it was good or bad, they were just ordinary people who couldn't afford to mess with the cultivators out there. Son, come here. Su Mingzhi beckoned to Su Shingjo. Su Shingjo obediently walked to Su Mingzhi. What's wrong, Dad? What have you guys been doing all afternoon? Look at you sweating so much. Su Mingzhi wiped Su Shingjo's sweat with his own cuff. Su Shingjo revealed his white teeth and said with a smile on his brow, He. I was practicing my sword, and Brother Mo taught me 2 moves. Su Mingzhi looked at Imochingyu, who responded with a flat smile. That, please, Su Mingzhi said to Imochingyu. Imochingyu smiled and replied in a friendly manner. You're welcome, I'm just teaching the basics. He looked at Su Shingjo, who also smiled and looked at him. I'll leave you guys alone then. I have to get back. Su Mingzhi nodded and looked at Su Shingjo. Son, go send it off. Imochingyu raised her hand to stop. No need, Big Brother Mo. Su Shingjo shouted in a hurry. Imochingyu looked at him. Tomorrow, do we continue? Su Shingjo said with anticipation in his heart. Imochingyu also gave out his reply. Well, we'll continue tomorrow. As the words fell, Imochingyu instantly transformed into a cloud of smoke and dissipated into the air. As Su Mingzhi looked at Imochingyu's means, the shock in his heart couldn't help but magnify once again. There was no cultivator he had seen before that was capable of doing this. Father, see if I recognize my big brother. After Su Shingjo saw Imochingyu's means, he excitedly recognized his father. Su Mingzhi bent down and stroked his head. Well, my Shingjo is just the best. Come on, let's go eat. Your mother has already made the meal. Aha. After returning to the inn, Imochingyu still bathed and slept. Still nothing happened today. This made the two of them, Yi Hanshuang and Lu Xiaoran, feel a bit strange more and more. Sister Han Shuang, do you think they'll know we're here? So they'll come running? Lu Xiaoran asked Yi Hanshuang. Yi Hanshuang rubbed his chin with his hand. I don't think so. They don't know our strength. Lu Xiaoran's brows furrowed. Then what is the reason? Shouldn't they be trying to get us to let our guard down so they can do a sneak attack? Yi Hanshuang sighed and shook his head. I don't know. So that's why Yi Hanshuang disliked the current situation. They are in the light. The enemy is in the dark. They now feel like they are being led by the nose. The feeling is really hard. Xiao ran. Don't be in Pingqian town tomorrow. You'll go somewhere else. I'll continue to hold the town of Flatbush. Report back first thing in the wind. Lu Xiaoran nodded, and now he had no choice but to do so. The moment. On top of a hill outside the town of Pingqian. Chief, aren't we leaving yet? The man who asked this was the same bully who had escaped that day. Humph. Just the two of them aren't qualified enough for what I, Hu Tai, want. There's no rush now. We'll keep waiting a few days and they'll grow impatient. When the time comes, we'll take this opportunity to kill the two of them by going straight in. The man who spoke was a strange-looking man. If you look closely, the upper half of this person's body is a tiger, but the lower half of his body is human-like. Boss, what in the world is there in this Thai place? Pingqian town. That requires us to take so much trouble. Hu Tai let out a loud, maniacal laugh, a greedy look growing on his face. There's a spirit vein inside that town. Spiritual veins. When the bully man heard that, he also understood why Hu Tai was going to so much trouble. That's a spirit vein. Spirit veins are swift and peaceful for raising realms. The only strange thing was that he couldn't feel any spirit veins in Pingqian town. Tiger Tai, on the other hand, looked coldly at the distant Pingqian town. He was able to feel the spirit vein precisely because of his half-human, half-demon specialization. That spiritual vein was hidden very deeply. Since this town has already been scouted out, let's prepare now and go to Slaughtertown in a few days. Kill those two troublemakers by the way. Ha 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 ha. Tiger Tai threw back his head and growled. He was a half-human, half-demon, and had been disliked by the people within his clan since birth. In the latter even expelled from the pack. He's done everything to get here, killing for treasure and murdering for money. Now there was a chance to improve his strength, so he had to take it, no matter what he said. But he didn't know the town well enough to know if it was governed by anyone. He was afraid of kicking the top of a steel plate when the time came, so he sent people to harass and poke around. After these days of exploration, it was also known that this town was in poor condition and did not have any background forces. The bully's whole body perked up when he heard that he could go on a killing spree. They could improve their strength by following Tiger Tai, and Tiger Tai was good to their group of juniors. That's why they're working for Tiger Bum. Yes, I'm going to inform the brothers. Chapter 40, Death. Several more days followed. During these few days, the duo of Mo Qingyu and Su Shingjo spent most of their time practicing their swords together. This also made Su Shingjo very tired. He lay under the cherry blossom tree, panting as he looked at Mo Qingyu. Looking at him with a relaxed and easygoing face, he didn't feel the slightest bit tired. Brother Mo, just how powerful are you? Su Shingjo couldn't help but issue a question. Mo Qingyu raised an eyebrow and said a Lingmu double reply. It's strong, but I don't know how strong. Su Shingjo let out a laugh, then slumped towards the trees behind him. Right after the duo finished practicing with their swords, Su Mingzhi brought out a bit of tea from inside the house for the duo. After these days together, it made Su Mingzhi have some change of opinion about Mo Qingyu. After finishing the tea, Su Shingjo smelled the scent wafting through the air. He had a flash of insight. Brother Mo, come, I'll take you to eat. Without waiting for Mo Qingyu to be anything, he hurriedly pulled Mo Qingyu outside. Su Mingzhi looked at the flustered Su Shingjo with a helpless smile as well. Come to the top of the street. Where the hell are you taking me? When Su Shingjo heard Mo Qingyu's inquiry, he did not answer at first. Instead, he looked left and right, as if searching for something. Where the hell is it? That's where the smell is coming from. Mo Qingyu's nose sniffed after hearing Su Shingjo's broken thoughts. A fresh and sweet smell spread through the air. Are you looking for that? Mo Qingyu pointed her finger to the left not far away. There was a man selling osmanthus cakes. Su Shingjo looked to where Mo Qingyu was pointing and hastily nodded. Yeah, that's the flavor. Go go go. Brother Mo, let's go eat cinnamon cakes together. Mo Qingyu, well, go. Speaking of which, he hadn't had cinnamon cake yet. Su Shingjo's appetite was visible to the naked eye, wiping the saliva above the corners of his mouth with his cuff. Boss, 2 cinnamon cakes. After a few minutes, the boss handed Su Shingjo the freshly baked osmanthus cake. Thanks for the patronage. Su Shingjo took out money from inside his pocket and handed it to the boss. No need for you to pay. It's my treat. Mo Qingyu said silently. He wasn't so bad as to let a little kid treat him to a cinnamon cake. Mo Qingyu directly took out 5 taels of silver and handed it to the boss. Kid, you can have as many cinnamon cakes as you want today. You've been keeping me entertained the last few days, so this meal is on me today. Su Shingjo didn't refuse and danced with joy. Mo Qingyu cheerfully said helplessly. Is it that happy? Su Shingjo nodded. That's for sure. I'm usually only rarely able to eat cinnamon cake for a while. I love eating this, but I can't afford it because it's expensive. You can only save up and eat once in a while. Mo Qingyu stroked his head. Then you can eat freely today. After all, I am very rich. Yeah, Su Shingjo shouted happily. Boss, give me one of all the flavors of osmanthus cakes. Mo Qingyu smiled happily when she heard. Eating so much, You're not afraid of bracing your stomach. Su Shingjo smiled and said with a happy face as he took the osmanthus cake handed by the boss. It's okay, being human is all about having fun, and as for the rest, let's eat first. When Emochingyu heard this, he nodded. Needless to say, he found it very telling, because that's how he is. One bite of the soft cake melts in your mouth. Fine, soft and moist, pale yellow in color, with a rich osmanthus fragrance lingering in the mouth. Well, not bad. Emochingyu nodded. This cinnamon cake is really well made. When Su Shingjo saw Emochingyu's satisfied look, he heatedly smiled. How about it, brother Mo? Doesn't it smell sweet? Emochingyu, aha. Su Shingjo looked at the osmanthus cake in his hand as his mind recalled the first time he ate it. I remember the first time I had it, when my mother took me. After I ate it once, I couldn't get the flavor out of my head. After saying that, Su Shingjo ate the cinnamon cake in one bite. Happiness was all over his face. Not only were you able to eat cinnamon cake today, but you were able to eat as much as you wanted. Can you not be happy? After a while, the two finished the cinnamon cake. Su Shingjo bid farewell to Emochingyu. Brother Mo, I'll leave first. I have to go over to the blacksmith store. Su Shingjo started walking towards the blacksmith store, turning back to say goodbye to Emochingyu as he walked. The corners of Emochingyu's mouth rose in a smile. Kid, we'll continue our sword practice later. Su Shingjo replied loudly from a distance. Yes. He then disappeared into the crowd. Emochingyu also started humming a little song in 100 boredom as she walked above the streets. Xiao Ran, you said it's already been 10 days. Why is there still no movement at all? Yi Hanswang asked in disbelief. At the moment they were using the inside of the inn, they found a seat and started talking about this time. Lu Xiaoran also shook his head in incomprehension. If you ask me, they probably don't dare to come. Yi Hanshuang sked. This is definitely for the best. But I'm afraid they're going to kill us out of the blue when we're not looking, or when we've left the area. Lu Xiaoran beamed, bored, and rested his chin on his hands. Say, Han Shuang-san, why did you take this commission? The location of this commission is just a bit away from Daffodil City, and it doesn't pay much. Yi Hanswang smiled and explained to Lu Xiaoran. Xiaoran, you know me. My birth itself is not lacking in cultivation resources, so it's not so much about doing these commissions as it is about honing in on bettering yourself while still being able to help others. Lu Xiaoran nodded in understanding. It seems that Sister Hanswang really is different. Listening to Lu Xiao's snark, Yi Hanshuang didn't have a funny knock on her forehead. Just as the two of them were chatting merrily, a sudden loud ringing sound came from nearby. Help! Lu Xiao ran and Yi Hanshuang instantly disappeared in place, traveled to where the voice came from. When the two of them reached the source of the sound, the man who had cried out for help was already dead. Damn, that really killed it. Lu Xiaoran frowned and cursed in anger. Xiaoran, go after me, Yi Hanshuang said coldly. She looked at the dead couple on the floor. Yi Hanshuang sighed. I'm surprised she didn't detect their arrival. In the end, it was still carelessness on their part, and they really got mixed up with them because they let their guard down. On Lu Xiaoran's side, she chased out and instantly found the two men who had killed. The two men were killed without even coming to speak. At the same time, Lu Xiaoran fiercely sensed a powerful aura from elsewhere. With a bang, she was knocked out. Chapter 41, Gus to the rescue. Lu Xiaoran stopped himself from retreating by sticking his sword in the ground. People in the neighborhood started to run away after seeing these scenes. She hadn't slowed down when Tiger Tai attacked her violently. In the nick of time, Yi Hanswang arrived in time. One of her forced Tiger Tai back a bit. At the same time, she herself was sent backward by the powerful rush. The 7th level of the profound brightness realm. Yi Hanshuang had already started to feel Tiger Tai's aura the moment he was hit. Lu Xiaoran was instantly shocked as he looked at the half-man, half-demon in front of him. It was the first time she had ever seen a half-human, half-demon. Yi Hanshuang's inner self also rippled after seeing it. I didn't think that the enemy this time was actually half-human and half-demon. Yi Hanshuang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and came to Lu Xiaoran's side. Tiger Tai flashed his grimacing smile. Today, none of you will escape. Little ones, kill for me. As the words fell, there was suddenly a group of people that rushed out from behind Tiger's sky. They ran in all directions with their machetes. Lu Xiaoran was instantly anxious when he saw it. Just as he tried to stop it, he was stopped by Tiger Tai. Your opponent is me. Hu Tai's hands came out at the same time, making a move towards the Yi Hanshuang duo. A huge shadow of a tiger's claw in the air came at them. Yi Hanshuang secretly said that it was not good. When they were dragged like this, the people above the town would be massacred like crazy. Just as the two of them were fighting, Su Shingjo ran out of the blacksmith store, and he ran inside his home at a fiery pace. Father and mother, you must be safe. You must not have an accident, please. Su Shingjo prayed inwardly. Mo Qingyu, on the other hand, was looking at the crowd that was fleeing in panic. He stood motionless, quietly eating the meatloaf in his hand. He was going to go to the theater after he finished this meatloaf. Suddenly, one person instantly carried Mo Qingyu on top of his shoulders and then frantically fled. This person was the same stall owner that Mo Qingyu had bought the cross from. When he saw Mo Qingyu standing still, he thought it was because he didn't know what was coming out. After hesitating for a while, he still decided to walk Mo Qingyu away. The result is what we have now. Don't worry, Blindy, let's just say I did a good deed today. Mo Qingyu looked down at the scene where she was being carried herself. Mo Qingyu, no dude, isn't that a little off? He's got a play to go to. That. Mo Qingyu just wanted to open her mouth to ask him to put herself down. That's what I ended up hearing. Blind man, I saved your life. You can thank me properly. I'm not asking for much. Just come back and patronize me a few times then. Mo Qingyu looked at this person with a black question mark on her face. Are you being funny? Mo Qingyu made a hand slash at the man, knocking him out, then found a place to hide. Forget it, I'll give you a hand since you're so kind. Mo Qingyu shook her head while chanting. After casting a spell on this person, no one else can see him for a while. Mo Qingyu looked at her empty hands. Well, isn't something missing? At this moment, Tiger Sky, who was looking at the chaos of the crowd, looked around with a dumbfounded expression. No, what about my big master? No? Just as he thought of this, a figure appeared behind Tiger Sky. Snap! Mo Qingyu gave Tiger Sky a slap on the ass. Who are you saying is out of it? Tiger Sky looked at Mo Qingyu behind him and came to his feet to be cute. Okay, we have things to do. Mo Qingyu turned her head to look around before stopping in the direction of Su Shingjo's his house. After a moment of silence, forget it, no more theater. After saying that, Mo Qingyu quietly walked towards Su Shingjo's home. On the other side, Yi Huangsu and Lu Xiaoran were combining their efforts to attack Tiger Tai. Jia. I see that you two are very good looking, so you can be my ma'am from now on. Hearing Hu Tai's words, Yi Hanswang and Lu Xiaoran didn't get angered and continued their own attacks. Seeing that the two did not reply, Hu Tai also directly attacked the two with all his strength. At this time, the battlefield of the three people's fight had already come to the sky. In the air, Hu Tai sneered. A punch then sent Yi Hanswang and Lu Xiaoran flying out. The two women tried their best to stop themselves from retreating by running their auras. After the two of them stopped their backward steps, their lips were pale and their faces were unusually ugly. Lu Xiaoran was wearing heavenly gold armor silk, but he was still able to stand up alone. Yi Hanswang collapsed and kept spitting blood out of his mouth, and was slowly helped up by Lu Xiaoran. Looking at the Tiger Tai that was about to attack, Yi Hanswang didn't hesitate to directly crush and explode the token given by Yi Chen. The moment the token was pinched and burst, a powerful shockwave sent Tiger Tai flying. Tiger Tai looked viciously at the Yi Han-Xuan duo as he was sent flying. I didn't realize that these two had a backhand. All the bones in his body were crushed by this shockwave. The inner Dan is shattering. No, today I will get this spirit vein no matter what I say. Hu Tai also directly burned his essence blood and directly restored his entire body's injuries. The leg stomped forward with a swoosh, swinging his strongest punch at the duo. At this moment, it was already a struggle for Yi Han Shuang's second daughter to stand. Can't even hold a sword, but they knew they couldn't die, and they looked at a light far up in the sky. Hu Tai looked at Yi Hanswang and Lu Xiaoran's calm expressions. He laughed wildly. Go to hell. Just as he finished those words, a figure appeared in front of him at an unknown time. The man directly defused his attack. Without waiting for him to say anything, the man in front of him forced him down on top of the floor, on both knees, unable to move. The powerful aura pressed down on him and he couldn't raise his head. The old man in front of him looked at Hu Tai coldly, and the killing intent inside his eyes directly shattered Hu Tai's inner Dan. The old man held one of Tiger Tai's paws. With a gentle wave of his hand, Hu Tai's body turned into sand and was sent away by a breeze. Yi Hanswang held her injured right arm as she looked at the old man in front of her. Uncle Ku. Gus looked back at the injured duo and worriedly circled around them. Gu, you two ancestors are trying to scare this old bone of mine to death. Who knew what he had just seen? The daughter of the Green Cloud sex patriarch and the daughter of his top boss almost hanging. Looking at the injuries they had sustained, Gus was hastily taking out pills to give to the duo. You two little ancestors are truly unconscious. Yi Hanswang and Lu Xiaoran lowered their heads somewhat guiltily. Sorry for the trouble, Yi Hanswang and Lu Xiaoran said in unison. Gus could only shake his head helplessly with a smile. Ugh, you guys pay attention next time. Don't be so careless. The two of them, Yi Hanswang and Lu Xiaoha, looked at each other and nodded. They are still too young and inexperienced in many things. In the case of this incident, with their abilities, they could have actually done better, but they don't know how to be flexible and lack experience. That's what made it so easy for that group. Don't take this kind of commission in the future. Understand? Gus said with a worried look on his face. Yi Hanswang didn't answer this question as she said, we were careless this time. Gus sighed and could only shake his head helplessly. Chapter 42, Embarking on the Road to Cultivation. After the battle ended, The residents inside the town came back one after another. Yi Hanswan looked at the eyes of the crowd as she said loudly, "The bullies who bullied you are all dead." Upon hearing this, the residents of these towns celebrated with separate cheers. They expressed their gratitude to Yi Hanswan and the others. The two girls, Yi Hanswan and Lu Xiaoran, nodded their heads and shallowly responded to them. Gus, on the other hand, looked at the crowd calmly, no expression on his face. Just as the crowd was cheering, the mayor of the town, Kong Yulong, walked out from inside the pile of people. He walked towards the two women with his somewhat weak body. Coming to the two women, before him, he slowly bowed to the three. "Thank you, my lord, for helping us out of our predicament, and once again, I say thank you again." The two of them, Yi Hanswan and Lu Xiaoran, smiled at each other. "It's alright, mayor, since we accepted the commission, it will be accomplished." Kong Yulong smiled broadly and arched his hand to the three. "So would you three like to stay as guests before you leave?" The surrounding crowd followed suit. "Yes, yes, yes, when the time comes we'll set up a celebratory banquet. Why don't the three immortals eat before we leave?" Yeah, I've got a lot of good food here." Yi Hanshuang held out his hands to quiet everyone down. "Everyone be quiet for a moment." Hearing Yi Hanshuang say this, all the miscellaneous voices around them stopped. "I know people would love to invite us, but we have our own things to do, so we won't stay." Yi Hanshuang slowly responded to the crowd. Kong Yulong also had no choice but to nod. "Then let's give the three of you a ride." The large group around them were also unanimous in wanting to give the three of them a send-off. Yes, you are our benefactors, so let us give you a lift." Yi Hanshuang didn't refuse this time. "Alright then, just give me a ride to the entrance of the town everyone." Lu Xiaoran came to Yi Hanshuang's side, smiling happily with a cheeky grin. "Let's go, Hanshuang-san." "Gus, then I'll go back to the Divine State headquarters first. If something happens, you guys can just crush the token again. Remember, always put your safety first." Yi Hanshuang and Lu Xiaoran nodded. "Understood." Gus then disappeared into thin air. Yi Hanshuang also headed to the city gates with Lu Xiaoran surrounded by everyone. On the way everyone was happy and cheering. The sun in the sky shines on them. The sky is clear. Yeah, it's clearing up, so we don't have to give those guys a hard time. They all said so happily. On the other hand, inside Su Shingjo's home, Imo Qingyu opened the door to Su Shingjo's room. At the moment, the inside of his home was gloomy. The sun's rays did not shine inside their home. Su Shingjo knelt on the ground with both legs. Tears were streaming down his face, voice hoarse with sobs. His left and right hands, respectively, held the hands of Su Mingzhi and Ling Yuxian, who were lying on the ground. His eyes were already racked with tears. "Can't see what's going on around you anymore." Imo Qingyu stood behind Su Shingjo quietly watching him. Imo Qingyu didn't say anything, but walked to him again little by little, sat down at his feet and said nothing, just sat in silence. There was a long silence. Imo Qingyu finally spoke. "They'll be fine on the other side." Hearing this, Su Shingjo could no longer hold back. "Oh, father, mother." Su Shingjo kept shouting at Su Mingzhi and Ling Yuxian who were already corpses. In the past, as long as Su Shingjo called out to them, they would respond. But this time, no one responded to Su Shingjo anymore. Su Shingjo silently knocked his head on top of the hard ground. The mind kept recalling what they had said to themselves. "Shingjo, in the future when mother is old will you buy her something to eat? Of course, I'm mother's best son, and I'm going to buy you and father a big house so you can enjoy yourselves in the future. Ha ha ha, really? My family Shingjo is so powerful. Just wait, mother, I'm sure I can do it." "Good, mother, I will wait for Shingjo's words. No matter if Shingjo can do it or not, you will always be mother's good son, and our place will always be your home." "Son, father doesn't ask much of you, only that you be safe." "It's okay dad, I'll become a cultivator in the future. I'll protect you and mother then." Ha ha ha, "Then I'll wait for your day, whether you can do it or not. Just do your best. Don't worry dad, I'll show you that day." "Well, daddy believes in you." A scene that constantly lingered in Su Shingjo's brain. Why? I haven't taken you guys into the big house yet. I haven't become a cultivator to protect you yet. Su Shingjo kept reciting the agreement between them with a sobbing voice. And on the street next to his house in Su Shingjo, the people of Pinechen were cheering happily, cheering that they didn't have to continue to be oppressed. They crowded above the street enjoying the splendor of the sun. And Su Shingjo was inside the gloomy house. Memories of their family's cozy past. Imo Qingyu silently listened to Su Shingjo's hoarseness and crying. He sighed. This set-up world is such that ordinary people die, except for their own families. No one will notice, much less care about them. So it is said, "Oh life, it is bitter as a song. Boy, don't cry, they won't really be meaning to die. In their next life they will live a perfectly good life in peace in a world where there is no strife, only peace." Su Shingjo will wipe the tears away with his cuff. turning his head to look at Mo Qingyu. Really? Mo Qingyu crouched down to come face to face with Su Shingjo. Don't you forget I'm no ordinary man. When Su Shingjo heard this, he excitedly pulled Mo Qingyu's hand. Really? Big brother Mo, are you telling the truth? Mo Qingyu nodded. Don't worry, I'll do what I say. After saying that, Mo Qingyu pulled Su Shingjo up. I know you're hurting right now, because real partings are quiet. You didn't get to see your parents one last time before they collapsed at home. Su Shingjo's eyes were filled with tears, and she looked at everything around her with a blank expression, as if it was so unreal. So brother Mo, what do I do now? Su Shingjo no longer knew what to do at this moment. His source of motivation had disappeared. No one told him what to do next. He doesn't know either. Mo Qingyu did not answer Su Shingjo's question. Instead, open the door to the room and let the sunlight from outside into the house. He stood in the doorway, looking at Su Shingjo behind him. Remember what you thought before. Become a practitioner and protect your family. Although, your family is gone, what do you do in the future when you meet someone or something else you want to protect? Hearing this, Su Shingjo gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Tell me out loud what you're going to do now. Su Shingjo turned around and looked at Mo Qingyu. His eyes carried emotions within them that had once not existed. Anger, resentment, resilience. Su Shingjo bowed 90 degrees to Mo Qingyu. I want to cultivate. I want to become strong. Su Shingjo said loudly. Chapter 43, Leaving Pingshan Town. Mo Qingyu looked at the only 12-year-old Su Shingjo in front of him as he asked seriously. The path of cultivation is very hard, and during this process, I will not help you. I will not give you any of your resources, and I will not even save you when you face death. So now tell me again what you're up to. Su Shingjo's voice didn't carry any hesitation, answering strongly and definitely. I want to practice. The corner of Mo Qingyu's mouth rose in a smile as he threw a sword to Su Shingjo. I played with this sword in Smoky City, and I'm giving it to you today. Su Shingjo looked at the sword in his hand. It is very sharp and the blade is greenish in color. The patterns on it are intertwined. Mo Qingyu watched Su Shingjo effortlessly hold that sword. He knew this kid had a lot of talent. Your parents' bodies will follow their souls and then reincarnate. So don't worry. Su Shingjo nodded his head heavily. After Mo Qingyu took care of things, he turned around and slowly prepared to leave. Brother Mo. Su Shingjo looked at Mo Qingyu who was about to leave. Instead of turning around, Mo Qingyu gave him a thumbs up. There is no such thing as an unbroken feast. Kid, I'll see you around. After saying these words, Mo Qingyu dissipated with the wind. Su Shingjo looked at Mo Qingyu's disappearing back, the blaze in his eyes getting hotter and hotter. He took out the jade pendant his parents had given him from inside the house and hung it above his neck. With that, he stepped out of the house and turned his head for one last look at his home. This time turn around. It was as if Su Shingjo saw his parents' souls still here. They're just like they always are, cooking together, playing together, telling him together, being there for him. The laughter didn't seem to go away. Su Shingjo's eyes contained happy tears inside. The corners of his mouth lifted as he watched them. In Su Shingjo's eyes, Su Mingzhi and Lingyu Xian were waving goodbye to him. He gave them a reassuring smile in the light of the sun. They waved at him from inside the gloomy room. Su Shingjo tightened his grip on the sword in his hand and turned to leave. Son, we'll always be there. Su Shingjo stopped his advance as if he had heard them, but he didn't look back. Instead, he put his hand over his heart. Yeah, they're not gone. They will be in his heart. He will always remember them. Father, mother, goodbye. After Su Shingjo choked out a sentence, he put his sword away and left his home. Mo Qingyu stood behind him watching Su Shingjo advance as he silently smiled. Hopefully I'll get to see you grow up in the future. There were many geniuses, but why was there only one in the heavenly pivot realm divine state? Quite simply, not everyone is able to lift safely. The downside of being a genius is that it's easier to die young and can be targeted by many people. So whether Su Shingjo could become strong in the future was still a moot point. Well, it's time for me to reincarnate you all. Mo Qingyu looked at the soul-bodied Su Mingzhi and Lingyu Xian in front of him. The duel looked at the person in front of them and directly double knelt down. Thank you for all you've done for Star Island. And thank you for reincarnating us into a peaceful world, the two said in unison. The two understood very well that Su Shingjo had only known Mo Qingyu for about 10 days. To be normal, Mo Qingyu could have done it without this at all. Arguably, in this world that's the normal way to think. Mo Qingyu smiled and nodded. It's fine. I'm just a special person. Well, you've met one last time. Now it's time to depart. In that world you'll go through life smoothly. The duo kowtowed to Mo Qingyu. Our couple is here to express our gratitude. Thank you, my lord, for allowing us to be together in the afterlife. Mo Qingyu smiled and didn't say anything. He raised his hand and waved it at the two, and their souls slowly disappeared into place. Their corpses turned into a golden light and dissipated with the wind along with them. What? Why didn't he bring them back from the dead, you ask? If someone you've known for 10 days or so dies, You have to bring that person back from the dead. How busy he'd have to be. Besides, as he said before, he's never been much of a good guy. Also said to Su Shingjo not to imagine him too well. The world is cruel and realistic. That has never changed. After taking care of everything, Mo Qingyu left Pingxian town with Tiger Sky. They continued walking to the east. At this time, on the other side of Yi Hanchuang's place, after she returned to the Divine State headquarters, hurriedly, he came to the hall with Lu Xiaoran. There were quite a few people gathered inside the hall at this time. Yi Han doubled open the door and looked inside. Everyone in the hall is looking at the two of them. Sorry to interrupt, Yi Han said to the crowd inside the hall. The people inside the hall were the representatives of the top powers from all sides of the Divine State. That is, the four major sects in the Divine State, the Red Feather Sect, the Rainbow Light Sect, the Fu Devils Sect, and the Green Cloud Sect. The patriarchs of the four great sects are all here. You're back. How's it going? No injuries? Yi Chen asked with a worried expression. Green Cloud Sect Patriarch Wan Xian was also here as he looked at his precious daughter. Rushing over to her, he checked her for any injuries. Lu Xiaoran looked at the fact that so many people were here, and her face was smiling in a very flat manner. But inside, he was frantically transmitting to Lu Xiaoxian, Pops, can you wait until you get back to the clan to see it? So many people are watching. Lu Xiaoran, however, was a straight shooter and spoke bluntly in front of the crowd. No, if you get hurt, then I'll go back and get a stick from your mother. Lu Xiaoran covered her face with her hands. At this moment she kind of didn't want to face his stinky old man. Forget it. Destroy it. The people inside the hall all smiled slightly upon seeing it. They were more than familiar with Lu Xiaoxian's character. Well, is there something you guys are rushing over here for? Yi Chen inquired to Yi Hansuang. Yi Hansuang was a very sensible person. If it wasn't an important matter, she wouldn't come to disturb them when they were having a meeting. The crowd also wanted to hear what Yi Hansuang had to say. The two of them, Yi Hansuang and Lu Xiaoran, looked at each other, nodded. Shuren and I met him. Yi Chen looked at Yi Hansuang with a bewildered expression. Who? Yi Hansuang gulped a little. She was always nervous whenever she talked about Mo Qingyu. Elder Mo. Inside the hall you look at me and I look at you. Elder Mo? The crowd didn't react for the first time to whose Senior Mo was in Yi Hansuang's mouth. Yi Chen, on the other hand, was thinking, Senior Mo. Mo. It's him. The crowd also instantly remembered the name Mo Qingyu. They looked at the two girls, Yi Hansuang and Lu Xiaoran, with unbelievable faces. You guys met him? He didn't do anything to you guys, did he? Yi Chen asked his daughter as calmly as possible, but his trembling hands had revealed his mood at that moment. Yi Hansuang nodded. We met him. Afterwards, Yi Hansuang told the crowd everything that had happened. Everyone's faces were a little heavy when they heard it. Yi Chen also sighed silently even after hearing this. I'm glad you guys are okay. Hearing his daughter say this, Yi Chen's thoughts of trying to pull Mo Qingyu in were dispelled. President Yi, isn't it time for us to renegotiate the issue with Xianyuan State? Vermilion Sect Patriarch Su Chen said. Seeing this, Yi Hansuang did not continue to disturb, and she and Lu Xiaoran left the hall. Chapter 44, Scrambling for Spiritual Veins. After the two women left, Yi Chen once again looked at the people around the table. He asked the crowd, regarding the Regulus continent, everyone can say what other opinions they have now. Vermilion Sect Patriarch Su Chen opened his mouth. I don't think the Xianyuan continent wants to share that spirit vein equally with us this time. They say they're splitting it with us, but they're doing a lot of little things behind the scenes. The rest of the group chimed in. Right, that spirit vein we resolutely can't give up to them. Yi Chen frowned with both eyebrows. This spirit vein was very huge. Naturally, he wouldn't let it go, but he also didn't want to fight with Xianyuan Zhou over a spirit vein. After all, it wasn't like they were the only two continents in the Tianyuan continent. It would be more problematic if another continent came along and stabbed them in the back. Just as Yi Chen was thinking, Su Chen made an observation. He proposed to the crowd. Since they want to grab this entire spirit vein in Xianyuan State, we might as well spread the word about Senior Mo's deeds to Xianyuan State. Let them know that our Divine State has someone that the World Heavenly Dao cannot defeat. In this way, come what may, not only will they stop snatching the spirit veins, but instead, they will try to do everything they can to please us. After listening to what Su Chen said, Yi Chen first asked the crowd to say what they thought about Su Chen's idea. I think this works. Rainbow Light Sect Patriarch Shi Baihui opened his mouth. The Rainbow Light Sect's Patriarch, Shi Baihui, was the only female patriarch inside the four great sects. Lu Xiaoxian, on the other hand, shook his head. I don't think that's a good idea. The crowd looked to him. Yi Chen gestured for him to say why not. Lu Xiaoxian explained to the crowd. Through my daughter's elaboration, Senior is not willing to be associated with others. I'm afraid that seniors will be angry if they know we're doing this. Can you guys understand what I mean? The crowd heard this and reacted instantly. Yeah, now it wasn't whether they could do it or not, but whether Mo Qingyu agreed or not. Su Chen also frowned. He hadn't thought of this just now either, because they've been in a high position for a long time, and suddenly someone much better than them shows up. It's more or less uncomfortable. Yi Chen, on the other hand, stroked his chin, the corners of his mouth moving slightly. I agree with Lao Lu. I hope we don't drag Senpai into this situation this time. Earlier, when we had our own meeting at headquarters, I told them then, Elder doesn't belong to our divine state, or even any power, so don't mess with it easily. So we'd better think of something else on our own as best we can. The crowd had to nod as well. Just as the crowd was about to continue discussing methods, a powerful aura covered the top of their heads. The crowd moved and looked with horror at the words floating in the air. You made the right choice, Mo Qingyu. After 5 seconds, the text slowly dissipated into the air. No one spoke after the text disappeared. It can also be said that people are afraid to speak up. After a while, Yi Chen gathered his courage and broke the silent atmosphere between them. Let's continue talking about this tomorrow. The crowd nodded in a cold sweat. The most nervous among them was Su Chen. There was a lot of interactivity going on in him at the moment. Will Elder kill me for this? At that time, will the 4 great sects of the divine state become 3 great ones? I am truly damned for daring to involve Senior. It was only after a while that everyone left the headquarters one after another. Yi Chen gasped and slumped on top of the chair. At this moment, he was very glad that Mo Qingyu's character was still quite stable. If they meet a madman, they're screwed. After sitting in the hall for a while, Yi Chen also left the hall. The years do not pass. The seasons flow. A twist. 3 years went by. Mo Qingyu had traveled to many places within these 3 years. There were demonic beast areas in many towns. Mo Qingyu had left his footprints in all these places and had experienced quite a lot. Within these things, he will always have a different experience. And now he is on top of a desert in the middle of nowhere. Tiger Sky. It's time for us to go back inside the city to take a look next. Mo Qingyu stroked its tiger head. After 3 years together, the two have become very familiar and jovial. Chatting rarely carries with it a sense of former status. I think so. The two of us haven't seen a living soul in most of the year. Tiger Sky sighed. Even if he didn't see any people, he didn't even see a single demonic beast. Mo Qingyu's mouth glanced up. Indeed, he and Tiger Sky had been walking inside the desert for the past 6 months. Nothing, so to speak. I was thinking that there would be some kind of secret place inside the desert or something. Good to get in there and have some fun. It turned out gross. So, Master, which city are we going to? Mo Qingyu thought about this journey of his. I've already visited 2 of the top 5 cities, and there are 3 more to go. Let's visit that city in the center of God's country this time. Departure, Daffodil City. Mo Qingyu stood above Tiger Sky's head and pointed in a direction. After Tiger Sky responded, he began to run in the direction that Mo Qingyu pointed. The duo found a place to rest after a day of running. Mo Qingyu had thought of sitting down and meditating for a while. As a result, there was a sudden noise. Mo Qingyu looked at the source of the voice in confusion. It's amazing that there's someone else in this wilderness other than me, who has nothing better to do. Mo Qingyu hemmed and hawed. Tiger Sky, you continue to sleep for a while. I'll go watch the show. It's been a while since I've seen a living soul. Go see how it's going. Tiger Sky, good. With a swoosh, Mo Qingyu disappeared into thin air. He came above a tree. Look at the 3 men and 1 woman at the bottom. The thought crossed my mind that it wouldn't be another one of these old chases. Hey, wait a minute. Why did I say again? Oh, so it's Kang Sung Yun that Bid just got chased down once. Jiang Xing Yuan? Mo Qingyu looked at the crowd at the bottom. The woman panicked and ran away, with the man chasing after her. The female was in the first level of the hidden Yuan realm, while the 3 men behind her were in the Kaiyang realm. The bottom line is that their route is exactly where he is. Seeing this scene, Mo Qingyu the corner of his mouth smiled. A hidden Yuan realm being chased by 2 Kaiyang realms. You say it's a joke. Trap? Mo Qingyu let out a ha 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 laugh as if he had thought of something. He Tiger Sky beside him and woke up the sleeping Tiger Sky. Tiger Sky, what is it? Master. Mo Qingyu, oh, it's fine. Thought you'd get up and re-sleep. Tiger Sky? Mo Qingyu coughed and hurriedly explained. Ahem. Just joking. He came to Tiger Sky's ear not knowing what he was muttering. Then, both he and Tiger Sky revealed a wave of evil smiles. Excessive control and insurrection. The duo who had agreed on a plan began to move. Mo Qingyu, on the other hand, sat in place and waited for the group to arrive. After a while, the 4 of them did arrive at Mo Qingyu's place. The corner of that escaping girl's mouth smiled darkly when she saw Mo Qingyu. She showed a panicked look and shouted at the top of her lungs, "My lord, help!" Mo Qingyu turned back to the 4 of them. After that girl saw that Mo Qingyu was blind, the greedy evil inside her eyes was even more directly on her face. She hurried to Mo Qingyu's side. "Why, girl?" Mo Qingyu asked with a bewildered expression. The 3 men who were chasing after them glanced at each other when they saw Mo Qingyu. Blindy, that chick is our target. I advise you to leave now. Otherwise, I wouldn't recommend killing you along with it. That woman rushed behind Mo Qingyu and explained to her in a bitter voice. My lord, these people want to defile me. You must save me. Mo Qingyu nodded. Don't worry girl, I'm a person who definitely won't see death. I will definitely save you. The killing intent in that woman's eyes showed as she smiled quietly at the corner of her mouth. Good, I trust the prince. After saying that, she came behind her and secretly pulled out a dagger. Chapter 45, Movie star Mo Qingyu. Humph. A blind man still dares to meddle. Suffer death. The three men came charging up with their knives. Mo Qingyu hurriedly said to the people behind him. Girl, run, there's a lot of them. That woman did not respond to Mo Qingyu. She was ready to thrust in hard against Mo Qingyu's waist. However, before it could be inserted, a powerful aura struck. The four of them were instantly fixed in place by the aura. In the eyes of the four, a 5 or 6 meter tiger stood slowly walking towards them from the darkness. Humans, those who trespass on territory, die. The powerful aura directly immobilized the four. The three men rushed, running away. Mo Qingyu, on the other hand, pretended not to know what was going on and said, what happened again? The woman behind him was also the first to try to jump and run when she saw Tiger Sky, but Tiger Sky had locked onto her, so she looked at Mo Qingyu in front of her. My lord, you'll help your slave, won't you? Mo Qingyu didn't turn around as he nodded. Of course. The woman gave an evil laugh. Then you will die for me. After saying that, the woman directly pushed Mo Qingyu to Tiger Sky's side with a palm. She used her full strength to flee elsewhere. Ah, no. The woman laughed hard as she listened to a stream of pain. Serves him right. Someone like him deserves to be used by her. At this point, Tiger Sky looked at Mo Qingyu who was rolling on the ground with a speechless face. Help! Don't eat me! You dead tiger! Let go of me! Tiger Sky! That, master, they're gone. Mo Qingyu, huh? Oh, Mo Qingyu got up and patted the dust on herself. How about that? Wasn't my acting great? Tiger Sky, packed ah. Mo Qingyu hemmed and hawed. Then next Tiger Sky you go and gather them together. Tiger Sky nodded and stepped out with one foot, charging toward where the four of them had fled. Before long, the four of them were driven to a place by Tiger Sky. The four of them looked at the rocky pond behind them. There was a sudden desire to cry. Tiger Sky also revealed his brutal side at this moment. Without hesitation, it roared at the three men, who instantly turned into a cloud of ash. Only the trembling woman was left behind. A woman so frightened that she couldn't hold the dagger in her hand. A single shake sent the dagger to the ground. My lord, don't eat me, don't eat me. I can offer my lord something else. With that said, the woman opened her dress slowly. After a while, the woman watched Tiger Sky's lack of action, and she let out a secret sigh. Feel like I got my life back. But the next die that followed looked the woman silly, only to see Mo Qingyu walked out from a place, and he had no injuries on his body. You're not dead. The woman looked at Mo Qingyu with a shocked expression. Mo Qingyu ignored the woman and slowly came to Tiger Sky's side. Tiger Sky also squatted down and obediently jerked Mo Qingyu around. The woman saw the scene and realized it too. It turned out that Mo Qingyu had already known their purpose, and the previous ones were merely pretending to them, and he's in cahoots with this tiger in front of him. They are just teasing them on purpose. Why? The woman murmured with lifeless eyes. She didn't understand why the other party had to go through all the trouble of acting if they were so strong and just killed them directly. Mo Qingyu smiled at the corner of his mouth and came to the woman's side. He crouched down and whispered in front of her. Because, I think it's fun. And, isn't that what people like you are for? To make me happy? Hearing this, the woman thought about what she had just thought about. She slowly looked up and saw Mo Qingyu. He looked at her with a friendly smile. She went straight to both eyes and lay back. Mo Qingyu looked at the woman with a black question mark on her face. No, so unintimidating. He was showing even his white teeth. Mo Qingyu lifted the woman a few feet and found that there was no longer a response. Tiger Sky, master, this woman is dead. For you to die of fright. Mo Qingyu beamed unhappily. What do you mean scared to death by me? I'm a handsome person. Don't talk nonsense, Tiger Sky. He got up and turned the woman's body to gravel and waved his hand. A fresh breeze blew in and the woman was blown away by this breeze. Mo Qingyu asked Tiger Sky joyfully. How's that for acting? I'm okay with this flow. Tiger Sky also hemmed and hawed. Very impressive. Mo Qingyu said confidently with her head held high. That's, well, now that this group has been settled, let's continue to rest. Mo Qingyu returned to the top of his position again, though it was said that the hibernation was disturbed by the group. But this time the teasing with Tiger Sky made him feel kind of fun. Mo Qingyu lay back on top of Tiger Sky's back. One person and one beast were just resting quietly inside this deep forest. Early in the morning, the two of them continued to head over to Daffodil City again. After walking for a few days, Mo Qingyu saw the appearance of silhouettes in the distance. so he made Tiger Sky turn back into a baby tiger. He came to where the figure had just been and took a closer look into the distance. Sure enough, there's a county over there. Peaceful county. Peaceful? It's pretty good. Mo Qingyu muttered about the peaceful county in front of him. He led Tiger Sky towards the inside of the county, only to be stopped at the door. They let him into the county after a few easy questions. After entering inside the county town, Mo Qingyu looked at the surrounding residents. Let's just say the county is the county and it's very busy inside. Most people don't dress plain. There are even a small number of people who dress extravagantly. At first glance, it's the family that's in a position to do so. Come on, it's about to start. A passerby off to the side spoke excitedly. Mo Qingyu raised an eyebrow. What the hell is about to start? Mo Qingyu followed the footsteps of that passerby. After walking for a while, he saw a clearing above where there was a ring. A number of people had gathered near the ring. What is this? Mo Qingyu asked in disbelief. Mo Qingyu had just finished speaking when a passerby next to him looked at Mo Qingyu. Brother, you've only been in this county a short time, haven't you? Mo Qingyu nodded and replied, yes. The passerby began to explain to Mo Qingyu. This is to conduct a selection, and the person who comes in first will be able to enter the Food Demon sect. If the talent is strong, one can even enter the inner sect directly. Look, those two people in the seats above the ring, one of them is the prefect and the other is the elder of the Vermilion sect. Mo Qingyu raised her head to look over toward the ring, and the Vermilion sect elder sitting on top of the chair somehow always felt a cool chill on his back. It can't be that little brat talking bad about me. Chapter 46, The Clear Wind Pavilion. Guanlong, the elder of the Vermilion sect, he looked at the contestants at the bottom. Let's hope there's a good one this time. The Voodoo sect, the most special existence within the four great sects of the divine state. To say where the specialness was, it was the Gong methods they cultivated and their behavioral style. The Gong methods they cultivated in the Vermilion sect were extremely overbearing and evil, and act as such. It's like the magic path. However, in Mo Qingyu's opinion, there was no such thing as the devil's way or the righteous way in this world. When a person cultivated to the extreme, the blood on his hands was bound to be countless. It's like someone who was doing a meticulous job in the name of so-called righteousness. And there were people who practiced extremely evil kung fu, but did deeds of chivalry and righteousness. The so-called magic and righteousness are nothing more than things that people have made up for themselves. At this time, the fight above the ring also began. Look, it's the governor's son. Someone excitedly pointed at the teenager on the stage. No one made a sound when they saw the teenager, and only the teenager's lapdog kept bragging. And the teenager on top of the ring looked around the perimeter with a blank stare. He didn't have much talent when he was born, but when he was 5 years old, he suddenly revealed an extremely powerful talent. The character also became extremely arrogant. By now not only has it not been curbed, but it's gotten even wilder. It's like his dad told him when he first showed his talent. Son, it's okay, as long as it's in the county you guys can be as crazy as you want. Because you're my son, show those losers what you're made of. Understand? The teenager looked at his opponent in front of him from the stage with a disdainful expression. He taunted his opponent with an extremely arrogant attitude. Make haste, I dare time. The teenager started to get angry when he was provoked. He charged with a yell, but not for 2 seconds before he was knocked off his feet. The teenager stomped a large hole in the ring with his best foot. He said arrogantly to his opponent underneath, "No one has come yet. Hurry up if you want to come. Grandpa, I'm in a hurry. I don't have time to clean up you losers one by one." The people at the bottom all dared to be angry when they heard it. Who made the teenager the governor's son? Seeing that no one dared to enter the ring anymore, the teenager came to the Vermilion sect elder and respectfully bent down and bowed. Late Lu Pingon, greet Elder Guan. And the governor nodded with a satisfied look on his face. He said to the man beside him, "How is it, Elder Guan?" "My son is okay." Guan Long looked at the teenagers underneath with satisfaction. The teenagers' personality was perfect for their voodoo sect. Their voodoo sect has always been strength first. Not bad, not bad, if it's properly cultivated. I think we can directly participate in the Divine State Clans tournament in a while. Hearing such a high evaluation from Guanlong, the governor of Pingan County was also extremely happy. And Guanlong felt that although Lu Pingon was arrogant, he was able to know how to put his foot down in front of big shots, able to stretch and bend, a man to be nurtured. "I'll take you back to the voodoo sect later." Hearing Guanlong's voice, Lu Pingon hurriedly thanked him. "Thank you, Elder Guan, for your appreciation." Guanlong smiled and nodded, then came into the air and announced to the crowd, "Alright, the disciple who will enter the Vermilion sect this time is Lu Pingon. Do you have any objections?" Most people answered without objection, while a small number of people did not answer Guanlong. Guanlong didn't care about the feelings of these mortals. He came to Lu Pingon's side and prepared to lead him back to the Vermilion sect. Mo Qingyu looked at Lu Pingon from underneath. He always felt that Lu Pingon was a little strange. and Lu Pingon whispered a few words. But to whom? It's not like there's anyone above the ring talking to him. Emo Qingyu let go of her divine sense and gazed at Lu Pingon's soul directly through his body. Oh, interesting, the complete opposite of me. Emo Qingyu, he was a person of this world, yet he possessed a power in his body that did not belong to this world. Lu Pingon, on the other hand, was the complete opposite. The power Lu Pingon used was from the Tian Yuan continent, but his soul doesn't belong here, and at this time is above the stage. Lu Pingon not why, always feel a little panic. There was also a slight chill in the back. He looked to the blue panel beside him and dropped his heart again. The corner of Emo Qingyu's mouth hooked up as she slowly left the ring. I also don't know when that clan competition will start. He was eager to join in the fun. After all, he felt it was quite fun supposedly. And you can pretend in front of everyone when the time comes, directly proclaiming that I, Emo Qingyu, am the ing best. What? You call him a bully? Jokingly, he Emo Qingyu is a blind man, a hallowed blind man. How can you bully someone? Just don't let them bully him. Although Emo Qingyu thought so, the smile on her face was already flying to the sky. Tiger Sky couldn't help but shiver coldly on his body as he watched Emo Qingyu's smile from the side. It didn't take much thought to realize that its owner must be thinking of something bad again. Inside the next few days, Emo Qingyu briefly stayed in Ping'an County for a few days before leaving. Emo Qingyu felt that Ping'an County was too depressing and didn't want to stay long, so she simply stayed for a few days. After leaving Ping'an County, the two of them, Emo Qingyu and Hu Tian, continued to walk in the direction of Water Fairy City. On the way, Emo Qingyu hummed a little tune at the corner of her mouth. In his hand was the newspaper he had taken from Peace County. There is a lot of stuff that breaks at the top of the paper. For example, the 4 great clan competitions of the Divine State are about to begin, and where there might be a secret realm opening, and where there are any treasures and so on. One of the things that attracts the most attention in newspapers is one thing. The Thousand Shadow Society was destroyed by a man named Emo Qingyu. Emo Qingyu watched his big name appear on top of the newspaper. What should I say about his heart at this moment? Well, feel quite happy. The world knew his name and what he had done. The newspaper that caught Emo Qingyu's attention was something else. That's the auction. Emo Qingyu looked at the news on top of the newspaper. 3 days from now, the Clear Wind Pavilion will hold an auction in the Demon Beast Forest, at the center of the Demon Beast Forest. And there's news that they're going to auction off Xian rank weapons this time. The moment the trotting Tiger Sky heard the words Demon Beast Forest, the eyes began to go down a little. Emo Qingyu didn't notice this and instead pondered whether or not to go to this auction for fun. Hey, wait a minute. See Fanga? Emo Qingyu glanced at the newspaper once more, and he smiled at the corner of his mouth. It seems like he seems to have killed the son of one of the elders of the Qingfeng Pavilion before, but the other guy was also a sensible one. Directly from the heart after seeing his word void, Tiger Sky, don't go to Water Fairy City yet. Tiger Sky stopped in his tracks. Are we going to the auction? Master, Emo Qingyu replied with a burst of bad jokes. Yes, let's go there and take a look. When Tiger Sky heard Emo Qingyu's laughter, he didn't need to think about it. Master, he's going to start screwing up again. Every time Emo Qingyu was about to start a whole job or mess something up, he would let out a bad laugh, or make a jerky sound. Sighing, Tiger Sky set off in the direction of the Demon Beast Forest. Emo Qingyu raised his eyebrows at Tiger Sky's behavior. I don't think he told Tiger Sky where the Demon Beast Forest was. Chapter 47, The Story of Tiger Sky. Emo Qingyu sat on Tiger Sky's back and looked at the forest in front of him as he asked Tiger Sky, Tiger Sky, do you know what this place, the Demon Beast Forest, is for? There was something low in Tiger Sky's tone. Got it. As the name suggests, that's the land of demonic beasts. There's a wide variety of demonic beasts living there, and there's a cooperative relationship between the demonic beasts there and humans. Emo Qingyu could hear that Tiger Sky's tone was different from the past. He did not continue to ask Tiger Sky about the Demon Beast Forest. He had a feeling that Tiger Sky had once been the Demon Beast Forest, but why then run off to live in the middle of nowhere? These questions were probably known only to Tiger Sky itself. He stroked Tiger Sky's big head. I'll send you some delicious food when we get to the Clear Wind Pavilion. How about that? Tiger Sky, what's good? Emo Qingyu laughed out loud. It's your favorite beef to eat. The low look on Tiger Sky's face disappeared after he heard that he could eat beef. Replace it with gladness. In fact, he originally didn't like eating beef, but then when Emo Qingyu started roasting beef herself, the scent was irresistible. Since then, he had fallen in love with the beef roasted by Emo Qingyu. Master, if you ask me, if you go and sell beef, you'll definitely set the world on fire. Emo Qingyu yawned and replied without interest. I don't want it. That would be too much trouble for a lot of people to come looking for me. It's better the way it is now. After saying that, Emo Qingyu laid down on Tiger Sky's back, her hands continuously stroking the fluffy fur on Tiger Sky's back. After about half a day's walk, the duo found a river to stop by. Well, It's time to eat something to fill your stomach. Only to see Mo Qingyu leap down from Tiger Sky's back to the side of the lake, pulled the cow inside the space. Hey, 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 this beef stuff just has to be fresh to taste good. The cow watched as Mo Qingyu walked towards it with a chopper in hand. It struggled frantically, trying to jump and run. Mo Qingyu said to the cow in front of her with a bad smile, "The more excited you are, the more excited I'll be to kill it later." The cow got even more excited at this, and Mo Qingyu naturally raised his hand. In a matter of seconds, though, the tasty part of the cow was cut out of him. Tiger Sky, come and eat. Tiger Sky became as tall as Mo Qingyu, came to him and sat down obediently. Mo Qingyu gave the roasted beef to Tiger Sky. Eat. Tiger Sky didn't have the courtesy to take a big bite. Just as the duo was eating happily, a somewhat aged-looking tiger demon suddenly appeared behind them. Mo Qingyu's mouth wowed. Where did this come from, Huden? Tiger demon, polite? You. That tiger demon looked at the tiger in front of him as he shrunk in size to come to Tiger Sky's side. It said to Tiger Sky with tears from across its eyes, "Young master, I'm Tigerin. Do you remember me? I thought you were gone, young master, and just now when I saw that you were still alive, I thought I was mistaken." Tiger Sky did not look at the aged tiger demon in front of him as it continued to eat the beef on its own. Tiger Starwind is dead, and I am not it. When Tigerin heard this, he looked at Tiger Sky with a low mood. "Young master, what happened back then was your lord's fault, but you can't just leave, and it's been cleared up. You didn't do it back then, so come back." Tiger Sky replied calmly. "Stop it, Tiger Starwind is dead. I am Tiger Sky. I have an owner too." Hearing this, the tiger demon looked at Mo Qingyu incredulously. "Young master, you actually recognized a human as your master." Mo Qingyu didn't say anything and quietly listened to them. Tiger Heaven's eyes looked coldly at Tigerin. "Humph, what's the problem?" Tigerin closed her mouth several times when she tried to speak. It ended with a deep sigh. "Young master, the master mother, she misses you too." Tiger Skies remained unchanged as it once again said to the tiger demon in front of it. "I repeat, Tiger Starwind is dead." When Tigerin heard this, she was lost inside. "Sorry to interrupt." Tigerin left after saying this. After Mo Qingyu swallowed the meat in her mouth, she came to sit beside Tiger Sky. He stroked Tiger Sky's head. "I didn't realize you actually had so many stories on you." Tiger Sky plopped down beside Mo Qingyu's body. "Does master want to hear it?" Mo Qingyu smiled shallowly. "Do you want to say it? If you want to say it, then I will listen." Tiger Sky spoke after a moment of silence. "Actually, I lived in the demon beast forest when I was a child. My father is both the leader within our pack and the leader of all the demonic beasts in the demon beast forest. I didn't like to cultivate at that time, and my talent was mediocre, but it was very strict with me and demanded a lot from me, so I also grew up in a very serious family." Mo Qingyu took a beef skewer and gnawed on it near her mouth. He asked Tiger Sky, "So why did you then leave again and run off to live in the middle of nowhere?" Tiger Sky recalled what had been. "Because of an accident, I was expelled by them. That day, I was searching for prey inside the mountain when I suddenly heard the voices of two humans. I found those two humans stabbing one of our pack's cubs. The cultivation level of those two was about the same as mine at the time, so I rushed out and ate those two humans at the first opportunity. But that cub was already dead after I just ate those two. I was going to bury it properly, and just as I was going over there, I noticed something extremely familiar on that cub, and I walked over to find it was a jade ring. That jade ring is the heirloom of our tiger pack." It was at this time that, coincidentally, two of the tiger pack saw the scene. "They think I'm the one who's committing murder on the cub, stealing an ancestral heirloom. So," Mo Qingyu interrupted Tiger Sky's words, "so they assumed that you harmed your kind and stole treasures, then expelled you from the pack." Tiger Sky nodded with a bitter expression. "Do you know what my dad said at the time? The first thing he didn't do was ask me what was going on or what was going on. Instead, it looked at me with cold eyes and called me a waste. Even if I didn't have any cultivation talent, I would still cause trouble for it. At the time I didn't understand why it was like that. And then I realized when I buried the cub myself that the so-called cub was a fake. It was someone who deliberately set out to harm me in this way. I wanted to clear my name, but the cub disappeared as well, and I couldn't be convinced. They considered me a repeat offender, harming my kind and stealing heirlooms, and simply banished me from the pack. At that point, my dad and my mom actually agreed. Tiger Sky to this day does not know who once set it up, and it now remembers the look in his parents' eyes at that time. Indifference, alienation. Mo Qingyu was lying on top of nature's grass as he comforted Tiger Sky beside him. "It's okay, at least now that you're with me, no one will dare to bully you in the future. We are the best duo in the world." Tiger Sky smiled happily when he heard this. "The name is Ink Tiger Raw." Well, Tiger Sky was amused by Mo Qingyu's words and laughed happily. "Good, from now on, my master and I will be the Ink Tiger Shangwei combination." Mo Qingyu happily jerked Tiger Sky's big head. Tiger Sky was also happy rubbing against Mo Qingyu's palm. It doesn't have to think about that stuff now. It's not the same as it used to be. All it wanted now was to silently accompany Mo Qingyu. Chapter 48, Meeting Lai Chengtian again. The duo was on their way to pack up for a while before setting off again. Along the way, Mo Qingyu realized that the closer he got to the demonic beast forest, just sort of more and more people and demonic beasts. Mo Qingyu knew that all of these people were heading to Qingfeng Pavilion. Looks like a lot of people want that Xian rank weapon, Mo Qingyu said with an impassive expression. In Mo Qingyu's eyes, no matter what weapon you had, it wasn't as good as the sword in his hand anyway. He went over there purely for the heck of it. It was important to go over and say hello to the people from the clearance pavilion. Look how polite he is. After walking for a while, Mo Qingyu and Tiger Sky arrived at the entrance of the demon beast forest. There's already a line of travel for the Cebu pavilion at the gate. It's quite sweet, Mo Qingyu silently chanted. Tiger Sky followed the route to the entrance of Qingfeng Pavilion. Here, part of the men and demons had already gathered at the entrance. They entered the Clear Wind Pavilion one after another. And this Qingfeng Pavilion was very huge and had several floors. Mo Qingyu counted at least 4 layers. Just as Mo Qingyu arrived here, his directly caught the attention of most of the people outside. There was no way around it. A person who had subdued a Jade Balance Realm demonic beast was simply too compelling. Mo Qingyu got off Tiger Sky's back. After the crowd glanced at Mo Qingyu, they all retreated backward. Make way for Mo Qingyu. Mo Qingyu hemmed and hawed. This was the effect he wanted. Since they were all prepared to go and do battle with the Qingfeng Pavilion, it was time to take a high profile at a time like this. Or maybe just be cocky and lawless some. Mo Qingyu lifted her own clothes and walked in a 2x5 posture towards the inside of Qingfeng Pavilion. During this process, no one dared to speak. All of them lowered their heads, not daring to look at Mo Qingyu. People don't want to offend the big boys. After all, there are many realms in this world, to put it nicely. There are only 4 realms, to put it mildly. That is, after Mo Qingyu brought Tiger Sky inside the Qingfeng Pavilion, she realized that the space inside was extremely large. On the first floor sat many loose cultivators and low-level demonic beasts. Senior, your room is on the 4th floor. This way please. While Mo Qingyu was lost in thought, a woman with a demonic figure came out from the corner. Mo Qingyu heard that her room was on the 4th floor. It was also understood that the floor was ranked according to strength. The people from the Clear Wind Pavilion should have seen the scene outside of him. No wonder it was able to become one of the 3 major powers. So much for knowing what's good for you. Mo Qingyu's inner thoughts. Okay, take me up. The woman nodded respectfully, bringing Mo Qingyu to the 4th floor inside the room. Mo Qingyu swept a glance. The interior of the room on the 4th floor was extremely luxurious. It's also very spacious inside. And once inside, there were 2 very well-built women on either side of them. Presumably it was used to serve and bar people from entering. Is there anything else Elder needs from us? Mo Qingyu pointed at the 2 women. I don't want anyone to disturb me. The 2 women were stunned at first, then rushed out. For the big shots on the upper 4th floor, they all understood very well that it was something they couldn't climb up to, so did not say much. At this time want to live to be good to shut up, to do is the best to do it. Then is there anything else? The woman who brought Mo Qingyu up asked. Mo Qingyu waved his hand for her to go out as well. After she came, Mo Qingyu looked around the booth. At the very front of the booth was a clear glass. This glass looks into the opposite booth. Mo Qingyu looked at it for a few moments before looking at the tiger underneath. Tiger Sky, do you think you recognize the tiger at the bottom? Tiger Sky looked down and it shook its head. There aren't many people inside the tiger pack, but I didn't know many of them before I left. Not to mention it's been so long. Mo Qingyu rubbed Tiger Sky's tiger head and said with a smile, don't worry, no one is bullying you. Now with your strength, only you bully others. Understand? Tiger Sky nodded happily. It understood very well that Mo Qingyu was the biggest contributor to its strength being so strong. Tiger Sky swears to follow his master to the death. Mo Qingyu laughed. Good. Afterwards, Mo Qingyu comfortably rules Tiger Sky's big head again. I don't know how long it took, but the Qingfeng Pavilion was also gathering a lot of people inside as well. There were quite a few on the 4th floor as well. Mo Qingyu's divine sense swept around and discovered that there was actually an acquaintance here. Tiger Sky, stay here for a while, I'm going to skewer somewhere else. Tiger Sky, understood. With that, Mo Qingyu disappeared inside the private room and came to another private room. At this moment, Lai Chengtian was sitting quietly inside. The purpose of his visit today was naturally that weapon. After having it, he was able to increase his strength a little bit. Even if she couldn't improve it much, she could still pass the blade to Lu Gung. It gave him a better chance of taking the clan competition. Although their Red Feather sect was one of the 4 major sects in the divine state, but it was the weakest one. Before Lai Chengtian continued to think about how to take the Xian rank weapon down, a voice rang out next to him. Yo, what a coincidence. Mo Qingyu made a flash and was next to Lai Changtian, greeting him. Lai Changtian was startled by Mo Qingyu doing this, because he hadn't sensed Mo Qingyu's arrival at all. He was only slightly relieved when he realized it was Mo Qingyu, and the guards inside Lai Changtian's private room saw Mo Qingyu suddenly barging in, loudly and angrily. What kind of person dares to trespass into the fourth floor private room? Lai Changtian quickly waved his hand to calm them down. Don't. I know this, senior. The two guards at the entrance were also stunned when they heard this, then bowed and apologized to Mo Qingyu. My lord apologizes. Mo Qingyu replied without caring. It's fine. You guys are also doing your duty. Lu Tan Tien was very nervous about this. He was afraid that Mo Qingyu would get angry and go on a killing spree, and if he was implicated then he would be mailed. But now it seems that the seniors didn't care about that. Lai Changtian picked up the pastry next to him and ate it as he looked at the auction table underneath. Senior, did you come here to ask for that Xian rank weapon as well? Mo Qingyu shook her head. I just came to see how good this auction is. Ri Changtian nodded his head when he heard this and didn't continue to ask. By the way, you came because you wanted to buy that weapon for Lu Geng, right? Lai Changtian replied truthfully. Yes. In that case the clan competition he has a better chance of winning. Upon hearing the clan competition, Mo Qingyu began to let out a bad laugh. When Lai Changtian heard Mo Qingyu's words, his entire body instantly became bad. He trembled as he looked toward Mo Qingyu. Senior, is there something you want? Mo Qingyu revealed a playful smile. I also want to go to this so-called clan competition for fun. You'll be the one to recommend when the time comes. Hearing this, Lai Changtian happily thought that Mo Qingyu was going to represent their Red Feather sect. Unfortunately, Mo Qingyu's next words confused him. When the time comes, I won't represent any faction. I'll come and have some fun with these holy sons and daughters. When Lai Changtian heard that, the pastries in his hands fell to the ground. He forced a smile and picked the pastry back up. Inside, it was 10,000 straw horses flying by. Martyr, you, a character who transcends the world's heavenly ways, came to play? Then what the hell are they going to do? They'll just pack their bags and go home. But Lai Changtian didn't dare to say more. After greeting Lai Changtian, Mo Qingyu was also ready to return to her own private room. Well, without further ado, I'm going back to my booth. Mo Qingyu got up and prepared to leave. Lai Changtian hurriedly stood up and bowed to Mo Qingyu. Elder, take your time. Mo Qingyu hummed and disappeared back to his private room. Chapter 49, Tiger Chenfeng. After Mo Qingyu returned to her private room, the auction underneath was officially announced to have begun, only to see that an old man slowly walked above the auction 5 stage. He cleared his throat and said to the crowd inside the Clear Wind Pavilion, Welcome, everyone. Today, our Clear Wind Pavilion is honored to begin this auction with Tiger Chenfeng, the leader of the Demon Beast Forest. A powerfully built man dropped slowly from the 5th floor. This person was naturally Tiger Chenfeng. That old man continued to introduce himself to everyone. This is the leader of the Demon Beast Forest. We're also working with it because we want our auction to go well this time. The crowd kept muttering underneath. It seemed to be talking about why the Qingfeng Pavilion was able to cooperate with the demonic beasts. Since ancient times, demonic beasts and humans were incompatible. Mo Qingyu was on the 4th floor looking at the transformed tiger demon at the bottom. He didn't let Tiger Sky take form because he wouldn't let him. He still thought the tiger looked more dominant. In fact, demonic beasts only needed the enlightened Yuan realm to transform. So basically most demonic beasts were able to transform. Only the higher the realm, the more similar it was to humans. The lower realms of transformation retained many of the characteristics of demonic beasts. Mo Qingyu smiled and touched the Tiger Sky beside her, confirming to it, that's him, isn't it? Tiger Sky nodded with a flat expression. The demonic beast in front of him, named Tiger Chenfeng, was none other than his father. Mo Qingyu, on the other hand, was staring at Tiger Chenfeng with both eyes, seemingly pondering something. Tiger Chenfeng didn't know about this as it stood on top of the auction platform, indifferently looking at the crowd in front of it. He stood calmly with his hands behind his back, and slowly, he spoke. I hope that this auction will go smoothly. I don't want people to cause trouble here at the Clear Wind Pavilion. Please cooperate. If anyone doesn't. After saying that, it released an extremely powerful pressure. Exempt, a demonic beast of the 9th level of the heavenly power realm. Mo Qingyu looked at Tiger Chenfeng playfully. This was the first time he had encountered a heavenly power realm demonic beast. After the people of the Clear Wind Pavilion felt his pressure, there was also a sudden intake of cool air. They also didn't expect the leader of the Demon Beast Forest to be so strong. But there's something intriguing about what it just said. Mo Qingyu sat on top of the chair with a disdainful face. Just now that words to put it nicely is that you in the Qingfeng Pavilion, is for the time being no one will move you. But if they went out of the Qingfeng Pavilion, it was none of their business. In other words, if one wanted to kill and seize the treasure, one only had to go out of the door of the Qingfeng Pavilion. But the problem lies in the fact that the people in the clearance pavilion won't let you stay here either. Humph. A bunch of old foxes. They just know how to pick words all day long. Mo Qingyu dug her earwax with her little thumb and looked at Tiger Chunfeng at the bottom with a look of contempt. These old hooligans, I guess they haven't done anything like this for a long time. Besides, if he said he wanted to cooperate, then he, Mo Qingyu, had to cooperate obediently? He's got this main fight a backbone. You want him to cooperate, he has to mess up. Hey, it's all about play. It's all about backbones. And the crowd at the bottom understood what Tiger Chunfeng was saying after hearing what he said. But no one dares to say anything. They weren't strong enough to go on a collision course with behemoths like the Qingfeng Pavilion and the leader of the Demon Beast Forest. The ones who were able to collide with them were at least from the 4th floor. After Tiger Chunfeng finished his words, he retreated and left. Come inside its exclusive private room on the 4th floor. Once back inside, it looked at the people inside the booth. Coming? The person inside nodded in response. Aha! I didn't think that the Clear Wind Pavilion would actually send you, Tiger Chunfeng said with some surprise. It looked at the man in front of it, who was one of the elders of the Clear Wind Pavilion. The name is Cuman Park. Tiger Chunfeng came to sit beside Gong Wenbai. Say, who's on the 4th floor this time? Gong Wenbai inquired to Tiger Chunfeng. Tiger Chunfeng replied to Gong Wenbai one by one. Basically all the representatives of the major powers are here. The only one in particular, though, is a person. Cuman Park? Oh, who? Tiger Chunfeng also looked at Mo Qingyu's private room in disbelief. This person is very special. According to the news reported by the people below just now, this person is blind. Gong Wenbai gasped for tea and looked at Tiger Chunfeng with a puzzled expression. Blind? Tiger Chunfeng frowned and replied. Yes, this person still seems to be sitting on a Jade Balance Realm demonic beast. When Gong Wenbai heard this, his hand holding the tea began to be unsteady. No way. Gong Wenbai had some fear on his face as he confirmed to Tiger Chunfeng. Did the blind man carry a black cloth above his eyes and a wooden staff hanging from his waist? Tiger Chunfeng shook his head. The people underneath didn't tell me this. They only said it was a blind man. Why? Is that guy special? Hearing Tiger Chunfeng's inquiry, Gong Wenbo forced himself to calm down. You guys don't know that 3 years ago, an extremely powerful mysterious blind man came out of the Divine Kingdom. This person is extremely powerful. He alone wiped out the entire power of the Thousand Shadows Society. When Tiger Chunfeng heard this, his body also trembled. At this moment, Gong Wenbai was praying frantically inside, hoping that this blind man was not Mo Qingyu. Ah Chio! Mo Qingyu sneezed. He pinched his nose. Who's sneaking up on me behind my back? At this time, the auction officially began. Alright, the auction will now officially begin. The old man at the auction table roared, and the auction officially began. First, the heavenly grade technique. Wind Shadow Steps. This technique is mainly used in terms of stance and pace. Auction price, 50 spirit stones to start. Just as the old man finished speaking, there was an opening to shout. I'll offer 100 spirit stones. A voice came from inside the private room on the 2nd floor. I'll offer 150 spirit stones. A voice came out. After a while, no one continued to follow. The old man took out his hammer and began to knock. 300 spirit stones once. 300 spirit stones twice. 300 spirit stones 3 times. Deal. The hammer hit hard on top of the wooden table. Then, the old man took out a second item out. This is a heavenly medicinal herb, the sky orchid grass. This item can be used to make a boundary-breaking pill. The auction price starts at 100 spirit stones. The crowd's eyes glowed when they saw the realm-breaking pill. Not only was the realm-breaking pill thing rare, but it was also very powerful. Very useful for those below the heavenly power realm. It could be said that it was possible to directly raise the realm without spending anything, especially when breaking through a large realm, such as when the 9th level of Flare Light breaks through the Jade Balance realm. One could directly pass through the lightning tribulation at the time of breaking the boundary without any risk or cost. That's why the crowd's eyes glazed over. And a big reason why the boundary breaking pill was so rare was because the main ingredient needed for the boundary breaking pill, which was the celestial orchid grass, was very hard to find. So when the sky orchid grass came out, the people on the 3rd and 4th floors of the Qingfeng Pavilion all had their hearts set on it. 500 spirit stones. I hope you all give Qinjie a face and don't snatch it from me. The one who spoke was a man inside a private room on the 4th floor. When the people on the 2nd and 3rd floors heard that the spirit stones had instantly gone up to 500, the entire group was dumbfounded. Yo, when did your Shadow Moon City come in to get involved? Chen Jie, the Shadow Moon City Lord, looked at the source of the voice. He looked at Gong Xinghai's private room with a disdainful face. Why? I can't come if you can, old Biden. Gong Xinghai, what? Say that again, you dead old man? Chapter 50, Things You Can't Afford to Be Young. Just as the two were about to start cursing, Tiger Chunfeng shouted from the bottom. Silence, please don't argue at the auction. Gong Xinghai and Chen Jie glanced at Tiger Chenfeng's demeanor, and both of them grunted disdainfully at each other. Old Biden the dog. After both of them cursed each other, they didn't continue talking. Once it was quiet, the auction began to continue. 500 spirit stones at a time. 500 spirit stones twice. 500 spirit stones 3 times. Deal. Chen Sui looked at the Tianlan grass underneath with a smile on his face. The crowd at the bottom also felt pity when they saw that the celestial orchid grass ended up in the possession of the Shadow Moon City Lord. As for the people on the 4th and 3rd floors, that's not what they think, because their purpose wasn't the celestial orchid grass. Instead, it's a Xian rank weapon, and inside the next time, the things that were auctioned were all very ordinary things. Of course, these things are average for people on the 3rd or 4th floor, but it's all better stuff for those on the 1st and 2nd floors. Mo Qingyu hadn't bought a single item so far, because it's all pretty average, and it's not very long. Tiger Sky, let me know if you have any favorites and I'll get them for you. Mo Qingyu reclined on top of the chair and reached out to jerk Tiger Sky's big head. Tiger Sky nodded. Good, I will tell you master when the time comes. It didn't take long for something to be something that excited Tiger Sky. This next item is called the Red Kai Battlesuit, and it can protect against one full force strike from the Yaoguang realm. Auction pieces, 20 spirit stones to start. Tiger Sky excitedly shouted at Mo Qingyu. Master, I want this dress. Mo Qingyu looked down to the bottom. The red armor was plain nothing different. Why? Mo Qingyu inquired to Tiger Sky. Tiger Sky looked at the familiar red battlesuit underneath as he answered Mo Qingyu with a wistful expression. I saw this dress when I was a kid too, and I instantly fell in love with the red armor back then. I begged my father to buy it for me, for the dress was not expensive, but at that time my father and mother told me not to buy these useless things. Cultivation is the right way. Go play with these things less, and cultivate more to improve yourself. Later in life, I still can't get enough of that dress. I didn't think I'd actually get to see this dress again. Mo Qingyu turned her head to look at Tiger Sky beside her. At this moment, it was carrying an extremely eager look inside its eyes, and these Mo Qingyu was able to see it clearly. Is the young unobtainable? He thought of that for some reason. The current Tiger Sky was already a great demon of the 9th level of the Jade Balance realm. It's the king who can dominate, but even then, when he comes across something he loved so much as a child but couldn't get, still showing the same longing eyes as when I was a child. It's like he's still that way. Nothing has changed, but everything has. Don't worry, you want it. As the master I will get it for you. Tiger Sky happily poked around inside the booth. Oh yeah, it was imagining what it would look like in that dress when it was a child. I didn't think it would be possible to realize it today. Mo Qingyu looked at Tiger Sky's bouncy appearance, and the corners of her mouth smiled slightly. No exaggeration. This was the happiest Mo Qingyu had ever seen Tiger Sky. Never before had it looked so excited and happy, because Mo Qingyu understood that this red armor Tiger Sky was not bought for himself. Rather, I bought it for the person I once was. The person I once was who lacked a happy childhood. Mo Qingyu shouted to the bottom. I'll take this red armor. When the crowd at the bottom heard the person on the 4th floor make a sound, no one dared to raise the price. The rest of the people on the 4th floor ignored it. After all, it was an ordinary red armor. Lai Changtian, who was next door to Mo Qingyu, did not feel puzzled when he heard that Mo Qingyu had bought it, because Mo Qingyu herself was strange, whether it was her personality or the things she liked. After this item, comes the main event. Well, now it's down to the last piece. The old man took out a box from behind him, which was covered with a red cloth. When the crowd heard this, they looked tense and serious. The last item is a top-grade Xian rank weapon called the 7-star blade. Only the old man pulled down the red cloth in front of him. The light of the 7-star blade shone incomparably in the Qingfeng pavilion. Wow, a top-grade Xian rank weapon. Yeah, didn't want to actually be able to see a Xian rank upper grade weapon in this life. In the Tian Yuan continent, one could count on 2 hands the number of people who possessed an emperor's pin. Very few people have seen it. So a Xian rank upper grade weapon was basically the highest level that the crowd could see. 7-star blade. Starting bidding price 3,000 spirit stones to start. The crowd at the bottom sucked in a cold breath, realizing that the highest thing that had been auctioned before was the celestial orchid grass. It's only 500 spirit stones. I didn't expect a Xian rank upper grade weapon to directly give a dry run to 3,000 spirit stones. Once the 7-star blade was released, all the people on the 4th floor rushed to participate. 3,500 spirit stones, 4,000 spirit stones, 5,000 spirit stones. The sound of shouting prices on the 4th floor continued to ring out. It wasn't until Lai Qingtian's voice rang out that the crowd stopped. I'll offer 20,000 spirit stones. The crowd at the bottom kept whispering when they heard this. 20,000 spirit stones. Really? I don't know, but spirit stones are so much. A mouthful is 10,000 spirit stones. Who let others have spirit stones? Having more spirit stones is bull. Every private room on the 4th floor frowned when they heard Lai Chingtian's call. Lai Chingtian also sighed helplessly. He had brought his old man with him this time. The goal was to make sure to take down the Xian rank weapons. When Gong Wenbai heard 20,000 spirit stones, he surveyed Lai Chingtian's private room. The Red Feather Sect's patriarch, the old man in the center of the auction, looking around the quiet, spoke loudly. 20,000 spirit stones. Is there any further increase in price? No one answered. And the old man picked up the hammer and pounded it hard into the tabletop. This time he didn't even say 1, 2, 3. Straight up deal. Hell knows how excited he was. 20,000 spirit stones. He had never seen 20,000 spirit stones in his life. Tiger Chinfeng inside the private room also smiled happily. He snapped his hands and called out, I didn't think I'd be able to sell this much this time. Gong Wenbai only spoke faintly at this. Let's go. Let's celebrate the Red Feather Sect's patriarch. With that, he and Tiger Chinfeng went inside Lai Chingtian's private room together. The old man shouted to the crowd at the bottom. All right, the auction is now officially over. So please leave quickly. Those who had bought something at the bottom quickly left the Qingfeng pavilion. Quite a few people also left the Clear Wind pavilion. On Lai Chingtian's side, he watched as the old man brought the 7-star sword over. Behind the old man there was also the duo of Tiger Chinfeng and Gong Wenbai. Congratulations to the guest for taking the 7-star sword. Then please pay with one hand and deliver with the other. Ri Chengtian nodded. Chapter 51, Father vs. Son. Just as Lai Chengtian was making his payment, there was a confrontation in the next booth. What? You don't have any spirit stones? Mo Qingyu looked at the angry youth in front of him flatly. Yeah, what's the problem? The young man looked at Mo Qingyu's face as a matter of course, and the more he looked at him, the more angry he became. Boy, you're trying to make a mess, aren't you? Mo Qingyu's eyes lit up. How do you know? Young men. Nice guy. Coming to pick a fight on purpose. Tiger Chinfeng from next door heard someone causing trouble and walked over to check it out with a grim expression. It came to the young man to ask what was going on. The young man told the matter to Tiger Chinfeng one by one. Tiger Chinfeng let out a cold snort as its eyes looked towards Mo Qingyu. A mortal with no aura? At this time it once again looked at Tiger Sky beside Mo Qingyu. Tiger Chinfeng looked at the one man and one demon with some confusion. How could a person with no aura be able to make a Jade Balance Realm demonic beast submit? It was important to know that there was a consensus in the Tian Yuan continent that the vast majority of demonic beasts were extremely haughty in their hearts. There are only two situations in which demonic beasts generally submit to humans. The first emotion is that the person has something so exceptional that the demonic beast admires them and voluntarily submits. The other is that very few demonic beasts are afraid of death. And such demonic beasts will submit to humans when they are threatened. Mo Qingyu made the demonic beasts of the Jade Balance Realm submit. Tiger Chinfeng naturally thought it was the first emotion. Gong Wenbai came inside the private room and quietly sized up Mo Qingyu. He had the same idea as Tiger Chinfeng. No matter what, this person must have something about him to be able to make a Jade Balance Realm demonic beast submit. It's better not to be easily offended. In reality, they didn't know that Tiger Sky actually belonged to the second type, forced to submit. Let's put it this way. Guess this red armor will be considered a gift from our Clear Wind Pavilion. Gong Wenbai had a faint smile on his face. Tiger Chinfeng, on the other hand, was different from Gong Wenbai. It looked at Tiger Sky with a disdainful face. As a demonic beast, actually volunteering for giant obedience to a human. What a shame. Tiger Chinfeng looked at Tiger Sky's well-behaved appearance and it cursed angrily. Tiger Sky, on the other hand, stared at Tiger Chinfeng with cold eyes. It was only at this moment that Tiger Chinfeng realized that there was something wrong with Tiger Sky's looks. Why does this demonic beast feel a bit familiar to me? Before he could think about it in detail, Mo Qingyu sent Tiger Chinfeng flying with one punch. He was directly sent flying to the outside of the Qingfeng pavilion. It was a scene that no one in the room reacted to. And my people are yours to talk about? Mo Qingyu used a flat tone and spoke domineering words. After sending Tiger Chinfeng flying outside the Qingfeng pavilion, with a flash, Mo Qingyu once again arrived in front of Tiger Chinfeng. When he wanted to continue, Gong Wenbai stopped him. Gong Wenbai looked at Mo Qingyu with cold eyes. Fellow Taoist, please give me face and let this matter be settled. Mo Qingyu put his hand close to his ear. With an expression that begged to be beaten, he said in an extremely disdainful tone, Ha, face? Who am I to give you face? How old are you? How old are you? Clear Wind Pavilion. Gong Wenbai forced himself to hold back his anger. May I ask what the name of the Taoist friend is? Gong Wenbai asked Mo Qingyu with some gnashing of teeth. Mo Qingyu's mouth smiled as she looked at Gong Wenbai. This guy can do it. Knowing that he, Mo Qingyu, has a reputation. You don't make a move until you've confirmed it. And you have some sense. Me, just a blind man who likes to travel. Mo Qingyu didn't say his name. This made Gong Wenbai he was furious. But he was afraid that his actions would bring about his own death. To save a demonic beast to bring yourself a killing curse, it was very unworthy. Stay out of this and step aside for me. Understand? Mo Qingyu ordered to Gong Wenbai. When Gong Wenbai heard this, there was no expression on his face, but inwardly, he had already held a grudge against Mo Qingyu. Mo Qingyu was similarly, with little expression on her face, but the inner mind has programmed him with the formula for extinction. With that, he looked towards Tiger Chenfeng, who was lying on the ground. Tiger Chenfeng was spitting blood from Mo Qingyu's punch and looked like he couldn't make it, but in reality, Mo Qingyu knew that the force he had just used would only cause Tiger Chenfeng to suffer some fatal injuries, but not quite dead, a mere fatal wound in the district. Mo Qingyu believed that it would be no problem for Tiger Chenfeng. Tiger Chenfeng, only to see. Mo Qingyu waved her fist and swung it towards Tiger Chenfeng's face once again. Tiger Chenfeng looked at the impending fist, and fear began to rise within him. Is it dying? But it hasn't found its son yet. It has not yet made atonement to its son. Just as it was lost in thought, Mo Qingyu's fist stopped in front of it. Don't worry, I won't kill you. There are other demonic beasts that will come to defeat you. Mo Qingyu clasped his elbow and looked at Tiger Sky behind him. He slowly walked over to Tiger Sky. He gave a warm smile. Go ahead and settle your affairs. Tiger Sky gratefully looked at Mo Qingyu and nodded to him. Then step by step, he walked towards Tiger Chenfeng. As he walked up to Tiger Chenfeng, Tiger Sky looked at the person in front of him with an indifferent expression. It's been a long time. Tiger Chenfeng's brows were furrowed, and the puzzled look on his face seemed to say, did they know each other? Ha! I didn't think you'd already disown me after all this time. Tiger Chenfeng. Tiger Chenfeng carefully surveyed the tiger in front of him. Slowly, the tiger in front of him and the Tiger Sky of his childhood slowly reunited. Tiger Chenfeng revealed an unbelievable expression as it looked at Tiger Chenfeng with a look that was no longer one of anger and indifference. Instead, it's guilt and shock. Starwind, is that you? Tiger Chenfeng asked Tiger Sky in as smooth a tone as possible. Tiger Sky did not answer Tiger Chenfeng's question. Tiger Starwind is dead. My name is Tiger Sky. After saying that, Tiger Sky growled at Tiger Chenfeng and attacked towards it. Tiger Chenfeng didn't fight back, but kept retreating. Although Tiger Chenfeng was injured, the Heavenly Power Realm was after all the Heavenly Power Realm. Tiger Sky was also only at the 9th level of the Jade Balance Realm. Watching Tiger Chenfeng continuously avoided his attacks, Tiger Sky cursed angrily at it. Are you looking down on me? At this moment, Tiger Chenfeng's face was a kindness that had never been seen before. It looked with some caution above its demeanor. I just wanted to take a closer look at you. I didn't expect that little tiger to have grown to be a party hegemon now. Tiger Sky looked like he had heard some funny joke. It laughed out loud. Joke? A man who indiscriminately threw his own son out of the house is now coming down here to talk about this. Late, Tiger Sky was on fire, frantically attacking Tiger Chenfeng. Each strike was aimed at Tiger Chenfeng's vital points. Tiger Chenfeng looked at the ferocious tiger in front of him. There was no fear or anger on his face, only guilt and heartache. The one it threw out grew to where it is now. How much it has suffered, Tiger Chenfeng it does not know. Tiger Sky looked at the guilty look on Tiger Chenfeng's face, and it only felt amused. It was only now that he came to feel guilty for being so cruel to expel it from the demon beast forest in the first place. It wasn't even 10 years old then. After being kicked out, it had been living in the place where it met Mo Qingyu. Fear of being discovered by powerful humans. The fact that it has gotten this far can be considered pure luck. Otherwise it doesn't even know which one it will die in. Without thinking too much, Tiger Sky exploded his full strength and swung his tiger palm at Tiger Chenfeng. Tiger Chenfeng stood still and looked at the tiger paw that was about to attack. It didn't avoid it and stood still. Sorry, it's my fault for what happened in the first place. Tiger Sky stopped and didn't continue to swing down. Tiger Chenfeng opened his eyes and slowly kneeled down on both knees. It was my fault for what happened back then. I was too proud and didn't know the word family. If you hit me you can vent your feelings. Then, be my guest. Tiger Sky looked at the man in front of him. At this moment, it was no longer the same as the Tiger Chenfeng inside Tiger Sky's impression. Tiger Sky's impression of it is condescending. Even if you've done something wrong, you'll never apologize. In its eyes, cultivation strength, face is still more important than it all. And the Tiger Chenfeng in front of him knelt in front of his own son without the slightest bit of dignity. The mouth kept talking about the faults he had committed. Tiger Chenfeng watched as Tiger Sky did not attack towards himself. He looked up with a little smile, but just as he looked up, Tiger Sky's slap came. Snap! Tiger Chenfeng was slapped out of the way. Chapter 52, Mutual Indebtedness. Tiger Chenfeng didn't get angry after being slapped away. Instead he looked at Tiger Sky with an appreciative expression. Good boy. So much force. Tiger Sky's demeanor began to change a little this time. The corners of its mouth grew into a smile. That's for sure. But I've always wanted this moment. I thought I wouldn't have a chance in this life, but I didn't think there was a chance for me to realize it. After saying that, Tiger Sky once again fiercely flew in the direction of Tiger Chenfeng. Tiger Chenfeng looked at the attacking Tiger Sky as it too began to fight with him. This time it's no longer like it was before. This time it started to fight back. Only Tiger Chenfeng had pressed his realm down to the same realm as Tiger Sky. The two fought back and forth, the entire sky thumping. Mo Qingyu watched Tiger Sky's every move from the bottom. The corners of his mouth rose in a slight smile as he nodded towards Tiger Sky's fighting form. And the fight between their two tigers drew the attention of all the demonic beasts in the entire demon beast forest. Because Tiger Chenfeng was the leader of the demon beast forest, in their eyes, Tiger Sky was the challenger. This fight is not just about deciding the winner. More than that, it is decided who is the new leader of the demon beast forest. In the air, Tiger Sky and Tiger Chenfeng's fought evenly. It even had a slight upper hand at one point. Tiger Chenfeng looked at Tiger Sky, who was fighting more and more ferociously. He praised from the bottom of his heart. That's strong. I didn't expect you to be so strong now. You must have suffered a lot to become strong. Tiger Sky hummed and did not answer Tiger Chenfeng's question. Tiger Chenfeng wasn't in a hurry as it said to Tiger Sky without any panic. Since you've wanted to defeat me for a long time, do it to me now. Then come and beat me. Stomp me hard. Let me feel what it was like when you were forced to leave the pack. When Tiger Sky heard these words, he did not spare any energy to attack towards Tiger Chenfeng. Yeah, come on then. Swoosh. In a flash, Tiger Sky charged towards Tiger Chenfeng. Looking at the incoming Tiger Sky, Tiger Chenfeng had wanted to open his shield to block. For some reason, it watched as Tiger Sky's figure gradually overlapped with its childhood, like the first time he called it father. Running to him for the first time. For the first time I was happy to want its congratulations. Tiger Chenfeng put his raised hand down slowly. Tiger Sky didn't pay attention to this. It only focused on charging towards Tiger Chenfeng with all its might. Bang! Tiger Chenfeng was knocked into the sky above, constantly on the rise. After a while, its figure only slowly fell. The whole thing was not a swift, but rather a gentle landing. Finally, Tiger Chenfeng landed smoothly on top of the land. It was very pale. Blood was also spitting from the corners of his mouth. Tiger Sky slowly walked towards Tiger Chenfeng. Its tall figure covered Tiger Chenfeng, looking at his son standing in front of him, just as it used to stand tall in front of Tiger Sky. Seeing this scene, Tiger Chenfeng coughed and smiled with a wistful expression. Why don't you block? Tiger Chenfeng lay on the ground and did not get up, recalling all the things that happened back then. It would be worth it to be killed by your own son, because I owe it to you, Tiger Chenfeng replied. Tiger Heaven looked at Tiger Chenfeng with a complicated expression. You and my mother gave birth to me and then abandoned me later, before you did owe me. But now, we're too clear. Hearing this, Tiger Chenfeng happily looked up at Tiger Sky. You're willing to forgive us? Tiger Heaven looked at the agitated Tiger Chenfeng as it replied stoically. I'm not forgiving you guys. I'm just saying we're clear. Tiger Chenfeng was not discouraged, but covered his stomach and stood up in a sorry state. The look was a little dismal, but you could see the happy meaning in it. Thank you, son. Hearing his son's address, Tiger Sky did not reply, just a slightly touched look on his face. And around them, at some point, a lot of demonic beasts had gathered. Tiger Chenfeng looked around at the demonic beasts that had gathered around him. It naturally knew what this group of demonic beasts meant, only to see these demonic beasts surround Tiger Sky in the center. Everyone knelt down and bowed. Greetings to the new chief, all the demonic beasts said in unison. After saying that, a very special woman walked out from amongst the group of demonic beasts. Only the woman looked at Tiger Sky with a loving gaze, the endless remorse and guilt inside his eyes. This woman was naturally Tiger Sky's mother. The name is Tiger Xiangling. Tiger Sky looked at the woman in front of him, even after all this time. Still, it was instantly recognizable. Starwind, is that you? Tiger Sky shook his head. Tiger Starwind was already dead when you expelled it. The tiger that stands before you now, its name is Tiger Sky. Even though Tiger Tian said this, Tiger Xiangling knew that this was Tiger Tian's unwillingness to recognize her. It also abandoned its past self. Tears flowed from her eyes as she trembled and came before Tiger Sky, looked at Tiger Chenfeng. Tiger Chenfeng nodded to her. At this moment, Tiger Xiangling couldn't hold back any longer. She cried out in remorseful pain as she fell to her knees on the side of her legs. I'm sorry. Tiger Sky looked at the woman in front of it and it sighed. I didn't realize that the tiger that was as strong as Tiger Chenfeng, now it was woefully in front of it to tell of the wrongs that had been done. No need to apologize. We've cleared the air, Tiger Sky said flatly to Tiger Xiangling. Tiger Chenfeng helped Tiger Xiangling up. It was only at this moment that Tiger Xiangling was able to observe Tiger Sky better. You've grown, not only more handsome, but stronger as well. There was a lot of suffering in the process, I guess. After a moment's reprieve, Tiger Xiangling timidly asked Tiger Heaven, if I may I still call you son? When Tiger Sky heard the last sentence, his expression was somewhat touched. These were supposed to be what it was supposed to be when it was a baby. Unfortunately, as a child, Tiger Starwind had died that day, but it has always longed for affection. It has always longed to be recognized by them. It's something that's always been the same. As you wish, but whether or not I'll respond to you is my business. Tiger Xiangling nodded her head happily and continuously. Good, good, good. As long as I can call you my son, I'm satisfied. Tiger Chenfeng was also on the sidelines, seeing his family gathered together, and was also in old tears. It had always remembered the days it spent with Tiger Sky clearly. Whenever he remembered that he had wronged it and kicked it out of the pack, the way it looked at itself it could never forget in its life. Shock, anger, disappointment, all sorts of looks were contained within Tiger Sky's eyes. Only then it didn't understand any of this. By the time it realized it was coming it was too late. It had also been searching for Tiger Sky all these years. I hoped to still be able to find it, but it had been unable to find it, and it had thought that at one time its own son had met an untimely end, but it was not willing to let go, and in all these years it never did. Tiger Sky looked at the touched duo in front of it, and its expression was a bit unspeakable, not quite happy, not quite sad. Just then, Tiger Sky also remembered a problem. By the way, how did you guys know the truth? Chapter 53, Leaving the Forest of Demonic Beasts. Tiger Chenfeng became angry when he heard this. It slowly opened its mouth to explain to Tiger Sky. Because it wasn't long after I kicked you out of the pack back then that your eldest started coming out as a demon. That's when I realized they had been spying on my location. Back there they were intent on revolting and assassinating your mother and me. They think they are winning and they tell the truth about what is going on. But they didn't know that I had left a backhand, and I used the heirloom to kill them back. Hearing this, Tiger Xiangling's expression clearly began to fall. She also told Tiger Sky what happened at that time. We basically had one foot in death at that point. Even I didn't think your father had actually left something behind. I remember when I even thought about my last wish before I died. I've been faithful to my husband all my life. Faithful to it. Do right by your pack and keep it organized. But the only thing I'm sorry for is my little boy. I didn't give him a good childhood. I didn't give him good care. I didn't do what a mother should do. Hearing this, Tiger Sky silently raised his head and held back the slight tears in his eyes. No one knows how much it craves their love. How it wanted their company then. How it wanted their approval. How I want them to care about it a little more. Unfortunately, none of that exists. In any case, the past is the past. Tiger Sky calmed himself before opening his mouth to the duo. Tiger Chenfeng and Tiger Xiangling also opened their smiles, and the two of them said one after the other. Past or no past, in the future we will make it up to you as best we can. Yes, the past cannot be undone, but the future can be changed. That's why we want to spend more time with you and see you more often inside the coming days. Speaking here, Tiger Chenfeng stood beside Tiger Sky and slowly knelt down on one knee. Greetings, Chief. Subsequently, the entirety of the surrounding demonic beasts also spoke together. Greetings, Chief. Chief? Tiger Sky looked at the surrounding demonic beasts that were kneeling on the ground. As he swept over the surrounding demonic beasts, Tiger Sky saw Mo Qingyu standing in the distance. Mo Qingyu looked at it with a pleased expression. Tiger Sky smiled down. I'm sorry, I refuse this alpha. The crowd was confused when they heard this. Tiger Chenfeng and Tiger Xiangling were the same. Son, is it that you don't want to be an alpha? Tiger Chenfeng anxiously inquired to Tiger Sky. Tiger Sky nodded as it explained to the crowd. I will not be the leader of the demon beast forest, and I will travel the world with my master. So, it's better for you to be the leader of the demon beast forest. Hearing this, Tiger Chenfeng remembered. Tiger Sky, it has become someone else's mount. Tiger Xiangling looked at Tiger Chenfeng suspiciously after hearing this. Then he looked at Tiger Sky again. Son, you. Tiger Sky looked towards Mo Qingyu in the distance as it spoke to its mother. I am able to be where I am today thanks to my master. Otherwise I wouldn't have been able to come here. Even, I could have died years ago, so I am not going to leave him. The two of them, Tiger Chenfeng and Tiger Xiangling, looked at each other with a somewhat dejected expression. They haven't even gotten together as a family for a while yet, and Tiger Sky is leaving again. Tiger Sky noticed their looks. It said to them, don't worry, I'll be back often. Master's ability is strong, so don't worry that we won't be able to get together in the future. After saying that, Tiger Sky walked towards Mo Qingyu's direction. Tiger Chenfeng and Tiger Xiangling's moods could be described as tossing and turning. Crazy reversal. The two of them looked at Tiger Sky's back, and at this moment, there was a look in their eyes that they once did not have. A child travels 1,000 miles. What parent doesn't worry? Unless one is as much of an asshole as they once were. Take care on the road. Son, we'll always be waiting for you in the demon beast forest. Tiger Sky turned back to look at the duo's silhouettes and revealed a sincere smile. Will do. Tiger Xiangling was thrilled to see Tiger Sky's smile. The child's father. Did you see it? It smiled at me. My son smiled at me. And it was a genuine smile. Saying that, Tiger Xiangling cried tears of joy with happiness. Tiger Chenfeng also wiped Tiger Xiangling's tears dry without any panic. Well, I saw it. Didn't think it would be willing to argue them into a smile after they did such an asshole thing. What a rare and precious thing that is. Seeing Tiger Sky come to his side, Mo Qingyu smiled and joked to it. Yo, young Master Tiger. What are you doing here with me when you're off being your chief? If you want to leave me, I'm not going to stop you. Tiger Heaven was also amused by Mo Qingyu and laughed a few times. Come on, Master, don't tease me. Mo Qingyu changed her just now diffident look. No, what I said is true. If you really want to go back to your parents, I won't stop you. Tiger Sky looked at Mo Qingyu's serious look and it smiled instead. Master, I'm afraid you haven't forgotten that we're the Ink Tiger Shangwei combination. Wouldn't we be imperfect as a group if I were missing? Mo Qingyu, pfft, ha ha ha. Mo Qingyu let out a loud laugh. Yeah, I almost forgot. We're the Ink Tiger Sungda. Tiger Sky used his head to give a slight flick to Mo Qingyu. Mo Qingyu understood what it meant and stomped on the ground. Come on top of Tiger Sky's back. Departure, Daffodil City. Tiger Sky looked in the direction of the distance as it shouted happily. Mo Qingyu lay on Tiger Sky's back and delicately stroked its fluffy fur. To be honest, he didn't want Tiger Sky to leave. Stayed with Tiger Sky for so long. It's hard not to let it go. So selfishly, I don't want it to leave. But seeing Tiger Sky's happy demeanor, he couldn't help but think back to what Tiger Sky had said. It has said it longs for the love of its family. That's why he just said that. But it seems that Tiger Sky understands him as well. Instead of choosing to stay in the forest of demonic beasts, he continued to travel the world with him. Don't worry, you can go back and visit sometime, Mo Qingyu said with assurance to Tiger Sky. Tiger Sky nodded. Well, I know. Good, then let's get going. Ma'am, don't look, they're gone. Tiger Chunfeng looked towards Tiger Xiangling who had been refusing to leave beside him. Tiger Xiangling turned her head away reluctantly and walked a few steps to look toward Tiger Sky's back. It said it would come back. Tiger Chunfeng comforted Tiger Xiangling. Tiger Xiangling also just had to stop. Well, I believe it. And the other side. Gong Wenbai was inside the Qingfeng pavilion and coldly grunted. How dare a blind man talk to me like that? If I don't give you some color, I really think I'm an elder for nothing. As the words fell, Gong Wenbai wanted to call someone in, but he realized he couldn't actually open his mouth. Only a few large words appeared before his eyes. Still want to threaten me? You already have a way to die. Cuman Park looked at the words with fear. He wanted to call for help, to cry out, but he couldn't do it. He could only watch as his foot slowly turned into a puddle of blood. Start at the feet and slowly work your way up, until completely covered. Gong Wenbai. D. Chapter 54 Arrival at Daffodil City. Pavilion Master. Elder Gong's soul plate. Shattered. What? Who? At this moment, Qingfeng Pavilion's Pavilion Master Yan Ji's expression rose in anger. I do not know the name of this man, only that he is blind. Blind? Yes. Hearing this, Yan Ji's expression was no longer angry, but as calm as possible. Well, we at the Clear Wind Pavilion have never had a person like Gong Wenbai. Don't you think so? The person reporting the news looked at Yan Ji with a puzzled expression. But the court master, only to see Yan Ji raise his hand to shut him up. If I say no, I mean no. And even if there was before that was before, don't you think so? How could the person reporting the news not understand Yan Ji's meaning when he heard this? Yes, we don't have the person Gong Wenbai in the Clear Wind Pavilion. Yan Ji nodded with great relief. A child is a child. A child is a child. So what else do you have to report? No more courtier. Then you'll go down first. After the person who reported the news left, Yan Ji no longer had the calmness he had before. Kneeling directly above the floor, he frantically kowtowed to the distance. How could he not understand as a person who has been around 4 continents for years? After kowtowing, he instructed Cuman Park down the line. Qingfeng Pavilion had never had a person like Gong Wenbai. What? You don't believe me? Well, you look for it. Hey, check, no one is it. Cuman Park. And the other side. After Mo Qingyu left the demonic beast forest, it took him and Tiger Sky about 10 days to arrive at Water Fairy City. Before he could enter, Mo Qingyu shrunk Tiger Sky, hide the realm on it, lest it cause a panic in a moment. Just enter the city quietly. After all, he, Mo Qingyu, was the most law-abiding. Come to the entrance of Daffodil City. The guards at the city gate saw Mo Qingyu and originally wanted to stop them to register their information. But it turns out he's blind. There was also a wooden staff in his hand. There was some panic. The 2 guards looked at each other, unsure if they should stop it or not. In the end, the duo did nothing and allowed Mo Qingyu to enter the city. After Mo Qingyu entered inside the Water Fairy City, Mo Qingyu looked around at the luxurious decorations. At the top of the street, it was crowded. The clothes each one wore were worth a lot of money, worthy of being the center city of the divine continent. It's just rich. Tiger Sky also nodded and sent a message to Mo Qingyu. Yes, master. It's the first time I've seen such a flourishing scene as well. Mo Qingyu stroked Tiger Sky's big head with her hand. Hey, I'll take you out for a nice meal later. There must be something delicious inside Buffy City. Then in a couple days, we'll take you to the clan competition. Go over there and have some fun. After saying that, Mo Qingyu brought Tiger Sky to a store that sold burnt cakes. The store owner came forward happily upon seeing the visitor. It was found to be blind and to be dressed in ordinary, featureless clothes. His demeanor became casual. What to buy? Mo Qingyu looked at the boss. Come 4 burnt cakes. Be hot. The store owner took 4 out from inside the box containing the baklava and brought them out. Mo Qingyu also handed him the money. After receiving the burnt cakes, Mo Qingyu gave 2 of them to Tiger Sky at his feet. At this moment, the Tiger Sky's appearance was very cute, and the human realm could not be seen in other people's eyes. In the eyes of outsiders, Tiger Sky was just an ordinary pet. It's just that it's more adorable compared to regular pets. How about that? It's okay. Mo Qingyu asked Tiger Sky about the flavor of the burrito. Tiger Sky swallowed the 2 burritos in one bite. Satisfied, he answered Mo Qingyu. Well, it's kinda tasty. This is the first time I've had this. Mo Qingyu nodded with the same recognition. It's really good, but it's still not as good as his buns. Tiger Sky, whose buns? Mo Qingyu only laughed slightly at this. My benefactor. Tiger Sky nodded. Come on, let's find a place to stay. Mo Qingyu didn't continue this topic, but instead brought Tiger Sky to look for a place to stay. In the process, Mo Qingyu also bought a new dress. I don't seem to have worn many new clothes. Thinking of this, Mo Qingyu looked for a store to buy a dress. The difference between this dress and Mo Qingyu's original dress was that it had a hat. That's special. After saying that, Mo Qingyu put on the hat on the back of her clothes. He struck a pose and asked Tiger Sky, how's that for handsome? Tiger Sky looked at Mo Qingyu's posing and smiled helplessly. Very handsome. Mo Qingyu also didn't care about Tiger Sky's perfunctory tone. Instead, he said to himself, I knew I looked okay. After buying the clothes, the duo proceeded to start looking for an inn. After searching for some time, Mo Qingyu came inside an inn. Before he could enter, Mo Qingyu was stopped at the door. 2 tall, burly men at the door stopped Mo Qingyu. No pets allowed. Tiger Sky looked at the 2 burly men with a look of disdain. There was no anger within it. It just calmly waited for Mo Qingyu to act. At this moment, 2 more people came to this inn. The man was seen leading a dog to the front of the inn, and the 2 burly men changed their previous attitude and respectfully invited the man to enter. And the man glanced at Mo Qingyu. There was a muttering inside his mouth. Another imposter. Mo Qingyu frowned upon hearing this. What do you mean another imposter? It turned out that after Mo Qingyu's matter was spread out, just 1 or 2 people pretending to be Mo Qingyu, to cheat on food and drink. Even if they were not blind, they would have deliberately blinded their eyes. Mo Qingyu didn't rush at this, but crouched down and looked at Tiger Sky beside her. The corners of his mouth rose in a smile. Tiger Sky knew that this was going to be something. Open and screw. Tiger Sky, good. Mo Qingyu ignored the 2 burly men at the door and walked straight in. And the 2 burly men couldn't move. Couldn't stop them. The moment Mo Qingyu stepped into the inn, the heads of the 2 burly men instantly turned into a bloody mist. The man also lay calmly on the floor of the doorway. The move drew the attention of those outside. Who is this? Who actually dares to kill people in Water Fairy City? I don't know. It seems like a blind man. Blind? I don't think we've met the real thing this time. I don't know. We'll find out when the officials come in a little while. And the man who just came in saw Mo Qingyu kill someone. He looked at Mo Qingyu with a shocked expression. He hadn't expected Mo Qingyu to actually dare to kill someone here in Water Fairy City. You know you can't just kill anyone here. It's a rule set by the city lord. Without waiting for him to continue thinking, the innkeeper walked out. After he saw that the 2 people at the door were dead, he looked at Mo Qingyu with an angry face. How dare you kill someone? Mo Qingyu, on the other hand, sat on top of the stool and calmly answered his question. They stopped me and wouldn't let me in just because I had my pet with me. But someone just brought a pet too, and he came in. Why do you think I killed him? The shopkeeper was even angrier when he heard that. What kind of reason is it to kill someone just because they didn't let him in? Oh, since you're so powerful, I'd like to know what will happen to you when the officials come in a while. The shopkeeper forced himself to hold back his desire to strike. After that, the officials arrived at the scene. One of the lead men came to the door. This person's name is Huai Tianhe. Huai Tianhe's expression was grim when he saw the bodies of the people outside. He hadn't dealt with anything like this in a while. I didn't expect to actually come up with a performance today. Huai Tianhe walked inside the inn and looked around at the quiet crowd. In a booming voice he said, "Who did this?" The man who brought the dog in quietly pointed at Mo Qingyu. The corner of Huai Tianhe's mouth smiled. Looking at this person's back. Chapter 55, Compliance with the Law. Mo Qingyu, you're the one who killed them? Huai Tianhe came behind Mo Qingyu and asked him. Mo Qingyu didn't turn around as he opened his mouth. People out there are treated differently. So I killed them. What's the problem? Wyatt Tennessee doesn't give a damn what districts don't discriminate. Anyway, in his eyes dealing with someone like Yu who didn't know the sky and the earth, he had to be punished properly. You are not taking us seriously. Cuff me and go back for interrogation. Tianhe doesn't care who is right or wrong. Just kill a bunch of people. The important thing is to bring order to the city. Let people see them in action and let them trust them. Before he could handcuff Yu, then a voice appeared. What's happening here? I only saw that the visitor's face was very beautiful. A cold aura radiated around them. Yu's mouth smiled when she felt it. Tiger Sky also looked back as it said to Yu, Master, isn't this the woman inside that temple? Yu nodded. I didn't expect to actually meet her. Tianhe's pupils dilated when he saw Yi Hanzhuang. Somewhat flustered, he came to her side and greeted Yi Hanzhuang with a bow. Princess Yi. Yi Hanzhuang stood in the doorway looking at the bodies underneath. She asked to the Wyatt and in front of her, what's going on? Tell me one by one. Tianhe respectfully explained to Yi Hanzhuang. The youngest has only just arrived after receiving a report. Specifically, Princess, you can ask the innkeeper of this inn. Yu, on the other hand, hummed disdainfully when she heard it. The old fox, skimming himself clean, and by the way, dumping everything on the innkeeper again. The shopkeeper, on the other hand, trembled as he came before Yi Hanzhuang, and he glanced at Tianhe. Tianhe looked at the shopkeeper coldly from a place where Yi Hanzhuang couldn't see him. The shopkeeper also had to tell the truth. Yi Hanzhuang looked at the shopkeeper with an icy expression after hearing this. What qualifications do you have to do this? Have you forgotten the rules of Buffy City? Facing Yi Hanzhuang's icy cold question, without waiting for him to answer, Yi Hanzhuang looked at Tianhe again. I just saw that you seem to be planning on handcuffing people without even asking them, right? Tianhe was sweating coldly at the moment. What's your name? Hearing Yi Hanzhuang ask him his name, Tianhe knew he was going to be finished. Princess, my name is Tianhe. Yi Hanzhuang looked at the person bowing in front of her, and she grunted with an icy expression. All right, I'll take care of this. As for you, I'll have someone up there take care of you. Upon hearing this, Tianhe knew his future career was cut short. For Yi Hanzhuang's character, the whole he was very clear. Never be soft, never be merciful. Yi Hanzhuang ignored the pale-faced Tianhe. She came behind Yu as she said with a flat expression, I'm sorry, the officials are going to cuff you indiscriminately. It's our fault. We'll compensate you. Afterwards, Yi Hanzhuang said to Tianhe, get the hell out of here, and your punishment will come down naturally when the time comes. And the innkeeper, you too. Just then, Yu spoke out, don't, I'd like to keep this one a little longer. The surrounding crowd was dumbfounded when they heard it. Who is this guy? Does he want to keep messing things up? Say, have you guys seen this guy? I don't know. New to this, I guess. Why else would they just kill people? Yi Hanzhuang heard a familiar voice. She looked at the back in front of her with a panicked expression and took a slight step backward on her hind feet, while Tianhe looked at Yu with a grim expression after hearing this. What this kid is trying to do, wasn't going to leave him alone, but who was he to say that? Yi Han double lips became pale. The hand holding the sword was also trembling. Tianhe noticed Yi Hanzhuang's situation. He also didn't understand why Yi Hanzhuang was suddenly so flustered. There was still extreme fear inside his eyes, only to see. Yu slowly put his hat down and turned around. Yi Hanzhuang's heart completely died when she saw that it was Yu. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Han made a double 90-degree bow. Senpai. Yu raised her hand in a gesture, allowing Yi Hanzhuang to raise her body. The crowd outside was wide-eyed at the sight of it. What's the situation? A princess bowing to a blind man? And so on. Blind? The crowd seemed to know what was going on and all dispersed in a flurry. Only a handful of people unaware of the situation remained above the streets. And Tianhe looked at Yi Hanzhuang with a similarly puzzled expression. Could it be that the blind man in front of him was the one named Yu? Once you think about it, everything makes sense. Tianhe was feeling like he was finished this time. It was just likely to end up with a dismissal. There's a good chance he'll die now. I didn't realize we were meeting again. Yi Hanzhuang could only indicate a calm reply to Yu. Yes, senior, I didn't expect us to meet again. If possible, Yi Hanzhuang did not want to meet with Yu at all. Standing with people like that made her whole being bad. The words were sweating before anything was said. If you say something wrong, then the divine continent is finished. The point is that the man in front of him, he has the power to do it. Okay, so what do you think should be done about this? Yi Hanzhuang did not answer, but threw the question back to Yu. Elder can deal with it however he feels like. Everything is at Elder's disposal. Yu nodded. Okay, with that, he came to Tianhe's side. Tianhe lowered his head, not daring to look at Yu who was standing in front of him. Yu sighed first. Forget it, I'm the most law-abiding person. Tianhe sighed slightly. He thought it was fine when he heard that. As a result, Mo Qingyu directly punched him into blood mist in the next second. Unfortunately, I am the law, and I can kill when I want to. Do you think so? Mo Qingyu asked Yi Hanswang with a smile on her face. Yi Hanswang hurriedly answered Mo Qingyu's question. Right. What you said, Elder. After killing Hui Tianhe, Mo Qingyu came to the man with the dog again without any panic. At this moment, this man had already been scared to death by Mo Qingyu. He sat by the corner in fear. He's afraid to run. He was afraid that if he ran, Mo Qingyu would simply kill him. Mo Qingyu also arrived in front of the man without any panic and slowly squatted down. What do you say? Should I kill you? Before the man could reply, Mo Qingyu snapped her fingers again. With a bang, the man's entire body turned into blood mist, dissipate into the air. Finally, Mo Qingyu walked further in the direction of the shopkeeper. Unfortunately, the shopkeeper had long since fainted from fear. Mo Qingyu looked at the shopkeeper with a bored expression. Che, it's no fun. That level of fright makes you faint. The shopkeeper then dissipated into a blood mist as well. Come on, Tiger Sky, let's go up to the second floor and rest. Tiger Sky trotted to Mo Qingyu's side. Then, Ms. Yi, I won't accompany you. Yi Hanswang lowered her head with an uneasy expression after hearing this. What virtue could she possibly have to make Mo Qingyu call her Miss Yi? Then I won't bother senior. Mo Qingyu, aha. After saying that, Yi Hanswang slowly left the inn. After leaving a bit of a distance, she ran wildly as if she were mad. She had to hurry and make a trip to the Daffodil City Lord's mansion, lest anyone offend Mo Qingyu again in a while. When that time comes, Daffodil City will not be protected. Mo Qingyu was lazy. He made his way to the top of the large, cozy, soft bed. Tiger Sky came along to the top of the foot of the bed. I haven't slept in a bed in a long time. What about you, Tiger Sky? Tiger Sky nodded in enjoyment as well. Me too. Mo Qingyu, let's get some sleep then. Tiger Sky, good. Chapter 56, The Sect Competition. Inside the next few days, Mo Qingyu was all silently waiting for the clan competition to begin. During this period of time, Suixian City's city lord, Mu Shiming, also personally issued some orders. That's a ban on impersonating Mo Qingyu and so on and so forth. He himself had visited Mo Qingyu during this time. Mo Qingyu was indifferent. He was now waiting for the clan competition to begin. A few more days passed. The news of the sect competition spread in Water Fairy City. This clan competition is about to begin. Who do you guys think will come in second this time? Why is it second guess? Shouldn't it always be first guess? Stupid. Is there any need to ask about the number one? Since decades ago, the number one has been the Green Cloud sect without change. No wonder you guys are here guessing second. So who do you think second will be? I don't know, but I have a feeling it's the Voodoo sect. Agreed. Has the clan competition started? Mo Qingyu sat inside a noodle shop as he quietly shivered his noodles. Next to him, Tiger Sky was also lying quietly on the ground. After finishing the noodles, Mo Qingyu called out to the sleeping Tiger Sky next to her. Tiger Sky, let's go. Tiger Sky got up and yawned. Where to? Mo Qingyu, Red Feather sect. At this time, inside the Red Feather sect, what are you sighing about? Master, are you worried about this clan competition? Don't worry. After these 3 years or so, I've already arrived at the 7th level of the Profound Brightness realm. Lu Gong gave Lai Chengtian a reassuring look, only to see Lai Chengtian shaking his head with a bitter expression. That's not what I'm worried about. Lu Gong asked Lai Chengtian suspiciously. Then what are you really worried about? Master, Lai Chengtian didn't dare to tell Lu Gong the truth. He was afraid that if Lu Gong knew that Mo Qingyu was going to attend, he would simply have his Dao heart shattered. I'm sorry, apprentice, this is something I don't want to talk about. Lu Gong had no choice but to stop at this. Then when do we leave? Master, Ri Chengtian, on the other hand, looked into the distance. We'll set off when everyone is gathered. Lu Gong looked at the disciples around him, and his tone was puzzled. There's all of us. As soon as Lu Gong finished speaking, Mo Qingyu instantly moved in front of them. Yo, I'm coming. Lu Gong looked at the sudden arrival of Mo Qingyu as he hurriedly bowed in greeting. Mo Qingyu also raised her hand in response to Lu Gong. Senior, are you going to the clan competition? Mo Qingyu nodded. Right. Lai Chengtian listened to their chat from the side, and he looked bitter. He actually wanted to say that to Lu Gong. Oh, apprentice, are you two talking about the same thing? Lu Gong is asking if Mo Qingyu is also going to go from visiting the tournament. Mo Qingyu replied by going to the tournament. The two are simply not on top of the channel, since all the disciples are complete. Let's go. Lai Chengtian glanced at the well-gathered disciples underneath. Only inner disciples were allowed to go and watch the sect competition. With a wave of Lai Chengtian's big hand, an oversized ark appeared in the air. Everyone's on top of the boat. During this time, Mo Qingyu sat at the bow of the boat. and Tiger Sky stood obediently on top of Mo Qingyu's shoulders. No one dared to bother Mo Qingyu, because they all knew Mo Qingyu's name. That, Lu Geng, come here for a moment. After hearing Mo Qingyu at the front of the boat call for himself, Lu Geng took a deep breath, then he hurried to his side. What's the matter, seniors? Mo Qingyu asked him. That said, what are the rules of the sect competition like? Can you tell me about it? Lu Geng nodded and carefully answered to Mo Qingyu. The rules of the sect competition are mainly as follows. 1. Can't kill. 2. Shall not be older than 30. 3. It must be from this clan. 4. No weapon or realm restrictions. It's basically the 4 points above. Mo Qingyu nodded. Alright, I know. You go back. Lu Geng hurriedly nodded and left Mo Qingyu with an instantaneous step. Mo Qingyu stroked Tiger Sky above his shoulder as he asked, Tiger Sky, do you think I'm that scary? Tiger Sky smiled helplessly. In their eyes, Master, you are the most terrifying. And in your eyes? Hu Tian replied Mo Qingyu loyally. In my eyes, you are my benefactor, the person I am most grateful to. If you have to die at your command, I'll do it. Mo Qingyu happily touched Tiger Sky. Alright, I know you're loyal. And in another part of the ship, Xinjing secretly looked at Mo Qingyu's back. She asked the man beside her with a panicked look. Senior Lu, why is Senior also there? Why didn't you guys tell me? Lu Geng spread his hands and stated. Master didn't tell me either. Don't worry, as long as you don't bother Senior, nothing is wrong. Although he said so, Xinjing was still more or less afraid. Just like that, along the way, Mo Qingyu sat at the very front of the ark. The rest of them were all inside the room at the very back, and no one dared to go out. Lai Chengtian saw this group of untalented disciples. He scolded in a bad mood. Look at your wimpy also like. If this is wimpy then a moment later then the martial arts can still be how to compare? After he finished speaking, everyone around Lai Chengtian looked at him with a wave of extremely strange eyes. Hey, what are you doing? Only to see everyone lifting Lai Chengtian up high. Hey. Sovereign, what do you think will happen if we throw you in front of the seniors? That's right, let's see the might of our sovereign lord. Yeah, let's see if you'll take it from the heart. They're all a good bunch of disciples. Lai Chengtian hastily admitted his mistake. AI. Wrong. Don't really throw me out there. I'm scared. Disciples around. The goons are faster than they are. Lai Chengtian, on the other hand, explained to the crowd with a calm face. I'm doing this so as not to disturb seniors' rest. What do you know? Lu Geng could no longer watch from the sidelines. Lai Chengtian only had a hard mouth now. When he had just been thrown to the doorway, Lai Chengtian's legs were directly soft on the verge of going down on one knee. Ahem. Okay, don't even look at me. We're already at the place. Lai Chengtian took a deep breath and opened the door to his room. Just as he opened it, Mo Qingyu stood in the doorway. This sudden face, it gave Lai Chengtian a big scare. His whole body lay straight back. Mo Qingyu? What happened to him? Lu Geng covered his face, somewhat not wanting to admit that this was his family's master teacher. But in the end, he still stiffened his face and explained to Mo Qingyu. He. This is because Master was too excited. And then you, Senior, scared him as well. Mo Qingyu let out an oh so subtle sound and looked at Lai Chengtian underground. We're at the place. Aren't you going to get up? The sound of a shoe. Lai Chengtian had already flown outside. It was as if the Lai Chengtian who had just fainted from fear didn't exist. Lu Geng, inner disciples around. Chapter 57. Coming outside to Lai Chengtian, he noticed the disciples of the four great sects already gathered around him. He walked skillfully to the top of his seat. There are 3 more seats next to the location. All 3 seats were also seated above. These 3 people were naturally the patriarchs of other sects. Rainbow Light Sect Patriarch Sherbai looked at the belatedly arriving Lai Chengtian. She snickered. Yo, why are you the last one here today? Aren't you usually the first to arrive? Hearing Sherbaihui's words, Lai Chengtian grunted in defiance. That's because I had to wait for someone very important today. That's why I'm late. When Sherbaihui heard Lai Chengtian and the others, she couldn't help but start thinking, what kind of person could make the lord of a clan personally wait? This guy's not easy. Not only Sherbaihui, Lu Xiaoxian and Su Chen similarly felt that this person was not simple. Although it was said that the Red Feather sect was the weakest of their 4 great sects in terms of overall strength, but at least it's the 4 major clans. Looking at the trio's scowling expressions, Lai Chengtian revealed a smug expression. Let them people underestimate their Red Feather sect. Let the pride of these sects try being tortured in today's sect competition. Just now Mo Qingyu had already transmitted a voice to him, because it takes someone from this clan to go to war. That's why he's representing the Red Feather sect for the time being. At the thought of this, Lai Chengtian's entire body was overjoyed. I didn't think that he would be able to sit on the throne of the championship today. It was simply awesome. The 3 of them looked at Lai Chengtian with a smug look on his face. Both were speechless. How old are you? You're still as lively as a youngster. Lai Changtian didn't care about them. He stretched his waist with a floating natural face. Su Chen looked at him with a happy face. Did you take the wrong medicine today? In the previous clan competition, Lai Changtian had put on a smelly face every time he came, because they bought him out time and time again. You still have to deal with their jabs and taunts every time, so naturally there was no good look. As a result, the word happy was written all over my face today. Lu Xiaoxian glanced at Shi Baihui. Toka Baihua also shook her head without knowing why. For some reason, Lu Xiaoxian always had a bad feeling inside, but to think that his own daughter had already arrived at the 7th level of the profound brightness realm, he was much more relieved. It turned out that Lu Xiaoran and Yihan Shuang had gone through the last experience in Pingqian town. It made her deeply feel that her own strength was insufficient. In order to better fight in the great sect competition, she had been in closed-door cultivation since she returned to the sect. And the other side, Mo Qingyu and the crowd from the Red Feather sect came to the audience. Their current position was above a high altitude. There was a larger ring in front of them, and all around the audience seats were seated disciples of the 4 great sects. Mo Qingyu raised his head to look above the ring. Above it was exactly the location of the Patriarch's 4. The people from the other sects saw the Red Feather sect's people coming. The war cry has begun and verbal taunts have begun. Red Feather sects, I will definitely you up today. Today, I'll let you all taste the power of our Rainbow Light Sect's Holy Maiden. Hey, 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 today the first place is definitely still our Green Cloud sects. Humph, our Vermilion sect is not one to be messed with. This year's champion will definitely be ours. However, today's Red Feather sect was uncharacteristic. No one responded, all in peace and quiet. In their eyes, there was more panic and unease. This made the other clans doubly puzzled. Why isn't the Red Feather sect answering back today? I don't know. It doesn't feel like they're quite the same this year as in previous years. That's what I thought. Lu Geng looked at Mo Qingyu who was sitting in front of him. He stated to say a load of words. When seniors are here, they should behave and be quiet. Don't disturb the seniors. Mo Qingyu heard the taunts of the surrounding clans. He turned his head to Lu Geng beside him. Aren't you going to fire back? Lu Geng then responded to Mo Qingyu with a smile on his face. Ha ha ha, it doesn't have to be. Just speak with strength later. Mo Qingyu gave him a thumbs up. You're right, strength speaks for itself. So I'll be first up. No problem. Lu Geng replied superficially and calmly, no problem. But inside, he was overjoyed. Yeehaw, it's finally our turn to take the title this year. Though it wasn't taken by strength, isn't it also a representation of strength to have seniors represent them? I can already imagine the scene when the seniors sign themselves up for the number in a moment. Mo Qingyu, on the other hand, had a shallow smile at the corner of his mouth as he said to Lu Geng behind him, don't get so happy so early. I'm just here to participate, to represent for the time being. Your business is none of my business. It's just that I wanted to come and have some fun. Lu Geng hurriedly nodded and replied, yes, 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 what senior said. Lu Geng's heart is now not daring to think more at all, fearing that Mo Qingyu would hear him. After a while, once again a figure came from the sky. When the 4 great patriarchs saw the silhouette, they rose together and arched their hands in greeting. Deacon Ku. Gus also smiled flatly and arched his hand in response. With that, he came to the center of the stage and announced to all the crowd around him, today's clan competition officially begins. After that, Gus began to go over the rules line by line. That is, Lu Geng gave Mo Qingyu those 4 points. After getting the 4 points out of the way, Gus went over some minor rules. After saying that, he raised his left hand and officially announced the start of the tournament. First, round 1, Red Feather Sect vs Voodoo Sect. Please invite the players from the 2 sects to the stage. On the side of the Vermilion Sect, Su Chen looked at Lu Pingon at the bottom. He decided to let Lu Pingon go ahead and take the lead. With that, he sent a message to Lu Pingon above the audience. After Lu Pingon received the signal, he nodded towards Su Chen. A little jump. Come to the center of the ring. Just as he got into the ring, he began to address the people of the Red Feather Sect. Where are your people from the Red Feather Sect? How is it that you're afraid to go on stage? Oh, I forgot about you guys. You're the bottom of the barrel and you're afraid to go on stage, aren't you? At this moment, the Red Feather Sect's audience, Mo Qingyu was stretching her back in an unhurried manner. Then leisurely make your way to the stage. After coming onto the stage, Mo Qingyu looked at Lu Pingon in front of her. He smiled lightly. I didn't think I'd be excited to fight you. Lu Pingon looked at the person in front of him suspiciously. His master teacher had told him that the person sent out today would be Lu Geng. Lu Geng he had seen, the person in front of him was obviously not him. I didn't realize that the Red Feather Sect was already so weak. They actually let an insignificant personnel on stage. Looks like I overestimated you guys after all. Lu Pingon had thought that the other party would be annoyed by this mockery, but Mo Qingyu still looked at him with a flat expression. TCH, it's a real bummer to see you like this. Mo Qingyu still didn't answer. Gus asked the duo as he came from the sky to the center of the ring. Prepare both sides. I go to war when I yell start. The two nodded. Chapter 58, People from Other Worlds. Hiss, Lai Changtian. Who is the person you sent out today? Why haven't I seen it before? Su Chen asked Lai Changtian. Lai Changtian was lying on top of the chair with a relaxed and easygoing face. He replied with an answer. You'll see in a minute. As Su Chen listened to Lai Changtian start playing riddles, he was also in a fit of speechlessness. Then he turned his head to look at Mo Qingyu. For some reason, the more he looked, the more he panicked inside. And I don't know what's going on. As for Lu Xiaoxian and Shi Baihua, they also looked at Mo Qingyu with the same puzzlement. From what they had inquired, the person sent by the Red Feather sect should be Lu Geng or Xinjing. The result is running a man who doesn't know what he's doing. In the ring, Mo Qingyu slowly puts his hat down. His appearance was also shown to the public. Blind? Lu Pingan looked at Mo Qingyu in shock. No, the Red Feather sect just sends a blind man into the ring? How much did they look down on their Vermilion sect? Not only did Lu Pingan think this way, but most of the people did as well, especially those who hated the Red Feather sect, mocking madly. But a blind man, is the Red Feather sect crazy, actually sending a blind man onto the field, or a blind man with no aura? I think this year's Red Feather sect will just go home. That's right. Does this dude think he's Mo Qingyu? I think this dude is just imitating that big guy. The crowd did not associate the man in front of them with the notorious blind man. It was just when he intentionally mimicked it. After all, other people's bigots had enough to eat and come to their bouts? Mo Qingyu. The four patriarchs above the sky then looked at Lai Changtian beside them in confusion. Say, are you really good like that? Shi Baihui asked to the scattered-looking Lai Changtian. Lai Changtian, on the other hand, revealed a mysterious smile. You'll see later. Su Chen, who was sitting next to Shi Baihui, knew inwardly when he saw Mo Qingyu's appearance. This one's solid. The opposite side is blind and has no aura yet. It's a win-win situation. Lu Xiaoxian, on the other hand, looked at Mo Qingyu contemplatively. After he took a closer look at Mo Qingyu's dress code, alarm bells went off inside him. No way. He can't be that boring. Lu Xiaoxian chanted in a small voice. He shouldn't be so bored as to come and participate in a juniors tournament. Should, right? For insurance purposes, Lu Xiaoxian hurriedly contacted Lu Xiaoran, who was still meditating in the Qingyan sect, to send a message. Daughter, come here quickly. I need your help with something important. Lu Xiaoran was puzzled for 2 seconds. Something needed her help? Isn't it her turn to play yet? Why don't you just teleport her to the field? Without thinking too much about it, she came from the Green Cloud Sect's teleportation array to the place where the sex competition was taking place. Coming above the sky, Lu Xiaoran came in front of Lu Xiaoxian. She asked, "What's wrong, Dad? Isn't it my turn yet?" After he finished speaking, Lu Xiaoran greeted the other 3 patriarchs in an unhurried manner. The other 3 patriarchs nodded in response. Then they also looked at Lu Xiaoxian together. Lu Xiaoxian came to Lu Xiaoran's side, carrying the 3 patriarchs behind him. He secretly pointed in Mo Qingyu's direction. That, daughter you see if he. Lu Xiaoran looked in the direction her old man was pointing. She saw Pingan Lu, and Pingan Lu in front of Mo Qingyu. Lu Xiaoran fell backward with a pale face. Lu Xiaoxian saw this and hastened to stabilize his daughter. Mo. Why is Elder Mo here as well? Hearing his own daughter's answer, Lu Xiaoxian's heart completely died. Lu Xiaoxian replied to Lu Xiaoran in as calm a tone as possible. That, daughter, do you think there is a possibility? He's here to compete. Lu Xiaoran? Pops, is this bout still on? Lu Xiaoxian also knew the pressure she was under, so he said to her, don't worry, you go back to the sect first. If you go up against Senior, we'll just admit defeat. Lu Xiaoran nodded. It'll have to do for now. With that, Lu Xiaoran lost his mind and left. She's been preparing for today for a long time. As a result, Mo Qingyu came running to smash the scene. She's got a hard time with it. After sending Lu Xiaoran away, Lu Xiaoxian returned to his seat. He pointed at Lai Changtian with an unwilling face. You Red Feather sect can't afford to play, can you? Ri Changtian acted as if he didn't hear it as he put his hand near his ear, answering Lu Xiaoxian with a look of indebtedness. I'm sorry, what did you say, Patriarch Lu? Ouch. You see, I'm getting a little deaf in my old age. Lu Xiaoxian heard Lai Changtian's cheeky reply. The whole thing was on the verge of spitting blood in excitement. Lai Changtian smiled cheaply at Lu Xiaoxian. So far, Lu Xiaoxian completely clammed up, lying helplessly on top of the seat. It was as if his life had lost its meaning. And Toki Baihui and Su Chen looked at me and I looked at you. Are we the only two who don't know what's going on? Shi Baihui asked with a confused look on her face. Su Chen also replied helplessly. It should be. Unfortunately, it didn't take long. The two then understood why Lu Xiaoxian's look was so downcast. And above the ring, Lu Pingan looked at Mo Qingyu with scorn. Gus raised his right hand and 2 seconds later, yelled, "Begin!" Speaking of this, Lu Pingan did not move, and neither did Mo Qingyu. Lu Pingan said to Mo Qingyu with a mocking tone, "Tell you what, to be fair, I'll let you have 3 moves. After all, not everyone is qualified for my first shot." Mo Qingyu, on the other hand, smiled happily. "You're still strangely nice, Lu Pingan." Apparently, he was somewhat unable to keep up with Mo Qingyu's brain circuits, but he could not panic at all. He was a man with a system. The system told him that he was destined to become the strongest person in this world. He was the protagonist of this world, the son of Qi, and Mo Qingyu didn't nag with Lu Pingan. He slowly took out the cross on his chest, sheathed the knife above the cross. "Dagger?" Lu Pingan glanced at Mo Qingyu's weapon. His expression became irritated. "Are you looking down on me?" Mo Qingyu, on the other hand, poses with a frown, holding the small knife in her hand, her body slightly leaning back. "I'm sorry, but I don't have any smaller knives than this on me anymore." His tone revealed his contempt for Lu Pingan. Lu Pingan was completely angered by this action. A foot stomped the ground and a punch was thrown at Mo Qingyu. Seeing Mo Qingyu's weapon, the audience of the Vermilion sect similarly felt that the other party was not putting Lu Pingan, putting their Vermilion sect in their eyes. The people of the Vermilion sect started to rise up. "Senior Lu, give him some face. Go on, let this dead blind man see how strong you are. Senior brother Lu, Master Lu, him to death." Lu Pingan above the ring was less optimistic. He had been attacking Mo Qingyu non-stop. However, Mo Qingyu stood still without ever moving, and every one of his attacks was somehow neutralized. He didn't even see how it was defused anymore. "This can't be, this can't be," Lu Pingan roared loudly, and he didn't even hold back a bit. To the death. Every strike was directed towards killing Mo Qingyu. However, he still couldn't shake Mo Qingyu by half a step. Why? The system had said that he was the protagonist of this world, and that he was the man of destiny in this world. How could there be someone who was even lower in age than him, yet stronger than him? It turned out that Pingan Lu was from a world called Earth. Then he came into the world because truckers came in for business. In his last life he was as a nothing loser. Even young ones are still punks. Coming to the Tianyuan continent he had the system. He can change his destiny. Put yourself on top of the world. And the blind man in front of him was not only younger than him, he was also stronger than him. He's not happy about it. Chapter 59, Broken Heart. Looking at Lu Pingan who was overcome with anger, Mo Qingyu calmly gave him a smile. "What a dish." Mo Qingyu said these 2 words wordlessly. Mo Qingyu's smile and what he said, it completely broke Lu Pingan's defense. Just like that, Lu Pingan kept attacking, using all kinds of martial arts. However, it could not break the defense of Mo Qingyu in the slightest. Lu Pingan retreated to the side, gasping for air under his breath. He looked at Mo Qingyu with an unwilling face. Why was that? Was the difference in their strength that great? Only to see him look at the blue panel beside him. "System, scan this person for me. Let me see his realm." System, received. With that, the system scanned Mo Qingyu. The results from the scan made Lu Pingan's entire body feel bad. "Name, age, realm, no, man, can't scan it?" Lu Pingan looked at Mo Qingyu with a shocked expression. "You should know that this system could even scan for people in the Tianxian realm, resulting in a string of question marks in front of you? Funny." Just as Lu Pingan was shocked, his system began to sound an alarm. "Warning, warning, this man's strength is unpredictable, and it's out of system. Please move away quickly." Lu Pingan looked at the blue panel with a blank stare. "What? He's out of the system. You, who the hell are you?" Lu Pingan inwardly asked Mo Qingyu. Instead of opening her mouth to answer his question, Mo Qingyu transmitted her voice to him. "Hello, people of the other world." When Lu Pingan heard this, he panicked inwardly. Who the hell is this guy? He actually knew who he was. Wait, beyond this world, this person, is he not from this world either? Without waiting for him to think carefully, Mo Qingyu gave a gentle tug against his body. Lu Pingan felt as if something had been stripped from his body. Mo Qingyu held the blue ball of light in her hand. He asked Lu Pingan, "I just heard you call this thing by its name. The system?" Lu Pingan looked at Mo Qingyu incredulously. In his eyes, the system was so powerful. It was his plug-in. It's the thing that makes him go against the grain. And it's something like that's now in the hands of someone. Mo Qingyu took a closer look and felt that there was nothing special. So a hand crushed this blue ball of light. Lu Pingan saw Mo Qingyu directly crush the system with her bare hands. At this moment, he completely lost his desire to fight. His golden handshake is gone. Flutter. Lu Pingan was powerless and kneeled on both knees, his eyes blankly looking at the ground. Under his breath, he was still chanting, "Who the hell are you?" Mo Qingyu took one step at a time and walked in front of Lu Pingan. Condescendingly, he looked at the disoriented man. Boy, the world is a big place, bigger than you can imagine. And, do you really think you are the chosen one? You're also nothing more than a puppet of the thing that just did that. The world is not as good as it usually is nowhere. Lu Pingon heard this. His Dao heart was completely shattered. Turns out he's just a puppet of the system too. Pingon Lu's realm began to fall madly downward. Eventually, they become ordinary mortals. Su Chen watched the scene from above the ring. He had just heard Mo Qingyu's words, as if Lu Pingon was able to have today with the help of external objects, and that foreign object seems to be the blue ball of light. How could Su Chen not think that it was so hard to find someone with a strong talent? As it turned out, he was nothing on his own, relying purely on external objects, and that Lu Pingon's state of mind was really bad. Mo Qingyu had only taunted him a few times and he couldn't stand it, and now there's a broken heart. It could be said that hubris made him who he is, but it also harmed him. This scene in the ring was also impacting the people of the Vermilion sect. Their eyes turned no longer wild. Instead, it's puzzling, unsettling. Why does a blind man appear to have done nothing? But Lu Pingon lost. Not only did he lose, but his Dao heart was shattered. The whole thing is completely wasted. Mo Qingyu glanced at Lu Pingon, who was lying on the ground. This time around, he didn't kill anyone because Lu Pingon was dead. It could be said that with Lu Pingon's character, he would not be far from death when he returned to the clan again. He's probably offended a lot of people along the way. The current him would not only be mocked and abused after returning to the sect. There's a good chance it'll be a very clean kill. Gus looked at the blind man underneath. He somewhat suspected that this person was Elder Mo. But shouldn't Elder Mo not belong to any power? If so, how did he end up here again? After all, with his strength, he wouldn't be bored enough to come here, would he? Mo Qingyu, I'm really that bored. Gus was very hesitant right now, and he didn't dare to probe Mo Qingyu with his divine sense. He can only take his doubts to the center of the ring and announce the results of the match. This match, the Red Feather sect wins. After the match was read out, the people of the Red Feather sect cheered happily. Yeehaw! Finally not a round robin this time. I've been in the round before and finally raised my eyebrows today. Hey, Voodoo sect, why don't you guys stop barking? That's it, it was ed up in the first round today. Practice more if you dish. When the people of the Vermilion sect heard this, they blushed and turned red. Most of them looked at Lu Pingon with a cold face. What a waste, just getting on stage and making a fool of the clan. It's just not as good as me being on stage. It's useless. I still think he has a chance to become a big brother later. What a bigot, can't even beat a blind man. Those who mocked Lu Pingon, they did not look after the facts. It was because Lu Pingon, at one time, had spoken out against all of them, so it's just cursing back now. As for the people who had been supporting Lu Pingon at the moment, they didn't say anything. Their eyes were less eager and more disdainful. Su Chen and Sherbai above the ring still did not suspect Mo Qingyu's identity. After all, how could they have imagined? Mo Qingyu would have nothing better to do than run to a place like this. Bigots like him should have their together. Unfortunately, Mo Qingyu's brain circuits were incomprehensible to normal people. After this battle, the next one would be the Green Cloud sect versus the Rainbow Light sect. Shuren, it's your turn. After Lu Xiaoran, who was far away, heard this, he once again came here through the teleportation array. She came to the center of the ring with a small kick. Some people saw Lu Xiaoran on the stage and started to talk about it. Wow, the daughter of the Green Cloud sect's patriarch. She's so beautiful. Yes, it would be nice to be appreciated by her. Dude, dreams have everything. You fart. I just thought I had a chance. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. I'm pissing yellow. I'll wake him up. Get lost. Watching his daughter being touted by the crowd, Lu Xiaoxian was naturally happy inside. His tone became cheerful as well. Gee, can't help having a good wife and daughter. The remaining 3 patriarchs. Would it kill you not to show off for a day? On the Rainbow Light sect side, Sherbai transmitted her voice to her eldest disciple. Yuzo, go ahead. Lin Yuro, who was sitting in the audience of the Rainbow Light sect, nodded her head with a flat expression. With just a slight shake, the figure arrived on top of the ring. Woohoo! It's Yuchan. Raindrop, step on me. I want to lick Raindrop's feet. Dude, you've got some heavy tastes. You're welcome. Although these people spoke very quietly, Lin Yuro still heard them. She gave a disgusted look when she heard it. Disgusting. Which had thought that this statement not only didn't scare those people away. Instead, it goes further. Yes, that's the look. It's really like being stomped on the face by Sage Maiden Lin's jade foot. Yeah, that must have smelled great. Grip, can you two be normal and be human? That's right, beware of private others directly you cut. There are some people who secretly spit fenugreek, but ultimately it's a very small minority. Most people are relatively normal, but abnormal ones are inevitable. Chapter 60 Tie Game. the duel between the two goddesses. This was even more heated than the duel between Emo Qingyu just now. One was the clear and cold Lin Yuro who was on top. One was the beautiful-looking Lu Xiaoran. Both have their own characteristics. Lu Xiaoran looked at Lin Yuro in front of him. She had felt something before the clan tournament started. Sure enough, she'd be up against Lin Yuro. To be honest, she had crossed paths with Lin Yuro only 4 years ago. At that time, Lu Xiaoran was named the most promising female in the four great sects. Lin Yuro was unconvinced by the selection, so it came down to a showdown with her. That duel was won by Lu Xiaoran. At that time, Lin Yuro wasn't discouraged. She asked Lu Xiaoran to wait at the sect competition. She'll win it back at the clan competition. In this matchup, I will change the winners and losers from 4 years ago. Lin Yuro looked at Lu Xiaoran with a firm expression. Ever since the last time she had lost to Lu Xiaoran, she had begun to cultivate non-stop, in order to prove that she wasn't bad either. Lu Xiaoran wasn't invincible among his peers. Lu Xiaoran did like Lin Yuro's character. Though she was not convinced of herself, she never spoke out of turn. It's just a simple challenge. There's no grudge. There was no life and death hatred either. It was all about challenging her and defeating her. So against Lin Yuro, Lu Xiaoran didn't have any major pressure. Instead, he was happy to go up against someone like her. Lu Xiaoran's mouth smiled as she said, "Then let me see what you're made of. If you really want to beat me so badly, then let me just how much you've improved." Saying that, Lu Xiaoran Profound Brightness Realm 8th level was released. Lin Yuro looked at Lu Xiaoran with a grave expression. Sure enough, it's genius. The Lu Xiaoran of a few years ago was only at the first level of the Profound Brightness Realm, and now it's come to the 8th weight. She wasn't weak, though. The aura of the 7th level of the Profound Brightness Realm was released. Gus came to the center and yelled after the start. Thus, the battle between the two women began completely. The battle had just begun, and the two women hadn't made much of a move. But the crowd at the bottom of the ring had gotten excited. I'm measuring, it's worthy of the two goddesses. They're both so strong. That's right, to be able to be in the 7th or 8th level of the Profound Brightness Realm at this age is simply unimaginable. What do you mean by genius? It took me 40 years to still have the hidden Yuan realm. It's okay bro, I'm in the Kaiyang realm. Ooh, me too. It took me decades and I'm still in the Kaiyang realm. Although the people underneath said so, the two women on the field didn't feel that way in the slightest. They are indeed geniuses, but they've seen people more talented than themselves. For example, Lin Yuro knew that the daughter of the president of the Divine State headquarters possessed an even higher talent than Lu Xiaoran, and Lu Xiaoran knew it. This world also had the likes of Emo Qingyu whose age was only in his 20s, but strength jumps out of the hanging wall of this world. To which Emo Qingyu said, "What? If it's not off, it's on? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. He's never been hung up. He's just gained a little bit of small chance. Okay, strike." Lu Xiaoran looked at Lin Yuro, who didn't answer with her mouth, but the hands started. The aura in the body had already begun to move. 1 second later, the lower-ranked cultivators below the ring didn't even see what was happening above the ring. Only those whose cultivation was higher than the two women above the ring knew. At the moment, above the ring, the two women were punching and kicking each other. No martial arts techniques were used in this spar, just will run the body's aura. But that's it. The duo's punching and kicking attacks still hit with loud cracking sounds, and they're getting faster. In the eyes of lower-ranked cultivators, they couldn't even see them in person. All that could be heard was the sound of a break above the ring. Gus saw this and also placed the specially prepared projection stone in the air. That would give the people in the audience a half-clear view of the duo. The projection stone scans across the ring. With that, the battle between the two began to play. The moment, the duel between the two was getting more and more anxious. Neither side has a clear upper hand, especially Lu Xiaoran's shock at Lin Yuro. I didn't expect her to be able to fight herself despite being one realm lower. That speaks volumes about the other side's efforts. But that's what's good. That's what makes a matchup like this exciting. With that, their fist-to-fist clashed with each other. In this instant, a great air pressure arose around the duo. The floor of the ring was crushed a bit, only to see the two women suddenly back away from each other. Each began to take out their own weapons and magic weapons. Lu Xiaoran's weapon is a sword, spirit fire. Lin Yuro's weapon was special, a trident, the magic treasure. On the other hand, is a jade bracelet. The duo was going to show their strength without leaving anything to chance. That means these next few moves, it's time to settle the score. That, Elder Mo. Which one of them do you think will win? Xin Jing came to Emo Qingyu's side and asked Emo Qingyu in a thin voice. At this moment, Emo Qingyu was lying on top of the audience, and there were not many people around him, because no one dares to sit near him. As for the pillows, that would be our lovely Tiger Sky. Of course, Tiger Sky. It had no choice but to recognize Emo Qingyu as its master. When Emo Qingyu heard Xin Jing's question, he got up and glanced at the duo above the ring, looked at it for 2 seconds and then lay back down again. Tie. Xinjing, a draw? Aha. Hearing Mo Qingyu's reply, Xinjing did not expect that there would actually be a tie. It was because it had been a long time since there had been a tie in the sect competition. According to the master, the last time there was a tie, she wasn't even born yet, and both sides at the top of the ring are tired. Neither of them could break the other's defense. The next move will determine the winner, Lin Yuro said. Lu Xiaoran nodded his head in agreement and replied, good. Come on. The decided duo began to gather auras frantically. The two's auras also peaked at this moment. Holy, what a strong spiritual pressure. Dude, you're on the wrong channel. Ahem. Sorry. Should be a good strong scent. The two women in the ring looked at each other with unwavering eyes. 1 step, 2 steps. The two women walked slowly towards each other. The scene also made the crowd in the arena start to tense up. And they get it. It's about to be decided. With only 10 meters left, the two women moved together. Both of them used their strongest martial arts. In the moment of collision between the two sides, a huge plume of smoke erupts above the ring. The people at the bottom don't know how it will turn out. They could only wait quietly for the smoke to clear. And the 4 great patriarchs above the sky were very emotional. Shirbaihui looked at Lin Yuro inside the smoke with a pleased expression. The kid did her best, too, and she's getting rewarded for her efforts. She had originally thought that it would be more likely that Lin Yuro would lose. It was because Lu Xiaoran was recognized as the one with the most potential among his peers from the 4 great sects. Being 1 realm lower, he was still able to fight Lu Xiaoran to a draw. She's already awesome. At the same time, it was also bad of her, the master teacher, to fail to believe in her own disciple. Didn't bother to take a serious look at his disciples. It's time to make it up to her when we get back. Reward her for practicing so hard. Chapter 61, Surname Mo, First name Qingyu. The remaining 3, on the other hand, had different expressions on their faces. Lai Chengtian looked at the bottom with an indifferent face. Anyway, this competition was their red feather sects. There will be more resources if we take first place this time. Although Lu Gung's talent wasn't as outrageous as Lu Xiaoran's, but it's also one of the best among its peers, so he doesn't envy so much. Su Chen, on the other hand, looked a bit ugly. It was because his clan originally had a genius just like Lu Xiaoran. The result was a sudden and violent death. You said he was in a good mood. To say that he was in the best mood, there was no one better than Lu Xiaoxian. Only the remaining 3 patriarchs looked at Lu Xiaoxian with a speechless expression. The look on Lu Xiaoxian's face at this moment was also emotional. His own daughter did her best. Enough already. The word complacency was written all over Shirbaihui's face instead. Aya, it seems that our clan's Lin Yuro's strength isn't bad either. TSK, I don't want some people, either, to have their family's heavenly pride's Dao heart shattered. Su Chen, old woman, you did that on purpose. Shirbaihui, on the other hand, revealed a blank expression. What's so not intentional? I'm just stating the facts. You say so, Patriarch Su. Su Chen's face turned red with anger when Shirbaihui said this. This old woman, sooner or later, he would let Shirbaihui know the price of pretending. Lai Qingtian's expression, on the other hand, was one of disdain. Che, even if your disciple's talent is strong, it's still not as strong as him. Without waiting for Shirbaihui to open her mouth, Lu Xiaoxian looked at Lai Chengtian with an exasperated face. Hey, you're still pretending. Do you really think he's from your clan? Seeing Lu Xiaoxian's unconvinced expression, Lai Chengtian followed Lu Xiaoxian's expression and responded to him. Hey, it's better than someone not having one. Lu Xiaoxian's face turned red with direct anger at Lai Chengtian's remark. Mud, isn't it just that he has more contact with seniors than him, and he's loaded? The point was that he couldn't really refute Lai Chengtian. Toki Bai Hui, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. Who is he? How did this person make Lu Xiaoxian and Lai Chengtian care so much? Su Chen also didn't know who the person that Lai Chengtian and Lu Xiaoxian were talking about was. To this he said, Riddler, get out. As the 4 great patriarchs chatted, the smoke above the ring dispersed. How's it going? Who's winning? People around the audience looked towards the ring just to find out who had won. After the smoke cleared, the figures of the two emerged completely in front of everyone's eyes, only to see that the two were lying on the ground in unison. What does that mean? I don't know. Both went down. How's that going to count? Just as the crowd was chattering away, dust dropped from the sky. He looked to the duo on the ground and opened his mouth to announce the results. This match, a draw. The two advanced together. This result completely triggered the 4 major sects, especially those from the Rainbow Light sect. I measured, and it's actually a tie. Senior Sister Lin is awesome. Senior Sister Lin is mighty. Woohoo! Our Senior Sister Lin is no weaker than the people from the Green Cloud sect. The people of the Rainbow Light sect were not hopeful in their hearts when Lin Yuro took on Lu Xiaoran. I just hoped that Lin Yuro did her best and didn't suffer too many injuries. I didn't expect to be able to draw. This boosted the morale of the Rainbow Light sect's people. because this fight of Lin Yuro's told people one thing, that is, the celestial pride is not invincible. Sherlu looked at her disciples with a pleased expression. It looks like Yuro's behavior has inspired them as well. Lin Yuro lies powerless on top of the ring. She turned her head slightly to look at Lu Xiaoran, who was also lying on top of the ring beside her. This time it's a tie. Next time it won't be. I'll try harder after the tournament is over. Lu Xiaoran smiled with an unrestrained expression. Okay, I'll wait for you. Hopefully you'll be stronger next time. After all, that's what makes it fun. Gus wasn't idle either, but instead transferred aura to the two girls to restore their strength. By the way, fix the ring and start the next match. The test in the next match was not the fight. Instead, it's a variety of different tests. Each test required each clan to send a different person to the field. Then those who advance can stay and wait for the final big showdown. That is to say, the more people a clan has to advance, the higher the probability of winning the final duel. And so it goes, right up to the post-test. Gus comes to the center of the ring and announces the number of people advancing. Green Cloud Sect, 2 people advanced. Rainbow Light Sect, advance 2 people. Voodoo Sect, advance 1 person. Red Feather Sect, advance 2 people. After finishing the numbers of everyone advancing, Gus began to explain the rules of the final showdown. The final showdown is going to take the form of a melee. If knocked out of the ring or no longer able to fight back, finally, the person who wins can have Princess Yi personally present the prize. When the crowd heard Princess Yi, they understood that it was Yi Hansuan. Wow, is Princess Yi coming too? According to what I've inquired, Princess Yi is now at the Yaoguang realm, bearing in mind that she's only around 30 years old. Yeah, a few years ago I heard that it was still the Profound Brightness realm, but now it's the Yaoguang realm. Really perverted. Let's just say there are more geniuses in the world of geniuses as usual. Gus looks around at the crowd as he raises his right hand. Now, let's get the players on the field. It didn't take long for all the contestants to take the stage. 7 in total. The 7 men faced each other and surveyed all of them, not even waiting for the game to start. Green Cloud Sect side then put up a match. My Green Cloud Sect forfeits the match. Lu Xiaoxian was on top of the high platform and threw down the white flag. The crowd was puzzled by this scene. The same goes for most of the players above the ring, except for Lu Xiaoran and her senior brother. Gus frowned and looked up at Lu Xiaoxian. It seemed like he was trying to understand Lu Xiaoxian's purpose for doing so. Although for the Green Cloud Sect they weren't bad for first-place resources. After all, it was the strongest within the 4 great clans. But this was the first time they had acted like this. So Gus didn't understand it either. Now he'd just have to get the game over with and then ask him about it when it was over. After the people from the Green Cloud Sect left the ring, there were 5 left on the field. The 5 looked at each other. Initially no one opened their mouths, and it was Lin Yuro who broke the silence in the back. Lin Yuro looked at the other 4 as she said, Rainbow Light Sect's Lin Yuro, asking for advice from all of you. The rest of the few people also started to report themselves as Lin Yuro did. It's the last of its kind, and there would have been nothing wrong with that. But something went wrong when it was Mo Qingyu's turn. After Lu Gung introduced himself, Mo Qingyu was left. Mo Qingyu also opened his mouth when he saw this. Surname Mo, first name Qingyu, no clan, no sect. Chapter 62, the end of the sect competition. Most of the people present were dumbfounded when Mo Qingyu introduced them like this. He just said his name is Mo Qingyu, right? Did I hear it right? I don't think so, right? The blind man who wiped out the Thousand Shadows Society all by himself. Which means that it's the man himself who's up there in the ring right now, not some imposter or imitator. The moment Mo Qingyu's name came out, it completely triggered everyone present. This included Su Chen and Sherlu who were above the sky, especially Su Chen, who didn't dare to look underneath with a face of fear. He was afraid that Mo Qingyu had come to settle the score with him. Sherlu also understood the actions of Lai Chengtian and Lu Xiaoxian just now. She turned her head from side to side to look at the duo. The two of them didn't have the slightest surprise on their faces. Sure enough, you 2 old foxes. Elder Mo is here and actually didn't remind me. Sherlu questioned the duo with a reddened face. The 2 of them, Lai Chengtian and Lu Xiaoxian, answered her at the same time. Who am I to tell you? Sorry, I forgot. Toki Baihui, 2 dead foxes waiting. Gus was similarly shocked by Mo Qingyu's opening. He hurriedly came to Mo Qingyu and bowed towards him. I'm sorry, I didn't know that Elder Mo was visiting here. I thought you wouldn't come, so I didn't recognize you. I'm very sorry, Gus said in an extremely sincere tone to the magical wonderland. The 4 great patriarchs were not idle and came together in front of Mo Qingyu. 90-degree bow. Welcome to Elder Mo's great presence. I'm Lu Xiaoxian, the sect leader of the Green Cloud Sect. I am Vermilion Sect leader Su Chen. Welcome to Mo Qingyu. I am Rainbow Light Sect leader Sherlu. Here to welcome Elder Mo. The surrounding ones all went numb at the sight of this scene. No one spoke. All of them were very quiet. The entire ring and audience had been too shocked to speak, especially the contestants who just came to the top of the ring. They watched their family's master respectfully bow to others. Don't dare to overstep the mark. This was the first time they had seen this scene. Mo Qingyu was used to this scene, and he raised his hand to the people. A few people in front of him. The four great patriarchs straightened up one after another, with a bit of panic still in their expressions. It wasn't just their four great patriarchs, including Gus and the audience in the auditorium, because Mo Qingyu's reputation is outside of two things. 1. Powerful to the core. 2. And the most crucial point, he's more or less crazy and inscrutable as a person. And the code of conduct is very extreme. This point is what makes the crowd so in awe of him. Mo Qingyu, on the other hand, was enjoying this feeling. Okay, you guys go back to your positions. I'm going to continue the tournament. When the players above the ring heard the word bout, the whole thing went bad. No, man, what strength are you? What kind of person are you? What are we? Little Kara squirrels? What's the difference between racing you and letting us die? Oh, it's just a good way to die. Without waiting for the players to speak, the patriarchs spoke up. The Voodoo sect abstains. The Rainbow Light sect abstains. 4. The several big clans. It didn't matter even if they couldn't get the rewards. The point is not to piss off Mo Qingyu, or let their own heavenly pride be dry-wasted by Mo Qingyu. That would be more than worth it. This left only Lu Gung and Mo Qingyu on the field as well. So there's a clear winner this time. 2. Gus contacts Yi Han Shuang to tell her to hurry over. The winner has been decided. With that, he came to the center of the ring to announce to the disciples of the surrounding clans. The winner of this clan competition, the Red Feather sect. Let's congratulate. The field applauded and applauded. Ri Chengtian was dead happy by this whole thing. Geez, I'm a little embarrassed that everyone is so enthusiastic. Thinking so, if it wasn't for the crowd seeing Li Chengtian's joyful smile, they can still just take it seriously. Su Chen stared viciously at Li Chengtian. Sure Baihui also looked at Li Chengtian with an unwilling face, especially since Li Chengtian now had a smug look on his face. Lu Xiaoxian, on the other hand, was smiling on the surface, but inwardly, he was cursing madly at Li Chengtian. Old Biden, if it wasn't for your luck, seniors would like to come and have some fun. It just so happens that seniors know you guys a little better. Otherwise, it would still be your turn to be the champion this time? Li Chengtian's eyes glanced at Lu Xiaoxian, gave him a smile. It had to be said that Lu Xiaoxian's fists hardened when he saw this smile. Mud, how can there be such eye? Sure enough, people are invincible when they are cheap. After the congratulations, Yi Hanswang also teleported over. She fell slowly from the sky. Uncle Gu, who is the winner this time? Gus didn't know how to answer Yi Hanswang's question, so he let her see for herself. Yi Hanswang glanced at Gus in disbelief. Is there something special going on? Without thinking carefully, Yi Hanswang passed through the figures of several great patriarchs to arrive behind Mo Qingyu. Hello! Before she could finish her words, Mo Qingyu turned her head and looked at Yi Hanswang with a smile on her face. Hello again. Yi Han doubled her feet, backed up a few steps uncontrollably. Slurring his words, he said, Former, elder, why are you here? Mo Qingyu tilted her head slightly and replied, What, I can't come? Yi Hanswang hurriedly waved her hands. No, I'm just surprised that you, senior, would come to participate in this tournament. By the way, I still have to give you a prize. Senpai. Mo Qingyu, however, waved his hand. He was indifferent to prizes and whatnot. The reason for coming here itself was to pretend. Ahem, it's just to have some fun with a few great heavenly prides. Now that it's over, it's time to go back to Daffodil City. No need. You guys just give the rewards to the Red Feather sect. I'll go back to Water Fairy City first. Yi Hanswang nodded her head in a hurry. Okay, senior, take your time. The remaining few patriarchs and Gus said together. Greetings, elder. Mo Qingyu hummed and pulled Tiger Sky, who was sleeping inside the audience, up. Before he left, he hadn't forgotten to eliminate the people who had taunted him inside the audience earlier. And when the several great patriarchs saw this move, they were half afraid to say a word. Instead, he was also glad that Mo Qingyu hadn't directly implicated the entire clan because of it. After taking care of everything, he and Tiger Sky left this place. After Mo Qingyu left, the people of the Red Feather sect breathed a sigh of relief. Holy, Senpai is finally gone. Yeah, I'm afraid to breathe a word. Sitting with people at that level gives me a straight-up dry sweat. The rest of the people saw the scene in the Red Feather sect and understood. Why have they not been talking and answering before? So it's because of Mo Qingyu. After Yi Hanswang calmed down a bit, she awarded the prize to Li Chengtian. Ri Chengtian took it with a happy face. I didn't think he had a chance at first place. It had to be said that in the cultivation path, there were times when one didn't rely on strength alone. Luck is also important. The other three patriarchs couldn't do anything about it. Although the Red Feather sect didn't win by decent means, but it was a stroke of luck for them to be able to have their seniors replace them. Lu Xiaoxian, on the other hand, felt more than anything else that this could be considered a manifestation of their Red Feather sect's ancestor in heaven. Because the Red Feather sect hadn't gotten first place in decades, Lu Xiaoxian didn't care much about it. After the awards ceremony, Gus announced the end of the clan competition. At this point, the sect competition was completely over. When it was announced in a few days that the Red Feather sect had taken first place, it caused another discussion in the Divine Continent. Chapter 63, Negotiations. Several days had passed since the sect competition. Mo Qingyu lived an uneventful life in Daffodil City. In the calm morning, Mo Qingyu was eating breakfast inside an inn. Inside this inn, many people were holding newspapers to read the latest news. Holy, bro, have you seen the results of the clan competition yet? Look, this time the Red Feather sect actually took first place. It's really rare. It seems like it's been a long time since they took first place. Do you think this time it's because their clan has entered some kind of talented youngster? Maybe. Mo Qingyu quietly sat inside a corner, listening to the sounds of discussion around him. He sipped his tea leisurely. He picked up his paper and took his time viewing it. The big headline on it was clan competition. The rest is nothing more than what's going on somewhere again. Whoever offended whoever is on the most wanted list again. However, what made Mo Qingyu most concerning to people was the title of a talented young man coming out of the world. Genius Sword Dao Youth. Less than 18 years old, but his attainments in the sword are higher than many geniuses. Don't know the exact name at the moment. Just Su. Mo Qingyu silently read the words written on it. Su. The corner of Mo Qingyu's mouth smiled slightly. It was that brat, right? I didn't expect it. This kid is on the news. Already wonder how the kid is doing. Thinking of Su Shingjo's appearance, Mo Qingyu smiled in relief. If this kid is able to develop, his future achievements will definitely dominate the party. Shaking her head, Mo Qingyu did not continue to think about this. The future was still long, and he and Su Shingjo would definitely meet again. Hopefully, the next time we meet, he'll have become what he wants to be. After eating breakfast, Mo Qingyu left the inn. Originally he wanted to hang out somewhere else, but while on top of the street, Tiger Sky beside him suddenly started walking in a direction by himself. Mo Qingyu glanced at Tiger Sky, who was walking in the direction of the city gates. Tiger Sky, what are you doing? This time, Tiger Sky did not answer Mo Qingyu. Mo Qingyu sensed that something was wrong. He came to Tiger Sky. At this moment, Tiger Sky's eyes were godless. No matter how the outside world affected him, he's all going off in one direction on his own. Is this controlled? Interesting. Tiger Sky was a demonic beast at the 9th level of the Jade Balance Realm. To be able to control a demonic beast at the 9th level of the Jade Balance Realm, this person was not simple. Mo Qingyu simply didn't open her mouth to speak either and silently followed behind Tiger Sky. After Tiger Sky left the city, he himself began to speed up and fly outside. Mo Qingyu followed closely behind. After flying for a while, Mo Qingyu realized that there were more and more demonic beasts beside him, and none of the realms were low. They were all at the Yao Guang realm. These demonic beasts were all in the same situation as Tiger Sky. Their eyes were lifeless. It will only go in one direction. Mo Qingyu raised his eyebrows. He wanted to personally see who was controlling these demonic beasts. This person was so fond of controlling demonic beasts, then he would have to play with him as well before he could do so. Chairman, Regulus Continent side gave a projection stone over. At this moment, inside the hall of the Divine Continent headquarters, Gus opened the projection stone given by Regulus. The characters inside are also revealed. It's someone who's a little older. This person was none other than the president of Regulus Continent. The name is Xianyuan Wanyao. Only Xianyuan Wanyao above the projection stone was seen sitting on top of a throne. President Yi, it's been a long time, how have you been? Yi Chen didn't answer him, but stared at him coldly. When Xianyuan Wanyao saw that Yi Chen was so not giving himself face, he was also anxious. The god looked at him sinisterly and said, President Yi, letting us kill each other for the sake of this spirit vein, I feel that this is not good for both of us. Yi Chen knew Xianyuan Wanyao's cunning and said with disdain, come on, I don't know what you're like, just say what you have to say. Xianyuan Wanyao clapped his hands. Good, it's true that President Yi is quick to speak, then I'm not selling out. I'd like to invite President Yi to a negotiation. Negotiation? Gus frowned slightly from the sidelines when he heard it. To be honest, his impression of Xianyuan Wanyao as a person was that he was cunning and treacherous. You can even sacrifice your own people for the sake of an end, and you will do whatever it takes to get what you want. After Yi Chen heard the word negotiation, he propped his chin with his hand. With a calm face, he stared at Xianyuan Wanyao inside the projection stone. Xianyuan Wanyao, we've been dealing with each other for a few hundred years at least. Don't I know enough about you? You're doing nothing more than trying to drag me out to negotiate so that your people can take advantage of the opportunity to sneak into the Divine Continent. When the time comes and you're dead set against it, Who knows it was you? Or do you want to take this opportunity to start a war? Xian Yuan Wenyao replied to Yi Chen without any panic. President Yi, don't say that either. I don't want the two continents to start a war. After all, if the two continents fight, there's a good chance they'll be stabbed by the other two. So, I am wanting to share this spirit vein equally with you. What do you think? You think about it and how you agree. We'll set up a place to meet. After that, the projection stone shattered with a bang. Gus watched Xian Yuan Wenyao being so arrogant from the sidelines and was infuriated inwardly. The reason why the people of Regulus are so arrogant. For one thing, the overall combat power is slightly stronger than that of the Divine Continent. The second was that their heavenly pivot realm on the Xian Yuan continent was a little stronger than the Divine Continents. The slightest difference between the heavenly pivot realm and the heavenly pivot realm could determine victory or defeat. Not to mention that when heavenly pivot realm and heavenly pivot realm fought against each other, their full power was something that could directly destroy an entire continent. This was one of the reasons why the heavenly pivot realm was known as a legend. So once you fight Regulus, they, the Divine Continent, were the weaker party. And, as far as Gus himself knew, the heavenly pivot realm only had 6 in the Tian Yuan continent right now, 1 sitting on each of the 4 continents. Without special circumstances, the heavenly pivot realm sitting on the 4 continents would not come out. The remaining 2 are unknown where or who they are for the time being. Yi Chen pondered for a short while after. He motioned for Gus to come to him and asked quietly, "How's it going? How are our guys deployed?" Gus nodded with a smile. "Everything is ready, just waiting for you to give the word." Yi Chen nodded. Of course he knew that what Xian Yuan Wenyao said about negotiations was a trap, but it's not certain who's the prey. We'll just see whose plan works out when the time comes. Go call the law enforcement hall master over and tell him to have people alert the area around the city. By the way, send a message to old Lu to keep an eye on him while I'm out. Gus replied archly. Yes. On the other side, Mo Qingyu had also arrived inside an extremely hidden forest. This forest is comparable to the headquarters of the Thousand Shadows, all deserted and extremely secluded. Just after walking into the forest, Mo Qingyu woke up Tiger Sky in front of himself. Tiger Sky shook his head after he had awakened. Where is this? When it came to its senses, it realized it was inside a forest. Where is this? Am I not at my master's side? Mo Qingyu gently knocked its head on the side of Tiger Sky. I'm here. Tiger Sky turned its head to look as it asked Mo Qingyu with a puzzled expression. Master, why are we here? I remember, aren't we in Buffy City? Mo Qingyu told it about it being controlled. Tiger Sky looked serious when he realized it. It can even be controlled. This person is indeed not simple. Come on, let's go and find out who it is. Chapter 64, The Purpose of Controlling Demonic Beasts. After entering the interior of the forest, Mo Qingyu and Tiger Sky searched for a secluded place. Inside the middle of the forest interior, there was a man in black who was blowing a horn in his hand. The horn sends an invisible wave through the air. It looks like it's that horn that's controlling these demonic beasts, Mo Qingyu said in a thin voice. Tiger Sky nodded as it took a closer look at the demonic beasts that came to the interior. Master, have you noticed? Mo Qingyu nodded her head and replied. Well, found out. Most of these demonic beasts are of the Yaoguang realm, and a small portion are of the Yuhang realm, which means that this person can't control demonic beasts of the heavenly power realm, and based on the demonic beasts under his control, there's a distance limit to the fluctuations he blows out. The black-clothed man at the bottom didn't realize that Mo Qingyu was staring at him from inside the shadows. He looked at the demonic beasts around him with an excited face. Ahahaha, this operation will definitely not fail. As long as we wait for an order from your lordship, I'll let these demonic beasts attack the various cities in the Divine Continent. Hearing this, Mo Qingyu sort of understood. When he was in Wuji City before, the beast tide was the work of this black-robed man. After understanding the situation, Mo Qingyu took Tiger Sky and leapt down in a single bound. There was a loud thud, and the man in black looked around in horror. Who? He actually didn't notice the other party just now, so that meant the other party was strong. Mo Qingyu came to him in a flash. The man in black jumped back in fear when Mo Qingyu messed up like that. He half sat on the ground and looked at Mo Qingyu. Inside, fear began to set in, and his speech became a little unclear. You're the blind one. The man in black looked at Mo Qingyu with a horrified expression. He was watching clearly from a distance at the time. The way this blind man cut the heavenly Tao with one sword was still fresh in his mind. When Mo Qingyu heard that the other party recognized him, he smiled wryly at the corner of his mouth. Since the other side knows the strength, this is good. The man in black sat powerless on the ground. He couldn't even entertain any thoughts of trying to escape. Mo Qingyu ignored the man in black as he came to the horn that had been dropped by the man in black. 1 foot down. Snap. The horn was trampled to pieces. The surrounding demonic beasts had also all regained their senses. After the demonic beast regained its senses, Mo Qingyu instantly revealed his killing intent. All the demonic beasts were scared away by Mo Qingyu's killing intent, running as fast as they could. Each one was afraid of being killed by Mo Qingyu. And after the man in black felt Mo Qingyu's killing intent, there was only one sentence inside his heart: my life is over. Mo Qingyu didn't care about the black-cloaked man's inner feelings. He came to the man in black and yanked him by the collar, lifting him straight up in the air, then placed his other hand on top of the black man's head. The man in black knew at a glance that the other party was trying to search his soul. No, big brother, shouldn't you have asked me who sent me first? Mo Qingyu revealed a puzzled look. I'll just kill you and search your soul. Where's all this nonsense? Men in black. No, why doesn't this guy follow the rules? However, the man in black also knew that the other party was for real and hurriedly opened his mouth. Don't kill me. I can tell you who sent me and what my chief's plans are. Mo Qingyu eased the man in black onto the ground, letting his feet hit the ground. This was followed by a slap. Snap. The man in black rubbed the right side of his face in aggravation. Didn't I say I'd talk about it? Why are you still going to hit me? Snap. Instead of answering him, Mo Qingyu gave him another slap. Well, that's cool. Okay, now you can talk. Mo Qingyu, who had finished having a good time, asked the man in black to reveal his plan. The black man cried as he spoke. Marred. It was his bad luck to meet Mo Qingyu. This one's brain circuitry is off the charts even if it's temperamental. You're crushingly unaware of what he's really thinking. Well, say, who sent you? The black-clothed man replied to Mo Qingyu in an aggrieved manner. It was the headquarters president of the Regulus continent who sent me here. He asked me to disrupt the interior of the Divine Continent. When the Divine Continent headquarters side goes to negotiate later, I can quietly make things happen in the back, then use this to threaten those people at the Divine Continent headquarters to hand over the spirit vein. Mo Qingyu heard the key word. Spirit veins? Tell me in detail. The man in black told the matter of the spirit vein one by one. By now, Mo Qingyu also fully understood the struggle between the Divine Continent and the Xianyuan Continent. After the man in black finished everything, he pleaded with Mo Qingyu to let himself go. My lord, senior, please let the little one go. The little one didn't mess with you either, so look at it like an adult. You say it isn't. When Mo Qingyu heard that, hey, it's still true. This guy never messed with him from start to finish. Alright, counting on your good sense. I won't kill you this time. Happiness was written all over the black man's face when he heard it. He hurriedly kowtowed to Mo Qingyu. Many thanks, my lord. Many thanks. With that said, the man in black simply skipped off, but it hadn't been long since he had bailed out when there was the sound of him screaming. Ah, a tiger demon of the Jade Balance realm. After saying this, his voice disappeared. What? You're saying Mo Qingyu is lying? Are you kidding? He did say he wouldn't kill him, but there's nothing that says Tiger Sky won't try to kill him? Tiger Sky himself had grievances from being controlled, so Mo Qingyu was just letting Tiger Sky do what he wanted to do. How can you call it a reversal? Besides, a man in black like this is not a good person at first glance. Killing it will also save the people from harm. Look at how well thought out Mo Qingyu, is. TSK, TSK, TSK. Though said so, thought so. The smile on Mo Qingyu's face was a happy one. In the distance, Tiger Sky came to Mo Qingyu's side with a mouthful of blood. Hurry up and get some. Look at all the blood you're eating. Tiger Sky lifted its little paw and touched its mouth. The blood around the mouth disappeared. Come on, let's continue our tour. Mo Qingyu came onto Tiger Sky's back and walked with him to the north. He wouldn't do this favor for the Divine Continent headquarters. It wasn't like the spirit vein could affect him if he grabbed it or not. Whatever. Unless the opposite side is dying to screw him. Just as Mo Qingyu had finished speaking, he felt a strong killing intent upon himself. Tianxian realm? This was the first time Mo Qingyu had felt that someone from the Tianxian realm had a strong killing intent towards him. Interesting, someone from the Tianxian realm. This was the first time he had been targeted by someone from the Tianxian realm. Tiger Sky, are you ready? Tiger Sky replied suspiciously. Prepare for what? Mo Qingyu smiled evilly at the corner of his mouth. Then of course, he's ready to mess things up. GGG. Don't ask him why he doesn't just void kill. Because then you can't water. Ahem. Because then you can't pretend to be 13. Pretending to be a bully in front of someone from the Tianxian realm. Mo Qingyu himself was probably going to get a kick out of it. Chapter 65, Resolving Conflicts. On the other hand, the Divine Continent headquarters. Yi Chen brought Gus along to the negotiation site. The place of negotiation was not in the Regulus continent, nor in the Divine Continent. Rather, it is in a desert land that is not part of the four continents. There, Xianyuan Wenyao had already transformed the surroundings. What had been a desert went straight to a jungle of birds and flowers. In the center of the jungle, there was a modest tea pavilion. Xianyuan Wenyao was over there waiting for Yi Chen's arrival. After a while, Yi Chen arrived as promised. Xianyuan Wenyao saw that Yi Chen had brought another person with him. His eyes narrowed slightly as he said in a seemingly calm tone, President Yi, you don't trust me. You actually brought other people here. Yi Chen glanced behind Shen Yuan Wenyao. He replied calmly and freely, aren't you the same? Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, the person hiding behind Shen Yuan Wenyao also revealed himself. The man had a black cloth over his head and face. Shen Yuan Wenyao just rubbed the teacup in front of him when he saw this. President Yi is not saying anything. I'm not afraid that you will suddenly engage in a sneak attack. As a precautionary measure, I believe that you, President Yi, are able to understand. The two of them, Yi Chen and Gus, came to the tea table. Yi Chen then sat down, while Gus stood behind Yi Chen. Of course I understand. After all, we've been dealing with each other for so long, and I trust your character. The word believe was spoken heavily by Yi Chen. Shen Yuan Wenyao wasn't bitter either. Instead, he handed a cup of tea to Yi Chen. Yi Chen's eyes looked downward and did not drink the tea he handed over. Alright, no need for polite gestures. Let's talk about business. The corner of Shen Yuan Wenyao's mouth smiled up slightly. I really like President Ye's character. It's just 2 words of refreshing. Since President Yi has said so, then I'll start with our requirements. 6 for me and 4 for you on that spirit vein. How about it? Yi Chen stared at the leisurely Shen Yuan Wenyao. He knew that this operation was not simple. Inside the projection stone it says 50-50, only to suddenly change when it comes to negotiations. An old fox is an old fox. Yi Chen wasn't polite either. He said, sorry, I'm changing my mind. 7 for us, 3 for you. What do you think? Hearing this, Shen Yuan Wenyao's expression was no longer leisurely, but his eyes stared at Yi Chen grimly. President Yi, you're going too far. When Yi Chen heard this, he smiled. Excessive? It seems like you guys are the ones who have gone too far. Before, you said it was 50-50, but now you're giving me a 40-60. Shen Yuan Wenyao, on the other hand, was not slow to explain to Yi Chen. President Yi, you know that plans can't catch up with changes. So, change is normal? Yi Chen didn't budge at all either. Yeah, so 7 for me and 3 for you. Shen Yuan Wenyao put down the teacup in his hand. President Yi, you have nothing to talk about? Yi Chen didn't give Shen Yuan Wenyao half a face at all. If you ask for more, I'm not going to give you this spirit vein much longer. Shen Yuan Wenyao didn't answer him, but instead revealed his 6th level of the Tianqian realm. Yi Chen similarly burst into the 5th level of the Tianqian realm in a flash. Although there was only a difference of 1 realm, Yi Chen was not an opponent at all in a fight. Having reached the point of the Tianqian realm, a realm higher was one that could crush those whose realms were lower than their own. Shen Yuan Wenyao revealed an evil smile as he said to Yi Chen, President Yi, don't get excited. After all, if you get excited, there's no guarantee that something will happen in the divine continent. Hearing Shen Yuan Wenyao's threat, Yi Chen snorted coldly. He knew the other man was unsettled. But, President Wenyao, don't come back without a fight too, or else I can't guarantee what those men of yours will do. Shen Yuan Wenyao first frowned, but his tone remained calm and self-assured. President Yi, do you really think I'm defenseless? Do you think I would trust your people to successfully disrupt Regulus? Yi Chen revealed a confident smile at this. How do you know that the people in the Regulus continent must be from the divine continent? You realize that there are always people in this world who will betray for profit, don't you? What's more, it's still under the great leadership of your Shen Yuan Wenyao, so naturally there will be people who can't sit still. Hearing this, Shen Yuan Wenyao's expression was somewhat touched. No longer the calmness he had before. He had a very good understanding of Yi Chen. The other guy was an old fox like him, wouldn't do anything that wasn't a sure thing. Yi Chen knew that Shen Yuan Wenyao was touched by what he said. Frantic mending. What's wrong with you, President Wenyao? Shouldn't be scared. Where's your calmness just now? It's not act, is it? Shen Yuan Wenyao was unmoved by what Yi Chen said. If you are very angry and furious at this time, you will rather play into his hands, he said to Yi Chen with a smile on his face. What are you talking about? How could I possibly be afraid? After all, Chairman Yi, aren't you still here as well? And, I'm at least in a higher realm than some people, don't you think? Yi Chen didn't answer him, but continued to confront him. The two just kept facing each other. It was only after a while that the duo gathered their breath. Shen Yuan Wenyao sighed. Alright, President Yi, let's split it 50-50. No tricks this time. Yi Chen snorted coldly. It better be. Shen Yuan Wenyao's heart, however, was calling out to the man in black that Mo Qingyu had encountered. He frowned when he realized there was no answer. Hooted a couple more times. Still no answer. Shen Yuan Wenyao took out the token from inside his pocket, which had shattered. Dead? Shen Yuan Wenyao's killing intent surged to his heart. He's going to kill this man. Originally, he had wanted to use the man in black to cause a wave of beasts, but as a result, he was now dead. Don't let him know who killed him. Don't let him know he'll pulverize the man. Mo Qingyu, I'll be right at your door. At this moment, Shen Yuan Wenyao didn't know that because of one of his killing intent, he was targeted by Mo Qingyu. Yi Chen also felt Xian Yuan Wenyao's killing intent for that brief moment. Only he was a little strange, because this killing intent wasn't directed at him. This killing intent is more like targeting someone. This man is not here. Before Yi Chen could ask, a wave of shadows covered them just above their heads. What the hell? Yi Chen and Xian Yuan Wenyao and the others looked up. Only a figure was seen above the sky. The silhouette was followed by a demonic beast. The hearts of all present were alerted to the sudden arrival of its person. After all, this place can be found. It just shows that the other side is not simple. Chapter 66, Chopped by a Sword. Mo Qingyu slowly fell down from the sky. Tiger Sky also followed closely behind Mo Qingyu. Whether it was Yi Chen or Xian Yuan Wenyao, both of them looked somewhat shocked. It seems to be about how an irrelevant person got to this place. Especially Gus, since he had met Mo Qingyu. So naturally, he recognized it, while Yi Chen hadn't seen Mo Qingyu's real face. So he didn't know that the person in front of him was Mo Qingyu. But Yi Chen took a closer look at Mo Qingyu's clothing attire, as well as the wooden stick he was carrying around his waist. He turned his head to Gus behind himself. Gus nodded his head towards Yi Chen. After Yi Chen's inner thoughts were confirmed, he began to wonder how Mo Qingyu came here. On the other side, Xian Yuan Wenyao's heart was very upset, because the appearance of the person in front of him had disrupted his plans. Mo Qingyu landed in the sky, noticed people on both sides staring at him. It seems to be that he's coming out of the gate in a way that's too high profile, but it's all about being high profile. It's all about being in line with Mo Qingyu's heart. Seeing the look of awe on their faces, Mo Qingyu was extremely comfortable inside. He greeted Yi Chen and Gus on his left. Yo, President Yi and Deacon Gu. Gus and Yi Chen wanted to bow in response, but Mo Qingyu stopped them. Instead, he made a shushing gesture, although they didn't understand what the seniors wanted to do. But listen to your seniors and be done with it. Xian Yuan Wenyao's vigilance towards Mo Qingyu went up a notch when he saw the scene. It was important to know that Yi Chen was very close to his caliber. Even Yi Chen as the president of the Divine Continent, he had just seen the great respect for this man in Yi Chen's eyes. It's not simple. It's very uncomplicated. This was Xian Yuan Wenyao's first impression of Mo Qingyu. When he took a closer look at Mo Qingyu's appearance, he realized Mo Qingyu was a mortal without aura, and blind, and so on. Blind? He thought about the information his men had reported earlier in the news that had boiled over earlier. One was said by his men that the blind man wields a sword and cuts down the way of heaven with a single stroke. This Xian Yuan Wenyao was not quite convinced. He's more like to believe in another one that's been proven. Blindly destroying the Thousand Shadows Society, one of the three major underground powers. If the man in front of me is the blind man, that would be very bad for Xian Yuan Wenyao. Mo Qingyu did not bother to look at Xian Yuan Wenyao. Instead, he answered Yi Chen's question. That's why he's here. I came here because I felt the killing intent of the Tianxian realm. This is the first time I felt the killing intent of the Tianxian realm. Had to come over and give the other guy a great gift. Yi Chen, who heard this, sort of understood. Before Xian Yuan Wenyao's killing intent against Mo Qingyu. Thinking of this, Yi Chen's look towards Xian Yuan Wenyao was no longer hostile. Rather, it's mercy. You say you, who are you messing with? Messing with this big guy. Now it's good that people are coming straight to your doorstep to settle scores with you. I'd like to see you do it. When Xian Yuan Wenyao saw Yi Chen's expression of watching the show, he gritted his teeth and cursed. This damn old fox. Could this man really be the blind man who exterminated the Thousand Shadows Society? And to say that there really is such a thing as a sword that cuts through the heavenly Tao? Whether it's true or not, he'll know when he verifies it. Hell knows if this was a deliberate attempt by the other side to cajole him into measuring. He, Xian Yuan Wenyao, had lived for thousands of years. There hadn't been any such thing as a sword cutting through the heavenly Tao. He looked to the man in black beside him, his eyes signaling. The man in black nodded as he received it. With that, Xian Yuan Wenyao began to ask Yi Chen, President Yi, won't you introduce this little friend? Little friend? Hearing Xian Yuan Wenyao's name, Yi Chen was really wondering a moment later when he knew Mo Qingyu's strength. What's in his heart? And Xian Yuan Wenyao was asking about Yi Chen, not Mo Qingyu. It was obvious that he did not put Mo Qingyu in his eyes. Mo Qingyu raised her hand to shut Yi Chen up, not allowing him to answer. He responded to Xian Yuan Wenyao with a friendly smile. You don't have to pay attention to what my name is. All you need to know is that you already have a way to take your death. Xian Yuan Wenyao had no expression on the surface, but inwardly, he had already executed Mo Qingyu, and the black-clothed men behind Xian Yuan Wenyao were not accustomed to this sudden arrival. What kind of person are you that you dare to talk to the president of Regulus Continent like that? Kid, I think you don't want to live. The masked man took all the defeat he had previously suffered from Yi Chen on Mo Qingyu. Mo Qingyu cocked her head and looked at the man in black. Everyone in the room didn't react when they did. Catching the masked man in his own hands with one hand, Mo Qingyu lifted him up. The masked man didn't even know what was happening as he was clicked by Mo Qingyu's throat. Unable to speak, unable to move. The alarm bells inside Shen Yuan Wenyao were ringing frantically. He had actually just missed the blind man's movements. This means that the other guy is definitely strong, and probably stronger than him. Fellow Daoist, you're the one who exterminated the Thousand Shadows Society, aren't you? Mo Qingyu didn't admit it and let Shen Yuan Wenyao guess slowly. Guess correctly and reward death with a piece of the set. Guess wrong and reward a one-stop shop. Regarding Mo Qingyu's silence, Shen Yuan Wenyao's killing intent within his heart increased. He began to threaten Mo Qingyu. Fellow Daoist, if you don't want to make enemies with the Shen Yuan continent, just be a good boy and put someone down. The masked man who had been strangled by Mo Qingyu was also speaking in a broken voice. Here, no, put me. Without waiting for him to finish, Mo Qingyu held him down and stomped on him. Since when do bugs dare to come out and talk? Mo Qingyu did not give Shen Yuan Wenyao the slightest bit of face and directly stomped the masked man. Shen Yuan Wenyao's expression was very ugly at the moment. You have to look at the master even when you hit the dog. Shen Yuan Wenyao's killing intent towards him within his heart was no longer hidden. Directly looking viciously at Mo Qingyu, it just didn't seem like 2 seconds. Mo Qingyu blasted Shen Yuan Wenyao with a punch. Shen Yuan Wenyao didn't even know what was happening. He realized that he couldn't invoke half of his aura, and the body is as fragile as immortals. How is this possible? Since you have murderous intentions towards me, then please go to hell. After Shen Yuan Wenyao felt a huge threat, he hurriedly contacted his old ancestor. Old ancestor, save me. Shen Yuan Wenyao shouted very loudly, but no one responded to him. He was abandoned by the old man? Why? Why? Old man! Shen Yuan Wenyao shouted inwardly with excitement. The seated ancestor of the Regulus continent said this. Ancestor? You're the oldest ancestor. I've never seen that retard run off to mess with someone so strong. Shen Yuan Wenyao laughed madly when he realized that he had been abandoned. Along with the oncoming sword intent of Mo Qingyu, only Mo Qingyu's index and middle fingers were seen together. A light stroke was made towards Shen Yuan Wenyao in the sky. Shen Yuan Wenyao looked like he was being sliced like a vegetable, frantically cutting. In the end, he was chopped into a bloody mist by Mo Qingyu's sword. To kill, you don't need fancy stuff. The simplest way, the most direct way, just chop it with one sword. To this point, the president of Regulus, completely dead. Chapter 67 Famous. Yi Chen and Gus each secretly sucked in a mouthful of cold air after seeing Mo Qingyu strike. This was the first time they had seen Mo Qingyu make a move. Plain and simple. Nothing fancy. There was only one pure sword, and this sword could not be blocked by the heavenly pivot realm. After Mo Qingyu decapitated Shen Yuan Wenyao, he turned back to Yi Chen and Gus, who stood still and didn't dare to move. Right, you two listen. I have something I need you to do. Upon hearing this, Gus and Yi Chen hurriedly stood upright and listened attentively to Mo Qingyu's request. Mo Qingyu spoke. When the time comes, and someone asks who killed them, you will give my name. I just want the world to know my name. Understand? Gus and Yi Chen hurriedly nodded. Understood. We know what to do. After Mo Qingyu gave a he didn't continue to engage with the duo and left with Tiger Sky. After he left, the duo of Yi Chen and Gus wiped the sweat running down their foreheads. The two were eager to have less contact with Mo Qingyu. It was because Mo Qingyu was a person who was really hard to guess. The strength is still damn strong. For people like Mo Qingyu, don't go fantasizing about how nice and mutually beneficial others can be to you. It's best to stay out of contact when you can. This was the inner thoughts of Yi Chen and Gus. Phew, I didn't realize that Senior was actually helping me us out, directly killing the other party's main general. Yi Chen smiled happily. That's not the point. Gus, what do you mean? Yi Chen led Gus back to the Divine State headquarters while explaining to him. On the way back to the headquarters, Yi Chen explained to Gus. Didn't you notice that the heavenly pivot realm of the Shen Yuan continent didn't come out to block it? Gus heard it so well. Yeah, knowing that their continent's top combatant had been killed, the sitting heavenly pivot realm would definitely come out. But this time it didn't come out. I see. The heavenly pivot realm on the opposite side is sensing Elder Mo's strength, so they don't dare to come out. Gus had a look of realization on his face. The corners of Yi Chen's mouth smiled as he spoke to Gus with an excited expression. So this time, I don't have to worry about the people on the other side coming to question us. After all, their family's sitting ancestor is aware of the situation. Their elder ancestors, who must have thought that Elder Mo was on our side, would not dare to come and question them. It could be said that Yi Chen was now overjoyed, having weakened the other side's battle power. The other side still didn't dare to do anything to him. This negotiation is simply a win-win. After hearing this, Gus proposed to Yi Chen. Then when we go back, should we send something to Elder Mo? Yi Chen waved his hand as he replied to Gus. Don't disturb the seniors too much. Let's not let this matter affect seniors' travels. Just the best gift for the seniors. It had to be said that there was a reason why Yi Chen was able to become the president. This was indeed what Mo Qingyu wanted the most. Doesn't want anyone to bother him. Gus nodded, agreeing with Yi Chen's words. What about the spirit vein? Gus asked. Yi Chen thought for a while and slowly spoke. We'll take 70% and give 30% to Xianyuan continent. As much as he wanted to take them all, he had to give some to the other side more or less. Mo Qingyu was powerful, but his heart didn't belong to any party after all. So, it's still necessary to save face with a powerful opponent. Avoid the other side of the dog. This settlement was just their luck that the other party just happened to mess with Mo Qingyu. They can't keep counting on that luck. The only way to be strong is to be strong yourself. Gus understands this too. Understood. Afterward, Yi Chen looked at Gus with a serious expression. When you go back, immediately send out a message to spread the name and appearance of the senior. Don't let the people from the Divine Continent headquarters mess with senior. Gus, understood. After returning to the Divine Continent headquarters, Yi Chen called everyone to a meeting. On the other hand, on the other side of the Regulus continent, because of the death of the headquarters president, it caused a riot in parts, but the commotion didn't last long, as the heavenly pivot realm that was sitting on the ground was still there. Not many people would dare to put their foot down. After a few days' time the new president was elected. At this moment, Mo Qingyu was resting at the Water Fairy City Inn. As always, he was roaming around inside Buffy City. This time around, he probably spent a whole year in Daffodil City. It was the longest stay, but the next one he's off again. After getting all the bags packed, Mo Qingyu left Water Fairy City with Tiger Sky. On his way out, the Daffodil City Lord didn't forget to secretly bow above the city wall in a gesture. Mo Qingyu just nodded in response. With that, he came onto Tiger Sky's back and traveled elsewhere once again. 4 years had passed since Xianyuan Wenyao was destroyed. Now Mo Qingyu's name and what she did was already known by most of the people in the 4 continents of the Tianyuan continent. A blind man with a wooden stick containing a sword. A black fabric covered his face. Age 20-something. A tiger demon followed beside him. This is basic information about Mo Qingyu. After these things were spread, people with high cultivation levels paid attention to these points, but for a small number of low-ranking cultivators, and most ordinary people, they didn't care too much, because Mo Qingyu was very far away for them, and they have to survive every day. Where does one find so much time to pry into all this? And, this group of ordinary people, they thought, how could they meet Mo Qingyu so easily? At this point, Mo Qingyu lived in a place called Yangon Town. He hadn't been in the town for 2 days. The town has an average economy. Not poor, but not rich either. It's a middle-of-the-road kind of thing. After all, this town was one of the territories of Shadow Moon City. He was now near the entrance to the town of Wingate. He was eating tofu dumplings at a stall selling them, with the latest newspaper in his hand, watching to see if there was anything new worth his time. The talented Sword Dao teenagers are constantly refreshing the perceptions of the heavenly prides of their respective clans. At the age of 20, his strength is comparable to the major heavenly prides of the sect. But this teenager remains alone and hasn't joined any forces. Why is that? Is it human nature that is twisted? Or is it morality? The corners of Mo Qingyu's mouth chanted the words genius Sword Dao youth. He had also seen it in Daffodil City during the previous 5 years. He also remembered that it should be the kid Su Shingjo who was speaking at that time. I didn't realize that this kid was already so powerful now. He remembered that when he left, Su Shingjo was only 12 years old. 8 years have passed since then. I didn't realize how fast the time went by. That boy is a grown man now, isn't he? Would love to see what he looks like now, but there's no rush. They'll meet eventually down the road. Chapter 68, Encountering Jiang Xingyuan again. Just as Mo Qingyu was eating tofu brain quietly by herself, a stranger that Tiger Sky didn't recognize came to Mo Qingyu's side of the table. Sitting across from Mo Qingyu did not look up, but continued to look at the newspaper in her hand. But he had sensed the opposite. Only the corners of his mouth smiled happily. Tiger Sky was also a bit stunned after seeing Mo Qingyu's smile, because this was Mo Qingyu's truly happy smile. Did it mean that the person across the street was well acquainted with the owner? This was Tiger Sky's inner thoughts. Boss, give me a bowl of tofu brain. Okay. The man sitting across from Mo Qingyu ordered a bowl of tofu brain. He then looked at Mo Qingyu in front of him. He shook his head nostalgically and said, "Do you realize how famous you are now?" Mo Qingyu still didn't raise her head, but the tone was joyful as he answered the man in front of him. It can't be helped. That's not what they've been spreading. I'll just have to be a good boy and take it. The moment the man across from him heard it, he knew that Mo Qingyu wasn't telling the truth. You, I don't know you. Mo Qingyu smiled with emotion as he raised his head and looked at the person in front of him. Long time no see, Ginger. It turned out that the one sitting in front of him was none other than Jiang Xingyuan, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. At this moment, Jiang Xingyuan's appearance was even more handsome than before, but the temperament is no longer childish, but carries a hint of stability. It's been a long time? Not that long, hasn't it only been a couple years? Mo Qingyu just smiled lightly. it really isn't that long for you. Or for a huge portion of cultivators, this is considered short, because the retreat went by in the blink of an eye. But not for me. I'm just like a normal person living a normal life, so it's been quite a while in my eyes. After all, for the average person, 7 or 8 years is considered a long time. Jiang Xingyuan nodded in agreement when he heard it. It does go by fast for him, and he doesn't feel long. How's it going? How are you doing? Mo Qingyu inquired. Jiang Xingyuan stretched. It's not bad. It keeps getting stronger. Preparing to take over my old man's estate in the future. Hearing this, Mo Qingyu truly felt that Jiang Xingyuan had changed. You've matured. Jiang Xingyuan, oh, why is that? Mo Qingyu replied, if it was you at that time, you wouldn't be residing in Wuji City. The odds are that you'll choose to travel the world, just as I did. When Jiang Xingyuan heard this, he smiled with emotion. Everyone is at a different stage. I understand some things now, more than I did before. People, as always, change their minds as they get older. Mo Qingyu nodded in agreement at this. Then, Jiang Xingyuan's tofu brain came up. Jiang Xingyuan, on the other hand, looked at the tiger sky underneath Mo Qingyu's feet. This demonic beast should have followed you for quite a long time. Mo Qingyu reached out and jerked Tiger Sky's head, laughing. Yeah, 4 years. Jiang Xingyuan looked at Tiger Sky's well-behaved appearance as he asked, what's your name? Tiger Sky replied flatly, my name is Tiger Sky. Jiang Xingyuan also introduced himself. My name is Jiang Xingyuan. Nice to meet you. Mo Qingyu also began to introduce herself to Tiger Sky beside her. This man is my only friend at the moment. Tiger Sky understood when he heard Mo Qingyu's words. Why did Mo Qingyu's eyes have a wistful and happy tone in them? Turns out I'm seeing an old friend. Old Ginger. You don't know yet, do you? But Tiger Sky and I are a combination. The name is Ink Tiger Raw. Ginger Star replied cheerfully. Not bad for you. You've got such an extraordinary name. Mo Qingyu confidently angled her head. It has to be. By the way, you came over here to take care of something, didn't you? Kang Xingyuan nodded his head and explained his purpose for being here. I'm only here for the transition. The important thing is to get to Shadow Moon City. Something has recently happened to a certain large family in Shadow Moon City, and I've gone there this time to resolve it. Jiang Xingyuan then asked Mo Qingyu rhetorically, what about you? Still traveling? Mo Qingyu nodded and replied, of course. Hearing this, Jiang Xingyuan sighed. Ugh, too bad I'm not in the same location and can only stay for a couple days. Or else High and Low will have to play with you for 2 more days. Although Mo Qingyu had given him the jade pendant and was able to see him directly, but they will eventually take different paths in the future. They all have their own things going on and don't get to see each other very often. Mo Qingyu poured a cup of tea and handed it to Jiang Xingyuan. Don't worry, even if we don't see each other often, the friendship between us is still there. And, we don't have to see each other very often. Jiang Xingyuan looked at the cup of tea on top of the table. With a shallow smile at the corner of his mouth, he understood what Mo Qingyu was saying. He picked up his teacup and took a drink. They won't see each other often, but if there's a problem, they'll be the first to help. Thanks. Mo Qingyu just smiled faintly. Between you and me, there's still a need to say thank you? Jiang Xingyuan also laughed out loud upon hearing this. Yes, it's my fault. Tell you what, I'll be in Wingate for a few more days. One of these days, it's on me. Mo Qingyu quickly replied. Good, refreshing, worthy of being an old ginger. Jiang Xingyuan ate the tofu brain in his hand without any panic. After I finish this bowl of tofu brain, we'll go inside Yangon town and take a stroll. I just got here. I'm not familiar with it yet. What about you? Mo Qingyu glanced around at the ordinary people coming and going. I haven't been here 2 days either. By the way, you don't have a place to stay yet, do you? Jiang Xingyuan shook his head. Mo Qingyu spoke. Then you can go rest on my side. I've rented a house here on my own. Jiang Xingyuan also didn't make himself polite with Mo Qingyu. Okay, go check it out later. After finishing the tofu brain, Jiang Xingyuan and Mo Qingyu headed inside Yangon town. The interior of the town is a little wider than normal. The staggering stores around them were yelling as well. The two of them talked about all the passings of the past few years on the road. After all, it's been years since we've seen each other again. There will always be endless things to say and want to share all the things that have happened to you. Lao Moa, you don't know. My father has started to matchmake for me now. When Mo Qingyu heard this, she raised her eyebrows. What? Found the person of your destiny? Jiang Xingyuan looked helpless and smiled. Which is not. You know me. I pressed the idea. I don't know exactly what love for a dowser looks like, and I'm not that strong on this stuff. The main thing is karma. Plus I'm still looking. Mo Qingyu, looking for what? Jiang Xingyuan glanced at the sky. Looking for what is love. In this world, either that, or it's just a matter of parents and matchmakers, with little to no affection between the two parties. Either that or both sides are together for their own good. and there are some people who are in love with each other up front, but will it be betrayed later for various things? Don't know yet for a while. Some so-called true love doesn't even dare to take the step of a heavenly vow, so there are very few that are truly compatible with each other. But not for nothing, after all, the word love between practitioners, it can ruin a person. It can also make a person's life full of happiness. Chapter 69, talking about the past. He came to the inn where Mo Qingyu was staying. Mo Qingyu asked Jiang Xingyuan, "How is it? Do you want to eat something? Here's something I think is okay." Jiang Xingyuan replied, "I think it's okay. Something I haven't had in quite a while either." As they chatted, the two came to a table and sat across from each other. Mo Qingyu heard that Jiang Xingyuan hadn't eaten for a long time. He laughed a little. "Yao Guang realm now?" Jiang Xingyuan nodded his head dryly and answered with a confident look. "Packed." Mo Qingyu, "How many levels of the Yao Guang realm?" Jiang Xingyuan, 7th level of the Yao Guang realm. Mo Qingyu gave Jiang Xingyuan a thumbs up. "Awesome. So much improvement in just a few years." Jiang Xingyuan just waved his hand and shook his head. "It's normal." Before they went up to the Jade Balance realm, quite a few heavenly prides could do it. It's only when you go up to the Jade Balance realm that it's hard. By that time, it would be extremely difficult to raise one realm. Jiang Xingyuan's old man, Jiang Zhou, he had stayed at the 8th level of the Jade Balance realm for more than 400 years. Cultivation has not progressed by half. "Don't worry. For you, I'm sure there's no problem." Mo Qingyu gave Jiang Xingyuan a reassuring look. Kan Sunyan replied cheerfully as soon as he heard it. "Then I'll take your word for it." The junior inside the store saw someone sitting at this table. Rushing to the duo's side, he inquired, "Two guests, what would you like to eat?" Mo Qingyu, "I don't care. Just give him the menu." The store assistant nodded and handed the menu in his hand to Jiang Xingyuan. Jiang Xingyuan took the menu and ordered a few signature dishes. "Shao air, more wine, something better. I'm not short of money." "Shopkeeper, yes sir." Mo Qingyu raised an eyebrow. "Oh, you started drinking?" Jiang Xingyuan sighed. "It can't be helped. Once you've been exposed, you can't quit." Mo Qingyu, "Then tell me how you got into drinking." Kan Sungyun began to start remembering his first drink in his head. "I had my first drink because I was out on the trail at the time. At that time, I had killed a very large number of demonic beasts, and I was physically and mentally exhausted. And the people in that place, to show their appreciation for me, gave me their best wine. I thought about just tasting it, but the more I tasted it, the more it went up. You know the results. What about you? Don't you drink?" Mo Qingyu shook her head. "I don't like drinking that. I tasted it when I was a kid. It was pretty spicy and wasn't nearly as good as my juice." Jiang Xingyuan didn't force himself. Everyone had their own tastes. After the dishes were served, Jiang Xingyuan was not polite, took a big bite out of it. Mo Qingyu looked at the way Jiang Xingyuan wolfed down his food. He smiled helplessly. "No, Ginger, are you a dire wolf? Still haven't eaten in 3 days." After Jiang Xingyuan swallowed the rice inside his mouth, he heatedly smiled. "Not 3 days, but 3 years." Mo Qingyu looked at Jiang Xingyuan with a speechless expression. 3 years without food? Why? Jiang Xingyuan replied, "Busy, either in closed-door cultivation or outside practicing. Where can I eat anything good? So I simply don't bother. But then again, what a great place you found. It's delicious." Mo Qingyu happily angled her head upon hearing this. That's a must. He, Mo Qingyu, was able to find a delicious store inside an ordinary town. The words Eater Inc. are no joke. "When you're done eating, we'll go around somewhere else." Jiang Xingyuan gave Mo Qingyu an okay sign. Tiger Sky, who was next to Mo Qingyu, also used his paw to gently shove. "Master, I'm going to want some." Mo Qingyu also threw a bit inside the bowl to Tiger Sky. "Here, look at that for you to crave." Jiang Xingyuan saw that Tiger Sky was so humanized. I couldn't help but ask Mo Qingyu, "Old Mo, you can do it too." To actually be able to take in a demonic beast, it must have taken a lot of effort. Mo Qingyu nodded affirmatively. "That's for sure." "Yes?" Jiang Xingyuan then asked again. "Tell me how you took it in." Mo Qingyu, "Convince people with virtue." Jiang Xingyuan gave Mo Qingyu a black question mark face. Being able to subdue a demonic beast by convincing people with virtue? How he kind of didn't believe it. "That, Brother Tiger, is that really true?" Hearing Jiang Xingyuan's inquiry, Tiger Sky glanced at Mo Qingyu. Mo Qingyu just used to smile. Then slowly under the table, he clenched his hands into fists. "Tiger Sky, yes, the master's morality and his sense of justice captivated me so much that I couldn't help but fall under his banner." The more Jiang Xingyuan looked at it, the more he didn't believe it. He always felt that what Mo Qingyu said about convincing people with virtue was not quite the same as what he understood. He asked again, "Then old Mo, what virtue did you use to take in?" Mo Qingyu put her hand out and then clenched it into a fist. "What do you mean?" Jiang Xingyuan didn't react for a short time. Mo Qingyu, "Da." Jiang Xingyuan, It was only at this time that he realized what Mo Qingyu meant by convincing people with virtue. Good man, your fist is called D, is it? I straight up called the good guys. Then what realm are you in, brother Tiger? Jiang Xingyuan couldn't see through Tiger Sky's realm. Hearing Jiang Xingyuan keep calling himself Big Brother Tiger, Tiger Sky replied with a very happy look on his face. 9th level of the Jade Balance Realm. Pust. Jiang Xingyuan held back the rice in his mouth from spitting it out. Holy, what sense? 9th level of the Jade Balance Realm. That high? Tiger Heaven could see Jiang Xingyuan's shock and explained to him. I also originally only had the Yaoguan realm, and only became the Yuheng realm after I met my master. Hearing this, Jiang Xingyuan looked at Tiger Sky enviously. Mo Qingyu naturally noticed Jiang Xingyuan's envious expression. What? Envious? I can also raise your realm for free. Oh, Jiang Xingyuan replied without the slightest hesitation. Holy, you didn't tell me. If I'd known I'd be doing this. Seeing Jiang Xingyuan answer so quickly, Mo Qingyu smiled happily. I thought you were going to say it's up to you. Wouldn't go leaning on anyone else yet. Jiang Xingyuan's mouth hemmed and hawed. They're all my own brothers. I wouldn't be foolish enough to say such things. There's a bargain to be had, then of course we have to take advantage of it a little. And of course, just a little bit of it. Hearing Jiang Xingyuan answer, Mo Qingyu was amused by him. Sure enough, Kong Sung Yoon is still Kong Sung Yoon. Come on, stop laughing. I'm going to finish my meal. Upon hearing this, Mo Qingyu glanced above the table. Holy, you're hungry. Jiang Xingyuan packed awe. Mo Qingyu didn't say anything and hurriedly picked up her chopsticks. It's just a. Chapter 70, Taking the Heavenly Way Again. After eating, Mo Qingyu and Jiang Xingyuan went out of Yangon town. They came outside to the deep mountains. Ready, Ginger? Mo Qingyu asked. Jiang Xingyuan stood in front of Mo Qingyu, taking a deep breath. He nodded seriously in confirmation. Then what realm are you going to ascend to? Mo Qingyu asked. Jiang Xingyuan thought for a while, and finally he decided. 1st level of the Jade Balance Realm, I guess. This realm was also considered to have stepped into a high-level cultivator. Mo Qingyu nodded, then placed her hand on top of the wooden stick. When Jiang Xingyuan saw Mo Qingyu's movements, he thought he was going to draw his sword again. His insides became very tense, because the last time he saw Mo Qingyu draw his sword was still fresh in his mind. A sword cuts through the heavenly Tao. The scene could never be waved away in his mind, because it's just so shocking. However, Mo Qingyu just placed it on top of the sword and removed the cross above his neck. Then Jiang Xingyuan saw the cross turn into a small knife. Jiang Xingyuan? Mo Qingyu said with a mischievous look on his face. Old Jiang, you don't think I'm going to draw my sword, do you? No way. No way. Look how nervous you are. Jiang Xingyuan's face flushed red at this outburst from Mo Qingyu. Mud, don't give him a chance to catch Mo Qingyu. Seeing Jiang Xingyuan's flushed face, Mo Qingyu smiled cheaply. Friends are for pits at times like these. Tiger Sky watched Mo Qingyu's mischief from the side, and it nodded skillfully. It didn't know how many times it had experienced such bad taste. Okay, no kidding. Mo Qingyu aimed the small knife in her hand at Jiang Xingyuan, only to see the knife begin to gather heaven and earth aura. There were also black and white forces gathering around them. Jiang Xingyuan gulped in front of Mo Qingyu. He could feel the power gathering above Mo Qingyu's small knife. Strong, very strong. Mo Qingyu glanced at the knife, then released the power above the knife onto Jiang Xingyuan's body. Jiang Xingyuan felt the power inside his body. He's not in any kind of discomfort. In just a flash, he became a 1st level of the Jade Balance Realm. It doesn't even have to be a transgression. Holy, that's strong. Jiang Xingyuan clenched his hand into a fist as he felt the power around him traveling inside his body. He felt that the current him was able to kill 1,000 of him before. Mo Qingyu came to Jiang Xingyuan. How is it? How does it feel? Jiang Xingyuan let out a loud laugh and looked up to the sky. One word. Yes. Just as he finished speaking, thunderclouds began to gather in the sky. Jiang Xingyuan? What's the situation? Aren't I already in the 1st level of the Jade Balance Realm? Why are there still thunderclouds? Mo Qingyu also looked upwards. This raising of the head caused the thunderclouds to instantly disappear and disperse. Mo Qingyu wiped her mouth and smiled. Want to run? A large hand reached toward the sky and grabbed the sky above with one hand. When Jiang Xingyuan turned his head to look towards Mo Qingyu's side, found an extra child in his hand. Where are the kids from? Old Mo? Jiang Xingyuan asked with a puzzled look on his face. The person in Mo Qingyu's hand heard Jiang Xingyuan call him a child. He was furious, but when he thought that Mo Qingyu was still here, he ultimately chose to follow his heart. Mo Qingyu heard Jiang Xingyuan's name for the heavenly Tao and he joked. Old Ginger, you've got some nerve. How dare you say to that Tendo as a child? After saying that, Mo Qingyu turned the child inside her hand to show Jiang Xingyuan. Jiang Xingyuan had never seen the heavenly Tao incarnate. He had just heard Mo Qingyu speak and he was already starting to sweat. That, you are Tendo? Instead of answering Jiang Xingyuan, Tendo raised his hand and waved it twice at him. Jiang Xingyuan's realm also disappeared and recovered with the wave of the heavenly Dao's hand. Holy! Jiang Xingyuan incredulously checked inside himself. Just for a mere 5 seconds just now, his realm went from the Jade Balance realm to mortal, and then from mortal to Jade Balance realm. I never thought I'd actually be able to see the heavenly Dao incarnate. It's worth it, Jiang Xingyuan said with emotion. The only thing that shocked Jiang Xingyuan even more was Mo Qingyu's next behavior. Mo Qingyu turned the Tendo in his hand towards himself. You just tried to destroy me, didn't you? When Tendo saw Mo Qingyu smile, he was scared to death. As long as he saw Mo Qingyu's face, he would be reminded of the scene where he was slapped in the face by him earlier. When Mo Qingyu saw that the heavenly Dao did not answer him, he slowly extended his left hand. When Tendo saw Mo Qingyu raise his hand, he hurriedly explained, Grandpa Ji, don't hit, I didn't mean it. Mo Qingyu smiled wryly at the corner of her mouth. Then you did it on purpose. When Tendo heard this, he went crazy. Mud. It's not okay to say it wasn't intentional, and it's even less okay to say it was intentional. This is because you just took my aura from Master. That's why I was wondering who was just being so bold, and then realized it was you, Master. If I'd known it was you, then I'm still sure I wouldn't have done it. You say it isn't. The heavenly Dao frantically gave Mo Qingyu a cute attempt to beg for mercy. On the side, Jiang Xingyuan saw that the heavenly Dao all had to be from the heart in front of Mo Qingyu. I have to say, it's really one thing or another. Pop. Mo Qingyu gave Tendo a handful of slaps. I told you, don't get cute in front of me. I don't like it when you get cute. Tendo looked at Mo Qingyu accusingly. How could he have forgotten this? TSK. Hearing Mo Qingyu's tone, Heaven's Path quickly changed the look on his face to a cold face. Jiang Xingyuan, holy, master of face changing. Tendo, the package is Mo Qingyu also knew that the heavenly Dao was just exercising his right. Didn't pay much attention to it, but the punishment that was due couldn't be spared. Tell you what, let's play a game. You win. I won't hit you this time. If you lose, jia. Mo Qingyu's evil laughter echoed in Tendo's ears. He gulped silently, hoping to win. The game is, in a minute I'll ask you how many plus how many equals how many. If you answered 5, then you lose. How about that? Isn't that easy? That's what he said. But Heaven's Path always felt that Mo Qingyu would dig a hole for himself, but he had no choice but to nod helplessly in agreement. You have to bow down when you're under the roof. Here we go. Mo Qingyu started the game with a smile on her face. 1 plus 1. Tendo, 2. 2 plus 2. 4. Mo Qingyu laughed out loud. You lost. Tendo looked at Mo Qingyu with a confused expression. Didn't you say you'd only lose if you let me say the number 5? Hearing the heavenly Dao's words, Mo Qingyu smiled at the corner of her mouth. Now you're really losing. Speaking of which, Tendo instantly reacted. Before he could continue to say anything, Mo Qingyu kicked Tendo directly into the sky above. That's high. Mo Qingyu glanced at the heavenly Dao in the sky. No further attention was paid to Tendo. Come on, Ginger, back to town. Chapter 71, Changes in Kong Sunobuchi. Old Mo. Bull. It's a direct take on the heavenly way, or the physical kind. Hearing Jiang Xingyuan praising herself, Mo Qingyu looked at Jiang Xingyuan proudly. Brother is a legend. Don't obsess about brother. Jiang Xingyuan looked at Mo Qingyu's complacent appearance, and he could only smile helplessly. It can't be helped. Who let others have this capital? You say if it's done. Jiang Xingyuan patiently answered Mo Qingyu. Yes. My Mo is the legend. The strongest existence in this world. Mo Qingyu nodded in relief. A child can be taught. Jiang Xingyuan looked at Mo Qingyu's back and sneaked a word. Che, I'm not convinced anyway. Mo Qingyu, Mo Qingyu turned his head to look at Jiang Xingyuan as he placed his hand on top of Jiang Xingyuan's shoulder. Oh old Ginger, did you just say something? Kang Xianjian said with a sincere look on his face. No, I didn't just say anything. Old Mo, you're the one who misheard me. Mo Qingyu nodded contemplatively. So was I misheard. As the words fell, Mo Qingyu made an arrow step towards Jiang Xingyuan to use his mystery. An elbow strike. Jiang Xingyuan dodged it in a hurry and then skipped out. Mo Qingyu didn't panic and slowly chased after him. Don't run, Ginger. It's not like I'm doing anything. Jiang Xingyuan, I almost believed you. Kang Xingyuan smiled cheaply. It's impossible not to run law. The only way to avoid being elbowed by you, old Mo, is to run. After saying that, Jiang Xingyuan was on fire, flying through the air at full power. Yahoo! Old Mo, come after me. Mo Qingyu grunted. Don't let me catch you, or give you an elbow strike. Of course it makes you fall in the sky. Then, Mo Qingyu swooshed, followed Jiang Xingyuan. Jiang Xingyuan roared happily when he saw Mo Qingyu following him. Yahoo! Mo Qingyu, returning to his ancestors, right? Kong Sung Yuan, it's wrapped. The two just chased each other through the air. Mo Qingyu had also been keeping a distance from Jiang Xingyuan. Jiang Xingyuan was also very relaxed in his flight. It had been a long time since he'd had a crazy game like this. He slowed down and came behind Mo Qingyu. Mo Qingyu nudged Jiang Xingyuan. Well, it's your turn to catch me. Hearing Mo Qingyu's words, Jiang Xingyuan laughed dumbly. Yes, my turn. This time, it was Jiang Xingyuan who chased after Mo Qingyu. They let loose in the air as if they were at the moment. No worries. There's just the game in front of you. Play about the same time. Jiang Xingyuan and Mo Qingyu flew back to Yangon town. Hey, old Mo, I lost this time, but I'll win it back next time. Mo Qingyu, okay. I look forward to your next performance. The duo after returning to Yangon town wandered above the street. Let's see if there's anything that can interest the duo. Suddenly, a bunch of people gathered in front of them. I don't know what I'm doing. Jiang Xingyuan and Mo Qingyu exchanged glances. Then he understood what the other side meant. Together, the two came between the crowds and squeezed in from the outside. Squeezing in, the duo noticed a girl sitting on the floor. The girl was only 13 or 14. At the moment she was crying out loud. And across from the girl was a middle-aged man with his hands full. Inside his hand he held the stick he had bought the candy cane with. There were a couple of candy canes stuck in the top. Seeing this scene, Jiang Xingyuan and Mo Qingyu didn't rush to make a conclusion. Instead, they silently listened to their discussions among the crowd. What a situation. Listening to this little girl on the ground. It seems like this candy cane seller bullied him. Yeah, really? I don't know. It was this little girl who said it, so it shouldn't be false. The middle-aged man heard the whispers of the people around him. He was furious. You little brat. Stealing my money and trying to slander me. The little girl cried louder and louder at that. She cried out. I didn't. You hit me. The older man's face turned red with anger at the little girl. He sort of realized that this brat had deliberately come to touch the porcelain. People, don't believe this brat. She stole my money. The little girl ignored it and continued her frantic wailing, and an old woman pushed her way through the crowd. When the old woman came in, she came to the little girl and cried without saying a word. Oh daughter, what's wrong with you? Who bullied you? The little girl pointed at the middle-aged uncle. I wanted to buy a candy cane, but he wouldn't give it to me, and he bullied me and pushed me. The old woman's face made an angry face as she loudly questioned the middle-aged uncle. Why are you bullying such a small child? You say she took your money. Give proof. When the middle-aged man heard this, he immediately said, my money bag is inside her pocket. The old woman turned the little girl's pockets inside out. Nothing. The middle-aged man had an unbelievable expression on his face. The voices of those around them drifted to the side of the old woman. The middle-aged man took a look and was inwardly furious, but he clearly saw it. The old woman and the little girl's side went unnoticed. Snickering. This group is really good to utilize. Report it to the authorities. I want you to pay for it. The old woman yelled at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man looked at the other man's appearance, and he knew that this time he was the one who had planted it. The other side is a gang. It's clear that they are bullying ordinary people like them. Just as the crowd was making a lot of noise inside, Jiang Xingyuan slowly stepped forward from the sidelines. He came to crouch near the little girl. Jiang Xingyuan said to the little girl with a smile on his face, little sister, you really didn't steal it? The little girl also wiped her tears away. With a resigned face, he replied, I didn't. Jiang Xingyuan's expression was still smiling as he continued to ask, then why did you hide the money bag on the old woman? Without thinking, the little girl replied, I'm not hiding on her. After she said that, she reacted to what she had just said. The old woman knew she couldn't hide it, so she hurriedly pulled the little girl and ran away. Before leaving, he didn't forget to secretly scold Kong Sung-yoon. Nosy, wait for me. Even while running away, he didn't forget to glare at Jiang Xingyuan. Jiang Xingyuan, however, still smiled in response. The crowd around them knew they had spoken to the wrong person, but no one chose to apologize either. Instead, he walked away silently. The middle-aged uncle looked at Jiang Xingyuan with a thankful face. Thank you. Jiang Xingyuan waved his hand. It's fine. By the way, I'll take 2 strings of this candy cane of yours. The middle-aged uncle nodded. Good. This is for you. For helping me. Jiang Xingyuan didn't answer, but turned around and walked away, throwing a money bag to the middle-aged uncle in the process. The middle-aged uncle took it and realized it wasn't his own money bag. He looked further in the direction of Jiang Xingyuan and realized that he had long since disappeared. Chapter 72. Jiang Xingyuan handed Mo Qingyu one of the strings of sugar gourds inside his hand. Mo Qingyu took it and asked him, You're not handling them? Jiang Xingyuan wasn't in a hurry and answered in a leisurely mood. There's no rush. We'll deal with it later in the evening. Mo Qingyu nodded. This kind of people who have a grudge against themselves, Mo Qingyu is usually directly extinguish the law formula arrangement on. Didn't see it coming though. You've matured so much over the years. Mo Qingyu praised Jiang Xingyuan. Jiang Xingyuan let out an "Oh, how is that so?" Mo Qingyu's mouth smiled as he swallowed the sugar gourd in his mouth. If it was your old you certainly wouldn't be as calm as you just were. You're a lot calmer now. And more than their provocations, you don't act like you used to. It's straight up on your face, but instead it's collected inside as much as possible. Will not lose his temper at the provocation of his enemies. Jiang Xingyuan laughed out loud when he heard that. It can't be helped. Even though it's only been a few short years, I've been through quite a lot within those years. I've been hurt before just because I didn't know how to collect my emotions at the time. People, for sure, need to go and learn to eat a pad and grow up. So now I'm a different person. For sure. As they chatted, Jiang Xingyuan once again mentioned a key figure. By the way, did you know that a talented young man has recently made his debut? Mo Qingyu deliberately poked fun at Jiang Xingyuan. Oh, the appreciation of our young master Kong. Jiang Xingyuan also just smiled as he replied. This person also came out of nowhere, quite suddenly. Only whether it's true or not I don't know. After all, only a few people have seen him. Mo Qingyu, then do you know if you know what this person's name is? Jiang Xingyuan recalled the previous newspaper. It seems to be surnamed Su. The name escapes me. Mo Qingyu squatted for a moment when she heard this surname. This scene was observed by Jiang Xingyuan. What? You knew that too? Mo Qingyu replied. Well, I know him. Hearing this, Jiang Xingyuan was a bit surprised. You know old Mo? Mo Qingyu nodded. Is his matching sword green in color? You even know the sword he used? Jiang Xingyuan became shocked and asked Mo Qingyu. Mo Qingyu memories flooded his mind and he smiled lightly. I gave him that sword. Hearing this, Jiang Xingyuan inwardly began to remember Su Shingjo. To be able to be handed a sword by Mo Qingyu meant that this person was definitely not simple. If you meet in the future, more or less take care of it. Okay, enough about that. It's getting late. Let's go back to the inn and rest. Jiang Xingyuan knew that Mo Qingyu still retained the habit of sleeping, and didn't say anything. Then he returned with Mo Qingyu inside the inn where he was staying. After returning inside the inn, Jiang Xingyuan also found a room on his own. The two were in no hurry to fall asleep. Instead, he came to the top of the inn's roof. Tiger Sky, on the other hand, was quietly sleeping inside Mo Qingyu's room. As for the duo on top of the roof, they sat with each other and looked at the moon in the sky. There was also a jar of wine next to Jiang Xingyuan's hand. It's nice to enjoy the moon and drink. Jiang Xingyuan looked at the bright moon in the sky as he smiled. Mo Qingyu lay back. Feel the cold night air drifting by. Say, the last time we were like this was on top of the walls. Mo Qingyu said wistfully. As soon as Jiang Xingyuan heard it, he also recalled back to the night before he was going to travel with him. Then they were like they are now, enjoying the moon at night. Yeah, didn't realize how fast time went by. It's been 7 or 8 years. As Jiang Xingyuan said this, he picked up the altar of wine beside him and drank a few sips freely. The two didn't say anything either, just lay quietly on top of the roof, enjoying the moonlight spilling over them and the evening breeze whistling in their ears. This night was the most relaxing night for Jiang Xingyuan in recent years. Gradually it gets deeper and deeper too. Jiang Xingyuan also returned inside their respective rooms with Mo Qingyu. Mo Qingyu, who had returned to her room, looked at Tiger Sky, who was already asleep at the foot of the bed. He smiled, not disturbing it. Instead, he came quietly to the bed and tucked in a good night's sleep. With the surfacing of the morning sun, Mo Qingyu slowly woke up from her sleep. After waking up, he packed his bags without panic, which didn't forget to tell Tiger Sky to get up, came to Tiger Sky and crouched down in front of it, and gave it a slap to its brains. Get up, get up. Being slapped by Mo Qingyu, Tiger Sky also woke up. On the other side, Jiang Xingyuan had just gotten up as well. He quickly gathered his clothes, coming to the door of Mo Qingyu's room. Loudly, he said, Old Mo, I'll go down and order breakfast first, so hurry down. Mo Qingyu replied from inside the room, right away. After Jiang Xingyuan heard Mo Qingyu's reply, he came to the first floor alone. Junior, the store assistant, saw Jiang Xingyuan greeting him. He hurriedly walked over and handed the menu to Jiang Xingyuan. Jiang Xingyuan didn't look at the menu and directly ordered 2 bowls of noodles. Come on, shopkeeper. Okay, sir. Not long after, Mo Qingyu also came down from the second floor. He came and sat down next to Jiang Xingyuan. Turning to him, he asked, what did you order? Kang Sunyun, noodles. Mo Qingyu, okay. Not long after, the store assistant served the noodles right in front of the two of them. The duo didn't say too much and began to eat the breakfast. Where are we going to hang out after we eat? Mo Qingyu asked Jiang Xingyuan. Being asked this by Mo Qingyu, Jiang Xingyuan smiled helplessly. I was going to ask you about that, but allow me to think. I remember a spring on the far side of Wingate. Let's take a dip over there. This was something that Jiang Xingyuan had inadvertently found when he came to Yangon town, but he didn't care too much at the time. Thinking of coming to Yangon town to rest for a while, he set off for Shadow Moon City. I only didn't expect to meet Mo Qingyu here. He had wanted to use the Jade Pendant again to search for Mo Qingyu when he was in the Jade Balance realm. As soon as Mo Qingyu heard that there was a hot spring, he came to joy at once. Not only him, but even Tiger Sky came to have fun. Tiger Sky was at Mo Qingyu's feet, tugging at his clothes. Master, I've never been to a hot spring either. I want to go. Mo Qingyu stroked Tiger Sky's head to soothe him. Don't worry about it, I didn't soak it either. That's why we have to check it out this time. Jiang Xingyuan, so when do we leave? Mo Qingyu, we'll leave after breakfast. Jiang Xingyuan, no problem. Chapter 73, Hot Springs. After eating breakfast, Mo Qingyu followed Jiang Xingyuan to the outside of Yangon town. Flying through the air, Jiang Xingyuan glanced at the ground. He spoke up, it should be here, soon. Jiang Xingyuan then found the location of that hot spring. Mo Qingyu glanced at the surrounding scenery. There was only one creek and waterfall in front of us. There was no need for Jiang Xingyuan to say Mo Qingyu knew where the hot springs were. Jiang Xingyuan and Mo Qingyu walked through the waterfall and entered inside. Upon entering it, the stones inside were unusually bright and in front of them was the site of the spring. After Tiger Sky, who was underneath Mo Qingyu's feet, saw the hot spring, he directly ran over happily. It jumped high in the air and took a leap of faith. Flutter. Tiger Sky jumped inside the spring. Phew, that's cozy. Tiger Sky floated on top of the spring, feeling the comfort it brought. Master, this spring water seems to have the effect of being able to relax the body. Jiang Xingyuan also nodded his head in agreement. Yes, this spring can relax one's body and mind. It can also heal wounds on the body, and for those whose realm is not high it can also raise the realm, because the water inside is spiritual water. Upon hearing this, Mo Qingyu hemmed and hawed. In that case then he's going to have a good time. Mo Qingyu took off the clothes she was wearing, leaving only a swoosh, jumped towards the inside of the spirit spring. The spring water spilled everywhere. Jiang Xingyuan also took off his clothes and rolled over in a rolled into the spirit springs. It's so cozy. Having just rolled in, Jiang Xingyuan couldn't help but feel the comfort of this spiritual spring. Mo Qingyu looked at Tiger Sky who was floating around inside the spirit spring. It cupped a bit of water in both hands and sprinkled it on Tiger Sky. The Tiger Sky that was sprinkled with water by Mo Qingyu. It had a defiant face. With that, he used its tiger paw to slap the water towards Mo Qingyu's face. Mo Qingyu was also covered in spring water by Tiger Sky. Good for you Tiger Sky, take that. After saying that, Mo Qingyu frantically began to attack. Tiger Sky was not shy about firing back. Jiang Xingyuan, on the other hand, was quietly enjoying everything with his eyes closed, until the duo's water splashed into his face. Looking at Jiang Xingyuan, who was splashed with water, Mo Qingyu and Tiger Sky both laughed happily. Kong Xingyuan, okay, so play it right. Take that. Jiang Xingyuan then joined the struggle. In this battle, the trio had a lot of fun, playing forgetting the time, forgetting your worries. There is nothing but joy for them in this moment. Nothing can affect their mood. The three who had played all looked at each other. The trio at the moment had been soaking for a bit, but their hair was wet. Okay, no more games. Tiger Sky was the first to exit to the game. It refloats on the water. Mo Qingyu and Jiang Xingyuan didn't continue either. Instead, I'll soak in the bath some more and leave when it's about time. After about a while, all three left the spring and went to the top of the rock next to it. Each dresses and cleans their bodies of water. The spirit spring has also been soaked. Where are we going next? Jiang Xingyuan asked Mo Qingyu. Mo Qingyu, on the other hand, glanced outside. It's noon. Let's eat first. We won't go back to Wingate this time. Let's find some food outside to eat. Jiang Xingyuan didn't have any comments. Tiger Sky also thought it was okay. The two men and the demon came next to the lower reaches of the river. Mo Qingyu picked up his own wooden stick and slowly walked inside the river. Jiang Xingyuan also walked in together. Tiger Sky wasn't idle either. It burns fires on the shore. That's right, a tiger on fire. Rare, right? Mo Qingyu, who came into the middle of the river, suddenly thought of a fun one. He asked Jiang Xingyuan, Ginger, shall we compare? Jiang Xingyuan became interested as soon as he heard it. Oh, how does it compare? The corner of Mo Qingyu's mouth hooked as he said, let's compete to see who catches more fish, and who catches better quality fish. This process cannot utilize any aura. How? Jiang Xingyuan grunted. Come on, say it and do it. The duo each found an area to start catching fish. Jiang Xingyuan took out a trident from inside his space. I guess this trident never thought in its life that it would actually be used to catch fish one day. On Mo Qingyu's side, he picked up his stick and thrust it at the river. When I picked it up, there was a very nice fish on top of the stick. It's really good. Mo Qingyu silently lamented. Jiang Xingyuan's side also caught a fish not unlike Mo Qingyu, and the breed is still the same one. It didn't take long for several fish of this variety to be caught and come up. Tiger Sky watched as the fish kept flapping on the bank. It mourned the school of fish silently for a second, because Emoqingyu and Jiang Xingyuan seem to have caught the whole family of this fish. They're both kinda nice. If you want to reunite, do it as a family. After a second of mourning, Tiger Sky continued to happily add wood to the fire. Fish, is there no one to speak up for me? After catching quite a few fish, Emoqingyu glanced at the shore. It's been very much so. So he said to Jiang Xingyuan, okay, Ginger, that's pretty much it for catching. Let's go up there and see who catches more. Jiang Xingyuan nodded and came to the shore with Emoqingyu. After landing their fish, the duo began to count their own. The end result was a win for Kong Sung-yoon. He caught a few less fish than Emoqingyu, but better quality. Jiang Xingyuan was overjoyed when he realized he had one. Ha ha ha, old Mo. This is your Zhong's strength. See, Emoqingyu could only reply helplessly to this. See. After answering Jiang Xingyuan, Emoqingyu came to Tiger Sky's side and speared all the fish. Start grilling the fish. Jiang Xingyuan was still laughing maniacally on his side. You know it's not easy to win Emoqingyu once, even in these ordinary matches. But being able to win against Emoqingyu was enough for Jiang Xingyuan to brag about himself for the rest of his life. Before Jiang Xingyuan could be happy for long, Emoqingyu urged him to come over. Don't get high on yourself. Get over here and eat your fish. Jiang Xingyuan hurriedly gathered his smile down and ran next to Emoqingyu, took a hard breath of the aroma. Fragrant. Emoqingyu looked happy and gave a hey. You don't see who I am. As a foodie, you can't just eat it. You have to cook it too. Jiang Xingyuan nodded his head somewhat perfunctorily. His full attention now ran to the fish. Emoqingyu was also helpless. Who made the fish he baked so fragrant? After grilling the fish, Emoqingyu took a skewer and handed it to Jiang Xingyuan. Jiang Xingyuan took it and nibbled on it. Slow down. There's plenty more here. No one's taking it from you. Jiang Xingyuan nodded as he ate, his eating movements obviously slower. Emoqingyu didn't continue to say anything either. He and Tiger Sky opened up and ate as well. Chapter 74, The Storyteller. After eating the fish, Emoqingyu and Jiang Xingyuan rested where they were. They were lying on top of the grass. Jiang Xingyuan burped as he ate his fill. For Jiang Xingyuan, eat and lie down. Gorgeous. Emoqingyu and Tiger Sky had the same idea. Go back to Wingate later. Emoqingyu said. Kong Sung-yoon didn't ask what he was going back for, and answered dryly, no problem, go anywhere. After that, no one continued to speak, but lay quietly on top of the grass. After a short break, the two just got up. The two and the demon resumed their journey in the direction of Yangon town. On the way, Emoqingyu asked Jiang Xingyuan, when do we leave? Jiang Xingyuan, tomorrow morning. Emoqingyu, okay. Emoqingyu didn't say anything to retain him either. For between the two of them, it's a big no-no. Not long after, the duo reflew back to Yangon town. Returning to the town of Yangon, the duo stopped as they passed a storytelling venue, only to see an old man inside an establishment specializing in storytelling, talking incessantly to the people around him. Today we're not going to talk about books. We're going to talk about a top bigwig from the divine continent. To say that top big man is as powerful as it gets. It's rumored that he killed the boss of Xian Yuan continent directly with one person and one sword. The strength of those so-called top bigwigs was simply not enough in front of him now. His strength has been said by a few to be beyond the world. Upon hearing this, someone questioned the storyteller. Beyond the world? It can't be, can it? Is it even more powerful than the heavenly pivot realm? I don't quite agree. Mr. Storyteller wasn't annoyed when he heard it. Instead, he laughed as he continued. Many people think the same thing, but how can we know what the truth is? Perhaps this is a question that only a big brother or a top cultivator from the divine continent can answer you. Kang Sung-yoon looked at the people inside the storytelling venue who were listening with great interest. He didn't have a funny look at Emoqingyu beside him. Emoqingyu also looked helplessly back at Jiang Xingyuan. Jiang Xingyuan said with some amusement, if the people in here know you're here, I wonder what his expression will be. Emoqingyu smiled as he put a hand on Jiang Xingyuan's shoulder. Then I reckon they'll just scatter in a huff. Indeed, Emoqingyu was now famous. His strength, though some feel is not beyond the realm of the world, they're outrageous, but it's also the top of this world. For such a strong person, stay away if you can. After all, you can't say anything if a strong person kills you in minutes. Go in and listen to the meeting? Jiang Xingyuan glanced at Emoqingyu. Emoqingyu nodded. Let's go. I also want to know what people are saying about me. The duo just walked inside the premises. Everyone listened very attentively, and so did the old storyteller, so no one noticed them coming in. The two found a small bench and sat down. Tiger Sky was still sitting at Emoqingyu's feet. At this moment, the old man began to speak excitedly again. You guys are not aware of it. This big guy is a hit. First, he alone exterminated the entire power of the Thousand Shadows Society. and then he exterminated the boss of the Xianyuan continent. In the midst of this I also inquired about the many things he had done. Right now there isn't a single top-tier power in the entire divine continent that doesn't know his name. That's when the uninitiated asked the old man about it. So what's his name anyway? The old man hemmed and hawed as he addressed the youth. Not to be taken lightly. It's best just not to pronounce the name of such a bigot. If you really want to know, go find out for yourself. The young man had no choice but to stop when he heard that, and sat back down again. With that, the old man began to put together when Mo-Ching-yu became famous. When did you exterminate the Regulus boss? It could be described as blowing Mo-Ching-yu out of the water. At the time this was what many in attendance believed. Only the old man knew that he was telling the whole truth. Just like that, Jiang Xingyuan and Mo-Ching-yu sat there until the end of the storytelling. Well, that's it for today's Big Brother story. Big Brother is very secretive and that's all he can tell you. When it was over, the old man asked for a little money from those present. Most people gave, others didn't and just left. After all, the scene here is supposed to be free, and it's entirely up to you whether you give this money or not. It was also late in the day and many people had left. The only ones left behind were Mo-Ching-yu and Jiang Xingyuan. The old man looked towards the two. When he saw Mo-Ching-yu's clothing, he walked up joyfully. Boy, you're dressed up as a bigot. Jiang Xingyuan was frantically stifling his laughter. He said to himself, you're talking about the big guy right in front of you. Mo-Ching-yu didn't immediately say her name. Instead, he answered cooperatively. Yeah. The old man looked around when he heard it and realized that no one was paying attention. He came to Mo-Ching-yu's body. His tone carried seriousness, and his voice was thin. Kid, don't imitate in the future. It's easy to get into trouble. Understand? Mo-Ching-yu nodded her head in response with a serious expression. Understood. Tiger Sky was also completely bunged up when he saw this scene. What made it feel most amused was the serious look on Mo-Ching-yu's face. It's as if he's really posing. I'm impersonating myself? Laugh your ass off. Mo-Ching-yu ignored Jiang Xingyuan and Tiger Sky who were holding back their laughter beside him. Instead, he continued to talk to the old man about what was there and what wasn't. Finally, before Mo-Ching-yu left, he handed the old man 10 taels of silver. Here, see how well you said it, count it as a gift from me. The old man received it with a happy face and nodded his head in thanks. Thank you guest, welcome again. Mo-Ching-yu nodded and turned to leave. When the old man saw Mo-Ching-yu leaving, he hurriedly asked Mo-Ching-yu, hey, customer, what's your name? In his eyes, Mo-Ching-yu must be very rich for casually giving 10 taels of silver. So ask for a name and try to mix it up. Mo-Ching-yu did not turn around. 3 words emerged from the old man's face. Mo-Ching-yu. The old man saw the words that suddenly surfaced, and the name. His hand shook as he reached for the silver. Cold sweat also broke out on his face and his hands kept shaking. If he wasn't mistaken, the name was the same bigot he'd just been talking about when he'd been talking about the book. Mud. What kind of luck did he have today? Actually bumping into me in person. Leaning north, who was it that said this big man wouldn't show up on top of a town like theirs? Next time he hears it, he'll absolutely hammer him over the head with a hammer. The storyteller put the silver inside his pocket, rushed home. He planned to wait for Mo-Ching-yu to leave before returning here to talk about the book. It's obvious by the way the big man just looked happy, but he's afraid of contact with the big boys. Had to wait for him to leave before continuing, and he'll be able to put on a show when the time comes. Biggie listened to the book at my place, although others won't believe it is. Chapter 75, Parting for a Better Meeting. After returning inside the inn, the two of them, Jiang Xingyuan and Mo-Ching-yu, did not rush back to their rooms to sleep. Tiger Sky, why don't you go up and get some sleep? I still have to talk to Ginger. Tiger Sky didn't have any comments, knowing that Jiang Xingyuan was leaving, so it went back inside the room by itself to rest. The two of them, Jiang Xingyuan and Mo-Ching-yu, were sitting on the first floor. Jiang Xingyuan himself took out a bit of peanut rice from inside the space, and a fine wine by the way. Say, are you sure you don't want to taste it? Jiang Xingyuan asked Mo-Ching-yu. He wanted Mo-Ching-yu to taste the wine again. Maybe he wouldn't like it either. But Mo-Ching-yu shook his head as he replied with a calm demeanor. There are always exceptions to the rule in this world, aren't there? Jiang Xingyuan also smiled. Indeed, Mo-Ching-yu was always that more special existence, so he didn't continue to persuade, and he wouldn't force Mo-Ching-yu. Everyone has things they like and things they don't like. Well, tonight is the last night we'll talk. Come on, tonight's the night we talk freely. Jiang Xingyuan poured himself a bowl of wine as he said to Mo-Ching-yu in a bold tone. Instead, Mo-Ching-yu took out his unique juice and poured himself a bowl. The two clinked their bowls at each other and then drank it all in one go. Say, old Mo, if you finish traveling the divine continent, will you go anywhere else? Mo-Ching-yu nodded as he said, that's for sure. Then, Jiang Xingyuan asked, so you're just going to travel through the 4 continents? Mo-Ching-yu shook her head at this time. That I can't promise. because I never traveled with a purpose. Maybe when I'm tired of traveling outside one day, I'll return to the divine continent. It doesn't have to be the end of the tour. Jiang Xingyuan laughed as he teased Mo Qingyu. When you get to another continent, you give out your name. No one else must be scared to death. Mo Qingyu gave a puzzled. What do you mean? Jiang Xingyuan recalled what his old man had told him at the time. You are unaware that my old man told me at the time that Jin took out the Regulus continent for you, and they are afraid to do anything about you. It's got the rest of the 2 continents on edge. They are all afraid that if you go to their continent, you will surprise their continent and just raise their whole continent. That's why I ran over here to the Divine Continent headquarters, hoping to have President Yi come and talk to you. As soon as Mo Qingyu heard this, he replied in a puzzled manner, but he didn't come. Kan Sungyun smiled cheerfully when he heard it. Come on, where would people dare to come? President Yi can also tell others that it wasn't something he was able to do, so the other 2 continents had to leave it at that. Mo Qingyu spread out his 2 hands. For the other continents to be very afraid of him, he was indifferent to this, because that's the effect he wants. He just wants the world to fear him. Let no one be able to resist his advance. Let others know that he, Mo Qingyu, was not to be messed with. Well, otherwise I'm done. Talk about something else. Mo Qingyu changed the subject. Talk about what? Kang Sungyun asked, resting his chin in his hand. Mo Qingyu didn't know what to talk about, so she did. Anyway, whatever, just do it anyway. Jiang Xingyuan smiled dumbly at his words. He also accompanied Mo Qingyu, his voice laughing loudly. Yeah, it and be done with it. This night, the 2 kept chattering about different things, even if these things have little to do with them. It was as if tomorrow's parting was no big deal to the duo. Finally, Mo Qingyu and Jiang Xingyuan didn't know how long they talked. After the chat, the 2 then went to their respective rooms. A good night's sleep. Early morning, Mo Qingyu got up and stretched. He woke up Tiger Sky beside him. What time is it already? Tiger Sky replied in a daze. I don't know, Master. I just woke up too. Mo Qingyu didn't continue to say anything, but got up, led Tiger Sky towards the outside of the street. While descending the stairs, Tiger Sky glanced at Mo Qingyu suspiciously. To him he asked, Master, not going to call him? He was naturally referring to Jiang Xingyuan. Mo Qingyu just smiled slightly and explained with Tiger Sky. No, he's already left Wingate. When Tiger Sky heard this, his expression sobered up. Left? When? Mo Qingyu said. It wasn't long ago just now. After saying that, he and Tiger Sky came to the top of the street. At this time, the streets above were overcrowded. Mo Qingyu didn't say anything more and took Tiger Sky to have breakfast. And the other side, Jiang Xingyuan, who was at the entrance of Yangon town, he glanced at the crowd behind him. The corners of his mouth smiled slightly, and his expression was tinged with some dismay. But he didn't say anything, just silently continued to walk outside of Wingate town. Tiger Sky didn't know what was going on either. It only saw Mo Qingyu beside it suddenly smile. He had a somewhat emotional look on his face. See you next time, Ginger. This was the sentence that Tiger Heaven heard Mo Qingyu just recite. At this time, Tiger Heaven also realized that Mo Qingyu was saying goodbye to Jiang Xingyuan. It's just that the duo had a quiet way of saying goodbye, and it was as if Jiang Xingyuan, who was at the entrance of Yangon town, had sensed something as well. He looked back. Goodbye, old Mo. After saying that, he flew towards the completely opposite path from Mo Qingyu. Thus, the duo's brief meeting is over again. They parted with little fanfare between them. There are no long pavilions or peach blossom ponds either. Just quietly and silently in the middle of a sunny morning, he began to continue on his own path. Separation itself is a natural thing. Everyone has their own thing, their own life, their own life. The point is that the next encounter will be just like the last time we met. It's good to see each other without words. This is the best result. Although Mo Qingyu didn't know what his next meeting with Jiang Xingyuan was again. Maybe soon, or maybe a long, long time. But between them, they will surely meet again. Every parting is for a better meeting. So cherish every reunion and every parting. After Jiang Xingyuan left, Mo Qingyu didn't stay in Yangon town much longer. A few days after Jiang Xingyuan left, he also left Yangon town. Tiger Sky, go, set off. Mo Qingyu came to the back door of Yangon town. It was nighttime and there were not many people around. That's why Tiger Sky is straight up gigantic. Mo Qingyu made a small jump to Tiger Sky's back. The duo continued their travels to the north. Chapter 76, Qingyan Town. At this time, it had also been almost a month since they left Yangon town. Mo Qingyu and Tiger Sky were currently inside a certain forest. The forest was next to a small stream where the duo camped and rested. It looks like it's almost noon. Mo Qingyu fended for herself and came inside the stream. He rolled up his sleeves and murmured to the fish inside the creek. Sorry fish, you'll have to be sacrificed in order to fill your bellies. After saying that, Mo Qingyu got down to catching the fish. It didn't take him long to land a couple of fish with little effort. He glanced at Tiger Sky, who was inside the forest. Just as he was about to call it, a scream came from the forest. The scream did not sound like something Tiger Sky could make. Instead, it looked like it came from a human. Yu slowly walked towards Tiger Sky's side. I hope it's not what he thinks it is. Unfortunately, walking inside the forest, he then saw an old man who was very old, and he was lying on the ground with both eyes rolled back. Tiger Sky looked at Yu with an innocent face. Yu covered her face with her hands. Obviously, it was the opposite side that saw Tiger Sky pass out from shock. Yu sighed and came next to the old man. Place your hand on top of the old man's heart. Feeling that her heart was still beating, Yu helplessly glanced at Tiger Sky. Luckily, it didn't scare you kid to death. Tiger Sky was innocent of this, because when this human saw it, it was hunting a wild boar. Then this old man happened to see the scene where it swallowed the boar in one gulp. And then, that's the way it is now. Yu also knew that he couldn't blame Tiger Sky. Think about it. You're an ordinary person who encounters a several-meter-tall tiger demon inside the forest. At this moment, the tiger demon is still feeding. So ask yourself if you're scared. Not to mention that this is an older man. Okay, you're going to have to downsize me. A moment later this old man woke up and found you, or just like that. Maybe just woke up and was gone. Tiger Sky also gave a helpless heave-ho, and then he made his size smaller. It became shorter than Yu's knee area. Seeing this, Yu also woke up this old man. The old man opened his eyes in a daze. Just as he opened his eyes, he saw that beside him was Yu. Grandpa, are you okay? This Moncler outlet store did not answer Yu. Instead, he took a heartfelt look around. With a scared voice, he asked, "Where is that tiger demon just now?" Yu replied with a faint voice, "It's been driven away by me." Chased away? The old man was a little puzzled by what he heard. He glanced at Yu beside him and realized that Yu was actually blind. Young man, your eyes? Yu, blind. This Moncler outlet store also sighed slightly. So young and actually blind. It's really a bit of a shame. Wait, how did blindness dare to run a tiger demon? Yu explained this as well. Grandpa, I'm a cultivator. Hearing this, Moncler outlet store he also understood. So it's a cultivator. Thank you for saving my lord's life. Yu smiled faintly and said calmly, "You're welcome, Grand Master. You don't have to call me Lord. I'm even younger than you are. There's no need to be so polite with me. You can just call me Qingyu." Afterward, Yu helped this grandpa up. Moncler outlet store nodded and patted the dust on his body. Getting up, he asked Yu, "By the way, little brother Qingyu, have you seen my back rattan?" Yu pointed behind Moncler outlet store him. Moncler outlet store somewhat leggy. He came to the backpack. The corners of his mouth rose slightly when he saw that all the herbs inside were still there. Fortunately, the herbs are all still there. Yu heard this Moncler outlet online chanting. He went up and asked, "Master, what brings you to this deep forest?" Moncler outlet store he replied with a grin. I came to pick up herbs for my wife." Moncler outlet online while speaking, he asked Yu, "What about you? Siyu-chan?" Yu, "I'm traveling?" Moncler outlet store a friendly nod. "By the way, Moncler, there's no town around here that I can see. Why did you come here to pick up herbs?" Hearing Yu inquire, Moncler outlet store he also sighed. "It can't be helped. The conditions at home are bad, so I can only come to the mountains to find some herbs for my wife. Let's go. Little brother Qingyu, let me take you to my side of the house to sit down." Yu didn't refuse. He had been inside the forest all this time anyway. Solely follow and Moncler outlet store go back to his house. On the road, Yu learned a lot of information about Moncler outlet. For example, the Moncler outlet store name is Qinhaoqian, and his age is already 60-something. Exactly how much he cannot remember. He's a doctor, only he doesn't work as one anymore, because of my age and the fact that I made enough money in my younger years to live the rest of my life. Recently his wife, Xu Qianxue, has been sick lately and has been coughing. The medicine to cure Xu Qianxue is not available in the town for the time being. Had to go outside to find herbs, so he came inside the forest on his own to look for it. According to him, the name of the town where he lives is called Qinggan Town. It's a bit of a road trip from the forest here. He and Yu walked for an entire day before re-entering the top of the town. This made Yu admire Qinhaoqian. It is also evident from this that he is very good to his wife. It's kind of a rare sight. Along the way, Yu and Qinhaoqian also chatted about many things. Qinhaoqian thought that Yu was a pretty good person. No hypocrisy, no pretense. So he asked Yu if he wanted to be a guest on their side then. The couple thanked him in passing. Yu didn't feel very eager to disturb the two of them, but Qinhaoqian waved his hand kindly. "Tell him there's no problem. They don't have guests going over there anymore." it had always been the two couples, so Mo Qingyu going as a guest was not going to bring them trouble. Mo Qingyu didn't continue to say anything in response, because he was quite interested in the story of Qin Haoqian and his wife, so that's a yes. 2. Qin Haoqian also smiled and told Mo Qingyu, when he returned to Qing'an town he would slowly tell Mo Qingyu the story between him and his wife and the story. Is this the town of Qinggan? Mo Qingyu stood in the doorway and glanced around the town. The town here is in average condition and slightly poor. When Qin Haoqian saw Mo Qingyu hitting the two surroundings, he said to Mo Qingyu, I hope that little brother Qingyu won't dislike our family hut. After all, the house we live in isn't as good as the one you cultivators live in. Mo Qingyu didn't care, while he answered with Qin Haoqian, it's fine, Moncler Qin, it's fine to be able to live. There's no such thing as too much or too little. Besides, I used to live in a house like this for a living. Hearing Mo Qingyu's words, Qin Haoqian also nodded happily. I'm glad you didn't mind, little brother. Come on then, let's go in together. After saying that, Qin Haoqian took Mo Qingyu along with him to head inside his home. Mo Qingyu also followed Qin Haoqian into Qinggan town. Chapter 77, The Couple. After entering the town of Qinggan, Qin Haoqian brought Mo Qingyu inside his home. His home was a house made of stone and brick. The size was sort of medium-sized. Here, little brother. Inside please. Qin Haoqian brought Mo Qingyu inside the house. Entering inside, Qin Haoqian's wife, Su Shingjo also walked out from inside the bedroom. Su Shingjo and Qin Haoqian are the same age, so now her face is full of wrinkles, and she was also a little pale in the flesh on her face, because it was the condition that did this to me. Su Shingjo saw Qin Haoqian return. She came to him and tried to take his backpack. Qin Haoqian didn't give it, and his eyes carried a unique love inside. You, get some rest, you're not even sick. Su Shingjo also responded with heartache. Ugh, I'm not doing you any favors, old man. Don't think I don't know you've been picking herbs. Look at the dirt on top of your shoes. Su Shingjo pointed at Qin Haoqian's shoes. Qin Haoqian also looked down and realized that the tops of his shoes were indeed covered in dirt. Don't worry wifey, the herbs I brought this time are capable of healing you, so no matter how much effort it takes, I'm going. Su Shingjo also smiled faintly when she heard this, her heart warming up inside. This old man, after all these years. He then looked at Mo Qingyu, who was standing in the doorway. By the way, who is this little brother? Mo Qingyu nodded her head and asked Su Shingjo. Hello old man, I am Mo Qingyu. Su Shingjo nodded her head amicably, and at this time, Qin Haoqian came out to explain. Little brother Mo saved my life, so I brought him back to sit with me. It's also a good way to repay little brother Mo's favor. Hearing this, Su Shingjo asked Qin Haoqian with a worried expression. Something happened to you? Qin Haoqian hurriedly stabilized Su Shingjo's expression. He said, it's fine, it's not little brother Mo who saved my life. Su Shingjo also put her heart down as she came to bow slightly in front of Mo Qingyu. Thank you little brother Mo. You saved my old man's life. Mo Qingyu helped Su Shingjo up as he said with a smile. Dame Zhu, you don't have to be so polite. I'm just raising my hand. After all, it was Tiger Sky, it had put someone else on the ground. Su Shingjo also responded with a smile as she hurriedly pulled Mo Qingyu into her seat. Hu Tian also followed Mo Qingyu to take his seat. When Su Shingjo saw Tiger Sky, she asked, little brother Mo, is this your pet? Mo Qingyu nodded. When Su Shingjo saw Tiger Sky's cute appearance, she somewhat wanted to pet it. Mo-chan, can I touch it? Mo Qingyu glanced at Tiger Sky. You have to ask it. Hu Tian nodded to Su Shingjo in front of him. When Su Shingjo saw how humane Tiger Sky was, she smiled kindly on her face. As Mo Qingyu sat on top of the stool, Su Shingjo also noticed that Mo Qingyu had a piece of cloth over her eyes. Then she turned her head back to her husband. Mo Qingyu noticed these actions of hers and opened his mouth to explain to her. I'm blind because I had eye problems as a child, but I can sense things around me. Qin Haoqian also said to Su Shingjo, don't underestimate Mo-chan. He can't see, but he can be very powerful. Little brother Mo is a cultivator. Hearing that Mo Qingyu was a cultivator, Su Shingjo's face did not change much. Instead, when he looked at Qin Haoqian, his expression carried a hint of helplessness and doting. You, old man, you almost lost your own life, and you're still talking about this. Qin Haoqian raised his hands and replied in a relaxed mood. Yes, it's my bad. Su Shingjo also did not say anything, but picked up the teapot inside the house. Take out 2 cups. First, he poured a glass for the old man of his house. Here, old man, you've been thirsty all this way, hurry up and drink some water. Qin Haoqian, good. With that, he poured another cup of water for Mo Qingyu. Here, Mo-chan. Mo Qingyu took it and drank it all in one go. Qin Haoqian asked Mo Qingyu at this time, little brother Mo, you don't have a place to stay yet, why don't you stay here with me? Su Shingjo also nodded her head in agreement. Right, we haven't properly thanked you for saving my old man's life. You can stay here if you don't mind. We have other beds here. It's just me and the old man on weekdays anyway. Yu didn't reply immediately, but glanced at the couple. He was pondering whether to stay or not. After a moment of reflection, his final decision was to stay here for the time being. Good, then I'm counting on you guys for the time I'll be in Qinggan town. The main Yu saw the couple's love for each other. He suddenly remembered what Jiang Xingyuan had said earlier. Perhaps that's where he met the couple who were in love with each other. So he wanted to stay and hear the couple's story. And they saw it out in the way the couple treated him. It's an honest couple. Qin Haoqian and Zhu Qianxue also nodded happily after hearing this. They haven't had a guest in their house for a long time. After all, who wants to be a guest inside the home of a couple who are in their 60s? Little brother Mo. Just rest over here. If you want to go outside that's fine. Just remember to be back for dinner by evening. I'll add to your meal tonight. Su Qianxue said to Mo Qingyu with a thankful face. Mo Qingyu nodded her head in response, expressing her gratitude. Qin Haoqian also changed the shoes under his feet. Getting up, he was ready to go make medicine for his own wife. Su Qianxue originally wanted to go and help Qin Haoqian with his hands, but he was stopped outside by Qin Haoqian. You, just get some rest and don't come messing with me. Although the words were said this way, Mo Qingyu could hear Qin Haoqian's doting tone. Su Qianxue didn't say anything, so she had to stop. Mo Qingyu saw this. He suddenly got up and said to Qin Haoqian, Master Qin, let me help you. Qin Haoqian hastily refused. How can any guest come to help the master's family? Instead, Mo Qingyu smiled and stated, it's fine, the important thing is that I want to see how you boil your herbs, and by the way, I want to know what these are. After all, I heard you say on the way that you were studying medicine, so you must be pretty good at it too. Hearing Mo Qingyu praising his medical skills, Qin Haoqian also smiled happily. Alright, little brother Mo, you can just come in with me and boil the medicine together. I'll tell you what these herbs are by the way. When Su Qianxue saw her own husband's smug look, she snickered. The old man, loves it when people praise his medical skills. Every time he was complimented on his medical skills, he was overjoyed. Although Zhu Qianxue's face was a bit bad, she was also doing some small jobs outside. Take embroidery, for example. It was embroidery that had attracted the old man in her old days. That's why she kept up her embroidery habit all these years. Embroider a peach blossom this time. Both she and Qin Haoqian loved peach blossoms. Say it and do it. She picked up her tools, her form slowing as she sat on top of the stool. Hand very deftly embroidered peach blossoms. Chapter 78, Fortune-telling. Coming inside the kitchen, Qin Haoqian took out the pot specialized in boiling herbs. He began boiling the medicine every step of the way without panic. As he began, he explained to Mo Qingyu what these herbs were. Master Qin, seeing how skillful you are, you must have been practicing medicine for many years. Qin Haoqian replied with a smile. Yeah, I grew up studying medicine with my father and officially started as a doctor when I was about 20. It's been decades by now. I can't remember exactly when it started. I've lost some of my memory. All I remember is that I've been practicing medicine for many years. I've somewhat forgotten exactly how many. Can't help it. I'm getting older and my memory is getting worse. Mo Qingyu nodded at this. For ordinary people, Qin Haoqian's age of 60 or so was already considered okay. In this world, many people die in their 40s or 50s. Within the next few moments, Mo Qingyu didn't bother Qin Haoqian too much. Instead, he watched his movements in silence. He was waiting for a chance. Tiger Sky, this kid scared others badly. He as the master more or less had to compensate for it. And you can't live in someone else's house for nothing. Mo Qingyu, he is a very principled. Yes, at least that's how he thought of himself. Soon, Qin Haoqian intended to go out to see his wife. He urged Mo Qingyu to help look at the herbs that were being boiled. After Mo Qingyu responded with a good, Qin Haoqian went out. And Mo Qingyu took advantage of this point in time to come over the simmering herbs. He pulled out an elixir from inside his space. This elixir was given by City Lord Mu Jiming when he came to visit him when he was in Water Fairy City earlier. According to him, this elixir was called the Snow Lotus Elixir. After this elixir is consumed, you can empty your mind and calm your heart. It also restores physical injuries. The class seems to be of heavenly grade. Mo Qingyu placed the elixir inside the furnace where the herbs were simmering. With a thought, he fused the elixir inside with the herbs. Then Mo Qingyu sat quietly on top of the stool as if nothing had happened. It didn't take long for Qin Haoqian to return. When he returned, he glanced at the soup made from the herbs. This was followed by another sniff and a satisfied nod. Mo Qingyu handed the bowl to Qin Haoqian from the side. Qin Haoqian nodded in response and took the bowl handed by Mo Qingyu. Although Qin Haoqian was already over half 100 years old, when he poured out the water inside the herbs, the hand was very steady, without the slightest wobble. pouring the soup inside the herbs into the bowl. Qin Haoqian's hand steadily lifted it up. As he walked, he said, "Wifey, come and drink your medicine." Shu Qianxue, who was outside, responded, "Got it." Shu Qianxue put down the embroidery in her hands, looking at Qin Haoqian, who walked out from inside the kitchen. The smell of the herbs in his hands spread throughout the inside of the room. Qin Haoqian placed the bowl in his hand on top of the table as he took out a candy from inside a can. He placed the candy next to the tonic. Shu Qianxue didn't have much hesitation as she picked up the bowl. One drink, followed by peeling the candy off the top of the table and eating it. Mo Qingyu didn't say anything either, and quietly glanced at the duo from the sidelines, and then thinking that he hadn't gone out to look around, so it was a quick hello to the couple. After greeting him, he called up Tiger Sky, who was sunbathing in the doorway. Together with it, they left inside the home of Mr. and Mrs. Qin Haoqian. One person and one demon came to the top of the street. There is nothing special about the town of Qianu. It's the same as a lot of normal towns. I just don't know what the specialty of the place is anymore. Better yet, what are the best specialties? At the thought of having delicious food, Mo Qingyu's mouth was swirling with empty saliva. The yelling above the street carried all around. The owners inside the store have been promoting their stuff. There were clothes for sale, jewelry, everything, even fortune tellers. Wait, fortune telling? Mo Qingyu glanced back at the stall she had just passed by. He turned around and retraced his steps toward the stall. The fortune teller at that booth was an old man of middle age. The old man's looks were very different from that of an ordinary middle-aged man. The most intuitive is above the temperament. Mo Qingyu was able to tell that this old man's aura should be that of a cultivator. Still not a, well, ordinary monk. One of the most striking things about him is his beard, because he has a very long beard. When the old man saw someone coming to his stall, he stood up in a hurry. A friendly smile hung at the corners of his mouth. Mo Qingyu looked at this fortune teller's sign. Crossword, heaven's calculations are not as good as my calculations. It also says next to both sides, everything counts if you spend money. Mo Qingyu was looking more and more out of place. Her brows furrowed. He had a feeling that the old man was a bit off rocker. He didn't say it out loud, though, but asked in a friendly way, "Old man, are you a fortune teller?" The old man's original smiling expression instantly stopped smiling. He looked at Mo Qingyu with a speechless face. "What do you mean? What's the difference between that and asking me what I do for a living? You're looking for a fight, aren't you?" The old man looked at Mo Qingyu with some disbelief. He rolled up the sleeve in his hand. "Young man, you don't know how to honor the old, do you? Understand the gold of old people." Instead of answering him, Mo Qingyu took out 10 spirit stones from inside her pocket. The old man's attitude changed 180 degrees. "Aya, what are you doing, guest? It is also my fault for being an old and undead person who does not know what you, the guest, want to count. Feel free to say whatever I can count." Before Mo Qingyu could say anything, a man and a woman suddenly appeared. These two men came to the old man's side, and just as soon as they arrived, they started chattering. The old man was also alarmed when he saw the duo's expression. He was just about to make a run for it when he was stopped by one of the duo's hands. The man looked at the old man with a face of nuclear kindness. "Courtier, where do you want to go?" The woman who had stopped the old man looked at him in the same friendly way. "That's right, pavilion master. Do you know how long we've been looking for you?" Upon hearing this, the old man hurriedly and cheerfully said to the two of them, "Gee, I'm just out to have fun. Are you guys in such a hurry and nervous? Ugh, wait, what are you guys doing?" Only to see that these two men, one of whom was holding the old man's arm, were ready to leave. The old man had not forgotten his business. Hey, it's not too late for me to leave after I finish counting this one." The two could only helplessly put the old man down after hearing this. The courtier really is. He has nothing to do all day and runs to different places to tell fortunes every day. The talk is about experiencing mortal life and better helping mortals. In reality, it just didn't want to deal with the tasks inside the celestial pavilion. Always thinking of dumping your hands and being in charge. Chapter 79, Lin Feng, Master of Tianji Pavilion. After the old man was put down, he looked at Mo Qingyu. He was a rainbow fart before he even started telling fortunes. "Aya, guest, I observed the sky at night. You are going to be rich." Instead of poking the old man, Mo Qingyu said cooperatively, "Oh, really?" As soon as the old man heard that, he knew that the other party was hooked. "Ugh, hey, that's..." The old man then continued to ask Mo Qingyu, "By the way, sir, can you tell me your name? In that case, I'll do a little light math to see how your future is probably going to look these next few days." Mo Qingyu heard the other party ask for a name and he smiled. Tiger Heaven, who was following Mo Qingyu, knew that there would be a show in a while. It was now curious to know how the old man reacted when he knew Mo Qingyu's name. "I'm afraid if I say my name, you'll just run away." The old man quickly waved his hand when he heard this. and he stroked his hand over his beard with the look of a tall man. Sir, is it hard for a name to scare me? Just say so. Mo Qingyu, Mo Qingyu. My name is Mo Qingyu. Hearing the name, the old man nodded, and 2 seconds later it was as if he thought of something. Glancing at Mo Qingyu, the old man tensed up in the flesh, and the man and woman behind the old man instantly panicked. Before Mo Qingyu could say anything, the old man and those two directly instantly left the same spot. Mo Qingyu and Tiger Sky. I knew it. Seeing that the trio had slipped away, Mo Qingyu also shook her head and smiled. Come on, Tiger Sky, let's go check out the rest of the place. With that, he turned and headed elsewhere, and the three who had left were currently inside a mountain. The old man put his hand over his heart. There was still a ragged breath coming out of his mouth. So did the other two. Even the look on their faces was still able to see fear. Mud, how did we meet this big guy in a remote town? And the woman who was next to the old man, she confirmed to him in shock. Pavilion Master. If I remember correctly, he's the one from a few years ago. That old man nodded with a serious expression. It turned out that the old man's name was Lin Feng, and he was the Pavilion Master of the Tianji Pavilion, one of the three major underground forces in the Tianyuan continent. As he was the Pavilion Master of Tianji Pavilion, Mo Qingyu's reputation was naturally known. Even he knows information that no one else knows. For example, Mo Qingyu's strength was beyond this world, the kind that tendos can't win by drying out. Before Mo Qingyu killed the people on Xianyuanzhou's side, his old brother did a fortune-telling on Mo Qingyu. As a result, Gang Calculus directly spat blood from the mouth on the spot, and the entire person began to become insane. When he was better in the back, Lin Feng asked his oldest brother what he had seen. At that time, his oldest brother said he saw Mo Qingyu's figure. In a darkness, there was nothing but Mo Qingyu's back. That was all there was to it, and his whole being was instantly sanctioned by heaven when he saw it then. Lin Feng still had palpitations in his heart when he thought about this now. After all, I just saw it in person. Pavilion Master, we want him to hold a grudge. The person who asked was the man who had just framed Lin Feng. This person was a great disciple under Lin Feng. Lin Feng gave the man a comforting look. Don't worry, a big man like that won't hold a grudge against us for that little thing. And, if he did basically us up, we wouldn't be alive now. You guys are unaware that with his strength, it's simply indescribable. Hearing their master teacher say so, those two men and women also nodded in reassurance. Let's go back to the Celestial Pavilion. Lin Feng sighed helplessly. Gee, gotta get back to things again. It's so annoying. Mo Qingyu watched as Lin Feng and the others instantly left before his eyes. He knew the other side was not simple. The Tenji Pavilion? It's not easy, Mo Qingyu muttered silently. As far as he knew, Tianji Pavilion was the most mysterious and the most powerful within the three underground forces of Tianyuan continent. The people inside the Celestial Chance Pavilion mainly count heavenly chances, heavenly destinies, and so on and so forth. In short, a lot of things in the world can be counted. Only people or things that only come out of their category don't count, and they're in the business of fortune telling, which could easily cost them their lives. Mo Qingyu didn't have any thoughts about Lin Feng just now either. Putting what had just happened behind him, he looked above the street to see what delicious ingredients were available by some back inside Qin Haoqian's house. After all, it's someone else's home you're living in. Mo Qingyu first went to buy a bit of good meat and put it inside the bag. Then he took the meat and went back inside Qin Haoqian's house. After returning inside Qin Haoqian's home, at the moment, Qin Haoqian was busy preparing the noon meal. Mo Qingyu walked inside the kitchen and brought out the meat. Qin Haoqian saw Mo Qingyu carrying a piece of fine meat in her hands. He quickly waved his hand and said, "How can this be a good thing?" Mo Qingyu chuckled at this. "It's okay, I'm staying here for a while anyway, so you're welcome, and I've already bought the meat, so I can't return it." Hearing this, Qin Haoqian also had no choice but to nod his head and give up. Then, little brother Mo, you can rest and take a break first. I can still do this little thing of cooking. Mo Qingyu knew Qin Haoqian's stubbornness and didn't continue to stay inside the kitchen. He came outside the house. At this time, Shu Qianxue was sitting outside embroidering embroidery. Mo Qingyu took a small bench and sat next to Zhu Qianxue. "By the way, Dame Zhu, how is your illness?" Hearing Mo Qingyu's concern, Shu Qianxue nodded kindly. "Much better. Thank you for your concern, Ing-chan." Mo Qingyu, you're welcome. Shu Qianxue was a bit puzzled as to why she got better so quickly this time though. It only took one bowl of medicine to get better, and her last cough didn't go away as fast as it did. But his didn't think much of it. Maybe Qin Haoqian had used other herbs to make her get better faster. The two just kept sitting in the doorway. Mo Qingyu's eyes looked bored. He opened the topic and asked Zhu Qianxue, "Mrs. Shu, I want to ask a question." Shu Qianxue stopped the embroidery in her hands and looked up at Mo Qingyu. "I want to know why you and Master Qin don't have a son? I see you guys are in love too. Is it because you don't have any idea of having kids?" Mo Qingyu asked suspiciously. In response to Mo Qingyu's question, Su Shingjo then smiled. She replied wistfully, "It's not that we don't want to have a baby, it's that I can't." Mo Qingyu, can't give birth? Su Shingjo nodded slowly. My physique causes me to be unable to procreate. But the old man married me anyway. I remember her telling me that he married me because he liked me as a person. It's about wanting to spend the rest of my life with me, not about having the next generation. Speaking here, Zhu Qianxue glanced at Qin Haoqian, who was busy inside the kitchen. Although nothing was said on his lips, Mo Qingyu was able to clearly see it, seeing Zhu Qianxue's eyes with love inside. Above this ordinary town, so to speak, for the average person, being unable to have children is likely to be frowned upon by others. Many people get married just to have the next generation. But even so, Qin Haoqian did not abandon Zhu Qianxue because of the world. Chapter 80, The Temple. Just as the two of them were chatting, Qin Haoqian walked out from inside the kitchen. As soon as he came out, he was on all fours with Zhu Qianxue. "Wifey, come and eat. Little brother Mo, you hurry up and come eat as well." Zhu Qianxue slowly stood up and walked over with slow steps. Mo Qingyu wasn't in a hurry either, and had the same pace as Zhu Qianxue. Coming on top of the dining table, Zhu Qianxue gave a puzzled look at her family's old man. Qin Haoqian just wanted to explain that this was brought by Mo Qingyu, but Mo Qingyu said first, "This is what Master Qin bought for you to eat. It's not because I saw that you're not well, so I bought it specially to make it for you to eat." Qin Haoqian glanced at Mo Qingyu in a somewhat dumbfounded manner. Mo Qingyu turned around and gave Qin Haoqian a smile. Qin Haoqian understood what Mo Qingyu was doing, and he also said, "Yes, wifey, I bought this just for you." Zhu Qianxue didn't doubt Qin Haogan's words either, because it's not like Qin Haoqian hasn't done this kind of thing before. She picked up her chopsticks and pinched a piece of meat inside the bowl. One bite down. "Very delicious." Zhu Qianxue complimented to Qin Haoqian. "Old man, your cooking is still so good." Saying that, Zhu Qianxue also chucked a piece of meat to Qin Haoqian. "Here, hurry up and taste it too." Qin Haoqian, I know. Despite the words on his lips, he was smiling very happily on his face. Mo Qingyu was not polite. He picked up his chopsticks and started eating. Tiger Sky is at Mo Qingyu's feet and shakes his leg, signaling that it wants to eat it too. Zhu Qianxue looked at Tiger Sky's cute appearance as she picked up a piece of meat and gave it to Tiger Sky. Tiger Sky gave Zhu Qianxue a smile. "Mo-chan, your pet is so cute." Mo Qingyu just smiled faintly. "It's not bad." When Tiger Sky heard Zhu Qianxue praise him for being cute, he didn't say anything this time. Instead, "Eat your meat quietly." The three of them spent the noon like that. After noon, Qin Haoqian brought Mo Qingyu inside a room. "Little brother Mo, you can stay inside this room during this period of time. I made this room out more before, thinking I might use it someday." Mo Qingyu looked around. This room had a general environment though, but it's neat, not sloppy. "It seems like you clean this house a lot, Master Qin." Qin Haoqian smiled at the matter as he replied, "Sometimes I clean it, sometimes the wifey cleans it." Mo Qingyu nodded. "Fine, I'm not that picky about rooms." "Good, then I won't bother you. Little brother Mo, I'll go out and check on the wife." Mo Qingyu, "Good." Qin Haoqian came inside the living room, and he saw that at this time, Zhu Qianxue was no longer coughing much. Concerned, he asked, "Wifey, is your cough any better?" Hearing his concern, Zhu Qianxue smiled and nodded. "Much better. Old man, your herbs are very powerful this time. I can't feel a bit of discomfort now." Qin Haoqian's expression was a bit puzzled when he heard this. Well, his herbs haven't changed. It's logical to need at least 3 days of tonics to get better. How come this time it's just one drink and it's fine? Maybe it's because Zhu Qianxue's cough isn't as bad as it used to be, and cough just fine. Don't think about it so much. On the other side, Mo Qingyu, who had cleaned up the room, he took Tiger Sky back out again. In the late afternoon, Mo Qingyu walked inside an inn. "Xiao Air, give me a better pot of tea. More peanuts." "Shopkeeper, okay." Mo Qingyu just sat silently on top of the stool, waiting for the tea to be served. Before long, the store assistant brought up a pot of tea. Mo Qingyu took advantage of this time as he asked the shopkeeper, "Junior, what kind of fun places do you have in Qing'an town?" The shopkeeper thought carefully. He suddenly thought of something. "There, guest, you can check out the back door of Qing'an town. There is a temple near the back door." Mo Qingyu, "A temple?" "Yes, a lot of people go there to ask God for a wish. It's rumored to be quite spiritual, and basically everyone in Qing'an town has been to that temple. That temple has also been built for a long time near the town of Kyanggan." The store assistant left after saying that. Instead, Mo Qingyu chanted, "A temple?" He looked again to Tiger Sky, who was at his feet. Tiger Sky looked up at Mo Qingyu. It naturally knew what Mo Qingyu meant. "Tiger Sky, go, master." Mo Qingyu, "Just waiting for your words." Yu stayed at the inn for a while before heading to that temple. He brought Tiger Sky to the back door of Qing'an town. Sure enough, there was a temple. And there were quite a few people. Yu could still see people coming and going inside the temple. Come on, let's go inside, Yu said to Tiger Sky. Tiger Sky also nodded his head, and at Yu's feet, he joined him inside the courtyard of the temple. After entering inside the courtyard, Yu realized that the decoration of the place was very average, not the posh kind. On his right-hand side, Yu could also see a special place for stickers. Yu walked towards that side and looked at the signboard there. The place of wishing. All is possible if the heart is sincere. Yu read out the words of the signboard. The young monk who was inside the courtyard heard the words that Yu read. He looked at Yu after realizing that he was blind. He hurriedly walked up and asked Yu, Master, are you here to make a wish? If you make a wish, you need to worship the idol inside the temple first. Yu knew that this little monk saw that he was blind and wanted to help him. No, I'll see what your temple is like first. Thank you for your help. The little monk had no choice but to stop after hearing this. Scholar, if you need help, you can call out. Yu nodded. The young monk then left and went on to greet other people. Tiger Sky, what do you think of the temple here? Yu asked Tiger Sky. Tiger Sky observed a glance around the courtyard and the temple inside it. I have a feeling that the temple here is not a hoax. Instead, it's a real temple. As for what they say about making a wish, or just simply adding a little bit of chi, Yu agreed with Tiger Sky and observed the people around him. I feel the same way. I've noticed that the people here, they have very good chi, especially blessings. Then, Yu added, I didn't expect to actually come across a good temple above a tiny town. Why is it good? Because Yu had encountered too many so-called temples along the way. The surface is to give people relief. It's actually a scam to get money, or even treasure, etc. Or something like that. Come on, let's go inside the temple and check out that so-called idol. Tiger Sky, good. Chapter 81, The Idol. Yu entered inside the temple, and just after stepping in, she realized that there were still people inside who were praying sincerely. Something was still mumbling inside his mouth. Yu raised her head to look toward the idol in front of her. The idol looks very special, looking like a human but like a Buddha. The divine sense swept through. He then knew where this idol came from. Interesting, Yu said with a smile on her lips. Tiger Sky transmitted his voice to Yu from the side. What's the matter, master? What do you see? Yu nodded her head in response, inwardly silently transmitting her voice to Tiger Sky. This idol was born a long time ago when the aura of heaven and earth briefly changed due to some reason in Qing'an town. And this idol was born as a result. Tiger Sky silently glanced at this idol after hearing this. Although it also didn't quite understand some of it, it sounded like Yu was talking about it as if it was very powerful and advanced. Yu, on the other hand, had been staring intently into the eyes of the idol. No one else knew, but he did. This idol has a soul. It's just that no one else can find out. You are here to worship the idol as well. Monks, next to Yu, an old monk suddenly appeared. Yu didn't shake her head in refusal this time. Instead, he replied sincerely, yes, I also want to worship this idol. As if the idol had heard what Yu had said, he began to move slightly. It was only that no one other than Yu and Tiger Sky had noticed. Tiger Sky looked at the moving idol with some surprise. Master, Yu gave Tiger Sky a shushing gesture. Then he followed the old monk and went to get 3 incense sticks, lit them up and prepared to pay homage to this idol. Before Yu could bow her head in obeisance, inside the idol suddenly appeared a figure out. The silhouette looked like an old man who was over 100 years old. This silhouette could not be seen by anyone other than Yu, only to see this silhouette, very flustered, kneeling next to Yu's feet. Immortal, immortal, just don't play small. If you worship me, I will ascend to heaven on the spot. Yu also smiled wryly on purpose. He certainly knew what would happen to him if he worshipped this idol, but couldn't help it if he played it that way on purpose. I know, but I did it on purpose. Ha ha ha. That silhouette wanted to gather Yu after hearing that, but he couldn't fight, so there was nothing to do but smile. Look at what you're saying, my lord, so don't play the little one. Yu destroyed the joss sticks in her hands. The silhouette saw this, and only then did his hanging slowly let go, but the inner vigilance remained, because the first impression that Yu, this person, gave him was that he was very fond of pranks. The whole thing also has a very strong sense of bad taste. Mud, how could there be strength so strong? It turned out to be such an abstract person. It was the first time in his life that he had ever met one. Well, let's go outside and talk. Yu's mouth opened slightly and said. The figure panicked and nodded in agreement. Tiger Sky, who was at Yu's feet, heard Yu's chant. It knew that only Yu could see the other side, so it didn't say anything, but silently followed Mo Qingyu out of the temple. Leaving the temple, he came outside inside the courtyard. Mo Qingyu looked for a corner with no one on it to sit on top. He looked at the figure beside him. There's no one around. Just show yourself. The silhouette had no choice but to nod his head in agreement upon hearing this. Slowly, the body materialized. Tiger Sky saw the sudden silhouette and it spat. Why an unkempt old man? I thought it was a graceful old man. The figure just laughed even after hearing that. I can't help it. I've lived too long to care about appearances anymore. Mo Qingyu, alright, down to business. What's your name? The figure replied. My name is Chung Hongda. Mo Qingyu silently pronounced the name a few times. How long have you been here? I see that you are also mutated by the aura of heaven and earth, and you can also materialize. So why have you been staying here all this time? Chung Hongda also smiled indifferently. Supreme Immortal. Inside this town I am able to enjoy the incense of many people. Don't have to think about any fighting. Wouldn't it be nice? When Mo Qingyu heard it, it seemed to be saying the same thing. King Hongd he recalls when he was first born. I remember when I was born. This was an ordinary plain. There was no such place as Keen Town. Tiger Heaven asked Chung Hongda. So, you've been alive for a long time? Chung Hongda ran his hand through his beard. Yes, I've been alive for almost 600 years. Mo Qingyu, for the little old man who could still be so active after living for so long. He was rather impressed. I didn't see it coming. You've lived so long and you're still so comfortable with yourself. It's pretty rare, but Chung Hongda smiled happily at his words. That's natural. Now I have someone to remember and am able to enjoy the fragrance of man. Being able to quietly keep the peace for this town. And don't worry about your life being in danger. Although there is one right in front of him that can take him out. And I'm not asking for much. Just to stay here quietly. He was born as something of an accident. It was okay that Tendo didn't come down and remove him himself. So also now it's not asking for anything anymore. Alright, we won't be long. Mo Qingyu got up and prepared to leave the temple with Tiger Sky. Chung Hongda was overjoyed to know that the other party was leaving. The joy on his face couldn't be hidden. Seeing Chung Hongda so happy, Mo Qingyu sent out a fatal question. Are you so glad to see me go? Hearing this question, Chung Hongda knew that if he didn't answer well, it would be a small life. With that, Chung Hongda hurriedly and cheerfully said, No, 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 no. Mo Qingyu did not continue to say anything, because he knew that Chung Hongda was simply because he was from the heart. Tiger Heaven, who was at Mo Qingyu's feet, rolled his eyes. Tiger Sky, just kidding. Knowing your strength, who will not be from the heart in front of you? Oh, except for Kong Sun-yun. Mo Qingyu, after leaving the temple, took Tiger Sky and prepared to go back inside Qin Haoqian's home. It was late in the day at the moment. Come on, Tiger Sky, let's go back to dinner. Hearing the word dinner, Tiger Sky's mouth was also watering. I don't know who you learned that from. All you think about is eating and eating. Tiger Sky, guess who I learned that from? Mo Qingyu, I'm not guessing. Chapter 82, Hongguang Sect. By the time he returned inside Qin Haoqian's house, he had already prepared dinner. He saw that Mo Qingyu had returned and he smiled slightly. Back? Mo Qingyu calmly returned. Aha! After opening the door to the room and entering, Mo Qingyu came above the dining table, grabbed a small stool and sat down. Mo-chan, I have to say you have a real appetite. Shu Qianxue said to Mo Qingyu from the side. Mo Qingyu laughed, his expression smiling as he said, There's no way. Foodies are like that. For someone who enjoys good food, a good meal delicacy is also impossible to resist. So often eat a lot. Shu Qianxue also nodded in agreement as she looked towards Qin Haoqian beside herself. You are not to know that when I was young, the old man was just as good a eater as you are. Qin Haoqian, on the other hand, smiled and waved his hand. Alas, it can no longer be compared to back then. Old, they are long gone now. No matter what they do, when one gets old, one is counting the days to start. Qin Haoqian said flatly. Although Zhu Qianshue's expression could not be seen, Mo Qingyu was able to sense that she had some frustration. Mo Qingyu, on the other hand, said with a calm expression, It's a blessing to be able to grow old with someone you love. Shu Qianxue and Qin Haoqian glanced at each other and both nodded in relief. Yeah, their days are numbered, but in the last days, the one you love can always be by your side. How is that not a blessing? How many people in this world are incapable of having this kind of happiness? Thinking about this, the couple smiled happily. After finishing dinner, Mo Qingyu returned to her room. This was the first night Mo Qingyu had spent here. Nothing special happened. He went to bathe first and dried his body later. By the time the night came, Mo Qingyu had come to the top of the bed. Mo Qingyu called out to Tiger Sky, who was sleeping next to his bed. Tiger Sky, huh? Good night. Well, good night, master. After saying that, Mo Qingyu fell asleep peacefully. On the other side, Qin Haoqian was similarly sleeping peacefully in bed with Xu Qianxue. A good night's sleep. Inside the next few days, Mo Qingyu acted as if it was normal. Just hang out during the day. See what's interesting or get his attention. It was on the 5th day that Mo Qingyu stayed here. Early in the morning, Mo Qingyu was just about to go out. Then he heard Qin Haoqian say to his own little brother, Mo, are you going out? Mo Qingyu nodded. What's wrong? Qin Haoqian explained with some concern. If you go out, little brother Mo, you have to be more careful. Recently, I've inquired about the fact that there will be quite a few cultivators from the great clans that will come here. I've heard others say it's something around the town of Qingan that's attracting these people here. Little brother Mo, although you are also a cultivator, you have to pay attention to them. Mo Qingyu heard what Qin Haogan meant. Qin Haoqian was afraid that he would be targeted by those cultivators. This was because many cultivators regarded mortals as ants and treated human life like grass. Even if it was a cultivator, it was not in the eyes of someone who was arrogant and accustomed to it. Even Mo Qingyu, he was like that. It's just that he doesn't kill people at random. But there are quite a few cultivators who kill people at will. Mo Qingyu knew that the other party was worried about himself, and he gave a reassuring smile. Don't worry, I'll be back in time for lunch. You don't have to worry about me. Master Qin, you'd better take care of Dame Zhu at home. When Qin Haoqian saw Mo Qingyu so relaxed, he didn't continue to say anything. Instead, tell him to be careful. Mo Qingyu left after humming. Come to the top of the street. Mo Qingyu was able to notice that the streets were a little less crowded today than yesterday. Was it because of the cultivators? Mo Qingyu's heart thought so, but these monks had better pray that there is no fur to say anything. Otherwise, direct extinction formula or 9 clans elimination arrangement on. Tiger Sky, what kind of cultivators do you think we'll encounter in a while? Tiger Sky shook his head. I don't know. I would have thought it best not to recognize me. The corner of Mo Qingyu's mouth suddenly lifted up silently. Tiger Sky, let's just say that with your reputation, there are a few cultivators who don't recognize you. Mo Qingyu, also oh. As the two were chatting, they suddenly saw 2 people appear in front of them. Mo Qingyu took a closer look. These 2 were bright and shiny and wearing the same clothes. The temperament was extraordinary, and one could tell at a glance that he was a cultivator. The 2 cultivators directly opposite Mo Qingyu also saw Mo Qingyu. The 2 just looked at Mo Qingyu for 5 seconds. For only 5 short seconds, the duo looked like they were facing a major enemy. There wasn't a second's hesitation to just bolt. Across from her, Mo Qingyu deflated her mouth. Do I look like I want to eat people? Running so fast. Tiger Sky was happily poking fun at Mo Qingyu. Master, you don't look at your reputation. It's spread all over the country now, not to mention the divine continent. I don't think a few other continents would not be unafraid to see you. Mo Qingyu spread her hands. I don't really care. After all, it's the only way the group will know to show me some respect. And the 2 cultivators who escaped had faces as hard as if they had eaten. Because Mo Qingyu didn't know them, but they knew Mo Qingyu ah. The 2 of them were from the Rainbow Light sect, and they had seen Mo Qingyu during the sect competition before. Marred. What bad luck. How could I bump into this great Buddha here? I think we'd better go back and tell the clan not to come here to Qingan town. After all, this great Buddha is here. It'll have to do. The 2 had just finished speaking when a figure suddenly appeared on their faces. What is the purpose of your visit here? Give me the details. Those 2 saw the silhouette's appearance, and their entire body went limp and sat on the ground. Because the person who came was none other than Mo Qingyu. The 2 saw Mo Qingyu's interested look, and his face looked very pale, because telling Mo Qingyu would be the same as the thing they wanted was gone. If you don't tell the bar, oh, life is definitely gone. Mo Qingyu looked at the 2 of them with a panicked look on their faces. He hurriedly comforted them. Don't panic. I'm not going to do anything. I'm just going to ask. The 2 knew they only had to speak up now. That big guy, we're actually from the Rainbow Light sect. Mo Qingyu nodded, signaling him to continue. We're here because there's a demonic beast here, and this demonic beast is a very rare 7-colored deer. Mo Qingyu noticed the key words. A 7-colored deer? What's that? The 2 also slowly explained to Mo Qingyu. The 7-colored deer, a very rare demonic beast. It is different from ordinary demonic beasts. Its inner elixir is capable of coming to forge weapons, and the weapons forged are of the lower Xian rank. Oh, Xian class weapons. No wonder So heard that it would be very much more than a big clan to come. Mo Qingyu's heart silently thought. Chapter 83, The 7-Colored Deer. Did the Rainbow Light sect only send the 2 of you? Mo Qingyu asked. The 2 men shook their heads. We're just here on a scouting mission. Yeah, we're in charge of scouting. The real hordes that are coming are still behind us. They might be coming over in a little while. Yu nodded when she heard this. Seeing Yu's satisfied look, the duo asked cautiously, "So, Biggie, can we go now?" "Yeah, can we go now?" Yu waved her hand to let them leave. Without a moment's hesitation, the two left directly for the duo, but a little hesitation at this point is not wanting to get killed. "Tiger Sky, let's go around and see where this seven-colored deer is," Yu said. Tiger Sky nodded, and to be honest it also wanted to see the seven-colored deer, because the seven-colored deer it had only heard of. It had not really seen it yet. Yu's divine sense opened up and swept through a 10-mile radius. "Found it." Yu spoke in a short and shallow manner before bringing Tiger Sky along with him to instantly move to the vicinity of the location of the seven-colored deer. At this moment, Yu was in the mountains near Qingan town. Inside the forest, Yu watched as the seven-colored deer was drinking from a lake. "Is this the seven-colored deer? It's pretty long." Yu stared at the seven-colored deer. "Just see, the colorful deer is about the same length as a normal deer, but the whole body is colorful and emits light." Tiger Sky was also silently staring at the seven-colored deer. "I have to say that the colorful deer looks really aesthetically pleasing, like a dream." "Come on, let's go up to the exchange and see," Yu said. With that, he and Tiger Sky came to the side of the seven-colored deer together. The seven-colored deer looked at the sudden appearance of the human. The gusts of breath he began to emit. The eyes appear bluish-white. It bowed its head slightly, with a wary look inside its eyes. Obviously, it was very wary of the sudden appearance of humans. "Human, are you here to capture me too?" Hearing the seven-colored deer's words, Yu shook her head. "I have no need to arrest you, for you have nothing to gain from me." The seven-colored deer still didn't feel relieved to be on guard, but kept a close eye on Yu. This human felt different to it. It looked ordinary, but every time it stared into Yu's eyes, it felt a strong wave of fear. Yu touched the Tiger Sky beside him and said to the seven-colored deer, "I'm just saying that because I haven't seen a seven-colored deer before." When the seven-colored deer saw that Tiger Sky was so docile towards Yu, the alarm bells within it slowly let go, because it was very much aware that most of the demonic beasts would only submit to demonic beasts, and very few demonic beasts would choose to submit to humans. "You, very different," the seven-colored deer spoke slowly. Instead, Yu hemmed and hawed. "That's natural. He, Yu, had to be different from the others." The seven-colored deer looked towards Tiger Sky as it asked, "What's your name?" "Tiger Sky, my name is Tiger Sky." The seven-colored deer sniffed without continuing to say anything. Instead, he raised his upper body slightly, followed by his feet gently stepping on the ground. The surroundings are affected. What had been a wilted flower instantly became vibrant. All the yellow soil around them instantly grew with flowers and trees. Most importantly, it changed the surrounding aura thickness and chi. Tiger Sky was amazed to feel the changes around him. It loudly asked the colorful deer, "How did you do this?" Tiger Sky's tone carried an intense curiosity and shock within it. The strength of the seven-colored deer wasn't strong, only at the first level of the Jade Balance realm, but it could do a lot of things that even the Heavenly Power Mirror couldn't do. The colorful deer just replied flatly, "I don't know. All I know is that I was born to do this." Yu came to the front of the seven-colored deer, and at this time, the seven-colored deer had put down a lot of vigilance towards Yu. "That said, there aren't many of your seven-colored deer clan left, are there?" The seven-colored deer sniffed and nodded slightly. Because of being hunted by humans, their clan has become very small. It looked a little angry at the thought. Yu watched silently from the sidelines, and he didn't react much, because he knows that this is the world of the weak and the strong. No matter how pathetic and pitiful you are, as long as you're weak, you'll never be able to say anything. This is the world where the strong rule. Why do you submit to him? The seven-colored deer asked Tiger Sky. Tiger Sky replied with a smile, "For no particular reason, just because the owner is special, and it is because of the master that I am where I am today." The seven-colored deer also froze for a moment upon hearing this. The human in front of it always did things that were beyond its thinking. First, he was not interested in it, and he made the demonic beast submit to himself. "Is this your injury?" Tiger Sky came to Yu's flank and saw the wound of the seven-colored deer. The colorful deer looked to a trail behind himself. Yu also came to the side of the seven-colored deer, and sure enough, there was a trace here. The colorful deer explains the origin of this wound. "This was given to me by a human when I was running away. I don't know what he used, and I find I can't recover from this injury." Tiger Sky looked at the scar. It could feel the toxin still lingering on it, only to see that Yu did not know what was being recited by you inside her mouth, and this injury was restored. The seven-colored deer looked at Yu with some surprise. "I didn't realize this human was so powerful. Why are you helping me?" Upon hearing the seven-colored deer's inquiry, Yu only smiled faintly, "Because we're meant to be, that's all." Hearing this, the look on the seven-colored deer's face suddenly smiled. "You, a human, are really interesting, the most special human I've ever met. Yu arched his hand. Thank you for the compliment. Tiger Sky looked at his master helplessly. So what are you doing now? Tiger Sky asked. The colorful deer nodded. I'm purifying my surroundings. Because we're special, purifying around ourselves can also improve our strength. Ready to leave when the purification is done. Yu didn't say anything either, but took Tiger Sky and prepared to leave. Okay then, I'll see you around then. For the matter of the 7-colored deer, Yu helping her recover her wounds was already considered okay. As for the rest, it had nothing to do with him. Yu had just taken no more than 2 steps when the 7-colored deer asked him, Human, what is your name? Yu, my name is Yu. I remember. The 7-colored deer nodded, remembering the name. It didn't know what was so special about Yu's name, because it lives in the wild all year round. It has no fixed place, not to mention having to hide from the humans. Chapter 84, Goodbye to Lin Yuro. After leaving the forest, Yu re-entered Qing'an town. It was almost noon and he had to get back for dinner. Back inside Qin Haoqian's home, Yu had eaten this noon meal. While eating, Qin Haoqian asked Yu, Little brother Mo, have you run into any cultivators? Yu nodded and replied, bumped into it. Only they didn't pay much attention and left. Tiger 10, it's not. It's running fast. Tiger Sky thought silently from the side. Qin Haoqian also nodded silently once he heard this. Master Qin, you and Dame Ju shouldn't go out for the next 2 days if there's nothing going on, because there are still monks coming. Qin Haoqian nodded his head slightly as he heard this. Thank you for the reminder. Little brother Mo. Shu Qianxue also nodded her head and said, Don't worry junior brother Mo. Both of us usually don't go out if we're fine. After all, we're getting old. Yu, alright, then I'll go out first. The couple responded, and then they continued to eat slowly. This time, Yu did not bring Tiger Sky with her. Tiger Sky said he wanted to go play with the 7-colored deer again. Maybe it's out of curiosity and something else. After all, the 7-colored deer itself was unattainable. It was a rare encounter, and Tiger Sky wanted to go over and play with it. By the way, it cut a deal. It wanted to see how strong the 7-colored deer really was. And when Yu was on top of the street, she suddenly saw a familiar person inside an inn. What? They went back? Why? The person who asked was naturally the Rainbow Light Sect's holy daughter, Lin Yuro. Lin Yuro was currently using a talking stone to talk to the inner sanctum of the sect. She was accompanied by 3 others. These are her senior brothers and sisters. Just now the Rainbow Light Sect sent out a message that the prying people had suddenly left before they could find out anything. At the moment she is asking why. But before that side could reply, Yu was already standing in front of her table. Panic was visible to the naked eye on Lin Yuro's face. It wasn't just her. The few people traveling with Lin Yuro also had the same panic look, but they remained quiet on top of their stools. It only became unusually quiet. No one spoke. Only a voice came from Lin Yuro's talking stone. Holy maiden, hurry up. That big brother Mo, he's above this town. Hurry up and leave the 7-colored deer alone. Lin Yuro was smiling on her face, but inside she was MMP. Damn you. It's too late for that. Yu came to her without much expression. Yo, long time no see. Lin Yuro was just about to get up when she was pressed back by Yu's air pressure. Don't be so loud. There are other people here. It won't be good to scare the others away then. Lin Yuro hurriedly nodded her head, her tone carrying endless panic within it. Elder, are you up to something? Yu came and sat down across from Lin Yuro. There's nothing going on. I just happened to be living here at this time. Hearing that there was nothing going on, Lin Yuro didn't want to stay here for a second. Then, Elder, can we leave now? Lin Yuro said in a very careful tone. Are you kidding? If you don't watch what you say to the person in front of you, the devil knows that one day it will give out. Yu knew that the other party was afraid of him and didn't continue to block him. Be my guest. After saying that, Lin Yuro brought a few senior brothers with her. Leaving, Yu still remembered that when she left, she was overly nervous, and fell a little. It wasn't just Lin Yuro, but several of her senior sisters and brothers as well. Ugh, these days. That said, that brat Tiger Sky doesn't know what he's doing. Out of the blue, he told me he was going to run off and play with the 7-colored deer. Forget it, this kid has also been around me for a long time and is new to new things. At this moment, the sweat on Lin Yuro's face, who had left Qing'an town, was still dripping down. The few people traveling with Lin Yuro were similarly stunned. Holy, why is this big guy here too? Yeah, it's been a couple years since I've seen the big guy just last. Lin Yuro knew the uneasiness of her junior siblings. She opened her mouth to comfort the several people. Don't worry, as long as we haven't angered Senior, Senior won't make a move against us. That being said, it's time to be afraid. When we go back in a while, we'll hurriedly report the news of Senior's presence here to the clan. so that the clan's people will stay away from this area. Never, never, never let them come over. Otherwise, if anyone angers Senior, our Rainbow Light sect will prepare to be slaughtered. A few people also nodded in panic at the news. After resting for a few moments, Lin Yuro brought a few people back to the sect together. That said, how does your body manage to glow? Tiger Sky asked from beside the seven-colored deer. At this moment, Tiger Sky was also no longer a pet under Mo Qingyu's feet. It will grow in size and become the same size as a seven-colored deer. The seven-colored deer just shook its head at Tiger Sky's question. I cannot answer that question of yours, for the body of our clan glows as much as it breathes. It's not going to be very deliberate to glow for the sake of glowing. The whole thing is very natural. Tiger Sky circled around the body of the seven-colored deer. It's truly magical. The seven-colored deer only smiled slightly at Tiger Sky's surprise. The existence of my clan is special in itself. On the contrary, I have a feeling that your master should not be simple. At this time, the seven-colored deer was not wary of Tiger Sky, because Tiger Sky is always blowing up around it like a little kid. It is still a favorite for this kind of blowout. At the words of the seven-colored deer, Tiger Sky said proudly, "That's for sure. My master can do things that no one in this world can do." Colorful deer, like what? Tiger Sky hemmed and hawed, pointing a finger at the sky. For example, the heavenly Tao of the Tian Yuan continent has been rubbed by my master. The seven-colored deer didn't believe what Tiger Sky said when he heard it. It did not believe that anyone could beat Tendo. Alright, master who knows how much you like it. Come on, I'll take you to experience something else. Tiger Heaven knew that the seven-colored deer didn't believe it, but it didn't continue. Believing or not believing itself is up to you. The seven-colored deer stepped out with both feet, and Tiger Sky and the seven-colored deer rode the rainbow together to the sky above. Wowza, there's a rainbow at my feet. The seven-colored deer didn't say much about Tiger Sky's surprise, but just continued to remind it. Don't worry, there's more. Only the antlers above the head of the seven-colored deer began to emit a shimmering light. The light began to emanate into the air a little bit. Tiger Sky could clearly feel the changes in the surrounding aura. What a thick aura. The colorful deer's tone held a bit of camaraderie. It's cozy, isn't it? Tiger Sky was immersed in a wrap of aura. It felt its entire body warm and the whole tiger relaxed. It was like when he was in the hot springs with Mo Qingyu and Jiang Xingyuan. Only this one is even better than the spa. Chapter 85, Tiger Sky's Breakthrough. Just as Tiger Sky was enjoying the thick aura on his body, interrupted by the sudden crowd. Is this the seven-colored deer? That said, how come Lin Yuro hasn't arrived yet? The person who spoke was none other than Lu Xiaoran. Lu Xiaoran asked the person beside him. Did no one from the Rainbow Light sect come? The woman beside Lu Xiaoran shook her head. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoran was a bit puzzled. Hadn't they agreed to round up the seven-colored deer together? Where are the people? Lin Yuro, you'll find out later. It wasn't just Lu Xiaoran who was here. The Vermilion sect was here. Not only their two major clans, but also a lot of cultivators in a few miles around. Some of them were casual cultivators, and some of them were from one of the big families. Apparently their co-workers had gathered here to talk it over. The colorful deer looked down from the sky at the underground crowd. Humans, get the hell out of here. Otherwise, kill without pardon. But there was no touch at the bottom. Apparently the seven-colored deer had still underestimated its own temptation. His words were not at all enough to make the people underneath leave. Tiger Sky also opened his eyes when he heard the sound of the seven-colored deer. His divine sense swept through. Why have so many people suddenly gathered? When he dared to finish speaking, Tiger Sky looked at the seven-colored deer beside him. Seeing its look, Tiger Sky also reacted. The seven-colored deer secretly transmitted a voice to Tiger Sky. I'll cover for you in a moment. You hurry up and leave. You don't have to worry about me. I'll be able to escape from this group. Tiger Sky shook his head. He had just realized that there were already people from the Heavenly Power Mirror inside the forest. It just didn't show up, probably waiting for a sneak attack. Don't worry, we'll be fine. Tiger Sky gave the seven-colored deer a reassuring look. The seven-colored deer didn't understand what Tiger Sky meant. It could sense that there were very strong people inside the surrounding forest. Tiger Sky's strength is not enough to fight through. It was true that Tiger Sky couldn't be beaten, but who made it a hard background? It served as Mo Qingyu's lapdog. No, it's a mount. Then surely he couldn't lose Mo Qingyu's face. However, Tiger Sky did not intend to reveal his identity in such a hurry. Instead, they want to have a good fight. Because in Mo Qingyu have been traveling. It hadn't moved in a long time. The last time I did it was with my own father. Seven-colored deer, do you trust me? Tiger Sky asked. The seven-colored deer only smiled faintly at this. Why talk about unbelief at a time like this? Just say it. Tiger Sky nodded. I'll go down and with them in a bit. You just need to be careful not to get sneaked up on by that group. For the seven-colored deer, Tiger Sky was kind to it. More than that, Tiger Sky was curious about the seven-colored deer. It didn't want the seven-colored deer to die here just like that. Okay, I'm on. After Tiger Sky finished speaking, his figure became immense. The crowd at the bottom instantly became wary when they saw Tiger Sky's sudden appearance. With Tiger Sky's roar, the aura of the 9th level of the Jade Balance Realm emanated out. The faces of the few Heaven's Right mirrors who were ambushing around the forest also changed when they saw the scene. They also didn't expect that there was actually a Jade Balance Realm 9th level Great Demon beside this 7-colored deer. All the people at the bottom were nonplussed. Retreat quickly. Let the elders come. This is not something we can get involved in. The people at the bottom pulled back. Only Lu Xiaoran was the only one who noticed a hint of something wrong. Why does this tiger look a bit familiar? This is because Tiger Sky carries a bit of a change in appearance with its size. That's why Lu Xiaoran didn't recognize it at first. When she had watched it closely, her face turned pale. Mud horse, isn't this the mount of the seniors? Doesn't that mean Elder is also in this neighborhood? She still remembered when she and Mo Qingyu left at the temple. At that time, the appearance of the senior's mount was similar to this tiger in front of her. Although there was a slight change in appearance, Lu Xiaoran still recognized it. She hurriedly transmitted her voice to the elders inside the forest. The elders inside received it and the whole thing went bad. Xiaoran, why didn't you say so earlier? Hearing the elders' transmission, Lu Xiaoran was also helpless, because she didn't know. She didn't know that Elder and Elder's mount were here either. Lu Xiaoran shouted to the crowd beside him. Listen up. This mission is cancelled. All retreat back to the clan. Some of the people from the Qingyan sect looked at Lu Xiaoran with some confusion when they heard that. I'll explain it to you guys when we get back to the clan. The disciples of the Vermilion sect just laughed when they saw that the people of the Qingyan sect had retreated. A single Jade Balance realm gave way to a frightening retreat. How hilarious. That's right, our elders are still here. So what are we afraid of? The only 2 heavenly power mirrors that were inside the forest also came out. One was an elder from the Voodoo sect and the other was an elder from the Clear Wind Pavilion. What's going on with the Green Cloud sect people? I don't know. Forget it, don't bother with him. I'll go and finish off this demonic beast. You go and find a way to capture the 7-colored deer alive. Good. After that, both of them acted. Tiger Sky looked at the incoming people, and its battle spirit burst out. Come on. Hearing Tiger Sky's wording, the elder of the Clear Wind Pavilion snorted coldly. Big talk, a mere 9th level of the Jade Balance realm, not knowing the heights of heaven, suffer death. As the words fell, one person and one demon began to attack each other back and forth in the air. At first Tiger Sky was a complete underdog, but as the number of exchanges increased, Tiger Sky's disadvantage was no longer so obvious. The Qingfeng Pavilion's elders knew at a glance that something wasn't quite right. The demonic beast in front of him was no ordinary demonic beast. Potential is still Jade Balance realm no matter what. Suffer death. Afterwards, the Qingfeng Pavilion elder sent out a strike with all his might. Tiger Sky didn't retreat in the slightest either, and met him with all his might. Just as these 2 forces crashed up against each other, Tiger Sky's body began to change. The thick aura it had previously absorbed around the 7-colored deer began to change. Tiger Sky's entire body was wrapped in a light. A pillar of light soared into the sky. When the elder of the Qingfeng Pavilion took a look, his entire body froze, because Tiger Sky broke through. To actually break through to the heavenly power mirror in the middle of a battle. What kind of talent is this? The point was that he hadn't been able to step forward to block it, and as soon as he did he felt a strong pressure. Seeing that Tiger Sky's breakthrough was imminent, this elder of the Qingfeng Pavilion was not the least bit flustered. I'd like to see how you're going to get through the heavenly tribulation in a while, with my interference. However, when Tiger Sky succeeded in his breakthrough, there were still no black clouds in the sky, still blue skies. How is this possible? The elder of the Clear Wind Pavilion looked at the sky with an unbelievable expression. This was the first time in his life that he had seen a breakthrough in battle while not having to cross the tribulation. Is this something that can happen? Tendo, don't look at me. If I send down a thundercloud, I'll get another beating. Chapter 86, The Pretentious Tiger Sky. At this moment, Mo Qingyu, who was in Qinggan town, glanced at the sky. His mouth smirked. Tendo, you're lucky this time. I won't beat you. After all, Mo Qingyu, am also a very polite person. Tendo, I almost did. After Tiger Sky broke through, he didn't hesitate to directly attack the 7-colored deer with a slap. Although it was only at the first level of the heavenly power mirror, it was no ordinary demonic beast. To be able to follow beside Mo Qingyu was destined to be anything but ordinary. After the elder of the Vermilion sect was slapped away, the rest of the Vermilion sect sucked in a breath of cool air upon seeing it. He himself was only at the 2nd level of the heavenly power mirror. It couldn't be compared to Tiger Sky, a demonic beast. Not to mention that Tiger Sky wasn't an ordinary demonic beast. Do you really think you can help the 7-colored deer escape? I've just informed the pavilion master. He'll send more people in a while. I'll see what you'll do then. The elder of the Clear Wind Pavilion said as such. The 7-colored deer came to Tiger Sky's side. Tiger Sky, what should we do now? The seven-colored deer itself was able to escape for this situation, but it felt that Tiger Sky shouldn't be able to escape. Tiger Sky, on the other hand, had a relaxed look on its face as it came to descend from the sky. Seven-colored deer, you'll see today what it means to come out and have a background. The seven-colored deer didn't understand what Tiger Sky meant, but looking at its expression that was so composed, it followed it to the ground. If you call for someone, I'll call for someone, and I'll call for my master. The two elders from the Qingfeng Pavilion and the Vermilion sect looked like they had heard something extraordinary. Both of them frowned as a demonic beast this strong recognized its master. It's not a simple owner. What is your master's name? The elder of the Vermilion sect asked Tiger Sky. Tiger Sky replied calmly, Ink, Clear Jade. The moment this name came out, the faces of the duo in the air instantly looked bad, especially the elders of the Voodoo sect. Suddenly, the elder of the Vermilion sect remembered that the Qingyun sect had just suddenly left. The sudden retreat of the Green Cloud sect could not be due to. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong, and only now did he understand why the Qingyun sect ran so fast at that time. Mud, these old sixes, don't warn them too much. Cam, the seven-colored deer saw that everyone around him had stopped attacking, and his eyes held a note of surprise within them. Tiger Sky, is he really that powerful? Tiger Sky, on the other hand, smiled faintly as it glanced at the sky with its eyes. Seven-colored deer, you should know that the lightning tribulation of the Jade Balance realm breaking through to the heavenly power mirror is ferocious and incomparable. But, now do you see a thunder cloud? Why would there be none? Now you should understand. The seven-colored deer also remembered what Tiger Sky had said before at this time. Mo Qingyu was stronger than anyone in this world, even stronger than the heavenly Tao. Now it seemed that what Tiger Sky had said was true. The crowds at the bottom, they were either leaving or not leaving. Let's go. What if Senior blames it on us? If you don't go, what if Tiger Sky finds Mo Qingyu to complain later? It can be said that the crowds underneath were not given a choice at all. The rights are only in the hands of Mo Qingyu. The Vermilion Sect's elder and the Clear Wind Pavilion's elder only wanted to minimize the possibility of turning things into nothing right now. First, the elder of the Vermilion Sect came before Tiger Sky, followed by a 90-degree bow. My lord, it's our bad. This is my mistake. If it's possible, please don't involve Elder Mo in the Vermilion Sect. The elder from the Clear Wind Pavilion similarly came in front of Tiger Sky and said the same thing as the one from the Vermilion Sect, doing the same thing. It's all very respectful. Seeing the attitude of these two, Tiger Sky also laughed quietly. Gee, here's a chance to pretend. Listen to me, you guys, this time, I can just let it go. After all, you don't know who my master is. When the duo from the Vermilion Sect and I Clear Wind Pavilion heard this, their expressions became slightly more relaxed. Thank you, my lord, for not killing me. The two said in unison. Tiger Sky nodded in satisfaction. It had to be said that it somewhat understood Mo Qingyu now. I used to always watch him play hard to get, and I was obviously able to fix it a long time ago, but in favor of showing off a little bit. It wasn't very comprehensible at that time. Now it seems like why it's doing it has to, because it's really cool. Even if a Tiger Sky did something wrong, it could just as easily ask the opposite side to apologize. This is the capital that comes from strength. The opposite side should not only be mute and have something to say. Instead, you have to respectfully apologize. It really does feel like one word. Cool. The seven-colored deer only slightly shook its head and smiled at Tiger Sky's behavior. It watched the rapid retreat of the crowd below. Well, now that they're gone too, let's get on with it. Tiger Sky replied with a grin. Yeah. Just as Tiger Sky's words fell, it was kicked out by the figure that suddenly appeared. The seven-colored deer looked at the silhouette that appeared. This silhouette was none other than Mo Qingyu. Tiger Sky's mouth was still cursing whoever kicked him after he was kicked off. When it slowed down, it fixed its eyes. After realizing that it was Mo Qingyu, he coughed with a somewhat awkward expression. Mo Qingyu walked to Tiger Sky's front as he said with a kind face, Tiger Sky, you've used my name to mess around, haven't you? Tiger Sky interrupted Mo Qingyu at this point in time. Hey, I'm not messing around. I call this justice execution, and have the background of your master that of course is to be used to use it. After saying that, Tiger Sky came to Mo Qingyu's side and circled around him. The expression was still excited as he recalled the scene he had just witnessed. Master, you don't know how powerful I was just now. Just a simple sentence scared them off. And I have to say, pretending is really cool. Mo Qingyu looked at Tiger Sky's face of attentiveness, and he pushed its tiger head that was rubbing up against him with some disdain. Okay, don't rub it in. The seven-colored deer was quietly looking at the scene of the two of them fighting from the side. It did find it quite rare. It was the first time it had seen such a scene. In the past, people and demonic beasts usually only had you to die for. Only a very small number of people were in a cooperative relationship with demonic beasts. Even more so, It was one of the few that was able to make demonic beasts submit themselves. It had to be said that this person, Mo Qingyu, was truly amazing. In the eyes of the seven-colored deer, Mo Qingyu's strength had clearly been so powerful that the heavenly Tao couldn't even it up. As a result, he himself has done nothing personally. Instead, he looked like an ordinary person, wearing clothes and an aura that didn't look like an immortal. What's wrong? Keep looking at me. Do I have something on my face? Mo Qingyu asked to the seven-colored deer while he touched his face with his hand. The seven-colored deer, on the other hand, said with the respect it should have, I just think you're special. Mo Qingyu proudly gave a thumbs up. That's for sure. I am who I am. A different kind of firework. Chapter 87, Return to Qing'an Town. Well, my surroundings are pretty much cleansed, so in a little while I'm going to leave. The seven-colored deer said to Mo Qingyu and Tiger Sky. Mo Qingyu also nodded her head with a flat expression. Alright, then we'll leave first. It's also almost dark. We still have to go back for dinner. At the end of Tiger Sky's departure, it said to the seven-colored deer, see you around. The colorful deer's god smiled. Well, I'll see you around. After the words fell, Mo Qingyu and Tiger Sky disappeared in front of it. At this time, Mo Qingyu had already returned inside Qin Haoqian's home. Come back and get ready to eat. My meal is ready. Mo Qingyu didn't say anything and nodded her head to sit down. The top of your hand goes on top of the dining room table. What is this? Qin Haoqian asked. Mo Qingyu opened the outside box. This is the roast duck I sell outside. I heard this roast duck was good, so I bought some, but there's a little too much to buy, so I'll ask you to eat with me. Qin Haoqian knew what Mo Qingyu meant, and he just nodded and smiled. Thank you, Mo-chan. Mo Qingyu replied with a smile on her face. You're welcome. Let's eat. Qin Haoqian replied with a good, calling out Zhu Qianxue who was still inside the bedroom. Zhu Qianxue slowly came out from inside the bedroom. AI, little brother Mo. He's getting older and his legs are a bit bad. Mo Qingyu, on the other hand, shook her head to indicate that she was fine. Qin Haoqian also made a bowl unique to Tiger Sky. Its bowl is filled with meat. Qin Haoqian's expression carried a little smile. This was made for you. Tiger Sky also nodded in appreciation. Zhu Qianxue looked at Tiger Sky's well-behaved face, and she also went up to touch it. Tiger Sky didn't resist this, but calmly let Zhu Qianxue caress him. For Zhu Qianxue and Qin Haoqian, Tiger Sky was still quite kind to them, so there was no refusal of their touch. Well, let's eat. After dinner if you want to touch it, Mo Qingyu said to the duo. The two nodded in response and picked up their respective chopsticks to eat. Mo Qingyu realized that each of their meals was eaten calmly. There wouldn't be a lot of talking, unless there was something important that the duo might talk about. But after dinner, the two chatted as often as usual. Mo Qingyu asked about this query as well. The answer Qin Haoqian gave was that they didn't like to talk over dinner, just want to be quiet and enjoy the moment of eating. It's good to be quiet. After eating, Mo Qingyu brought Tiger Sky back inside his room to rest. Good night, both of you. Qin Haoqian and Zhu Qianxue also nodded their heads in response. Good night little brother Mo. After returning to her room, Mo Qingyu did not choose to do anything else. Instead, he lay calmly in bed. Sleep peacefully. That's it. A good night's sleep. Early the next morning, Mo Qingyu got up from her sleep. He stretched and yawned. It's a new day. After saying that, he slapped Tiger Sky, who was still sleeping beside him. Awake. Hey, don't sleep. Get up. Tiger Sky was also slapped awake by Mo Qingyu. Tiger Sky stretched out his own palm and stretched lazily. After Mo Qingyu cleaned up her clothes and attire, he opened the door and came outside. At this moment, Qin Haoqian had already gotten up. So early, Master Qin. Qin Haoqian smiled slightly and said, go out early and buy some good food. Mo Qingyu, I'm ready to go out as well. You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Go and have breakfast with me. After a short period of time together, Qin Haoqian probably understood Mo Qingyu's character. He didn't refuse and promised Mo Qingyu. The two then headed up the street together. Mo Qingyu first brought Qin Haoqian to a noodle shop. This was a noodle shop that Mo Qingyu had discovered after wandering around Qing'an town for a few days. Delicious and affordable. Walking inside the noodle shop, Mo Qingyu shouted towards the boss inside. Boss, 3 bowls of beef noodles and 1 bowl packed. Boss, okay, customer, you first sit down. Noodles will be here in a minute. The two of them, Mo Qingyu and Qin Haoqian, found a table and sat down. Sit down and take advantage of the noodles before they are served. Mo Qingyu opened up the topic as he asked Qin Haoqian. Say, Master Qin, when did you meet Dame Zhu? Qin Haoqian recalled the past as he replied. I remember very clearly that I was 18 and she was 17. Mo Qingyu, do you remember how you met? Qin Haoqian smiled with a wistful expression. That's for sure. I've never forgotten it. After saying that, Qin Haoqian began to recall the scene when he and Zhu Qianxue met. I remember the time when I studied medicine with my father. On a certain day, a clean little girl came to the little medical clinic run by my father and said she was getting medicine for her own mother. I didn't really feel anything for her back then because she came to the healer's office a lot and my father was often away on business, so I was the one who got her all the medicine, and that's how we slowly got acquainted, and slowly I fell in love with her back there, fell in love with this ordinary looking, yet gentle, opinionated little girl. When Emo-Qingyu heard this, he asked Qin Haoqian, "What about Dame Zhu? Do you know why she likes you?" Qin Haoqian slowly nodded his head as he recalled that year. She liked me because I was different from others at that time, when men always thought of 3 wives and 4 concubines, and I didn't want any of that, and my unique character made my wifey start to slowly get to know me and reach out to me. As we talked more and more and became more familiar with each other and had more and more contact, she grew to like me. After he finished speaking, Qin Haoqian sighed nostalgically as he said, "I've been able to get to this point in my life with my wife, and I think we're blessed and lucky. If there is a next life, I want to be with my wife." Qin Haoqian could feel that there was not much time left between the couple. He's not as fit as he used to be. It's getting worse every year. Emo-Qingyu didn't say anything to Qin Haogansai. Inside, "I don't know what I'm thinking. Sir, your noodles are here." The store assistant brought 2 bowls of noodles to the duo. Looking at the steaming noodles, Emo-Qingyu smiled and urged Qin Haoqian, "Master Qin, hurry up and eat. The noodles won't taste good if they're lumpy." Qin Haoqian's eyes also carried gratitude within them. "Yes, thank you little brother Mo." The duo then started eating this delicious bowl of beef noodles like this. Outside, the people above the street were getting more and more crowded as time went on. It's starting to get a little noisy too, but the duo inside the noodle shop acted as if they didn't hear the noise. The 2 of them were still quietly eating the beef noodles in their hands. Chapter 88, Goodbye Su Shingjo. After finishing the noodles, Emo-Qingyu took the other packed beef noodles. "Master Qin, I'll take this beef noodle first and send it back to Dame Zhu." Qin Haoqian, "Okay, then I'll go buy food." After the 2 of them said goodbye, Emo-Qingyu carried beef noodles in her hand. Back inside Qin Haoqian's home, Emo-Qingyu came to Zhu Qianxue's bedroom door. He knocked on the door of the room. "Dame Zhu, get up for breakfast." After a while, Zhu Qianxue walked out from inside the bedroom. Emo-Qingyu placed the beef noodles inside her hand on top of the dining table. He smiled and said to Zhu Qianxue, "Dame Zhu, this is the breakfast I bought for you. Eat it while it's hot." Dame Zhu looked at Emo-Qingyu with a thankful face. "Then I would like to thank little brother Mo here." Emo-Qingyu waved her hand. "It's fine, you eat first. I'm still going out." Zhu Qianxue also did not refuse. After all, the noodles have been bought back. Her pace was a little slow as she made her way to the top of the table, slowly sat on the stool, holding chopsticks. He ate the beef noodles unhurriedly. Emo-Qingyu smiled slightly upon seeing this, then went inside the room to wake up Tiger Sky. After waking up, he took Tiger Sky out with him. Coming to the street, Tiger Sky yawned and Emo-Qingyu wandered above the street, originally walking nicely. Emo-Qingyu's look was also very sunny, but suddenly, Emo-Qingyu's footsteps stopped. When Tiger Sky saw him stop, he asked, "What's wrong?" Emo-Qingyu didn't say anything, but Hu Tian was able to tell that Emo-Qingyu wasn't looking very good right now. At this moment, Emo-Qingyu's brows were furrowed and her face didn't look a little too good. The whole man stood still, turning his head to look into nowhere. Tiger Sky didn't know what to do. This was the first time he had seen Emo-Qingyu reveal such an expression. The look on his face was very hesitant, not knowing what to do. After a long time, Emo-Qingyu spoke, "Tiger Sky, come with me to a place." Tiger Sky was unsure, but nodded. Afterwards, Emo-Qingyu took Tiger Sky and instantly moved away from the original spot. When the duo reappeared, Tiger Sky realized that it and Emo-Qingyu had come to the top of an unknown hill. What people around? Not right. Tiger Sky took a closer look at the front of Emo-Qingyu. There was a person under the tree in front of Emo-Qingyu, who looked like a young guy. The front of the young guy was a mess, and it looked like something had happened. There were obvious signs of a struggle around the area, and the youthful lad now lay bruised and battered under a tree. Tiger Sky was able to feel that this human youth guy was about to die. He's too badly bruised. The guy under the tree sensed someone coming around and his eyes instantly became wary. But after seeing the visitor, his eyes became wistful and excited. Emo-Qingyu slowly arrived in front of the little guy. He slowly crouched down and looked at Su Shingjo, who was in a sorry state at the moment. His mouth quirked slightly. "I didn't realize we were meeting again. In this form." Tiger Sky listened to what Emo-Qingyu said in surprise. It could sense that Emo-Qingyu was in a somewhat bad mood. "Is it because of the person in front of you?" But it wasn't a good idea for it to ask now. It didn't want to disturb the duo at the moment. The only way to ask Emo-Qingyu was to wait for it later. Su Shingjo used the last bit of strength he had to bring the corners of his mouth into a slow smile. "Brother Mo, long time no see." Su Shingjo's voice was very small and breathless. Mo Qingyu did not mind as he came to sit side by side with Su Shingjo. We haven't seen each other for a few years now, and I didn't expect to meet again in a scene like this. Mo Qingyu glanced at Mo Qingyu beside her. Su Shingjo just smiled lightly at what Mo Qingyu said as he said, "So, brother Mo is here to see me?" Mo Qingyu just sighed with a lowered head at his words. "Who's got your boy half a foot in hell now? It's not that I sensed that the sword I gave you had shattered, so I knew that something was wrong with you, kid, so I came over to take a look. As a result, as soon as I arrived, I realized that your boy was dying." Su Shingjo looked up at the sky. "Yeah, he's dying. Tell me why it's come to this." Su Shingjo looked towards the distant demonic beast and the corpse of the man near the demonic beast. He didn't answer first. Just remembering something, he smiled airily. Su Shingjo didn't answer Mo Qingyu's question and only said lightly, "I still remember that you, brother Mo, said that if you meet someone you want to protect in the future, you should not leave yourself with regrets. I did it this time." Mo Qingyu raised an eyebrow. "Tell me in detail?" Su Shingjo spat out a mouthful of blood. Mo Qingyu saw this and hurriedly healed Su Shingjo some. "Let him start by telling how he got that way." Su Shingjo only smiled familiarly at Mo Qingyu's behavior. Big brother Mo is still like this. His brain circuits are always inscrutable. Su Shingjo's mind began to recall the events of a few months ago, and he slowly stated what had happened to him. That happened a couple months ago. A few months ago, Su Shingjo had found a treasure because he had found a treasure. But this treasure had been targeted by someone else. He naturally refused to let it go, so he was deliberately targeted for assassination. Because he was only alone, while his assassins were several, the strength is also very strong. At that point in time he was driven by them to a precipice. In a moment of crisis, he had no choice but to jump off a cliff to escape. He was seriously injured and expected to meet his death after jumping off the cliff. But no, he jumped off the cliff and got swept away by the river. The river sent him to this neighborhood. How long he had been unconscious in the midst of this, he wasn't sure. All he knows is that when he wakes up, he was inside a room, and his body was also covered in bandages. Beside him, there was a little girl standing, who was looking at him with a dumbfounded look on her face. "Who are you? Where is this?" Su Shingjo asked the little girl. The little girl smiled as she explained to Su Shingjo, "My name is Shui Qinghan, and this is Ningshui village." After the little girl had finished, the bedroom door was opened. The person who came face to face was an old lady. The old lady slowly came to Su Shingjo and asked, "How's that? Feeling better?" Looking at the old lady's kindly appearance, Su Shingjo asked her, "Did you save me?" The old woman nodded as she said, "I was washing clothes by the river when I saw you floating by. You were covered in cuts, so I bandaged you up." Su Shingjo, "You are a doctor?" The old lady smiled. "When I was younger, yes, but now I'm retired." Su Shingjo slowly got up, and just as he did, he felt the pain in his body, but he still sat up with the pain and addressed the old lady. "Thank you for saving my life. My name is Su Shingjo. I will repay you for your great kindness." Only the old lady waved her hand indifferently. "I'm just doing what a doctor should do. On the contrary, you, lie down first, don't tear your body's wounds." Su Shingjo sniffed and also obediently laid back down. Chapter 89, Conversation. "By the way, what is your name?" Su Shingjo asked the old woman in front of him. The old lady replied, "My name is Ning Shicheng." After the old lady finished speaking, the little girl beside Su Shingjo also spoke up. "My name is Ning Yuding-o." Su Shingjo nodded his head to indicate that he had written it down. Ning Shicheng came outside after exiting the bedroom room door. Only Ning Yuding and Su Shingjo were left inside the room. "Big brother, are you a cultivator?" Ning Yuding asked. "Do you think I am?" Su Shingjo said without answering. Ning Yuding nodded. "I think big brother you are the cultivator." Su Shingjo, "Why do you think so?" Ning Yuding did not answer Su Shingjo's question, but instead turned her head to look at a sword placed next to her. She was only 9 years old though, but she felt that the sword in front of her was powerful. This sword was taken off Su Shingjo. That's why Ning Yuding felt that it must not be simple for Su Shingjo to have such a good-looking sword. Su Shingjo looked towards the sword, and his expression suddenly smiled. "Ning Yuding, what's wrong?" Su Shingjo looked at the sword as he said to Ning Yuding, "Actually, I am the second generation owner of this sword." "And who was the first generation? Is it your family, your friends, or your master?" Su Shingjo looked at Ning Yuding with the word curiosity written all over her face. He knew that children were curious about the outside world, just like he once was. "He is neither my friend, nor my family, nor my master. Technically, he was the guide who set me on the path of cultivation. I wouldn't be who I am today without him." Ning Yuding's inner curiosity intensified upon hearing this. "Are you able to tell me his name?" Su Shingjo thought about it and finally shook his head no. Ning Yuding also had no choice but to stop. "Ninger, don't disturb the others' rest. Hurry over and accompany grandma to pick the melons from the field." Ning Shicheng's voice came from outside the room door. Ning Yuding responded loudly, coming. Then he turned his head and told her, I'm going to go pick melons with Grandma first. Su Shingjo nodded. Well, you go ahead. After saying that, Ning Yuding went out and left. This gave Su Shingjo time to be alone. At this moment he began to examine his body. Let's just say that life is on the line. If Ning Shiqing hadn't saved him in time, he would have already died. Although Ning Shiqing's medicine could only faintly heal him a little, but that's all it takes to keep him from dying, because he can gather aura and restore himself. His natural sword bone could maximize the recovery of his injuries. It wouldn't take long for him to fully recover. Maybe it's been a long time since I've been this relaxed. Su Shingjo looked at the ceiling and looked around at his surroundings. This house is nicer than the one he lived in as a child. At least it's brick. That said, I don't know how Brother Mo is doing. Since Mo Qingyu's reputation had resounded in the Tianyuan continent, Su Shingjo had more respect for Mo Qingyu within his heart. He was also thankful that he was able to follow the path of cultivation. He also wondered what it would be like the next time they met. Quite looking forward to it. Grandma, why do you think we should just Brother Su? Ning Yuding asked Ning Shiqing with some confusion, because she felt that Su Shingjo's appearance looked like it was made by someone else. It was obvious that someone was trying to kill him. Wouldn't they be in trouble for saving Su Shingjo? To Ning Yuding's question, this was how Ning Shiqing replied. Oh Ninger, you must remember but to do good deeds and not to ask questions about your future. And Grandma isn't messing around with rescuing people. What's your first impression of Su? Ning Yuding's eyes rolled as she replied. It doesn't feel quite the same as other cultivators. He gives me the feeling of being very upright. And he was very nice to you when he realized that it was you. Grandma, who saved him? Ning Shiqing slowly nodded. So now you understand. I was hesitant to save him when I saw him, too, and was thinking about not getting myself in trouble. But on second thought, he's a doctor. Grandma has practiced medicine for so many years, and it's never been just about saving patients. So at that point I was thinking that if he woke up and treated us badly, I wouldn't save him. He's too badly injured to do anything to us anyway. Speaking here, Ning Shiqing smiled at Ning Yuding. So, do you get it, Nell? We have to save lives, but we also have to keep ourselves safe. Ning Yuding replied in a childish voice, understood Grandma. Ning Shiqing nodded in relief as she handed Ning Yuding the soup and spoon in her hand. Here, take it and feed it to Suchan. He's not well. Ning Yuding carefully took the bowl and walked inside the room with it without slowing down. Su Shingjo was on the bed when she saw Ning Yuding come in, and she was holding a bowl of soup medicine inside her hand. Needless to say Su Shingjo understood that this was given to him by Ning Shiqing. Su Shingjo got up and took the bowl. At the moment it didn't hurt as much as it did just now to get up. When Ning Yuding saw Su Shingjo get up, she had thought to tell him to lie down, which no Su Shingjo waved his hand and said cheerfully, it's fine, I can do it myself. Only to see. Su Shingjo lifted the bowl and drank it all in one go. The bowl was then placed on top of a nearby wooden table. Miss Ning, where is your grandmother? Ning Yuding looked at Su Shingjo with her dopey eyes. My grandma is out there cooking. Su Shingjo laid back down again as he said to Ning Yuding, that, Miss Ning, please say thank you to your grandmother for me. Without her, maybe I'd be dead. Ning Yuding smiled at the corner of her mouth when she heard this and told Su Shingjo, it's okay, Grandma is a doctor. It's a doctor's job to save lives. Su Shingjo looked at Ning Yuding a small child, but the words inside her mouth were not something she could understand at this age. And you know this? Your grandmother told you that, didn't she? Ning Yuding nodded her head dully. Yeah, my grandma told me all this before. Your grandmother is a good person and she will definitely be blessed. Ning Yuding agreed with what Su Shingjo said. I think so. Grandma always told me that being good might come with a price, but someone has to do it. And my grandmother was one of those people. Looking at the proud Ning Yuding, Su Shingjo smiled as he asked, say, how old is Miss Ning? Ning Yuding, I'm 9 years old. Su Shingjo nodded as he looked at the clear-faced Ning Yuding. Suddenly, he realized that he didn't see Ning Yuding's parents here. Could it be that? Miss Ning, let me ask about a topic of risque flavor. Ning Yuding nodded her head to signal Su Shingjo to continue. Where are your parents? How come you and Grandma are the only ones here? Chapter 90, Humiliation. Hearing the question that Su Shingjo asked, Ning Yuding's mood was obviously a bit down. One look at her expression and Su Shingjo knew that the other's parents had either abandoned her, either that or he's dead, just like his parents. Father and mother are gone, Ning Yuding said in a somewhat dejected mood. Looking at Ning Yuding, who was only 9 years old, he didn't say anything, just faintly explained to her, Miss Ning, don't be sad, they'll be in your heart, and as long as you haven't forgotten them, they're not completely dead. Su Shingjo pointed his finger at Ning Yuding's heart. Ning Yuding touched her heart, and for some reason, after being told this by Su Shingjo, Ning Yuding's mood was no longer so depressed. At least it was better than just now. Well, I know that. Su Shingjo smiled as he began to tell Ning Yuding about his parents. Miss Ning, I'm actually similar to you. My parents died when I was in my teens? As soon as Ning Yuding heard this, she also had a sympathetic look on her face. Su Shingjo sensed this, and he stroked Ning Yuding's head and smiled as he recounted that past. He's a different man now than he was in the past. He can now laugh and tell stories about how he was once sad. Not going to close myself off because of this, nor will this matter become a demon in your own mind. Though it was only a few years before his own parents died, but within this period of time, Su Shingjo had experienced too many things. Ideas don't care as much as they did back then. This incident is a scar that cannot be erased for the previous ones. But for him now, it doesn't affect him because of that anymore. After telling her story in a general way, Ning Yuding also had more admiration for Su Shingjo, also with some disbelief. Why was he able to speak so calmly and freely about his parents' deaths? To be honest, Ning Yuding didn't think she could do it. She couldn't do it now with a light face and speak of her parents' deaths. Su Shingjo also understood this and said that she would know about it later in the future. Dinner! Ning Shirqing's voice rang out from outside the door. She just wanted to walk in and help Su Shingjo. When he opened the door, he found that Su Shingjo had already gotten off the floor and walked. Su-chan, are you okay? Su Shingjo smiled and nodded, indicating that he had no problems. Let's go, Grandma Ning. Ning Shirqing was at the side with a note of surprise inside her eyes. She knew that cultivators were powerful, but this was the first time she had seen one that was powerful here. Logically speaking, at this point in time, Su Shingjo was not very good at walking by herself. Needs to be assisted. But now Ning Shirqing realized that not only was there nothing wrong with Su Shingjo, but he could even move his body instead. Little brother Su, you are truly amazing, Ning Shirqing said in a marvelous tone from the side. In response to Ning Shirqing's surprise, Su Shingjo only smiled faintly. After all, he himself was different from ordinary cultivators. Even he was stronger than many so-called heaven's pride. Grandma Ning, it's nothing. There will be something even more magical later on when it happens. Come on, let's go eat first. Ning Shirqing had no choice but to nod her head and give up as she pulled Ning Yuding along to the top of the dining table. We're not exactly well off inside our home, so forgive me, haha. In response to Ning Shirqing's words, Su Shingjo, on the other hand, said with great understanding, it's okay Grandma Ning, the place where I lived as a child was even closer than your place. It's still alive now. Ning Shirqing also nodded her head in understanding. She hadn't thought that the life Su Shingjo had led as a child was actually even more grueling than hers. The three sat together on top of the stools and ate this midday meal. In fact, Su Shingjo, with his cultivation level of the 5th level of the Yaoguang realm, could completely not need to eat, but in order not to let down the good intentions of others, Su Shingjo also gladly accepted. Su Shingjo, who had eaten, took the initiative to start cleaning up the dishes. Ning Shirqing wanted to pull otherwise, but Su Shingjo said this, Grandma Ning, I'm a cultivator. What's so hard for a cultivator to wash dishes? And I'm going to be staying in your home for a while, so I'll try to help you as much as I can. And you, don't worry about my body, you'll know in a few days. Ning Shirqing couldn't continue to say anything about Su Shingjo's obstruction. Su Shingjo raised his hand and waved it at the dishes. The bowl becomes white and clean. After noon, Su Shingjo came inside the room to rest, and Ning Shirqing took Ning Yuding to school not far above the town. This noon, Su Shingjo was doing nothing, just lay still. While lying down, he frantically ran the aura in his body. Begin to recover from your own injuries. He was going to recover as fast as he could. The time rolled around to the afternoon. It was originally Ning Shirqing who was going to pick up Ning Yuding and bring her back, but she was getting older, so this time it was Su Shingjo who went to pick it up. Coming to the top of the town, Su Shingjo, by asking passers-by, found out where Ning Yuding studied. There Ning Yuding had just come out of the entrance of the academy. Only there was something not quite right about the look on her face. Su Shingjo came up to her. What's wrong? After Ning Yuding saw that Su Shingjo had arrived, her face just had to be happy was immediately hidden in her heart. She shook her head and said, it's fine. Brother Su, are you here to take me home? Su Shingjo nodded in response. I usually don't have much to do, so I'll help your grandmother pick you up. Knowing that it was Su Shingjo who had come to pick herself up, Ning Yuding was still very happy inside, because Su Shingjo was a powerful cultivator in her eyes, and she was just an ordinary person who couldn't be more ordinary. It was important to realize that above this town, there were also very few cultivators. Ning Yuding had just pulled Su Shingjo's hand towards the road home. Instead, a mocking tone came from behind him. Yo, if it isn't my Miss Ning? What? You didn't have your grandmother pick you up today? Also, who left you with no mom or dad to pick you up? Don't you think? Yeah, big brother's right. Ha ha ha, not very good looking and poor. Why go to school? Go home and farm. Hearing the mockery of the people behind her, Ning Yuding didn't explain too much, just pulling Su Shingjo's hand, trying to walk faster, but Su Shingjo stayed where he was, not moving a muscle. He turned around slowly. With deathly eyes, he stared at the boys behind him. Su Shingjo's eyes were filled with killing intent inside. Very cold. How had a couple of boys ever seen such a horrible look in their eyes? You have to know that Su Shingjo is someone who has been fighting with others for years. Many cultivators would shiver when they saw Su Shingjo's eyes, not to mention this uneducated child. Chapter 91, Dark and Windy Nights. Sogata kids were scared to the ground by Su Shingjo's eyes. They all wailed. For their cries Su Shingjo paid no attention to them, just pulled Ning Yuding's hand and prepared to leave. Before he could walk, he heard a wave of angry voices. Stop right there. Who told you to scare my kids? When Ning Yuding saw the visitor, she was also a bit flustered inside. The reason she didn't want to retort was because the others' parents were the mayor of this town. Several others have parents who are more or less related to the mayor. She didn't want to go and get her grandmother in trouble, and she was getting older. But Su Shingjo was not Ning Yuding. He turned his head to look at the visitor, who was a middle-aged man. Not only him, but several middle-aged men. They're all the fathers of the CS that were just there. Kid, do you know who I am? Dare to spill your guts here. Su Shingjo didn't answer the questions of the several people, but instead whispered to Ning Yuding beside him. Miss Ning, turn your head, cover your ears, and close your eyes, okay? Although Ning Yuding was puzzled as to why Su Shingjo wanted her to do this, but she did as she was told. The few people in front of Su Shingjo saw that Su Shingjo didn't pay attention to him. Anger grew on his face. Kid, I'm talking to you. Did you hear me? Do you want to die? Or do you want their grandchildren to die? Su Shingjo still didn't answer, but waited quietly for Ning Yuding to finish her movements. After doing so, Su Shingjo instantly exploded his breath at several people. It was only a faint breath, but for a few of them mortals, it's irresistible. Several people were on both knees, and the pressure on their bodies was still building. Within seconds, several people were spitting blood from their mouths. Su Shingjo directly woke up the sword that was placed inside Ning Shirching's house with a thought. The sword body heard Su Shingjo's response. In an instant, it flew towards Su Shingjo's side. Only for a few short seconds, that sword came to Su Shingjo's side. Su Shingjo used his chi to control the shears and divided the swords into four. To the dead man kneeling on the ground in front of him, the four knew they were messing with the wrong person this time. He hurriedly apologized to Su Shingjo and pleaded to let himself go. They would make their son apologize and wouldn't bully Ning Yuding anymore. Su Shingjo didn't say anything. He knew that right now Ning Yuding was still here. He started by marking the four to make it easier for him to find them. Then the sword was brought back. The four men thought that Su Shingjo had spared them and hurriedly pulled their sons to kowtow to Ning Yuding and apologize. The four boys didn't know why this was happening, and they knew they were in trouble. And it's not a small thing. Otherwise their dad wouldn't have held their heads down and kowtowed to Ning Yuding. After Ning Yuding opened her eyes, she didn't know what had happened. He knew the other man had suddenly started kowtowing to her like crazy. The inside of her mouth said that she should forgive them. She disliked them for being disgusting and stood behind Su Shingjo. Miss Ning, do you forgive them? Ning Yuding watched as several people kowtowed their heads and their faces looked miserable. She spoke. No, I don't want to forgive. Grandma had once told her that forgiving bad people was hurting her past bullied self. The four cried even louder when they heard that Ning Yuding didn't want to forgive. It's also almost nighttime, and there's not much above the streets. Otherwise other people would probably be very shocked inside when they saw it. Get lost and don't let me see you again or I'll kill you every time I see you. Without a moment's hesitation, several people sniffed and pulled their children inside their homes. Seeing several people fleeing, Ning Yuding stared at Su Shingjo with a look of adoration. Su Shingjo just said lightly in response, come on, I'll take you home. Ning Yuding responded happily. Aha! On the way back, Su Shingjo found out from Ning Yuding why she was bullied. Ning Yuding revealed the reason, which was nothing more than seeing that she was wearing more rags. And there is only one grandmother in the family, who is also relatively honest. So always satisfy yourself by bullying her. Usually when they were inside the academy, they would always bully her while the academy teacher was not there. She gave feedback to the bookstore teacher, who ended up not taking it seriously, and tell her why they only bully her and no one else. Does your grandmother know too? Ning Yuding nodded. Grandma knows that too, but there's no way around it. So grandma made me stop reading after the last couple times. She said that if reading would get me bullied and I couldn't fix it, I might as well not read at all. Su Shingjo, on the other hand, was thinking about something. He thought about it, so he said to Ning Yuding, Miss Ning, Ning Yuding, big brother Su, call me Ninger. Good, Nell, don't worry, you'll go to school normally from now on, and the bullies will be dealt with by brother Su. Ning Yuding asked with a curious look on her face, how to deal with it. Say, brother Su, how did you make them kneel down and apologize? Su Shingjo just smiled and said, because brother Su and they had a good talk. Well, just trust brother Su, I'll go talk to the academy tomorrow. Ning Yuding also had no choice but to nod her head and give up. Once the duo was back inside the house, A few people ate as if it was business as usual. What just happened was like it didn't exist. Wait for the night. Su Shingjo disguised himself, picked up his own sword and left quietly. The dark moon and windy night is the time to kill. This night, no one except Su Shingjo knew what really happened. Day 2. Su Shingjo got up early. He said to Ning Shiqing, "Grandma Ning, from now on, during the time I'm here, I'll be the one to go take Ninger to school." Ning Shiqing also agreed. Ning Yuding knew that Su Shingjo had sent herself to school during this time, not to mention how happy she was. On the road, Su Shingjo said as he took Ning Yuding's small hand, "Ninger, you won't be bullied at school this time, so go in peace." Ning Yuding didn't know what Su Shingjo had done, but she believed everything Su Shingjo said. Good. After sending Ning Yuding inside the academy, Su Shingjo didn't go back. Instead, travel somewhere else. He was going to be ready to test how strong he was now. On Ning Yuding's side, she had just entered inside the school, just heard a lot of people talking around. "Did you know that the mayor's family all died last night? Really fake. It must be true. When I got up in the morning, I passed by the mayor's house. I found blood all around me. I was so scared that I ran away." Ning Yuding's face didn't change much when she heard that, but inwardly, "I was overwhelmed with emotion. A bully is no longer coming, and that might have something to do with Su Shingjo." Ning Yuding decided that in the future, she would repay Su Shingjo properly. Chapter 92. Enter to the place where the bookstore classes are held. It was time for class, but there was a delay in seeing the teacher. There was a lot of talk around about what was going on. Suddenly, a silhouette barged in a panic. The visitor was none other than the founder of the academy. The look on his face was still slightly flustered, especially when he saw Ning Yuding, and his eyes showed as much fear as possible. But the students inside the academy were very young and they couldn't read the eyes. The teacher won't be coming to teach in the future because something came up. There will be a new teacher to teach you all later, so just keep it simple for everyone today. By the way, that Mr. Ning, could you come out for a moment? Ning Yuding looked at this person's careful eyes, and she didn't think much of it. Instead, he walked out in silence. After she walked out, the crowd was discussing why Ning Yuding was called out. Outside the classroom, the man who founded the academy knelt down on both knees as Su Shingjo had requested. How had Ning Yuding ever seen this kind of scene before? She looked at the person in front of her with a dumbfounded expression. The person in front of him, his mouth was chattering. "I'm sorry, student Ning. You were bullied earlier and our academy didn't solve it in time. This is my reparation to you." After saying that, the principal handed Ning Yuding a cloth bag in his hand. Inside the cloth bag was a tail of gold. Ning Yuding's eyes glowed when she saw the gold and she took it. It's the first time she's ever seen gold. After she got the 1 or 2 gold, she happily turned her head and ran away. She's not stupid. People give her money why wouldn't she take it? Grandma's life was already hard. This gold could greatly improve their lives. After seeing Ning Yuding walk away, the man stared at Ning Yuding's back in hindsight. He had done what the man had said last night, so he shouldn't kill him, right? The thought of it made him a little scared. On the other side, Su Shingjo was cultivating in the forest as he was slowly repairing his injuries. According to this injury, perhaps a month will be able to make a full recovery. This was one of the terrifying aspects of Su Shingjo's natural sword bone. Without relying on any external force, it was able to fully recover within a month by relying only on its own recovery ability. After a short try, Su Shingjo left the forest. Back inside Ning Shiqing's home, he didn't stay idle when he got home, helping Ning Shiqing with farm work, housework, and other such things. When you're done with your work, you continue to practice. When it was afternoon, he went to pick up Ning Yuding from school again, and so the days passed. Soon it was January. Within this month, all of Su Shingjo's injuries were fully recovered, and he's getting to know them better. Ning Yuding also often ran to play with Su Shingjo, and she loved Su Shingjo as her big brother. He wasn't like the cultivators out there, and he told her a lot about what was out there. Between spending time with their grandchildren, Su Shingjo began to change a little. Inside this January, Su Shingjo began to slowly become attached to the feeling of living with them, because spending time with them made Su Shingjo feel the warmth of home. Feel the meaning of the word home. For Su Shingjo, ever since his own parents died, he had been cultivating non-stop. There was almost no stopping. Every day was nothing but cultivation. Always on the run. This short month gave him a chance to relax, but the moment she relaxed, it made her start to stay. Su Shingjo had already thought about leaving at least for a while longer. He didn't want to leave just yet. He wanted to feel that feeling again. Feel the warmth of home. Unfortunately, things are not as they should be. Waiting for Su Shingjo has been living here for 2 months. Originally he was going to be ready to leave, but early one morning, it was before first light, Su Shingjo was originally practicing inside the forest. By the time he returned to Ningshui village, sensed a very powerful aura nearby, and it's still familiar. It's the 3 who are after him. It turned out that the three people who were chasing Su Shingjo were trying to ensure that there were no accidents. They came to the bottom of the cliff and found a river below, so they suspected that Su Shingjo was still alive and not dead. So they've been following the river in search of Su Shingjo, because Su Shingjo's talent was too strong. As long as he was given a little time, he would grow stronger and stronger. If you don't get rid of the grass, it will grow again in the spring. So they desperately searched for Su Shingjo, and at this moment, Su Shingjo was quietly coming inside the house. When he saw those three people standing in the center of the village, placing the knives in their hands on the necks of Ning Yuding and Ning Shiqing, the veins on Su Shingjo's hands rippled and his eyes were very grim. Su Shingjo, I felt your breath. I know you're here. If you don't come out, I'm going to kill them. After saying that, the man also said to Ning Yuding, girl, as long as you tell me where Su Shingjo is, I'll let you and grandma go. Is it good? Ning Yuding didn't answer him, instead spitting at him. She and her grandmother had known this might happen for a long time. Grandma had told her that they were poor. Su Shingjo kept her from being bullied and made their living conditions better. She's not going to rat him out. Look at the unyielding look on the duo's faces. Su Shingjo's heart was in great pain, and he didn't know what to do. If he ran away at this point, then he could live. Just go ahead and kill these guys off when he's stronger. But if he leaves, then what are Ning Er and Grandma Ning going to do? What exactly should be done at this point? Su Shingjo kept asking his heart. He looked up at the sky blankly, as if trying to figure out the answer. Know how to judge the pros and cons of things. This is what Mo Qingyu told him. Yeah, he's got a long road ahead of him. He can't still sacrifice here. Just a step back from the doorway, his mind instantly went back to his parents. There was also another sentence that Mo Qingyu had said. What you should do when you meet someone you want to protect. Don't make decisions you'll regret. Every path has a different cost, and it's important you listen to your heart. Su Shingjo clenched his teeth and hesitated for a few breaths of time before finally smiling helplessly again. The smile held a relieved grin within it. The three people on the opposite side were at the 9th level of the Yaoguang realm. He found his chance last time, but maybe not this time. Su Shingjo glanced at the sword in his hand as he smiled nostalgically. Brother Mo, it looks like we won't be able to see each other again. Su Shingjo then picked up his own sword. Slowly, he walked out. Chapter 93, The Final Battle. The ones who were chasing Su Shingjo realized that Su Shingjo had not yet come out. They don't have much patience left. Just as he was about to cut the man beneath him away, a silhouette kicked him out. After Su Shingjo kicked the person away, he silently stood in front of Ning Yuding and Ning Shiqing. The man who had been kicked off by Su Shingjo stood up without much incident. Su Shingjo, you finally came out. I thought you were a coward who would only hide in the back. Su Shingjo didn't answer him, just looked at him coldly. After seeing that Su Shingjo did not answer himself, the man scared. Now that all three of us are here, I'll see how you're going to run. Last time, I didn't use my full strength and let your kid find an opening to escape. You won't be so lucky this time. Su Shingjo didn't say anything, only giving Ning Yuding the talisman paper on his body. Ning Yuding wanted to speak up, but she didn't know what to say. This will protect the two of you for now. Don't worry, you'll be fine. You'll all get out of here in a moment while you have the chance. Ning Yuding's mind heard a transmission from Su Shingjo. Didn't wait for her to respond to Su Shingjo. Su Shingjo then picked up his weapon and attacked the three. Just out of the blue, he joined the trio in the sky above. The three of them came above the sky and were immediately shocked by Su Shingjo's attack. Attacking three people consecutively, he was even able to fight the three of them to a draw. This wasn't the case 2 months ago. At that time, Su Shingjo only had the disadvantage of fighting against the three of them. Not even a brief tie, but now it did. I know, he's gotten stronger again. A Yaoguang Realm 5th level was able to escape under 3 Yaoguang Realm 9th levels. That in itself is outrageous. But the man in front of him did, and not only that, he got stronger. It could be said that Su Shingjo's talent was the strongest these three had ever seen, and his attainment in Sword Dao was also the strongest among his peers. This time, it's either you or me. After saying that, the three of them began to utilize their divine abilities together. Separately, they split out into hundreds. These several hundred people all had the strength of the 3rd or 4th level of the Yaoguang realm. Not as good as the main body, but there are more of them. Su Shingjo was facing so many people, and he knew that they hadn't exerted their full power last time. Without saying much, Su Shingjo's battle intent exploded in a wild laugh. Ha ha ha, though millions of people, I will go. Su Shingjo was directly on fire, fighting without any hidden strength. At first it was barely able to hold off so many people, but the back is starting to fall away. The three of them kept attacking when they saw Su Shingjo start to fall into the wind. Su Shingjo was getting more and more stretched by the continuous attack with no dead angles in all directions. The wounds on his body were growing. The wounds kept coming. The attacks kept coming. This caused Ning Yuding, who was leaving at the bottom, to instantly cry out when she saw it. At this moment, she was escaping with Ning Shiqing in another direction. Ning Shiqing also glanced at Su Shingjo above the sky in a very sentimental manner, but she knew she couldn't stop. For them to stay here now would be to cause him trouble. He fought 3 men by himself for them. No, now it's 1 man against 1,000. So them being safe and sound was the best outcome for Su Shingjo. Ning Shiqing also understood exactly this point, and had to clench her teeth as she rushed off with pulling Ning Yuting with her. In the sky above, Su Shingjo's face had begun to turn pale. The 3 people on the opposite side were also very happy after seeing Su Shingjo's expression, because it's finally time to get Su Shingjo killed. This man is just too resilient. The talent is still ridiculously strong. Second, third, let's combine our attacks. It's X2. The 3 of them gathered their auras together, preparing to use this move to end Su Shingjo. Su Shingjo sensed the other party's intention to make an all-out strike. He glanced at Ning Yuting and Ning Shiqing, who were still running away. No, they won't be able to run away if it's here. Su Shingjo didn't hesitate and flew towards the sky above. Seeing this, the 3 didn't stop for a moment and chased after him. Looking at the attack that was about to come, Su Shingjo had little expression on his face. He paused, and aura began to gather around him non-stop. He also began to gather aura above his sword. Go to hell! The 3 of them shot the balls of light in their hands out in the direction of Su Shingjo. Without hesitation, Su Shingjo stood the sword in front of himself. With a loud grunt, he used his strongest sword intent. A sword was swung over, and the white sword chi that was swung out and the ball of light collided with each other. The ball of light didn't stop because of the sword chi. Instead, it got closer and closer to Su Shingjo. Su Shingjo knew there was no escape. Lifting his sword, he charged straight at the ball of light. Slash head on. The 3 people at the bottom all laughed out in contempt when they saw Su Shingjo's behavior. In their eyes, Su Shingjo actually wanted to fight against their strongest combined attack. It's simply self-defeating. As expected, the explosion created by the 2 directly caused Su Shingjo to fall from the sky. At this moment, his entire right hand was blown away. The body is also variously cut by knives. None of it is good. After Su Shingjo landed, he spat out blood furiously from his mouth. The sword in his hand shattered as well. He landed on the ground before struggling to get up again. Although he was back on his feet, Su Shingjo was still trembling and shaking. The 3 were also shocked to see Su Shingjo still alive. What's with the life now? It's fine. He's at the end of his rope now. Didn't you see his sword shattered? Yeah, oh, he probably can't even beat a mortal now. The 3 of them put away their divine abilities and came to Su Shingjo's face with a smile. I didn't expect that teenager who was hailed as a genius to be in such a sorry state at this moment. My great genius Su. Pick up your sword instead. Yeah, aren't you great? Ha 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 ha. The 3 let out a loud laugh as they taunted Su Shingjo. Su Shingjo ignored the 3 as he looked at the sword that had shattered underneath. This time, instead of picking up his sword again, he closed his eyes. In the eyes of the 3, what Su Shingjo was doing now was already waiting for death. Without much hesitation, they once again combined their efforts to attack Su Shingjo. Su Shingjo was not waiting to die with his eyes closed. Instead, it's reminiscing. Recall what Mo Qingyu had said. A sword cultivator can't be without a sword, but he can't just have a sword either. The sword can be everything, and everything can be the sword. At this moment, he seemed to somewhat understand what Mo Qingyu had said. The moment the 3 attacked, Su Shingjo's closed eyes opened. The still alive left hand takes the form of qi and is seen directly in the left hand. Index and middle fingers together, swung across at the 3. The 3 didn't know what was happening. All the 3 knew was that they seemed to see a white sword light. This sword light covered all 3 of them. Then they died under the light of the sword. Bonds bang. All the flowers, trees, and all the land around Su Shingjo went up in smoke. As for Su Shingjo himself, he slowly dragged himself to a place where he lay under a tree. Chapter 94, Star Island. Goodbye. So that's what this is all about? Mo Qingyu asked. Su Shingjo nodded. Mo Qingyu didn't know what to say, so she could only sigh helplessly. You're such an idiot. Su Shingjo also released a smile. Yes, big brother Mo. I can be a big fool. But Mo Qingyu suddenly said again. But it is because of your character that I have taken you on the path of cultivation. So don't say anything now. The dust has settled on everything. Yes. Su Shingjo looked at the blue sky. The wind whistled past, carrying away pieces of fallen leaves. Let the leaves go back to their roots. Just like him, about to die. Looking at Su Shingjo's relieved look, Mo Qingyu hesitated and said, do you have any more wishes? I can help you fulfill it. Mo Qingyu was afraid that Su Shingjo wouldn't understand, and hurriedly added, any will do. How could Su Shingjo not hear Mo Qingyu's words? It means that he can still continue to live in this world. But Su Shingjo shook his head as he opened his mouth. Brother Mo, I only have one wish. I want to see my parents again. I want to be their child again. I want to repay them properly for their upbringing. Speaking of his parents, Su Shingjo looked like he was thinking of what the 2 of them looked like, and he smiled. That smile was just like him as a child. Mo Qingyu was silent for a moment and said to him, "In the beginning, would you blame me if I didn't bring your parents back to life?" Su Shingjo shook his head. "Big brother Mo, you yourself can leave these things alone. With brother Mo's strength, you can completely place yourself outside of it. But you did this because of me, someone you've known for 10 days or so. I'm kind of fortunate." Mo Qingyu knew that Su Shingjo's mind wouldn't change. He didn't say anything else, just tightened his grip on the wooden staff in his hand. "I know. I'll help you. What are you going to do about the grandchildren?" Su Shingjo said faintly. "Ninger and their grandchildren saved my life, and now that I've paid them back, their lives won't be so hard in the future. But my parents, I didn't repay them both. So, brother Mo, I want to go." Mo Qingyu was silent for a moment and replied, "Good." After saying that, Mo Qingyu pulled out the clear jade sword at her waist. The black and white colors were once again revealed above the clear jade sword. Black and white power began to surround the sword. When Su Shingjo saw it, he didn't say anything, just smiled faintly. He said to Mo Qingyu, "Big brother Mo, although you said you wouldn't help me on this journey, at the end of the day, you still came. I'm sorry, brother Mo, for failing you and not being able to repay your kindness." Mo Qingyu just smiled. "Between us, there was never any favor. At first I just wanted to see you a little bit about how far you could go, so there's no need to thank me." Mo Qingyu's mouth was saying this, but the sadness was visible to the naked eye. Su Shingjo also knew that Mo Qingyu would say this, and he finally smiled. "Brother Mo, I'd like to be your little brother again if I could." "Good." After saying that, the black and white power of the clear jade sword was released towards Su Shingjo. Su Shingjo's body also disappeared between this heaven and earth. Although Su Shingjo died at a very young age, at least he left with a smile on his face. After Su Shingjo died, Mo Qingyu drew a heavy breath. He erected a tombstone for Su Shingjo. It says Tomb of Su Shingjo. Mo Qingyu buried his grave next to a peach blossom tree. Looking at the words above the tombstone, Mo Qingyu was slowly lost in thought. He suddenly thought of something and took out 2 cinnamon cakes out from inside his storage space. Looking at the osmanthus cake in her hand, Mo Qingyu recalled her past with Su Shingjo and said, "I remember your favorite cinnamon cake before." Mo Qingyu ate the osmanthus cake in her hand. "You can't taste it anymore, but I tasted it for you. Sweet. It's like that cinnamon cake you took me for that time. Sweet." After saying that, Mo Qingyu placed another osmanthus cake in her hand on top of Su Shingjo's tombstone. The cinnamon cake was sweet. Unfortunately, he couldn't eat with him anymore. Mo Qingyu just turned to leave. A breeze came in. The blooming leaves above the peach blossom tree next to it were blown down with the wind. It floated up in the air, and then finally fell down slowly. "Brother Mo, this osmanthus cake is very sweet." "Big brother Mo, how come you're so powerful? I can't beat you in any way." "Brother Mo, how about this as my homegrown meal? Does it smell good?" "Brother Mo, do you think I can become as strong as you in the future?" "Brother Mo." As if Mo Qingyu sensed something, she suddenly turned her head to look at the peach blossom tree. At the moment, under the peach blossom tree, there was a small child looking at him. Mo Qingyu knew that this was the Su Shingjo of his childhood. Back then he just wanted to be around him all day, thinking about taking him out all day, recalling all the things in the past. Mo Qingyu smiled with emotion. He only saw the child under the peach blossom tree, waving goodbye to Mo Qingyu. Mo Qingyu nodded in response, slowly watching the silhouette disappear. "See you later, Shingjo. This goodbye is forever." After settling Su Shingjo's grave, he took Tiger Sky to check on Ning Yuding and Ning Shiqing. After searching for the duo's scent, Mo Qingyu and Tiger Sky instantly moved to the front of the duo. The duo was currently inside a medical center above the town. Because the doctors of this medical center admired Ning Shiqing's medical skills and principles of being a human being, they treated Ning Shiqing with respect. When he saw them come to the top of the town, he took them in without saying a word. "Grandma, do you think Brother Su will be alright?" Ning Shiqing comforted Ning Yuding as she stroked her head with her hand and said, "Don't worry, he's an immortal. He'll be fine. So yeah, don't be in a hurry. Ninger, okay?" Ning Yuding could only nod in frustration as well. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of the duo. Looking at the silhouette that had suddenly appeared, Ning Shiqing and Ning Yuding inside the store began to be on guard. The doctors at the medical center were also surprised by Mo Qingyu's appearance. Mo Qingyu ignored their eyes. Instead, he looked at Ning Yuding and Ning Shiqing as he said, "You're the people that kid from Shingjo wants to protect, right?" Hearing Su Shingjo's name, Ning Yuding opened her mouth and asked, "Who are you? Do you know Brother Su?" Mo Qingyu nodded. "My name is Mo Qingyu." Chapter 95, Return to Calm. Ning Shiqing didn't know that Su Shingjo had spoken about her experience, but Ning Yuding was clear. "You're the one who brought Brother Su on to cultivation." Hearing Ning Yuding say this, Mo Qingyu nodded and said, "Yeah, I'm kind of his guide." When Ning Shiqing heard this, she hurriedly asked Mo Qingyu, "This senior, Little brother Su, is he alright? Mo Qingyu did not answer her question. There was just a moment of silence. Seeing this, Ning Yuding thought that Su Shingjo had sacrificed himself. Tears clattered from her eyes. She trembled and came to Mo Qingyu, pulling on Mo Qingyu's cuffs with her tender hands. You're telling me this isn't true, aren't you? Mo Qingyu's mouth pursed slightly. Sorry. When Ning Shiqing heard this news, she was also very sad inside. He let them get hurt in order to save them, and fought off the three by himself. Mo Qingyu knew what was going on inside the duo's minds and understood that they were sad right now. He explained to the duo, you saved his life, and now he has returned the favor. Besides, those people were supposed to be coming for him, and he was going to face them anyway, so you guys are just implicated as well. Ning Yuding didn't care about that much. The tears on her face had long since crossed her cheeks. Obviously, yesterday was all fine and dandy, and she couldn't understand why that was the case. Seeing how sad the two were, Mo Qingyu comforted them. You don't have to be so sad. He just died in this world. He'll be alive on the other side, and over there, he'll meet his parents. That's what the words said, but they didn't understand it quite the same as Mo Qingyu. They thought Su Shingjo had gone down to hell and reunited with his family. So, he does reincarnate, right? Ning Shiqing asked Mo Qingyu uncertainly. Mo Qingyu, right. He'll go to the other world where his parents are. In his next life, he'll have a great time. Although that was the case, the scene where Su Shingjo fought 1 against 3 for them was still fresh in his mind. We'd like to visit Su's grave. Is that okay? Ning Shiqing asked. Sure. After saying that, Mo Qingyu led the two of them together to Su Shingjo's grave. Ning Yuding and Ning Shiqing came to Su Shingjo's grave and both knelt down. Little brother Su, thank you for your dedication to our grandchildren, and in your next life I hope you will live a happy life. Ning Yuding held her tears inside her eyes as she looked at the tombstone and smiled. Brother Su, if I have a next life, I hope I can still see you. I still want to be listening to your stories and playing with you and watching you juggle swords. The more she spoke, the hoarser the voice on Ning Yuding's face became. Goodbye, brother Su. The two coughed their heads 3 times at the grave before getting up and preparing to leave. Well, it's time for me to leave, Mo Qingyu said to the 2 girls. With that, he took Tiger Sky and left this place. After leaving, Tiger Sky looked at Mo Qingyu's somewhat despondent appearance. It said, Master, this is the first time I've seen you look like this. Mo Qingyu, on the other hand, laughed as he said cheerfully, don't worry Tiger Sky, I'm a very cold and selfish one, so I'm not going to be sad because of this little thing. I'm Mo Qingyu, so don't think so much. Tiger Sky looked at Mo Qingyu's smile. This time for some reason, Tiger Sky felt that Mo Qingyu's smile was not genuine. However, since Mo Qingyu had said so, it couldn't continue to say anything. Come on, we still have to get back for dinner. Tiger Sky, good. After returning to Qing'an town, Mo Qingyu and Hu Tian returned inside Qin Haoqian's home early. At this moment, Qin Haoqian was at home watching Mo Qingyu who was returning late. Mo-chan, I thought you weren't coming back. Mo Qingyu replied as if she had the same flat face as usual. It's fine, just something came up so I'm back late. Qin Haoqian didn't inquire too much about what was going on, but said silently, it's good to be back. Let's eat. Wifey, come out and eat. Shu Qianxue slowly walked out from inside the room. Coming. Several people just sat down and ate in silence. After eating, Mo Qingyu left. He came alone inside a mountain, looking up at the moonlight in the sky. This night, he said nothing, but inside, I was thinking a lot of things, but no matter how one went about thinking about it, Mo Qingyu became the same as usual the next day, because Mo Qingyu knew that Su Shingjo was dead, but he's still alive, and he's going to keep traveling the world. His journey is not yet over. After watching the moonlight outside for a short while, Mo Qingyu re-entered inside Qin Haoqian's home. At the moment, the night is quiet. Mo Qingyu instantly moved to the top of the bed. Tiger Sky was already asleep at the foot of the bed. Mo Qingyu also covered herself with the quilt and slowly fell into sleep. A good night's sleep. On a new day, Mo Qingyu woke up as usual. First, I went out for breakfast. Since being idle was also idle, Mo Qingyu also started to go out with Qin Haoqian. It was supposed to be a good day. However, Qin Haoqian suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. Mo Qingyu held him steady. Master Qin, are you alright? Qin Haoqian said in a thin voice that it was fine, but Mo Qingyu was able to detect that Qin Haoqian's expression carried some curtains inside, although others do not know. But Qin Haoqian himself cannot be clear about his own body. He felt his days were numbered, so he wanted to spend this last period of time with Shu Qianxue. Also prepare yourself for when you die. It was naturally impossible to tell Shu Qianxue about these things, or else the wife should nag him again. Okay, Mo-chan, I'm fine. Mo Qingyu sniffed and also let go of the hand that was holding it. Qin Haoqian was able to see it. How could Mo Qingyu not know it? And Mo Qingyu also realized that Zhu Qianxue's days were numbered. Perhaps his time to stay here is not much longer. He asked Qin Haoqian, Master Qin, is there anything you've always wanted to do but couldn't? Mo Qingyu wanted to help them in the last stage of their lives. It was also Mo Qingyu's reward for living here. Qin Haoqian listened to Mo Qingyu's words as he recalled his past with Zhu Qianxue and smiled with a nostalgic expression. You don't say. I do. Mo Qingyu, can you tell me more carefully? Qin Haoqian recalled the day when they were first together with each other. I also remember that there is a peach blossom forest on top of a mountain near Qingan town. My wife and I used to run there a lot back in the day. That's where we were together. 2. Chapter 96, The Day We Were Together. Qin Haoqian slowly began to recall that past. He remembered how shy they were with each other at that time. All are very timid about expressing their likes. But that day he took the initiative to confess to Zhu Qianxue that he liked her. The two of them were already fond of each other. But it was just a matter of getting to the door. So they got together in name only. The specific process, is it convenient for you to tell us about it, Master Qin? Qin Haoqian nodded his head to recall that day back then. I remember. It was one morning. I wanted to be with my wife in name only that day, so I asked her to go with me to the top of the mountain. It happened to be peach blossom season. So I told her that there was a peach blossom forest above the mountain. So would you like to go and see it together? In the early morning of that day, Qin Haoqian got up early. He wandered back and forth inside the house. He pondered when exactly he was going to express his feelings. The love between the two was already evident to him. It just so happened that Qin Haoqian's father came back from outside. That day he told Qin Haoqian that the peach blossom forest on the mountain was in bloom, which he happened to see 2 days ago. It was also the sentence from Qin Haoqian's father that ignited Qin Haoqian's determination. I've decided, this very morning, that I don't want to wait. After saying that, Qin Haoqian left the house. Qin Haoqian's father, on the other hand, looked at him with a puzzled expression, and only when he waited for the latter did he realize what Qin Haoqian meant by what he said. Qin Haoqian, who went out, ran all the way to the door of Zhu Qianxue's house. He nervously knocked on the door. A voice came from inside the house. Who? Qin Haoqian, who was outside the door, heard that it was Zhu Qianxue's voice as he replied, It's me, Qin Haoqian. Hearing this, Zhu Qianxue first observed inside the crack of the doorway. After realizing that it was indeed Qin Haoqian, she slowly opened the door. You, what are you doing here? Zhu Qianxue was a little shy as she fiddled with her hair with her fingers, seeing Zhu Qianxue's delicate red and rainy cheeks. At this moment, Qin Haoqian's heart is very much wanting to embrace it into his arms. He resisted the urge and said slowly, I found peach blossom forests above the mountains behind the town, and they're in full bloom right now. Are you going to check it out with me? Zhu Qianxue sniffed, and she saw Qin Haoqian's shy expression, and the love released inside his eyes. How could she not understand Qin Haoqian's meaning? Zhu Qianxue slightly bit her lower lip and replied in a very thin voice, Aha! When Qin Haoqian heard this, a frowning and smiling expression appeared on his face. So when are we going to see it? Zhu Qianxue asked. Now, let's go now. With that, Qin Haoqian glanced around and realized that there was no one staring. With a flourish, he took Zhu Qianxue's hand and slowly interlocked his fingers with hers. Zhu Qianxue, on the other hand, held it without any resistance. She felt the warmth of Qin Haoqian's hands. An ambiguous aura emanated between the two. Mother, I'm going out. Zhu Qianxue said to the woman inside the bedroom. Good. A voice came from inside. When Qin Haoqian heard this, he happily took Zhu Qianxue's hand and ran. Zhu Qianxue silently jogged with her on top of the street, feeling the leisure of this moment and Qin Haoqian. During this period, the two kept their hands clasped tightly together at all times. On their way up the mountain, both of them went very well. The mountain was a bit steep at the top, but it was all right for the duo now. Come halfway up the hill, a leaf of peach blossom flew past the pair's eyes. Qianxue, here it is. Zhu Qianxue looked around at the scenery. There are countless peach trees and flowers all around. Beneath the feet of the duo, there were many peach leaves blown down by the breeze. It's beautiful here. Zhu Qianxue marveled at the surrounding scenery. Qin Haoqian was also very much in awe. It was the first time he had ever seen such a view. Beautiful indeed. After saying that, Qin Haoqian turned his head to look at the beautiful woman beside him and swallowed his saliva. Blushing, he spoke. You too. Being said so by Qin Haoqian, Zhu Qianxue was also shy, and the blush on her face began to surface. A slow smile began to form at the corners of her mouth as well. Nah, I'm pretty average looking, Qin Haoqian said without the slightest hesitation. No, you're pretty, in my mind. Qianxue, you are the best looking. At those words, Zhu Qianxue looked towards the teenager's face. At this moment, while the teenager's face carried a slight blush, his expression was also very serious. Seeing his serious look, Zhu Qianxue pursed her lips. Without moving, he began to take Qin Haoqian's arm. You too, in my heart, you are the best. The teen sniffed and his hands began to fidget a bit at a loss for words. The teenage girl is likewise. Before Qin Haoqian could open his mouth, Su Shingjo said with a shy voice, "How? Qin Haoqian, huh? I want to hold you." A serious look was also written on the young girl's face when she said this. Qin Haoqian knew that Su Shingjo had used a very large amount of courage to say this sentence. How could he continue to hesitate at this point? He didn't speak, but answered Su Shingjo's words with his actions. Arms wide open, he eased her into his arms. Su Shingjo, who was embraced into her arms, looked shy as she hugged Qin Haogan. She leaned against the top of his chest, silently listening to the sound of his heartbeat. How? Your heartbeat. It's so fast. Qin Haoqian sniffed the body fragrance of Su Shingjo's body and enjoyed the softness of his body. At the moment he was unusually relaxed. To Su Shingjo's words, Qin Haoqian replied with affection. Well, my heart beats faster because of you. The two didn't know exactly how long they held each other. Just know that when we parted, each other's eyes were lingering with love inside. That's the look of fondness. Love cannot be hidden. Qin Haoqian looked at the person in front of him whose heart had been yearning for a long time. He stared intently at her vermilion and jade lips. He slowly raised his own palm and placed it on top of Su Shingjo's cheek. Su Shingjo relied on his big blazing hand with a delicate moistness. Cynthia. I don't think I'll be able to leave you for the rest of my life. Me too. How? Slowly, the two leaned toward each other's lips. Qin Haoqian lowered his head, and Su Shingjo stood on her tiptoes to raise her head to meet it. The two hugged each other tightly again, wrapping their arms around each other's backs. At the moment, ambiguity surrounded the area. The air seemed to convey the duo's love for each other. How the love of the two shines through in this moment. Suddenly, a fresh breeze came and swept up the peach blossom leaves on the ground. It kept drifting away around the duo. The moment. It's not just peach leaves that blow up. It is also the mutual beating hearts of a teenager and a young girl. Chapter 97, Death is Running Out. Teenagers and young girls have a special way of being together. They didn't say a lot of words or shout out loud about liking each other, much less directly and explicitly say they want to be with each other. It's just behavior to show love for the other person. No words of love, no gifts, no anything and everything else. There is only a scene of a teenager and a young girl kissing each other. For the duo, this is the best way. After the flashbacks are over, Qin Haoqian said with emotion, I still have to. At that time was the first time I kissed her. That feeling, I still remember it clearly. Thinking about these old memories, Qin Haoqian was also a bit frustrated right now. Noticing Qin Haoqian's expression, Mo Qingyu asked, what's wrong? Qin Haoqian stated the reason for his frustration. I wanted to go see the peach blossoms again before, but she and I are getting older, and it's not very easy to get up the mountain anymore. Maybe I'm okay, but the wife's body isn't doing so well. Upon hearing this, Mo Qingyu asked Qin Haoqian, so this whole thing is what you've been regretting? Qin Haoqian nodded. Yes, I've spent most of my life with my wife. Now it's impossible to even think about visiting the place where we used to be together again. But it's okay, at least she's still around. Qin Haoqian smiled without caring too much. He'd long since gotten over it by now. Whether it's a regret or not doesn't matter anymore. He wanted to be there for her in her final days. That's as good as it gets. Mo Qingyu, who was on the side, didn't think so. He, on the other hand, silently memorized what Qin Haoqian had said. When the time comes, he'll let the two old men go again. However, Mo Qingyu wasn't going to say it now. After all, surprises are not surprises until the day they are made. After having breakfast, Qin Haoqian brought Mo Qingyu along to a store that sold pastries. Because Qin Haoqian knew that Su Shingjo liked eating pastries the most. It's just that she hasn't been eating much lately because of her health. Plus you can't eat much of the pastry stuff itself. So yeah, she's probably craving it right now. After coming inside the pastry store, Qin Haoqian bought a few of Su Shingjo's favorite pastries. He said to Mo Qingyu, little brother Mo, aren't you going to buy some? I'm telling you, the cinnamon cake in this place is delicious. The wife is also a favorite pastry also has cinnamon cake in it. Hearing the osmanthus cake, Mo Qingyu's face had no expression as he said lightly, no, I'm not that fond of cinnamon cake anymore. As for the other pastries, I'll buy some back for Tiger Sky. Qin Haoqian didn't know why Mo Qingyu didn't like to eat it now, so he had no choice but to nod his head and give up. After buying the pastries, the two of them headed for home. At this time, Su Shingjo, who was inside her home, was happily touching Tiger Sky. Tiger Sky, on the other hand, was lying obediently on top of Su Shingjo's legs. Gee, you're real cute. Hearing Su Shingjo praise it for its cuteness, Tiger Sky said with dissatisfaction, it's not cute, it's bossy. Bossy. Su Shingjo nodded her head favorably. Good. Our Tiger Beast King is very dominant. Tiger Sky sniffed and nodded in satisfaction. Say, why isn't the old man back yet? Thinking of Qin Haoqian, Su Shingjo's heart was also saddened. The old man would be devastated if he knew I wouldn't live much longer. This old man is really something too. I don't know how much he'd cry if I left. It's my fault, too, for not being with the old man all the time. Zhu Qianxue's mouth was muttering silently. Just as she was muttering, Mo Qingyu and Qin Haoqian returned from the door. You guys are back? Qin Haoqian nodded and placed a few pastries in his hands on top of the table. Here, your favorite pastry to eat. I bought it especially for you. Zhu Qianxue placed Tiger Sky on the ground and glanced at the pastries inside the bag. It's all her favorite food. At your expense, old man. Qin Haoqian, on the other hand, said with a smile on his face, it's been decades since I bothered, so it's not so bad today. Zhu Qianxue also sighed helplessly. There's no way out. I'm old and can't walk anymore. How else could you have gone to all this trouble? Qin Haoqian, on the other hand, said with a disinterested expression, you went to a lot of trouble for me when I was younger, and I still remember that. So, this little thing, you don't have to say much, wifey. Zhu Qianxue also just shook her head and smiled, taking a piece of osmanthus cake and eating it. Don't eat the pastries first, drink the hot porridge first to warm your stomach. Pastries later. Zhu Qianxue sniffed and placed the pastry in her hand, started taking porridge with a spoon. Tiger Sky, on the other hand, looked at the pastries inside with a curious expression. Okay, I know you have a craving. Here's your share, Mo Qingyu said helplessly. Tiger Sky hemmed and hawed and bounced to Mo Qingyu's feet. Mo Qingyu put the bag in his hand on the ground. Tiger Sky took a look at the pastries inside. There are all kinds of them. Wow, that's a lot. Thank you, master, for feeding. After saying that, Tiger Sky buried his head and started eating. What a foodie. Mo Qingyu smiled enchanted. After getting things done, Mo Qingyu returned inside her room. Don't bother the couple at this time. The couple also took a chair and sat in the doorway, chatting about what interesting things happened again today, and what's going on there. Anyway, whatever you can talk about is what you can talk about. Because of Zhu Qianxue's health, she rarely goes out, so he was trying to keep Zhu Qianxue from getting frustrated or having any bad emotions come up. Just talk about all the things that are happening out there. Otherwise it's not good to be frowning all the time. For this reason, Qin Haoqian even teased Zhu Qianxue with some jokes from time to time. He heard all these jokes from other people, and Zhu Qianxue was always amused. Zhu Qianxue naturally understood her husband's intentions. Even though the joke was very generic, she still responded to him with a smile. She didn't like seeing him look sad. The morning passed in short order. At noon, Mo Qingyu and Qin Haoqian began to prepare the noon meal together. Originally, Qin Haoqian did not allow Mo Qingyu to come, but Mo Qingyu insisted on cooking, and he was confident that his cooking was very good. Qin Haoqian was also a bit curious when he heard this. How good was Mo Qingyu's cooking? And he's going to observe what it's like for a cultivator to cook. After entering inside the kitchen, Mo Qingyu skillfully utilized various cooking utensils. What made Qin Haoqian feel puzzled was that Mo Qingyu didn't use any means to cook. It's like being mortal. In response, Mo Qingyu just smiled and said, when cooking, the means are just an aid. The key to making a good dish is in oneself, and not out-of-body means. Chapter 98, Praying to God for an Afterlife. It didn't take long for Mo Qingyu to finish the dishes. After serving all the dishes out, Zhu Qianxue looked at the various kinds of dishes and meat on top of the table. She was very surprised inside her eyes. Little brother Mo, I didn't expect your cooking skills to be so impressive. Zhu Qianxue complimented. Mo Qingyu, on the other hand, said with a proud face, that's a must. As a foodie, and you have to like to eat, and you have to be able to cook. That's a certified foodie. Hearing what Mo Qingyu said, Qin Haoqian laughed on the side. It had to be said that this person, Mo Qingyu, was always able to bring them many surprises, especially since he's the one who always says the oddest things. Yet these words seemed normal coming from inside his mouth. That's what makes Mo Qingyu more special, right? Qin Haoqian's heart was thinking this to Mo Qingyu. Okay, well, eat first. The sky is the limit and eating is the biggest. Mo Qingyu hemmed and hawed and went inside the kitchen to get the dishes. As Tiger Sky was Mo Qingyu's mountain pet, it couldn't agree more with Mo Qingyu's words. Maybe that's what foodies think. After bringing the dishes, Mo Qingyu didn't panic. He placed the chopsticks and bowls in front of Qin Haoqian and Zhu Qianxue. Okay, let's eat. The two didn't continue to say anything. Instead, he silently began to eat. It had to be said that the dishes made by Mo Qingyu were not only delicious to look at, it really tastes good and brings back memories. Mo Qingyu, on the other hand, raised her head proudly. Kidding aside, he had made a special study in this area in order to be able to eat good food. How else would it have done so well? After this lunch, Qin Haoqian looked towards Zhu Qianxue who was sitting on top of the stool. She looked away, not sure what she was thinking. Wifey, what's wrong? Let's go out for a stroll. Hearing this, Zhu Qianxue's face was filled with happiness, but it soon subsided. But I don't want to keep bothering you. because of her poor health, she has to use a cane to go out, and from time to time, he also asked Qin Haoqian to help. It can be said that she can't get away from Qin Haoqian at all, that's why she'd rather stay home. Her old man was getting old, too, so she didn't want to bother him too much. I know, but I want to go out with you, and you've never been trouble to me. I'd like to think you'd let me trouble you again in my next life, if that's possible. Qin Haoqian was smiling, but Zhu Qianshue's eyes were full of tears. Don't cry, wifey. How old are you? Zhu Qianshue said unwillingly. You still have the nerve to talk about me. When I was sick before, I don't know who was secretly crying in the night. Qin Haoqian didn't admit to this. I'm the one who didn't. After that, both sides laughed. Zhu Qianshue wasn't saying anything as she slowly picked up her cane. Qin Haoqian came to her side, holding her hand, and she left slowly. Mo-chan, we're going out. Mo Qingyu knew that this was their world of two at this time, and he didn't want to disturb them too much. Okay, you guys be careful on your way. Qin Haoqian, good. After the two of them said goodbye to Mo Qingyu, they went out. Master, how long do you think they can live? Tiger Sky watched Qin Haoqian and his wife leave, and it asked Mo Qingyu without hiding it in the slightest. Mo Qingyu also answered Tiger Sky in a nonchalant manner. It's about a week away. Tiger Sky, that short? Tiger Sky's eyes held shock within them, and he knew that the duo would not live long, but didn't realize there was so little time left. Tiger Sky sighed even as he remembered how friendly Zhu Qianshue was these days. Mo Qingyu looked at Tiger Sky sighing while he said calmly, there's no need to sigh, they've been very happy. In this world, it's the best possible ending for an ordinary person to live to a ripe old age. Tiger Sky heard Mo Qingyu speaking of, it thought carefully, and rightly so. Mo Qingyu unhurriedly said to Hu Tian, the average man spends his life with a happy and fulfilled wife, with whom he is able to be with for the rest of his life. This is the best possible ending for them. Realize that this is a fragmented world. Maybe you're okay on yesterday, but by tomorrow, you're dead because of all sorts of things. For example, Su Shingjo. Well, let's not talk so much. We're going somewhere now. Tiger Sky, where to? Instead of answering directly, Mo Qingyu replied, you'll know when you go. Knowing that Mo Qingyu had started messing with the Riddler again, Tiger Sky had no choice but to call it quits. At this point, the other side, Zhu Qianshue who came to the top of the street, she looked at the scene above the street, with a slight sigh of relief. It's still the same, hasn't changed a bit. Mind you, the last time she went out was half a year ago. I didn't realize it was so soon, and that most of the year had gone by. I have to say, the time went by really fast. So fast you'll be dead before you even realize it. Come on, wifey. I'll take you for a stroll inside your temple. Let's make a wish together. When Zhu Qianshue heard the word wish, her face moved slightly and she nodded in agreement. Okay, let's go to the temple. With that, the two of them started walking towards the temple. Though the going is not as fast as it is for the young, yet the duo still don't feel rushed or impatient. Instead, it was very reassuring to look around. How's it going? Haven't been out for most of the year. How does it feel? Zhu Qianshue felt the fresh air as she said cheerfully, it's cozy. Suddenly, Qin Haoqian proposed to Zhu Qianshue, wifey, why don't we all come out for a walk one of these days? Hearing Qin Haoqian's words, Zhu Qianshue did not refuse. She looked at the smile on Qin Haoqian's face, and she knew that there weren't many last moments left. Okay, we'll hang out together one of these days. Take a good look at the town where you've lived for decades. Qin Haoqian nodded with a smile. Before long, the two arrived at the entrance of the temple. Upon arriving at the temple, the duo skillfully walked inside, took the incense and began to worship. While worshipping the idol, both of them made their own wishes. I hope to be with my wife in my next life. I want to have a next life with her. I hope that the old man and I will have another life. And in the meantime I will be able to meet the old man again and be together again. After making their respective wishes, bowed to the idol before him, Qin Hongda inside the idol, on the other hand, looked at Qin Haoqian and Zhu Qianshue with a face of pity, because he realized that the duo didn't have much life force left. Hearing the wish they made, the person inside the idol sighed. Unfortunately, he couldn't help them. Chapter 99 Mo Qingyu's surprise. Just as Qin Hongda sighed, he realized something was a little off. It was because he sensed an extremely familiar aura from the two of them. He began to remember slowly. Where exactly did it feel like that? That's right, it's his pet. He sensed Tiger Sky's aura from the duo. With that, Qin Hongda shook his head again. It didn't matter if Mo Qingyu was involved with the couple or not. Now he was going to do what he could to make the last moments lucky for the two people in front of him. He raised his head and sent the blessing inside the two of them, and Qin Haoqian and Zhu Qianshue, who had finished worshipping the gods, slowly stood up. What did you wish for, wifey? Zhu Qianshue, on the other hand, smiled and said, wishes don't work when they're spoken. Qin Haoqian could only smile dotingly at his words. What about you? Qin Haoqian used Zhu Qianshue's own words to answer her. Wishes don't work when they're spoken, Su Shingjo said with a small arrogant face. How petty, but she was willing to have another life with this cheapskate. She wasn't greedy, just one more life. Su Shingjo's heart silently thought, where are we going next? Su Shingjo asked. Qin Haoqian sighed as he held Su Shingjo's hand. Let's go out and talk about it. Perhaps it was time for him to tell her something. Su Shingjo was puzzled by Qin Haoqian's sudden change in demeanor. After leaving the temple, Qin Haoqian said as he walked, Wifey, I don't have much time left. Su Shingjo looked at him with an incredulous face. No way, aren't you fine now? Su Shingjo said with a trembling voice, watching the tears coming right out. Qin Haoqian hurriedly comforted. Alright Shingjo, I'm a doctor. I've been practicing medicine for so many years. I still know what's going on with my own body. Hearing this, Su Shingjo lowered her head and slowly told her body. Old man, my body won't last much longer. Hearing this, Qin Haoqian frowned as he hurriedly took his pulse on Su Shingjo's hand. As soon as he got his hands on it, Qin Haoqian's entire demeanor changed. Why, weren't you just fine before? Qin Haoqian's voice hissed. Su Shingjo knew Qin Haoqian his mood at the moment, and she smiled. Don't be sad, old man. At least, we won't all be alone for long. Whoever dies first when the time comes will go with him. Qin Haoqian knew there was nothing he could do at this moment. He nodded his head in disorientation. He had thought that he was the only one whose time was running out, but he hadn't realized that his wife was among them. It's a blessing to be able to die at the same time. Thinking of this, Qin Haoqian could only release a sigh of relief. Okay, we're in this together. On the other hand, Mo Qingyu, who was inside the peach blossom forest, he looked around with an appreciative face. Well, it's pretty good. Tiger Sky, you say? Tiger Sky also nodded, agreeing with what Mo Qingyu said. Master, this is the first time I've seen such a dense peach blossom forest, and it's still in full bloom. Mo Qingyu also said. Yes, we have traveled for so long. I've seen a lot of peach trees, but a forest of peach blossoms in full bloom is the first time I've seen it. With that, Mo Qingyu glanced around and rubbed his chin and thought, I think, there's still almost something. Mo Qingyu suddenly said. Tiger Sky looked at Mo Qingyu with a puzzled expression. What's the difference, master? Mo Qingyu smiled. There's only forest here. It's still missing a lake. That's perfect. Saying that she would do it, Mo Qingyu raised her hand and swung it towards the land near the peach blossom forest. The land that swung by turned into a lake of crystal clear water in a flash. There, now that's perfect. When we get home, prep them ahead of time. Now that it's finished, let's go back, Mo Qingyu said to Tiger Sky. With that, Mo Qingyu once again instantly moved back inside Qin Haoqian's home. After returning inside his home, he realized that Qin Haoqian and the others hadn't returned yet. Then I'll go prepare the meal, Mo Qingyu said to himself. Tiger Sky saw Mo Qingyu walk into the kitchen and it wanted to go in as well. Just don't make a mess. Tiger Sky stood on his feet like a man and saluted with the palms of his hands. Promise not to make a mess. Mo Qingyu, okay. After saying that, he and Tiger Sky went inside the kitchen. When he's done with the meal, Qin Haoqian and Su Shingjo also returned from outside. Back? Mo Qingyu asked. Qin Haoqian nodded with a somewhat heavy expression. Hu Tianyi felt that something was a little off when he looked at the expressions of Qin Haoqian and Su Shingjo. In the past, the duo was very cheerful. As a result, his face is not looking so good right now. Mo Qingyu, on the other hand, told the duo that he had already finished the dishes as if it was his usual routine. Stop thinking so much and eat, Mo Qingyu said in a thin voice. He said as he came inside the kitchen to serve the food. Tiger Sky also followed Mo Qingyu in, and as soon as he came in, he smelled the road. Master, they seem to be a bit off, don't they? Mo Qingyu faintly told Tiger Sky. I know, it should be that they already know among themselves that the other won't live long. That's why each other's faces are so heavy. Mo Qingyu picked up the dish tray and headed outside. Coming to the living room, Mo Qingyu placed the dishes on top of the dining table. He said to the two, even inside the last days, live as usual. No? The two of them sniffed and both looked at Mo Qingyu. Mo Qingyu smiled as she explained to the duo, I know your situation, so I've got some surprises for you guys, too. So, you don't have to be so heavy. Enjoy your last few days. The duo didn't know what Mo Qingyu's surprise was though, but Mo Qingyu was right. It was time to enjoy the last few days. Wifey, eat. A smile surfaced on Qin Haoqian's face once again. Su Shingjo also figured out that if she kept her face sullen, not only was she herself sad, but also Qin Haoqian was equally sad. So let them have a good laugh in their last moments. Life on Earth is but a few short years. Inside the last hours, why think so much? Seeing the two of them revert back to their old ways, Mo Qingyu just smiled faintly. It was a great dinner for several people, especially the husband and wife duo of Qin Haoqian and Su Shingjo. The two of them told Mo Qingyu about all the things that had happened in their youth. For example, What did Qin Haoqian do after he chased her, and how she responded to him, and so on and so forth. Mo Qingyu, on the other hand, listened patiently to their affairs. Mo Qingyu knew that this was the last time they would tell anyone about their love for each other. Chapter 100, The Last Day. After accepting their imminent deaths, Qin Haoqian and Zhu Qianshue's minds were no longer so heavy. Inside the last few days, both of them let go of each other's hearts to play. Zhu Qianshue, who usually didn't like to go out, also frequently went out with Qin Haoqian, because she knew that if she hadn't gotten out to see it all this last time, then there's really no chance. And so it was. On the day the last day came, the two were as usual. Early in the morning of the last day, Mo Qingyu said to the duo, "You will just go on with your lives as usual now, and when it is evening, the red rope on your hands will take you to a place." Mo Qingyu tied the red rope above the wrists of the two of them. Looking at this ordinary red rope, the duo did not know what exactly the surprise Mo Qingyu had prepared for them was. "We'll only know when the time comes. Come on, wifey, today is our last day," Qin Haoqian said with a slight smile. Mo Qingyu had already told them about their lifespan. Today is their last day. Zhu Qianshue also nodded her head slightly. There was no sadness or pain on her face, only happiness. Being able to die with the old man of your family at the last moment, it's probably for the best. Zhu Qianshue's heart silently thought, "Okay, let's get going." After saying that, Zhu Qianshue took the initiative to hold his hand and walked outside together. Mo Qingyu, on the other hand, silently watched the duos departing back from behind. Separation of life and death is the most difficult problem for ordinary people to overcome. Life and death, sadness and joy, and the return of strangers. It is something that a person has to go through throughout his or her life. Oftentimes, people always say that they are not afraid of death, but only when it's time to actually die. It turns out that one is afraid of death. Or maybe it's the fear that if you die, no one will care at all. "Master, today is their last day, isn't it?" Tiger Sky squatted next to Mo Qingyu's feet and asked. Mo Qingyu nodded and replied, "Aha. What, are you sad?" Tiger Sky shook its head as it said, "Not that it's sad. It's just a matter of lamenting that the lives of ordinary people are so short, and we live several times as many lives as they do." Mo Qingyu just laughed at this as he asked Tiger Sky, "Indeed, we live many times longer than they do, but Tiger Sky, if we were ordinary people, do you really think we'd be as happy as they are?" One of Mo Qingyu's soul questions directly rendered Tiger Sky speechless. Yes, Qin Haoqian and Zhu Qianshue's lifespan as ordinary people was very short, but their happiness is out of reach for many, and now they are ready to face death. So there's no need to be overly sentimental. It's human nature to be born, grow old, and die. What matters is what your life on earth is like. When Tiger Sky heard this, it looked at Mo Qingyu with a look of admiration. Mo Qingyu looked down. "What's wrong?" "It's okay, I just feel why you, Master, are so young, yet you understand life better than I do." Mo Qingyu touched Tiger Sky's little head with her hand. "Life is not about how you understand it, it's about how you see it." Tiger Sky also nodded in understanding. "Well, today is our last day here. We're the only two eating here today." Tiger Sky understood. On the other hand, Qin Haoqian, who had left the door, brought Zhu Qianshue to the top of the street. They came to a place first. That was Qin Haoqian, his old man's former medical center. Only this medical center was left unattended and had long been deserted. "I remember when you first came to the healing center. You were very clean-cut then. And then, with every move you made, and every date you had, I lost more and more control of my heart." Qin Haoqian did not hide the love in his heart at all. Zhu Qianshue silently listened to him with a happy smile on her face. Looking at her smile, Qin Haoqian reminisced nostalgically. "You don't know, it's that smile of yours that got me deep into it." He remembered well the way she laughed when she was young. "It's so moving. Each of her smiles raises a beautiful arc." Zhu Qianshue said with a sweet smile, "You're the one who can talk. Old man, I remember when we first got together, you were shy. It turned out that when you got married later in life, your love talk got worse instead." Qin Haoqian also smiled nostalgically. "It's not shyness when you're young. When you're married, you're all husband and wife. You're not so shy about talking about love, and you can say it openly." Both of them smiled emotionally at the thought. They were laughing at the passage of time, and inside their smiles they were nostalgic for what had been. "I didn't realize that time had passed so quickly, and in a flash it was already decades," Qin Haoqian said with relief on his face. "Come on, let's go hang out somewhere else." Qin Haoqian pulled Zhu Qianshue's small hand and headed somewhere else. It's rare to see very old couples walking along the street holding hands with each other. Mostly young guys and young girls. That's why Qin Haoqian and Zhu Qianshue are considered special. It's always a good idea to get some attention when you're above street level. However, Qin Haoqian and Zhu Qianshue were both directly ignoring these concerns, because no one whatsoever is capable of affecting the love between the two of them. Throughout the day, Qin Haoqian was taking Zhu Qianxue on the path she had once traveled. Together, we reminisce about the past when we were once young. They want to be able to remember these things properly now. Have a good go at these again, because there won't be a chance later. All day long, both of them were out and didn't come back, eating out as well. When we finished eating, we continued to wander. By the time a few people had finished shopping, it was almost evening. Because the town of Qingan wasn't very big, those were the only things that could be looked at. Although this town is small, but it encompasses their whole life. They've spent their entire lives above this town. Just as the duo continued to loiter, they felt each other's heads spinning a little between them, and the eyes are starting to dim. But this didn't last long. Honey, are you okay? Qin Haoqian asked as he endured the pain. Zhu Qianxue slowly replied, it's okay, it's still able to hold up. As the words fell, Mo Qingyu suddenly appeared in front of the duo. He said to the duo, let's go. I'll take you to a place. The two didn't suspect anything and looked at each other, nodding silently. Chapter 101, Husband and Wife in Love. Mo Qingyu took the duo away from their original location through instantaneous movement. Before Qin Haoqian and Zhu Qianxue could react, they were already in another place. The two opened their eyes and took a closer look at their surroundings. Here it is. Qin Haoqian couldn't finish his excited words. He looked around him with a look of excitement. Everything around him was exactly as he remembered. Except for the extra lake. Nothing else has changed. Zhu Qianxue also looked around with a happy face as she excitedly shouted to Qin Haoqian. Old man, isn't this where we are together? Qin Haoqian said with a wistful expression. Yes. Mo Qingyu said from behind them. How about it? This surprise of mine is okay. Qin Haoqian was so excited that his eyes were on the verge of tears, and so was Zhu Qianxue. She hadn't thought there was actually a chance she'd be able to come back here again. She couldn't remember the last time she'd been here. Because she was getting older, she could no longer go up the mountain. Ing-chan, thank you. Zhu Qianxue looked at Mo Qingyu with a grateful face. Mo Qingyu just responded with a silent smile. There's no need to say words of gratitude. This surprise is sort of my debriefing for letting me stay inside your home. More than anything, Mo Qingyu wanted the two of them to be happy. Because the couple was the first time Mo Qingyu had seen such a loving couple since she had traveled. It's kind of a little personal thing for him. Well, I'll leave you guys alone for the rest of the day. Inside the last hours, you'll have a good time catching up here. After saying that, Mo Qingyu disappeared into thin air. After watching Mo Qingyu leave, Qin Haoqian realized that in the middle of the forest, there was two small stools. One didn't need to look to know that this was what Mo Qingyu had prepared for them. Coming on top of the stool, he slowly sat down, while not forgetting to call Zhu Qianxue. Wifey, come and sit down. Qin Haoqian smiled and greeted Zhu Qianxue as she went over. Zhu Qianxue sniffed and her pace became much faster. Hastily, he walked over to the top of the stool and sat down. She looked around her with a look of excitement. This is the season when peach blossoms are in full bloom. Peach blossoms fall above the earth and there are peach blossom leaves everywhere. Old man, I didn't think we'd actually be able to come here again. Saying that, Zhu Qianxue's tears slowly flowed across her cheeks. Qin Haoqian raised his hand to wipe away Zhu Qianxue's tears. Looking carefully at Zhu Qianxue, Zhu Qianxue was a bit strange being stared at by Qin Haoqian. What's wrong? Qin Haoqian smiled. Nope, I'm just remembering you as a young man again. At this moment, what Qin Haoqian saw was not the aged Zhu Qianxue. Instead, it was the Zhu Qianxue who would be shy and shrink inside his embrace. When Zhu Qianxue sniffed, she also looked at Qin Haoqian. Even in the eyes of outsiders, he was long past his prime. But at this moment, in her eyes, Qin Haoqian had also turned young. Always the big boy who doted on him. The boy whose face was a little staccato in speech and not a lover of words. Old man, me too, Zhu Qianxue replied with a smile. Qin Haoqian silently put his hand on Zhu Qianxue's shoulder. Zhu Qianxue obediently leaned on top of his shoulder. Just as they did before. I remember when we first got here, when shyness was written all over your face. When Zhu Qianxue heard this, she also smiled and replied, because I feel that you have made a decision. Wanted to be with me now. That's why I was so nervous at the time. Yeah, they were so clueless back then. Immediately afterward, Qin Haoqian pointed at a peach blossom tree. There's a marker under that peach tree. Remember the peach tree? Qin Haoqian asked with a smile. Zhu Qianxue looked toward the peach blossom tree as memories flooded her mind. Remember, after we kissed, we sat under that peach tree. At the moment, in the eyes of others, the peach blossom tree is empty underneath. But in the eyes of Zhu Qianxue and Qin Haoqian, there were two young silhouettes leaning against each other underneath the peach blossom tree, and a chasm spanned between them and that peach tree. The chasm separates more than just them from that peach tree. It's also them saying goodbye to their younger selves. Gradually, the figure sitting under the peach blossom tree moved. They ran inside the peach blossom forest with each other, playing with each other, not forgetting to hug each other occasionally along the way. the two silhouettes kept walking inside the peach blossom forest, until it's gone. The two of them looked at the peach blossom forest, and slowly memories came flooding back. The next Qin Haoqian and Zhu Qianxue ran to the side of the lake to have a look again. The lake was very calm at the moment, with no ripples above it. They watched as the crystal clear lake reflected their silhouettes. In their eyes, the reflection was a reflection of them in their youth. Wifey, aha, do you think we'll have another life? Zhu Qianxue shook her head. I don't know. Qin Haoqian again who asked. So you want to have it? Zhu Qianxue laughed helplessly. Old man, aren't you asking knowingly? Qin Haoqian laughed dumbly. Yeah, he's not asking a question knowingly. What about you, old man? Zhu Qianxue deliberately asked Qin Haoqian. Qin Haoqian stroked her cheek with his hand. I want to. It was a blessing in my life to meet you, but I'm greedy, and I want another life. Another short life with you. Zhu Qianxue felt the warmth of his hand with her cheeks and looked at Qin Haogan happily. I'm just as greedy. After saying that, Zhu Qianxue and Qin Haoqian began to feel a little dizzy. Let's go ahead and sit down. Good. The duo resumed their place on top of the stool. On top of the stool, they leaned on each other. The eyes began to close slowly. At the last moment, the two said again, Wifey, I love you. Me too, I love you too. After saying that, gusts of white began to flood in front of the duo's eyes. At this moment, a fresh breeze blew by. Peach blossom leaves were blown up and branches rustled around them. The peach blossom leaves that were in the air also slowly fell to the two of them. As if these leaves were capable of understanding, they did not disturb their departure. Instead, they landed on their respective feet. The duo didn't move at the moment, just leaning on each other. What is known is that they left with a smile on their face. On their faces were happy smiles, and while closing their eyes, both of them saw each other's silhouettes. He and she walked toward the figure, taking each other's hands. The final moment of looking at each other. Come on, let's leave together. Well, we're together. Chapter 102, Anling Town. Mo Qingyu, who was inside Qin Haoqian's house, seemed to feel something like that. He stood up, opened the door and looked away. Tiger Sky looked at Mo Qingyu's mesmerizing maneuver and it asked in disbelief. Master, what's wrong? Mo Qingyu just said lightly. They left. At those words, Tiger Sky's expression changed slightly. Master, do you think they will meet again in the next life? Qin Haoqian and Zhu Qianxue didn't know that Mo Qingyu had secretly arranged the next life for them. Their bodies followed their souls away. Mo Qingyu makes the next life of the two of them in another world, but whether they would ever meet again, Tiger Sky didn't know. Mo Qingyu only smiled faintly at this as he said to Tiger Sky, the end of the song may not necessarily mean the end of people, but love will meet. Trust them and trust my arrangements. Tiger Sky sniffed as it came to Mo Qingyu's feet and said with a smile, I didn't realize that you actually have such a gentle side. Master. Mo Qingyu knocked Tiger Sky's skull with her hand. What a thing to say. It's not like I'm inhuman. In this world, the couple deserves my respect. It is not easy for them to be able to stay together in this troubled world. People like that deserve my respect. And he carries with him the personal selfishness that he wanted to have one of those in the old days. Being able to be with yourself. Unfortunately, he gave up because of eye problems. But now he didn't need to, because someone can just do it in this world. Master, when are we leaving? Tiger Sky asked. It knew that there was no longer a need for it and Mo Qingyu to remain here. Mo Qingyu slowly spoke. After today, first thing in the morning, we're leaving for somewhere else. Tiger Sky nodded. Good. With that, the duo did what they always do. Eat and hang out. The day passed quickly. During the night, the two sleep peacefully. There was no talk all night. By the next morning, before it was fully light, Mo Qingyu then got up and got ready to leave. He woke Tiger Sky up. The duo didn't forget to tidy up the inside of the house before leaving the place. Maybe no one will ever come to this house again, but Mo Qingyu still wanted to clean up. After packing everything up, Mo Qingyu and Tiger Sky stood quietly at the door. He turned his head to look at the furniture in the room. Oftentimes, time passes without realizing it. Waiting to look back, you realize. Turns out, time goes by so fast. Looking inside, the furniture is fully furnished, but people aren't. Mo Qingyu was not a very sentimental person, and he slowly closed the gate. Before he left, he said one last thing. Master Qin, Dame Zhu, I hope that in the next life, you will be able to remain in love with each other. Goodbye, Mo Qingyu silently chanted. With that, he took Tiger Sky and left Qingan Town. After leaving Qingan Town, Mo Qingyu began the next leg of her journey. He still tends to go north. Above the road, they didn't meet anyone. It's still a duo. 3 days after leaving the town of Qingan, the two were inside a cave. At the moment they were eating lunch inside this cave. Tiger Sky looked at the jerky in Mo Qingyu's hand and said in a cute manner, Master, give me one. Mo Qingyu waved her hand. Go go go. This is the last of the jerky. I haven't had enough jerky this good for myself. What were you thinking? Tiger Sky had no choice but to continue lying beside Imochingyu, because there was no one else. At the moment, Tiger Sky's figure was very large. I'll go out and look for something then. In fact, with Tiger Sky's current realm, it was completely possible to not need to eat, but it's used to it. Ever since it started following Imochingyu, it hadn't stopped eating 3 meals a day. Get used to it over time. To put it nicely, it's called getting used to it. To put it bluntly, it's gluttony. To this Tiger Sky said, "Hey, I'm just following my master." Coming to the river next to the cave, Tiger Sky looked at the fish inside, licked his mouth. Get in the water and get ready to catch some fish for dinner. It didn't take long to catch some fish, and it began to learn Imochingyu's method of roasting fish. After it had eaten its fill, Imochingyu came to Tiger Sky's side. Had enough to eat? Let's keep going when we're full. Hutian nodded and continued walking with Imochingyu to the north. It was another month of this traveling before they came across a new town. Only this town reveals an odd aura, especially when Imochingyu had just arrived at the town's entrance. He noticed a hint of oddity. Anling Town? He glanced at the large sign at the entrance to the town. Naturally, Tiger Sky could see the oddity as well, and these people's faces revealed a look of greed. Master, Imochingyu, I know. His divine sense swept through and found something a little strange. Oh, it's actually a formation? He realized that the entire town was a formation, and that the formation was very special. This formation is sucking human essence and blood for food, and there are things sealed inside. Looking at the looks on the faces of these townspeople, there was nothing on the surface, but a closer look would reveal that they were a little pale. Let's go. Whatever the hell. It ended up being a situation anyway, because then there's something to play for. Imochingyu smiled with a playful expression. Seeing Imochingyu showing such a smile once again, Tiger Sky mourned for 2 seconds for the person who had laid the array inside the town. Imochingyu had just walked inside the town when a certain resident inside took the initiative to come forward and ask, "Young man, you're from out of town, aren't you?" Imochingyu replied calmly, "Right, can I help you?" Hearing that Imochingyu had come from outside, the person in front of him smiled even more happily. It's fine. I just thought that since you've only just come to this town, you must not know some of the things about it. Plus you have bad eyes, so I thought I'd help you out and introduce you to the town's specialties." The man in front of him said what appeared to be nothing within the words, but it didn't give Imochingyu the right to refuse. Imochingyu only smiled faintly at this. Trying to make something happen? It's his favorite. With that, Imochingyu said very cooperatively, "Yes, please." After saying that, the man left with Imochingyu in the greedy gazes of the crowd. Along the way, the man kept introducing Imochingyu to what was so special about the town. Imochingyu was as plain as water on the surface, but inwardly he was laughing out the villain's voice, because this man's heart was heard by Imochingyu. Chapter 103, Conspiracy. Jia. I've tricked someone into coming in again, and the adults will definitely be happy when they find out. This fool thought I was helping him. Ha ha ha. Waiting to come over tonight, we will let him join the church tomorrow and dedicate him to his lordship. Imochingyu silently listened to these heartfelt voices, come to some conclusions, that someone told them to do it and that these people have been brainwashed. Now it looks like it wants to trick him into it and sacrifice him too. Interesting, now it looks like there's something to play for. Imochingyu's inner thoughts. The man didn't know this. He silently led Imochingyu to a house. This house opens the door and goes inside. The dust inside is visible to the naked eye. It looked like it hadn't been lived in for a long time. Guest, you can stay here today. Imochingyu nodded her head in thanks very cooperatively. Thank you. Say, I don't have to pay to live here, do I? But that's not what he was thinking inside. Ha 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 ha, there's no need to hand over money. Just hand over your and your pet's lives when the time comes. Imochingyu smiled at the old fox in front of her. Okay, then I thank you. The man smiled on his face and said nothing. Turn your head and get ready to leave. In the moment he turned his head, the greed and evil inside his eyes were no longer hidden. He raised an evil smile and glanced at Imochingyu. Oh, I'll let you have your last meal when the evening is over. The man had a sinister grin on his face at the thought. After the man had left, Imochingyu snapped her fingers and made the house clean. Imochingyu said to Tiger Sky, how is it? Do you feel it? Tiger Sky nodded slightly as it replied, there is a very evil aura in this place, except that the person giving off this aura seems to be sealed. And I was able to feel the presence of this aura on the doorsteps of the surrounding residents. Imochingyu nodded and said, right, so this is probably a setup that someone is doing. They are responsible for brainwashing these people and resurrecting them by absorbing their blood. And in the process, it's still pulling in people who come to this town. Tiger Heaven asked Imochingyu at this time. So, Master, what do we do now? The corner of Imochingyu's mouth rose in an arc as he said, since the other party wants to pull us in so badly, how can we refuse their good intentions? Just wait until then to see who they resurrect. So the time has come to test our acting skills. Tiger Sky hemmed and hawed. In terms of acting skills, our Ink Tiger Sangwei group is very good. Yu also smiled cheekily. That's right. Now it's just a matter of waiting for the other side to screw us. We also just have to sit here quietly and wait for them to come. Tiger Sky, okay. At noon, the two stayed in their room. Nothing happened. The only difference was the strange wave of smiles always thrown around by the residents. These smiles resembled the smile of the man who brought Yu here. Yu responded to this with a smile. I wish this group of people could still be laughing so hard when they die. Yu's heart fought happily. On the other hand, the man who brought Yu in, he came inside the most luxurious house inside a town. My lord, there's a new one coming. This one is a cultivator. I think we can use him as a sacrifice. The middle-aged man who was called Lord was named Zhao Wuji. He nodded slightly when he heard a newcomer arrive. You're doing great. This is my reward for you, said, handing the man an elixir in his hand. The man's face was overjoyed after being rewarded. Thank you, my lord. Thank you. You're welcome. Just remember to have the new guy eat the stuff and bring him to me. At the same time, Zhao Wuji gave the man a talisman. This is the talisman paper to hide your scent so you won't be discovered by that cultivator. The man happily received the talisman paper, and he said in a hurry, good, then I will leave your honor alone. After saying that, the man left, leaving Zhao Wuji sitting there. Jiji, reward, just eat more. The more you eat, the easier it will be to suck the essence blood. Wait until the time comes to suck out all of your essence blood. Don't worry, my lord, I will be able to revive you in no time. His face was unusually happy and excited at the thought. With the passage of time, gradually it also came to evening and it got dark. Not to Yu's surprise, the man from the daytime had indeed reappeared. At the moment, he was carrying some rice inside his hand. He still had a frown on his face, as if he were an ordinary resident at the moment. By the way, guest, I see it's your first day here. I made some extra dishes on my side as well, and I brought them here today especially for you. Once Yu heard this, she responded with a smile on her face. How can I bother you with this? The man replied with a smile on his face. No trouble, no trouble. I was just cooking more anyway. Yu smiled and did not continue to speak as he silently looked at the meal in the man's hands. The man saw it without much expression, because in his eyes, even if Yu was a cultivator, it was impossible for him to know that he had tampered with the rice. After all, the contents of the meal were given by Lord Lien. Thinking, he smiled and placed the meal on top of the table. You just take your time eating. I'll leave you to it. Without waiting for Yu to reply, he quietly left. On the surface he left, but in reality he was secretly watching Yu from the doorway. Yu suffered all of this in his eyes as he transmitted his voice to Tiger Sky. Well, Tiger Sky, you should know what to do after you've eaten your meal and later. Tiger Sky, understood. Okay, let's get started then. With that, Yu began to slowly eat. The man outside the door saw Yu's rice give way. He knew it worked. Sure enough, within a few seconds, he heard Yu say, what's going on? Why is my head so dizzy? After he said that, he saw Yu and Tiger Sky lying straight on the ground. He pushed the door open and entered, the expression on his face no longer hidden. Ha ha ha, I'll get credit for bringing you two to the Lord. After saying that, the man started to put Yu and Tiger Sky inside the sack. After Yu was put inside the sack, she glanced at Tiger Sky. Tiger Sky blinked its eyes. Both of them smiled at each other. The game, it's on. Chapter 104, Resuscitation. The man brought Yu inside Zhao Wuji's house. Hand him over to Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji asked with a frown when he saw Yu and Tiger Sky. Didn't you say they were cultivators? Why do I see aura in his body? The man instantly sweated as he hurriedly lowered his head to explain to Zhao Wuji. My lord, this person must not be simple. It's not that I'm lying to you. This man, being a blind man, was able to come to this remote town, and I could see him walking without even using the wooden staff at his waist to know what was around him. That's why I think this blind man is a cultivator. Zhao Wuji also frowned and thought at his words. Hearing the man's reply, Yu really didn't seem like an ordinary person, but why couldn't he feel the aura within him? Is there something hiding his scent? Maybe that's it. Okay, you go down. The man sighed and retreated in a huff. Zhao Wuji looked at Yu with a grim expression and muttered silently, whether you're a cultivator or not, since you've fallen into my hands now, you don't want to run. When tomorrow rolls around, you'll be a good boy as a sacrifice for the Lord. Ji. After saying that, he closed Yu and Tiger Sky in a random room. Inside the room, the duo of Yu and Tiger Sky sat up again, moved his muscles a bit. Tiger Sky directly unfolded the boundary. Then it said to Yu, looks like he's trying to resurrect the sealed thing underground. Yu nodded and said, it should be. I just don't know what's sealed underground. Tiger Sky, want to see it now? With Mo Qingyu's strength, it was very easy to find out. Mo Qingyu just shook her head and smiled. That would be meaningless. Since they want to play, we'll play along. Tiger Heaven knew Mo Qingyu's character and didn't continue to say anything. At this point, Zhao Wuji, who was inside a certain room, observed his surroundings and realized that there was no one there. He brought out a mirror out. A dark shadow suddenly appeared inside the mirror. Looking at the appearance of the black shadow, Zhao Wuji respectfully asked, "My lord, your resurrection ceremony will soon be complete. As soon as tomorrow comes, I will gather everyone together, and then you will be resurrected in peace." The dark figure on the other side of the mirror couldn't make out any expression on his face. Only he was heard to say, "Well, there must not be the slightest accident. Understand?" Zhao Wuji hastily nodded. "Understood. Don't worry, my lord. As long as you haven't forgotten what you promised me," the dark figure inside the mirror said in a playful tone. "Don't worry. I won't forget what you promised as long as you set me free." With that, the black shadow inside the mirror disappeared. Zhao Wuji jumped up and down happily when he learned about it. He was originally the mayor of Anling Township. On a particular day, a sudden spirit approached him, said to make a deal with him. As long as he brought him back to life, he would give Zhao Wuji the mirror-breaking pill and Xian rank weapons. By the way, he made him a great disciple under him. Zhao Wuji didn't believe it at first, but the black shadow kept giving him favors behind him, giving him a hint of heart. In the background, his heart somehow drifted from acceptance. The shift was so strange that even Zhao Wuji himself didn't know why he suddenly agreed to the deal, and his realm had continued to rise under the guidance of Black Shadow since then. This made Zhao Wuji happy. At this time, the underground of Anling Town. There's a coffin in the ground with a spirit inside the tubing. This soul was naturally the Black Shadow inside the mirror just now. This person's name was Blood Chen-Yi. It was once one of the heavenly pivot realms of the Tian Yuan continent. In the past, when he wasn't sealed, he had once fought alone through the 4 continents of the sitting heavenly pivot realm. At that time, he was so powerful that an ordinary heavenly pivot realm could not defeat him. For this he has also earned a title, Blood Demon. The latter because he was evil from time to time on the 4 continents and kept killing people for fun. It was eventually crushed by the 4 continents' heavenly pivot realms joining forces. They thought he was dead at the time, but he actually left himself a way out. That's the soul imprint that's in this ground, and as long as that's still there he can still be resurrected. Hundreds of years had passed since his death, and only recently had the imprint of his soul begun to revive. After his soul imprint was revived, the first thing he did was to use Zhao Wuji to help revive himself. Jia. Everyone in the 4 continents wait for me. I, Blood Demon, will be back soon. A voice came from inside the coffin. Soon. It was the next morning. Early the next morning, all the residents of Anling Town flocked to the very center of the town. Although their faces were unusually pale, they were smiling and laughing. The scene just seemed very strange. Upon arriving in the center of town, there was a coffin here. Zhao Wuji had also been waiting here for a long time. Instead, Mo Qingyu and Hu Tian were on top of a disc that was placed behind the coffin. Only Zhao Wuji waved his big hand. Start activating the formation in Anling Town. First, they wrapped up the entire town so that no one from the outside could enter or discover the place. Finally, another hand was placed on top of the earth, and blood-red plum blossoms suddenly appeared on top of Anling's earth. As if the residents of Anling Town had long been accustomed to this, they knelt down on both knees and sincerely worshipped the coffin. The inside of his mouth was still chanting something. Zhao Wuji looked at the surrounding residents' sincerity as he nodded slightly. With that, he came to the center of the coffin, hands together. I don't know what I'm chanting inside my mouth. And Blood Chen-Yi, who was inside the coffin, began to release his baneful aura around the coffin without stopping. Then a few people came up between the crowd. These people were all sacrifices just like Mo Qingyu. Zhao Wuji let a few people lie down with Mo Qingyu at a glance. He began to cast a spell, gathering everyone's essence blood inside the coffin. The inhabitants of the underground bowed, their faces a little paler than before. The sacrifice next to Mo Qingyu was transformed into a white bone all over his body. Only Mo Qingyu and Tiger Sky did not. Only Zhao Wuji didn't notice that his focus was now on the coffin. Finally, with a loud grunt from Zhao Wuji, the coffin shattered right off. Zhao Wuji looked at the figure inside the coffin and hurriedly bowed. Welcome to the Lord's recovery. Blood Chen-Yi didn't say anything, but glanced at his body. At last, I have come back to life again. After saying that, Blood Chen-Yi kept laughing wildly to the sky. Laughter passed inside the entire town. Although his current strength was only 2/3 of his peak, but it won't take long before he's back on top again. Chapter 105, Suicide by Breaking Defense. The first thing Blood Chen-Yi did after his resurrection was to kill all the inhabitants. He gave a twist to the surrounding inhabitants. Everyone was sucked out of their essence blood. All of them were reduced to a set of white bones. Zhao Wuji didn't have much of an expression when he saw this scene. He just ran to the side of Blood Tatsuya like a lapdog. Now what do we do next, my lord? Blood Chenyi. He glanced at Zhao Wuji beside him and smiled evilly on his face. Now you go to hell too. Poof. Blood Chenyi's right hand went through Zhao Wuji's heart. This was all out of Zhao Wuji's expectation. Before she could react, she laid herself down. Why? Those were his last words. Blood Chenyi just snorted coldly. What kind of trash are you that you dare to negotiate with this seat? If it wasn't for the fact that I didn't kill you before because I saw that you were of use, now that I've been resurrected as well, I naturally don't need you, so be a good boy and become my sustenance too. After saying that, Zhao Wuji's body gradually turned into white bones. Feeling the delicious taste of the blood, Blood Chenyi laughed wildly to the sky. He hadn't felt such delicious essence blood in centuries. Just as he was enjoying himself immensely, a voice interrupted him. So, you're the one behind this, are you? Hearing the sound, Blood Chenyi turned his head towards the source of the sound. He realized that Mo Qingyu and Tiger Sky, who were originally lying down, were standing intact. For this situation, Blood Chenyi was not the least bit panicked. Only people in the Tiangui realm were a threat to him now. And the guy in front of him who couldn't see his breath but could be a cultivator. Blood Chenyi simply that didn't put him in his eyes, not even bothering to talk to Mo Qingyu, directly raising his hand to suck Mo Qingyu's essence blood through the air. After half a dozen inhalations, he realized he couldn't inhale at all. Mo Qingyu just watched Blood Chenyi's every move with a calm face. Tiger Sky was quietly watching Mo Qingyu from the side. It knew that Mo Qingyu was going to start pretending again. It's my turn now, isn't it? Mo Qingyu said with a smile. Blood Chenyi didn't dare to be careless anymore. He moved away from Mo Qingyu in an instant, but having just instantly left, he didn't even know when Mo Qingyu had arrived in front of him, only to see Mo Qingyu slowly place her hand on top of Blood Chenyi's heart. Hello, Blood Demon. When Blood Chenyi heard Mo Qingyu call out his title, he was inwardly shocked beyond measure and was very puzzled as to how he knew about it. He clearly hadn't seen Mo Qingyu. He had been dead for so long that very few people knew about him. How did Mo Qingyu know? Of course I know it from his heart. Blood Chenyi gritted his teeth and shouted, I don't care what you are. I'm a blood demon, a mere blind man. How dare he be so arrogant? As the words fell, Blood Chenyi instantly unfolded his aura, and his surroundings became furious. His whole outlook has changed. Blood marks began to gather on his face, but the aura emanated for only a second or two. It was gone in an instant. Blood Tatsuya, hey? With a puzzled expression, Blood Chenyi felt the change in his body's breath. What's going on? All the breath in his body instantly went to zero. What's wrong? Go on, Mo Qingyu said faintly. Blood Chenyi was no longer so calm this time. Who the hell are you? He asked with a snarl. Instead of answering, Mo Qingyu chatted about something else. You know what? The power of stepping over a mole without killing him is hard to master. But, I have the power. After saying that, Mo Qingyu stretched out her right index finger and crossed it at Blood Chenyi. A majestic sword chi came towards Blood Chenyi. After Blood Chenyi saw Mo Qingyu's sword chi, his body instinctively tried to dodge it, but he found he couldn't move. What the hell is going on here? Blood Tatsuya's inside shouted. It was important to realize that people in the heavenly pivot realm weren't necessarily able to put him like this. Turns out the blind man in front of him did. What has happened in the intervening centuries? Didn't wait for him to continue thinking. Mo Qingyu's sword chi cut across his right arm. His arm was directly chopped off. Feeling the disappearance of his arm, Blood Chenyi cried out in pain. He looked at his disappearing arm. He couldn't get his arm back this time. In the past he was able to keep him recovering, but this time he realized how he couldn't. Who the hell are you? Mo Qingyu replied with a calm smile. The man who killed you. After saying that, Mo Qingyu swung out her sword energy again and cut off his left hand. This time, Blood Chenyi was completely unable to tense up, and he fell to both knees in pain. He hadn't expected to die again just a few minutes after his resurrection. Why? Why are you stopping me? Why did you wait for me now, when you could have killed me without reviving me? Mo Qingyu didn't answer at first, but slowly walked to him. Every word he said was poking at Blood Chenyi's mind's eye. Because, when you play a game, you have to play it well, don't you think? Playing games? Everything he did was just a game in his eyes, and he simply took it to heart that he knew everything already? Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Blood Chenyi laughed maniacally. He hadn't thought that all he had was ruined today by this mysterious man in front of him. The strength of this man was unheard of for him, far more than he was at his peak. He didn't even know how strong Mo Qingyu really was anymore, and the man who seemed to be in control of the situation was now kneeling on the ground in a sorry state. He used others as pawns and ended up being a game for them himself. Thinking of this, Blood Chenyi laughed maniacally. Tiger Sky looked at Blood Chenyi, who had already broken his defense, with emotion. It says it's normal. Let's take an analogy this way. If someone keeps practicing, they end up becoming one of the strongest in the world. Wait until the end to realize that you are just a pawn for someone else, just a part of someone else's game. Everything you do is set up, then anyone more powerful will break defense. Plus, what Yu said was also of the murderous kind. However, Yu felt that it wasn't enough, and he continued to output. What? That won't work? Your so-called situation is just dust in my eyes. Whether the dust is 1 or 2, it makes no difference to the naked eye. You're nothing more than that. Blood Tatsuya was minded by the directness of Yu's speech. He looked dementedly into the sky. Ha 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 ha. It's all a lie. It's all a lie. Everything I do is a lie. Yu came to squat in front of him and said with a smile, there's nothing real or fake about it. It's just that you're wasted. What Blood Chenyi himself did was treated as a game by Yu. All the cultivation done was said to be waste by Yu. At this moment, he was laughing madly. After laughing for a while, he gave himself a slap on the forehead with his hand. Suicide. Chapter 106, The Other Side. After Blood Chenyi committed suicide, Yu only smiled helplessly. So useless. Can't stand it at this level. What do you say, Tiger Sky? Tiger Sky could only smile awkwardly at this. To be honest, if it was replaced, it would break through defenses faster than Blood Chenyi. And what are we going to do now, Master? Tiger Sky asked. Yu then looked around as he slowly spoke. There's no one left in this town anyway, so one way or the other, it's ruined. After saying that, Yu put her hands together. Between his hands he began to gather Reiki. The aura was constantly compressed between Yu's hands. It was compressed into the appearance of a blue square by Yu. Seeing that it was almost time, Yu threw the cube above the sky. He and Tiger Sky instantly left the town. And that square in the air, a constant blue glow. As the light grew brighter, the cube burst open in a flash. The entire town was rippled by the blast from the cube. Yu and Tiger Sky stood in the distance, quietly watching the scene unfold. When the smoke from the explosion disappeared, it could be seen that the entire town would later cease to exist. The whole town was blown to smithereens by the cube, including the surrounding mountains have been somewhat affected. As for the boundary, it was also blown apart. I, Yu, do things cleanly. Yu, he boasted. After saying that, he came to sit on Tiger Sky's back. Have Tiger Sky continue to set off to the north. That said, Master, it seems like we're about to walk to the border of the Divine Continent. Tiger Sky reminded Yu. Although they are still a bit far from the border now, they are not far off. This was also the first time Tiger Sky had gotten this close to the border of the Divine Continent. Hearing what Tiger Sky said, Yu's 2 eyes lit up as marvelous ideas surfaced in her mind. Hu Tian Ah, what do you say we go out to the Divine Continent and have a look around? Naturally, Tiger Sky had no problem with it, and was even happy about it, because it hadn't seen the outside of the Divine Continent either, much less been to 3 other continents. No problem, Master. Yu, then let's get started. Tiger Sky, okay. With that, the duel left the town. No one had expected it. Once, hundreds of years ago, the infamous Blood Devil. Today, he was just decimated by Yu. And still, no one knows about it. Because of the existence of the boundary, other than Yu and Tiger Sky, no one knew about this matter. As for Yu, he was merely playing a game. After Yu and Hu Tian left Anling Town, they continued to walk in the north. After walking for some distance, Yu discovered something special. That is, the further north you go, the more hostile the surroundings become. From the beginning when you could still see flowers and trees, to now a desolate place in the middle of nowhere. 2 months had also passed since they left Anling Town. The duo didn't encounter any special ground release during this time. Every day is basically eating or sleeping. At this moment, they entered inside a desert. Holy, it's actually a desert. And say, when was the last time I was in the desert? Yu said to himself. Tiger Sky didn't say much, but continued to walk inside the desert. Originally, nothing happened, until Yu realized that there was actually a skull in this desert. This skull was half covered by the desert, but Yu was still able to see it clearly. It seems that inside this desert, it's not simple. Yu silently chanted. Tiger Sky, on the other hand, suddenly stopped. Master, something is coming at us. Yu also sensed it, but he said without the slightest panic, there's no rush, let's see what the hell it is. And not far ahead of Yu, something was writhing in the desert floor. The things inside were constantly approaching Yu's direction. As it got closer and closer, it found the right moment to burst right out from under the sand. So it was a scorpion. At this moment, in front of Yu's eyes, what rushed out was a black scorpion. This scorpion was extremely large, even larger than the current Tiger Sky, but size doesn't determine strength. This scorpion's strength was only at the 9th level of the Yaoguang realm. Scorpion doesn't know what he's gotten himself into, because in its eyes, one is blind without aura. One was a tiger demon with low cultivation, 2 rookies in the district. Take it straight. Mo Qingyu ignored this blind man's inner thoughts. He asked Tiger Sky, Tiger Sky, ever eaten a scorpion? Tiger Sky grinned viciously. No. Mo Qingyu also revealed an evil smile. Then you can eat it in a while. This scorpion was instantly confused when it heard the duo's conversation. Not buddy? What's to say? Who's the prey now? Before Scorpion could say anything, the aura of Tiger Sky's Tiangue realm began to leak out. Scorpion instantly knew he had kicked a steel plate after feeling the fear of death. Without saying a word, directly you give Luda Yo. Tiger Sky, on the other hand, used its tiger paw and gave the scorpion a gentle squeeze. The scorpion was directly split in two, instantly lifeless. Tiger Sky deflated at this and said, "It's no fun. I didn't even exert much force." If the scorpion had heard that, it would have said, "I'm sorry Lord Tiger Sky. I didn't let you use out anywhere." Mo Qingyu looked at the black scorpion that was split in two not far away. I didn't expect that there are actually scorpions inside this desert. Tiger Sky, you say, is there something special about this desert? Tiger Sky carefully surveyed this desert with his divine sense, then nodded. Master, there seems to be something hidden somewhere in this desert. Mo Qingyu nodded her head in agreement. For this thing of finding treasures, it's his favorite. Come on, let's go see what the hell is in that place. Tiger Sky, no problem. The duo started walking towards that particular place. As they moved forward, the duo was in no hurry. Instead, he walked very slowly toward the place of the treasure. In the process, Mo Qingyu also discovered something else. That is that this desert is special. Any other desert would be very hot, but this desert seems to be affected by something. Not only will it not be hot, instead, it will be unusually cool. That's weird, Mo Qingyu muttered silently, but the stranger it was, the more it was able to arouse Mo Qingyu's curiosity. Mo Qingyu wouldn't use her divine sense to probe ahead of time with this kind of thing. There are times when it's up to you to take your time and figure it out. This fumbling process is also something else. The current Mo Qingyu is going through this process. Chapter 107, Relic Inheritance. Inside the desert, Mo Qingyu walked farther and farther. He was also able to feel that his surroundings were colder than before. He knows, he was getting very close to the spot where the cold place was emitted. Tiger Sky also frowned slightly as it looked at the desert with nothing around it. Master, it seems like this thing is emanating from beneath the earth. Tiger Sky glanced at the bottom of their feet at the moment. Mo Qingyu also got off of Tiger Sky's back. He drew his own wooden staff from his belt. Stick the wooden staff vertically inside the sand. Are you ready? Mo Qingyu asked Tiger Sky with a smile on her lips. Tiger Sky nodded with the corners of his mouth raised. With that, a wave of energy instantly emanated from Mo Qingyu's surroundings. This energy directly removed all the sand around Mo Qingyu and Tiger Sky, and from the surface, they fell. After reaching the underground, Mo Qingyu observed the surroundings, surrounded by stone walls, and it has various patterns on it. There were also 3 stone doors in front of them. Looks like a relic, Mo Qingyu thought inwardly. Tiger Sky was similarly observing, and it also realized that this place was not simple. Master, come and see. Tiger Sky greeted Mo Qingyu as he went over. Mo Qingyu sniffed and walked over to Tiger Sky's side, looking in the direction of its finger. There's writing above the walls there. Mo Qingyu looked at these words and read them out. I am the Supreme Demon Emperor, and this is the place of my inheritance. If you pass all the organs that I have made, you will receive my legacy. That's all the writing above the wall. As for who the Wuji Sword Immortal is, Mo Qingyu didn't know, but looking at the surroundings, no one should have been here yet. He should be the first. Mo Qingyu looked at the word Demon Emperor. The corners of her mouth were silently chanting, Demon Emperor? I'd like to see what you, the Demon Emperor, are capable of. Come on, Tiger Sky, let's break into the barrier together. Tiger Sky, good. As for the Demon Emperor inside the ruins, because of Mo Qingyu's entry, he has awakened. Finally, someone's coming in. Jia Jia Jia. When he passes the barrier, I'll reward him properly. By the way, let's see how his body is, so that it's easy to take over the body. Ha 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 ha. The Demon Emperor's soul kept laughing in the air. With that, he took out a mirror. This mirror could see Mo Qingyu's every move inside the ruins. Just let me take a look at you. He looked at Mo Qingyu inside the mirror. At this moment, Mo Qingyu chose the first door and walked in. Just as he walked in, he turned his head to look somewhere. The Devil Emperor looked at Mo Qingyu looking straight at himself inside the mirror. He froze for a second. Then inside the corners of his mouth he mumbled, No way. Only those in the heavenly pivot realm can feel my presence. This blind man should just be a low-level cultivator. And the other side. Mo Qingyu also just smiled at the corner of her mouth. Tiny Demon Emperor, since you want to play, then as a good person, I'm sure I'm going to have a good time with you. Otherwise it wouldn't be fun. After saying that, Mo Qingyu and Tiger Sky officially entered inside the ruins. The duo at the moment walked in front of yet another gate. Mo Qingyu looked at this gate and greeted Tiger Sky beside him with his hand. And in the deepest part of the ruins, the Demon Emperor was excitedly looking at Tiger Sky with a mirror. This gate is not something that can be broken through so easily. I'd like to see how a tiger is going to open it, Hiz muttered. However, Tiger Sky's next behavior directly shocked him in both eyes. Tiger Sky came to the front door and pushed it open easily with both hands. The Devil Emperor looked at Tiger Sky with a shocked expression. It's not right. This gate opens so easily? Isn't this tiger only in the Yaoguang realm? What he didn't know was that this was something Mo Qingyu used to deceive him. It's not just pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Who doesn't know how to do that? Above this matter, Mo Qingyu was old and familiar, although most of the time it's a straight showdown. After they all went in, Mo Qingyu looked around at the rows of tall stone statues on both sides. These stone statues, made of stone, hold machetes, and at the very front of Mo Qingyu, there was an even bigger stone statue. This stone statue wore a crown on its head and had a slight smile on its face, which was a bit creepy when you looked closely. Mo Qingyu thought it was quite good, and smiled more and more wryly. I'll show these stone statues what it means to be a black hand in a minute. Fruity. He had just walked in when the doors closed behind him. The only exit now was the door behind the largest stone statue directly in front of it. Mo Qingyu and Tiger Sky had no worries, like he was in his own backyard, idly strolling toward the front of the house. The duo had just stepped within range of the stone statues on either side. These stone statues instantly moved. They began to keep turning in place. The machete in his hand was also swung under the ground every now and then. The loud sound echoed inside the ruins, and as if Mo Qingyu and Tiger Sky didn't hear them, they continued to walk ahead, and those machetes heading for them. A blue shield appeared around Mo Qingyu and Tiger Sky. These machetes cut into the shield for a moment. The entire blade shattered right into pieces. Not only that, after the sword shattered, these stone statues slowly cracked along with it. It was finally dropped to the ground in pieces. Just like that, Mo Qingyu came to the forefront. There is an engraved tablet under the stone statue at the very front. The inscription was written above the carved monument. The only way to get through here is to defeat the stone statue. Mo Qingyu read out the words above the engraved tablet. Just read it. The stone statue in front of him moved. This stone statue holds two axes. Suddenly, this stone statue, like the human, began to smile on its face. The corners of its mouth smiled very strangely, as if it was very excited about Mo Qingyu's arrival. In response to the stone statue's smile, Mo Qingyu and Tiger Sky glanced at each other. The two were not only not afraid of the stone statue's smile. Instead, he responded to the stone statue with a smile as well. The stone statue's face showed little expression when he saw it, just swinging the two axes in his own hands towards Mo Qingyu. The Demon Emperor at the center of the ruins saw this scene. He'd like to see how he got to fix the stone statue this time. This stone statue was specially made by him. Unlike the stone statue that just entered, this one is very strong. But there are weaknesses. That is, it is invisible to people who are standing still. He was now curious to know how Mo Qingyu would act. And Mo Qingyu was not the least bit flustered by this axe. He held out his left index finger and stopped the axe. The axe was on top of Mo Qingyu's index finger, unable to continue forward. The stone statue on the opposite side could not be immobilized in the slightest. Looking at the axe close at hand, Mo Qingyu just smiled faintly, like it's talking to someone. You know what? Power is something that is described as such. Chapter 108, Devil Emperor? It's nothing, only to see Mo Qingyu bend her fingers and place them on top of the massive axe. This axe instantly began to crack. As the cracks grew larger, the axe bunged, shattered on the spot. When the Demon Emperor at the center of the ruins saw this scene, his face began to look a bit grave. For some reason, he always felt that Mo Qingyu was special, or rather, he couldn't see through him. The Demon Emperor himself smiled at the thought. As a Demon Emperor, he was one of the strongest people this world had ever seen. Now you can't actually see through people? Ha ha ha, jokes. Let me see what he's capable of when he comes here in person. The other side. After Mo Qingyu shattered the axe, there was not a single moment of hesitation. Straight up in the air, raising his tiny fist, he swung it at the stone statue's face. Just this ordinary punch directly shattered the stone statue. Not only that, the door behind the stone statue and the barrier behind it were all blown to pieces by Mo Qingyu's punch. Well, just play through a cat and mouse game like this one. Next, it's our turn, Mo Qingyu said to Tiger Sky beside him. Tiger Sky also understood what Mo Qingyu meant. Go. Mo Qingyu and Tiger Sky continued to walk forward. On the Demon Emperor's side he was very nonchalant. It was because Mo Qingyu's punch directly shattered his door here as well. In other words, Mo Qingyu was heading straight for him. Thinking of this, the Demon Emperor laughed out madly. Was thinking of waiting for him to take his time through it. Since he wants to die so badly, then let it go. Jia jia jia. The The demon emperor then began to reveal his true form. The surroundings he was in were constantly releasing demonic chi, but just after releasing his demonic chi, the demon emperor's appearance changed drastically. So crazy and brutal looking just now, now it's turned into a kindly old man, a look of a worldly man. The look of the surrounding area was also drastically changed. The buildings that were originally filled with blood were all turned into broken stones. The devil emperor also sat quietly in place and meditated, closing his eyes as he waited for Mo Qingyu to arrive. It wasn't long before Mo Qingyu arrived at the center of the ruins. Mo Qingyu's footsteps spread through the empty ruins. The demon emperor opened his eyes slightly and said to the person in front of him, "I am Su Ran. My name is the Extreme Dao Sword Immortal, and this is the place where I set up my inheritance. Posterity, oh, please let go of your mind and wait for the inheritance to enter your heart." Mo Qingyu looked at the old Biden in front of him with a calm face. "TCH, Tiger Sky, what do you think of his acting?" Mo Qingyu asked Tiger Sky in amusement. Tiger Sky also nodded with slight recognition. "If it's a low-ranked cultivator, you really can't see much of anything. It was pretty well acted. I guess someone else would have been hit." Sui Ran's face remained expressionless as he heard the duo's conversation. "But inside, it's very rich. Did they see it? No, it can't be. The realm of this man and the demon are both very low. It's impossible for them to see it. Posterity, don't you want my legacy?" Sui Ran said with a kind smile. Mo Qingyu didn't have this kind of free time to play with him, and was directly showing him the cards. "Alright old Biden, don't pretend. A person who cultivates demons still wants to turn into an immortal." Hearing this, Sui Ran lowered his head. A gust of laughter began to emanate from his mouth and his voice was low as he spoke to Mo Qingyu. "I don't know how you guys found out, but come and don't go." After saying that, Sui Ran raised his head violently. The greedy gaze in his eyes was no longer hidden, and the scowl on his face was visible to the naked eye. The look around him instantly returned to its original form. Sui Ran didn't want to waste such a good opportunity and didn't continue talking to Mo Qingyu. It directly rushed over to Mo Qingyu. His mouth was still laughing. "Ha ha ha ha, your body is mine now. Serve as my demon emperor's sustenance." Originally, his plan was to forcefully enter Mo Qingyu's divine consciousness, then destroy his soul from the inside and completely take over his body. The result was unexpected. He only saw that he had rushed to a meter in front of Mo Qingyu's body, but he was unable to continue forward. Something like a protective shield appeared around Mo Qingyu. Sui Ran looked at Mo Qingyu with a shocked expression. At this moment, the corner of Mo Qingyu's mouth was lifting slightly. Sui Ran had panic in his eyes, and his mouth was still chanting, "No, this can't be, this can't be, who the hell are you?" Sui Ran was now completely flustered as he realized that he couldn't break in even if he couldn't. He actually couldn't move yet. He, as a soul imprint, was actually immobilized by this blind man in front of him. Mo Qingyu didn't say anything, only slowly raised his left hand, a grab at the Sui Ran in front of him, catching him in his hand. Sui Ran's entire body was now numb. He didn't understand why this blind man in front of him was able to directly grab souls with his bare hands. The key thing was that no divine powers or spells were used. He wanted to continue talking, but Mo Qingyu sealed his mouth shut. "You don't need to know who I am. You just need to know that you're going to die. It's as simple as that. Understand?" Sui Ran kept shaking his head, trying to break free from Mo Qingyu's hand, but sadly he couldn't. He wanted to ask Mo Qingyu why he, a blind man, could do these things. Why couldn't he, a demon emperor, break free of his hand? Why would he cooperate with him when he already knew what he was up to? Various reasons were trapped in Sui Ran's heart. Unfortunately, he no longer had the opportunity to ask. Snap! Mo Qingyu crushed the soul in his hand. At this point, a generation of demon emperors had completely fallen. If he was killed by someone else, he might have a chance to be reincarnated or resurrected. But to be killed by Mo Qingyu is to simply disappear forever. "Well, we've done what we had to do. Get out," Mo Qingyu said to Tiger Sky beside him. As she left, Mo Qingyu did not forget to destroy the corpse. Giving the wooden staff at his waist, he placed it vertically towards the ground. The entire relic began to shake. The walls around them began to breed cracks. Instead, Mo Qingyu and Tiger Sky instantly returned to the ground. Just after returning to the ground, Mo Qingyu felt the hot feeling of the desert come back. "Sure enough, the temperature here gets cold because of the sky," Mo Qingyu said. "Well, let's move on. It's almost time to leave the divine continent." Punch punch punch. Mo Qingyu excitedly pointed ahead to Tiger Sky. Tiger Sky was also excitedly running up and running towards the front. Leave the divine continent and travel to other places. That was something he wouldn't have thought of before. I didn't realize it was going to happen in a little while. Chapter 109, Leaving the Divine Continent. Just as Mo Qingyu was about to approach the border of the divine continent, the soldiers stationed at the border of the divine continent seemed to have sensed that someone was leaning towards the border. even called for a trip to see what was going on. With that, Mo Qingyu's side also encountered soldiers who came to check on them. The soldier looked at Mo Qingyu, his brows slightly furrowed. How did a blind man get here? Wait, blind man. The soldier's heart was a bit panicked as he hurriedly asked Mo Qingyu, "May I ask your honor's name, and why you are here?" Mo Qingyu looked at the soldier as he gave out his name. The soldier also bowed in a hurry after receiving an affirmative answer. "Don't dare say anything more," Mo Qingyu said to the soldiers in front of him. "So there's no problem with me leaving the Divine Continent in a little while, right?" When the soldier heard this, then he dared to say anything. The order was given long ago over at the Divine Continent headquarters. Obey Mo Qingyu unconditionally. Don't say or do too much lest you make him angry. There is no problem, as long as you have to go wherever you want, my lord. Mo Qingyu nodded and did not continue to say anything to such a soldier. Together with Tiger Sky, they headed for the border. On the other side, the Divine Continent headquarters here also received the news delivered by the soldiers. As for Yi Chen at the Divine Continent headquarters, he was originally still leisurely lying on top of his chair and resting. Suddenly someone is delivering important news to him. Say, Yi Chen let the person arching his hand in front of him answer. Reporting to Chairman, Elder Mo is at the border of the Divine Continent and is preparing to leave it. Hearing this, Yi Chen's entire body instantly sat up. Got it. Go ahead and go down. Yes. Yi Chen got up and looked at the distant sky. Although I knew this day would come, I didn't expect it to come so soon. He knew that Senior Mo liked to travel. Plus he didn't belong to any forces, so surely you won't stay in the Divine Continent all the time. It was already considered very good to be able to get help from the seniors before, but for their Divine Continent, Mo Qingyu's departure was considered a good thing, because Mo Qingyu's character was too difficult to guess, and he didn't belong to any power. Talking to such a person who was even afraid of the heavenly Tao, the pressure inside was really not small, but it's good now that you don't have to deal with that kind of pressure for a while. Mo Qingyu looked at the border ahead. Why does it feel a little different than he thought it would? The far borders are not only not deserts or lands in the middle of nowhere. Instead, it fills the leafy green woods. Tiger Sky. Tiger Sky, aha, not quite what I expected either. Tiger Sky also thought that the outside of the Divine Continent was a barren and uninhabited land, but where is that right now? It's clearly a vibrant forest, with birdsong as far as the eye can see. Well, let's move on. Maybe it'll be different when we're a ways off, Mo Qingyu said to Tiger Sky. Tiger Sky nodded back and continued on his way. After you get out of the border, Mo Qingyu walked a little further. This part of the journey Mo Qingyu was out of the forest that he had walked through. For once, the road ahead of him turned out to be what he thought it would be. 2. The surrounding area was deserted and very desolate, without any plants or trees. The land has also become scorched and the hills are very hilly. I knew it, that's what's really out there. Mo Qingyu hemmed and hawed. Tiger Sky, charge. Mo Qingyu pointed to the mountains ahead. Tiger Sky responded, and then charged forward with great strides. At this moment, there was suddenly an eye behind Mo Qingyu staring at him. Upon closer inspection, it was a black goose. This goose had a greedy look in his eyes. I didn't think that I would actually be able to meet a human here. It's been a long time since I've eaten a human, so I'm going to enjoy it today. With that, this goose flew off into the sky, prepared to charge directly towards Mo Qingyu's side, but it didn't know why. Just as it flew up into the sky, its body was out of its control. What's going on? Goose cried out in panic. Didn't wait for it to think anything over. Its entire body instantly turned into a blood mist before being blown away by the wind. Mo Qingyu's side was still leisurely lying on top of Tiger Sky's back. It's like nothing just happened. This road trip may be very interesting, Mo Qingyu said to himself. Tiger Sky also hemmed and hawed. Master, which way do you think we'll go then? Mo Qingyu sat up and replied to Tiger Sky. Just keep going north. We'll be on a new continent by then. Tiger Sky asked with an excited face. What continent is it? The corner of Mo Qingyu's mouth lifted up as she looked at Tiger Sky with an expectant look on her face. It's all just like you there. All demonic beasts. Tiger Sky thought carefully. All demonic beasts? The beast Wuzhou? Mo Qingyu snapped her fingers. Correct answer. Then I really want to know how the demonic beasts over there live. Tiger Sky spoke expectantly. Mo Qingyu was likewise quite looking forward to it. After all, it was the first time he left the Divine Continent and traveled to another continent. More or less excited. With that, the duo had been heading north. Walked most of the way. It was also dark. Hu Tian and Mo Qingyu found a random place to rest inside. Mo Qingyu took out the matches inside the space, lighted on fire and make a pyre. Tiger Sky, on the other hand, shrunk in size and lay behind Mo Qingyu, sleeping peacefully. Mo Qingyu, on the other hand, was in less of a hurry to fall asleep. He took out the prepared roast from inside the space, in order not to affect Tiger Sky's sleep. Mo Qingyu was very relieved to block out the odor. That way this odor won't reach Tiger Sky's side. It won't disturb its sleep either. Well, he can be a good host. Tiger Sky. Emochingyu's move attracted the surrounding demonic beasts that had been wandering around. Many demonic beasts had wanted to come over to grab food and kill Emochingyu. Unfortunately, they were killed by Emochingyu just as they got up, although many demonic beasts died, but the night remained quiet. No one knew that all the demonic beasts around this mountain were dead. Emochingyu looked at the roasted meat in front of her and ate it with a greedy mouth. The sky is the limit and the belly is the biggest. This is one of Emochingyu's philosophies of life. And Tiger Sky was completely unaware that Emochingyu was sneaking delicious roasted meat behind his back. If it knew, it would definitely ask Emochingyu to give it some as well. And so on. After a while, Emochingyu also finished the roast. Eat and drink, then it's time to sleep, Emochingyu muttered to herself. He leaned against the top of the large tree behind him, resting quietly. Truth be told, after traveling for almost 9 years now, he'd gotten used to the sky as his blanket and the earth as his bed a long time ago. Emochingyu was getting more and more excited about the future. That night, Emochingyu slept peacefully in a deserted place. Chapter 110, The Place of the Great War? Early in the morning, Emochingyu woke up from her sleep. There were some birds flying gently across the sky. In this desolate place, most of them were demonic beasts surviving here. Emochingyu patted Tiger Sky beside him. Tiger Sky, wake up. Tiger Sky was woken up by Emochingyu as it got up and yawned and stretched. With that, the body size was given a bigger size. Emochingyu also made a small jump to the top of Tiger Sky's back. The two then proceeded to set off to the north. Along the way, the two were at peace with each other. No accidents were encountered and not a single demonic beast was encountered. Until the two of them walked out of this mountain and came to the bottom of a valley. There are still rivers around this valley floor. Emochingyu and Hutian then followed this river. After walking for about an hour or so, he came out of the mountains. Just as they stepped out of the mountains, a silhouette suddenly rushed towards them in front of them. When that silhouette saw Emochingyu, it rushed to his aid. Fellow Daoist, help! The man's words had just fallen when a maniacal aura came from behind him to crush him. Above the sky, a huge shadow also appeared, covering Emochingyu. Emochingyu looked up towards the sky. Hua hua! A big bird of the 9th level of the Yaoguang realm came from above the sky. Tiger Sky also stopped and looked towards the sky. When this big bird saw Emochingyu, it seemed to be gathering something inside its beak. Master, it seems like it's going to attack us, Tiger Sky said with a flat face. Emochingyu sniffed and also stood up, moving her body a bit. If it doesn't attack us, I won't yet. Since it's getting ready to attack us, we can't just sit back and wait, can we? Hey! Emochingyu let out a laugh before flying directly towards the sky. Come to this big bird. The big bird in the sky saw the blind man in front of him and it was startled. It actually didn't see when Emochingyu came over. This blind man clearly didn't have any aura on him. Without waiting for this big bird to think about anything in detail, Emochingyu directly gave it an elbow strike, knocked the big bird out of the air. The whole bird was confused when this big bird was knocked away. It just wants to drive them away from the area a bit, not realizing that they were so strong. This big bird also noticed that Emochingyu was standing in the air and smiling at it. Big bird, run! That was its first instinct. It was just about to use its divine ability to slip away when it was killed by Emochingyu. I didn't expect it, but there are actually people in this hole. Emochingyu spat. Tiger Sky said unconcernedly, perhaps they were driven out, or something else. Emochingyu didn't care too much about this human either. After all, it wasn't like this human could interfere with their journey. Come on, let's get on with it. Aha! Ending the little mishap, the duo continued on their way. This time, Tiger Sky was running straight ahead at a fast pace. It was because Emochingyu sensed something special in front of him. One person and one demon soon arrived at a place full of mists. Looking ahead at a scene all misty, the corner of Emochingyu's mouth smiled. He had just sensed a very powerful energy here. How powerful is it? Only if it was the heavenly power realm could it be possible to barely hold up against the energy in here. Tiger Sky looked at the mist in front of it as if it had thought of something. Then he said to Emochingyu, Master, I still remember. I've heard the 7-colored deer say before that it's in the central area of the 4 continents, where it doesn't belong to any continent. The most crucial thing is that there was a battle here, or a battle between the heavenly pivot realm and the heavenly pivot realm. Some people even say that there are treasures inside this place, only that the people of the 4 continents haven't found any after searching for hundreds of years, and they don't know if it's true or not. Hearing Tiger Sky say this, Emochingyu also remembered. I've heard people talk about it before when I was in one of the towns. It was rumored that there were a total of 4 in the heavenly pivot realm at that time. The current 6 were all successfully cultivated up later. At that time, these 4 heavenly pivot realms were also one of the 4 continents. The exact reason why they were fighting was said to be for their respective territories, and those 4 heavenly pivot realms all hoped that they would be able to dominate the area alone. The sky was broken by the fight, and all 4 continents were affected by the battle. Yu also remembered that Yi Chen had secretly told him that the 4 continents had agreements with each other. It now appears that Armistice Pact came about as a result of the battle. I'd like to see what's inside this forbidden area. Go Tiger Sky. Let's go and find out. Tiger Sky, good. Tiger Sky continued to walk forward with Yu. The two of them were originally on top of the desert land. It turned out to be a walk into the dark night. Yo, still got the whole change of day thing going on. Yu walked away while not forgetting to spit. Just after entering, Yu felt the powerful aura sweeping around her. Yu was not only not afraid of this breath, but instead enjoyed the feeling of him blowing over her body. It's so cozy, Yu lamented. Perhaps, in the face of this energy, only Yu could say the word comfortable. Tiger Sky wasn't comfortable, but he wasn't the least bit flustered. Let's not talk about the fact that it was now in the Tiangue realm, not to mention that Yu was right next to it. Come on, Tiger Sky, let's keep wandering inside. Good. The duo continued to walk deeper, walked most of the way. The duo realized there was nothing. There's just one powerful energy in this place. Yu also swept through with her divine sense and found that there was indeed nothing. So he spread his hands breathlessly. Really? Nothing? It's not funny. After saying that, he and Tiger Sky left the place. After leaving this place, Yu and Tiger Sky had been gone for another month or so. It looked like they would soon arrive at the Beast Wu continent. The duo didn't rush, but rested where they were. Anyway, it's evening and it's almost time. Not bad for that time. The duo found a random place to rest. The mind was full of thoughts about what was different about this Beast Wujo, or what's fun about it. For this reason, Yu didn't forget to poke fun at Tiger Sky. Say, tomorrow when we go to the Beast Wu continent, do you think you should find a companion? Tiger Sky just shook his head and smiled at this. Master, I'm going to follow you on your travels. If I find a companion, then how can I follow you? Besides, those like us who travel the world are doomed to be without mates. What's more, in my eyes, traveling the world with you, Master, is what I want to do. Yu stroked Tiger Sky's big head with her hand. Don't worry, this journey will definitely be wonderful for one of us and one demon. The district is just a tigress, right? Hu Tian had long been accustomed to Yu's witty humor. It nodded approvingly. Alright, rest early. Tomorrow we'll enter the Beast Wu continent. Good. With that said, the two were resting with their eyes closed. Chapter 111, Arrival at the Beast Wu continent. As the sunlight gradually glowed, Yu woke up from her sleep. He rushed to wake Tiger Sky up. After waking up, the man and the demon continued on their way. On the way, Yu didn't forget to take out the roasted meat she had made. Handing a bit of one of the roasts to Tiger Sky, Yu flung his hand and threw it. Tiger Sky caught it with his mouth open and then swallowed it. Looking at the borders of the Beast Wu's continent, Yu sighed with emotion. It's finally here. With that, he let Tiger Sky walk straight in. Don't worry, they won't stop us, Yu said. Tiger Sky didn't say anything either, and walked straight past the station soldiers. The soldier acted as if he couldn't detect the duo. Tiger Sky looked at these soldiers who looked a bit like humans, but not quite the same as humans. They have something that humans don't, like fluff, horns, these and such. Looking at the face alone it did look a bit like a human, but looking at the whole thing one was able to tell that it was a demonic beast, only incarnated. Let's put it this way, for demonic beasts to say that after transforming, you can call them human, or you can just as easily not call them human. After passing through these soldiers, Yu and Hu Tian were considered to have officially entered the place of Beast Wujo. To be honest, this side of the border is also forested though, but that's exactly what fits the lifestyle of a demonic beast. They are different from humans living in towns and cities. They prefer to live inside the forest. I just don't know what their demonic beasts' own towns are like. Is it also like humans? Yu was the more he thought about it, the more he was looking forward to it. After passing through the forest, Yu came to the top of the hill. Yu stood at the highest point of the hill and looked into the distance. Tiger Sky, isn't that century a town? Yu pointed to what looked like a town in the distance. As his divine sense swept through, Yu realized that this town was just like the soldiers from before. On the surface, it looked like a human, but it had the unique style of a demonic beast. Seems like it, let's go check it out, Tiger Sky said. Yu, okay, let's go take a look. Yu was now eager to see what the town where the demonic beast so lived was like. Since both Tiger Sky and Yu were looking forward to it, this time the duo flew straight through. There's no option to go slowly. Come to the entrance of the town. This town has the name of the town written next to the entrance, the town of Heaven Hill. As for the group of demonic beasts at the entrance of Tianmen town, when they saw Yu, they had a look of contempt on their faces. When he saw Tiger Sky standing next to Yu, he also gave Tiger Sky this look. They thought that Tiger Sky was leading the way for Yu, the blind man. In their eyes, a demonic beast actually ran to guide a blind human, so they stared at it with contempt. Tiger Sky didn't wait for it to ask anything after seeing those looks. Yu then went ahead and said to it, "It's normal. I'm not hiding my human identity right now. In the human world, demonic beasts are all below humans. This is the world of demonic beasts. Naturally it's the complete opposite of the human world." Tiger Sky also understood. In the human world, demonic beasts can live over there. It just won't be treated well by humans. On the contrary, it's the same here. Humans were just as unpopular with the demonic beasts over here. "Come on, let's go inside the town," Yu said to Tiger Sky. A man and a demon walked inside the town. Yu looked at the town's house architecture, which was very similar to the humans. All of them are built using natural materials such as stone, wood and bamboo. Some of them are made of huge blocks of stone piled on top of each other. There are also differences. That is, the overall decoration has a pattern of demonic beasts. Today there are various demonic animal logos engraved, colorfully painted walls, and so on and so forth. Perhaps the house architecture will be different when you enter a richer city. Just like the human world, Yu had just walked in and received many stares. These people gazed at Yu, and Yu not only did not say anything to these gazes, instead, it was graciously enjoyed. Yu was still brazen enough to say, "You guys are looking at me so much, making me embarrassed." The surrounding demonic beasts were speechless when they heard Yu say this. "Come on, you really don't know or you just don't know. This blind man is doing it on purpose, isn't he?" "I don't feel like it. You said it was blind. Plus he has no aura, and I don't know how I got here." The people around them talked about how Yu had come over. There was also talk about why Tiger Sky chose to submit to Yu. Tiger Sky's behavior towards these remarks was exactly the same as Yu's. Instead, enjoy the feeling of watching. It also remembered that Yu had said many things. A couple of those lines are, "A dead Taoist friend is not a poor Taoist. Instead of embarrassing yourself, blame others." You have to have a thick skin to be able to leave people speechless. It had to be said that Tiger Sky was greatly influenced by Yu. If it was before, Tiger Sky would still be more or less concerned. But now, it had been assimilated by Yu. Yu first looked for a store that sold pastries. The owner of the store had originally seen a customer coming and greeted him happily. When it turned out to be a human, his face turned grim. Before he could say anything, Yu took out 2 spirit stones as big as his hand out from inside his pocket. After the shopkeeper saw it, the grimness on his face instantly transformed into a smile again. "Yu, let's just say, the world of demonic beasts is just like humans. It's just as fast as you can change your face. In hell, money talks. It doesn't matter if you're a human or a demon, as long as you want money, you're a grandpa." When Tiger Sky saw this scene, he was also amused by the store owner's speed of changing his face. The store owner didn't get angry about it and instead curried favor with Yu. "What would you like to order?" Sir, look at the food I still have here. All of it is good. Sir, do you want to buy some to go back and eat?" Yu waved her hand to make the demonic beast in front of her stop. Alright. Yu looked at the pastries. They didn't look good, because these were for demonic beasts and not for humans. The types of pastries were also different from the human world. "Just give me a couple of those pastries." Yu pointed at something that barely looked past her. The store owner was overjoyed. 2 pastries can be exchanged for 2 spirit stones. It's worth it. The boss even gave Yu some extra pastries for this. Seeing this, Yu also threw another spirit stone to the boss. Seeing this, the boss smiled and said, "You take your time, master. Come back here and visit again sometime." Good lord, the name calling has turned into master. Yu shook her head with emotion. The shopkeeper looked at the spirit stones in his hand and smiled happily. Kidding aside, for a bottom-tier demonic beast like him, don't you have money to earn? Regardless of whether he was human or not, at least the other party really gave spirit stones. Where are the lowly humans that can make him a lot of money? Yu is his grandpa. After Yu left, there was a group of people staring at Yu to come. Seeing that he was able to pull out spirit stones, plus being a blind man, a lot of people stared at him. However, these people who had their eyes on Yu had not yet acted, and they instantly died violently in place. The whole town became panicked by this. Suddenly a lot of people died, and these people still died violently in place. The people in the surrounding area didn't know what was going on, and no one knew that Yu had moved. Yu didn't pay any attention to this. Instead, "I'm looking for a place to stay," because Yu had revealed her wealth. This time renting the house went smoothly instead. Chapter 112, The Funny Thing. After finding a place to live, Yu settled around the house. She went to the top of the street. "I don't know if there's anything good to eat in this Tianshan town." Mo Qingyu covered her rumbling stomach. With that, Mo Qingyu stroked Tiger Sky's little head and said to it, Tiger Sky, huh? Time to play with your nose. Tiger Sky, I'm a tiger, not a dog. Tiger Sky looked exasperated as he spat at Mo Qingyu. Mo Qingyu coughed her throat. Sorry, I forgot for a moment. Tiger Sky, it always feels like you're doing it on purpose. There's no telling Tiger Sky to search the restaurant, so he'll ask, or find it himself. Say it and do it. Mo Qingyu looked at a man passing by his side and hurriedly stopped him. Hey, that you wait. The pig demon who was stopped by Mo Qingyu saw that it was a person. He looked disdainful and defied Mo Qingyu. Without even waiting for Mo Qingyu to continue saying anything, he continued to walk around the road. Mo Qingyu didn't give him a chance either, and even put her hand on top of this pig demon's shoulder. This pig demon instantly became impatient when Mo Qingyu did this. Just as he was about to do it, he felt an invisible pressure on himself. The power of this pressure made it impossible for him to resist. What's going on here? The pig demon's inside said. And Mo Qingyu was kind enough to help him answer this question. What's wrong? Is it impossible to move? Hearing Mo Qingyu's words, the pig demon looked at Mo Qingyu and realized that his smile was so piercing at that moment. You! Mo Qingyu nodded kindly. The pig demon swallowed his throat, and a smile spread across his face. That, Moncler, what do you want with me? Mo Qingyu looked at the submissive pig demon in front of her and said with great emotion. It wouldn't have been better if it had been like this. Tell me this. Tell me if there are any good places to eat in your town. Say it and I'll let you go. Pig demon. So, what about if you can't say it? Mo Qingyu raised his casserole-like fist and smiled as he answered the pig demon. If you can't answer, then you'll just have to be virtuous. How could the pig demon not understand Mo Qingyu's speech? He hurriedly told Mo Qingyu everything he knew about the place. Mo Qingyu slowly nodded after hearing this, quietly signaling Tiger Sky beside him in the process. Tiger Sky instantly understood what the other party meant when he saw Mo Qingyu's eyes. After the pig demon finished speaking, his tone was careful to ask Mo Qingyu, that, Moncler outlet online I am able to walk. Before he could finish his words, Tiger Sky directly slapped him and threw him towards the far side of the town's entrance. The pig demon flew straight out as a result. He did let him off the hook, and in the process gave him a taste of what it was like to be on a trapeze. You're not saying he's lying. Did you see him do it again? He is very honest. Mo Qingyu thought playfully inside. Tiger Sky looked at the pig demon that flew out and was calm inside. Come on master. I'm starving. Before Tiger Sky could wait for Mo Qingyu, he began to walk forward. Mo Qingyu, okay. This action drew the attention of those around him. The surrounding people kept saying how Mo Qingyu, a blind man, dared to brawl and cause trouble here. You say, how will Lord Tiger punish the two of them when he comes later? I don't know, but if you don't die, you'll lose your skin. And it's not like you don't know the strength of Lord Tiger. That's right. How about we sneak after this blind guy and watch the show later? Hey, good idea. A small portion of the surrounding people secretly followed Mo Qingyu, wanting to watch him being humiliated in a moment. Mo Qingyu was still walking ahead, looking at the hotel that would soon arrive. He walked in without hurry. The junior inside the store hurriedly came up to greet him. Guest, inside please. After saying that, the shopkeeper saw Mo Qingyu. His reaction after seeing Mo Qingyu was different from the other demonic beasts. He was very shocked and puzzled, because this shopkeeper was a human. Without thinking too much, the store assistant hurriedly invited Mo Qingyu to be seated. Mo Qingyu also followed his lead and slowly took her seat. Looking at the pairing of one person and one demon, the shopkeeper really felt a bit strange. How did a blind man get a demonic beast to follow him around? But there was more to think about. It wasn't like it was his mission anyway. His mission is to serve the guests well. May I ask what you would like to eat? The store assistant handed the menu in his hand to Mo Qingyu. Mo Qingyu gently tapped the wooden table in front of her with her hand, looking at the menu and pondering for a moment. Have a bowl of noodles, just your hottest ones. Store assistant, okay, please wait. As he waited for his face, the eyes of the people around him were cast towards him from time to time. Obviously, for this blind man, they were very unwelcoming. Meanwhile, in front of this restaurant, a bunch of people are coming. Bang! The door to the hotel was pushed open. Mo Qingyu turned her head to look. The visitor was a tiger demon. This tiger demon stood in place and looked around, spotting Mo Qingyu who was in the vicinity. The corners of his mouth lifted quietly a little, then returned to their original shape. Without speaking, he walked straight in Mo Qingyu's direction. Coming in front of Mo Qingyu, he looked at Mo Qingyu, who was sitting on top of the stool, in a lofty manner. How dare a blind human come here and cause trouble? After snorting coldly, this tiger demon did not speak to Mo Qingyu, and directly went up to his hand and prepared to catch Mo Qingyu up. But before he could touch Mo Qingyu, his hand simply disconnected in midair. The scene stunned everyone in the room. and it was only when this tiger demon came back to his senses that he realized his hand was actually gone. Ah ha ha ha. The tiger demon cried out in pain, only to see Mo Qingyu extend her hand and directly lift it up through the air. How could this tiger demon not understand when he saw this? This was the person who had messed with the bull. Please, don't kill me. On the surface the tiger demon said so, but that wasn't what he thought in his heart. When the time comes for someone else to clean you up, a mere blind human can't turn the tables here. You're going to die. Mo Qingyu listened to these words from his heart. At this point he smiled. Forget it, get lost. Hearing Mo Qingyu let her go so easily, although she was a bit disbelieving, she didn't stay too long. Instead, he immediately left the hotel with his men. When the demonic beasts around the hotel saw Mo Qingyu's strength, they lowered their heads and stopped looking his way, especially some of the demonic beasts, hoping that Mo Qingyu wouldn't set her sights on them. They had originally thought that Mo Qingyu was just an ordinary blind man, but they hadn't thought that the strength was actually this strong. Can't even beat the administrators of this town. But so what if he was more powerful? When the time came for a powerful one inside the city, he would have to kneel just the same. These are the thoughts of the surrounding crowd. Although they thought so, no one dared to mess with Mo Qingyu now, fearing that Mo Qingyu would simply kill himself. Chapter 113 Young Master of Tianshan City. The tiger demon on the other side came inside his room, hastily picking up the sound transmission stone. He contacted the people of Tianshan City, one of the 6 major cities in the Beast Wu continent. They were here in one of the administrative areas of Tianshan City, though the names were close, but the economic conditions and strength were much worse than Tianshan City. Tianshan town was basically filled with low-ranked cultivators and ordinary people, and it was also a bit of a distance away from Tianshan City. On the other side, a young man, the city lord of Tianshan City, received the sound transmission stone. Yes? The tiger demon hurriedly told what had just happened. My lord, there is a human killing people in our area, and he is very powerful. Just hurry up and send someone over to take a look. Hearing the panic tone of the tiger demon, the other side of the sound transmission stone replied without haste. I happen to be coming over here. You watch the human. Tiger demon, yes. After hanging up, the tiger demon let out a haha maniacal laugh. A blind man in the district. So what if you are more powerful? In a moment our young city master will be coming over. I want to see what you're capable of. Thinking of Mo Qingyu kneeling down and begging for forgiveness in a moment, the tiger demon's bottom spirit instantly rose. He set off for the hotel again, but within 2 steps, his body began to swell uncontrollably. Soon, the aura of his entire body began to riot. Bang! It directly turned into a puddle of blood in place. On the other hand, Mo Qingyu, who was shivering noodles inside the restaurant. What just happened was naturally his doing. He didn't kill this tiger demon on purpose to make him call someone. Now that the man had called, then there was no need for him to live. After finishing the noodles, Mo Qingyu called out to the store assistant to settle the bill. The store assistant looked at Mo Qingyu not being anxious at all, and didn't know if he really wasn't afraid, or if he was saying something else. But he couldn't help that much. He could only survive here. How could he care so much about others? Just then, a voice came from out of nowhere outside the door. It's young Master Zwa coming. Go go go. Hearing this, the demonic beasts eating inside the restaurant settled their bills and left. Mo Qingyu and Tiger Sky were the only ones sitting inside the restaurant. Mo Qingyu was not in a hurry. He was facing the doorway, crossing his legs, picked his booger twice with his left hand slightly. The demonic beasts outside the hotel watched Mo Qingyu being so heartfelt and also secretly hid to watch. Get ready for a good show. Hey, the young city master just came out of seclusion not long ago. What strength do you think the young city master is now? I don't know, but it's definitely strong. I'd like to see how the young city lord is going to play that human blind man in a while. For them, demonic beasts, they very much enjoyed abusing humans. It doesn't directly kill humans, it tortures them. When the fun is almost over, kill him or sell him into slavery. Above Big Sister, a man in a blue and white tunic walked calmly inside the restaurant. This person was none other than the son of the Heavenly Mountain City Lord. He's a wolf demon named Zwa. He looked at the human with condescension. It turned out to be a blind man. Zwa smiled evilly at the corner of his mouth. People. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, Mo Qingyu directly interrupted him. In a split second, it chopped off his hands and legs. Zwa hadn't even returned to his senses when he realized that his hands and feet had instantly disappeared. Ah! A wail of pain came from inside the restaurant. The surrounding crowd didn't dare to continue to spectate when they saw this scene. All went back to their homes. At this moment, the Tao Protector following Zwa was also confused. He also didn't see how the other party made a move, and he didn't even notice when Zwa's hand was broken. The first time Zwa's hand was broken, he hurriedly stepped forward and prepared to take Zwa to run away. The opponent's strength was definitely above his. The so-called lack of aura is all a ing lie. Cam. I didn't expect to be put on the spot by this human. Just a moment after he had just moved, Mo Qingyu suddenly flashed behind this Dao Protector and whispered quietly in his ear, "Where do you want to go?" The Dao Protector's face was shocked, and the panic inside his eyes was visible to the naked eye. He spun around hastily, but he realized he couldn't move. He looked at Mo Qingyu, who had placed her hands on top of her shoulders. It was only then that he also had the opportunity to look squarely at Mo Qingyu. He just realized that Mo Qingyu was blind. Suddenly he seemed to think of something. The fear on his face was visible to the naked eye. No, impossible, he's clearly in the divine continent. Seeing that the Taoist protector recognized himself, Mo Qingyu smiled in embarrassment. Gee, fame is hard to get. Hearing Mo Qingyu say this, the Taoist protector knew that the one standing in front of him was Mo Qingyu himself. His voice trembled as he begged Mo Qingyu for mercy, but he couldn't even speak. Zui Yi, who was on top of the floor at the entrance of the hotel, could only faintly see a bit of the duo's silhouette. Zui Yi hurriedly said to the Taoist protector, "Elder Zua, hurry up and waste this human. I want to make him pay for his blood." Hearing Zui Yi's words, the Dao protector wanted to finish him off with his own hands. "Do you realize who you're talking to?" Zui Yi didn't know the inner thoughts of the Taoist protector and just continued to say indignantly, "Blind man, listen carefully, I am the son of the Tianshan City Lord. It's not too late for you to let me go now. Otherwise, you'll wait for death." Hearing Zui Yi's harsh words inside the restaurant, Mo Qingyu smiled as if she was laughing at Zui Yi's naivety. Tiger Sky was also excited to see this scene, because it knows that something will be done soon. When the time comes, he'll just run off and exterminate his old den. The protector's heart was 10,000 straw horses flying by at the moment. He now only had the luxury of asking Mo Qingyu to spare him. As for the idiot in there, forget it. In a moment, their whole family will be dead. Mo Qingyu came to Zui Yi's front and said to him with a smile, "So your family is so powerful." Hearing Mo Qingyu's words, Zui Yi cried out in some distress. "It's too late to realize it now, so hurry up and let me go. I'm still." Before he could finish his words, Mo Qingyu stomped her foot on top of his chest, instantly shutting out his voice again. Zui Yi can only endure the pain alone. The key is that he can't scream to vent the pain. Mo Qingyu put her right foot back a little bit and said to Tiger Sky, "Tiger Sky, let's play soccer. What do you say?" Tiger Sky shouted with excitement, "Yes, yes, yes, playing soccer. I used to love it. It's still human soccer this time, so it must be a good question." Mo Qingyu first turned Zui Yi's body into a round roll. Zui Yi was puzzled as to why he couldn't die even after all this. He couldn't stand the pain now. What he doesn't know is this. In front of Mo Qingyu, you don't even have the power to decide whether you live or die on your own. Ready? Tiger Sky, ready. Chapter 114, Beast Wuzhou Headquarters. Mo Qingyu throws a kick to Zui Yi's body. Tiger Sky jumped straight up and slapped back with its big tiger paw. Mo Qingyu continued to kick with his feet as well. The two just kicked Zui Yi back and forth. Zui Yi was tortured by the duo of Mo Qingyu and Hu Tian in great pain. He could not yet vent this pain with his voice, but could only endure it in silence. In the end, it was Mo Qingyu who stepped on Zui Yi again after playing for a while. "Well, it's about time to play, and it's time for you to be on your way." After saying that, Mo Qingyu stomped on Zui Yi's head, instantly turned into blood mist. After resolving Zui Yi, Mo Qingyu came behind this Dao protector. And I'll tell you something heartfelt. Jab. Mo Qingyu's arm ran through the Taoist protector's heart from behind him, pulling out the heartstrings. The protector of the way also lost his life because of it. Mo Qingyu's left hand clenched its fist, shattering the body of this Taoist protector. After finishing these things, Mo Qingyu once again came to Zui Yi's corpse. The corners of his mouth lifted in a playful smile. It's not over yet, only to see Mo Qingyu stretching out her left index finger and slightly picking upwards at Zui Yi's corpse. A red thread emerged from Zui Yi's corpse. The red threads, of which there was originally one, slowly grew more and more numerous. These red threads converged in front of Mo Qingyu, only to see Mo Qingyu wrapping her hand around these red threads, then clenching his fist. The red lines snapped right off. All the red lines also disappeared instantly. On the other hand, Tianshan City's City Lord's mansion. Lord, young master, his soul plate, shattered. Hearing the report from the people underneath, Zuozong looked furious and questioned with a roar to the sky. Who killed them? The person at the bottom hurriedly replied, "Young lord, he died over in Tianshan town, and it hasn't been long since the soul plate shattered." And, elders, was soul plate is shattered. Zuozong sniffed. His face was hideous, but he also maintained a trace of sanity inside. "Send me everyone to surround the town of Tianshan." Zuozong is not stupid. Even the Dao protector was killed, indicating that the other party is definitely not simple. But so what if it's not easy? You know that he has someone with the headquarters of the Beast Wuzhou. Who dares not give him this face? However, As soon as the people underneath left, Zuozong felt as if his heart was being held. He put his hand over his heart. Before he could feel anything, his heart skipped a beat. The next second, bang! It directly turned into a blood mist in place and floated away with the wind. Not only him, all the people who were related to Zuo by blood were turned into blood mist by Emochingyu. How could they not have thought that just because Zuo had messed with Emochingyu, and threatened to use the family's connections? If he hadn't said that, perhaps Emochingyu wouldn't have directly exterminated his 9 clans. But now that he's said that, it's time to cut the cord. Tiger Heaven, on the other hand, silently looked at Emochingyu from the side. To be honest, it was the first time in all these years that he had seen Emochingyu make this kind of maneuver. Master, what did you just do? Tiger Sky asked with a puzzled expression. Emochingyu just smiled faintly and replied, didn't do anything. It's just a matter of reuniting this young city lord's family with him. Upon hearing this, Tiger Heaven had to sigh with emotion at the number of means Emochingyu had. Emochingyu's way of killing people was literally all over the place. It can be avenue to a direct kill, or maybe it can be turned into many tricks to kill it. Well, with that out of the way, let's go home, Emochingyu said. Tiger Sky nodded, and the two of them turned backward to go home. When she returned inside the home, Emochingyu laid down on the bed and took a nap. Tiger Sky, on the other hand, was playing outside by himself. In Tianshan City, the news of the deaths of all of Zuoyi's family had reached the Beast Wu continent's headquarters. At this time, the Beast Wuzhou's headquarters. Inside the hall of the headquarters, a man on one knee said to the man in front of him, "My lord, what do you think should be done about this?" A man sitting on top of a throne. He spoke slowly in reply. "What to do with it? I've wanted to change Zuozong, the city lord, for a long time, and this is a good opportunity. As for the person who killed the family, there's no rush, so go ahead and check the information and find out who it is. If we can find him, let the human be at peace, or I'll tell him whose territory this is." After saying that, the man at the bottom led the order to go down, and the man on top of the throne. A closer look revealed 2 pairs of tentacles above his head. The hands are what claws look like, and there are even scales nearby. If Emochingyu was here, she would definitely look at this man with curiosity, because the man was a dragon. It was also the ruler of the Beast Wu continent, named Long Tian. After Emochingyu finished resolving Zuo, the people of Tianshan town came out to see what was going on. Some people say they saw Zuo die. Someone said they saw Zuo get hurt and left for a while. To each his own. However, they only had one thought right now. Definitely don't mess with Emochingyu. No, Tiger Sky was on top of the street at the moment. All the demonic beasts were completely different from when they first came to Tianshan town. Before it was disdain and contempt. Now it's awe. Caution. Tiger Sky was not at all concerned about the changes around it. All it cares about right now is that there's nothing good or fun to eat around it. As he walked, Tiger Sky realized that in this town, there was a very special building. That's the stone statue of Zuozong. This stone statue is located in the center of the town of Heaven Hill. It was Zuozong who asked the people of Tianshan town to build it. Tiger Sky looked at the portrait of this tiger. A disdainful cut. Not as handsome as it is long. Suddenly, a thought came out of Tiger Sky's mind out. How about replacing this stone statue with my own? Once this thought came out, Tiger Sky was the more absolutely feasible. With that, it flamed out of town. Come to the top of the hill near the town. It took out a stone from inside its storage space. Only Tiger Sky's eyes snapped at the stone statue, and this stone statue itself started shedding stones, and then it becomes what it is. Looking at the stone statue of himself, Tiger Sky was satisfied. Nice. Real nice. Tiger Sky complimented the stone statue with praise. After all, they are themselves. There can be not to praise it. After getting the stone statue in place, it retrieves it. Re-enter the stone statue of Zuozong. The stone statue it was looking at first smiled politely. Then he slapped this stone statue away. Leftson. I can't even let go of me when I'm dead. Can I? After slapping the stone statue away, Tiger Sky took out his own stone statue. Well, much better looking. Tiger Sky thought inwardly in a complimentary manner. The surrounding crowd was inwardly shocked at the sight of this scene. But one could only be so shocked inwardly, not daring to reveal one's mind on the surface. They have left the vicinity of the stone statue. Chapter 115, Knowing Who's Coming. Just when Tiger Sky was having fun, several people were asking about Zuo on the street. Tiger Sky knew upon seeing these people that these people should be the people from Beast Wuzhou's headquarters. These people had just arrived in Tianshan town and were still investigating Zuo. Tiger Sky paid no more attention to these people and continued to look for a place to play. And within these people was a leading cat demon. Her name was Yu Shi. At the moment she was silent after hearing the words of these residents. Are you saying that it was a blind man and a tiger who were messing around and then killed Zuo? The questioned demonic beast hurriedly nodded. I dare guarantee it. What everyone saw then? A blind man with a wooden staff, followed by a tiger, and someone had a sighting of the left young lord being killed. Upon hearing this, Yushur hurriedly asked the passerby, "Then do you know what the blind man's name is?" The passerby shook his head. "I don't know. All we know is that he seems strong." Upon hearing this, Yushur looked very nonchalant. Panic was all over her face. The surrounding same demonic beasts that were traveling with her asked after seeing her expression, "What is it, Sister Yu?" Yeah, why are you so flustered?" Yushi covered her forehead and explained to a few people. "Didn't either of you just listen carefully? A blind man with a tiger at his side. You guys think this stuff through carefully." The fellow demonic beasts pondered for a moment, and then understood as well. "That, Sister Yu, you say should not be." Before he could finish his words, Yushur hurriedly shut him up, and then the demonic beast that spoke panicked at the thought. Will we be wiped out by him? Knowing that he can wipe out an entire continent all by himself. At this point, everyone's knew that this blind man was Yu. Say no more. Let's hurry and report this news to the Lord. After saying that, the few people quickly left Tianshan town. After a few people returned to headquarters, reported the news to Long Tian. Long Tian's hands trembled when he heard this news. Yushur was also able to clearly see the panic on Long Tian's face. With a bewildered expression, she asked Long Tian, "Lord, what should we do next?" Long Tian hastily calmed down and said to Yushur, "Now, you pass my order down. If you see a human being who is blind and carries a wooden staff, give the best service through and through. It is forbidden for anyone to abuse him, and let the people of our city see it and stay away if they can, and if they can't stay away, they'll do whatever they can to serve." Yushur also nodded his head to receive the order, and then went down to start issuing orders. Long Tian he sat paralyzed on top of his throne, holding his forehead with his hand. TSK, here comes a big shot they can't afford to mess with. What's going to happen? Since he hadn't come into contact with Yu, it was true that he didn't understand Yu's character. All that is known is that his behavior was horrible and nothing else. Originally, he had wanted to ask that old undead Yi-Chen, but hell knows if Yi-Chen would use this matter to threaten him. Just thinking about these things gave Long Tian a headache. In the end, he decided to put down his face and ask Yi-Chen. Unfortunately, what he doesn't know is this. Yi-Chen was also afraid that he would be targeted by Yu after saying it. So Long Tian was furious. One can only take one step at a time. On the other hand, Yu got up from her nap. He simply cleaned up and then headed out the door. It didn't matter that this was out the door. It didn't take long to walk and see the stone statue of Tiger Sky. Yu? What's the situation? Yu couldn't help but spit out. Coincidentally, at this time, Tiger Sky was also returning. It saw that Yu was standing in front of its stone statue. It proudly walked next to Yu. "How about it, master? Isn't it awesome?" Yu laughed and said, "You kid, you're quite good at this. I didn't even think of this." Tiger Sky smiled cheekily at Yu's remark. "By the way, master, it's no surprise now that the Beast Wu Continent headquarters side already knows about us." When Yu heard this, she only nodded her head lightly in response. "It doesn't matter if we know or not, as long as we're not screwing us on purpose anyway. Anything goes, or else I'll turn 4 continents into 3. After saying that, Yu's mouth even smiled symbolically. "Well, we're not done with this town yet. Let's go somewhere else." Hearing this, Tiger Sky excitedly said to Yu, "Master, I just found a very nice looking flower forest. Shall we go over there and have some fun?" Yu, that goes without saying. "Go!" After saying that, the two of them, Tiger Sky and Yu, began to fly in place towards the sky, towards the flower forest that Tiger Sky had mentioned. Those around them saw the scene. His face was flat, and inside he was shocked. "Holy, take off in place. Good thing I didn't mess with them before." Sure enough, there are times when you can't just look at appearances. Who could have thought that this blind man was so strong? Hey wait, I think I heard when I went to the city before that there was a blind man and a tiger that were very strong, an existence that should never be messed with. It wouldn't be them, would it? Gosh, you didn't say so earlier. Wouldn't you be dead if you messed with him? Holy, how was I supposed to know that such a strong character would come to our hole of a place? Indeed, none of them had expected Yu, a human, to come to the Beast Wu continent, or even come above this ordinary a small town. The other side, Yu followed Tiger Sky to a flower bush, which had a variety of flowers growing around it, and the surroundings are very nice. Woohoo! This is a pretty nice setting. Yu nodded her head in praise. Hu Tian also took a deep breath and echoed Yu. "Yes, I was just hanging out, too, and I didn't think I'd find such a place." Yu also didn't say anything and directly laid down in the flowers. Inside this bush, there are not too many flowers, so it is very comfortable to lie in the center. Tiger Sky, on the other hand, kept running around the flowers. The run led to a nearby river. Suddenly, Tiger Sky stopped in his tracks, for he noticed a figure on the bank of the river. The figure was still a woman. Walking over to get a closer look, the ears and tail appear white. Fox demon? Tiger Sky said with a crooked head. And the fox demon looked unconscious. Looks like it's not dead. After saying that, Tiger Sky was ready to go back and call Mo Qingyu over to take a look. We'll see if there's any new fun to be had then. As for Mo Qingyu at this moment, he was still lying quietly inside the flowers. Cross your legs and hum a little tune. It's very laid back. Chapter 116, Fox Meyer. Master, come and see. Hearing Tiger Sky call out to him, Mo Qingyu got up and walked in Tiger Sky's direction. Coming over to Tiger Sky's side, he saw the fox demon on top of the grass. Mo Qingyu looked at this fox demon. She was very pretty. The body is also very proud. TSK, 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 Tiger Sky couldn't tell. So you're good at this. Tiger Sky was so dumbfounded. It hastened to explain. What's with that? I'm just seeing this. Mo Qingyu just glanced at the fox demon, then sat on top of the grass and said to Hu Tian, then you wake up this fox demon and see what's going on. Tiger Sky cast a spell to awaken this fox demon, and this fox demon woke up. She slowly opened her own eyes. Where is this place? Just as he opened his eyes, he hazily looked at a tiger in front of him. Tiger Sky asked as it sat docilely after seeing the person awake. So who are you and why are you passed out? The fox demon also slowly sat up and looked at Tiger Sky. Did you save me? Tiger Sky, not really a rescue. I just woke you up. Although it was said so, this fox demon could sense that the tiger in front of him was very strong, because she couldn't sense Tiger Sky's strength at all, but she always felt that Tiger Sky was very strong. Even though you say that, I still have to thank Senior. If it wasn't for Senior, I might have been lying here until I died. Tiger Sky only smiled faintly even after hearing this. On the other side, Mo Qingyu looked at this fox demon as he asked, what's your name? Hearing Mo Qingyu open her mouth to speak, this also fox demon saw that a human was here. Hurriedly, he got up and alerted Mo Qingyu. For its vigilance, this Mo Qingyu was indifferent. After all, demonic beasts and humans had always been incompatible. But looking at her, it seemed like she didn't know about herself and Tiger Sky. And when the fox demon saw that Mo Qingyu was a blind person and had no aura on her, her vigilance was only slightly reduced. But why would a demonic beast be with a human? My name is Fox Melody. Hearing Fox Mayer's name, Tiger Sky silently recited it a few times. By the way, why are you guys here? Fox Meyer asked. Tiger Sky sat next to Mo Qingyu and explained. I've just come to this bush to rest with my master. Master? Hearing Tiger Sky's words, Fox Meyer was a bit confused. A powerful demonic beast submitting to a human with no aura? Fox Meyer was feeling more and more strange the more she looked at it. Seeing her dumbfounded look, Mo Qingyu also smiled slightly. How about it? Is it a surprise? Foxglove nodded. Because her mother had told her from a young age to stay away from humans. Humans and demonic beasts had been incompatible since ancient times. So this was the first time she had seen a combination like Mo Qingyu. By the way, do you guys know if you know where this place is? Fox Meyer asked. Mo Qingyu replied, this is Tianshan Town. Tianshan Town? Fox Meyer muttered silently. Say, why are you passed out here? Tiger Sky asked Fox Meyer. Hearing Tiger Sky's question, Fox Meyer looked as if she remembered something as she smiled with a bitter expression. Tiger Sky thought it was because she didn't want to say it. If you don't want to say it then it's fine. Fox Meyer asked Tiger Sky and Mo Qingyu. Do you really want to hear it? Tiger Heaven and Mo Qingyu looked at each other and each smiled. Mo Qingyu spoke up. We are worried that we have nothing to do. So of course we need to hear a story. Hearing Mo Qingyu's words, Fox Meyer also smiled helplessly. To be honest, she had seen quite a few humans, but this was the first time she had seen a human as special as Mo Qingyu. Other humans saw her with a greedy and ugly look in their eyes, but Mo Qingyu was different. Inside his eyes were calm, as if everything around him had nothing to do with him. Fox Meyer then began to tell why she had come here. We of the Fox Demon clan live in Yuyun City. My mother was the head of a clan, and had always done her best for our clan until the year I was 18, when my mother was intentionally sneak attacked by someone within the clan, resulting in her death. I later learned that certain people within the clan have always looked at my mother unfavorably and have always wanted to get rid of her, wanting to usurp power and seize the throne. Then later, because I only had one relative, my mother, after she died, the people within the clan began to want to sell me and give me to the young city lord of Yuyun City as a way to make a profit. I swore I wouldn't comply, so they tried to forcefully kidnap me, and when I was running away in the back I took the opportunity to jump into the river, and then I met you guys. After listening to Fox Meyer's words, Tiger Heaven and Mo Qingyu did not have any fluctuations within their hearts, because we've seen too many things like this along the way, and with my story out of the way, now I want to know how you managed to get Senpai to submit to you. Fox Meyer asked Mo Qingyu curiously. Mo Qingyu lay toward the grass behind her, stroking Tiger Sky's large head with her hand. What's the use of that? Convince people with virtue, of course. Hearing Mo Qingyu's reply, Fox Mayor always felt that something was strange, but she was a bit unable to say. Well, the story's over, so we're leaving too, Mo Qingyu said. Fox Mayor also got up and bowed to Mo Qingyu and Tiger Sky. Thank you for saving me. How shall I repay you? Mo Qingyu just waved her hand. There's no need for repayment. Perhaps in the future, we'll meet again. Hearing this, Fox Mayor once again watched Mo Qingyu wander inside the flowers alone. Obviously, this is not at all something an ordinary blind man can do. Fox Mayor also understood that Mo Qingyu was not an ordinary person, only that she was unable to sense his strength. To be honest, Mo Qingyu, this human, broke her previous knowledge of humans. His behavior was always so special. At this time, Fox Mayor still hadn't thought that this blind man was the Mo Qingyu she had once heard of. Mo Qingyu's reputation. She had only heard of it once or twice when she was a child, so she hadn't paid much attention to it, and might even have forgotten it now. Finally, Fox Mayor smiled and said to Tiger Sky and Mo Qingyu, then we'll see you again sometime. Two seniors, Hu Tian and Mo Qingyu waved their hands and left. Fox Mayor was also preparing to find a place to recover her strength and avenge her mother, because she hid it from everyone. She was the only one who knew she had a good talent. At the age of 20 or so, he was already at the first level of the profound Ming realm, so as long as she's given time, she's going to get her revenge. Wait, I'll be back. Fox Mayor spoke into the distance, her voice angry, and after Mo Qingyu and Tiger Sky returned to Tianshan town, started looking for a place to eat. Find a random roadside stand. Tiger Heaven asked Mo Qingyu, Master, how much longer do we have to stay here? Mo Qingyu looked up at the sky and after a moment of silence, she replied, let today be the last day, and tomorrow we'll continue on our way. Tiger Sky, good. Chapter 117, moving on. Mo Qingyu and Tiger Sky returned inside the rented house after they finished eating. Both were going to sleep straight through until tomorrow. When it's still light tomorrow, we'll leave. Well, I'll take a step back to sleep. Mo Qingyu lay on the bed and said to Tiger Sky next to her. Tiger Sky was also lying slightly on top of its cot, sleeping quietly. Day 2. The two were up early. Come to the back door of the town. Tiger Sky would grow in size, and Mo Qingyu came on top of Tiger Sky's back. Master, which way are we going next? Tiger Sky asked. Mo Qingyu pointed ahead and said, just go forward. Sooner or later we'll get inside the city anyway. Tiger Sky, okay. After saying that, the two of them set off to leave Tianshan town. On the way, Mo Qingyu took out her own baklava and came out. This was something he had bought in the Divine Continent and had kept it inside his storage space. Tiger Sky also smelled a familiar odor. What smell is so familiar? Mo Qingyu spoke vaguely. It's the flavor of baklava. Hearing that it was a burnt cake, Tiger Sky was also happy to ask Mo Qingyu for it. Master, I want to eat it too. That said, I haven't eaten a burrito in quite a while. Mo Qingyu threw a burrito in his hand to Tiger Sky. Tiger Sky opened his mouth and swallowed. For the duo, they won't go hungry, but who wouldn't be happy to eat something delicious? That smells good. Tiger Sky licked his lips with his tongue. After walking for a while, several silhouettes suddenly appeared in front of the duo, and there were several large trees on the ground in front of them. It was obviously trying to stop Tiger Sky's advance. Mo Qingyu didn't have much of a reaction to this. Tiger Sky, over to you. Tiger Sky looked at the 4 demonic beasts in front of him. These 4 demonic beasts were all at the first level of the Yaoguang realm. The tiger in front of me, listen carefully. I am a disciple of the Red Moon sect. If you want to live, hand over your treasures and spirit stones to me, or kill without pardon. Hearing the Red Moon sect, Mo Qingyu sat up. If he hadn't guessed wrong, this Red Moon sect thing was similar to the sects in the Divine Continent, and after Tiger Sky heard their names, he also smiled slightly and gave out his own name. I am Tiger Sky, and my master is Mo Qingyu. Mo Qingyu also came above Tiger Sky's head, looking down at the 4 demonic beasts underneath. The 4-limbed demonic beasts weren't stupid. All of them had heard of Mo Qingyu's name. A tiger, a blind human, and the boss seems to be himself. One of the demonic beasts trembled. Hearing the words of this demonic beast, the remaining 3 also showed panic on their faces. Before Mo Qingyu could do anything, the 4 of them directly knelt in place. Your Honor, we were wrong just now. I beg your pardon, my lord. Tiger Sky happily looked at the 4 as it chuckled. Weren't you guys quite arrogant just now? Why, go on. I kinda liked how arrogant you guys were just now. The 4 of them sweated at Tiger Sky's words. I didn't expect to be in this business for so long. Turned out to be a rollover today. The bottom line is that the people you meet are also the last people in the world you should mess with. Without waiting for the 4 to speak, Tiger Sky directly released the aura of the Tiangui realm. The 4 were instantly crushed by this aura. Say, these 4 just said something about the Red Moon sect. What is that? Tiger Sky asked Mo Qingyu. Mo Qingyu replied, Maybe it's just similar to the clan. Tiger Sky nodded, then continued on. Soon the time came to evening. Yu came to the top of a very tall tree. He was going to prepare to build a treehouse. When it's done, he and Tiger Sky went inside this house to rest. Yu was in no hurry to fall asleep, while Tiger Sky had laid down inside the house early to sleep. Yu he sat above the top of the tree and looked at the stars in the sky. Just as Yu was quietly enjoying the night sky, a sound came from nearby. Hey, let's just rest here for a while. Hearing this voice, Yu was puzzled for a moment, because it's a human voice. He didn't pay much attention to it though, but continued to turn around and go back inside the house to sleep. At this moment, sleep is most important. After Yu woke up, it was already dawn. Yu first came under the tree to move around. As a result, how late the humans also rested in this neighborhood. Yu's slight activity woke these people up. The men were also immediately on alert. With that, he observed the circle and found Yu. Hey guys, there are humans here too. What? Let's see. I found really human, but blind. At that the people around the room were a little confused as to how a blind man was here. And at this moment, Tiger Sky, who was inside the house, came down from the tree. The few people hiding in the distance saw that there were demonic beasts and became alert inwardly. And he thought that Yu would most likely die at the hands of this demonic beast. Don't look, let's get the hell out of here. It'll be troublesome if the demonic beasts stare at us later. But the next image shattered their three views. The tiger was seen standing obediently beside this blind man. Obviously, the tiger submitted to this blind man. I'll measure. Really, these humans were very confused. One of the humans suddenly thought of something and he said, Hey wait, blind man, tiger, why do I seem to have seen this somewhere? Hearing their companion's words, several people seemed to have thought of something as well. After a while, a few people remembered something like that. Their faces all panicked and scared. If I remember correctly, he is. Well, don't say anything, let's get out of here and not disturb the others or die without knowing how. After saying that, a few people left in disgrace. On Yu's side, he was always aware that several people were watching him. Only a few people weren't doing anything, so he didn't bother. The same goes for Tiger Sky. Well, let's move on, Yu said to Tiger Sky. Tiger Sky nodded. The duo continued onward. This time, it was gone for almost half a month. The duo hadn't encountered anything in the past half a month, only occasionally encountering some demonic beasts, nothing else. Deserted, so to speak. Of course this will all be over soon, because on one of those days, Yu was lying under a tree somewhere, looking at the rain in the sky. Yu didn't say anything and just rested silently. Tiger Sky also turned into a small one and stayed quietly next to Yu. Just as he was resting, there was a sound nearby approaching them. Chapter 118, Meeting Lu Qian. Miss, there seems to be a human in front of us. Should I get rid of him? The one making the noise was an old man who was talking to the person inside the sedan chair beside him. The woman inside the sedan chair opened the curtain and realized that Yu was a blind man. She didn't answer the steward's question, but instead stepped off the sedan chair and silently walked towards Yu's side. When the old man saw this, he hurriedly stopped his young lady. Don't lean over. Miss, the woman waved her hand at the old man. It's fine. I can see that he doesn't have aura in his body. Perhaps he's just an ordinary human. The old man sniffed and also sized up Yu. It was found that there really wasn't any aura. Either you're an average person or a top big shot. But would a top bigot be here? Obviously not, was the old man's first thought. Despite thinking what he thought, the old man kept his guard up against Yu so that nothing would go wrong. The woman came in front of Yu, who also sensed her. It's a snake demon. Only there had been no sound. Why are you here? A blind man? The woman asked Yu. Yu replied indifferently. I'm just resting here. We'll have to keep going later. Hear the rush. The woman looked at Yu suspiciously. It seemed to ask him how a blind man was able to make the journey. Yu didn't make a sound, but instead used her hand to stroke Tiger Sky next to her. The woman also looked surprised when she saw Tiger Sky. Is this tiger carrying you? Yu replied with a somewhat ling-molded reply. You can say yes or no. The woman poked at the tiger carefully. The cultivation of the profound realm. This was the cultivation level that Tiger Sky was now revealing. That's rare, the woman said with emotion. The old man beside the woman also found it rare to hear the conversation between the two. Being able to make one accompany a blind human with no cultivation. It's not unusual. By the way, would it be convenient to ask your name? The woman asked with a smile. My last name is Mo. You can just call me Mo Blind. Lu Qian smiled and replied. My name is Lu Qian. Looking at Yu, a blind human, Lu Qian was curious. On the one hand, it was how he got a demonic beast to follow him. On the one hand, she was curious about Yu, the human. She hadn't been exposed to many humans growing up. Mo Qingyu was considered the most special one. You just said you were in a hurry, so where are you planning to go? Lu Qian asked. Mo Qingyu tilted her head and replied, I don't know, just go forward anyway. Hearing Mo Qingyu reply, Lu Qian smiled helplessly. Honestly, this human was very different from the one she had come across before. Personality, talk. After a moment of silence, Lu Qian made a decision. By the way, I'm traveling to Tianshan City, do you want to join me? I live in Tianshan City, and you can come to our house as a guest as well. Hearing this, before Mo Qingyu could open her mouth, the old man beside Lu Qian hurriedly transmitted his voice to Lu Qian. Miss, you can't do that, you don't know what he's gonna do. And, his lordship would be angry if he knew. We have no need to bring this blind man with us, just leave him here to fend for himself. Listening to the old man's words, Lu Qian only gently shook her head as she transmitted her voice with a faint smile on her expression. It's okay, I also just want to see what's different about this human, and it's not like you're here. The old man sniffed and could only sigh helplessly. No way, his lady, that's the one thing that's not so good, being only 18 years old, along with the fact that the head of the family and the wife of the head of the family pampered him as a child. He wasn't very aware of the cruelty of the world now, so still a bit kind and always curious about things. There was nothing he could do to stop it. He could only obediently listen to Mrs. Orders. Well, what do you think? Lu Qian asked Mo Qingyu, then added, how you don't believe me? I won't stop you from continuing your journey. Mo Qingyu was only slightly silent for a moment before agreeing. Okay, I'll go with you. It's nice to have someone to talk with anyway. More importantly, Mo Qingyu was a little curious about the woman in front of her. This was the first demonic beast that was friendly to him when he came to the Beast Wu continent. Truth be told, he had looked forward to the journey with her. Lu Qian smiled happily at his words. Okay, then you guys get in the sedan chair. The old man promptly reminded Mo Qingyu at this time. You can only sit outside the sedan chair. Inside is the ladies' place. No one may enter. Mo Qingyu nodded at his words. With that, he led Tiger Sky onto the sedan chair. At first, Lu Qian wanted to help Mo Qingyu, but it was rejected by Mo Qingyu. Even though I can't see, I can still sense things around me, so don't worry about me too much. This made Lu Qian even more curious. A person who appeared to have no aura was able to sense things around him. After Mo Qingyu went up, the old man activated the sedan chair so that it began to hover and float up a bit. With that, the sedan chair began to fly forward on its own. Sitting on top of the wooden planks outside the sedan chair, Mo Qingyu noticed that the old man had been staring at himself. What's wrong? Keep looking at me. Is there something on my face? When the old man heard Mo Qingyu's question, he didn't have much expression on his face and just said silently, I was wondering how you got a tiger demon to do your bidding. And, how do you feel your surroundings without an aura? Hearing his question, Mo Qingyu slowly opened her mouth to explain. I'm just using virtue to get Tiger Sky to listen to me. As for, why I can feel everything around me, it's simple, because I'm strong, so strong that I don't need eyes. After saying that, Mo Qingyu hemmed and hawed. The old man sniffed, and also puffed out a laugh. A helpless sigh followed. Mo Qingyu heard a sigh and he deflated his mouth. Hey, did you just sigh? I'm telling you, I just told the truth. The truth, okay? The old man didn't refute Mo Qingyu, but smiled slightly. Yes, you're telling the truth. Hearing the old man's reply, Lu Qian inside the sedan chair also smiled. At this moment, the old man's attitude towards Mo Qingyu was no longer the coldness he had before. Instead, he found Mo Qingyu, a human, quite interesting, unlike any human he'd ever encountered. At this time, he also understood why his young lady wanted Mo Qingyu to come along. Tiger Sky was on top of Mo Qingyu's shoulders at this time. It had been silently listening to the conversation between several people. Like Mo Qingyu, it was still looking forward to traveling with Lu Qian and the others. After all, when the time came to go inside the Heavenly City, to see what the inside of the Beast Wuzhou City was like. Chapter 119, Mo Qingyu's Identity. This leg of the journey took 3 days. In the process, Mo Qingyu's character and way of speaking was also often amusing the old man and Lu Qian. Mo Qingyu also realized why Lu Qian was returning home. It turned out that there was a secret realm before, and she happened to go forward. On the way back, he met Mo Qingyu. As we talked more and more, the old man was not as nervous about Mo Qingyu's defenses as he was at the beginning, but the defenses that should be there would still be there. In the early morning of the 4th day, several people arrived at Tianshan City. At the entrance of Tianshan City, the soldiers at the gate originally wanted to stop Mo Qingyu, but because of Lu Qian's presence, she told the soldiers to let her go. So Mo Qingyu also entered Tianshan City without any problems. Would you like to come inside our house as a guest? Our house is a big lodge. You don't have a place to do it anyway. In response to Lu Qian's inquiry, Mo Qingyu did not immediately agree, but instead asked in return, I don't have a problem with that. It's mostly on your end. Lu Qian, my side? The main thing is whether your family agrees or not. After all, it's not like it's your home alone. Lu Qian sniffed and just smiled faintly. Don't worry, they'll agree. And also our home is supposed to be a place for demonic beasts to rest. Imo Qingyu nodded and didn't say anything else. With that, Lu Qian led Imo Qingyu to her mountain villa. The cities where demonic beasts lived were still different from those where humans lived. Here you are able to see more green plants, flowers and trees, and there were also quite a few traces and markings of demonic beast life. Tianshan City was huge, about twice as big as the cities in the Divine Continent. It didn't take long for Lu Qian and the old man to bring Imo Qingyu to their mountain villa. The entrance to the lodge has his name on it, Ping Yang Villa. Upon entering the lodge, it was very large inside. Imo Qingyu briefly swept through this mountain village with her divine sense. Soon, two demonic beasts, a male and a female, came inside the mountain villa. The male's realm was the third level of the Jade Balance realm, while the female was the first level of the Jade Balance realm. Obviously, Lu Qian and her family's status in Tianshan City was definitely not low. Qianer is back. The speaker was a woman. This woman was followed by a powerful demonic beast. Seeing these two of them, Lu Qian went up to them and smiled. Mom and Dad, I'm home. It turns out that these two demonic beasts are Lu Qian's parents. Her father's name is Ogu. Her mother's name was Willow Rufu. As soon as they saw their daughter's return, they came forward to embrace them. It's good to be back. It's good to be back. You didn't run into anything on the way, did you? Aogu asked to Lu Qian. Lu Qian shook her head. All is well. Aoku sniffed and let out a slight sigh of relief. As for Lu Ru Paint, she saw Imo Qingyu and she hurriedly protected Lu Qian behind her. What's going on? Why is there a human here? And where's the butler? Ruyan Lu said in a heavy tone. Before a few people could say anything, Lu Qian hurriedly told the duo about Imo Qingyu. When Aogu and Lu Ruyan heard this, they could only nod helplessly. Lu Ruyan tapped her hand lightly on Lu Qian's forehead. You, there's something I don't know what to say about you, and I don't know who you learned your character from. Knowing that she didn't do a very good job, Lu Qian hurriedly apologizes to them. Sorry, Mom and Dad, I got ahead of myself again this time. Turns out, this isn't the first time Lu Qian has been like this. She had done it once before, letting a poor, low-level demonic beast come in and stay for a while. Ever since then, Aogu and Lu Ruyue often urged her not to do so. The world is complicated and you don't know what's going on in other people's minds. This way, I swear, this is my last time, and the next time, I'll let you punish me, Lu Qian said. The two could only sigh helplessly at this. Aogu was also helpless, but there was nothing he could do. His daughter had said so, and he wouldn't be overly afraid. After all, in his eyes Imo Qingyu was just an ordinary human, still a blind man. By the way, didn't they say there was another tiger demon? Why didn't I see that? Imo Qingyu sniffed and also smiled as she called Tiger Sky out. It turned out that Tiger Sky had been at Imo Qingyu's feet, and Imo Qingyu just happened to be blocking Tiger Sky's figure. Ruyan Lu was also curious about Imo Qingyu when she saw Tiger Sky following him. The only one who didn't look too good was Aogu. Seeing her father's appearance, Lu Qian asked, Father, what's wrong? Aogu did not answer Lu Qian at first. His voice was a bit scared and his tone was hurried as he asked Imo Qingyu. That, and I'd like to ask your name. Looking at Aogu's nervous expression, Imo Qingyu knew that the other party had recognized him. Surname Imo, first name Qingyu. Hearing this, Aogu's face showed panic, and his back was constantly dripping with cold sweat. After Lu Ruyan heard this name, she also instantly remembered the notice that someone else had sent them not long ago. Aogu and Lu Ruyue hurriedly came to Imo Qingyu's front and bowed 90 degrees to greet him. I'm sorry that I didn't recognize you just now. Senpai, we just spoke in a heavier tone. Please don't blame Qianer if we offended you. The old man heard it from the side and the name came to his mind. At this moment, he was glad that he hadn't looked down or said anything bad to Imo Qingyu before. Otherwise, this lodge of theirs may be about to cease to exist. Lu Qian was puzzled when she saw her parents like this. She asked the old man beside herself, Uncle Fu, what's going on here? Uncle Fu didn't dare to speak and could only pass on his voice. Miss, the head of the family will explain it to you properly in a moment. Hearing Uncle Fu give himself a riddle, Lu Qian is even more curious about Imo Qingyu's identity. Isn't it just a blind man with strange powers? Imo Qingyu looked at the silhouettes of the two and just smiled. Okay, you guys don't have to do that. Just find a room for me to stay in now. Aogu hurriedly sent someone to arrange for Imo Qingyu to stay. Imo Qingyu also followed the person to go inside her room. Looking at Imo Qingyu's back, Aogu and Lu Ruyan both let out a sigh of relief. Daughter, do you know who he is? If we mess with him, then we'll be in big trouble, Aogu said with a serious expression. Lu Qian looked at her father's serious look and she also knew that she had done something wrong. Father, Can you tell me exactly what he is? Ruyan Lu and Aogu looked at each other. Tell Lu Qian what Mo Qingyu has done. After hearing this, Lu Qian also knew that she had gotten her own parents into trouble. If the hospitality is good for Mo Qingyu, then it's safe and sound. To entertain poorly might be to face death. Lu Qian's expression also became heavy. I'm sorry, Mom and Dad. I didn't realize that this move of mine had caused you guys such a big deal, Lu Qian said with a guilty expression, while she silently made a note of this act, not to do it again next time. Lu Rupu stroked Lu Qian's head silently. It's fine. Father and mother didn't blame you either. I hope that in the future you will remember this lesson. That would be the best. Lu Qian nodded her head with a serious expression. Got it. Chapter 120, Haranyang Villa. The butler of Pingyang Villa brought Mo Qingyu to a very beautiful room. Mo Qingyu didn't say much either. As he watched his room carefully, a voice came from the doorway. Senpai. Mo Qingyu went back to look. It's Lu Qian, she's talking. What's wrong? Mo Qingyu asked with a calm demeanor. Lu Qian stood in front of Mo Qingyu and bowed respectfully. Elder, if I've pissed you off somewhere, please don't blame my parents. One person does everything. Looking at her so formal, Mo Qingyu smiled instead. And at that moment, Aogu and Lu Ruyue came in through the door. Ruyan Lu carefully asked Mo Qingyu, Elder, do you think this place is okay? Mo Qingyu sat on the bed and replied greatly, quite good. Upon hearing this, Ruyan Lu nodded her head in sweat. Looking at the three standing so restrainedly in front of her, Mo Qingyu smiled helplessly at Tiger Sky. Tiger Sky just threw his hands up at this. It can't be helped. Who made you so famous? The point is that this reputation isn't very good, but it's not bad. Well, we spent those few days together when we arrived at your house, and you should know that I'm this straightforward after all. There's one thing to say. You guys don't have to be so formal. Just treat me normally. I'll be bothering you guys for a while. Hearing Mo Qingyu say this, Aogu and Lu Ruyan quickly waved their hands. Nowhere. No trouble at all. Yes, yes, yes. It's an honor that Senior is willing to stay with us. It's no trouble at all. Mo Qingyu also nodded her head slightly. Don't worry guys. I don't have any big stands as a person. Aogu and Lu Ruyan also glanced at each other. Judging from the current situation, Mo Qingyu really didn't have a big rack. Lu Qian was also thinking about the previous days with Mo Qingyu. Indeed, just like his mouth, there is no bigotry. Just like a normal person, he would laugh, he would agonize, he would have the emotions that a normal person should have. Well, Senior, we won't bother you any longer. The next time will be allocated by yourself. Aoku said archly. Okay, I'll get some sleep then. The three of them sniffed and hurriedly exited the room. Then we won't bother you. After the two opened the room, the three of them came to the conference parlor. Aogu sat on top of the stool sitting in the center as he asked Lu Qian. Qianer, I want to know how you two met. Lu Qian narrated everything. After Lu Ru Paint and Aogu listened, they also felt that Mo Qingyu was indeed a very different person. And not just because of his strength. It's more about character. Say, why did he agree to you, Qianer? Lu Ruyan asked. In her opinion, how could a character like Mo Qingyu agree to her own daughter? It's a half-assed relationship between them. Lu Qian recalled what Mo Qingyu had said earlier. As I recall, he said yes because he thought I was special. He's here, and I'm the first demonic beast that's been friendlier to him, so thought I was funny, so said yes. Aoku listened and nodded silently. Previously, someone over at Tianshan City told me that Senior's behavior was odd and difficult to guess. That's why it's normal for him to act like this. It's just that I didn't expect to be able to meet Senior so soon. Looking at Ruyan Lu's worried expression, Ogo smiled at her reassuringly. Ru Piao, you don't have to worry so much. I was scared at first, but now it seems that Senior is a straightforward person. So we just have to serve Senior and not interfere too much. We'll be fine. Lu Qian also nodded as she addressed Lu Ru Paint and Aogu. Indeed. I spent 3 days with Senpai before returning home. Within these 3 days, the seniors enjoyed joking around and didn't have the air of a big shot. It's also quite a drain on me and Fubuki, and we can't get away if Elder really wants to kill us. After hearing what Lu Qian said, Aogu nodded in agreement. Ruyan Lu also looked at Aogu and Lu Qian so relaxed. She smiled helplessly. Despite the words, the respect we should not be lost at all. Understand? Lu Qian and Aogu replied in unison. Understood. Just as the three of them were chatting, Tiger Sky suddenly appeared in front of the three of them. Is this your parlor? Tiger Sky looked at the surroundings. It turned out that Tiger Sky didn't sleep, but instead wandered around this mountain village. It had to take a good look at such a big lodge. Seeing that the visitor was Tiger Sky, Aogu also hurriedly stood up and replied. Yes, this is our parlor. By the way, we still don't know your name? Tiger Sky, my name is Tiger Sky. Aoku, I am Aoku. Lu Ru Paint, my name is Lu Ru Paint. The three looked at the not-so-little tiger. This is the pet of an elder. it must not be neglected. That's what they think. Okay, relax. I'm just wandering around, looking at the trio's tense expressions. Tiger Sky hemmed and hawed and spoke in a leisurely manner. By the way, Ms. Willow, we haven't finished talking about what we talked about last time. Do you want to continue? Lu Qian replied with a relaxed expression. Aha. After coming to Tiger Sky's side, he only heard Tiger Sky say, don't be nervous, just chat like we were just plain chatting before. When Lu Qian heard this, the corners of her mouth also lifted up. Good. After looking at the duo leaving, Ao Gu and Lu Ruyan looked at each other. One could only smile helplessly. To be honest, they were thinking that the other side would have something on their daughter. Still, it's nice to be able to have a good relationship with the people around your seniors. The other side. Tiger Sky and Lu Qian were hanging out inside the mountain villa. By the way, I wanted to ask if there's any nice scenery on your side. Tiger Sky asked. Lu Qian smiled and nodded. Of course there is, Elder Tiger. You can just follow me. After saying that, Lu Qian led to the backyard of the mountain villa. Due to the high place where their lodge is placed, so in the middle of their backyard, they were able to see quite a lot of the scenery of Tianshan City. In the backyard, many class peach trees were in bloom. Wow, it's pretty nice here. Lu Qian looked around her and she smiled. Yeah, I remember. Back in the first few years, it was my favorite part of the day to come over here. At that time, because I was young and didn't know any better, when I fought with my parents, I would come here alone to take a break. Now that I think about it, I was quite naive at that time. Tiger Sky, on the other hand, waved his hand. Being able to fight with your own parents while they're treating you so well, and you're quite happy, aren't you? Chapter 121, Enemies? Hearing this, Lu Qian asked Tiger Sky, and what about you, Elder Tiger Sky? Were you different from me as a child? Tiger Sky, on the other hand, replied with a relieved look on his face. Me, when I was little, I was banished from the pack by my parents and I've been living on my own. Exactly how many years I've lived out there, I haven't bothered to count. All I know is that I met my master a few years ago. That's when I made a decision that changed my life. Lu Qian, recognize him as Lord. Yes, Tiger Sky nodded. But it's a blessing to be able to recognize him as Lord. After all, not everyone can have that opportunity. Tiger Sky said with a smile on his lips. Lu Qian nodded in agreement. Just as the two of them were chatting happily, two uninvited guests came at the entrance of the Pingyang villa. Lu Qian heard her parents arguing with someone else and she frowned slightly. Elder Tiger, excuse me for a moment. Tiger Sky shook his head. It's fine. I'll take a look with you. Lu Qian, good. With that, the two of them headed towards the entrance of the lodge. At this time, at the entrance of the lodge, Aogu looked at the demonic beast in front of him with a cold face. We've just come to the door, and you're not inviting us in as guests? This demonic beast said in a conspiratorial manner. Su Qingyi, what kind of relationship do we have that you don't know? Inviting you as a guest? You're thinking about fart eating, Aogu said with a disdainful face. The corner of Su Qingyi's mouth smiled somewhat grimly. Aogu, let me tell you, I'll be the city lord of Heavenly City. When the time comes, I want to see what you can do. After saying that, the aura of the fourth level of the Jade Balance Realm was instantly released. Aogu was also not willing to show weakness, releasing the aura of the third level of the Jade Balance Realm. Behind the door, Lu Qian looked at Su Qingyi, and a cold killing intent appeared on her face. Tiger Sky sensed all of this as it looked at the demonic beasts outside. It seems to be your enemy. Lu Qian nodded. The other party is one of the forces in Tianshan City like us, and has never been very friendly with us. The two sides were hostile many years ago, because not long ago, the city lord of Tianshan City died, so now the new city lord is replaced. The other party has colluded with the beast Wuzhou's headquarters, so it's most likely the new city lord. This will probably come over to get down and dirty. At the doorway, Aoku said without the slightest hint of weakness. So what if you become the city lord? Can you not kill me? I don't think so. Su Qingyi didn't panic either. His eyes narrowed slightly. It's true that I can't kill you, but that's not necessarily the case on the headquarters side. Aoku's face remained unchanged. Finished? Get out of here when you're done. Don't make me do it. Su Qingyi looked at the condescending Aogu in front of him, and he snorted coldly. Suddenly, he spotted Lu Qian standing behind the door of the lodge. You have to be careful. After all, you and I can't move. But others? Well, that's not necessarily true. When he finished, he smiled coldly. In response to Su Qingyi's threat, Aogu's face was expressionless, but he was very angry inside. But he couldn't just make a move here and tear each other apart. And when Lu Qian realized that Su Qingyi was staring at her, she knew that the other party was up to no good. At the same time, Su Qingyi also saw Tiger Sky's figure. He didn't forget to taunt. TSK, young Master AO, you're really in good spirits, and have the heart to raise a baby tiger. Hearing the little tiger, Aogu hurriedly turned back to look. It was found that it was indeed Tiger Sky standing over there. And Su Shingjo saw that Aogu was so nervous about Tiger Sky, thought Tiger Sky was very important to him. When the time comes you say, if I kill this little tiger. Before he could give the words away, Tiger Sky slowly walked out regarding the inside of the mountain villa. As he walked, he released the aura of the Tiangui realm. This aura was pointed straight at Su Shingjo. Almost instantly, Su Shingjo was instantly held down on the ground and could not move. Did you just say that you were going to kill me? Tiger Sky's aura was getting stronger with every step he took. This scene gave Lu Qian and Aogu a dumbfounded look, especially Lu Qian. The realm that Tiger Sky had revealed before was merely the third level of the profound brightness realm, but as a result, he was now crushing a Yuhong realm person with ease. Exactly what realm it was, Lu Qian didn't know, but she knew. Tiger Sky is also ridiculously strong. Aoku was of the same mind, especially since he could sense that Tiger Sky's aura was capable of killing him instantly. This is the aura of a heavenly power mirror or above. Aoku gulped, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. He also didn't know exactly what realm Tiger Sky was in, only knowing that the other party was above the heavenly power mirror. Though that said, he had expected that being a pet of a senior was certainly not simple, but I didn't expect my opponent to be so strong. Su Shingjo, on the other hand, was being pressed and kept spitting out blood. At this point in time, he doesn't forget to admit his mistake. Instead, he threatened Tiger Sky. I'm telling you, if you kill me, the headquarters of the Beast Wu continent won't make things easy for you. Hearing this, Tiger Sky was first silent for a moment, and then kept letting out a big laugh. Ah ha 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 ha. Aogu looked at Su Shingjo, who was still thinking about pretending, and shook his head slightly. Let's just say you're messing with the wrong person this time. Messing with the wrong people is still the worst thing in the world, and the most pissed off. Su Shingjo saw that the other party did not withdraw his hand and knew that the other party was not afraid at all. It's said that those who know what's good for them know what's good for them. This is the time to save your life if you can. After all, there is no fear of being left without wood. I'm sorry, my lord. It was my fault just now. Please forgive me. Tiger Sky, on the other hand, replied with a smile on his face. Forgive you? Yeah, I'll forgive you if you go to hell. After saying that, Tiger Sky released his breath and crushed Su Shingjo into blood mist. Aoku was still a bit confused at the moment. I didn't expect Su Shingjo to die so easily. Sure enough, in front of a real powerhouse, they're still not good enough. After killing Su Shingjo, Tiger Sky was not yet finished. Instead, he opened his divine sense and swept the heavenly city. At this moment, a violent explosion emanated from a hilltop somewhere in Tianshan City, and Tiger Sky also withdrew his breath. Well, settle for closing. Lu Qian carefully stepped forward and asked Tiger Sky, that, Elder Tiger, what did you just do? Tiger Sky, on the other hand, said with a disinterested expression, didn't I just kill this demonic beast? His people are sure to come after him, so to get it over with, I'm going straight to the chopping block. Hearing this, Aogu's back felt a chill. Who could have thought that the person who was about to become the city lord would end up messing with the wrong person? The upper and lower clans, all dead. Without a moment's hesitation, Aogu came to Tiger Sky and bowed in gratitude. Thank you, senior. Without you, we would most likely have been attacked by him next. Tiger Sky just waved his hand. I only took action because this demonic beast spoke out of turn. If you guys really want to thank me, take some good food. Aoku smiled at his words and said, it's very simple. Lots of good food on our side. Come, this way. Aoku invited Tiger Sky to enter inside the mountain villa. Lu Qian, on the other hand, was following behind, and at the moment, she was still shocked by what Tiger Sky had just done. Chapter 122, The Daily Life of a Mountain Villa. After Tiger Heaven destroyed Su Shingjo and their clan, the Beast Wuzhou's headquarters soon learned of the news, especially when he learned that Tiger Sky was Mo Qingyu's mount. Long Tian was still lamenting that Tiger Sky had only targeted Su Shingjo and her family. If they wanted to target their Beast Wu continent, it would be a real male. After all, other people have this capital, and you can only be mute and unable to speak. Now, pass my order down that Elder Mo and Elder Tiger are within Tianshan City at this moment. Everyone must be on their toes and must not be offended. At the same time, they couldn't offend the Pingyang Mountain Villa and their family. Violators will be killed without pardon. The order went down. All the forces in Tianshan City had completely changed because of this one move by Tiger Sky. At this moment, Tiger Sky, who was enjoying himself inside the Pingyang Villa, did not know this. It is peacefully relaxing and enjoying the view of the backyard, and it sits awkwardly on top of the stool like a person. Tiger Sky didn't feel that way. Instead, he was looking at the scenery in the distance and eating the pastries in his hands in a good way. It's so cozy, I have to say. Your pastries here are quite delicious, Tiger Sky quipped. When Aogu heard Tiger Sky praising him so much, he also cupped his hands and smiled to Tiger Sky. Hey, little brother here. Not much else, the pastries are the most fancy. Looking at Aogu being so attentive, Tiger Sky also opened his mouth and said, alright, you don't have to smile so much. This tiger of mine is just like my master. Straightforward, straight talk, not a fan of riddles. Hearing Tiger Sky say that, Aogu also lowered his head and smiled. Yes, I was wrong just now. Aogu also relaxed his body. It was still nice to be able to talk to a strong person in a relaxed manner. Then Aogu said to Lu Qian who was beside him, Qianer, go and bring out my treasured tea. I'll let Elder Tiger savor it. Lu Qian, good. With that, he turned and left. That said, I would like to know why you and Elder Mo came to the Beast Wu continent? Aogu asked Tiger Sky about the doubts he had pressed in his heart. Tiger Sky echoed this. It's simple. We're traveling the world. And we're planning to change places when we're almost done traveling the Divine Continent. And the new place my master has chosen is here on the Beastus. Upon hearing this, Aogu nodded his head in understanding. Then he asked Tiger Sky again. By the way, I want to know how Senior killed the president of Regulus Continent. Can you reveal it to me to reveal a thing or two? Looking at the curiosity within Aogu's eyes, Tiger Sky also smiled. I see that this demonic beast of yours is quite good, so I'll reveal a thing or two to you. Aogu nodded happily at his words. To be able to know how the top powerhouses fight each other. This is also a blessing for Ogu. Tiger Sky, on the other hand, came not far from Aogu. Above this clearing, Tiger Sky compared his hands and kept telling about the situation. Aogu was also shocked upon hearing this. I didn't expect that president of Regulus Continent to even last a single move. Thinking of this, Aogu couldn't help but lament Mo Qingyu's power. I didn't expect Elder Mo to be so powerful. When Tiger Sky heard Aogu's words, it too began to brag about something else. Hey, that's nothing, there's a lot more to it. Aogu's eyes glowed even as he listened. Oh, can you tell me about it? Tiger Sky also hemmed and hawed. Then you should listen carefully. The story of this is very long. Just as Tiger Heaven was just speaking about how Mo Qingyu was pretending, Aogu suddenly saw a figure behind Tiger Sky. His eyes widened at the sight of the officer, hastily signaling Tiger Sky not to continue speaking. Tiger Elder, stop. But Tiger Sky was already speaking in a mesmerized manner, completely oblivious. The corners of Aogu's mouth slowly rose as he watched Mo Qingyu. His throat also gulped. Tiger Sky, on the other hand, kept talking about how he had pretended to be a bully in front of the four great sects of the Divine Continent in the first place. Blah 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 a whole lot. And in the process, did not forget to speak ill of Mo Qingyu, just as it was speaking to itself. Turn your head and look. Finding Mo Qingyu standing in front of him with a smile. Mo Qingyu, Tiger Sky, you give Luda yo. Tiger Sky thought of running straight away without thinking. Seeing this, Mo Qingyu smiled and said to Tiger Sky, let me give you a hand. Snap. Mo Qingyu kicks Tiger Sky off. Tiger Sky, I'll be back. Mo Qingyu clapped her hands and deflated her mouth. This brat, while I'm not around, secretly speaking ill of me, right? Watching Tiger Sky being kicked away by Mo Qingyu, Aogu's head was also in a cold sweat. Lu Qian also brought over the tea at this time. Well, where did Tiger Senpai go? Lu Qian asked suspiciously. In response to Lu Qian's doubts, Mo Qingyu smiled and replied, oh, it said it wanted to go outside and have a look, so I just sent it out. In response, Lu Qian also nodded and did not say anything more. Aogu, on the other hand, hurriedly brought over the tea in Lu Qian's hand. By the way, let Lu Qian leave. Elder, this is the tea I have treasured for a long time. Would you like some? Hearing Aogu's invitation, Mo Qingyu naturally agreed. Tea? Then I must try it, Mo Qingyu said with an expectant face. With that, Mo Qingyu and Aogu both sat on top of the stool next to the tea table. Aogu skillfully began to make tea. It didn't take long to make the tea. Ogu took out a small cup and poured tea into it. With that, he handed it to Mo Qingyu. Mo Qingyu took it with one hand and savored it slightly. After baring his mouth a few times, he nodded his head. Well, that's pretty good. Ha, I didn't realize that the tea from your Beast Wu continent was actually quite good. In response to Mo Qingyu's praise, Aogu then smiled happily. Although our tastes are a little different, the tasting aspect of it is not that far off. By the way, do you drink, senior? Mo Qingyu shook her head. I don't like drinking. You got any juice over here? Give me some juice. That is pretty good. Hearing that Mo Qingyu liked to drink fruit juice, Aogu shook his head helplessly. I didn't realize that senior actually dislikes alcohol and prefers fruit juice. Mo Qingyu smiled. What? Surprised? Aogu nodded. After all, among the strong people I know, all of them enjoy drinking. It's the first time I've seen one like Senpai, who doesn't like to drink alcohol and prefers fruit juice. Mo Qingyu then hemmed and hawed. There's no way. I'm a person always and somewhat special, in many ways. Ao Gu laughed. Indeed, I could tell from the conversation with Senior that Senior is a person of nature, and is the most exceptionally strong and human I've ever seen. Chapter 123, Other Forces. Yu also just smiled slightly at what Ao Gu said. He looked off into the distance and stood up to stretch. Turning to Ao Gu next to him, he said, I'll be troubling you guys for this period of time. Ao Gu waved his hand and replied, it's no trouble at all. I feel I'm honored to be able to do so by having tea with my seniors. Yu just didn't say anything about it, just turned her head and prepared to leave. Alright, I'm going to go out for a stroll. It's my first time in Tianshan City, so I went out to see what's good to eat or have fun. Ao Gu stood up and prepared to give Yu a ride. Yu hurriedly stopped it. Alright, just get busy with your business. Gu, good. With that, Yu turned around and left Pingyang Mountain Villa. After leaving for a few moments, Yu stood above the mountain villa's halfway point. Reach out into the space next to you and pull. Yanked Tiger Sky back. Looking at Yu next to him, Tiger Sky smiled awkwardly. That, Master, are we going to play in Tianshan City? Yu put Tiger Sky down. Alright, look at you. Let's go and see what's so special about Tianshan City. Tiger Sky's interest came up instantly. Punch punch punch. Before long, the two of them left the mountain villa, and at the foot of the mountain villa was Tianshan City, and the location of the lodge was still in the center of Tianshan City. It wasn't long before Yu and Tiger Sky left Pingyang Mountain Villa on the front foot. Several people came to the entrance of Pingyang Villa. Humph, why are you old misfits here? Che, you have the nerve to talk about me? Then why did you come? I've come to catch up with Lord Ao Zhuang, can't I? You, laugh your ass off. The noisy voices of several people ushered in the view of the steward at the entrance of the lodge. The housekeeper found out that it was a few of the major powers in Tianshan City. He hurriedly called Ao Gu over. Ao Gu also rushed to the entrance of the mountain villa after receiving the news. I opened the door and found that it was indeed the old misfits. Why, you three, you're so free to come to my place today, Ao Gu said to the three people in front of him. These three were Zhaoan, Feng Yi, and Feng Wu. These three were all forces in Tianshan City. All three of their big families are very powerful. Originally, including him, there were a total of 5 major forces in Heavenly City, but now it's become 4. Looking at the gifts in the hands of the 4, Ao Gu knew the intentions of the other party, but still said to the 3, you guys have something to say, no need to beat around the bush with me. The 3 of them were also smiling and laughing. Zhaoan, I'm not here to give you some gifts. Feng Yi, yes, we are giving you this as a gift. And we also hope that you will not be a big fan of us. Feng Wu, yes, we have offended you in the past, so I hope you will be magnanimous. Ao Gu really didn't think that he would actually have the day to let the 3 humble themselves and give him a gift. You know, in the old days, because he was involved in their interests, they were also very disgruntled, so there were struggles in the old days. It's just that they don't dare to do it openly. So often, they're secretly working in the shadows, and every time they got into a little stunt, he'd return the favor. I didn't expect it, but you 3 are so kind. Ogu smiled emotionally. Although all 3 of them were smiling on their faces, they were very angry inside. If it wasn't for Aogu's good fortune to be able to relate to Yu, they're not coming, and they are also afraid that they will have their whole family die like Su Shingjo. It's just a cheeky way to avoid that. Alright, I'm not going to accept the gift, so leave while you can. After Aogu finished speaking, he didn't care what they thought. Shut the door straight away. Aogu can still not be clear about the minds of several of them. It was nothing more than thinking that the seniors were staying at his place and wanted to please him, to curry favor with the seniors. Aoku was well aware that his predecessor was only staying at his house temporarily, and he was in no position to make decisions for his seniors. After the 3 people outside the door ate the closed door, their expressions were no longer smiling. Humph, I didn't expect to give us so little face, Zhaoan said with a disgruntled face. Feng Yi sighed. It can't be helped. Who made him bullish now? No matter what, we absolutely cannot offend. If not, please. Feng Wu nodded. Let's go. There's no point in continuing to stay here. The 3 of them also grunted a few times with disdain on their faces. With that, he turned his head and left. On Mo Qingyu's side, he took a careful look around Tianshan City. It was discovered that Tianshan City was similar to the cities in the Divine Continent. It won't make a big difference. Only the people who live become demonic beasts. The things for sale also became related to demonic beasts, but overall they are pretty much the same. The food is also what demonic beasts like to eat. Few humans like to eat. After walking for half a day, Mo Qingyu came inside an inn. The people of this inn had little expression on their faces when they saw Mo Qingyu, but many people quietly stayed away from Mo Qingyu, because they all learned that the person in front of them was someone they couldn't afford to mess with, so neither wanted to go near him. The store assistant was a pig demon. he came to Mo Qingyu and asked him, "Guest, what would you like to eat?" Mo Qingyu inquired to him, "Are there any noodles?" The store assistant nodded his head in a hurry. Yes, yes, yes. Mo Qingyu, then let's have a bowl of your signature noodles here. Tiger Sky, give me one of your signature roasts here. The store assistant answered and then headed inside the back kitchen. Tiger Sky also sat across from Mo Qingyu. They were one man and one demon, as if they were bullies. Inside this inn, all the demonic beasts were very afraid of them. Only Mo Qingyu and Tiger Sky were directly ignoring their looks. It didn't take long for the noodles to come up. Mo Qingyu looked at the bowl of noodles in front of her. After a brief sniff, "It feels pretty average." Picking up her chopsticks, Mo Qingyu began to taste it. Tiger Sky's roast was also served. After a long time, Mo Qingyu asked Tiger Sky, "Well, how's your roast?" Tiger Sky, "Let's just say it's okay." "Where's your noodles, master?" Mo Qingyu smiled, "Just like you." With that, the duo quickly finished the food in their hands. "When you're done eating, you check out." At this time, the innkeeper hurriedly came out and said to Mo Qingyu, "No, it's on me, it's on me." Instead of agreeing, Mo Qingyu threw spirit stones behind her as she walked. After walking out of the inn, Mo Qingyu smelled a super fragrant odor. "Tiger Sky, do you smell that?" Tiger Sky sniffed with his nose. I smell it. A very fragrant odor. "Come on Tiger Sky, let's go see where the scent is coming from." Good. Chapter 124, Selection for the Tournament? With that said, the two of them smelled the scent and came to a bakery. The owner of this bakery saw the customer and hurriedly came out from inside. "What would you like to buy, sir?" the boss asked Mo Qingyu. With that, he took a closer look and realized that what was in front of him was a human. The most important thing is that he's blind. The boss hurriedly bent his head low and smiled. "Goo, so it's Senior who has come to visit. Elder wants any buns, just say so. Count me in." Mo Qingyu just faintly asked the boss, "Boss, this bun of yours, why does it smell so good?" The bakery owner replied, "I stole that from humans." Mo Qingyu sniffed and nodded in understanding. "No wonder." He then said, "Why this bakery smells so good?" "Okay, give me 5 buns. Meatpacking." Bakery owner, understood. After saying that, he began to carefully fill Mo Qingyu's bun. There was no way around it. Mo Qingyu was now famous. No one dares to mess with him, and no one dared to look at him when he walked down the street. One could only pass by silently, all hoping that Mo Qingyu would not notice him. "Here, this is your bun for Senior." The owner hands over the packaged buns with both hands. Mo Qingyu accepted it with one hand, then nodded and threw the money to the owner. Gone Tiger Sky. After buying the buns, Mo Qingyu ate them while walking on top of the street. Tiger Sky, on the other hand, swallowed the bun in one bite. Where would be a good place to go next? Mo Qingyu's mouth muttered. As she walked, Mo Qingyu bought a newspaper from a nearby newspaper seller. Let's see if there's any fun. Well, look, 3 days later, Tianshan City will hold a ring competition. The top 3 can successfully enter Hope Academy. Looking at the words Hope College, if he remembered correctly, there was this Hope Academy among the great powers of the Beast Wu continent. Well, it looks like there's something interesting about this academy. Go have some fun then. Mo Qingyu planned to ask Ao Gu about this Hope Academy when she returned to Pingyang Villa. Just as he was concentrating on the paper, people around him started to walk in one direction. Hey, did you hear? There's going to be an auction in a while, just inside Tianshan City. Really? Sure, you want to check it out. Can't afford it. I can't afford to look at it. Go. Hearing the discussion of the people around them, Mo Qingyu and Tiger Sky glanced at each other. A man and a demon. He. As if there was fun to be had again. With that, Mo Qingyu followed the few people who had just been there. An auction? He wanted to see what was different from the auctions in the Divine Continent. After walking for a while, he came to the auction store. Mo Qingyu looked up. Gathering Treasure Pavilion? That's a somewhat interesting name. Mo Qingyu smiled. Everyone was lining up before walking inside the auction. Mo Qingyu was no exception. Inside the queue, Mo Qingyu tapped the shoulder of the person in front of him. That brother, I'd like to ask what kind of power this treasure pavilion is? The demonic beast that was tapped on the shoulder by Mo Qingyu did not turn around. He replied faintly, what other power could it be? The treasure-gathering pavilion has his presence in the 4 major cities. Although it is said to be not particularly top-tier, it is by no means something to be messed with. Hey man, this you don't even know. The demonic beast turned its head to look at Mo Qingyu. It was then that he realized that the person behind him was human and blind, with a tiger at his side. A man and a tiger. Mashaka. This demonic beast was instantly sweating. Mo Qingyu, on the other hand, looked at him with an innocent expression. Man, why does this forehead of yours keep sweating? This demonic beast could only pretend to be calm as well, as he replied with a forced smile. It's okay. I've been weak lately. Mo Qingyu plainly patted his shoulder twice as if it was normal. It's okay, just take more supplements if you're weak. Mo Qingyu's seemingly ordinary sentence froze this old brother in front of him to come up with countless hints. Is senior reminding me of something? Is it saying that I should go home and patch up? Don't get in senpai's way here? It is, it must be. Thinking of this demonic beast was very sensible and gave way. That's senior. I still have soup at home. I just forgot about it and now I have to go home to check. Thank you for the reminder, senior. I'll leave first. After saying that, the demonic beast left without looking back. In response to his words, Mo Qingyu was dumbfounded. He looked at Tiger Sky beside him. Did I just remind him of anything? Tiger Sky was also confused. Then it thought of something and laughed joyfully. Perhaps it is thought that you, master, are hinting at him. To this Mo Qingyu also expressed helplessness with both hands. The people who were in the vicinity of Mo Qingyu saw this scene, and they all stayed away from him as well. There was also a lot of empty space in front of Mo Qingyu. He also naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. So Mo Qingyu slowly walked forward. Soon, it was his turn. At the door, the man in charge had just finished dropping off another person. Mo Qingyu walked directly inside the venue in this instant. There's always the third floor here. Obviously, the second and third floors are for other people. He and Tiger Sky went to a corner of the first floor table. Since the auction was very crowded, only a few demonic beasts were the ones who noticed Mo Qingyu's presence. These people also left in disgrace. Mo Qingyu sat on top of the stool in the corner and placed the melon seeds inside the space on top of the table next to her. Relaxed and stoned. Holy, melon, you really do have everything, master. Tiger Sky looked at the melon seeds that suddenly appeared on top of the table and couldn't help but spit. There's no better place to kowtow than on an occasion like this, Mo Qingyu said. Tiger Sky looked at the scene around here. It was quite a bit worse compared to Qingfeng Pavilion's. Master, I don't feel as good as that auction we went to last time. Mo Qingyu, that's not true of course. The Clear Wind Pavilion is at least one of the three major underground forces in the Tianyuan continent. This treasure-gathering pavilion is just famous in the Beast Wu continent after all. Tiger Sky nodded. Indeed. Hey, it's starting, Mo Qingyu said. Inside the auction venue, the lights on the roof of the building were circling. With that, the red cloth above the stage of the venue was pulled open. Inside, a tiger demon with very little body fabric and a simpering figure walked out. Seeing that it was a tiger demon, Mo Qingyu joked to Tiger Sky beside him. How about it, Tiger Sky? Any interest? Tiger Sky, on the other hand, waved his hand in disgusted reply. Master, don't disgust me. I don't deserve it, alright. Seeing Tiger Sky's appearance, Mo Qingyu laughed out loud. Chapter 125, the beginning of the tournament. While Tiger Sky and Mo Qingyu were chatting, the venue on the stage started the auction. Welcome, everyone. Before the official auction begins, I'd like to tell you all about some of our rules. Fighting and noise are prohibited. 2. When you buy what you want, you can settle the order directly in the background. 3. The most important point, that is, I hope you will not fight each other because of treasures, especially inside the city. For the reminders here, Mo Qingyu felt quite good. At least it won't be blackmailed, like the clearance pavilion. You leave after the auction, and the ones who come to grab your treasures might still be from the Qingfeng pavilion. Alright, I've said my piece. Now the auction officially begins. After saying that, the tiger demon on the stage started to take out the first item. The first item is our earth grade technique, with a starting bid of 20 spirit stones. Although it was an earth grade technique, it was very good for many ordinary cultivators. After all, having feats is better than not having them, so it didn't take long for the feat to be auctioned off by someone else. The next few items did not catch Mo Qingyu's attention. It's all the usual stuff. Mo Qingyu was getting more and more bored the more he watched. He was on the verge of yawning, and after a while, he really found it uninteresting. It's no fun. Why don't we leave? Mo Qingyu said to Tiger Sky. Hu Tian nodded to Mo Qingyu. Well, there really isn't much to see. The two got up and prepared to leave. No one stopped them when they left. To this, the guard at the door only wanted to say, funny, these two seniors want to leave, who can stop them? Just kidding. After leaving the treasure pavilion, Mo Qingyu looked at the sunset in the sky. I didn't realize how fast time flies. Tiger Sky, it's almost time for us to return to the mountain villa. With that, Mo Qingyu brought Tiger Sky to directly move instantly and leave the original spot. Arriving at the entrance of the mountain villa, Mo Qingyu slowly pushed open the door. Walking through the gate, Mo Qingyu still wanted to find Aogu to ask about the selection competition. His divine sense opened and he found Aogu. At this moment, Aogu was inside the parlor, drinking tea and reading the newspaper. With that, Mo Qingyu led Tiger Sky towards the parlor. Aogu didn't realize that Mo Qingyu was heading his way. He just looked at the newspaper in silence, pondering that it would be great if Lu Qian could enter Hope Academy. Unfortunately, His daughters are not strong enough to get the top 3. Top 5 is fine. Aogu put down the newspaper in his hand and saw Mo Qingyu standing in front of him. Being messed up like this by Mo Qingyu, Aogu was taken aback. Elder, you're scaring me. Mo Qingyu didn't feel anything. He came to sit next to Aogu and asked him, tell me what the hell is Hope College? A thing? Hearing those 2 words, the corner of Aogu's mouth twitched. It was probably only Mo Qingyu who had the capital to call Hope Academy a thing. Hope Academy, a major power in our Beast Wu continent. In our Beast Wu continent, there are many strong people there who will teach you how to improve yourself and are the type to teach personally. As far as I know, the Academy's dean is also a Tianqian realm first level. Very powerful. At those words, Mo Qingyu nodded her head. It seems like this academy should be quite interesting. Then isn't it true that people from Tianshan City can't participate? Hearing Mo Qingyu's words, Aogu looked at Mo Qingyu with strange eyes. Senior, you don't want to participate as well, do you? Mo Qingyu waved her hand. What am I participating in? I just want to go and take a look. Hearing this, Aoku breathed a sigh of relief. If someone like Mo Qingyu participated, everyone above the ring would be screwed. However, he also felt that Mo Qingyu shouldn't be bored enough to participate in a juniors competition. The congregation of the divine continent, he's really that boring. Only Ogu didn't know this. People who aren't from Tianshan City can also participate. This tournament is merely held in Tianshan City. There's no hard and fast rule that it has to be someone from Tianshan City. Mo Qingyu then asked him, when the time comes, your family's daughters will also be attending, right? Ogu nodded. The rules of this tournament state that those under the age of 20 go to participate. So Chiener is going as well. How's that for confidence? Hearing Mo Qingyu's question, Aogu also smiled slightly. Confidence or not, it's good that Chiener can do her best. Mo Qingyu looked at the Aogu who was so enlightened and smiled slightly. Not many people are as enlightened as Ogu. Many people have very high expectations of their children, especially the group of people and demonic beasts that weren't up or down. Well, I've finished asking what I wanted to ask, so when it's time for the selection tournament to begin, you call out to me. I'm good to go. Ogu, good. Mo Qingyu, alright, then I'll go rest and sleep. Ogu, do you still keep sleeping, senpai? Ogu he hadn't slept at all, and spent his nights killing time, and dealing with other things. Mo Qingyu only smiled bashfully at his question. For me, sleep is one of the great things in life? Mo Qingyu muttered with doubtful eyes. One of the big events? What about the others? Other than that, it's just food. Mo Qingyu replied as she walked. After saying that, he disappeared into thin air. After Mo Qingyu's room that he returned to, he silently laid down on top of the bed. Say, it seems like it's been a long time since we've had a bed this nice, Mo Qingyu said to Tiger Sky. Tiger Sky nodded. Indeed, we often sleep right in the field. Master, if you don't tell me I'll forget. We haven't had anyone so good in bed for a long time. Mo Qingyu smiled. It's quite nice to sleep in a bed like this once in a while, don't you think? Tiger Sky, that's needless to say. It's definitely comfortable. Afterwards, Mo Qingyu and Tiger Sky did not continue chatting. Instead, he slowly fell asleep. It was a good night's sleep for both of them. A good night's sleep. In the days that followed, Mo Qingyu looked like she was acting as usual. Leave the lodge every morning and go out on the town. Come back when it's almost evening. And Aogu and Lu Ruyue inside the mountain villa weren't idle either. The two of them are helping Lu Qian get ready for the bout. As long as Lu Qian was able to enter Hope Academy, it could lead to a wider world there. Lu Qian didn't slack off either, basically practicing non-stop every day. It wasn't long before the time for the bout came. At this moment, the streets above Tianshan City were abuzz. I heard that the tournament has started. Go together. The tournament has begun? Walk. It could be said that on this day, most of the people in Tianshan City had gathered at the martial arts stage, and the tournament stage was above the sky of Tianshan City. It won't affect anything on the ground here. Mo Qingyu also got up from her sleep. He had just gotten up when he received a message from Ogu. Senior, don't sleep. The tournament has begun. Mo Qingyu replied nonchalantly. Got it. I'll come in a moment. After saying that, Mo Qingyu woke Tiger Sky up. Tiger Sky stretched when he woke up. He then followed Mo Qingyu as he left the mountain villa and headed to the martial arts stage. Chapter 126, the beginning of the selection competition. On the way to the martial arts stage, Mo Qingyu was able to see that there were quite a few people around who had gone to watch. It could be said that most of the people in Tianshan City went over to the martial arts stage to watch. After walking for a while, Mo Qingyu came to this side of the martial arts stage. Looking up at the ring in the sky, Mo Qingyu stomped towards the ground and charged directly towards the audience. In the audience, Mo Qingyu saw where Aogu and the others were sitting. With that, he silently found a seat and then sat down. He even lowered his and Tiger Sky's presence in order not to affect the people around him. All the surrounding people didn't pay much attention to Mo Qingyu. If they knew that Mo Qingyu was sitting right next to them, they would definitely just skate. Mo Qingyu looked at her surroundings. On the four sides are spectator seats. Next to the ring were the contestants from Tianshan City. All of them had people from all the major clans and casual cultivators. Mo Qingyu glanced over and saw Ao Gu and the others, only to see Ao Gu muttering something in front of Lu Qian. Daughter, remember to make sure you don't hurt yourself too much and do your best. Understand? Lu Qian nodded her head obediently. Understood. Ruyan Lu comforted Ao Gu from the side. Don't worry about our daughter. She's always going to see the outside world. She can't stay here all the time. Ao Gu also nodded with a sigh. Despite knowing this, how can you be a parent and not worry about this? By the way, has Elder come yet? Lu Ruyan asked. Ao Gu glanced around and did not see Mo Qingyu, but when he saw it carefully again, he suddenly saw Mo Qingyu again. Mo Qingyu smiled and gestured, and Ao Gu also arched his hand and nodded. Ruyan Lu saw Ao Gu's movements and knew that Mo Qingyu had already arrived. With that, he said to Ao Gu, well, let's go back to the audience. Don't put too much pressure on your daughter. After instructing Ao Gu, Lu Rupain spoke to Lu Qian in a thin voice. Daddy and Mommy will cheer you on. Lu Qian's heart was also warmed as she replied with firm eyes. Well, I'll give it my all. Lu Ruyan nodded her head in relief, then led Ao Gu back to her position in the audience. The duo was positioned closer to the players' table and belonged to the first row. They were also able to be in the first row because they were one of the forces in Tianshan City, and the other three major powers were silently droning on. Feng Yi looked at his son and said to him, come on son, don't let up, give it your all. Feng Gang nodded his head resiliently. Don't worry father, I will make that woman kneel down and beg me. Feng Yi smiled happily after hearing this. Good, worthy of being my son. At Feng Gang's words, Feng Yi was very happy, because he knew that Mo Qingyu definitely had little to do with Ao Gu. If there's really a relationship, then why would Ao Gu keep such a low profile? Will they still let them get away with this? If they were really related to the seniors, they would definitely be the first to liquidate them, but Ao Gu didn't, which meant that there was no connection between him and his predecessor. As for Su Qingyi's death, it's just that he got into things, probably has nothing to do with Ogu. This was Feng Yi's speculation, and he thought that 9 times out of 10, this speculation was fine. It's not just him. Zhao and Feng Wu thought the same way. They usually didn't trip up Ao Gu. If Ao Gu really knew and was on good terms with the seniors, he wouldn't have failed to liquidate them. So they weren't worried about what would happen if they injured Lu Qian, as long as no one gets killed anyway. When the audience was very crowded, there were 3 people in the sky slowly falling down. These 3 were the elders and teachers of Hope Academy. 2 teachers, 1 elder, also 2 lion demons, and an augur. These 3 were positioned above the highest point. Only the 3 weren't in a hurry, but were observing everywhere in the audience. Well, is he around? It shouldn't be there. I didn't feel it. That's good. Hearing this elder from Hope Academy let out a sigh of relief. It couldn't be helped. Ever since they heard that Mo Qingyu was here, they were scared to death. If you mess with him, you're screwed. He had to know that before he came. The dean kept telling him that he must not mess with Mo Qingyu. Now it seems that the seniors should not have come over. In fact, their every move was all caught in Mo Qingyu's eyes. They couldn't feel Mo Qingyu's presence, purely because Mo Qingyu had minimized his presence, unless he showed them. Otherwise no one would have been able to detect it. A teacher from Hope Academy came to the center of Wutai. He announced to the crowd, I declare that this session of the selection tournament officially begins. A round of applause ensued. Silence. The teacher on the stage shouted around. After waiting for the people around him to quiet down, this teacher began to tell the people around him the rules again. Listen up. The rules are different this time than before. They've been modified. Hearing this, all the players frowned. First game, Chaos. The one who still manages to stand on the stage within 5 minutes is considered the winner. Hearing this, the surrounding players kept muttering and discussing. Ao Gu wasn't worried that this rule would be unfavorable to Lu Qian, though those old nobodies tripped him up from time to time. But what unity is there between a few of them? They are also nothing more than profit-driven, and they fight each other very often themselves. So there are no eternal allies, only eternal interests. This statement is true for all time. All players on stage, ready to begin. As this teacher's words fell, all players are on stage. Lu Qian came to the stage with her best friend. How so? Sister Qian, who do we take out first? Lu Qian looked to her best friend, Lin Shiyu. Lin Shiyu had played well with her since she was a child. Although her family wasn't very powerful in Tianshan City, it wasn't bad either. In that case, let's the weak ones and the solo ones first, and then keep sneaking up on other people who are as strong as us. Being able to weed out a little bit more is a little bit more. Hearing Lu Qian's words, Lin Shiyu was excited to take out her own twin swords. Lin Shiyu, a female demonic beast, was strange. And the strangeness was in her weapon. Other people's weapons are either swords or guns or something like that. Hers are twin swords. Seeing that all the contestants were all on the martial arts stage, the teacher officially started the bout. Round 1. Start. As the words fell, all of them began to move. Chapter 127, the end of the selection contest. Suffice it to say, all of them are constantly fighting against each other. Even Phone Gang and the rest of the guys didn't work together. Instead, they each play their own. They are both so confident in themselves that they don't need to cooperate. And Lu Qian's side wasn't idle either. She and Lin Xiyu kept sneaking up on others. Mo Qingyu saw this from the stage and nodded her head in amusement. Not bad, not bad, smash. That's a good rule for viewing. At this time, the cheers were very high as the people next to Mo Qingyu were high on melons. Mo Qingyu patted the demonic beast beside her. Hey, that, man, can I have some of your melon? Hearing this, the man next to him was startled. Holy, is there a demonic beast sitting here next to me? With that, he saw Mo Qingyu. Mo Qingyu also reached out to him for melon seeds. Melon seeds? Man, give me some. Hearing Mo Qingyu's words, that demonic beast also gave it to Mo Qingyu very nonchalantly, completely not thinking much about Mo Qingyu, his dress code and his race. By the way, bro, who do you think can take first place? I think it'll be that casual cultivator, because this casual cultivator looks like he's very strong. Mo Qingyu looked toward the casual cultivator. This loose cultivator was very different, and all of the attacks on him from everyone present were avoided by him. Interesting, this person doesn't seem to be from Tianshan City, Mo Qingyu said with a smile. Hearing Mo Qingyu say this, the demonic beast next to him felt the same way. That's what I thought too. Originally the first place this time was likely that one to be the son of the previous Tianshan City lord. Who knew that all of their clans suddenly died violently? That's why there's a lot of suspense this time. As far as I know, the people from all the forces within Tianshan City, they don't have much of a difference in strength. Plus with the entrance of the casuals, I think the top 3 will be up in the air. Hearing this demonic beast's analysis, Mo Qingyu nodded silently. Indeed, I didn't realize you knew so much. Hearing Mo Qingyu praise himself, this demonic beast also heatedly smiled. You're not bad either, brother. So what's your name, brother? Mo Qingyu, me? Mo Qingyu. That demonic beast also just gave an oh-so smile after hearing that. After a minute's time, only then did that demonic beast slowly turn its head to look at Mo Qingyu, only to see Mo Qingyu and Tiger Sky giving him a friendly smile. With that, the demonic beast trembled and turned its head again. His whole body was trembling. Mo Qingyu, on the other hand, was patting his shoulder as if he was a nobody. Dude, don't be so nervous, it's not like I'm going to eat you. Hearing this, that demonic beast became even more frightened. Finally he just couldn't resist Mo Qingyu's pressure. Fainted on the spot. Mo Qingyu, let me be clear. This has nothing to do with me. Tiger Sky, all I can say is no shame. Hearing Tiger Sky's words, Mo Qingyu gave him a slap on the head. Tiger Sky, ouch. Just as they were chatting, the top of the ring was also divided. There are now a total of 11 other people standing above the ring. Of these 11 people, 6 were in Tianshan City proper. They were Lu Qian and Lin Xiyu, and the rest of the group. All the people from the forces of Tianshan City were still there. As for the other 5, they were all foreign casual cultivators. It's hard to imagine that none of these people have turned 20. Basically, they are 18 or 19 years old. But the cultivation levels are all in the profound Ming realm. There wasn't a single hidden Yuan realm. Let's just say there's a lot of genius. But there's genius on top of genius. Not a moment too soon. The faculty teacher started the next round again. 1-on-1. This bout ended quickly. The promotions are available separately. Lu Qian, Lin Xiyu, and Feng Gang, Feng Ji, Feng Wu's son, and 2 other casuals. The final is also fast approaching, because there is no rest in this race. It's something that requires you to play all the way to the finals and very much tests your stamina. Those who win these duels are the top 3. Then you can enter into the middle of the bookstore. Lu Qian was up against one of the 2 casual cultivators. Lin Xiyu faced off against Feng Gang, Feng Ji versus another loose cannon. With this, the final rounds have officially begun. Master, do you think Lu Qian will win? Tiger Sky asked Mo Qingyu. Mo Qingyu smiled, and Tiger Sky had expected Mo Qingyu to say win. As a result, Mo Qingyu said, no, she will lose this match. You take a closer look at the casual cultivator. Tiger Heaven's divine sense swept through and discovered that this loose cultivator was actually at the 4th level of the profound brightness realm. He's hiding his strength. Mo Qingyu nodded. Yes, he hid his strength, so Lu Qian will lose this match. As expected, all of Lu Qian's attacks were blocked or dodged by this loose cultivator. When Lu Qian saw this, she knew she couldn't beat it, but she was not going to admit defeat. She's just beat and won't admit defeat. The casual cultivator didn't hold back and began to attack. In a split second of attack, Lu Qian was at a disadvantage. She simply couldn't wield the opposite offense. Although the difference was only a few weights, Lu Qian understood it well. The changes in the strength of one weight are very great. It didn't take long for Lu Qian to spit out blood, but she hasn't given up yet and is still fighting. And the loose cultivator used all his strength to knock Lu Qian out of the ring outside. Looking at Lu Qian's appearance, Ao Gu and Lu Ru Paint were inwardly very distressed, but there was no way around it. It was a process she had to go through. The other few, too, had been divided. Feng Gang wins. The other two casuals also won. It was a game that no one expected. The forces native to Tianshan City actually had only Feng Gang win. After the bout, in the air was the Elder of Hope Academy, who slowly fell from the air, came to the top of the tournament stage. His voice was loud and clear as he announced, "This tournament is officially over. The winners are Lin Xiyu, Lin Feng, and Mu Ji. They're about to enter." Just as his words fell, a voice interrupted him. And me. Hearing the sound, so people looked towards the source. Ao Gu and Lu Ruyan were also confused when they saw it, especially Ogu. Nice guy, he's here for it. And when the Elders of Hope Academy saw Mo Qingyu, it was also a double take. He swallowed his saliva and hurriedly came to Mo Qingyu's face. "Dean of Hope Academy, greetings to Senior." The other two teachers also came up and bowed when they saw Mo Qingyu. The surrounding audience was not surprised by this scene. Because of Mo Qingyu's reputation, everyone around him knew about it. Therefore, the people around them sucked in a breath of cold air when they saw Mo Qingyu. And Lu Qian was also confused when she saw Mo Qingyu. It's only after she gets home that Ao Gu tells Lu Qian what's going on and she realizes what's going on. The other players also lowered their heads, not daring to speak. Kidding aside, who dared to be reckless in the face of Mo Qingyu? One could only say that Mo Qingyu's appearance silenced everyone present. The scene that had just been bustling with activity instantly became serene. Chapter 128, Entering the Academy. Mo Qingyu looked at the instant silence around him. He didn't pay much attention to it. Instead, he continued to ask Wu Feng, the Dean of Hope Academy, "I'm going to have a look over your way, too, to see what the fun is." "What? No?" Hearing Mo Qingyu's words, Wu Feng sweated as he hastily waved his hands and stated, No. Senior can certainly go if he wants to. As long as Senior wants to, he can come at any time without having to ask." Mo Qingyu smiled at the corner of her mouth. "It's fine with your words. Go on then." Wu Feng nodded his head with a compensatory smile. "Hey, this Buddha is not easy to serve." With that, Wu Feng said to the surrounding public, "The selection contest is now officially over." After saying that, Wu Feng added to the victorious trio beside him, "Well, I'm going to take a few of you to the academy as well. I hope the rest of you will make better academic progress." After saying that, Wu Feng took an ark out from his storage space. This ark is very large. Lin Xiyu and the others had shocked looks on their faces when they saw the ark. Only Mo Qingyu remained unchanged and calm. After taking the ark out, Wu Feng brought everyone to the top of the ark. The crowd looked at this huge ark and were very excited when they went up. In response to their excitement, Wu Feng only smiled faintly, then let this ark start traveling on its own, back to the academy. And Mo Qingyu came next to Wu Feng without realizing it. "I'm quite curious to know why so many people from your academy want to come in." Hearing Mo Qingyu's words, Wu Feng was taken aback by him. For a split second, he jumped in fear. "Elder, why don't you have a voice when you walk?" Mo Qingyu did not answer Wu Feng's tirade, but continued to let him answer the question he had just asked. Wu Feng also wiped the sweat from his forehead and hurriedly answered Mo Qingyu. "The reason why a lot of people at our college want to get in, that is, the teachers inside will teach you many shortcuts to cultivation that no one else would normally teach you. The reason why someone is slow to cultivate is not because of poor talent, but because they haven't found the right method. Choice is greater than effort, and only by choosing the right method will you improve your strength faster. The other thing is that the academy is powerful, so a lot of people want to come in." Mo Qingyu nodded. "It's similar to what I thought. That said, do you know which are all the top powers in the Beast Wu continent?" Wu Feng had no doubts about Mo Qingyu's question as he silently spoke to Mo Qingyu. "There are a total of 3 great powers in the Beast Wu continent. One is that we, Hope College. The second is the Red Moon Cult. The third is the Cult of the 7 Stars." Mo Qingyu's mouth also smiled when she heard about the Red Moon sect. Sure enough, he knew that this Red Moon sect was not simple. "When you have time, visit this Red Moon Cult." "What?" You asked him what he was going to do? "A visit, of course." Jia. Wu Feng, who was next to Mo Qingyu, saw the evil smile on his face and his entire body shivered. Senpai's smile is so scary. Wu Feng's heart couldn't help but think. Mo Qingyu then patted Wu Feng's shoulder. "Alright, I'm going to go see what Tiger Sky is doing with those tournament winners." Wu Feng arched his hand and said, "Good." On the other hand, Tiger Sky was chatting with a few people. Although it was said that Tiger Sky's strength was also top-notch, The oppressive force was not as strong as Emochingyu's. That was why several people preferred to stay near Tiger Sky rather than stand with Emochingyu. Emochingyu's invisible pressure made it impossible for several people to catch their breath. By the way, I want to know how strong you are, Tiger Elder, Lin Shi asked Tiger Sky. Tiger Sky, on the other hand, smiled. Me, in my case, it's just the Tiangui realm law, Sylvia Lamb. The remaining two, that's what we're saying. That's not how you play Versailles. Just then, Emochingyu came near a few people. What are you guys talking about? So much. Hearing Emochingyu's voice, they all looked towards him. After realizing that it was Emochingyu, all of them turned over to bow and salute. In response to these actions of theirs, Emochingyu then waved her hand and said, Alright, there's no need to salute me. I for one am not in the habit of having people salute me. When the few people heard Emochingyu say this, they were also a bit hesitant, but they could only nod their heads. Tiger Sky, on the other hand, said to a few people with a smile on his face, Don't worry, I've just told you all that the master is very easygoing. As long as you haven't pissed him off, you're basically fine. Lin Shiyu and Muji and the others just forced a smile. It's basically fine, but that doesn't mean it's completely fine. Just then, Wu Feng came near a few people and said to them, Alright everyone, Hope Academy will be arriving soon. I hope you're ready. Several people also took a deep breath when they heard this news, because this opportunity is a time of change for several people. Not to say it becomes very strong if it can be grasped, but it will definitely be stronger and faster than before. If you have the chance, you might even be able to get a promotion from the dean. It didn't take long for a few people to be able to see Hope Academy. In the sky, Hope Academy could be seen as huge and immense. It could be as big as a few Tianshan cities. Wow, this is the first time I've seen such a huge academy. Lin Shiyu couldn't help but say with emotion. Seeing their surprised looks, Wu Feng was very flattered and angled his head. That's true, our Hope Academy is very huge. At least it's a big power in the Beast Wu continent. So this is still a small thing. Let's go. I'll take you inside the academy to claim your identity tags. Your words, senior. Without waiting for Wu Feng to finish, Emochingyu bluntly interrupted. I'll just look around by myself. You don't have to say much when the time comes. Just let me turn myself around. Hearing this, Wu Feng hesitated for a moment. There were some things he wanted to say, but he had the appearance of not daring to say them. What's wrong? Am I the one who can't just hang out? Emochingyu inquired in a flat tone. Hearing this, Wu Feng panicked and waved his hands and shook his head. No. Mostly I'm afraid some people will mess with you. After all, not everyone's has seen and heard of you. And then what if there are some high and mighty people who do the wrong thing? Wu Feng spoke out his confusion, to which Emochingyu smiled. It's okay, I'll take care of it myself when the time comes. Don't worry. Having said that, Wu Feng's heart was beating very fast. It shows that he is nervous and upset inside. Just kidding. Who wouldn't be nervous with such a big Buddha inside their college? Chapter 129, Sword Aura covers the Beast Wuzhou. Soon, Wu Feng landed the ark. Several people landed inside Wu Feng's courtyard. You will follow me and I will take you to receive your own identity and you will have a residence of your own. You can also choose your own teachers when the time comes. For specific other questions, you can ask your future teacher and he will answer them for you. Just as Wu Feng was chattering about this, Emochingyu had already left with Tiger Sky. I don't care to listen to him talk there. Go Tiger Sky, let's see what's interesting here. Let's see these demonic beasts cultivate and fight. The two walked and came to a classroom. The teacher inside this classroom was teaching them how to better gather Reiki and so on and so forth. And the demonic beasts inside were also confused when they saw Emochingyu. The first thing they wondered was why there were humans here. A man and a demon were then seen. Blind with tiger combo. Instantly it didn't seem strange. Emochingyu watched them cultivate and didn't disturb them too much. Just slightly looked at them for a few moments and left. Walked through this classroom and went somewhere else. And when Wu Feng knew that Emochingyu had begun to act, he hurriedly told the dean about the news. Let the dean know that Emochingyu is here. When the president of Hope College found out the news, he just wanted to give the notice right away. It made all the teachers and others in the academy pay attention to Emochingyu. Just then, I heard Wu Feng say, Dean, Senior seems to want us to not say much and let him wander around by himself. The dean who heard this was also guilty. In the end there was nothing to do but sigh and hope that none of the people inside their institution would screw up. Emochingyu sighed. He came to the martial arts field. At this moment in the martial arts practice field, quite a few demonic beasts were dueling each other. One of the demonic beasts frowned tightly when it saw Emochingyu. The other demonic beasts were nervous when they noticed Emochingyu, because they all recognized Emochingyu. After all, he was really very recognizable. A man and a demon. The blind man and the tiger. Can it be unrecognizable? Only Emochingyu was seen hovering around these demonic beasts. Rather, it was the martial arts field teacher who saw this, and he didn't dare to say anything more. All that was left was to silently continue teaching the students in front of me. It was as if he hadn't seen Mo Qingyu at all. Suddenly, a very small child came in front of Mo Qingyu. This small child was also a demonic beast, but it was transformed, probably only about 10 years old. What made Mo Qingyu strange was how a small child was inside the academy. Well, there are big human brothers here. Hey, big brother, I have questions I want to ask you, this little demonic beast said. At this point a teacher rushed over and tried to pull away, but it was stopped by Mo Qingyu. Mo Qingyu asked this teacher, why are there little kids here? Only this teacher said, this child was adopted by one of the elders. Although adopted, many people love him and the elders dote on him. At those words, Mo Qingyu also understood. He crouched down and asked the little demonic beast, what questions do you have for me, little friend? This little demonic beast asked Mo Qingyu, big brother, I've never understood. I've always been unable to exert the aura in my body when I use my sword. Mo Qingyu just hemmed and hawed. That's easy. You just need to control your aura and slowly transfer it into the sword. Don't deliberately transmit it. Very relaxed and release it at the moment of swinging the sword. Here, I'll demonstrate it for you. Hearing this, all the surrounding demonic beasts stopped moving. All of them were waiting for Mo Qingyu's action. They were eager to see Mo Qingyu strike. This teacher next to Mo Qingyu also swallowed his saliva. He also very much wanted to see it. How strong is a top-tier powerhouse? I only saw Mo Qingyu say, Tiger Sky. Tiger Sky immediately understood and hurriedly looked for a branch to give to Mo Qingyu. The surrounding demonic beasts could not help but marvel at this scene. A wooden stick can be used as a sword. Sure enough, the world of Big Brother is not ours to imagine. Only to see Mo Qingyu pick up this wooden stick and point it at the distant sky, crossing over in a flash. A majestic sword chi danced out from the wooden stick. The powerful aura of this sword chi covered the entire Beast Wu continent in an instant. The sky of the Beast Wu continent was also split in two by this sword chi. The sky then slowly returned to its original state. Mo Qingyu also put down the stick in her hand and said to this little demonic beast, now you know. The little demonic beast didn't even hear what Mo Qingyu said and just nodded its head vigorously. There was no way around it. The effect that Mo Qingyu gave him was too exaggerated. Not only that, all the surrounding demonic beasts instantly sucked in a mouthful of cold air when they saw the scene. Mud. Is this the man who chopped off the president of Regulus continent with a single sword? It's simply horrible as hell. And a cold sweat rose behind the back of the Hope Academy's dean and elders when they saw this sword chi. With this sword chi, they couldn't block it at all. Don't say block. If you get close, you'll probably turn into slag in an instant. The rest of the forces of the Beast Wu continent were also very scared. This was because they all knew that this sword chi could only be wielded by Mo Qingyu. After all, Mo Qingyu's presence in the Beast Wu continent was already known by many demonic beasts, so there was no need to even guess. A quick glance told me it was him who swung it. As for the Beast Wuzhou's general heel, President Long Tian was also chilled to the bone when he saw this sword chi. The hands behind his back were trembling. As long as a demonic beast with a high realm felt the power of this sword chi, they would all be bowled over by it. And only the demonic beasts inside the academy knew about it. It was just a sword chi that Mo Qingyu had taken a wooden stick and casually swung out. If he had his own accessories, it would be a real no-brainer. Inside the academy, all the demonic beasts were bowled over by this sword chi. Aogu and the others who were far away in Tianshan City saw this sword chi. Inwardly, a wave of admiration also rose towards Mo Qingyu. It's true that seniors are seniors. Either they don't make a move or hey directly shock the entire Beast Wu continent, Ogu said with emotion. Lu Qian was similarly dumbfounded as she recalled the sword chi she had just received. She hadn't thought that Mo Qingyu was actually powerful to this extent. I've heard he's strong, but I've heard what I've heard. It's another thing to see it in person. And it was likewise another thing for the demonic beasts inside the academy to see him strike with their own eyes. After the sword chi dissipated, Zhong Tian rushed to the martial arts practice ground to ask Mo Qingyu, Elder, may I ask what just happened to you? Zhong Tian inquired cautiously. Mo Qingyu just told what had just happened. Zhong Tian was relieved when he learned what had happened. It's good to be okay. It's good to be okay. Zhong Tian kept reassuring himself. Chapter 130 Alchemy Teaching. Mo Qingyu looked around at the frozen crowd. He said faintly, you guys keep training. And with that, he moved on to something else. After leaving the martial arts practice grounds, Mo Qingyu traveled to another place, Alchemy Room. The teacher here is teaching the students how to control the fire, make a better elixir. Mo Qingyu stood at the door of the Alchemy Room. At the entrance, he could already smell the scent of the potion. Come on, let's go inside. We'll see if we can fake it then. Hearing this, Tiger Sky hurriedly said to Mo Qingyu, Master, can I have it this time? I'd like to try it. Mo Qingyu, no problem. Hearing Mo Qingyu's reply, Tiger Sky's mouth smiled cheaply. After entering the alchemy pavilion, many demonic beasts looked his way, but it was only a silent glance, and then he withdrew his gaze. The elder in charge of managing the alchemy pavilion hurriedly walked forward the first time he saw Imo-Qingyu. Hey, what is it that seniors are here for? Imo-Qingyu just silently replied, just came over to take a look. You continue doing your thing, but pay attention to me. This elder hurriedly nodded his head before going to do his own thing. On Imo-Qingyu's side, he was inside a huge alchemy room, and he looked at the demonic beast disciples inside who were concentrating on alchemy. It was an earth-grade elixir that was refined. The thing about pills could be said to be very expensive. The expensive part is that there are very few alchemists, and even if there were, not all alchemists were able to make high-quality pills either. Suddenly, a bong sound came out from somewhere. Imo-Qingyu traveled to the place of the sound source and found that there was a small alchemy room here. There were a few people inside making pills. Obviously, the sound is blowing up the furnace. Here there's this sound. Many demonic beasts came over to check out the situation. Imo-Qingyu also only looked at it briefly for a while before leaving this small alchemy room. Go to another alchemy room. At this moment, in the middle of a large alchemy room with very many people, there was a demonic beast concentrating fully on alchemy, and there were quite a few people around him staring at it and the stove. Imo-Qingyu stopped when she saw the scene outside the door. He quietly opened the door to the room and stepped inside. When the person inside discovered Imo-Qingyu, he was just about to make a sound when he was stopped by Imo-Qingyu. Imo-Qingyu made a shushing gesture to the people around her, then continued to look at the demonic beast. Suddenly, the furnace of this demonic beast shook violently. It's about to explode. It was already a bit too late for the other demonic beasts to leave. At the critical moment, Tiger Sky moved forward to place his tiger paw on top of the stove. This furnace that was about to explode was instantly quiet. The demonic beast that was refining pills also opened its eyes and discovered Tiger Sky and Imo-Qingyu. Thank you, Senior, for your help. I am grateful. In response to his thanks, Tiger Sky also smiled and nodded in response. He said to this demonic beast, the heart can't be in a hurry. One of the reasons why you blew up the furnace was because of your haste. To refine pills, one cannot rush. One must slowly condense the furnace's flame and aura. Here, I'll demonstrate it for you. Hearing this demonic beast was thrilled. After all, being able to have a strong person personally demonstrate alchemy to you was something that was unattainable. When the rest of the demonic beasts heard this, they also stared at the furnace with wide eyes. Soon, the news that Tiger Sky was going to refine pills spread. Quite a few demonic beasts gathered at the entrance, all of them wanting to come in, but due to the crowd, all you can do is watch from the door. Even the elders and teachers on the side of the alchemy pavilion were at the door, wanting to squeeze in and take a look. Tiger Sky didn't pay any attention to what was going on outside of them, but instead sat in front of the stove like a human with his hands folded, slightly closed eyes. Then when he opened them, the red light of his eyes flashed. The flames of the stove instantly began to burn. Tiger Sky watched the flames burn and threw in the ingredients for the potion without any hurry. These materials were taken from inside his storage space. Don't ask where it came from. The question is with Imo-Qingyu Shun came. The surrounding demonic beasts became excited when they saw the materials Tiger Sky had thrown. It was because Tiger Sky had refined a heavenly grade elixir. Imo-Qingyu was also leaning against the side of the wall, silently staring at Tiger Sky. Tiger Sky didn't know how to concoct pills in the old days, but once he saw that he was very handsome in alchemy, so he kept begging Imo-Qingyu to teach him alchemy methods. Imo-Qingyu didn't have anything to hide, so she taught Tiger Sky all the basic things of alchemy and advancement techniques. Although it is taught, can it be made into a potion? It's not about how much someone teaches you, rather, it's about how much you can understand. It was obvious that Tiger Sky was still very talented in this aspect of alchemy. Tiger Sky, who alchemized while explaining why they failed at alchemy. Remember, you guys, this time, I'm teaching you something for free. These are things that your teachers don't always understand, so keep that in mind. The surrounding demonic beasts nodded their heads unceasingly as they heard the words. Teachers outside the door also amplified the hearing of their ears. Listen up. There are many reasons why alchemy fails, but there are two very important factors in your failure. That's fire and patience. You are always thinking in your minds during the process of alchemy. I don't know that you won't be able to control the fire in your hands while you're thinking about it. Don't think about whether or not the alchemy will be successful and whether or not the furnace will blow up. You need to let go of your minds and become one with the fire in front of you. There's no need for anything in your head, good or bad. Throw it all up and just sit yourself down in front of the stove. When the surrounding demonic beasts heard this, they basically nodded their heads in confusion. While this sounds very easy to say, it is actually very hard to do, because you will inevitably think about it and imagine it. We'll go to think about the hands of the fire has not controlled. Blowing up the furnace how to do. If the refining failed how to do. And so on and so forth. It's very hard to refrain. It takes a lot of practice and meditation to slowly restrain it. Soon, Tiger Sky had refined the elixir. Only when Tiger Sky put his hands together, the elixir flew out from inside the furnace. It slowly landed in front of Tiger Sky. Then, Tiger Sky ate the elixir in one gulp. Alright, I've taught the method of alchemy. It's up to you guys to comprehend it. Looking at the surrounding demonic beasts with shock and admiration inside their eyes, Tiger Sky was enjoying himself. Mo Qingyu, on the other hand, smiled helplessly. Let's go. Let's take a look at the other places. After saying that, Tiger Sky and Mo Qingyu left the alchemy room. Only the crowd was left over there for a long time to calm down. Chapter 131 Various Parts of the Academy. After leaving the alchemy pavilion, Mo Qingyu and Tiger Sky continued to wander elsewhere. On their way, the duo walked and came across a stone monument. The stone tablet is inscribed with words, Astronomical Tablet. Mo Qingyu looked at the monolith, and an idea surfaced from inside his mind, only to see him slowly stretching out his right index finger and waving some kind of word at this stone tablet. After waving, a few large words appeared above the stone tablet. Mo Qingyu came here. The words are at the very top of the tablet. This move directly shocked everyone in Hope Academy. The news of the inscription on the top of their stone monument also spread by 10 and 100. It is known to all. The reason they were shocked was because this stone tablet was very special. Only if the tablet recognizes you will you be able to inscribe on it. The tablet says in response, if I don't recognize it, I might as well not exist. And the Dean of Hope College, Zhong Tian, he was already numb. Numb couldn't be more numb. Mo Qingyu had only been here for a short half day or so. It turned out to do quite a few things, and the point is that each of those things singled out is very impressive. One could only say that Mo Qingyu's level was no longer something he could comprehend. Before, he could only hear that Mo Qingyu was very powerful, powerful beyond this world. But when he saw with his own eyes Mo Qingyu striking out and the rest of what he did, that mood is really nothing like listening. As for Mo Qingyu's side, he didn't realize that he had once again refreshed the Academy's demonic beasts' perceptions once again just by carving words. After this little episode, Mo Qingyu continued to go somewhere else. During this period, Mo Qingyu traveled a lot, came to a place he really liked, the cafeteria. Sure enough, it's still the food that appeals to me. Mo Qingyu sucked in her saliva. Tiger Sky similarly chimed in. Indeed, as do I. Come on, let's go in and see how things are inside this academy. After entering inside, Mo Qingyu realized that there weren't any demonic beasts eating here. That's weird, there's no one. Although it wasn't a restaurant now, there wouldn't be only a few demonic beasts. Soon, Mo Qingyu understood why. He looked at the fact that there were only steamed buns and some basic dishes, and his appetite instantly disappeared after looking at them, and his face became speechless. Tiger Sky also looked embarrassed. That, master, or forget it. Well, I agree. With that, the duo left in disgrace. After leaving the cafeteria, Mo Qingyu held his baklava in his hands. Eat twice as much. Sure enough, it's still my burrito that's good. What's that one in front? Mo Qingyu looked at the tall tower in front of him, with doubt. Slowly came near this high tower. A 7-story tower? What's that for? Mo Qingyu looked at this tall tower, which only had the name written on it, with a list listed next to it. It's just not written for use. A passing demonic beast soon appeared. Mo Qingyu hurriedly stopped this demonic beast and asked her, do you know what this tower is for? That demonic beast replied with a careful voice after seeing Mo Qingyu. In reply to Senior, this tower is used by disciples to break through. Each level is a different level of difficulty. The highest level is the 7th, and no one has been up there yet. Mo Qingyu nodded in understanding, then glanced at Tiger Sky at his feet. The corner of Tiger Sky's mouth smiled, instantly understanding what Mo Qingyu meant. After a while, the data of this tower was refreshed. First place, Ink Tiger Raw. The Hope Academy demonic beasts were already not surprised by this news either. Even thinking about it, it was Mo Qingyu who did it. After clearing this 7-tiered tower, Mo Qingyu and Tiger Sky continued to wander elsewhere. Inside a short period of time, the duo took in most of the fun. Now there's one more thing Mo Qingyu is paying attention to. That's the Spirit Springs. When we came to the Spirit Spring, there was a sign next to it with words written on it. Access to Spirit Springs is prohibited at this stage. Mo Qingyu just looked at it and then ignored it. Then looked at the manager of this spiritual spring, who was huffing and puffing. Hey, wake up. Seeing that this administrator hadn't woken up yet, Mo Qingyu also greeted him with a big BB pocket to his face. This manager was also furious when he was awakened by the beating. Who is it? Disturbing my sleep. Do not read the sign. Have said do not enter. Eyes are blind. After cursing, he rubbed his eyes and saw Mo Qingyu, only to see Mo Qingyu give him a friendly smile. This administrator instantly sweated and his entire body became shivering. Yes, I'm blind. Is there a problem? Mo Qingyu smiled and inquired. When Tiger Sky saw the smile of Mo Qingyu, he knew that he was going to start fixing people again. The administrator quickly shook his head. No, I didn't mean that. Mo Qingyu nodded her head as if she understood something. I see what you mean. You're saying that I'm out of order, aren't you? That administrator hurriedly shook his head, seeing that he was about to cry out when Mo Qingyu said so. Seeing that the smoky willow was about to flow out, Mo Qingyu said to him, tell you what, I'll give you a hand, so that your tears don't flow. This administrator felt a bad feeling, only to see Mo Qingyu throw a kick at this administrator, kicked him directly into the sky above before landing at breakneck speed. Once again, they flew high into the sky, landed again, and so on. The key was that Mo Qingyu sealed his cultivation, so at this moment, his calls were so deafening, it probably passed about 10 times or so. Mo Qingyu left him where he was, only to see that he had fainted. See, the tears didn't continue to flow. It's physical, but it always works. Tiger Sky smiled as he looked at the demonic beast lying on the ground. Honestly, he thought it was good enough. If it wasn't for the fact that Mo Qingyu was in a good mood today, or else another person would have come to scold him for his eyes. Probably dead already. Come on, let's go soak in the spirit spring, Mo Qingyu said to Hu Tian. Then Mo Qingyu changed the clothes on her body. Together with Tiger Sky, they stomped toward the ground. He directly flew in the air, then poofed into the spiritual spring. After entering inside the spirit spring, Mo Qingyu knew why it was not open. Because of the average effect of this spirit spring, I guess I haven't gotten it right yet, so it's not open for a while. But Mo Qingyu doesn't care about you so much. Only he snapped his fingers. This spiritual spring changed instantly, into a spring filled with tons of aura. Comfortable, Mo Qingyu said with emotion. Tiger Sky was also floating inside the hot spring with a face of enjoyment. Master, when are we going back to Tianshan City? Hearing Hu Tai's inquiry, Mo Qingyu replied with a face of enjoyment. I'll be back in a couple days. Just hang out here for a couple days. There's something else over at Tianshan City that we haven't gotten to see yet. Tiger Sky, good. Chapter 132, Returning to Tianshan City. Inside these next few days, Mo Qingyu was hanging out inside Hope Academy. Seeing that it was almost time to play, Mo Qingyu also decided to return to Tianshan City. On the day of going back, Zhong Tian, the dean of Hope Academy, he stood at the door to greet Mo Qingyu. It wasn't just him, basically all the elders and teachers from Hope Academy were here. Looking at this big battle, Mo Qingyu just smiled helplessly. Such a big battle, it's not necessary. Zhong Tian sniffed and immediately stated to Mo Qingyu, it has to be. It is an honor for us to have seniors come to us. We hope the academy is honored. Although senior is leaving now, we hope that senior will always be welcome at the academy. Mo Qingyu didn't continue to say anything to him either. Thus, Mo Qingyu instantly disappeared under the eyes of the crowd. Just a blink of an eye, Mo Qingyu then left. In response, Zhong Tian's heart also rose in very great reverence, being able to silence messages in front of him. Even he couldn't even notice how Mo Qingyu had messaged. Sure enough, senior's strength has already transcended this Tian Yuan continent. Let's go. The seniors have left, Zhong Tian said to the teachers around him. With that, all the demonic beasts returned inside the academy. The other side, being that Aoku was inside the parlor of the lodge, he had the newspaper in his hands. He looked up to see if there was anything to see. Suddenly, there was a hand on top of his shoulder. Aoku was taken aback by the hand, as he didn't even notice anything. When he would turn back, he realized that it was Mo Qingyu, and only then did he drop his guarded heart. Phew, you really startled me. Senior, Mo Qingyu hemmed and hawed. Obviously, it was his prank. By the way, Senior, why are you back again? Hearing Aogu's inquiry, Mo Qingyu merely revealed a puzzled expression. What do you mean I can't come back? Don't I still live with you guys? Besides, it seems like I haven't said anything about leaving Tianshan City. Aoku sniffed and also slapped his hand on his forehead. Sorry, it's my old age. I thought that you, Senior, were already planning to leave Tianshan City, and that you weren't going to come back after you went to Hope Academy. Mo Qingyu, on the other hand, replied with a smile. My swords are kept here, don't you guys know? It turned out that Mo Qingyu's wooden staff had been placed inside the lodge's room without her. Aoku shook his head and answered with a somewhat happy expression. I haven't visited your room yet because I've been busy with other things for the past few days, so, I don't really know. Tell you what, I'll cook a good meal for Senior tonight as an apology to you. Hearing that there was something delicious to eat, Tiger Sky jumped for joy. Woohoo, there's good food. Mo Qingyu also nodded in agreement, spitting at Aogu as she walked. You are unaware of this. The meals there at Hope Academy are really not for people to eat. Aogu just laughed and shook his head. It can't be helped. After all, the main thing over there is to teach you how to cultivate. Basically, all demonic beasts didn't need to eat, and many times they would just eat the grain-preventing pills and so on. It's rare that they'll eat their food directly. so it's not unusual for their food to be bad. Mo Qingyu was also on his way back to his room when he said to Aogu, "It will be some time before I leave Tianshan City, so I'll still be staying here in the meantime." Aogu nodded respectfully, "No problem. When the time comes, Senior can tell us when he leaves." Mo Qingyu, "Don't worry, I'll talk about it when I leave." "Alright, I'm playing inside the city, so I won't talk to you much." Aoku, "Elder, take your time." After saying that, Mo Qingyu left the Pingyang Mountain Villa. After re-entering Tianshan City, Mo Qingyu found a rather pretty-looking spot inside the city. It's a building with a total of 5 floors. The name of this building is also quite elegant, called Crane Tower. It's a nice name to have. I just don't know what it's for inside. When Mo Qingyu walked inside the building, his entire body froze. He stood frozen in the doorway of the Crane Tower, looking inside with a dumbfounded look on his face, only to see that money and spirit stones were being gambled inside this building. Mo Qingyu? No, man, a name like that, and this is what's going on inside. Mo Qingyu looked at Tiger Sky, who was also looking at Mo Qingyu with a confused expression. Inside the building, someone saw Mo Qingyu come in and hurriedly went over to greet her. When he got closer to look, he realized that it was Mo Qingyu. XXXX. The man slurred his words. Mo Qingyu hurriedly told him to shut up. AI. No need to say honorifics. I just came over to take a look. Just go about your business. After saying that, Mo Qingyu waved her hand for him to leave. Afterward, Mo Qingyu asked Tiger Sky, "Say, Tiger Sky, it seems like we haven't played with this kind of thing yet." Tiger Sky nodded. "I also remember that this thing is a 9 out of 10 bet." Mo Qingyu instantly became interested when she heard Tiger Sky's comment about losing 9 out of 10 bets. "Tiger Sky, you tell me, if I were to gamble, would I lose 9 out of 10? When Tiger Sky heard this, he revealed an evil smile. He. If it was the master, he would just kill everyone. Mo Qingyu, I like that. Come on, let's go play a couple games. Tiger Sky, good. A man and a demon walked inside the casino. There is a very large number of ways to play here, like guessing the size, guessing the number of points, and so on and so forth. Only a few people noticed Mo Qingyu's appearance and then quietly left. Most people are keen on looking at the bets. Mo Qingyu casually found a large gambling table on the first floor with a total of more than 10 people. Mo Qingyu squeezed in unhurriedly. Who is it? What's the squeeze? The one who spoke was a pig demon, only to see this pig demon in a very impatient mood as it looked at the visitor. Do you realize I just lost? Mo Qingyu stared calmly at this pig demon, a slight tilt of the head while looking at him. When the pig demon saw this situation, it didn't say a word and directly slipped away. Tiger Sky squeezed in by the way. One person and one demon looked at each other, then looked at the large gambling table. By set, big or small. Mo Qingyu looked at the pig demon in front of him who was smoking a large cigarette and had a proud look. The demonic beasts began to place their bets as they bought and set their hands. Only Mo Qingyu silently glanced at a dice wrapped in a black box. At the last moment, Mo Qingyu silently went down the small. On this disc, most of the demonic beasts were large, and only a few were small. The demonic beasts were confused for a moment as they looked at the manpower that emerged. Then he looked towards Mo Qingyu's side. After realizing that it was Mo Qingyu, all the demonic beasts fell silent. Don't look at me. Open up. Mo Qingyu urged this pig demon with a sweaty face. The pig demon nodded in panic and opened the black box. Chapter 133, Leaving the Casino. Just see the dice inside the black box as point number 2. Points of 1, 2 and 3 are small. 4, 5 and 6 are large. It was obvious that Mo Qingyu had won this round. Mo Qingyu gave herself a pep talk after the win. Then he brought all the money on top of the table and put it in front of himself. Although these were just sitting here bright and early, no one dared to grab them. Looking at the quietness of the people around him, Mo Qingyu looked at them for a few moments and then said, "What are they all looking at me for? Go on." The people around them didn't dare to leave, so they nodded and continued. Inside the next bet, Mo Qingyu could be said to have won every hand. As for the pig demon who opened the plate, his look was one of sadness, because Mo Qingyu was here. He was able to win every round, so all the people followed Mo Qingyu to place their bets. How can this be? Seeing that there wasn't much money, this pig demon hurriedly said to the crowd, folks, there's not much money left on the board here, so please leave or move to another board." When it was all said and done, the crowd didn't move a muscle. Only Mo Qingyu slowly traveled to the other betting tables. After the demonic beasts saw Mo Qingyu leave, most of them ran away. Kidding aside, Mo Qingyu was here. They really didn't want to stay with him. Of course there were some who were not afraid to die and followed Mo Qingyu to continue betting, because they knew that following Mo Qingyu would definitely make money. It could be said that within the next few moments, Mo Qingyu swept through all the casinos on the first floor. This matter was soon known to the owner of the Crane Tower. The owner of Crane Top House was a demonic beast with tentacles on its head. The species is of the centipede type. only to see the people underneath come to report that someone had swept all the gambling boards on the first floor. Who was so bold as to dare to come to my crane top house to play like this? On purpose, right? Let me go see who it is. And the one who reported the news had not had time to finish. He got up with a savage look on his face, ready to go down and see who it was. Looking at his boss going down to prepare to confront Shingjo, he was hurrying to head to the front of his boss. Trying to stop it can be too late. This centipede demonic beast hadn't gone down to the first floor yet. The talk had begun on the second floor stairs. Who was so bold as to come to my place and cause trouble? Do you know who covers my place? Shingjo heard the sound and looked upstairs. Although she didn't see him, Shingjo still answered slowly. So who is it? When the surrounding demonic beasts saw the scene, they moved away from Shingjo and prepared to watch the show. The centipede was seen coming to the stairs from the second to the first floor. As he walked, he said, "Humph, a junior still dares to speak out so much. I would like to know who you are." After saying that, he saw Shingjo's figure. Shingjo also did not panic and casually moved out a stool to sit down. That centipede's entire body froze when it saw Shingjo. The mouth was muttering something. Then he panicked and walked down the stairs. And on the way down, he even fell straight down because he was too flustered. However, he didn't care at all, but hurriedly got up and came to kneel in front of Shingjo. Welcome, senior. I didn't know it was you just now. Please forgive me. This centipede demonic beast opened its mouth tremblingly. To be honest, when he saw Shingjo for the first time, he was directly numb. He has even figured out where his grave will be buried. There was no way. This master was not someone he could talk to. The current him could only pray that Shingjo was in a good mood and wouldn't kill him outright. Shingjo looked at the demonic beast in front of him and he grunted with a smile. Upon hearing this one hum, this centipede began to kowtow and admit its mistake over and over again. Oops, it's my fault. Please forgive me, my lord. As long as senior can forgive me, anything is fine. Shingjo, oh, how about anything? When this demonic beast heard this, it thought that there was a turnaround and hastily raised its head. Right, whatever. When his words fell, Shingjo said with a kind smile on his face, "Well, what about taking your life?" Shingjo's eyes flashed with killing intent in this instant, and this demonic beast was directly scared to the point of fainting by Shingjo's words and eyes. Both eyes went white on the spot and lay back. It's just about covered with a white cloth. Watching this person pass out so easily, Shingjo also smiled. "Since you're ready to die, I'll give you a hand." Swoosh! This demonic beast's head and body split in two. He probably didn't expect to die here in any way, but he counted it as good because Shingjo didn't let him feel the pain of death. Picking up the money they had won back, then Shingjo and Tiger Sky left the crane top house. Back on top of the street, Shingjo looked at the money in her hand and didn't know how to use it. "Tiger Sky, what do you think should be done with the money?" Shingjo asked to Tiger Sky. "He doesn't need things like money." Tiger Sky also shook his head. "Master, you can do whatever you feel like bringing it." In response to Tiger Sky's answer, Shingjo also sked. Then he suddenly realized something. That is, he came to a place surrounded by ramshackle houses. There's still this kind of place in Tianshan City. Tiger Sky was also a bit surprised, not thinking that there were still such shabby houses in Tianshan City. Only a small bear demon ran over. He came in front of Shingjo and directly knelt on the spot. "This lord, can you reward us with some money?" As if afraid of angering Shingjo, this demonic beast hastily added, "Just a little bit, please." The words fell from his lips and he kowtowed. Shingjo didn't rush, but asked him, "What do you want money for?" This demonic beast clenched its teeth and its expression seemed to be somewhat sad as it replied, "Save my mother." At those words, Shingjo suddenly laughed out loud. You can really laugh when you come running to kowtow to a stranger. Didn't anyone ever teach you not to trust just anyone? By the looks of you, you've already done this many times. This demonic beast lowered its head and answered with a strong expression. "So what if I kowtow? As long as I can save my mother, what's that worth? Besides, it's no longer my turn to believe or not at this point." Only the corner of Shingjo's mouth let out a cold smile, only to see him lift this bear demon with one hand. Then viciously, "Do you realize how tempting your organs are?" The bear demon's face was terrified, but it still didn't forget to ask Shingjo, "If you want my organs, can you give me some money? My mother is a little short of money for her medicine." Only to see Shingjo looking at him flatly before directly punching him away. "Laugh your ass off. Why should I help you?" Off. Shingjo watched as blood flowed out of the corner of this bear demon's mouth and spoke with satisfaction. That's what happens when you trust random people. And instead of getting angry, this bear demon shed tears of gratitude. He clutched tightly at one of the money pockets inside his pocket, which was filled with gold bars and silver. This money was what Shingjo had just won back from the casino. He looked up at Mo Qingyu, who was already far away. He didn't say anything, he just silently knelt down and kowtowed 3 times to Mo Qingyu. The water in his eyes was running downhill. Thank you, thank you. His mouth was mumbling those 2 words over and over. Chapter 134, Leaving Tianshan City. Watching Mo Qingyu give the bear demon the money she just won, the corners of Tiger Sky's mouth lifted up slightly as his mouth smiled. I didn't realize my master was so kind. I thought you would just leave. Mo Qingyu, on the other hand, curled the corners of her mouth in a haughty manner. What kindness, I'm just in a good mood. It's not like this situation hasn't happened before, and it's not like I didn't give it that time. Just kidding, I, Mo Qingyu, like kindness the least. What kind of person am I? Mo Qingyu, kindness doesn't exist with me, alright. Tiger Sky just laughed at this and did not continue to refute Mo Qingyu. Come on, let's leave this place and go back to the lodge for dinner, Mo Qingyu said with a calm demeanor. With that, the two left the poor place. Before leaving, Mo Qingyu quietly glanced to the back. Without saying anything more, he just left the place with Tiger Sky. By the time the duo returned to the lodge, Mo Qingyu realized that the inside of the mountain villa was emitting some kind of strong fragrance. The scent floated in the air and was captured by Mo Qingyu's nose. Tiger Sky similarly smelled this fragrance. It seems to smell like barbecue. It smells so good. Let's go over and take a look, Mo Qingyu said to Tiger Skies. Hu Tian also hurriedly nodded his head and walked inside the mountain villa with Mo Qingyu to see what was giving off the scent. After walking in, Hu Tian and Mo Qingyu realized that it was Lu Qian who was cooking a roast. Looking at the meat that was roasted very fragrantly, Mo Qingyu wiped her saliva with her hand. He came next to Lu Qian and said with a fake look of awe, I didn't expect that, but you can actually bake. Lu Qian pursed her lips when she heard Mo Qingyu's words. Elder, where is this coming from? I learned how to grill meat because it was my favorite when I was a child. Hearing this, Mo Qingyu was also ready to be polite with Lu Qian. So, can we have some of it? After all, we're leaving tomorrow. Lu Qian noticed what Mo Qingyu said later and frowned slightly. Elder, are you leaving tomorrow? Mo Qingyu nodded with a flat expression. Lu Qian sniffed and respectfully gave Mo Qingyu a slight bow. I want to thank you and Tiger Senpai for helping us with something small, though insignificant to you, but it is very important to us. So I would like to focus on thanking the 2 seniors here. It's also a blessing for me to be able to meet with the 2 seniors. At Lu Qian's thanks, Mo Qingyu waved her hand with a slight smile. We just happened to be here because you invited us and then stayed here. If you hadn't invited us, I guess there wouldn't have been some of the things that happened back there. So much of it is about destiny, and it's kind of your destiny that you invited us. It is also because of fate that we were able to meet, and it is also because of your invitation that I am here. Hearing Mo Qingyu's words, Lu Qian's expression briefly froze for a moment before she smiled with emotion. Yeah, it all started when they met. If they hadn't met each other, then she probably wouldn't have invited Mo Qingyu. If she hadn't invited Mo Qingyu, there wouldn't have been the series of events that followed. All things are destiny, whether it's meditative or sudden. Nothing matters now. I hope that the 2 seniors will have a good taste of my handiwork. Mo Qingyu hemmed and hawed. No problem, Tiger Sky, a small matter. Saying that, Lu Qian handed the duo their roasted meat. To be honest, she hadn't expected the baking she'd learned as a child to come in handy today. Inside the world of demonic beasts, if it was a demonic beast that still needed to eat, it would usually choose to eat it directly. The other part of the demonic beasts did not need to eat, so they would not eat anything. She was always curious about this, and that when she was a kid. Suddenly one day she found out about the humans and they were baking this thing. So then she quietly learned as well. The latter also became more and more skillful. Until today, the roasted meat is very flavorful and tender. Looking at Mo Qingyu and Tiger Sky, they didn't look like big brothers at all, and were chowing down on meat. Lu Qian pursed her lips and smiled. This look of theirs was just like when she first met them. After finishing the kebabs, Mo Qingyu burped. Tiger Sky is also comfortable lying on the ground above. Said with emotion, eat, drink and be comfortable. Mo Qingyu also got up and stretched, saying to Lu Qian, alright, I won't continue eating. Tiger Sky and I will go back for a nap first. Lu Qian saw that Mo Qingyu was about to leave. She hurriedly asked him, Elder, what time do you leave for breakfast tomorrow? Mo Qingyu didn't answer this question directly, but instead turned her head to look at Lu Qian with a smile. No need to send me off. I'll see you again sometime. Hearing this, could Lu Qian still not understand what Mo Qingyu meant? She nodded before bowing to Mo Qingyu once again to show her respect. After eating and drinking, Mo Qingyu also returned to her room and directly came to the bed to lie down. Tiger Sky, on the other hand, came to the end of the bed and began to rest on his back as well. Although this journey to Tianshan City wasn't very long, it was enough for Mo Qingyu and Hu Tian. It's time to move on to the next place. Lu Qian on the other side, she looked at the roasted meat in her hands, and without saying any more words, she silently finished the meat. Just like this, Mo Qingyu slept straight through until the early morning of the next day. At this time, it was just slightly light. Mo Qingyu woke up the sleeping Tiger Sky. Come on, don't sleep. Tiger Sky woke up a little dazed and yawning. In a hurry, he walked out of bed and prepared to leave Tianshan City with Mo Qingyu. The two of them arrived at the entrance of the Pingyang Villa, quietly out of the way. Only when Aogu realizes that Mo Qingyu is gone does Lu Qian break the news of Mo Qingyu's departure to him. Learning that Mo Qingyu had left, Aogu was also slightly emotional. Although it was stressful with Mo Qingyu, yet he's a very nice person who doesn't talk tough, much less beat around the bush with riddles. The best part is that he doesn't look like a bigot at all. That's why Aoku felt that she was still very happy to be with him inside these days. Aogu stood at the entrance of the mountain villa, looking out into the distance and lamenting. Seniors are not something this world can stop after all. They are going to leave their unique footprints on the Skycloud continent. Lu Qian listened silently from the side, and she agreed with what her father said. The duo of Mo Qingyu and Hu Tian would leave their footprints in the Tian Yuan continent. It was a symbol of their travels. Don't look, we've got our own business too, Aogu said to Lu Qian with a smile. With that, the two of them also returned inside their mountain villa. Chapter 135, The Land of Extreme Cold. After Mo Qingyu left Tianshan City, she continued to start traveling again. Today was the second day after he left Tianshan City. At the moment they were walking on top of a golden-colored land. Mo Qingyu sat on Tiger Sky's back as he looked ahead. Say, we've been gone for 2 days now, haven't we? Mo Qingyu said. Tiger Sky nodded his head and replied, yes, we left Tianshan City for 2 days. I didn't think it would go by so fast. Mo Qingyu briefly lamented. Time is unforgiving. That being said, I don't know how that kid Kong Sung-yoon is doing. Achoo, achoo, who's talking about me behind my back? Jiang Xingyuan, who was in the Divine Continent at the moment, he muttered silently. It can't be that old Mo kid. This kid, that doesn't sneak in to say bad things about me? That must be it. No, I have to sneak in a few words too. On Mo Qingyu's side, he also inexplicably started sneezing. It didn't take much thought to realize that it had to be that grandson Jiang Xingyuan who had done it. Mo Qingyu wiped her nose and said to Tiger Sky, Tiger Sky, just keep going forward, and call me when it's nighttime. I'm going to sleep first. After saying that, Mo Qingyu started sleeping on Tiger Sky's back. I have to say, the top of Tiger Sky's back is really warm. Tiger Sky also nodded his head and said yes, then silently began to walk forward. The white pony came and went, and the evening came in a flash. Inside a certain forest, Mo Qingyu and Tiger Sky were roasting a fire. The two were going to rest briefly and then continue their journey tomorrow. Inside this dark night, the duo slowly closed their eyes, then sleep peacefully. The next day, it was the same old story. Continue to let Tiger Sky find a direction to go. Mo Qingyu didn't know that this time she had gone directly for 3 months without encountering any demonic beasts. It can be described as desolate. Regardless of the lack of encounters with demonic beasts, the town hadn't seen any either. Suddenly, Mo Qingyu sensed something and sat up from on top of Tiger Sky's back. He looked ahead and couldn't help but spit. Holy, what the hell? Again? Mo Qingyu looked at the desert not far away. They had gone into the desert once in the Divine Continent, not realizing that they would have to do it again here. Master, are we going in or not? Mo Qingyu hummed. Enter. There's no place Mo Qingyu can't enter. What else can a small desert do to me? Asterisk it and be done with it. After saying that, Tiger Sky headed inside the desert. On the first day, Mo Qingyu and Tiger Sky encountered nothing and saw nothing inside the desert. There's only a vast expanse of sand underfoot. That night, Mo Qingyu directly built a house out of sand. Straight house high rise. The two lived inside this house made of sand. To be honest, Mo Qingyu had thought that this trip to the desert would end quickly. As a result, he didn't expect to walk for another 3 months and still not get out of the desert. Holy, we've been gone for 3 months and we're still in the ING desert. No dude, this desert is a bit long. After saying that, Tiger Sky suddenly realized something as if it had widened its eyes. Hurriedly calling out to Mo Qingyu, Master, what's wrong? Tiger Sky dazedly pointed in the distance, and Mo Qingyu carefully looked at the direction Tiger Sky was pointing. His mouth dropped in slight awe. I told you why the desert is so long. It turns out there's something else behind it. Just see the direction that Mo Qingyu saw. Over there in the distance is a tall iceberg. Iceberg around everywhere is white snow-covered snowflakes. The environment over there is so extreme that it can be described as a place of extreme cold. At a glance, say, Master, I don't think we've ever been to a place like this before, have we? Hearing Tiger Sky's inquiry, Mo Qingyu nodded. We don't have this kind of extremely cold place in the Divine Continent, so this is the first time we've been in. Thinking about this, Mo Qingyu became unusually excited. I didn't expect to find fresh places for him again. It's rare, Tiger Sky. Let's take a short rest tonight and head over there with all our might later on. I'd like to see what this extreme cold land looks like. Mo Qingyu rubbed her hands together, a look of excitement on her face. Tiger Sky nodded, good. One person and one demon were still sleeping on top of the desert. Nothing has changed. Another early morning. On this day, they got up and headed for that land of extreme cold. It could be said that the closer they got to that place, the more they were able to feel the change in climate. The temperature of the desert, which had been very hot, began to drop. The closer you get, the more obvious it becomes. Waiting for the duo to arrive at the border of the desert, it was possible to clearly feel the coldness brought about by this place of extreme cold. It's amazing. Tiger Sky looked at the dividing line. This dividing line is between the extreme cold on one side and the hot desert on the other. And these two extreme environments are separated from each other by a single line. Mo Qingyu also silently glanced at that place of extreme cold. The corners of his mouth lifted up as he pointed a finger at the faraway land of extreme cold. Go and depart. The district of extreme cold. Dry and done. Okay, punch. As Tiger Sky's words fell, he formally walked into this place of extreme cold. Little did they know that they had come to a very special place. This place of extreme coldness was all part of a very mysterious place in the Beast Wu continent. Many people want to come here to look for opportunities, because there have been great powers who fought against each other and then fell here, created the birth of this environment, but only very few people find it, and there is basically no return on that part. So the number of people who have been here is very small. Other people probably couldn't imagine how Mo Qingyu had arrived here just by mistake. So did Tiger Sky, who was also walking in a random direction. It didn't expect to come back to this place either. Although this place of extreme cold was cold, it didn't feel anything to the two of them. After walking in, Mo Qingyu looked at her surroundings. Snow-capped mountains, snowflakes falling from the sky above, fluttering downward. A snowflake fell onto Mo Qingyu's hand. He watched as this snowflake instantly melted into water. This setting, it looks like it's really beautiful. Mo Qingyu couldn't help but say with emotion. Tiger Sky also nodded in agreement. It was also the first time it had seen such a scene. Beautiful indeed. In this place of extreme cold, it seems like a forbidden zone at the end of the world. The surrounding gusts of wind were like countless sharp blades, whistling and slicing through this white sky and earth. Tiger Sky began to slowly walk forward, looking at the earth around him. The earth here is covered in ice and snow, ice as thick as ancient armor. Looking up, one is able to see towering icebergs of various shapes and sizes. The two of them were also considered to have completely walked into this land of extreme cold from now on. Chapter 136, Blocking Access. After walking into the land of extreme cold, Mo Qingyu kept looking around. Being able to make such a big difference in this place, there must be something special about it. Thus, Mo Qingyu opened his divine sense to scan the entire land of extreme cold. He lifted the corners of his mouth slightly after scanning it. Tiger Sky, we know why this place is so special. Hearing Mo Qingyu's words, Tiger Sky asked suspiciously, why? Mo Qingyu looked into the distance as he slowly said, I've noticed that there is a very strong energy here, and that energy creates the weather here to be so cold. Those who are able to emit this energy are, unsurprisingly, from the Tianqian realm. So, I think it should be that a long time ago, a person or demonic beast from the Tianqian realm fell here, and he's still good with ice and such. I can also feel an extremely strong ice energy emanating from a spot in the middle of the iceberg now. Tiger Sky, so should we go check it out? Mo Qingyu must go. After saying that, Mo Qingyu began to command Tiger Sky to head to the core of this extremely cold land. On their way there, suddenly a white tiger observes them from a hill. I didn't expect a human to come here after all this time. This white tiger muttered silently. He then left, intending to let Mo Qingyu leave the place, as it was not for him, a human, to enter. His figure was naturally noticed by Mo Qingyu, so Mo Qingyu was feeling more and more amused. Mo Qingyu didn't do much inside the eyes of this white tiger. So the white tiger he knocked down the icebergs around him and blocked Mo Qingyu's path. Rumble. On top of the surrounding icebergs, large piles of ice kept falling in front of Mo Qingyu's eyes. Tiger Sky's expression didn't change much in response to this, just silently continuing to walk ahead. When Hu Tian approached the ice blocks, they were instantly melted. That white tiger frowned on its forehead when it saw this look and realized that something was wrong with Tiger Sky, because the ice of this iceberg was not ordinary ice. On it was where that Lord's formation was located. This also sidestepped the fact that the other party was not simple. But so what if it's no longer easy? They can't be allowed to disturb the one's rest. With that, he arrived in front of Tiger Sky with a flash. Before Tiger Sky and Mo Qingyu could say anything, he said to himself, why do you have to submit to a human? You are obviously so strong. You and I are obviously both the same type of demonic beast. Hearing this white tiger's words, Tiger Sky just silently rolled his eyes. What do you care? Get out! With that said, Tiger Sky's claws instantly became bursting out before directly shocking this white tiger with his breath. The white tiger was only in the jade balance realm, and was simply unable to resist Tiger Sky's aura. Looking at the white tiger that was being held down on the ground, Tiger Sky ignored it and walked straight past him. This white tiger, on the other hand, was astonished, not expecting the tiger in front of him to be so powerful, being able to just hold him down without any effort. As if Mo Qingyu knew the inner thoughts of this white tiger, he said silently, "We're just coming over to have some fun. We're not going to do any damage here. We're not going to take anything, so don't worry. I, Mo Qingyu, have always been true to my word." This white tiger's expression clearly did not believe Mo Qingyu, and there was no change in his expression when he heard the name Mo Qingyu. It showed that the other party hadn't left this remote place of extreme cold all these years, so they didn't know his name. Although he didn't know Mo Qingyu's name, he had seen Mo Qingyu's power. Mo Qingyu knew that he didn't believe it and didn't bother to explain, allowing Tiger Sky to continue walking inside the core. This place of extreme cold is not big. It didn't take them long to get to the core. Looking at the tall iceberg, Tiger Sky made a slight leap to the top of the iceberg. Mo Qingyu and Tiger Sky looked at the lake that was wrapped in icebergs. A little in front of the lake is a palace made of ice. For some reason, Mo Qingyu always felt that this scene was somewhat similar. It was like he'd seen it somewhere. After thinking for a moment, Mo Qingyu remembered. This scene had been there the first time he entered the secret realm with Jiang Xingyuan. It was the same then, looking at the lake underneath, which at that time had augurs in it. Only there was no palace there. "Come on, let's go inside this palace and take a look." Tiger Sky responded with a stomp and flew straight up in the air. The lake was crossed in a few seconds. Arriving at the entrance of the palace, Mo Qingyu's mouth smiled as he already knew the things inside. Tiger Sky saw the corner of Mo Qingyu's mouth smile, and it knew that something was up again. With that, a man and a demon opened the sunken door. Just as he opened the gate, a dragon roar instantly came from inside. The aura of this dragon's roar was very powerful, and Hu Tian was able to sense that this aura was of the Tiangui realm. "I didn't expect that there would actually be a Tiangui realm dragon here. Let's go, we'll go in and meet for a while." After saying that, Mo Qingyu and Tiger Sky walked directly towards the main hall of the palace, and as if the dragon inside the main hall knew that the other party was not simple, it did not continue to shock the other party. But this dragon's demeanor was also not at all panicked as she stared at the doorway with a cold face. Although she wasn't at her peak right now, she felt it was still possible to kill her opponent. Mo Qingyu opened the last door to the main hall. After the door to the main hall was opened, Mo Qingyu saw a very large ice dragon. She stood in the middle of this main hall, her slender body and strong limbs unusually conspicuous in this not very large main hall. Inside those ice blue eyes, they revealed endless ice and coldness. It was as if it could go right through the heart. "Human? I didn't think a human would actually come to me. It seems that White Tiger he did not succeed in stopping you." At the same time, this ice dragon also saw Tiger Sky following beside Mo Qingyu. She smiled coldly. "I didn't expect you, a human, to be able to make such a strong demonic beast submit to you." She was able to feel the powerful energy within Tiger Sky. To this ice dragon's reply, Mo Qingyu just smiled and replied, "Hey, that's right, you don't look at who I am. I'm Mo Qingyu. Naturally I'm able to do things that others can't. By the way, you should have caused the demonic beasts in the environment here." Looking at Mo Qingyu's harmless face, this ice dragon's expression did not change. She was just marveling at why Tiger Sky had chosen to submit to the human in front of her. She obviously couldn't sense anything powerful about this human's, but it wasn't hard to notice through this human's behavior. He's not simple. Chapter 137, Ice Willow. In response to Mo Qingyu's question, the ice dragon simply said indifferently, "So what if it is?" It was easy to tell from her tone that she was very condescending. This was also very normal. After all, Mo Qingyu was able to detect that her realm was very high, and she's still in a wounded state. "Come on, there's no need to be so hostile towards us. We just came over to take a look. We don't have any ideas. Besides, you're hurt, so don't be so condescending," Mo Qingyu said with a yawn. Hearing Mo Qingyu's words, the ice dragon's eyes flashed with a hint of shock. How did he know he was hurt? Sure enough, this human was very different from the ones she had encountered. To be honest, she didn't want to directly tear her face off right now because she didn't know Mo Qingyu's true strength. Even though Mo Qingyu's true strength was poor, Tiger Sky was still here. She hadn't recovered her strength well yet, so she couldn't be rushed. "Human, you're very different. I want to know what you're here for. Other humans come here just because they want to obtain my Dragon Dan, or the extreme cold flower here, but you look like you don't have any feelings for what I have here." In response to her question, Mo Qingyu looked at his surroundings as he walked, and he slowly said, "I'm here for a very simple reason. Just came by to check it out. After all, it's like nothing I've ever seen before." With regards to Mo Qingyu's words, the ice dragon was half convinced. Because Tiger Sky was here, he could just grab it if he wanted to, but Mo Qingyu didn't. But that wasn't saying much, So you're not here to kill me and take the treasure? Hearing the ice dragon's cold voice, Yu just laughed twice, then lay straight down on top of the cold floor, which was frozen. Killing people for treasure? This stuff is the most boring and uninteresting. Hearing these words, the ice dragon slightly tilted its head to look at Yu. And what do you find most interesting? The ice dragon asked Yu. Yu sat up and looked at Tiger Sky. Tiger Heaven similarly looked at Yu. They laughed together from the bottom of their hearts. What's most interesting? Then it was traveling the world at that time law, Yu said while standing up. Hearing this answer, the ice dragon froze for a second. To be honest, this answer from Yu was completely out of his expectation. It could be said that Yu was the most special human she had ever seen. Perhaps I should speak to you in a different posture. The ice dragon spoke. With that, the ice dragon's massive body began to change. Only a blue light flashed. The ice dragon instantly took human form. Despite taking human form, some parts of her still retained her dragon features. Most prominent are the horns on the head. The rest is basically similar to humans, especially those two proud peaks of hers. It was enhanced by the white dress. Yu only sighed slightly. I didn't realize you were actually female. Hearing Yu's words, the ice dragon also just replied, normal. My human form rarely manifests. To be honest, I'm quite interested in you as a human. Keep me company if you don't mind. I haven't spoken to a human in centuries. Yu raised his eyebrows when he heard her last sentence. Hundreds of years? It seems you have a story. Could you tell it at your convenience? The ice dragon just smiled faintly. There's no harm in telling you guys. They then sat on top of each other on the cold floor. My name is Sherlu, a powerhouse on the Beast Wu continent side. There are also several types within the dragon race, and the only ones that are strong are our Ice Dragon clan and Golden Dragon clan, so we've always been arch-rivals as well. At that time, Long Tian of the Golden Dragon clan he became the president of the Beast Wu continent, and he planned to wipe out our clan completely, with their clan dominating the world alone. A struggle broke out behind it, and because he was the president, he united with others and used every method to drive us out of business. Today, I am the only one left of our clan. I've also been severely injured from that battle and have been recuperating here, a place that Dragon Sky can't detect. That's why I'm also here to slowly regain my strength, and when I do, I'll kill back again. Even if I can't salvage the situation, I'm going to plan to die with Long Tian. Hearing this, Yu and Tiger Sky nodded to each other. So, your peak is the Tianqian realm, right? Yu asked. Sherlu nodded and replied, when I was at my strongest, I reached the 8th level of the Tianqian realm. Yu and Hu Tian silently nodded their heads. Now that I'm done with my willfulness, is there anything else you'd like to ask? Yu hastily raised her hand and asked in confusion. Can you tell me what the flower of extreme cold is? At his question, Ice Shiro froze for a second before reacting. This person isn't interested in these things, so it's only natural that he doesn't know about them. The flower of extreme cold is the treasure that my heart's blood transformed into before. Absorbing it can directly raise the great realm without any side effects. I was even able to gain some of my abilities, such as access to ice. Can we see? Hearing these words, indifference once again surfaced on Sherlu's face. So is that the purpose or this? I told you, there is not a single human being who is not out for profit. She had already decided that if Yu planned to take it and leave, she would just do it. Only Yu pointed to the top of the wall near her, on which a few flowers were growing. Yu walked over and scrutinized a few times. It is indeed beautiful, and it is the first time I have seen such a flower. Tiger Sky was similarly viewing the flower. Seeing that they didn't have any ideas, Sherlu also lowered her head and smiled. It seems I was overthinking myself. Human, can you tell me your name? You are the first human that has ever intrigued me. At the same time, you're the first human who isn't interested in treasure. I'm curious as to what you're really interested in. Can you tell me a thing or two? Hearing her words, Yu was excited to start explaining. So what's the point of asking? Of course it's to travel the world, to try the food from all parts of the world, to see landscapes I haven't seen before, to experience the human condition as you have not experienced it. This side is the most fun thing ever. Yu shouted loudly. Hearing this answer, Sherlu's rarely revealed a smile. This smile is a smile from the heart. By the way, you haven't told me your name. Yu. My name is Yu. Chapter 138 Learning of Yu's Strength. Yu. Sherlu silently muttered twice. Then with a silent nod, I remember you. Hearing that she remembered herself, Yu only smiled faintly. Just then, the white tiger who was outside the iceberg rushed in. It turned out that Tiger Sky hadn't continued his control over him, and he was able to catch his breath, so he rushed over to see if anything had happened. Originally, he thought he would see a big battle between the two sides or a confrontation between the two sides. As a result, How could I not expect that the atmosphere is now so harmonious? He stared at Emo Qingyu and Tiger Sky in some confusion. When Bing Sherlu saw the white tiger come over, she asked lightly, "White tiger, what's wrong?" The white tiger silently looked at Emo Qingyu, not knowing how to speak, with doubts within his eyes. Seeing the white tiger's expression, Bing Sherlu also understood something. She opened her mouth to explain to the white tiger, "Don't worry, they're not here to cause trouble or take treasures." Hearing Bing Sherlu say that, the white tiger had no choice but to drop his guard. With that, Bing Sherlu turned her head towards Emo Qingyu and asked, "By the way, I still don't know why you're blind but able to see. I'm puzzled. I clearly didn't feel any aura or cultivation within you, but all your behavior tells me you're not simple." Hearing Bing Sherlu's inquiry, Emo Qingyu only stood up lightly. "Hey, I told you, I am strong." Hearing this answer, it was obvious that Bing Sherlu was still a little less convinced. Emo Qingyu knew what she was thinking and said to her, "Tell you what, let's trade blows and find out." When Bing Sherlu heard this, she asked Emo Qingyu with a slight frown, "Are you sure?" Emo Qingyu didn't say anything, but silently posed. When Bing Sherlu saw this, she also knew that Emo Qingyu was going to fight her, so she stood up as well, and the aura around her began to slowly change. Tiger Sky looked at Bing Sherlu's appearance. He knew that in a moment she would be shocked by Emo Qingyu. After all, the existence of this person, Emo Qingyu, is not something that people in your world can understand, and the white tiger was still in a daze. No, just now there was laughing and joking. How come it didn't take long for it to open wide again? Emo Qingyu looked at the ice dragon in front of her and slightly exerted her feet. The ice under his feet was instantly bounced with some pieces coming out, and these fragments were slowly formed into a sword by Emo Qingyu. Though the sword looks pretty sketchy, but in Emo Qingyu's eyes, a sword made from ice shards was still quite handsome. Bing Sherlu silently stared at Emo Qingyu's every move and was not surprised by his actions. She also took out her sword from inside her space. That sword had a slender blue blade with no lines on it. Moreover, this sword was very special, and it was surrounded by an energy. The energy was emanating from the sword itself. "Ready?" Bing Sherlu asked Emo Qingyu. Emo Qingyu only smiled faintly before aiming the ice sword she had made in her hand at Bing Sherlu, only to see Bing Sherlu flick her hand. A piercingly cold sword chi flew in the direction of Emo Qingyu. For this sword chi, Emo Qingyu just dodged it by slightly sidestepping, but in the white tiger's eyes, Emo Qingyu didn't make any moves. The same was true in the eyes of Bing Sherlu. It was as if the sword chi had passed through Emo Qingyu's body in her eyes. In reality, it was Emo Qingyu's movements that they couldn't even see. The sword aura is very cold, and it carries your unique cold aura on it. Hearing Emo Qingyu's words, Bing Sherlu did not continue to underestimate Emo Qingyu anymore. This time she swung her sword again, but just as she was about to do so, she suddenly realized that Emo Qingyu gently waved the ice sword in her hand. A sword chi crossed above the ice sword. This sword chi was plain and unassuming. There was nothing to it. Only two words: powerful, pure power. There's nothing fancy about it. And after the white tiger felt this sword chi, his entire tiger froze stupidly in place, because this sword chi he had felt before. It was Emo Qingyu who wielded that sword energy at Hope Academy. That sword chi at that time could be said to have shattered his worldview. Now, I didn't realize that the person who had swung that sword energy was actually the blind human in front of me. And Bing Sherlu similarly recalled the sword chi from before. "It's you." Bing Sherlu looked helpless and smiled down. When Emo Qingyu heard this, she cocked her head in confusion. "I've felt your sword aura before. The sword chi you're giving a swing right now is exactly the same as what I felt before." Hearing her words, Emo Qingyu also understood. He'd done it before when he was at Hope College. "Well, isn't that a surprise?" Emo Qingyu asked with a slight smile. Ice Shiro smiled emotionally. Yeah, it was a surprise. She had previously been under the impression that Emo Qingyu's strength was inferior to her own, which would have thought that that sword chi that exceeded the intensity of the world was actually wielded by the person in front of him. If she had known this, she certainly wouldn't have been so rude up front, nor would he be so confident that he felt he would be able to kill Emo Qingyu. Ice Shiyu pays her respects to Senior. Please forgive Senior for his rudeness before. Bing Sherlu bowed slightly, respectfully arching her hand at Emo Qingyu. Emo Qingyu, on the other hand, hurriedly waved her hand. "It's fine, no need to salute. I'm not that big of a person. Just order whatever you want. Besides, you were just guarding your own stuff before. That's nothing." Upon hearing this, Bing Sherlu also changed her opinion of Emo Qingyu once again. From beginning to end, she was watching Emo Qingyu. It could be said that Emo Qingyu was just like he said, without a big frame, even if she had offended him before. Of course, she still understood very well that if she had deliberately gone to mess with Emo Qingyu, perhaps it wouldn't have been this outcome. The truth was what she thought it would be. Okay, we'll just have a normal chat and fun stuff like before. Anyway, when a few days pass, I'm going to get out of here. Ice Shiro felt that she shouldn't squirm anymore. The seniors had said so. Good. Then let's continue, Bing Sherlu said in a loud tone. Yu nodded her head and turned the ice sword in her hand into a puddle of water, then got a new stool and continued chatting. Soon, in the twinkling of an eye, it was evening. In the evening, Yu sat next to the lake and fished, while Bing Sherlu was watching Yu carefully from the side. With that, it also imitated Yu and was fishing. What's the fun in fishing, I wonder? Bing Sherlu asked. In response to her question, Yu simply replied silently, don't be in a hurry, be still the heart. Chapter 139, A Night in the Land of Extreme Cold. Fishing is something that very much tests your patience, and a lot of times you can choose to fish for your health. Fishing will make you more patient and will fill your otherwise irritable heart with peace. Upon hearing this, Bing Sherlu didn't continue to speak as she silently fished. To be honest, this was her first time fishing and there were a lot of things she didn't know yet. As for the fish that were inside the lake, they were all just fish that she kept for fun. She hadn't realized that the fish served that purpose. Fish, so no one is speaking up for me? After a while, Yu kept catching up fish, and Sherlu has been in the Air Force. She got a little angry and wanted to use her aura directly, but Yu said silently, it would be pointless to move the aura. After thinking for a few moments, Bing Sherlu still gave up fishing. Fishing was not a method of relaxation she liked very much in her eyes. She still prefers to meditate. Yu also didn't continue fishing, but looked at Tiger Sky who was on fire. Well, is it done? Tiger Sky nodded. Done. Yu sniffed and brought the nearby iron bucket containing the concealed fish to the side of the fire. Looking at the fire, Bing Sherlu was silently lost in thought. That said, she hadn't seen fire in a long time. The white tiger on the side was also silently by the fire, feeling the warmth of the flames, and he was still lamenting about how powerful Yu was. The ability to build a fire in a very cold place. The flame will not go out. Let's just say it's worthy of a big brother. Don't stay there. Get over here. Yu glanced at the frozen Bing Sherlu and then urged. Bing Sherlu came back to the fire and sat on top of the stool. What are you doing? Bing Sherlu asked, only to see that Yu was taking out several long wooden sticks and passing them through at the fish. What for? Grilling fish. Of course. Hearing the word baked fish, Bing Sherlu silently nodded her head. I used to eat grilled fish when I was in your human world. It feels average. Yu then hemmed and hawed. That's them. The grilled fish I make is not something they can compete with. Here, just taste it and you'll see. Yu handed the already baked fish to Bing Sherlu. Bing Sherlu took it and ate it in small bites. Yummy. Bing Sherlu's expression became somewhat happier. White Tiger sniffed and also asked Yu for one to try. Receiving the fish handed over by Yu, he directly swallowed it in one gulp. His eyes went wide as he swallowed it. The scent, which lingered in his mouth for a long time, and the silky fish in one bite, made him incredibly nostalgic. Tiger Sky and Yu and the others also started to eat. It's nice to look at the moon while eating. Yu looked up at the moonlight in the sky. The moonlight at this moment shone throughout the land of extreme cold. In the middle of a cold night, the bright moon hangs in the sky. Its shadow was also reflected in the waters of the lake. Its light penetrated the surface of the iceberg, coloring its interior with an ethereal blue glow. After enjoying a bright moon, Yu also cleaned her hands. Well, it's time for us to go to bed. Hearing sleep, Bing Sherlu and White Tiger and the others froze for a moment. It seemed that he hadn't expected Yu to say this thing about sleeping. What? Why are you all looking at me? Shocked? Yu asked them. Shiro nodded. She was indeed shocked, because of the dark path. Like Yu, he should be able to do it without sleeping, yet he still retains the habits of an ordinary man. Thinking of this, Bing Sherlu also smiled helplessly. As expected, Yu's thoughts were not something she could guess or understand. Yu and Tiger Sky built a house made of ice directly under the eyes of Bing Sherlu and White Tiger. Then the duo raised a flame inside the ice. A scene that was getting stranger by the minute. Building a fire inside an ice cube? But thinking that it was Yu and Tiger Sky, it wasn't surprising at all. Nah, Master, do you think the world outside has really changed a lot? White Tiger asked Bing Shiyu. Bing Sherlu smiled silently. I don't know. We haven't been out in a long time. She then looked at the White Tiger beside her. Guilt tinged within her expression. It's also my fault for keeping you on guard. Hearing this, the White Tiger instead smiled and shook his head. No, it's not the Master's fault. And besides, I volunteered. I wouldn't be where I am now without the person you were before. So no need to feel guilty. After saying that, the White Tiger silently came to lie down next to Bing Sherlu. He, like Tiger Sky, had kept his tiger-like appearance. Bing Sherlu slowly stroked the White Tiger's tiger fur and whispered, "Don't worry, if we're still alive after our vengeance, we'll look elsewhere together." White Tiger also nodded. Good. And so they spent the night outside in silence, and Yu slept through the night. The next morning, Yu slowly got up from her sleep. He got up and went outside to see Sherlu meditating in the middle of the lake. He didn't bother her either, but silently squatted down next to the lake and began to take out the burnt cookies inside his storage space. After heating up the burrito, the aroma of the burrito starts to spread. Yu, who was in the center of the lake, sniffed with her nose after smelling this smell. What smells so good? She opened her eyes and realized that the scent was coming from Yu's side. She slowly flew to Yu and asked him, "Elder Mo, what is it that you are eating? Why does it smell so good?" Yu glanced at the baklava in her hand. "Oh, you said baklava, right? Burrito?" Shiro muttered silently. Yu nodded her head. "Yes, this is a burrito, and it is very popular with ordinary people within our human world." Watching Yu eat so deliciously, Sherlu's mouth pursed. "That, Elder, is there any more? I want to taste it." Yu shook her head and refused. "This burrito is one of the few I have left. This cannot be given." At those words, Sherlu could only feel slightly regretful. Okay, there's a lot of fun to be had today?" Yu said slowly. "Fun?" Sherlu stared at Yu suspiciously. Yu, on the other hand, was unhurriedly finishing the burrito in her hand after eating it. Standing up, he aimed at the iceberg in front of him, and just spaced out and ingested it. He took a large block of ice out from inside the iceberg and came out. Looking at Yu's behavior, Sherlu looked at the white tiger beside her. The white tiger also shook his head, indicating that he didn't know what Yu wanted. "Elder, what are you doing?" In response to Sherlu's question, Yu didn't answer him directly, but smiled. "You'll see later." Chapter 140, Ice Sculpture. Only to see Yu casually change two tools out, then take on this big ice cube and give it an output. Sherlu silently watched Yu's maneuvers, and after a moment she seemed to know what Yu was going to do. Only that big ice cube of Yu was slowly being sculpted into his own appearance. "Whoa, so that's how ice can be used," Sherlu said with some surprise. After a few moments, Yu finished his own sculpture. He looked at his sculpture with a pleased expression. "So handsome, no less," Yu boasted, then turned his head to Sherlu. "Well, isn't that surprising? Didn't think ice could be used like that." Sherlu shook her head. She really hadn't thought of that. It had to be said that in this aspect of whole living, Yu was indeed very good. Just as Yu was admiring his sculpture, Tiger Sky suddenly slipped out from inside the ice room. It had just woken up at this point and was still a bit disoriented. Just a slip straight out of it. This slip slipped right up to Yu's sculpture, knocking it away in that instant. Yu watched as his sculpture was knocked inside the lake. Snapping, he crushed the tool inside his hand. Sherlu and the white tiger immediately looked at Tiger Sky sympathetically. Tiger Sky was still a bit half asleep at the moment, and didn't know what was going on yet. It yawned and opened its eyes, noticing that they were all looking at themselves, and most crucially, the look in all of their eyes was different. "Why are you all looking at me?" Tiger Sky asked with an innocent face. "Only to see." Yu Nuclear Kindness smiled. "Tiger Sky, do you know that you just knocked over a sculpture that I made with my own hands?" Hearing this, Tiger Sky first let out an then reacted. "You give Luda yo." Without saying a word, Tiger Sky bailed out again. "Are you kidding? If not now, when?" Yu looked at the fleeing Tiger Sky and snorted coldly. "Run, then I'll help you." Yu took a deep breath, then blew in the direction where Tiger Sky had escaped. Tiger Sky was blown above the clouds by this breath from Yu, and he was unable to resist, falling directly in place. Yu looked at the Tiger Sky in the sky, which was about to fall in its place, but Yu didn't panic in the slightest, and in the last few seconds, Yu took a step back. There was a loud clang and Tiger Sky dropped to the ground. Looking at Tiger Sky, who was rolling his eyes in both directions, Yu directly kicked. Tiger Sky gripped the grass. 0 frame starter. Okay, stop pretending. Can I not know if you are dizzy or not?" Yu said impatiently. Tiger Sky, on the other hand, laughed awkwardly before standing up. "So now do you want to try it too?" Yu said to Sherlu. Tiger Sky also nodded at the side. "My master is in charge of carving you, and I'm in charge of carving the white tiger. When the time comes to put your statues on either side of the entrance to the land of the extreme cold, the old sense of oppression is like this." Sherlu and White Tiger looked at each other. Both nodded. "I think it's okay. It's pretty fun anyway," Shiro said with a smile. The White Tiger nodded in agreement. "Good. I'd like to see what a sculpture made of ice looks like." Tiger Sky and Yu smiled as they looked at each other before each of them ran to get a large ice cube out. They each picked up their respective tools and began to make a beeline for the ice in front of them. "This way you guys strike one of your favorite poses," Yu said to Sherlu and White Tiger. With that, Shiro stood like the usual one. For her, ordinary standing was very oppressive and cold and piercing. The white tiger was also in a ferocious pose, one that seemed like it was ready to sneak up on its prey. The sound of snapping and snapping went on and on around them. Looking at their masterpieces, both Tiger Sky and Mo Qingyu smiled happily. It didn't take long for their sculpture to be completed. Sherlu walked up and looked at her sculpture with a look of surprise and delight. She hadn't realized that her ice sculpture temperament was so perfect. The white tiger was also very excited to surround his ice sculpture. Holy, so handsome. I didn't expect the ice sculpture above me is actually so evocative. Bing Sherlu also smiled and stroked her ice sculpture with a happy expression. Me too. I didn't realize that this ice sculpture was made to look so good. Perhaps you are the only ones in the world who can do it so well. Bing Sherlu complimented Mo Qingyu and Tiger Sky. Mo Qingyu and Hu Tian couldn't hide the smiles on their faces when they heard it. After all, every artist is very happy to hear people compliment their work, because it represents someone else's approval of them. After we leave, you can leave this ice sculpture at the entrance of the land of extreme cold. Of course you guys want to collect them. No problem. Anyway, this ice sculpture has been enchanted by me and won't melt. Mo Qingyu said to them. Bing Sherlu bowed slightly and thanked Mo Qingyu. I Shiyu hereby thanks Senior. The white tiger did the same. This time, Mo Qingyu and Tiger Sky didn't say anything, but readily accepted. Well, you can try it yourselves next, too, Mo Qingyu said to Bing Sherlu. Shiro nodded and conjured up her own tools and began to try carving herself into the ice in front of her. It wasn't very smooth at first, but for her this kind of stuff was no hardship. Mo Qingyu and Tiger Sky went to another place, and they came outside in the ice and snow. This time, even Hu Tian didn't know what Mo Qingyu wanted. Mo Qingyu said to Bing Sherlu and White Tiger who were still carving behind her. Stop carving and come out and play with us first. When Bing Sherlu heard this, she gave Mo Qingyu a puzzled look before silently going out of this palace. Elder, is there anything fun to do outside? Mo Qingyu smiled and didn't answer her directly. You guys will know later. They all followed Mo Qingyu to the outside, where it was ice and snow. Only Mo Qingyu began to slowly pile up a round ball with snow. Then he took another handful of snow to the ground and squeezed it into the shape of a ball. I've heard in the olden days that there's a game people always play when it snows. When I was in the Divine Continent, I always missed every place when it snowed, so it's quite lucky to be here today. Saying that, Mo Qingyu showed them the snowball in her hand. This game is called Snowball Throwing. Play it and I'll show it to you. Chapter 141, Leaving the Cold Lands. With that, Mo Qingyu threw the snowball in her hand towards Tiger Sky's face, and Tiger Sky originally wanted to dodge, but Mo Qingyu forced it to stand still and not move. Tiger Sky, KAM. Snap. Looking at Tiger Sky who was thrown in the face by a snowball, Mo Qingyu smiled happily. Tiger Sky, on the other hand, had an angry look on its face as it took advantage of Mo Qingyu's laughter to secretly get up a snowball as well. Then it was thrown towards Mo Qingyu's side. Snap. Mo Qingyu's face was also hit by Tiger Sky's snowball. Mo Qingyu. So that's throwing snowballs, get it? Bing Sherlu nodded, indicating that she knew. What about this snowbank next to it? Bing Sherlu asked. Mo Qingyu explained to her. This snow pile is used to protect yourself from being thrown by snowballs. Bing Sherlu and White Tiger nodded their heads. Tell you what, I'll team up with Tiger Sky, and you two will team up. Let's fight. No auras or spells are allowed in this one. How's that for good? Bing Sherlu also thought it was quite fun, so she nodded her head in agreement. Okay, let's do it then. Say it and do it. Mo Qingyu and Hu Tian started to make a large snow pile by themselves. Bing Sherlu and White Tiger's side weren't shy about piling up snow either. Soon the duo's fort was ready. Ready? Mo Qingyu asked Bing Sherlu. At the moment, Tiger Sky was secretly rolling snowballs, and as long as Mo Qingyu said start, it directly threw these balls over. On Ice Shiro's side, she answered with a loud voice. Come on, Mo Qingyu, begin. Saying that, Tiger Sky kept throwing snowballs towards them in a flash, and Ice Shiria had just poked her head out of the fortress when she was hit by Tiger Sky's snowball. Looking at the many snowballs that kept coming from above the sky, she hurriedly crouched down to dodge them. White Tiger, we can't lose either, Ice Shiro said while building an oversized snowball. On Mo Qingyu's side he laughed happily after seeing Bing Sherlu being thrown. Ha ha, Tiger Sky is bullish. Tiger Sky also held his head proudly. That's right, straight up 100 shots. Say, how come they haven't dropped the ball yet? Hearing this, Mo Qingyu was also a bit puzzled, but he couldn't care less right now. Fire suppression first anyway. His hands were flying as if he had started the accelerator button. Keep dropping the ball to Bing Sherlio's side, and on Bing Sherlio's side she had White Tiger rush out to block it. The White Tiger nodded in return, poking his head out to deflect the snowball, and in that instant, Ice Shiro threw out a supersized snowball. This snowball was as big as Mo Qingyu's fortress. Mo Qingyu looked at the flying snowballs and stood there frozen. Done. After saying that, the duo of Mo Qingyu and Tiger Sky were hit on the spot by this snowball. Mo Qingyu and Tiger Sky. Cam. Still able to play like that. Mo Qingyu had a defiant face. Tiger Sky also did not expect to be able to pile up such a large snowball. Tiger Sky. Let's come too. Tiger Sky. Good. With that said, the two of them started to build big snowballs as well. Tiger Sky is in charge of the pile. Mo Qingyu is in charge of fire suppression. In the process, Mo Qingyu's face was smashed non-stop. Oops. Cam. Mo Qingyu used her hand to wipe the snow off her face. He was furious as he looked at Bing Sherlu and the white tiger with a smiling expression on their faces. Started manual canonization straight away, throwing snowballs at the duo's faces over and over. The duo is also dodging and countering. After Hu Tian's oversized snowballs were piled up, Mo Qingyu didn't say a word and directly gave them a big gift. Catch. Looking at the snowballs above the sky, both Bing Sherlu and White Tiger's mouths turned into O shapes, then get smashed on the spot inside a snowball pile. And so it went on, over and over again on both sides. In the end, it ended with Mo Qingyu and Tiger Sky's victory. After hitting the snowball, a slight blush also appeared on Bing Sherlu's face. The smile at the corner of his mouth was a happy one. It had been a long time since she had been like this. So happy. Don't worry about anything, don't think about anything else. Just do the entertainment in front of you. At the end, Bing Sherlu and White Tiger, Mo Qingyu and Tiger Sky. They lay down on top of the snow in droves. Looking at the snowflakes falling from the sky, Bing Sherlu caught them in her hands, and the snowflakes slowly turned into water in her hands. She laughed silently. The white tiger looked at Bing Sherlu's smile, which was as dazzling as a flower blooming inside the spring. Knowing how happy Bing Sherlu was, the white tiger smiled happily for her. Elder Mo. Thank you. Bing Sherlu thanked Mo Qingyu from the bottom of her heart. Mo Qingyu, on the other hand, replied with a leisurely face, "You're welcome." Bing Sherlu looked at Mo Qingyu's disinterested face and smiled helplessly. Inside these last few days, Bing Sherlu and Mo Qingyu were having an unusually happy time. Mo Qingyu played many games with her that were only found in the human world. On the occasion of parting, the two of them, Bing Sherlu and White Tiger, arrived at the entrance of the land of extreme cold, sending off Mo Qingyu's departure. Though Bing Sherlu wanted to play with Mo Qingyu again, but she knew that she had things left to do, and a return to reality. And Mo Qingyu he wouldn't be with her all the time. He was not something she could retain. Ice Shiro understood this very well. Looking at Bing Sherlu and White Tiger who were seeing themselves off, Mo Qingyu stood on Tiger Sky's back and said, "Alright, let's send it here. I'll see you around." Ice Shiro smiled and nodded, knowing that the remark was just a polite one. Nothing more was said. She didn't say much either, as parting was a family affair. Goodbye, Elder Mo. At the end, White Tiger and Bing Sherlu they bowed slightly to Mo Qingyu in respect. Mo Qingyu also didn't look back as she and Tiger Sky left this place of extreme cold. Alright, the journey to the land of extreme cold is over. Next, let's continue traveling, Mo Qingyu said to Tiger Sky. Tiger Sky also nodded. Good. Mo Qingyu lay on Tiger Sky's back with a face of enjoyment. There's no telling where we'll go next. Hey, whatever, go wherever, Mo Qingyu asked herself. On Bing Sherlu's side, after they saw Mo Qingyu leave, they also turned back to prepare their own revenge plan. Whether this plan would fail or succeed, she herself did not know, but always go for it. Only by the time she started to take revenge, perhaps Mo Qingyu had already left the Beastwu continent as well. After all, she still needed time to recover. Come on, White Tiger, there's still you with me, at least I'm not alone, Bing Sherlu said to the White Tiger beside her. The White Tiger was also happy as he rubbed his forehead against Bing Sherlu's small hand. Don't worry, I'll be wherever my master is. A smile spread across Bing Sherlu's face as she silently touched him. Well, I know. Chapter 142, Yuanmen Township. After Mo Qingyu left the land of extreme cold, he and Tiger Sky began to continue traveling again on the road. At this moment, the two of them were still on top of the road, and now half a month had passed since they had left the land of extreme cold. Mo Qingyu was currently sitting on top of Tiger Sky's big head in a leisurely manner. He looked ahead at the road, trying to see if there was anyone there. The result was nothing at a glance. There's nothing but prairie and loess ahead. Tiger Sky, let's find a place to rest for a while, Mo Qingyu said to Tiger Sky. Tiger Sky nodded his head and then began to look for a good spot to rest. Soon, Tiger Sky found his way to the top of a high mountain. At this moment, Tiger Sky and Mo Qingyu were sitting on the edge of a high mountain cliff. Sitting on the edge of the cliff, Mo Qingyu took out one of the things left behind in the land of extreme cold from inside her storage space. Tiger Sky, look, only to see that there was an ice sculpture in Mo Qingyu's hand. This ice sculpture is very tiny. It was only the size of Mo Qingyu's palm. Master, is this you? Tiger Sky looked at the ice sculpture in Mo Qingyu's hands. The appearance of this ice sculpture was clearly Mo Qingyu. Mo Qingyu nodded and acknowledged. Yes, this is me. I made this on the sly, and now I'm taking it out to enjoy it. When Tiger Sky heard this, he suddenly felt some remorse that he hadn't made a small one, only to see that Imochingyu took out Tiger Sky's ice sculpture from inside the storage space again. Here, knowing you didn't do it, I fixed it for you. Hearing this, Tiger Sky's eyes widened and he hurriedly took it carefully with his hand. Looking at himself on top of the ice sculpture was so majestic and dominating. Tiger Sky nodded happily. Not bad for me. Just as the two of them were admiring it, a voice came. Yo, there's actually a human here. Jia. I see we have our lunch today. Imochingyu looked in the direction of the source of the sound. It was found to be two wolf demons. They had a hungry look on their faces. Imochingyu and Tiger Sky ignored them. The look on their faces was upset to see that they were being ignored. I can't believe we're ignoring us. It looks like we're going to have to give you guys some credit. Imochingyu, on the other hand, was chatting with Tiger Sky. Tiger Sky, just tell me why there are so many people and demonic beasts in the world that aren't afraid of death. Tiger Sky, on the other hand, replied with a helpless face. There's nothing we can do about it. Who let them have no insight and not recognize us? Hearing Tiger Sky's reply, Imochingyu felt that it was somewhat reasonable. By the way, wolf demon meat, I don't think we've ever eaten it. When Tiger Sky heard this, he shook his head. No. At those words, Tiger Sky and Imochingyu turned their heads to look at them. Being given such a look by Imochingyu, the faces of these two wolf demons turned red with anger. Imochingyu, look, there's a rush. These two wolf demons, they looked at each other. Humph, things that don't know how to die. Brothers on, let them see the strength of the two of us brothers. Good, brothers united, their strength will be broken. Let's show them what we're made of. Looking at the roasted meat in her hands, Imochingyu was silent for a moment. It doesn't seem cooked yet. Tiger Sky, on the other hand, was drooling directly, smelling the flavor of the roasted meat, so to speak. He couldn't wait to eat it. After roasting the meat, they painfully finished the wolf demon meat in their hands. Eat and drink. Tiger Sky, we should depart. Tiger Sky also burped. Good. After saying that, he changed his size to a larger one, and then continued to walk forward with Imochingyu. This time the duo was gone for almost half a month more. In the evening of one day, Tiger Sky looked at the footprints in front of him. It knew that there were demonic beasts nearby, and perhaps it and Imochingyu would soon walk inside a town. As if Imochingyu also knew this, he instructed Tiger Sky to relax. It was almost time to find out where the demonic beasts lived. Fittingly, the next morning, as the two walked, they came near a town. They were at the entrance to the town, looking at the dilapidated sign. Court Gate Town. Is that the name of this town? Imochingyu muttered silently. With that, Tiger Sky turned his body smaller to follow at Imochingyu's feet, silently walking with him into the top of this town. After entering inside the town, Imochingyu could feel the sight of the surrounding demonic beasts. Obviously, they didn't know the name Imochingyu. Imochingyu led Tiger Sky inside a tavern. Opening the door of the tavern, the sights of the surrounding demonic beasts instantly looked over. Imochingyu and Hu Tian slowly walked to the place where the shopkeeper was. So, is there a drink in here? Hearing Imochingyu's words, the shopkeeper he had a cold face. No, this is a tavern. It doesn't sell drinks. Imochingyu let out an subtle sound, then prepared to leave. He didn't know it was a tavern either, because it didn't even say so on the door. Just as he got up and didn't take 2 steps, someone stood in the doorway and asked Imochingyu, Human, you're an outsider, aren't you? I don't think I've seen you in Yuanmen Town. Imochingyu smiled and replied, Yes, I'm new here. Hearing this, the surrounding demonic beasts moved to selfishness, especially the demonic beast standing in front of Imochingyu. The greed on his face was not hidden at all. Did you know that any human who comes to our town needs to pay protection money? Otherwise no one shall be admitted. Imochingyu smiled and nodded her head as if she was afraid of them. Then in a flash, the leader of the demonic beast in front of him directly fell to the ground. This move undoubtedly shocked all the surrounding demonic beasts. They didn't even see how Imochingyu struck. At this moment, no one dared to stop Imochingyu from going out. And after Imochingyu went out, bursts of wailing sounds came out from inside the tavern. No one knows what's really going on in there. All that was known was that all the demonic beasts inside the tavern were dead by the time they were discovered by other demonic beasts. This town has some wild customs. Imochingyu couldn't help but say in a spiteful manner. Tiger Sky also smiled and said, Worthy of being the master, you just know how to talk. Highly emotional, wild, low EQ, rascals everywhere. But that's what makes it fun, don't you think? Imochingyu said to Tiger Sky. Tiger Sky also hemmed and hawed. Indeed, this would make it more interesting. Come on, let's find a house. Imochingyu brought Tiger Sky to find an inn. This inn originally did not want Imochingyu to stay, but can't help but Imochingyu's virtue word, and his own comparison from the heart. one could only obediently let Yu in. To be honest, the reason why this town was rather wild, in Yu's opinion, was not just a matter of customs. Maybe there are still bosses in this town, just don't know who it is anymore. The rush was longer, so Yu and Tiger Sky were inside their room. Sleep peacefully. They plan to sleep through tomorrow. Chapter 143, The Red Moon Sect's Visitors. The next day, after Yu woke up, he led Tiger Sky to walk on top of the street outside. At this moment, above the street, many of the surrounding demonic beasts were discussing the events of yesterday's tavern. You know, just yesterday some people died in the tavern. Seriously, who did this? So powerful. I don't know, but the matter should have been reported to the Lord. I just don't know what His Excellency will do with it when the time comes. Yu paid no attention to their discussion. Instead, his heart wished that the so-called Lord they spoke of would come to him directly. That's what makes it more interesting. At this moment, Yu was eating breakfast inside a noodle shop. Just outside, a bunch of people were congregating and they were talking about something. All be quiet, I am a disciple of the Red Moon Sect's elder, and my name is Wei Yi. I'll find out what's going on. Hearing the words Red Moon Sect, the corners of Yu's mouth rose slightly. It turned out that this town was under the banner of the Red Moon Sect, and it was even a small stronghold of the Red Moon Sect. It's usually for the disciples inside the church to rest. At this moment, someone told Wei Yi about the tavern. No one knows who did it, but someone else spoke up with the news that Yu had just arrived yesterday. That's why Wei Yi came to look for Yu in the first place. Looking at Yu's back, Wei Yi floated over with his head held high. You're the new human? I asked you if you did the tavern thing yesterday. Seeing Yu ignoring himself, Wei Yi's brows slightly leaned towards the center. Speak, if you don't talk, go to hell. Wei Yi's voice was very loud as he roared at Yu. Yu, on the other hand, finished the noodles in her hand without any panic, then take out a paper towel and wipe your mouth. The whole piece of process is very skillful. It was at this time that Yu slowly turned around, looking at Wei Yi who had already attacked. Yu reached out to crotch a finger. What? So what if I killed it? Yu spoke about the tavern with a smile on her face, and Wei Yi's originally angry expression was somewhat confused the moment he saw Yu. Tiger Sky was also beside Yu and said to Wei Yi, I think I just heard. You're from the Red Moon Sect, right? Wei Yi withdrew his own hand and nodded with a panicked expression. Now he said nothing, not daring to say or do more. This was not the case with the surrounding cluster of demonic beasts. You hateful humans, coming to us and killing us, you all deserve to die. Yeah, you all deserve to die. The cries of the surrounding demonic beasts were rising higher and higher, and 10,000 grass mud horses flew through Wei Yi's mind. Mud, a bunch of uneducated people. Shut up, all of you. Wei Yi roared loudly. I'll take care of myself in this matter, so all of you get out of my way. Hearing Wei Yi's words, all of the demonic beasts didn't dare to speak more, so they had no choice but to leave silently. Wei Yi, on the other hand, gulped and bowed slightly to Yu. It was my little one's fault just now. Please forgive Senior. Hearing this, Yu looked at Tiger Sky and pointed at Wei Yi with her right thumb, as if to say, look at that. Just now it was still so arrogant. As a result, you have to bow obediently now. What? I'm no senior, and besides, you know me? Yu asked with a feigned puzzled look. Wei Yi, on the other hand, looked at Yu with a scared expression. There was no way around it. Yu's reputation was truly frightening. The bottom line is that his character, in many people's mouths, is extremely unstable. That is, temperamental. Elder, don't say you're laughing. How can I still not recognize you? Your name has spread to 4 continents, so to speak. It's only this group of uneducated demonic beasts that don't know about you. Yu also smiled and patted Wei Yi's shoulder with his hand. I didn't know that your Red Moon Sect was this bullish, right? Hearing Yu's words, Wei Yi's forehead was frantically breaking out in cold sweat. It's straight up dry and sweaty for him. Neither dared to answer, but then again, they couldn't. Otherwise Yu might say that he disrespected him again. Straight up give him a 9 Pete. Tiger Sky was also not forgetting to supply fire as it reminded Yu. Master, do you still remember? When we first came to the Beast Wu continent, we were robbed by demonic beasts, and that group of demonic beasts were the disciples who claimed to be from the Red Moon Sect. At that time, we still wanted to go to the Red Moon Sect to have some fun. Why don't we go while we're at it? Hearing Tiger Sky's words, Wei Yi's face was extremely bitter. What kind of son of a is so uninformed? It's not a good idea to mess with anyone but this one. Mud, is it true that you don't know Yu's reputation? Cam, being said so by Tiger Sky, Yu also recalled. Right, oh, I remember I was robbed by your Red Moon Sect's demonic beasts. From what I can see now, your Red Moon Sect is acting in a very wild manner. After saying that, Emo Qingyu heavily patted Wei Yi's shoulder again, and Wei Yi's expression was one of agony. Every time Emo Qingyu patted his shoulder, the faster his heart beat. Let's put it this way, since your Red Moon sect wants to make an argument, let me take you to the Red Moon sect. How about that? Am I being human? Wei I, yes, yes, yes. You are so humane. Just destroy the other side and nothing will happen. But it's so human. Of course, Wei Yi definitely didn't dare to say these words to his face, so he just bitterly nodded in agreement. Respectfully, Elder, whatever you say. Emo Qingyu smiled and nodded. Let's do it this way. We'll leave tomorrow. For today, you stay here. Hearing this, Wei Yi was on the verge of tears, because he knew that Emo Qingyu was trying to straighten him out. Otherwise he wouldn't be allowed to stay here. It's Elder. Looking at Wei Yi's sad face, Emo Qingyu was directly slapping his big hand and slapping his back a few times. Geez, don't look so sad. Cheer up. As for Wei Yi, he was slapped by Emo Qingyu's large hand and directly spat out blood on the spot. The entire internal organs were greatly impacted. Honestly, in this moment, he was feeling like he was about to meet his Teiyukai. Emo Qingyu, still pretending to have a carefree face, asked, what's wrong with you? Well, you should be too weak. Remember to make up for it. Wei Yi is dumbfounded and can't say anything. One can only suffer obediently. After Tiger Sky saw Emo Qingyu's and Wei Yi's behavior, he had long laughed his head off, crying and laughing on the floor. Ha 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 ha. Master, look at the embarrassment on his face. It's killing me with laughter. Wei Yi could only force a smile at Tiger Sky's laughter. There's no way around it. It's just a matter of holding back at this point. Yes, yes, yes. What Elder Tiger said. Wei Yi chimed in. Emo Qingyu was also amused by this scene. Come on then, hang out with us outside. Hearing these words, for some reason, Wei Yi felt that he would probably fall on the spot right here. Chapter 144, Torturing Wei Yi. With that, Emo Qingyu brought Wei Yi to the top of the street. As for the demonic beasts inside their homes, they saw Wei Yi following behind Emo Qingyu, properly like a little follower. He was also shocked at the moment. They were thinking about whether they had offended Emo Qingyu, and some were wondering if Emo Qingyu would come to settle scores with them or something like that if they ever showed a bad look to. These various questions surfaced in the minds of the demonic beasts of Yuanmen Town. After this, the demonic beasts in Yuanmen Town were all respectful to Emo Qingyu, and after Emo Qingyu left, there were even demonic beasts that gave out Emo Qingyu's name. It made them all rear their heads. Emo Qingyu ignored the fearful eyes of these demonic beasts. After all, he had even more fun and games right around the corner right now. So, what was your name again? Emo Qingyu asked Wei Yi. Wei Yi carefully compensated with a smile. Senior, Junior's name is Wei Yi. Emo Qingyu let out an oh-so-sweet sound, then commanded him. Wei Yi, go get me a pastry and come back. Buy me a little bit of most of it. Wei Yi sniffed and also stood upright on the spot, directly replying with a compensatory smile. No problem. Promise to get the job done. Then Wei Yi farted around and looked for a store that sold pastries. He hurriedly bought some, and after he finished, he returned to Emo Qingyu's side with fire. Yo, that was pretty fast. Very efficient. Wei Yi, on the other hand, rubbed his hands together and sweatily replied, wherever, to do things for seniors, one must need to be so quick. Emo Qingyu nodded and then ate some of the pastries. By the way, some of it was distributed to Tiger Sky. Emo Qingyu ate more than half of it and still had a little bit left. Then he handed the remaining pastry in his hand to Wei Yi. I can't finish these, so help me eat him. Wei Yi sniffed, smiled and took it, and opened it without saying a word. And when Emo Qingyu took a look, she directly exclaimed, ah, you really eat. With another snapping sound, Emo Qingyu directly slapped Wei Yi. Wei Yi, who had been slapped by Emo Qingyu, was clenching his fists, and now he was extremely angry. Of course, anger is anger, and lives must be taken. After all, it wasn't easy for him to get this far. He hadn't enjoyed his great years yet, and he couldn't afford to die here, so now he only has to hold back. Of course Emo Qingyu knew what he was thinking, so he was deliberately messing with him like this. Let's see how long he can hold back. Who let him speak to him so arrogantly in the beginning? Arrogant even, and with a disdainful look on his face. He hadn't paid much attention to their Red Moon sect's robbery in the beginning, but now, it seemed like he had to go to the Red Moon sect to have some fun. Looking at the gray-headed Wei Yi, he came over with an attentive smile. I'm sorry, Senior just now was Little's fault, but that's not what he was thinking inside. Martyr, purposely catching me tormenting, thinking he's powerful is great. Emo Qingyu just smiled faintly as if she didn't hear it. Well, it's good that you know it's your fault. Come on, let's move on somewhere else. Wei Yi could only smile helplessly at this. When Tiger Sky saw this scene, he couldn't suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. There's no way around it. Wei Yi's actions are just plain hilarious. What's the funniest thing is that it knows that Wei Yi's heart is very uncomfortable, but he couldn't show it on his face, or he would be hammered by Mo Qingyu again. Looking at Tiger Sky's joyful appearance, the corners of Mo Qingyu's mouth followed suit and involuntarily rose. Hey, the sun is even nice today. Mo Qingyu looked up with emotion, and Wei Yi's heart was in great pain. Mud, how long does this kind of thing need to go on? He can hardly stand it. Mo Qingyu was nakedly insulting and abusive. The point is that he can't have any resistance or resentment. Otherwise, then eat the 9 clans bundle. Unbeknownst to Wei Yi, the torture had actually just begun. Within this entire day, Wei Yi was kicked by Mo Qingyu a full 10 times, being punched in the face 6 times by Mo Qingyu, behind being hammered 7 times. These he endured. The time was now coming to evening as well. He followed Mo Qingyu back inside the house he rented. Mo Qingyu went to her room and then peacefully fell asleep. Looking at Mo Qingyu went to sleep. Wei Yi came to the rooftop above and kept shedding tears. Mud, hell knows how he spent this day. It was torture. Perhaps hell is not as good at torture as Mo Qingyu. Wei Yi's heart was constantly thinking about what had happened today. Just as he was crying quietly alone, Mo Qingyu suddenly came behind him. Looking at the sudden shadow behind him, Wei Yi turned his head to look and realized that it was Mo Qingyu. Only his eyes were closed. Seeing this scene, Wei Yi's heart developed a bad premonition, only to see Mo Qingyu come to Wei Yi as if she was sleepwalking. Then with an angry face, he shouted, "You're the kid who criticized my melon, aren't you? Get thee out of my way." Snap. Wei Yi was slapped away by Mo Qingyu again and again and again. This time he flew a long way. Mo Qingyu, on the other hand, slowly returned to her room like a person who was fine. Mo Qingyu, who was waiting to return inside the room, secretly raised the corners of her mouth. As for Wei Yi, who had been tortured madly by Mo Qingyu, she was already distracted. He lay silently on the ground, and laughter kept occurring. He decided that he would take Mo Qingyu to the Red Moon sect tomorrow. He can't take it anymore. Mo Qingyu didn't know what Wei Yi was thinking. All he knew was that he could now sleep in peace. Day 2. Mo Qingyu got up and found that Wei Yi was sitting at the door. A silly grin kept showing on his face. Mo Qingyu froze for a second at the sight. My goodness, this kid isn't going to be tortured by me and go crazy. Mo Qingyu thought inwardly in surprise. And when Wei Yi saw Mo Qingyu come out, he directly hugged his thigh. Tears were pooling down his face in a torrent of tears. Senior, I'll take you to the Red Moon sect, please, come with me. Hearing this, Mo Qingyu gave Wei Yi a slightly pitiful look. Alright, you'll take us to the Red Moon sect later. Alas, it's a shame. Such a good seed was ruined by him. Just thinking about this, Mo Qingyu's heart was very happy. Mo Qingyu's heart laughed wildly, yet his face still revealed a slight regret. The only one who was on the sidelines was Tiger Sky, and it knew. Mo Qingyu was a pity on the surface, but what he thought inside was known. After all, it was too familiar with Mo Qingyu, knowing Mo Qingyu too well. Looking at Wei Yi who was sitting on the ground, Tiger Sky and Mo Qingyu were different. It puts a smile directly on its face. Seeing this scene, Wei Yi once again wept in agony. He was bullied by Mo Qingyu and Tiger Sky, and the entire demonic beast was dumbfounded. Right now, he felt close to the edge of insanity. At this moment, Wei Yi he wanted to shout for his mom. Woohoo! Chapter 145, Entering the Red Moon Sect. Alright, hurry up and get up. Take me to your Red Moon Sect. Hearing this, Wei Yi hurriedly got up. Finally, when Mo Qingyu went to the Red Moon Sect, the torment was not his own. Red Moon Sect Master, I thank you. Alright, you follow me and I'll immediately take you to the Red Moon Sect. After saying that, Mo Qingyu called up Tiger Sky and followed Wei Yi to the Red Moon Sect. In the air, Mo Qingyu was sitting inside the airship. This is Wei Yi's tool of passage. In fact, he could just fly or perhaps Imperial Sword, but the ship is more than capable of experiencing the strength of his background. Other demonic beasts or humans would think that he wasn't simple when they saw him. On top of the airship, Mo Qingyu looked at Wei Yi who was sweating profusely as he asked with a smile. What's wrong? You're sweating. It's not like you don't want to stay with me, is it? Hearing this, Wei Yi's mind was spinning wildly. No, I'm just because senior. You said you wanted to go to the Red Moon Sect. This isn't letting you go earlier. Mo Qingyu could see the word survival written all over Wei Yi's face. At this, Mo Qingyu smiled helplessly. I am not going to continue torturing you next. Hearing this, Wei Yi let out a quiet sigh of relief, but Tiger Sky got behind him and slapped him right in the face. Wei Yi was once again hit and spat out blood from his mouth. Mo Qingyu snickered when she saw this scene. Just because I don't beat you doesn't mean Tiger Sky won't beat you. There's nothing wrong with it. Seeing this scene, Wei Yi's tears welled up inside his eyes. He really can't take it anymore. However, Wei Yi also kept hypnotizing himself not to rush, because it's almost time to arrive at the Red Moon Sect. When the time comes, the tormentor will be the bishop. It has nothing to do with him anymore. At this moment, in the Red Moon sect master, White Phoenix, he sneezed twice in a row. Who's that? Sneaking up on me behind my back. Not only that, but Bai Feng also felt a coolness coming on. What the hell? What he didn't know was that someone would be torturing him soon in a moment. On the other hand, Mo Qingyu, who was still above the sky, he looked ahead. Oh, this is the Red Moon sect? Hearing Mo Qingyu's words, Wei Yi hurriedly stood up from the ground and saw the floor above the mountain. The area around the building tower was also all within the Red Moon sect. Caves can be seen around it, as well as some palaces and such. Seeing this scene, Wei Yi shouted happily, yes, that's the Red Moon sect's headquarters. After saying that, Tiger Sky slapped him again. Out of the way. I want to see it too. Being slapped by Tiger Sky, Wei Yi wasn't angry at all, because he knew the next thing he knew he was able to escape his clutches. Come on, take me to meet your godfather. Hearing this, Wei Yi was overjoyed. Anyway, he makes sense any way he puts it. After all, it was Mo Qingyu who had asked for it. So when the sect leader asked, he answered truthfully. It's not like he knows he's been sold by me anyway. Wei Yi's heart thought so. With that, Wei Yi hurriedly led Mo Qingyu and Hu Tian straight to the top of the headquarters tower. At this moment, on top of the building tower, Bai Feng, he suddenly felt a familiar aura running wildly towards him. This aura is Wei Yi? Bai Feng came out from inside the building and came above the balcony, and discovered Wei Yi was running wildly directly toward him. Lately he's been too licentious, actually daring to barge right in without reporting. Give him a lesson in a moment so that he knows the rules of the Red Moon sect. After saying that, White Phoenix noticed again that there seemed to be humans behind Wei Yi. Why are there humans? Does it mean that Wei Yi betrayed us and submitted to the humans? Thinking about this, Bai Feng's expression was gloomy. However, his gloomy expression changed as Mo Qingyu approached. After he discovered Mo Qingyu and Tiger Sky, the entire demonic beast silently froze in place. Not knowing what to do, Wei Yi came to Bai Feng and knelt down on one knee. Senior, this is the Red Moon sect's headquarters. The little one left first. Having said that, Wei Yi was still waiting for Mo Qingyu to make a move. Mo Qingyu nodded, then waved his hand to indicate that he could leave. After seeing Mo Qingyu's movements, Wei Yi directly skipped off without saying a word. And when Bai Feng saw Wei Yi bugger off, 10,000 grass mud horses flew by inside. Martyr, now that's intentional, isn't it? Bai Feng thought through gritted teeth, and Mo Qingyu stood in front of Bai Feng, her voice faintly asking, what? The sect leader of the Red Moon sect doesn't welcome me? Hearing this, Bai Feng hurriedly came back to his senses and said with a compensatory smile on his face, No, just wondering why Senior is suddenly here in a big way. It left the little one, not at all prepared. Hearing this, Mo Qingyu smiled and waved her hand. It's fine. I made this trip specifically to come over to the Red Moon sect. You guys don't have to go through so much trouble. Hearing this, Bai Feng had a bad feeling. He asked cautiously, so, what is the reason for you to come to the Red Moon sect, Senior? Mo Qingyu simply stated the purpose of coming here with a smiling expression. In the beginning it was because I came to the Beast Wu continent and was robbed by the people of your sect. Then 2 days ago, Wei Yi came here and spoke out against me, trying to kill me. So then, I wanted to come to your Red Moon sect to see how awesome you guys are. Hearing Mo Qingyu's words, Bai Feng almost directly collapsed with both eyes. He knelt down with a pale face. Please forgive Senior. It was negligent management on my part. Seeing this scene, Mo Qingyu said, Aya, what are you doing? Give me such a big salute. Where can I stand it? The words were said, but the smile on Mo Qingyu's face remained unabated. With that, Mo Qingyu arrived in front of Bai Feng, placing his hand on top of Bai Feng's shoulder. Don't worry, I'll give you Red Moon sect a big surprise. Now then, let me visit your Red Moon cult. Hearing this, Bai Feng's heart went cold. He felt like there was a good chance he was going to die here. The Red Moon cult may have to send it too. Seeing the sad and pale look on Bai Feng's face, Mo Qingyu still didn't think it was strong enough and laughed as she told him, don't worry, I won't destroy your Red Moon sect. Hearing this, Bai Feng thought that Mo Qingyu was telling the truth. As a result, Mo Qingyu immediately gave him a reversal. Of course, I don't know if the others will exterminate you. No problem. Mo Qingyu is not going to destroy but whether the others perish or not is of no concern to him. Jia. Well, I'm going to wander over to your Red Moon sect. With that, Mo Qingyu left the floor, and White Phoenix was the first to give notice. Mo Qingyu is here. Chapter 146, The Red Lion. After sending the notice down, all the demonic beasts at the Red Moon sect's headquarters winced. In the present, Mo Qingyu's reputation was vast. The Red Moon sect's demonic beasts were also not expecting Mo Qingyu to actually come to their headquarters, although they had already learned that Mo Qingyu was in the Beast Wu continent, but didn't expect it to come so soon. Among the demonic beasts of the Red Moon sect, they all knew that Imo Qingyu would most likely come to them. It was because their Red Moon sect was a major power in the Beast Wu continent, and rumor had it that Imo Qingyu enjoyed traveling around all places like theirs. Imo Qingyu would most likely come. This is not the day. As for Imo Qingyu, who was hanging out inside the Red Moon sect, he didn't care about any of this. He only cared if the Red Moon sect had anything that caught his eye. After walking for a while, Imo Qingyu and Tiger Sky stopped. Together they looked behind them. At this moment, White Phoenix was following behind them, silently. Bai Feng also forced a smile when he saw Imo Qingyu staring at him. What are you following us for? Imo Qingyu sent out a soul torture to Bai Feng. Hearing Imo Qingyu's inquiry, Bai Feng swallowed the saliva inside his throat and said in a pleasing tone, "Ha ha, it's not because I'm afraid that there are fools within the Red Moon sect. In case someone messes with you, and with me here, I can also introduce you to the various parts of the Red Moon sect." Where could Imo Qingyu not understand Bai Feng's words, but he preferred not to have White Phoenix lead the way. Do you realize that I'm a very stubborn person and I don't need your lead? Just want to get around by myself. Understand? In response to Imo Qingyu's words, Bai Feng wiped the sweat on his forehead with his hand. Yes, Elder, you are right. It's Junior who asked too many questions. I'll retire for now, so I wish Senior to have a good time here. After that, the White Phoenix left in disgrace. Imo Qingyu and Tiger Sky then smiled at each other. Humph, fighting with them? You don't look at what you're capable of, old man. With that, Imo Qingyu and Tiger Sky continued to walk around inside this Red Moon sect. Along the way, Imo Qingyu was able to see quite a few disciples, and these disciples bowed upon seeing Imo Qingyu. Wait for Imo Qingyu to pass by and then slowly leave. None of the demonic beasts dared to open their mouths to speak. They were all bowing, because they understood very well that Imo Qingyu was a temperamental person. The best thing for a man of his character is to keep his mouth shut, give him a respectful bow, then wait for him to leave. Needless to say, this really left Imo Qingyu at a loss. After all, he was the most polite person. After walking for half a day, Imo Qingyu came to a bridge. There is a palace past this bridge, which has 2 seals on its doorway, so to speak, and is very conspicuous. There were also guards standing at the entrance to this massive palace. It's not easy at first glance. Come on, let's go over there, Imo Qingyu said to Tiger Sky. Hu Tian nodded, then followed Imo Qingyu as she walked across that bridge. As for the 2 guards at the entrance of the palace, after they saw Imo Qingyu looking at each other, they didn't know what to do, looking at Imo Qingyu who had already walked up to them. In the end, the duo still gritted their teeth and said to Imo Qingyu, "Senior, it is forbidden to enter here." Imo Qingyu looked at the demonic beast and raised his eyebrows slightly before making no move, just a silent, "Oh, I see, then turn your head and leave." Looking at Imo Qingyu's back as she left, the demonic beast's heart sighed in relief. He had just been really afraid that Imo Qingyu would directly kill him and force his way in. And in the distance, Imo Qingyu, he whistled at the corner of his mouth. A black hole suddenly appeared in front of him, and Imo Qingyu Hu Tian slowly walked inside this black hole. And the other end of this black hole was naturally connected to the mysterious palace just now. After entering the interior of the palace, Imo Qingyu raised her head and looked around the surroundings. It was very gloomy, but there were torches on top of the walls all around. The dim light of these torches seemed insignificant in this darkness. Imo Qingyu realized that this palace was ordinary. There were some books of feats placed around it, and then there was a throne. There are also stone statues on either side of the throne. Master, well, under the ground. Imo Qingyu glanced down at the floor. Without saying a word, he brought Tiger Sky directly to sit on top of the throne. Nothing happened when his butt sat on it, but Imo Qingyu looked at one of the bricks next to the throne. Imo Qingyu raised her foot and stepped on it, and that brick instantly floated with light. The moment the mechanism was triggered, the throne where Imo Qingyu was disappeared on the spot, and the entire position was skeletonized. With that, he and Tiger Sky crashed into the ground below. After landing, the floor above resurfaced. It's like nothing just happened. After entering the underground, Imo Qingyu and Tiger Sky were inside a long passageway. There's only one way in here. This passage was also surrounded by the skulls of various people and demonic beasts. There were faint flames above these skulls, illuminating the dark passage. Imo Qingyu looked at the darkness ahead. At this moment, he was simply excited, not to mention scared. Tiger Sky was similarly excited. It knew that it and Imo Qingyu had come to another hidden place. Master, this is going to be fun again. Excitement surfaced on Tiger Sky's face. Imo Qingyu also nodded with a smile. Let's go. Let's go ahead and see what's really here. I can't believe it's so secretive. Inside this very long passageway, the sounds of Imo Qingyu and Tiger Sky walking echoed continuously. After walking for a while, there was a faint glow in front of the two of them. With that, they looked at each other and headed for the light. Now they passed completely through the passage to the interior. Inside, Chains hang above the walls around the place, and chained up was a red lion that was across from Emo-Ching-yu. Emo-Ching-yu looked at the lion lying across the bridge. This lion was so large that it could be said that one of this lion's eyes was bigger than himself. But this lion was covered in chains all over his body, and there was lava bubbling under the bridge around him. And this lion looked like it had sensed Emo-Ching-yu. The eyes opened instantly. Red eyes, filled with the killing intent and oppressive feeling of death. Human? I haven't seen a human in a long time, this lion said in a light tone. And Emo-Ching-yu and Tiger Sky were also looking at the lion in awe. I really didn't expect to find a lion locked up in here, Emo-Ching-yu said with a flat face. Tiger Sky also nodded. Yes, it is estimated that it is again the Red Moon sect that has gotten into some kind of trouble. Come on, Master, let's go over there. Chapter 147 Death of Lion Star. Hearing their words, this lion didn't get angry, but instead said with a bad smile on its face, "Oh, actually not afraid of me? You're a truly interesting human." Emo-Ching-yu even answered his words this time. That's right, I'm the most humorous and witty person. Hearing this red lion also let out a cold laugh. He was genuinely unsure if the other party was not afraid of death, or if they really weren't afraid of him. However, he was in no hurry to kill Emo-Ching-yu. It had been a long time since he'd had a conversation with a human, or one this interesting. Kill him when you've had enough fun. Emo-Ching-yu came to the front of this red lion and slowly sat down in front of him. In a moment of stalemate, Emo-Ching-yu smiled and asked the number. Hello, I'm Emo-Ching-yu. This red lion looked down at Emo-Ching-yu and slowly spoke its name. My name is Lion Star. Hearing this, Emo-Ching-yu nodded. Then Emo-Ching-yu heard another inquiry from Lion Star. How did you get in? Hearing this, Emo-Ching-yu leaned on Tiger Sky's body and replied with a smile. How else can I come in? Of course I'm sneaking in. Hearing this, Lion Star let out a loud laugh. That old undead, White Phoenix, won't let anyone else come in so easily. Hearing Lion Star's words, Emo-Ching-yu instantly came to life. Oh, from what you've said, it looks like there's a bit of a beef between you and White Phoenix. Can you elaborate? Lion Star, on the other hand, recalled it with a flat face. It's no longer a conversation anyway, so there's no harm in telling you. In the old days, I was one of the strongest members of the Beast Wu continent, and at that time, I was in the third level of the Tiangui realm. At that time, I made a pact with the Red Moon sect. It was to go with them to a secret realm. That secret realm had Xianpin treasures. Only what I didn't expect was that the Red Moon sect had long ago united with other powerful people to get me caught in a trap. By the time I realized I had been tricked, it was too late. They put formations around me, a slave ban underneath me and other prohibitions, and it took all kinds of prohibitions to trap me. Back there they wanted me to work for them, and I didn't want to say yes, wanted to just die with them, but the prohibition on my body can't even allow me to blow myself up. Even when White Phoenix commands me, I lose the consciousness of my slow mind and am forcibly controlled by him. Hearing this, Emo-Ching-yu recalled Bai Feng's attentive behavior earlier. Sure enough, there are times when you can't just take things at face value. Demonic beasts like the White Phoenix that like to stab people in the back were also very common in the Divine Continent. So I guess you know exactly how you got in. Lion Star asked Emo-Ching-yu. He felt that Emo-Ching-yu was very special, being able to bypass Bai Feng to come here. Emo-Ching-yu was her usual self about it, smiling and answering, how else can I come in, either openly and honestly, or sneakily? Hearing this, Lion Star looked like he was a bit angry as he said in a condescending tone, humans, don't be so unbridled. Even though I'm bound by these chains, it's more than enough to kill you. In response to his anger, Emo-Ching-yu pulled out the earwax inside his ears. Come on, are you tired? Besides, I'm telling the truth. Demonic beasts these days don't even believe in the truth anymore? Hearing this, Lion Star didn't hesitate to make a direct move. Looking at the Lion Star who suddenly made a move, Emo-Ching-yu unhurriedly caught his palm with one finger. Lion Star, you, who the hell are you what? Lion Star asked with an incredulous face. His attack was actually easily received by this blind man in front of him, though he was bound by chains and couldn't use his full strength. But it shouldn't be blocked by this human either. Emo-Ching-yu, on the other hand, replied with a smile. Me? I told you I'm Emo-Ching-yu, a blind man only. After saying that, Emo-Ching-yu directly released her breath and held Lion Star down to the ground in death. The stones around them were crushed with crumbs. Lion Star stared at Emo-Ching-yu in disbelief. How could he not have thought that the person in front of him was actually powerful to this extent? He has been Emo-Ching-yu a little bit of strength of people only, did not think so strong. Perhaps, it was he who thought wrong. Perhaps Emo-Ching-yu was able to come in not because he had hidden it from Bai Feng. Rather, Bai Feng didn't dare to stop Emo-Ching-yu at all. Needless to say, Lion Star did have the right idea. Bai Feng was able to sense Lion Star's aura just now, so he looked for Emo-Ching-yu at the first opportunity. Knowing that Emo-Ching-yu had been here, he knew that Emo-Ching-yu was definitely in here as soon as he heard it. However, Bai Feng didn't dare to come in. He was afraid that Mo Qingyu would sweep him in as well after he made his move. Alas, I only hope that dead tiger won't be killed by Senior. I still have a use for keeping him. White Phoenix stood in the palace that held the entrance to the Lion Star, chanting inside his mouth. On Mo Qingyu's side, he looked at Lion Star who had a pained face. He gave back his breath. Lion Star was able to take a breather. Otherwise he would have been absolutely crushed alive. This time, Lion Star's eyes were a little less condescending inside. A little more honesty. Just kidding. Pretending to be a bully in front of Mo Qingyu will hold you down on the spot. Let's show you what it takes to pretend. That was fast. Lion Star directly knelt down on the spot for Mo Qingyu. Not only did he kneel down, he also kowtowed to Mo Qingyu. I'm sorry, I just spoke too loudly. Seeing this scene, Tiger Sky was laughing his ass off. Ahahaha, weren't you great just now? How come you admit your weakness and recognize it so quickly? Lion Star was also suffering greatly inside, because he had just felt the strongest breath he had ever felt in his life. He had never seen such a strong aura before. It could be said that if he pretended in front of Mo Qingyu, he probably wouldn't know how he would die. After all, he couldn't decide for himself whether to live or die. The person who decides is the ordinary-looking blind man in front of him. Alright, I'm a generous person. I won't kill someone just because they say 2 or 3 words, Mo Qingyu said with a smile on her face. When Lion Star heard this, he thought that Mo Qingyu had let him off the hook. But it's quick, Mo Qingyu added. But right, I am a person that holds grudges. People always say it's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Unfortunately, I for one am not a gentleman. After all is said and done, Lion Star then felt a powerful sword chi flying his way. Before he could react, he simply hiccuped on the spot, direct head and body separation. And White Phoenix, who was outside, saw a sword chi flying from the ground until it dissipated in the sky. He knew that Lion Star was probably as cold as it could get. The most crucial thing was that he now had to think of a way to please Mo Qingyu. Otherwise, Mo Qingyu would casually give him a hatchet job. Red Moon Cult is probably cool. Chapter 148, Ransacking the Treasure Vaults. White Phoenix was fidgeting at the entrance of this palace, constantly walking back and forth at the entrance. He was thinking about how exactly he was going to explain to Mo Qingyu in a while, or how to please Mo Qingyu in a while. On the other side, Mo Qingyu, after he killed Lion Star, also no longer interested in planning to leave the area. When he returned to the top of the palace, he spotted White Phoenix outside the door. Tiger Sky also perceived these in the same way. Okay, let's open the door and get out, Mo Qingyu said to Tiger Sky. With that, he opened the gate with Tiger Sky. Hearing the sound of the door being opened, the look of concern that had just been on Bai Feng's face instantly turned into an attentive smile. Let's just say that when it comes to face changing, White Phoenix is still strong. Hey, Senior, that lion messed with you. The little one is here to redeem himself. Bai Feng bowed respectfully to Mo Qingyu and apologized. Mo Qingyu, on the other hand, came to Bai Feng's side and lightly patted his shoulder with her hand. Smiling, he nodded. Don't worry, I didn't care. Seeing the look on Mo Qingyu's face, Bai Feng was also relieved. He was truly afraid that Mo Qingyu would directly label him on the spot. But luckily, Mo Qingyu didn't do that. After Mo Qingyu finished speaking, she didn't continue chatting with Bai Feng, but instead pulled Tiger Sky to go somewhere else. When Bai Feng saw Mo Qingyu leave again, he smiled with a bitter expression. To be honest, within the period of time that Mo Qingyu was in the Red Moon sect, he guessed that he would have his hands full. Alas, it can't be helped. Who made someone else stronger than you? And someone else easily holds the key to your life and death. After sighing, White Phoenix headed for her headquarters tower. And Mo Qingyu's side, after he left the palace that just held Lion Star, he headed elsewhere. Leaving that palace, Mo Qingyu walked down the road looking at the surrounding scenery. Along the way, there were quite a few demonic beasts that quietly bowed and nodded to Mo Qingyu and Tiger Sky before passing by. And Mo Qingyu and Tiger Sky nodded in response with a smile. Those demonic beasts also felt a little incredulous when they saw Mo Qingyu responding to herself, because inside their eyes, a big shot like Mo Qingyu didn't care about them. But now it seemed that Mo Qingyu was a bit different from the big brother inside their perception is all. Hu Tian Ah, there seems to be a treasure trove there in front. Mo Qingyu pointed her finger at the tall building not far away. Tiger Sky also looked in the direction Mo Qingyu was pointing and nodded his head. A treasure trove indeed. Go. Let's go see if there are any interesting treasures and weapons. After saying that, Mo Qingyu led Tiger Sky towards the treasure vault. As for one of the elders squatting at the entrance of the treasure vault, he hurriedly got down from the top of his chair after noticing Mo Qingyu walking over. Coming next to Mo Qingyu, he respectfully greeted. Welcome Senior. May I ask what Senior has to do? Mo Qingyu just responded lightly. Nothing, I just came over to see what's interesting about your side of the treasure vault. Subsequently, Mo Qingyu did not continue to pay attention to this old man beside him. taking Tiger Sky along with him, he walked inside the treasure vault, and when this old man saw Mo Qingyu walk in, he hurriedly picked up the sound transmission stone and transmitted his voice to Bai Feng. Sect leader, Senior has come inside the treasure vault. A helpless voice came from the other side of the sound transmission stone. Well, you keep an eye on the treasure vault now and don't let anyone else in. This elder replied. Good. On the other side, Bai Feng, his heart was praying that Mo Qingyu wouldn't damage their Jin cult weapon. After Mo Qingyu entered inside the treasure vault, the surrounding ones were filled with all sorts of weapons and treasures. And that's just on the first floor. The point is that there are 3 floors here. Mo Qingyu casually took a gun while walking, and after playing with it twice in his hands, it was broken. Then the gun was casually thrown away by Mo Qingyu, and he began to look for another weapon. Tiger Sky's side was also looking for something rare. For example, what about the gold ring that you wear on top of your neck, and the bracelet that you wear in your hand, and so on and so forth. Master, come and look. What is this thing? Hearing Tiger Sky call out to him, Mo Qingyu threw down one of the swords in his hand before heading towards it. Coming to Tiger Sky's side, Mo Qingyu looked at the trident in front of her. This trident was different from the treasures around it, as it emitted a blue glow. Trident? Mo Qingyu recited a sentence, then intended to pick up this trident, but this trident directly left Mo Qingyu's hand in an instant, flying down into the air. It looked like he didn't want Mo Qingyu to hold it inside his hand. Mo Qingyu, it looks like a spirit has been born. A weapon that is born with a spirit. That weapon can only be used by someone it recognizes, or if you subdue it yourself. Shay, who cares about this trident of yours, pretending in front of me? What are you? After saying that, Mo Qingyu directly shattered this trident through the air. After shattering the trident, Mo Qingyu patted her hands as if there was dust in her hands. Come on Tiger Sky, let's go up to the second floor. Tiger Sky, good. After they arrived on the second floor, they realized that the treasures here were completely different from those on the first floor. All the treasures here emitted a slight glow. This means that the treasures here are very rare. Tiger Sky, let's see if there's anything to see. Let's take. No, let's borrow it. Mo Qingyu smiled evilly at the corner of his mouth. When Tiger Sky heard this, he also followed Mo Qingyu and let out an evil smile. Kidding aside, although Mo Qingyu hadn't read a book, he knew that the readers had said it wasn't called stealing or taking. It's called borrowing. Of course, whether or not they will return it is up to them. With that, Tiger Sky and Mo Qingyu split their troops into 2. Start borrowing all their favorite treasures. On Mo Qingyu's side he took a bead, a piece of clothing, and a good-looking crossbow. Tiger Day is a lot of what the smooth pills clothes threw to the smooth away. After about a while, Mo Qingyu's eyes were about as smooth as they could be, and he looked toward Tiger Sky. Only Tiger Sky nodded towards him as well. Immediately afterward, the 2 of them placed the treasures that came along inside each of their own storage spaces. After Shun finished these things, White Phoenix, who was far inside the building tower, he still didn't know that his Red Moon sect treasures had been looted by Mo Qingyu. After ransacking the second floor, Mo Qingyu and Tiger Sky came to the third floor. The third floor is special. There's no treasure whatsoever. There's only one huge rock. At the very top of the stone, a black and red sword was stuck. That sword was very strange. It had no handguard, and in the place of the handguard there was an eye. Only this eye was closed. Evil? Mo Qingyu took a look at that eye and saw with a single glance that there was something evil on top of this sword. Chapter 149, The Sword of Evil Things. Evil thing? This thing is special. He has no physical body, just a cloud of gas. They are born of resentment. This resentment was not only the resentment that a person or demonic beast could generate, but it was the resentment of many people gathered together. It also takes a lot of resentment to make it work, and grievances are not easy to pool because each has different grievances. It's hard to have a crossover. This was also the first time Mo Qingyu had seen an evil creature after traveling for so long. This evil thing is still one with that sword. As for the rest of the stone, it was filled with swords. Every sword is different. Say, what's the point of this? Tiger Sky looked at the boulder suspiciously. Could it be to pull it out? Tiger Sky thought about it and directly tried to forcefully pull it out with his divine sense, but it found it couldn't. Oh, there's something about this rock, Tiger Sky said. Mo Qingyu, on the other hand, walked forward and stroked the stone with her hand. This stone is special and very hard. It was even built by someone from the Tiangui realm, so Tiger Sky couldn't forcefully pull it out. But Mo Qingyu was different. Only to see him casually use a little bit of his kendo attainment, the whole stone shook. All the swords all flew out from inside the stone, including the one with the evil object. Tiger Sky also understood when he saw this scene. This stone is where the disciples of the Red Moon sect choose their swords. On top of this stone, if you have a strong attainment in the way of the sword, there will be many swords for you to choose from. And the choice was that all the swords wanted to be Mo Qingyu's matching sword. And when Mo Qingyu saw this scene, she just smiled. He took out his clear jade sword from inside his storage space. Want to be my accessory? Ask it if it agrees first. Although the clear jade sword was not drawn, the pressure it displayed directly pressed all the swords heavily back inside the stone. These swords also gave up the idea of being Imochingyu's matching swords. Worthy of being the master's accessory? It's just awesome. Tiger Sky couldn't help but brag about it. And the sword with the evil object gave up the idea. It originally wanted to recognize Imochingyu as its master, but the power of the Qingyu sword was far beyond him. As for the white phoenix in the distance, after he felt that black and red sword come out on its own, he spat out the tea he had just drunk. That sword was one of their Red Moon sect's top treasures. This sword was very awesome. It was left behind by his master. It's sitting over there, waiting for someone to be able to pull it out. Because that sword had its own special mind. It could not be forcefully harnessed, but it didn't expect that today. It flew out on its own and wanted to be Imochingyu's matching sword. At the thought of this, Bai Feng's eyes contained tears. Mud. How he couldn't tame that sword between them. And as a result, it's fine now. That sword poured itself into someone else. Cam. In our own words, it's like you keep pursuing a goddess, backstabbing people where you can't see them, and the point is that they don't give a damn about your goddess. On Imochingyu's side, he replaced the clear jade sword inside his storage space. Let's go. The treasure is pretty much packed, Imochingyu said to Tiger Sky. With that, Imochingyu and Tiger Sky left this treasure vault. As he was leaving, the elder guarding the treasure vault saw that Imochingyu had nothing with her. There was also a slight sigh. Luckily, the seniors didn't take anything. It's also true that the little we have, seniors probably don't care about it. Bai Feng thought the same thing. After all, Imochingyu didn't even take that sword. So he felt that his treasure trove was not attractive to Imochingyu. And Imochingyu is going to take at best some good-looking ones, or strength-enhancing treasures of any use to Imochingyu. What Bai Feng didn't know was that when Imochingyu left, he realized that his treasure trove had already been ransacked. Imochingyu, who had left the treasure vault, started to go somewhere else again. After walking for a while, Imochingyu saw that the sun was about to set in the sky. It's time to rest, too. Imochingyu found a random cave. Inside the cave there are quilts and soft mattresses and pillows. Just like this, Imochingyu lay quietly on top of this wooden bed. Tiger Sky, on the other hand, slept next to Imochingyu. It was their first night in the Red Moon cult. I have to say, it was quite fun to play, and they were happy. But Wei stood at the entrance to the cave and he had a sad face, because this cave is where she rests. Mud. When he thought of the time he was tortured by Imochingyu earlier, he couldn't help but shed tears. As a result, now that he had come to the Red Moon sect, he still hadn't let him go. Even his residence was occupied. Wei also just had to quietly leave and head somewhere else to rest. Just like that, Imochingyu slept peacefully. A good night's sleep. The next day, Imochingyu had woken up at the dawn of the day. When he woke up, he took Tiger Sky to make breakfast at the entrance of the cave. Breakfast was grilled chicken kebabs. The aroma of grilled chicken skewers spread through the air, and the surrounding disciples followed the scent to Imochingyu's vicinity after smelling it. They saw Imochingyu eating very favorably, and the saliva at the corners of their mouths couldn't help but flow out. But they didn't dare to go up and ask Imochingyu for it, had to watch in silence. They also didn't think that a roast could smell so good. After eating, Imochingyu looked at the 2 large skewers of chicken in her hands. I can't eat anymore, so I'll pass on these and leave the kebabs here. If someone eats it, let him eat it, Imochingyu said with a belch. Tiger Sky nodded in agreement. It couldn't eat anymore either. With that, the 2 of them got up and started walking inside the Red Moon sect. As soon as Imochingyu and Tiger Sky left, the demonic beast squatting nearby ran forward and grabbed the remaining skewers from Imochingyu. Within this group of demonic beasts, there were both young and old. What are you doing? I saw this first. *********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Duel. This is Grandpa's. All of you bids get out of here. Don't try to steal the meat that Senior roasted. All of you get away from me. This is the meat roasted by the Senior. Eat it in case you are able to enhance your cultivation. All of you get out of the way and let me do it. Bunch of little brats. All get out of the way. I'm your teacher. This kebabs will be for the teacher to savor first. Old Biden, you talk and die on the side. A group of demonic beasts were chattering over there and grabbing the remaining kebabs. It even kicked right off when it was time to grab it, just for the sake of being able to get the chicken skewers roasted by Mo Qingyu's own hands. After all, no one knows if this kebab has any special effects. Perhaps, Mo Qingyu hadn't even thought that his grilled meat would attract so many demonic beasts. Chapter 150, Leaving the Red Moon Sect. Within the next few hours, Mo Qingyu could be said to have strolled through most of the Red Moon Sect. It could be said that he stayed here for a whole week after arriving at the Red Moon sect. No one knew how Bai Feng had spent this week. No one also knew how Wei Yi was tortured again by Mo Qingyu within this week. The only people who know are perhaps the people involved themselves. On this day, Mo Qingyu stood at the entrance of the Red Moon sect, ready to leave. As for Bai Feng and the crowd of elders, they stood at the entrance, sending off Mo Qingyu. When Mo Qingyu saw their happy faces, for some reason Mo Qingyu's heart was upset. Since the people of the Red Moon sect are so unwelcoming to me, I have to give them a big gift. Thinking of this, Mo Qingyu slowly opened her mouth. By the way, I still have to settle things with you guys for robbing me and trying to kill me earlier in your Red Moon sect. Hearing this, Bai Feng sweatily waved his hands. Senior, that wasn't our doing. Just tell me if they're from your Red Moon sect. When Bai Feng heard Mo Qingyu's words, he also understood that Mo Qingyu would definitely not easily let them off the hook. Therefore, Bai Feng said cautiously, then senior, what do you want? Mo Qingyu revealed a wave of mysterious smile as he said to Bai Feng, you guys didn't do it, but you're responsible, so I won't go too far. Hearing this, Bai Feng and the surrounding elders breathed a sigh of relief. Just, pay for it with your lives. As soon as the words fell, Bai Feng and all the other surrounding elders had not yet reacted. All of them exploded on the spot, turning into blood mist and dissipating with the wind. This scene undoubtedly shocked the disciples watching from afar. It could be said that Mo Qingyu's move directly changed the status of the Red Moon sect in the Beast Wu continent. Originally, it was one of the great powers, the Red Moon sect, and now it's down to a small force. After getting things done, Mo Qingyu also left with Tiger Sky. Of course, he didn't forget Wei Yi, but he wasn't going to do anything about it, because Wei Yi has been tortured and killed himself. After Mo Qingyu left, the entire Red Moon sect was in chaos. All the demonic beast disciples were frantically spreading the news that their own family boss had died. Basically, all the disciples had left the Red Moon sect. Within a few days, the matter of the Red Moon sect's demise spread throughout the entire Beast Wu continent. It could be said that the sudden demise of such a large power left the demonic beasts of the Beast Wu continent puzzled. But news soon broke. Some people reported themselves as having been disciples of the Red Moon sect, saying that it was because the Red Moon sect had messed with Mo Qingyu. Because of the rumor of these words, the entire Beast Wu continent began to stir again because of this matter. And the story quickly spread to several other continents, especially in the Divine Continent. At the Divine Continent headquarters, Yi Chen, he silently listened to the news. There was nothing Yi Chen could say about this. All he could do was feel sorry for Beast Wuzhou for 3 seconds. After Mo Qingyu left the Red Moon sect, this time around, he and Tiger Sky were gone for a month. They're not quite the same this time as before. Before, it was rare to be able to encounter demonic beasts because it was too remote. But this time, they were able to run into the team every now and then along the way. Perhaps the road they took this time was the road inside the city or above one of the towns. Of course, these were all Mo Qingyu's guesses. On a certain night, Mo Qingyu was inside a dilapidated wooden hut, and at the moment, he was lying on top of Tiger Sky. He looked up at the bright moon in the sky, which shone in the corner of the cabin. Without thinking too much, Mo Qingyu prepared to slowly fall asleep. Just then, a voice came from outside. Come on, there are cabins here. Let's go in first and rest. Hearing this, Mo Qingyu's sleepiness did not disappear. Instead, go back to sleep, since the location where Mo Qingyu slept was behind a stone statue. As for the group of people who came in, they didn't notice Mo Qingyu's presence. Well, are there any other demonic beasts here? There shouldn't be any. I just swept through with my divine sense. Okay, let's move our stuff in first. A loud landing sound followed in the cabin. Well, let's take a break. Everyone's tired. Now take turns keeping watch. When he said that, there was no sound. Mo Qingyu was also sleeping peacefully, but it wasn't long before trouble arrived. 2 women in tattered clothes. They walked in through the door, with foxtails behind them. It's easy to see that they are fox demons. They were seen to have tears in their eyes and a sobbing voice. Several big brothers. Are we able to rest here for the night? Yeah, we just escaped from somewhere else. Much of their skin was exposed as their clothes were in shreds, and there was a scent wafting through the air as they spoke. The group obviously didn't notice the scent. Originally they were going to refuse, but their brains and bodies weren't quite listening to them anymore. Ladies, of course, as long as you let us enjoy your bodies. These people began to flock to try to get their hands on these 2 fox demons. In the back of these people's minds, they were doing what they wanted with these 2 foxes, but in reality, all of them were sitting on the floor in silence. The breath inside his body was weakening. In the end, the entire demonic beast turned into a dry corpse. Then they were destroyed by these 2 fox demons with fire, directly destroying their bodies. Sister, the yang energy of this group is so weak. The fox demon that spoke was named Fox Tone. It can't be helped. We've just been injured and now we still need to replenish in time. And there's no more of us to choose from. The one who answered Kitsune's words was her sister, Kitsune. It turned out that they had just been raped and then killed by a group of demonic beasts who wanted to rape them first, only they managed to escape. Although he escaped, he was badly injured. Sister, do you think she's still alive? Fox Meyer? Fox Girl shook her head and replied with a flat expression. That guy is probably dead through and through. And when Mo Qingyu, who was behind the stone statue, heard the 3 words Fox Mayer, she instantly stopped being sleepy. It was important to know that he had encountered Fox Mayer at a previous time. That was like a year or so ago, or 2 years ago, and the sleeping Tiger Sky came instantly interested. It woke up too, then realizing that Mo Qingyu was looking at it with a raised eyebrow. Tiger Sky also raised the corners of its mouth as a response to Mo Qingyu. Just like that, one person and one demon without the demonic beasts noticing, eavesdropped behind the stone statue. Chapter 151, Dinner at the Inn. Although that's what I was thinking, but they didn't find Fox Meyer's body. In case Fox Meyer has been hiding somewhere and looking for a chance to kill back, that would be a problem, Fox Tone said with a frown. In response to Fox Tone's concern, Kitsune was completely relaxed as she addressed Fox Tone. What are you worried about? Don't worry, what can a mere Fox Mayer do? And even if she's not dead, so what? Does she have the strength to kill back? The current family head, she's in the Jade Balance realm, and Fox Mayer, she doesn't have the Jade Balance realm. Even though Kitsune knew what Kitsune had said, there was always a bit of a lump in her gut there for some reason. Fox Mayer, however, did not have the strength to directly kill back, but being able to kill her and her sister was no problem. But it was also hoped that, as Fox G had said, Fox Mayer was still dead. Alright, take an early rest, we still have to rush back to Yuyun City, Fox Girl said to Fox Sound. The two then began to take turns meditating and resting. As for Mo Qingyu, who was behind the stone statue, he looked at Tiger Sky and transmitted his voice. Interesting, these 2 fox demons seem to be from Fox Myers and their family. Tiger Sky also smiled and nodded. Yes, I didn't expect to meet us here. Master, do you think you should follow them to Yuyun City? Mo Qingyu, on the other hand, responded silently. There's no rush. We don't have to make such a rush to Yuyun City. Just slowly make it over there. Tiger Sky nodded at his words. Tiger Sky and his mother then went back to sleep until dawn. By the time dawn came, Fox Ian and Fox G and the girls had long since left, and Mo Qingyu just got up and stretched. Unhurriedly, he took out 2 steamed buns from inside the out storage space. Tiger Sky smelled the smell of steamed buns and also came to Mo Qingyu's side with his ass. Master, why do you still have buns? Give me one. Mo Qingyu sniffed and put the steamed bun aside, protecting the food in his hand. What are you thinking? These are my last 2 buns. Go. No give. Tiger Sky sniffed, and also let out a slightly lost oh so slightly. Coming outside, Tiger Sky would grow in size. Mo Qingyu slightly stomped towards the ground and came to sit on Tiger Sky's head. They began to move on. This time it was gone for another 3 days. At noon on the 4th day, Mo Qingyu Hu Tian found an inn. Yo, there's an inn? Tiger Sky, go. Let's go see if there's anything good to eat at this inn. After saying that, Mo Qingyu let Tiger Sky fly over in a hurry. Tiger Sky was also anxious to fly over. After all, they hadn't had any food for a while. Came to the door of the inn. Tiger Heaven shrunk the system and followed Mo Qingyu into the inn. There wasn't a single demonic beast in this inn, and when the innkeeper saw Mo Qingyu, he also had a big shock on his face. One must know that in the previous period of time, what Mo Qingyu had done to the Red Moon sect had made the crowd of the Beast Wu continent still vivid in their minds. The boss of the counter also hurriedly walked forward. 2 guests, may I ask what you would like to order? As he spoke, he brought Mo Qingyu to the table. Mo Qingyu didn't say much about the shopkeeper's attentive behavior, but instead asked him, do you have any good food here? The shopkeeper nodded quickly. Yes, we have a lot of delicious food here. After saying that, the shopkeeper handed the menu to Mo Qingyu. Mo Qingyu looked at the menu, silently scratched a few ticks and said to the shopkeeper, here's the deal. You leave all the checkmarks off and give me a copy of all the rest. The amusement was visible to the naked eye on the shopkeeper's face as he replied with a smile. Fine. You wait a moment, the food will be here soon. After saying that, the shopkeeper came to the kitchen and said to the chef inside the kitchen, quickly, the seniors came to us to eat, and got the food ready as fast as they could, and don't make any mistakes for me. Hearing the shopkeeper's 10,000 words of advice, the chef was also very puzzled and asked, Elder, that elder? Ah, the shopkeeper? The shopkeeper hurriedly explained to the chef, it's that blind senior. The chef sniffed, and was alarmed. How could he have never imagined that a big shot like Mo Qingyu would actually eat his cooking one day? Well, pal, I won't make any mistakes. With that said, the chef began to fry the food in earnest. On Mo Qingyu's side, He was still silently waiting for the dishes to come up. The shopkeeper came out from inside the kitchen and hurriedly brought tea to Mo Qingyu's face. Hey, 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 2 seniors, try my own private tea. Mo Qingyu did not reply, just silently picked up the cup of tea handed by the shopkeeper. Then after a slight shallow taste, he pursed his lips and commented, "It's okay." The shopkeeper also said with a compensatory smile, "That's good, that's good. You two wait a moment, the food will be here soon." With that, the shopkeeper went back to the kitchen to check. It didn't take long for all the dishes to be served. Mo Qingyu's mouth was also watering as she looked at the large table full of dishes. "Cam, it seems like we haven't seen anything this good in a long time," Mo Qingyu said to Tiger Sky. Tiger Sky nodded in agreement. "Yeah, they ate mediocre before. This table now smells great." And at a glance, it was clear that the demonic beasts inside the kitchen should have been taught from the humans in the aspect of frying food. "Let's eat." After Mo Qingyu finished speaking, she directly took a big bite. Just after taking the first bite, Mo Qingyu's expression changed. He called the innkeeper. "Boss, come here." Hearing Mo Qingyu's somewhat serious tone, the shopkeeper he walked over with some sweat. Two seniors, is there a problem?" Mo Qingyu said with her hands propped up on her chin. "You get the cook out here. Make it quick." Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper immediately nodded his head and replied, "Yes, yes, yes, I'll call him over right away." Then the shopkeeper came to the kitchen and said to the cook with a serious face, "Come on, Elder called you out." When the chef heard this, he thought he was cooking something bad. Inside, he was throbbing, afraid that Mo Qingyu would kill him. Walking out of the kitchen, he came in front of Mo Qingyu. Mo Qingyu looked at the demonic beast in front of her and asked with a serious face, "You are the chef?" This demonic beast nodded in panic. Afterward, Mo Qingyu suddenly said happily, "Your cooking is just fantastic." After hearing Mo Qingyu's words, the chef's hanging heart relaxed. "In that case, this bead is my reward." With that, Mo Qingyu threw a bead over. Without waiting for them to say anything, Mo Qingyu let them leave. He had to prepare for dinner. Subsequently, Mo Qingyu and Tiger Sky also ate in large mouthfuls without paying the slightest attention to their image. And the shopkeeper who was observing from afar was sweating when he saw this scene. After all, he hadn't expected Mo Qingyu's complete lack of attention to detail. He thought Mo Qingyu would taste the food elegantly. If Mo Qingyu knew what the shopkeeper was thinking, he would definitely say so. "Elegant? It's been a long time since I've had a single piece of good food." Elegant my ass. The point of tasting food is not to be elegant. It's to be serious about eating and enjoying the flavor of the food. After a long time, there was not a single meal left on top of the table. You could say it's not even scum. Chapter 152, Yu Yun Chang. After eating and drinking, Mo Qingyu sat on top of the stool with a face of enjoyment. Needless to say, he hadn't had anything this good in a while. Tiger Sky was similarly satisfied. After resting for a moment, Mo Qingyu called the Palm Bones over and settled the bill with him. And this shopkeeper also smiled and said no to Mo Qingyu. It was already an honor for Mo Qingyu to come to their side to eat. Mo Qingyu didn't continue to refute the shopkeeper and just silently left the spirit stones. With that, he took Tiger Sky and left the inn. When the shopkeeper saw the spirit stones left behind by Mo Qingyu, the look on his face was also very happy. In this regard, the shopkeeper also very much wanted to talk to those who said that Mo Qingyu was difficult to serve and had a bad character. "It just doesn't seem that way to me." After loading the spirit stones, the shopkeeper came to the kitchen. A salary increase was given specifically to this chef. After leaving, Mo Qingyu and Hu Tian continued on to Yuyun City. On the road, Mo Qingyu walked with Tiger Sky unhurriedly. They knew that the road to Yuyun City was not far away. This time the duo, once again, traveled for a month. This time, they arrived near the entrance of Yuyun City. Before entering, it is still customary to reduce the size of the body. Afterward, he followed Mo Qingyu as he swaggered in through the doorway. The soldiers guarding the entrance to Yuyun City, they instantly tensed their bodies the moment they saw Mo Qingyu. And with firm eyes, he avoided Mo Qingyu and looked ahead. Mo Qingyu found their behavior hilarious. Even as he passed a soldier, he didn't forget to deliberately stand in front of the soldier, deliberately making faces and some funny gestures. Tiger Sky was able to see from the sidelines that the soldier's face was on the verge of tensing up. It's safe to say that if they weren't professionally trained, they'd probably be doubled over in laughter by now. Looking at the soldier who clenched his teeth, Mo Qingyu smiled and nodded, patting his shoulder twice. Expression of approval. Then instead of continuing to tease the soldiers, he and Tiger Sky entered inside Yuyun City. It wasn't until after Mo Qingyu left that these soldiers put their hearts down. At the same time, there were soldiers who did not forget to report the news. After all, Mo Qingyu's arrival was a very important matter. After Mo Qingyu and Hu Tian walked into Yuyun City, they realized that it was similar to Tianshan City. but it's also a little different. Tianshan City's logo was different from Yuyun City. I guess the logo was different because of the different city owners. After walking inside the city, Mo Qingyu could feel the gazes cast by the surrounding demonic beasts. Only these gazes surveyed him for a few seconds before hurrying away. The most crucial thing was that the demonic beasts around them, their footsteps obviously quickened. Mo Qingyu was able to know the thoughts of the surrounding demonic beasts. It can be said that 100 flowers bloom. I measure. This great Buddha has come to Yuyun City. Sneak away. Don't be in front of him. Go, go, go. This big man here is to know if he will slaughter us on the spot and eat us. Mamma mia. This big Buddha has come to Yuyun City. I have to hurry home to avoid him and come out again when he's gone. Regarding his inner thoughts, Mo Qingyu only smiled slightly. Tiger Sky. Let's go. Let's go to the store in front. After saying that, Mo Qingyu led Tiger Sky towards the depths of Yuyun City. After walking for a while, looking around at the hundreds of stores, Mo Qingyu was shaking her head and looking around. See where there is something good to eat, or something fun to do. Just then, Mo Qingyu discovered a store selling beef jerky. Yo, there's actually beef jerky for sale here. Go go go. Let's go over and take a look. Mo Qingyu urged Tiger Sky. Tiger Sky also nodded and jogged with Mo Qingyu to the front of the store. The owner inside the store also greeted warmly when he saw someone coming over. Only when they saw each other, they were both mutually confused. On the store owner's side, he noticed at first glance that it was human, and at second glance that it was blind. It wasn't hard to know Mo Qingyu's identity. As for Mo Qingyu's side, he looked at this bull demon in front of him with a black question mark on his face. A cow demon selling beef jerky? Why is it so twisted? Tiger Sky gave a similar ah. No, man, you're not selling it to your relatives by any chance. It couldn't be your second uncle. And just like that, both sides froze in each other's faces for a few seconds. Then the store's owner warmly greeted Mo Qingyu. I didn't expect the two seniors to actually come here. What do you want? Two seniors? Just say it. Mo Qingyu looked at the beef jerky on the table. Just give me 2 pounds of beef jerky. The store's cow demon boss nodded his head and said yes, then picked up a bag and was filling it with beef jerky. Afterwards, he handed the loaded beef jerky to Mo Qingyu. Mo Qingyu, on the other hand, handed the spirit stone in her hand to this bull demon. The cow demon boss hurriedly waved his hand at Mo Qingyu's spirit stone, signaling that it was not necessary. Mo Qingyu just said lightly, "You deserve it, no need to be polite with me." This bull demon also smiled and nodded his head. Next spirit stones. Mo Qingyu didn't rush off, but stood still and took a few bites. A mouthful of it went down, directly giving Mo Qingyu a dry double take, chewy and full of flavor. Not bad, boss. Mo Qingyu complimented. Hearing Mo Qingyu's compliments, Boss Ox Demon smiled happily. It's good that senior likes it. Mo Qingyu nodded her head as she left the place. At the top of the street, Mo Qingyu and Tiger Sky walked and chewed the beef in their mouths. There's actually beef jerky here, even though the owner is a cow demon. Mo Qingyu said slowly. Tiger Sky also nodded in agreement. Next, the duo continued to look for what was out there. And the scene just now with Mo Qingyu did nothing but ignite some store owners. When they saw Mo Qingyu enjoying food so much, they also proclaimed the food of their stores. Mo Qingyu, on the other hand, was still searching. After walking for some time, Mo Qingyu came to a small store called White Sugar Cake. This little store is strange compared to others. The strange thing is that his store is small, but business is brisk. There were quite a few people lined up to buy it. Seeing this, Mo Qingyu also followed the line to see how delicious this white sugar cake was, being able to get this group of demonic beasts to line up here to buy it. Since Mo Qingyu was at the very back of the line, not many people noticed him. Before long, Mo Qingyu bought the white sugar cake. With that, Mo Qingyu handed Tiger Sky a piece of white sugar cake in her hand. Then take a silent bite of your own. Sweet and sticky. Not bad. Tiger Sky also nodded his head in appraisal. Master, this white sugar cake is quite sweet. The key is sweet but not greasy. Mo Qingyu looked at the white sugar cake in her hand and agreed. Well, I think so. Chapter 153, Yu Tianin. After buying the white sugar cake, Mo Qingyu and Hu Tian ate while walking on the road. Mo Qingyu was unhurriedly looking around the street. Suddenly, a store attracted Mo Qingyu's attention. That's a store for clothes? Mo Qingyu looked toward the clothes shopping. Then he looked at that himself, and to be honest, he hadn't changed much in this outfit. How about a change? Mo Qingyu's heart thought. Say it and do it. Go Tiger Sky. Accompany me to change my clothes. After saying that, Mo Qingyu and Tiger Sky came to this store. Inside the store there were only 1 or 2 demonic beasts looking at the clothes. These 2 demonic beasts silently left after seeing Mo Qingyu. The owner of the store, the moment he saw Mo Qingyu, immediately ran over in a panic. During the run, I even fell a bit because I was so nervous, but it was up quickly. That, elder, what can I teach you? The owner of the store, his voice trembled as he asked Mo Qingyu in Tiger Sky. Mo Qingyu just replied lightly, I want to buy a dress that fits me. Hearing this, the store owner hurriedly invited Mo Qingyu in. Then he went to get a few sets of clothes suitable for Mo Qingyu himself. Mo Qingyu looked at it and pursed her lips and shook her head, indicating that she didn't like it. The store owner got even more nervous when he looked at it that way. Tell you what, I'll pick it out myself, without you, Mo Qingyu said to the store owner. The store owner also smiled helplessly. Mo Qingyu was inside this not-so-small store, looking at the fabrics on top of the table. An idea was born from his mind. How about making one of your own? Well, it feels like there shouldn't be any problems, Mo Qingyu chanted to himself. Say it and do it. Mo Qingyu picked up a piece of light blue and white fabric. Throw the two pieces of fabric up in the air and then in a flash, click, all the fabric was instantly made into a dress. This piece of clothing instantly came to Mo Qingyu's body and only a light was seen. Mo Qingyu had already changed her clothes. Tiger Sky looked at Mo Qingyu's new clothes and his mouth OD as well. Master, you're so handsome in this body. Mo Qingyu looked at the mirror inside the store and stank herself. I feel the same way. After saying that, Mo Qingyu also clasped her hands on her elbows and confidently looked at herself inside the mirror. I have to say, just one word. Cool, boss, just this one. I'll take it. And that mask of yours? I'll take it. Mo Qingyu stared at a blue and white mask on Strong that happened to match him. And that white mask is still a half face. The store owner was happy to hear that. After all, in his eyes, for Mo Qingyu to be able to wear his side's clothes, it was considered that he had dipped into the light. After getting everything done, Mo Qingyu looked at herself inside the mirror. A happy smile tugged at the corners of his mouth, and he then prepared to leave. The store's owner did not forget to shout behind Mo Qingyu with a happy face. Take care, both of you. Thanks for coming. After leaving the store, Mo Qingyu walked on top of the street. At this point, he planned to find an inn to rest and eat. With a sweep of his divine sense, he found the largest inn in Yuyun City. Set out there with it. It didn't take long to arrive at this inn. The name is Yutian Inn. Upon entering the inside of the inn, the shopkeeper noticed a customer coming up. Rushing up to greet them, Gentlemen, would you like housing or dinner? Mo Qingyu took out the spirit stones from inside his pocket and said to the shopkeeper, Stay and give me the best room you have here. The store assistant sniffed and hurriedly nodded his head to find the innkeeper. When the innkeeper heard this, he came out from the inside of the inn. When he came out, he had a professional smile on his face. You two guests, you do want the best room, don't you? Mo Qingyu nodded. The shopkeeper smiled at this and said to Mo Qingyu, It's not that I'm looking down on you two. It's just that this room costs quite a few spirit stones. As soon as his words fell, Mo Qingyu directly threw a bag over. This large bag was filled with spirit stones. The shopkeeper took a look and hurriedly smiled and invited Mo Qingyu up to the room. Coming to the third floor of the inn, the shopkeeper brought Mo Qingyu to the best room. The rooms here are very luxurious and can be spacious. Mo Qingyu came to sit at the dining table in the room. Speak to the shopkeeper. Shopkeeper, bring me the hottest dish you have here. One of all the signature dishes. When the shopkeeper heard this, he smiled and nodded. Good. Wait a moment, guest, we'll bring you the dishes right away. With that, he closed the door and went downstairs. Mo Qingyu sat on top of the table and looked at the teapot on the table. He silently poured a glass of water. Just as I finished my drink, there was a loud noise from downstairs. This strand is very loud. At this moment, downstairs at the Yutian Inn, the shopkeeper was calming the woman in front of him. We've already rented out that house, Yu Furong said with a proud face. I don't care. You have to know that you were able to open an inn here, and it was also because my father agreed. Otherwise, what do you think gives you the right to carry the word you? The shopkeeper replied with a sweaty face. But we can't break the rules either, Yu Furong said with a sneer. Rules? In Yuyun City, our family is the rule. Now, my friend and I are going to come here for a meal, and none of you are going to stand in the way. The surrounding demonic beasts also bowed their heads when they saw Yu Furong, not daring to say anything more, because Yu Furong was the daughter of the Yuyun City Lord. She, a demonic beast, was arrogant. His personality is even more domineering and unselfish, but they didn't dare say anything more. After all, she was very favored. It is also the fact that being very favored has led to this character today. I'd like to see just who you've rented that best room to. After saying that, Yu Furong and another outside a female demonic beast, together, walked towards the top of the building. The innkeeper also hurriedly walked upstairs. At this time, Mo Qingyu, who was inside the room, was waiting for the dishes to come up without any hurry. Suddenly, there was a thud. The door to Mo Qingyu's room was kicked open. At this sound, Mo Qingyu did not turn around. Instead, he blandly said, The dishes are here? Yu Furong looked at Mo Qingyu with a proud face. The innkeeper hurriedly came next to Mo Qingyu. Signal him the situation. I'm sorry guest, would you be able to change rooms? Mo Qingyu, on the other hand, pretended to be puzzled and looked at the shopkeeper. Then the shopkeeper explained the situation to him. It means that Yu Furong is the daughter of Yuyun City's city lord, and he can't afford to mess with her, so hopefully he'll get a different room. In response to the shopkeeper's persuasion, Mo Qingyu revealed a mysterious smile. At the side, Tiger Sky also moved his body after seeing Mo Qingyu smile. It knew that work would begin soon. Chapter 154, Name, Mo Qingyu. Seeing that Mo Qingyu did not speak, Yu Furong kicked the stool beside Mo Qingyu. What's the point of pretending? Do you know who I am? In response to Yu Furong's words, Mo Qingyu didn't care and just smiled faintly. I know. You're the daughter of Yuyun City's city lord. Yu Furong sniffed, and also raised her head proudly. It's good to know. So get the hell out of here. This is my place and I can do what I want. You, a foreigner, had better pay attention to your activities in Yuyun City, because Mo Qingyu's clothes were very special. Yu Furong judged at the first moment that Mo Qingyu did not live in Yuyun City. In response to his harsh words, Mo Qingyu just smiled and replied, so what if I leave? So what if I don't? Yu Furong sniffed and her face turned red with anger. In his eyes, Mo Qingyu was clearly not giving her face. Since you don't give her face, you'll get a taste of her power. Yu Furong's friend Shi was also looking at Mo Qingyu with a disdainful face. The look seemed to say, here comes another one to die. But soon, the situation changed, because she saw Yu Furong fly directly to Mo Qingyu and punch over to try to cripple Mo Qingyu. But when she made her move, Mo Qingyu instantly extended her fingers, blocking his fist and securing her in the air in the process. Yu Furong was going to look at the person in front of her with an unbelievable face. Why? She clearly felt that this person was not as strong as she was. The shopkeeper next to him and Yu Furong's friends saw this too, especially Yu Furong's friends. She felt that something might be about to happen. As expected, a powerful aura flew in after Yu Furong was immobilized. The man wore a black tunic and a black hat on his head. He didn't say anything and just flew straight towards Mo Qingyu. In a split second, he struck a palm at Mo Qingyu, but when this palm immediately hit Mo Qingyu's body, Tiger Sky blocked it with his tiger palm in an instant and bounced back. The man in black looked at Tiger Sky with a shocked expression. Then he quickly stepped back a little, keeping his distance from Tiger Sky. Yu Furong was originally happy to see her butler arrive, but the delight didn't last more than 2 seconds. You're from Yuyun City, aren't you? Tell you what, I'd like to meet your city lord, Mo Qingyu said as she took off her own mask. Just tell him that Mo Qingyu paid a visit. The name came out. All the demonic beasts present all sucked in a breath of cold air, especially Yu Furong. She looked at Mo Qingyu with a scared face, and Mo Qingyu just gave her a smile. Although it was just a simple smile, Yu Furong was so frightened that she was already about to pee. Tears were creeping down his face. Yu Furong's housekeeper, on the other hand, hadn't returned to his senses at the moment. There was no other way. He had just made a move against Mo Qingyu. His back was covered in cold sweat at the thought. The look on his face was unusually pale. Tiger Sky chuckled at the sight. Well, sweating it out. While Yu Furong's friend was still trying to escape, she was controlled by Mo Qingyu just as she walked out the door, extracting her through the air and grabbing her in front of Yu Furong, twisted the female into a twist right in front of him. Seeing what happened to her friend, this time Yu Furong was completely unable to control her emotions. She wailed in fear, and it looked like some kind of liquid came out between her legs. Mo Qingyu silently frowned before dropping her to the ground with a hand. So dirty. He didn't forget to make up for it to Yu Furong. What? You're still not going to report on your lord? Mo Qingyu said to the dark man. The man in black bowed shakily and replied, yes, the message will be delivered immediately. Before he left, Mo Qingyu didn't forget to tell him, remember, you tell him that if he doesn't handle it to my satisfaction this time, I'll make Yuyun City disappear. Man in black. Hearing this, the man in black couldn't think of anything else and frantically ran towards the city hall. It could be said that this was the most wretched he had ever been. As for Yu Furong, who was lying on the ground, she gathered herself and knelt down to kowtow to Mo Qingyu. Elder. Senior, it was my fault just now. Can I ask Senior not to blame me? Mo Qingyu, on the other hand, was crossing his 2 legs and staring at Yu Furong with a smirk on his face. What? Aren't you arrogant? What about that bratty voice and style of behavior you just had? Hearing Mo Qingyu's sarcastic words, Yu Furong wanted to die. The main reason was that the first thing she thought was that the other party was not Mo Qingyu. That's why you do such behavior. After all, his dress was not quite the same as the rumors, and Yu Furong thought that the other party was a new ordinary cultivator. Together with the mask, she wouldn't have recognized Mo Qingyu, so it has created the current situation. Instead, Mo Qingyu was unconcerned about her thoughts. Since you did those things, pay for your behavior. Look at her in a state of disarray. Mo Qingyu sighed, to which Tiger Sky asked, Master, what's wrong? Mo Qingyu spoke in a careless tone. In this world, there aren't many that can be like old Ginger after all. Tiger Sky also hemmed and hawed. Indeed. Well, you'll just be a good boy and wait now, too, for your father and mother to come. I hope they'll satisfy me, or else, this town of yours, it will not exist. Yu Furong clenched her teeth to keep her sobs from venting out. She knew it would be hard for her to escape this time. There have long been rumors. Mo Qingyu had a strange personality and always did actions that were mind-boggling to both people and demonic beasts. The bottom line is that killing is not a good idea, and he has no sympathy to speak of. Even killing someone might take your ancestors with you. Now it seems that everything is true. Yu Furong thought inwardly in panic. What was going to happen next? She could probably tell. She clenched her fists at the thought, tears streaming down her face. I don't want to die yet. I don't want to die. She muttered very quietly all by herself. In response to her whispered mutterings, Mo Qingyu directly ignored them and silently waited with Tiger Sky. Not a moment too soon, the door to Mo Qingyu's room was carefully opened. Mo Qingyu looked back and realized that it was a man and a woman standing in the doorway. The man in black was standing silently behind them. Obviously, this demonic beast was Yu Yun City's city lord and city lord's wife. Looking at Mo Qingyu, they respectfully bowed in greeting. Greetings, Senior, Junior Yu Yun City Lord, Yu Tian, Junior Yu Yun City Lord's wife, Wei Ying. Chapter 155, The Real Torture. Regarding their self-introductions, Mo Qingyu just said indifferently, I'm not interested in your self-introductions. You know why I called you guys. Yu Tian pushed down the fear in his heart and replied in as flat a tone as possible. No, it was our poor teaching that made her do this foolishness. I beg your pardon, Elder. Hearing his words, Mo Qingyu smiled and told him, forgiveness is simple. It's up to you to deal with it. After saying that, Mo Qingyu glanced at Yu Furong. Yu Tian instantly understood what Mo Qingyu meant. At this moment, he didn't hesitate a bit and came directly in front of Yu Furong. Yu Furong looked at Yu Tian with tears streaming down her face. Father. Just as he said that, he was grabbed by Yu Tian's neck and lifted up. Yu Furong saw the pain and decisiveness inside Yu Tian's eyes. This time around, she didn't say any more words and just silently looked at Yu Tian. Yu Tian closed his eyes to the world, and his hands fired. The other hand passed against Yu Furong's heart. A poof. Yu Furong looked down at her heart and smiled at Yu Tian before the last of her consciousness dissipated, and then it died completely. After Yu Tian let go of his hand, Yu Furong just lay on the ground silently, and as Yu Furong's mother, Wei Ying, she clenched her teeth and looked at this image with tears in her eyes. Yu Tian was equally bad, having killed his own daughter with his own hands, but there is no other way now. That said, it was also his and Wei Ying's fault. It's because they overly spoiled Yu Furong, that's why it led to what happened today. Retribution. It's all retribution. Yu Tian thought with extreme pain inside. Mo Qingyu, on the other hand, laughed happily with Tiger Sky as if she had watched a good show. Let's just say that the thing about grief and joy is that it's not connected. They were in pain, but Mo Qingyu was happy instead. But that's not all. Mo Qingyu stood up and said to the couple, alright, after you guys finish killing her it's my turn to kill her as well. Saying that, Mo Qingyu first grabbed over at the man in black. Throw him to Tiger Sky and let him handle it. When Tiger Sky saw this man in black, he also opened his bloody mouth. He wasn't in a hurry, but rather fixed the man in black's movements. Let the man in black watch himself being eaten by him bit by bit. Inside the entire room, the agonizing voice of the man in black was carried. Mo Qingyu's side. He looked at the dead Yu Furong, only to see him use the palm of his right hand against Yu Furong. A black and white energy ran towards Yu Furong. After this energy entered inside her body, her vitality was instantly restored. The wound above the heart swells and disappears. In the doorway, dumbfounded Yu Tian and Wei Ying. They simply could not believe what their eyes saw. Mo Qingyu had actually brought their daughter back from the dead. At this moment, both of their worldviews collapsed. They knew that Mo Qingyu was strong, but they hadn't thought that his ability was actually this perverse, completely unreasonable. As for Yu Furong, after being resurrected, she took a few breaths with a panicked look on her face, then blinks a little in confusion. Am I not dead? She asked herself suspiciously. Soon a voice came before her. Yes, you were dead, only I brought you back to life. When Yu Furong heard these words, she froze and stayed where she was, and there was no longer any light inside her eyes. She hadn't thought that Mo Qingyu would actually be able to resurrect her, and could she not know the purpose of Mo Qingyu bringing her back to life? It was nothing more than torturing her again. She laughed wildly like a madman at the thought, rolling over and over on the floor, alive and well and exactly like the mentally disturbed. Mo Qingyu felt familiar when he saw her actions. Oh, much like Wei Yi. Well, your parents killed you once, and now it's your turn. After saying that, Mo Qingyu placed his hand on top of her heavenly aura, controlling her to keep him from moving around. By the way, Mo Qingyu also restored her mental state. Well, wasn't I nice? Mo Qingyu had a nuclear goodness smile on his face. Looking at this smile, Yu Furong was truly in too much pain. She knew her opponent was going to start torturing her again, but she didn't have any strength to fight back. Please, I was wrong. Don't torture me, let me die. Yu Furong kept pleading with Mo Qingyu to just send her to her death. In response to her request, Mo Qingyu only replied faintly, "Don't worry, I can be resurrected indefinitely, so don't worry, it's a long process." Hearing this, Yu Furong's heart completely died and she stopped begging for mercy. As for the rest of the time, it was nothing more than Mo Qingyu constantly changing methods to kill Yu Furong. Splitting up, chopping up, a little bit of flesh and so on and so forth. Probably killed it about 10 times or so. It took Mo Qingyu to let her die completely. Yu Tian and Wei Ying could only stand silently at the door, watching their daughter being killed and tortured over and over again. They can't do anything but watch. The feeling was like taking a sword and stabbing them in the heart over and over again. It's all kind of numb back there. After Mo Qingyu got tired of playing, she also looked at the duo with a smile. Well, it's over and done with, and I'm satisfied. Forget it this time. Hearing this, Yu Tian and Wei Ying silently knelt down on their foreheads. Yu Tian said with a hoarse voice, "Thank you, Senior, for not killing me. I will never forget it." This unforgettable is more than just the gift of not killing. It's the fact that his daughter has been killed more than a dozen times in her own eyes. It would become the most memorable event of his life. Mo Qingyu didn't care how much pain they were in. Straight away, he told them to get lost and not disturb his meal. With that, Yu Tian and Wei Ying left the place with them, and a notice was given that whoever messes with Mo Qingyu in the future, executed on the spot. By the way, they were told about Mo Qingyu's clothing attire, with the emphasis on a tiger following beside her. Soon the news of Yu Furong's death was spread. The demonic beasts living inside the city discussed it. They all know how Yu Furong died. It was for messing with Mo Qingyu. So this time, the demonic beast's reverence for Mo Qingyu's name went up a notch. The other side, Mo Qingyu looked at the shopkeeper kneeling on the ground. With a smile on his face, he said, "Alright shopkeeper, don't kneel, I have to eat. Hurry up and serve me." The shopkeeper sniffed and nodded with a quick smile. Then without a word, he left and flamed down to the kitchen on the first floor, urged the cook to hurry up and get the meal ready. Mo Qingyu was still waiting. On top of the building, Mo Qingyu asked Tiger Sky, "How's that? Did I pack a big enough punch this time?" Tiger Sky hemmed and hawed. "Master is bullish. This time, I'm going straight for the big one." Mo Qingyu also shook her head and laughed. "Who let this female be so uneducated? So brutal. Since there's no one to teach her, I'll have to teach her. Look how kind I am." After he finished speaking, Mo Qingyu even heatedly smiled. Tiger Sky also nodded in agreement. Anyway, Yu Furong's character was killed sooner or later. It's not too late to get ahead of the game. Chapter 156, Encountering Fox Mayor again. After dealing with Yu Furong, Mo Qingyu began to silently wait for the dishes to come up. In a very short amount of time, the shopkeeper's hotel brought people and served the meal that Mo Qingyu had ordered. After placing the meal on top of the table, the shopkeeper bent his head and retired. Mo Qingyu also picked up his chopsticks and began to pound away without saying a word. Tiger Sky was also directly delivering the meal inside its mouth automatically. This meal, Mo Qingyu and Tiger Sky ate very well. After all, there was a wave of fun play before the game. Suffice it to say, the meal was a blast. In no time at all, Mo Qingyu finished the meal. Burp. Mo Qingyu burped with a comfortable face. "Eat, drink, and go Tiger Sky. Let's go for a walk." Mo Qingyu put on her mask and said to Tiger Sky. Tiger Sky also answered in the affirmative and followed Mo Qingyu out of the inn. Before going out of the door of the inn, Mo Qingyu didn't forget to tell the shopkeeper, "Boss, I'll be staying there for the days I'm in Yuyun City." The shopkeeper who was at the entrance of the inn also nodded his head in a hurry. "Okay, you take care." Mo Qingyu nodded, and then walked with Tiger Sky on top of the street. As she walked, Mo Qingyu arrived at the center. Originally he was in front of a stall selling pastries. As a result, an explosion suddenly came from a neighborhood not far from him. The explosion was very loud. When the surrounding demonic beasts saw this, they even left. Mo Qingyu was about to hand the money to this demonic beast in front of her. In the blink of an eye, the demonic beast had already disappeared. Mo Qingyu looked at the pastry she bought in her hands and also smiled helplessly. He ran away by himself anyway. It's not like I'm not paying for it. It's not worth not eating. After saying that, Mo Qingyu started up. By the way, I also plan to go over and see what's going on and go get a good laugh. Most of the demonic beasts were moving as far away from the explosion site as possible, but Mo Qingyu was heading that way. Soon, Mo Qingyu saw a shadow appear above the sky. Fox demon? Mo Qingyu looked at her fox tail. The key thing is that there are several tails. Mo Qingyu counted a total of 5. Tiger Sky, go go go. There's fun to be had. Let's hurry over and take a look, Mo Qingyu said to Tiger Sky with a smile. Tiger Sky also replied with a look of excitement. Then hurry up, there's fun that must be seen, and we have nothing to do anyway. After saying that, they came together near the area of the explosion. Just as I arrived I heard voices inside. Mo Qingyu always felt a bit familiar when she heard this speaking voice. A careful thought reveals who it is. Tiger Sky thought similarly. Master. Well, I told you, we'll meet up with her again. Although this is the last time we'll see each other. At this moment, at the center of the explosion area, Fox Mayor, her eyes were filled with killing intent. There were bodies all around. Obviously, she killed back, and above in the sky was none other than the leader of their Fox clan, the same demonic beast that was going to kill her mother. In the sky above the Fox demon, she looked at Fox Mayor with a shocked face. How could she not have thought that Fox Mayor had actually gained so much power? From the looks of her, though, it seems that there are limits to this power. I'm afraid that when she runs out, she herself will die. Humph, Fox Mayor, do you think you'll be able to kill me just because you've gained other powers? Innocent. With that said, she exuded a powerful aura in the air. At the bottom, Fox Mayor, she looked at the matriarch above the sky with an infatuated face. She wasn't afraid, she was ready to die with them anyway. With that said, she began to gather her power as well. It could be said that it was also chance that she was able to obtain this power. This power was a feat left behind by a predecessor. This gong method can instantly raise your realm by a large margin, but the side effect is that it comes at the cost of consuming spiritual energy and life, and is irreversible. She was at the Yao Guang realm before, and with her spiritual power, she was only able to ascend to the third level of the Yu Hong realm. Although there was a slight downside to facing this patriarch, but it was still possible to kill her using a last resort. As for whether she would die, she didn't know, but so what if she died? She wasn't afraid at all, so without any hesitation, she directly killed back, and there you have it. Not a moment later, another powerful aura struck. Mo Qingyu looked towards the sky and realized that it was Yu Tian. As expected, with such a big thing happening inside the city, it was impossible to turn a blind eye to it as the city lord. Fox Meyer, on the other hand, had long anticipated such a situation. She wasn't the least bit flustered. She was just self-exploding anyway. He couldn't take Yu Tian away, but being able to take away the patriarch was no problem. Yu Tian was also looking at Fox Meyer underneath with a serious face in the sky. At this moment, he said to Fox Meyer, I don't care what grudge you have, but you should never start a war inside Yuyun City. To do otherwise would be tantamount to disregarding me. After saying that, Yu Tian used his divine ability and many ropes changed around him. The rope instantly flew towards Fox Meyer, because there are so many ropes, and new ropes continue to be born even after they are cut, causing Fox Meyer to end up being tied up. After Fox Meyer was tied up, she pretended to struggle, and the realm within her body was falling down bit by bit. She kept her head down, out of sight. One could say she was waiting for them to get closer. Her last resort was the super powerful explosive rune paper, and she also had a defensive rune paper. These two pieces of paper, too, were obtained together when the feats were acquired. Now it's just a matter of waiting for them to get closer. After Yu Tian tied up Fox Meyer above the sky, he also said to the Fox Clan patriarch with an angry face, this time, I hope that the matriarch will give me an explanation. The Fox Clan also smiled charmingly. Don't worry, when I kill this scourge, I'll naturally give the clan chief an explanation. Yu Tian also snorted coldly, no need for you to come, I'll kill her. Just as Yu Tian was about to make his move, Mo Qingyu spoke, AI, City Lord Yu, let others deal with other people's matters. Hearing the voice, Yu Tian and the Fox Clan chief who were above the sky also froze for half a second. Especially Yu Tian, a cold sweat was breaking out on his body. Not a moment's hesitation, Yu Tian came in front of Mo Qingyu and bowed 90 degrees to her. Hello senpai. Mo Qingyu nodded and told him, don't worry about other people's business, I still want to keep looking. When Yu Tian heard this, he also replied with a sweaty face, yes, it's my little one who's being nosy. When the Fox Clan leader in the sky saw Mo Qingyu, a coolness also rose in his heart. But just now, Mo Qingyu didn't say anything and just watched the show because he wouldn't intervene. So the Fox Clan patriarch's heart dropped a little. After that, it came to Fox Meyer. What are the feelings? Chapter 157 Fox Meyer's Death. Fox Meyer didn't pay attention to the patriarch in front of her, but instead looked towards Mo Qingyu with a shocked face. Mo Qingyu also greeted Fox Meyer with a smile. Yo, we meet again. How could Fox Meyer not expect to actually be able to see Mo Qingyu? To be honest, she had already known how heaven-defying Mo Qingyu's strength was before. She felt pretty lucky that she wasn't killed outright at the time. I didn't expect to actually meet with Mo Qingyu again. Mo Qingyu looked at her surprised face and asked with a smile. What? Surprised? Like I said, Maybe we'll get a chance to meet again. Indeed, Mo Qingyu had once said these words to her, but later on, she only thought of it as Mo Qingyu joking. I didn't expect to actually run into each other again today. The Fox clan's patriarch frowned tightly after seeing Mo Qingyu's behavior. She was a bit unable to pinpoint Mo Qingyu's attitude now, although Mo Qingyu had said that he was only coming to watch the show. But what if he wanted to make a move? Fox Mayor didn't care so much. She took advantage of the matriarch's hesitation. Instantly his breath skyrocketed, breaking free of the rope and throwing the explosive runes. By the time the patriarch reacted, it was too late. At the moment of the explosion, Yu Tian hurriedly flew to control the explosion range. If we don't go to control it, Yuyan City is going to be razed to the ground. When controlling the explosion, Yu Tian used his full strength. At the same time, he was still lamenting where Fox Meyer had gotten the talisman paper. It's amazing how powerful it is. He exerted all his strength to barely control it. When the explosion had passed, the smoke was thick inside, but Yu Tian waved his hand to disperse the smoke. At this time, the Fox clan's patriarch had already disappeared. Apparently, the patriarch was blown up to the point where he wasn't even dust. And on the ground, there was only a grimy Fox Meyer, but her body was also blown up in a bloody mess. Obviously, that defense talisman didn't completely block it. Fox Meyer wasn't exactly looking forward to that talisman either. Dead is dead, as long as we can kill the patriarch. Plus she had previously killed all of the other clans that had cursed her and treated her coldly as well. Now, her revenge is avenged. There was nothing left to support her in living. Mo Qingyu slowly walked to her side and looked at her. Fox Meyer looked at Mo Qingyu, who was illuminated by the sun, and she smiled. I didn't realize our second meeting was a formality. Mo Qingyu just said lightly. Things are unpredictable, and a lot of times you don't know who's going to come first, the accident or tomorrow. Hearing this, Fox Mayor only smiled slightly. Thank you, Senior, for saving me and giving me the opportunity. One accomplished my revenge. The little woman has nothing to show for it, if there is an afterlife. Without finishing her words, Fox Meyer's eyes gradually faded. The ashes around her and how sad she was at the moment. Mo Qingyu slowly crouched down and faintly replied to her. There's no need to repay the favor. It's your luck and your destiny. As for the next life, you might as well live it with your mother for the next life. With that, her corpse disappeared into light. This time, Mo Qingyu didn't do much, just watch in silence. Although he didn't know if Fox Meyer had a next life, but with her luck, there should be no problem. Yu Tian was sweating and thinking about how he was going to explain to Mo Qingyu in a while. What if Mo Qingyu gave him another hatchet job? But it was clear that he was overthinking it. Mo Qingyu didn't pay any attention to him, but led Tiger Sky to go elsewhere. Just kidding. It wasn't like Mo Qingyu, was an unreasonable person. Yu Tian also just had to maintain the safety of Yuyan City. There's not much more to say. Seeing Mo Qingyu leave, Yu Tian was also relieved. Then he rushed to call for someone to clean up the mess. We'll have to give an account to HQ when the time comes. But with Mo Qingyu here, the headquarters shouldn't give him a hard time. After leaving Mo Qingyu, he and Tiger Sky returned inside the inn. At this moment, everyone inside the inn was discussing the explosion that had just occurred. Many say that it is the foxes, they have had it coming. After all, Fox Melody's mother, she wouldn't be very condescending. It's a very peaceful way to treat people and things. Hearing these words, Mo Qingyu was indifferent as she sat on top of the stool. Boss, give me 2 bottles of fruit drinks. Make it quick. When the shopkeeper sniffed, he also hurriedly handed 2 bottles of fruit drinks to Mo Qingyu. Mo Qingyu gave a bottle to Tiger Sky. Tiger Sky took it and used the fingernail of one of the fingers of his tiger's palm to open the cap of the bottle. A drink followed. Although the fruit drinks here are not as good as those in the Divine Continent, but it's better than nothing. After drinking, Mo Qingyu took Tiger Sky upstairs to sleep. The play was seen, the food was eaten, and it was slowly getting late. What about this time? It's time to go to bed. Coming to the room, Mo Qingyu first went to soak inside the large bathing tub, quietly enjoy the comfort of the moment. Tiger Sky, on the other hand, was lying near the end of the bed with a sleepy face, his eyes closed. It's straight up peaceful sleep. Mo Qingyu, on the other hand, was unhurriedly scrubbing her body. After washing, put on simple clothes. Coming to the top of the bed, a yawn escaped his mouth. Sleepy, sleepy, sleep. After Mo Qingyu finished speaking, she covered the quilt and lay down on the bed, peacefully entering dreamland. Wait until the next morning. Mo Qingyu followed her usual routine and got up to pack her clothes, then woke up Tiger Sky. After coming to the first floor, he asked the shopkeeper, Boss, do you have any good breakfasts at this inn? The shopkeeper smiled at his words and replied, Of course there is. We have this noodle grilled meat and porridge and so on. Mo Qingyu raised her eyebrows when she heard kanji. There's still kanji? The shopkeeper quickly nodded. Yes, would you 2 seniors like to have a bowl? Mo Qingyu looked towards Tiger Sky. Tiger Sky nodded. It felt fine. Mo Qingyu didn't say anything more. 2 bowls of kanji then. Well, wait a moment, said. The shopkeeper will leave with a smile. At this early hour of the morning, the streets were still full of people. Only inside the inn, there were only Mo Qingyu and Tiger Sky and the others. Master, why don't we go to the west today? Mo Qingyu sniffed, thinking, west, indeed. Today they have been going in one direction and looking in a different direction. Maybe something else? Okay, we'll head out when we're done eating. Mo Qingyu said. Tiger Sky nodded with a smile. Alright, anyway, we have to stroll around Yuyun City anymore. Chapter 158, Gun vs. Sword. Mo Qingyu left the center area of Yuyun City and started walking towards the west. I have to say, the surrounding area has changed quite a bit since leaving the center area. The most intuitive thing is that there are more greenhouses, not a single one to be seen in the downtown area. But when you leave, you'll be able to see it when you head outside. The surrounding demonic beasts were also frequenting the entrance of the greenhouse out of people. Forget this place, there's nothing interesting about it. Mo Qingyu silently glanced at the greenhouse before leaving with Tiger Sky. After the pimp who greeted him at the entrance of the greenhouse saw Mo Qingyu, he was just about to greet him when he saw him leave. Why does it feel a little familiar? The pimp looked at Mo Qingyu's back. At this moment, she remembered the order she had given earlier. She gulped silently at the thought. At the same time, he also felt that he was fortunate not to call Mo Qingyu just now. Otherwise, after calling this great Buddha over, he was able to give them a pot to drink. When that happens, you'll be screwed if you can't eat. Mo Qingyu, who had left the greenhouse, did not know that the pimp had so many inner thoughts just by looking at him. By now he had removed his mask. Wearing a mask is not comfortable after all. It's better to be comfortable without a mask. After walking for half a day, Mo Qingyu realized that there was a very unique place here in the West. That is, there is a special place for people to watch the bout. There was a circle around it and it was filled with spectators, and there were demonic beasts slicing and dicing right above the martial arts ring. Mo Qingyu heard from others that this ring was specially set up for sparring. Yu Tian also came here from time to see if he could dig up any geniuses. If you did well, you might be able to be scouted for the city lord's office or be recommended elsewhere. Of course, this ring also had quite a few demonic beasts from the great clans that came here for the purpose of practicing as well. Mo Qingyu silently waited in line at the entrance to go in, but the people who were at the front, for some reason all quietly left and then went to the end of the line. So, not a moment later, Mo Qingyu suddenly became the first. There was a demonic beast sitting at the entrance of the tournament. He saw a group of people heading to the back and looked puzzled for a few moments, wondering what was going on. But soon, Mo Qingyu's figure appeared in front of him. It was at this point that he also realized why they were suddenly lined up towards the back. Turns out it was this big Buddha inside the group. Is there anything I need to ask to go in and watch? Mo Qingyu asked with a smile on her face. This sitting demonic beast hurriedly stood up and shook his head in sweat. No requests. No requests. Mo Qingyu smiled and raised her eyebrows. Is that so? Why do I see that the sign on your side says that it costs 10 taels of silver to get in? That demonic beast brought that wooden sign over with a sweaty face. A few hard foot stomps. The surrounding demonic beasts also rolled their eyes when they saw this scene. After stomping the wooden sign to pieces, he asked with a scared look on his face. Elder, is it okay now? Mo Qingyu didn't tease him too much and led Tiger Sky inside. When Mo Qingyu went in, he took out the spare wooden plaque. Same old rule, don't try to go to the back, he said to the demonic beasts in line. The demonic beasts were not surprised by this, only with a bit of contempt inside their eyes. Mo Qingyu entered inside and there were several levels of locations. After thinking for a moment, Mo Qingyu decided to walk with Tiger Sky to the topmost floor of the spectator area, where the view was better. Due to the large number of people here and the fact that all of their attention was on the field, there were not many demonic beasts that actually noticed Mo Qingyu. The ones who generally noticed left quietly. Mo Qingyu walked to the stairs and came to the uppermost viewing seat and sat down. At the top level, a group of demonic beasts sat there discussing who was powerful, whose family had a bullish background, and so on. Mo Qingyu and Tiger Sky found a random seat and sat down. Just as he sat down, there was a bull demon next to him shouting excitedly to his companion. Woohoo! He's making an entrance. Who? The bull demon's companion asked. Who else could it be? Su Shingjo, who is known to have the highest talent inside Yuyun City. He could be the vermilion bird. Hearing this, Mo Qingyu also noticed the word vermilion bird. Demonic beasts of this race were very rare, and the demonic beasts of this race are all very highly gifted. Soon, the vermilion boy made his entrance. Upon entering, he drew his sword from behind him. The body of the sword was the color of red flame, and the hilt had a pattern of a vermilion bird wrapped around it. His opponent was an White Tiger Jr. Vermilion bird versus White Tiger? Interesting. Who will win when two rare species face off? At this moment, The bull demon next to Mo Qingyu started discussing with his companion again. Who do you think will win? Then there's still no need to ask. Su Shingjo. Not to mention how strong he is. Just Su Shingyu's flaming sword with one hand was a very powerful play. To be able to combine flames and the way of the sword. You say it's bullish. After this bull demon finished his words, the white tiger boy on the field took out his weapon. It's a gun. Oh, guns versus swords. The king of 100 armies versus the king of 100 armies. Interesting, Mo Qingyu said with an interested face. At this moment, he also found this duel interesting. Tiger Heaven looked at the two talented youngsters on the field and asked Mo Qingyu, Master, who do you think will win? Mo Qingyu said with a faint smile, the white tiger will win. Tiger Sky nodded silently. It was of the same opinion as Mo Qingyu. As for the bull demon next to Mo Qingyu, when he heard it, his eyes also glowed as he turned around while talking. Dude, how did you know that the opposite side would? Before the words were finished, the bull demon saw Mo Qingyu's appearance. He looked at Mo Qingyu with a dumbfounded expression. Confusion and disbelief filled the inside of his eyes. Froze motionless, as if greatly irritated by something. Mo Qingyu, on the other hand, looked at the bull demon with a carefree smile. What? Want to ask me why? The bull demon returned to his senses. He turned his head back with a flustered expression and nodded silently. Seeing how nervous the bull demon was, Mo Qingyu placed her hand on top of the bull demon's shoulder like it was nothing. You'll find out later. The white tiger across the street is winning anyway. His gun is far stronger than this jubilee. The bull demon nodded with a panicked face. Now he was afraid to say a word, but could only do his movements silently. Mo Qingyu knew the other party's nervousness and said with a smile, Don't be nervous, just talk to me. The bull demon's face was filled with bitterness. It's not right to tell or not to tell. He doesn't even know what to do. Soon, Mo Qingyu gave out the answer. If you don't say something, I'm going to kill you. Mo Qingyu said with a friendly face. That was fast. The ox demon spoke immediately. All right, senior. After saying that, the bull demon straightened up directly, with an unheard of purity and clarity inside his eyes. That's right. That was scared by Mo Qingyu. Chapter 159. The victory and the loss are already divided. As for the bull demon's companion, he was also scared by Mo Qingyu and sat upright on the spot. There was no doubt that Mo Qingyu's sudden appearance was unexpected for all of them. At this point, at the top of the ring, both competitors are ready to go. They started by introducing themselves to each other. Su Shingjo, Daylight Feather. With that, the two of them took their positions, ready to start fighting. Mo Qingyu was on the stage silently paying attention to the moves above the ring. At the same time, he didn't forget to say to the already honest bull demon beside him, It's starting. At this moment, the two demonic beasts above the ring had already begun to fight. The crowd around us also ignited emotions at this moment. Start hooting and hollering. Some cheered for Su Shingjo, some cheered for White Feather. All in all, the audience in attendance was very excited. After all, who wouldn't like to be able to see the struggle between the two great geniuses of Yuyun City? The audience was hot. The ring was just as hotly contested. Especially Su Shingjo, he felt a lot of pressure. I didn't expect it, but you're actually this strong. The word defiance was written all over Su Shingju's face. Bai Tianyu also smiled calmly, same as each other. With that said, they began another round of offense. At first, both sides were able to fight back and forth. Can't see who can get the upper hand. As time passed, it could be felt that Su Shingjo was somewhat unable to withstand White Feather's attack. White Feather also smiled and said to Su Shingjo, Do you still need to hide your strength? You're going to lose to me if this continues. Su Shingjo also hemmed and hawed a bit. Since you said so, it's only natural for me to go all out. As the words fell, in the moment when their swords and guns collided, Su Shingju's sword carried a fiery red flame above it. This flame was extremely strong and burned directly onto the top of White Feather's gun. Not only that, but the key thing was that the temperature of the flames was very high. Daylight Feather was not able to completely block the flames, so it still ate the blow it just took. White Feather's forehead was also sweating down at this time. He looked at Su Shingjo with some shock. Sure enough, he's strong. Su Shingjo also began to continuously wield swordchi with flames. This lingering flame was very strong. All the spectators around them could feel it, even with the isolation of the matchring crew, but it still manages to transfer some temperature out. It was enough to reflect the power of Su Shingju's flames. The audience on stage also began to frantically stand up and cheer and shout because Su Shingju had shown his strength. They looked so happy. The bull demon sitting next to Mo Qingyu had also forgotten about Mo Qingyu. Standing straight up, he stared at the ring with an excited look on his face. Not only him, but all the demonic beasts around him didn't want to miss a single detail. At this moment, the bull demon suddenly remembered what Mo Qingyu had said. He sat down and asked Mo Qingyu suspiciously, Senior, why do you think Su Shingju will lose? I feel like he's going to win this scene. Mo Qingyu replied to the bull demon's doubts as he just silently smiled. It's very simple. Su Shingjo and Bai Tianyu are basically neck and neck in terms of realm, but in terms of gun and sword Dao, Su Shingjo doesn't understand it as deeply as Bai Tianyu does. White Feather's understanding of guns is already more profound than Su Shingju's. You'll see later. Sure enough, above the ring, White Feather's eyes were closed and his body's aura was constantly changing. The gun at his side began to slowly merge with White Feather. The breath was the same, emanating a strong pressure. At this moment, Su Shingjo, he was most able to feel a strong danger coming his way. Just then, White Feather moved. He lowered his body, and his gun intent was instantly sent out like a swimming dragon. Looking at the blue swimming dragon attacking, Su Shingjo didn't dare to be careless and directly used his strongest sword skill. Gather all the flames in the sword and release them. A sword was swung. The vermilion bird soared and chirped in the sky, running towards the traveling dragon, vowing to fight him. The moment the two powerful forces were colliding, a great air pressure was created around them. If there were no personnel on the sidelines to control it, the surrounding audience would have been blown away by the breath. A huge smoke emanated from the top of the ring as an explosive sound rang out. When the smoke clears, the winner between the two will be revealed. After the smoke cleared, both sides stood and did not fall to the ground. But at this moment, the head of Daylight Feather's gun was already placed above Su Shingju's throat. Su Shingju's sword had been sent flying elsewhere. Obviously, this match was won by White Feather. Seeing this scene, all the demonic beasts in the surrounding area cheered excitedly. I lost. Su Shingju revealed a resigned expression. For his part, White Feather replied with a smile on his face. You're always welcome to renew your challenge, and I'll always be waiting for you to make a comeback. Hearing this, Su Shingju revealed a smile as he replied with firm eyes. I will. I'll be back. After that, the two shook hands with each other. Show respect for the other person. As for the bull demon next to Mo Qingyu, he looked at the result of the match with a shocked face. It really was just like what Mo Qingyu said. Su Shingju lost. Sure enough, a bigot is a bigot. Mo Qingyu also smiled slightly after seeing this result. Expectedly, I said from the beginning that Su Shingju would lose. At this moment, quite a few of the surrounding demonic beasts heard the words and looked in Mo Qingyu's direction. It was accompanied by a gurgling sound. Who's that? Put it here as a horse's ass. Why didn't I hear it before? That's it. What strength? How dare you question them? I'd like to see who it is. Holy. When the surrounding demonic beasts looked towards Mo Qingyu with questioning and dissatisfied looks, all the demonic beasts were shocked. Mo Qingyu, on the other hand, came directly behind Bai Tianyu and Su Shingju from the audience while they were shocked. When Bai Tianyu and Su Shingju saw Mo Qingyu, both of them were a little too nervous to speak. Junior Su Shingju pays his respects to Senior. Senior White Feather pays her respects to Senior. Mo Qingyu just silently raised her hand in a gesture. He said to the demonic beasts around him, I don't know if I have the strength to say that. When the surrounding demonic beasts heard this, they fell silent and didn't dare to open their mouths. After a moment, it was slow to say, yes, and the sound is still small. It could be said that Mo Qingyu's arrival caused all the demonic beasts present to be nervous. Mo Qingyu just laughed at this and then said to Su Shingju, I'm in a good mood today. Do you want to know why you lost? Su Shingju was thrilled to hear this. Could he not understand what that meant? A top bloke to show you the ropes. Kidding aside, this kind of opportunity is unattainable. Su Shingju had a face of excitement and anticipation. Think, I want to know why. Please teach me. Senior. Chapter 160, Leaving the Martial Arts Stage. Lend me your sword. Mo Qingyu said to Su Shingju. Su Shingyu nodded and handed Mo Qingyu the sword in his hand. Mo Qingyu received it and picked it up to take a closer look. Not bad. A good sword. Mo Qingyu looked at the pattern on top of the sword. He then turned toward the audience behind him. The demonic beasts in the audience seats there facing Mo Qingyu saw Mo Qingyu looking over. Pinky went to the left and right. At this moment, the sword in Mo Qingyu's hand began to emit a red glow. Not 2 seconds later, the entire sword was filled with flame. The flames are roaring non-stop. Listen carefully, the root cause of your loss is that your ability to understand the sword Dao is not yet good enough. The flame you use is a flame of your own creation, but your sword itself carries its own unique flame. This flame allows it to exert its true strength, not just slightly like you just did. Also, the moment you unleash your flame sword chi, concentrate all the flames at the very tip of the sword. That'll do it. Focus on one point and ascend to the top. After Mo Qingyu finished speaking, he swung his hands in a posture and slashed forward vertically. Instantaneous. The entire heaven and earth trembled. A sword chi with flames instantly burst out. On the ground, a very small sword mark appeared. The sword mark was very small in scope, but the energy that comes with it is earth-shattering. There were also flames roaring near the sword marks. The flame was tiny, but once you got close, you felt like you were going to be instantly melted. The most crucial thing was that Mo Qingyu controlled the power of the release in the slightest way. None of the demonic beasts on top of the audience were injured. Looking at the shocking crack that touched his eyes, Su Shingjo gulped nervously. Bai Tianyu was similarly sweating as he looked at the sword mark. It could be said that if this sword mark flew towards him, he couldn't even rise to resist. The heart to wait for death directly in place. At this moment, the demonic beasts in the audience also discovered another very special place. Look up in the sky. You guys. Su Shingjo and Bai Tianyu, they looked towards the sky. Without looking, their pupils instantly dilated, slightly open mouths to reflect their shock at the moment. Only the clouds in the sky are being burned, and the sky was split in two above. The flames swelled in the sky. Su Shingjo stared blankly at the sky. He couldn't believe the sight. This was the first time he had seen such a strong sword intent. It was also the first time he felt the gap between him and the powerful up close. It's too far. Su Shingjo could feel the gap between him and Mo Qingyu above the sword path. It was just too far. It's like he's been trying his whole life to catch up. The truth is indeed, after displaying her performance, Mo Qingyu returned the sword in her hand to Su Shingjo, and said to him, "Your sword is very good." Su Shingyu carefully received the sword. This sword was given to him by his grandfather. According to his grandfather, the sword had been passed down for a long time. How long exactly? Even his grandfather didn't know. All I know is that the sword was passed down from my ancestors. Well, I've said things to you, and it's up to you how much you can understand. After saying that, Mo Qingyu left with Tiger Sky. Su Shingyu turned to look at Mo Qingyu's back and bowed his hand to show his respect and honor. "Thank you, senior, for your guidance." Bai Tianyu looked at Su Shingyu with an envious face. He bitterly came to Su Shingyu. "Hey, if I had lost just now, do you think senior would have come over and instructed me?" Su Shingyu also spread his hands and said he didn't know. After all, this is something that can only be found by fate. Bai Tianyu also said enviously to Su Shingyu, "I'm so envious. If only senior could also give me a few pointers." Su Shingyu also heated up a bit. "Hey, there is a loss, there is a gain. You won me. Mine got guidance from my predecessor." Daylight Feather could only nod his head in resignation with a sigh. Let's just say this stuff is really about destiny. Just like that, Mo Qingyu left the martial arts arena under the gaze of a crowd of demonic beasts. After Mo Qingyu left the martial arts arena, she began to continue loitering above the street. "Say, Tiger Sky, isn't there any restaurants around here?" Mo Qingyu looked around and asked Tiger Sky. Tiger Sky also nodded. It had also discovered this problem. It's rare to see restaurants over here. Even if there is a restaurant, the smell coming from the restaurant is not very pleasant, and there weren't many customers inside the restaurant. This time, Mo Qingyu first looked for an inn to stay at without any hurry, waiting to get out of here tomorrow and head somewhere else. Mo Qingyu first found a random inn. Once inside the inn, it was again a simple process like before. After getting everything done, Mo Qingyu came inside the room. He closed the door silently and came over to the bed. Yawning, he slowly fell asleep on top of the bed. When the next morning came, Mo Qingyu slowly got up. Aha! He yawned and got off the top of the bed. After shaking Tiger Sky awake, he let him out the door and headed somewhere else. This one was gone for almost a week. Inside this week, he and Tiger Sky basically didn't encounter anything special. The daily task is basically to eat, drink and sleep, alive as a pig. By the time they left the west side and headed south, life in the south is again not quite the same as in the west. On the south side, there are quite a few gourmet stores. After coming to the south, Mo Qingyu had already smelled the fragrance in the air. It smells so good. The scent is that of a bun. That said, I haven't had breakfast yet. Mo Qingyu touched her stomach and said to Hu Tian, "Come on, let's go get some buns for dinner." When Tiger Sky heard about eating buns, he was also excited to follow Mo Qingyu. When they arrived at the bun store, they found that the store happened to have no demonic beasts lined up. Mo Qingyu hurriedly went up to the front of the store. The store owner dropped the lid of the pot he was holding in his hand when he saw Mo Qingyu. With that, he hurriedly picked it up and then asked Mo Qingyu with a compensatory smile, "What can I get for you, sir?" Mo Qingyu said to the store owner, "Give me 10 meat buns, pork filling ah." The store owner sniffed and nodded his head. Then he hurriedly loaded the buns for Mo Qingyu. After putting the buns inside the bag, he handed it to Mo Qingyu. Mo Qingyu took it, placed the money on top of the table, and then left. Chapter 161, Torturing the Little Demon Beasts. On the way, Mo Qingyu looked at the steaming buns in her hands. It's also a mouthful. It's rare to have a bun that smells this good. Tiger Sky was also on the side and hurriedly asked Mo Qingyu for it. Master, where's mine? I want it too." Mo Qingyu also smiled and said, "Don't rush." After saying that, Mo Qingyu gave the other 5 buns to Tiger Sky. Tiger Sky took a direct bite, savoring the flavor of the bun inside your mouth. Mo Qingyu wasn't in that much of a hurry, but ate little by little. "That smells good," Mo Qingyu said with a smile. Tiger Sky also mumbled, "It did smell good and was delicious." At this moment, there was a small demonic beast not far from Mo Qingyu, and he was being bullied by the other small demonic beasts. They were throwing rocks at the little demonic beasts, and the bullied little demonic beast kept fighting back, but being outnumbered and resisting was nothing to the demonic beasts that bullied him. Just then, a small rock hit Mo Qingyu's body. Although this stone was very tiny, Mo Qingyu still silently looked in the direction of the thrown stone. He realized it was two small children. These two small children were about 10 years old. They not only didn't apologize after seeing that throwing a stone hit Mo Qingyu. Instead, he continued to bully that demonic beast. Mo Qingyu then smiled and said, "You guys smashed me." The surrounding demonic beasts saw this scene and moved away. Oops, they seem to have messed with the big guy. Usually no one in the family educates them, making them like to bully other weaklings at random. Today is considered to be a kick in the teeth. Usually it's only bullying. This time, they'll be all crippled if they don't die. Those little demonic beasts then looked at Mo Qingyu with a disdainful expression. "Che, so what if it smashes you? You're a human and you're calling on it." The rest of the small demonic beasts were arching their fires as well. Yeah. What the hell are you? A human? Saying, "Do you know who my father is?" Hearing their words, Mo Qingyu wasn't very interested. He just gave a slight wave of mysterious smile. "You guys know what? I love you little demonic beasts with your personality the most." When those few small demonic beasts heard this, they also looked at each other, not quite able to understand Mo Qingyu's words. But soon, Mo Qingyu let them know what he meant by what he said, only to see that Mo Qingyu and Tiger Sky came to them and directly choked their necks and lifted them up. The small demonic beasts that hadn't been choked were scared to death at the sight of this scene, but before he could take 2 steps, his head instantly rotated 180 degrees, straight to a violent death on the spot. Mo Qingyu looked at the small demonic beasts in his left and right hands. He used a friendly smile. "Do you guys want to play a game with me?" How had these little demonic beasts of theirs ever seen such a scene? Wailed in terror on the spot. Mo Qingyu then told them to shut up. But how could they listen to Mo Qingyu and let out a loud cry? In response, Mo Qingyu was at ease and twisted one of their arms off. They didn't continue to cry after their arms were twisted, because the voice had been too painfully torn to cry out. Mo Qingyu wasn't satisfied with this yet, but ripped off their legs as well. Throwing them on the ground, he pulled out his cross knife, started slashing at their bodies. Their bodies were slashed more than 10 times. Mo Qingyu was kind enough to avoid all the fatal parts, all minor injuries. These kids have never seen anything like this. Inside their mouths they were crying out for their parents. Hopefully his parents come to their rescue. Unbeknownst to them, when their parents knew that their son had messed with Mo Qingyu, straight up expel them from the genealogy, instantly stating that if this son dies, he dies. The important thing is that they are still around. It's also able to continue to open smaller numbers anyway. It would be unfortunate if the people inside the clan were involved because of them. Tiger Heaven's side's torture methods were not at all inferior to Mo Qingyu's. You could say it's utilizing his teeth bit by bit. Bite the arm first, nibbling on it bit by bit, and then to the thighs. Eventually only the body and brain were left above ground. Even so, the small group of demonic beasts still did not die. It certainly wasn't their lives. Rather, it was Mo Qingyu and Tiger Sky who wouldn't let them die. That's the scary thing about being strong. Life and death are not in your hands. After Mo Qingyu and Tiger Sky had tortured for half a day, these little demonic beasts were also unable to continue talking. There was blood all around them, and after this matter was spread, it was as if no demonic beasts knew about it. There were simply no demonic beasts to persuade Mo Qingyu. They weren't fools to eat their fill and come to offend Mo Qingyu. These little demonic beasts deserved to die anyway. After torturing them for half a day, Mo Qingyu ended up stomping on their bodies. They instantly turned into blood mist. Tiger Sky's side also swallowed them up. At the same time, Tiger Sky didn't forget to spit out. "Cam, this group of bid is really hard to eat." With that said, he made the demonic beast inside his abdomen disappear. "Master, how's it going on your end?" Tiger Sky came to Mo Qingyu's side, only to see that the demonic beast that had just been stomped on by Mo Qingyu instantly returned to its original state. They looked at Mo Qingyu with a face of fear. "Well, since you guys want me to play, let's play the game we just played again." After saying that, Mo Qingyu began to torture again. This time, Mo Qingyu tortured this group of little demonic beasts 5 whole times before letting their souls dissipate. After torturing them, Mo Qingyu had a cool feeling on her face. "Hey, to make me so comfortable in the morning, this Yu Yun Chang is also too enthusiastic." Tiger Sky also nodded. "Indeed, it's cool for us early in the morning." When the surrounding demonic beasts heard this, their entire bodies trembled. They had literally never seen such a scene. The scene was more brutal than anything they had ever seen before. One could only say that Mo Qingyu deserved to be Mo Qingyu. There's a reason why his reputation was able to become famous. After such a thing, Mo Qingyu's mood was much happier. The surrounding demonic beasts were also secretly relieved when they saw Mo Qingyu's happy expression. After leaving the scene of the crime, Mo Qingyu continued to walk inside. As he walked, a demonic beast caught his attention. Fortune-telling? Wait, this isn't. Mo Qingyu looked at a demonic beast not far away. That demonic beast is setting up a stall to tell fortunes. It could be said that quite a few demonic beasts were looking for him. Mo Qingyu also smiled slightly after seeing that demonic beast. I didn't expect to meet up with him again so soon. Thinking of this, Mo Qingyu silently led Tiger Sky towards the location of the fortune-teller. The first thing the fortune-telling demonic beast wanted to do upon seeing Mo Qingyu was to run away. Martyr, we really met him. Cam, hurry up and slip away. But just as he turned to leave, Mo Qingyu had already arrived in front of him. Where are you walking towards? Pavilion Master Lin. That's right, this demonic beast was none other than the Tianji Pavilion Master, one of the three major underground forces in the Tianyuan continent. Lin Feng, falling leaves, returning to their roots. In response to Mo Qingyu's inquiry, Lin Feng didn't say much, but instead just started running at full speed. Looking at Lin Feng, who had left in an instant, Mo Qingyu only shook her head helplessly and smiled. What's the point of being so afraid of him, running so fast? Without caring too much about Lin Feng's departure, Mo Qingyu and Hu Tian arrived inside the inn. To be honest, he was a little unsure of where to go right now. He kind of missed Willow Creek. Just as he sat on top of his stool, looking at the children in the distance, they were frolicking and playing, and the laughter reminded Mo Qingyu of the laughter in Willow Creek Town. When Tiger Sky saw Mo Qingyu's expression, he asked, "What is it, Master?" Mo Qingyu looked at the teacup in her hands. The water inside the teacup rippled a little. Nothing, just remembering something from before. Say, Tiger Sky, where do you think people end up in life? In response to Mo Qingyu's inquiry, Tiger Sky then spoke out his thoughts. Master, I think people eventually return to that home of theirs throughout their lives. Go back to where you belong. Hearing Tiger Sky's words, Mo Qingyu froze for a few moments and turned her head to look at the large tree in the distance. A gust of wind blew the leaves off the tops of the big trees. A place to call your own? Look at the leaves slowly falling to the ground. Mo Qingyu thought that perhaps he should go back and take a look. After all, one has to return to one's roots after all. Tiger Sky, go, follow me to a place. Mo Qingyu got up and prepared to take Tiger Sky back to Willow Stream Town. At Mo Qingyu's sudden behavior, Tiger Sky asked, "What's wrong, Master? Where are you taking me?" Mo Qingyu smiled faintly. "Take you to the place where we were born, and where my journey began." Hearing about going to Mo Qingyu's hometown, Tiger Sky was also excited. Not to mention, it had followed Mo Qingyu for so long, it really didn't know what Mo Qingyu's hometown looked like. With that, Mo Qingyu opened a spatial tunnel in front of the surrounding demonic beasts. The surrounding demonic beasts saw the scene and left in droves, fear of being implicated. Instead, Mo Qingyu and Tiger Sky went through this spatial tunnel, came to the gates of Willow Creek. It must have been over 10 years since he left Willow Creek. That said, I don't know how Willow Creek is doing now. Go, Mo Qingyu said to Tiger Sky. Tiger Sky was also talking about getting smaller in size so that nothing could go wrong. After walking in, the people of Willow Stream Town were clearly strangers to Mo Qingyu. Hey, why is there a blind man here? I don't know. I've never seen a blind man in all my life. It's not right. The way he looks, I don't feel like he's blind. For the comments of the people around her, Mo Qingyu did not put it inside her ears. He found an interesting phenomenon. That is, there are significantly more young people in Willow Creek than when he left. What you can tell is that a lot of the original little kids are now grown up. I didn't realize how fast time flies. In the blink of an eye it's all gone. Thinking of this, Mo Qingyu brought Tiger Sky to a familiar Baozi store. This bakery is still packed. I didn't realize that after all this time, the place was still so lively. Only coming to the door, Mo Qingyu was silent, because the bun seller is no longer an elderly couple. Instead, it was a young lad. It's clear that Li Wanyang and his wife are no longer with us. Mo Qingyu could feel that their aura had disappeared. A slight sigh, then a line for the buns. When she finished buying the buns, Mo Qingyu left the bun store and instead headed to Li Yuanjun's grave. After finding his grave, Mo Qingyu looked at the tombstone on it. He smiled nostalgically, as if remembering the old days. Brother Li, I'm back again. I didn't realize that I was back and you were gone. That little blind man you used to take care of is now on top of his game, so don't worry about it and enjoy yourself with your wife inside the other world. After saying that, Mo Qingyu gave the bun into his stomach and then took out a wooden toy that Li Yuanjing had once given him. Honor his memory by placing this wooden toy in front of his tombstone. Hu Tian then silently followed beside Mo Qingyu. This time's don't go to ask and go to say anything more. After seeing Li Yuanzhang, Mo Qingyu brought Tiger Sky to the house where he used to live. This is the house where I used to live. Looking at this shabby house, Tiger Sky could not have imagined that Mo Qingyu was having such a bad time at that time. Mo Qingyu, on the other hand, came to the door with a disinterested face and opened the shabby wooden door. looking at the outdated furniture inside that was already netted. Mo Qingyu just smiled nostalgically. Honestly, he missed those times. But I'm sorry, he doesn't want to go back to that time. Those times are nostalgic for him now because they were pure. There's nothing superfluous. But that time was not at all nostalgic for him. The pain of that time is known only to you. And only his own knows how he survived meticulously. Tiger Sky. I want to open a noodle shop here. What do you think? Tiger Sky, on the other hand, was hemming and hawing next to Mo Qingyu. Master wants to open a noodle shop. So what's the problem? And his family died when he was 8 years old. Mo Qingyu touched Tiger Sky's big head with her hand. Good boy. You didn't follow me for nothing. Perhaps it's time to stop our journey for a while. I'd like to take a break. Tiger Sky, on the other hand, wagged his tail. Then we'll take a break and continue when Master wants to continue. Mo Qingyu nodded. Alright, let's take a break. Thus, in the Tianyuan continent, the legend of Mo Qingyu had been circulated, because his sudden disappearance has left many people scratching their heads. But all cultivators knew that a world-transcending figure had once appeared in the Tianyuan continent. He's the one person the world can't stop. It's the strongest in the world. Only it was as if he had disappeared. And for Mo Qingyu himself, he didn't disappear. He's just back inside the general population. In Willow Creek, there's also a noodle shop that sells them like hotcakes. No one knew that the owner of this noodle shop was Mo Qingyu, and no one knows exactly what he's up to. Boss, 2 old bowls of noodles. Mo Qingyu replied with a faint smile. Good. Concluded.